an ultra-difficult rank gate. But when the hunters entered, they only found the corpses of demons, and the six-pack man standing before them who single-handedly took down all those demons was Leon, with folk introduced without a shred of clothing. Few know how hard Leon struggled to gain that power. From birth, he thought he was born into the right place, the right rich family, but before he could enjoy spending money, at age 8 he was forced to start sword training. At first excited, but after apprenticing under Master and the Holy Knight Gothich, he was treated like a dog. At 14, before he even fully grew his hair, he was forced to drag a stone that even Monkey King might not have been able to carry, training in swordsmanship, sparring with his master until he was worn out. At 16, while his family was wealthy, Leon had to follow his teacher, traveling the world to help those in need and accumulate virtue, hoping to gain recognition from the goddess, killing odd. Saving villagers. At 20 Leon finally met the person he dreamed of, the goddess Ariane of the world. After working hard like a dog, Leon finally became a holy knight in name and deed. Though he still had to grind relentlessly, Leon kept killing and killing. Slaying odd. Training goblins. And dealing with corrupt churches. In the end, Leon became a knight of the kingdom, gaining the power to summon other knights. Leon slaughtered 700,000 odd creatures, those damn green monsters. He felt a rush of satisfaction as he joyfully watched the vast land return to peace. When Leon was 35 years old, the living saint and demigod, King Leon had passed away, a heartbreaking event that happened while he was fighting the demon king supported by the empire. Of course, Leon was also present at the funeral due his noble status, but dealing with every odd was already headache enough. Now there are these damn demons running wild everywhere. Which is why humans need to believe in the gods and live with faith. Those cursed mages from the empire aside, they need to appoint a holy knight to succeed King Leon Hat, who died with honor. Amidst the chaos, the goddess chose from among the knights, selecting Leon, whom she honored and declared to all the people of the land, Holy Knight Leon Dragonia, my faithful knight, you have become a symbol of honor and faith. Yes. Goddess Ariana. Leon bowed deeply to the ground, not daring to gaze upon her beauty, and respectfully replied, honestly feeling this was only natural given all his efforts and struggles since birth. Leon thought to himself, he was caught between honor and exhaustion. But he could not let the people of the kingdom or the knights under his command down. Then the selection of the next knight proceeded smoothly. Leon absorbed the sacred treasure, the lion's heart from the goddess, and vowed to protect the Holy Grail. That is how Leon became the great Duke Dragonia and the heir to the throne, becoming the king of the kingdom of Leon A. Leon's life had reached the success and fame he had always dreamed of. At the age of 80, many things had happened. There were great wars with the odd species, goblin soldiers evolved into great demons, and the empire only made things more complicated. The guards reported, Your Majesty, the Empire's Mage Academy is starting experiments again. He remained silent, looking thoughtful. In truth, Leon was mentally tormenting each mage one by one, certain that all of this was caused by the Empire accepting those damn heretics from the north. How dare they flee from the gods? These bastards clearly lacked the resolve to solve the problem. Leon thought for a moment and said, Summon the knights. This is the result of giving human rights to people who are not even happy to be slaves. I should just deal with them quickly. He thought, so at 80 years old, though it was a bit turbulent, he had successfully made it through, and at 96 years old, those damn Empire scoundrels finally did it. They destroyed the statue of the goddess and performed a dark ritual. After reciting the necessary incantation, he clasped his hands in prayer, saying, We, Leon, humbly offer 3 million souls as a sacrifice. Please grant Leon's request. It is clear he was tormented by inner demons beyond right or wrong. In this case, he had only one thing to say. The Emperor had crossed the line. That bastard always said he did not want to die. Yet he took his own life along with the lives of 3 million people in the capital through a dark ritual, resurrecting the Lord of Chaos right in the kingdom. Truly hopeless. In the end, Leon gathered the knights along with the azure sword, still bearing the faint glow and fresh blood stains from the previous year, and calmly led the charge, shouting, to the Empire soldiers. The ancient war dragged on until he was 121 years old. With suffering everywhere, Leon tried his best, but sadly the world was still destroyed against his wishes. Leon did everything he could to defeat all evil with all the divine powers on this continent, but Leon could not do it. He sat among the souls of the land who had sacrificed for their country, and Aaron hesitated to call out. Leon turned his back to him and comforted, Sir Aaron, you can hold your head high with pride. Your father, he died with honor and has joined the gods above. Yes. He hesitated. He quickly regained his composure, urging the entire army, the whole army. Look ahead, speaking to the gods above. The goddess, your warhorses are trembling with fear. The women try to bury their cries deep within, and the children swallow their tears. Suddenly Leon asks, Do you hear the voices of the enemies echoing across the land and sky? The ones who stole my brothers. Do you hear the cries of those who took away the ones I love? He kept reminding them with questions sharp and painful like the spear of each soldier. Whoever hears them will be left numb, forget their hatred and lay down their swords. No one could do that. They had loved ones, ancestral spirits in heaven to witness, a country to defend, homes to protect. So the young carried the faint flame of resistance in their hands, and the martyrs strove to sow seeds of hope in this blood-soaked wasteland. But O goddess of Leon, master of the holy sword, holy spear, and holy grail, he wants to question the one who gave him faith yet stole the happiness of his homeland. Sitting on his horse ready for the next battle, he asked one last question. Do you hear the cries of the defenders? Those who are being robbed of everything along the way. Be resentful until the very last moment. Direct that resentment at the fools lost in illusions of glory, and with spirits lifted by his words. The entire army ignited a fighting spirit stronger than ever before. The ants will keep striving until they are crushed. Leon vowed. The night of the goddess will not be able to stop the evil spreading across the land, reaching the heavens. Then he declared boldly, and remember, as long as honor remains, we will not lose. The battle begins. Loon burned with the will to fight, wiping out every monster in his path, as if enchanted, calling out, "O goddess, the goddess of Leon." This foolish knight wondered what he should do next. And that was the same question she wanted to ask him right now. He shouted the slogan, "For the goddess. For honor." The goddess's voice echoed by his side. "O my knight, my beloved knight full of honor, your goddess will stand by your side until the very last moment. My knight." And finally, as Leon sang, he shouted, "All troops, attack." So in that winter, we fought the final battle against tens of thousands of demons that had flooded this land. The savage slaves were used as worthy shields, and while my knights were equipped with spears and shields, dying with honor alongside those heroic knights, the one chosen by the gods among countless shrines fought alone against the demons to the very end. Leon defeated countless demon lords and generals, showing those wretches the power of a holy knight. At 217 years old, with winter still not over, at 231 years old, then 234, and finally at 256, Leon destroyed the last demon gate. They had nowhere left to hide. Leon's eyes burned with fierce determination. Those lowly demon minions. Now you will be trapped here with me. In this very world, I will kill every last one of you without mercy. The roles have reversed. You wailing monsters will scream as you face the death blow. Maybe living too long and fighting too much has driven him truly mad. Loon is not the one trapped. It is those bastards who are trapped here with Leon. Those damn scoundrels. His eyes void, only knowing how to slash and kill. 300 years old, the death milestone for all monsters. Leon slashes with sharp blows to annihilate the monster army, the shattering cries echoing throughout the forest. On the bright moonlit night. "Harry, are you okay?" What happened? At the teleportation gate, the human stood in awe as he defeated the great demon turtle with a single strike. Thus, Leon gained another victory, another enemy skull. Amidst everyone's admiration, a man stepped forward toward the corpse and called out, "Wake up, hero. There is no more time. Wake up." Harry, confused, stared wide-eyed and asked, "Who are you?" He answered. This strange white hair had turned into a radiant golden color symbolizing power. "I am King Leon Hat." Leon turned near the voice and continued. The knight among heroic knights and the bearer of the faith and will of the altars. His whole body was bare, radiating a brilliant golden power as he firmly declared his name, Leon Ragonia Leon Hat. The girl named Harry stared in shock at the man before her, muttering, "In the 300th year, I have met mortals." A system notification appeared, stating that you have defeated all demon species. The number of remaining demons is unknown. And just like that, the King of Knights has returned. A gate opened in the middle of Seal, a black gate with an undetermined level. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association requested the major guilds of the country to participate in the raid, but the request was declined because no one knew the difficulty level of the gate. In the end, the government ordered the Hunter Association to enter first. Basically, it was a death sentence, and what I saw inside was a man stripped bare. The man was coldly glancing at the pile of monsters he had slain himself when a voice suddenly rang out, "Harry." Assistant Han, "Hey." Han Harry. This pink-haired girl is Han Harry, the assistant head of the Korean Hunters Association. The black-haired man, Kim Jinsu, head of the Korean Hunters Association, handed her a cup of coffee and asked if she needed anything. "You must be tired, right?" Harry accepted the coffee and replied, "Yes, thank you." Jinsu sat down beside her and asked again, "How are things?" Harry replied to him, "No one believes it." He continued, "Well, that is understandable. It is a black demon gate, and it even contains a great demon inside. Surviving and returning without the support of other guilds is already a miracle, but clearing it out completely, yeah, that is impossible. It all depended on just one person. The only one is the blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy sitting arrogantly in the interrogation room staring at the other side." Harry looked at him curiously. "Are you a survivor, stepping out from the gate?" Jinsu nodded. "Yes, a survivor stepping out from another world. There have been cases where humans survived inside the gates. The gates that appeared worldwide 30 years ago share many similarities. The theme of the gates is a world on the brink of destruction or already annihilated. And sometimes, survivors return to Earth, carrying the unimaginable power they gained in the demon realm. That is why the government always tries to appease the survivors and plans to help them at any cost. That person, he is incredibly powerful, Jinsu agreed to. Yes, at any cost. Even a rank hunter would have to risk their life when fighting a high-level demon. He killed the great demon with just one strike, a monster even the most seasoned rank hunters fear. He did not just kill it, he completely overwhelmed it. What worries me most now is the cultural difference. From the way he talks about himself, he must be someone from the royal family or something. Harry gently reassured, I think it will be fine. Jinsu wondered, why do you think so? He replied, I could tell from his voice that he is an extremely kind person. Suddenly, that guy let out a roar, the low rank. His roar was so powerful it shattered the glass walls of the room. Both Harry and Jinsu stood in stunned silence, amazed that the glass meant to keep monsters out had broken. The guy stood up, his whole body radiating fury. He gritted his teeth. How dare someone defile the noble name of Leonhardt? Jinsu looked at him confused. That kind-hearted guy. Harry replied. Cultural differences. He must have thought silently. It feels strange. Of course, I was once an orphan, working tirelessly through my 20s and died from exhaustion. After that, I was reincarnated into another world, becoming the king and knight of a kingdom for over a century. After conquering the demon realm, I fought demons for 200 years, a total of 300 years. And it brings me some comfort that I still have a bit of memory of this place. At that moment, the guy with the spiky hair hesitated and said, hello, you are Leon Dragonia Leonhardt, right? Leon did not answer immediately but kept thinking. Still, it would not do him any good to reveal that he was a night king who lived 300 years in the other world. It is much better than being a guy who died from overwork at 20. Leon frowned irritably and said to the guy with the spiky hair, call me Bihap. You bumpkin. The guy looked confused for a moment then said, yes, Bihap. Leon continued to assess, wondering if he was truly a good person or if the government was just cautiously approaching survivors like him. The spiky-haired guy hesitated and said, well, the Black Gate. The world of Biha had a conflict with our hunters, and you killed T-Tun. Right, have you forgotten? The punk looked confused and said sorry. What do you mean? Leon said firmly to him, I have killed all the demons and protected the honor of the knights. I appoint you as my temporary secretary and grant you the privilege to record this noble event. The fool seemed confused but still replied, yes. Right, he bowed his head, jotting something down, thinking to himself. Cultural differences. Leon continued. Anyway, there is no royal welcome ceremony here, meaning he is hungry. The guy poked him, saying he was very anxious. He must be hungry. I will prepare a meal right away. Leon continued to order him. And tell me about this world. Leon thought to himself that he needed to find out what happened to Earth while he was gone. The man nodded in agreement. Yes, I will explain. Then he seriously recounted that the nightmare suddenly began 30 years ago. When gates opened all over the world, monsters and demons started to appear, and since then, we have been in a constant state of emergency. He said that if a gate is left unchecked, a dungeon explosion will occur and the monsters will invade the Earth. As he was telling the story, he suddenly stood up and said, it seems dinner has arrived. Leon paused, thinking, there is something different in his world. Demons invaded like mushrooms after the rain. But in this life, there are gates with themes and missions, as if to forge humanity through challenges. The waiter carrying the tray interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, dinner has arrived. Leon frowned as he looked at the food in front of him. He was still a worker on Earth. Soon Leon Tang was like a spiritual dish to him, and he preferred such familiar meals over new and exotic ones. Leon had to control himself, trying to swallow his saliva. Leon told himself, no. He asked the waiter, what is this? The fool replied, that is Seen Leon Tang. Your Majesty, it is called the spiritual food of the countryside. Leon's eyes flashed for a moment before he angrily slammed the table and scolded him. You lowly wretch. How dare you defile the noble name of Leonhardt? How dare you serve the royal family a dish from your own country, as if treating the royal family of another kingdom? Leon Dragonia Leonhardt, king of the netherworld, messenger of the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail, master of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear. The annoying guy was scolded until he was scared out of his wits. He tried to explain, oh no, it is not like that, but Leon did not let him finish and chased him away. Get out, you lowly peasant. Maloz, lord of chaos and ruler of 23 great demons, the arch-enemy of demons, who has killed millions of demons, the embodiment of the 300-year war, and finally, a noble lord. Those who come after 300 years are here. Leon angrily thought, a chaotic dream, all because they lacked proper religious faith. Enlightening those ignorant country bumpkins was the royal duty. And even though he had returned to Earth, he was still a knightly king. Leon leisurely savored each bite of steak with delight. Jinsu watched him eat, unable to help but wonder how he could recognize our chicken and black bean noodles. Harry was helpless too, thankful he was eating a T-bone steak and drinking 1993 red wine. Suddenly Jinsu said, "Harry, you go ahead," and Harry was startled, pointing at himself. "I do not even understand ancient language that well." Jinsu replied, "But I think he seems a bit more interested in you. You were praised as a brave person after all. At least he won't just kick you out." Harry was puzzled. He only said I was brave. In the end, she mustered all her courage to push the door open and asked, "Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal today." Leon wiped his mouth and asked her, "Are you the swordsman from the other day? Please, have a seat." Hearing that, Harry immediately brightened up. She gave a thumbs up to the camera for everyone to see the situation. "They are not unworthy of His Majesty," Leon replied coldly. "Not bad. I can feel the dedication and skill of the chef. And the reason I made things difficult for you is not because of the modest food, but because of your attitude towards the king. When you escort a prince from another country, they should be treated with the utmost respect. This will affect the safety of your country. Won't it?" Harry paled and quickly said, "Please forgive my ignorance." Leon said, "All right, it is fine. Anyway, your name is Han something, right?" Harry quickly replied, "Yes, my name is Han Harry." They said, "I have told about this world. The demons, those terrifying creatures have already appeared on this planet, right?" Harry said seriously. "Yes, that is exactly right." Harry has only one mission, which is to convince him to join the Hunters Association. Harry reminded himself that he at least needed to persuade him to join their country. Harry hesitated before speaking, wondering if His Majesty would allow it. Then the South Korean government could take care of him from now on. A type of 21st century intellectual warfare revolves around spying on survivors. No matter how many promises you have to make to them, you must stop them from joining other nations. Leon looked at Harry coldly and said, "As long as I remain in this world, do I have to go to the battlefield? If I am an honorable warrior, then I should indeed fight." Harry asked excitedly, "So do you want to join our Hunters Association?" Leon did not answer her right away but continued, "However, a king cannot serve as a vassal to another kingdom's army, so I will form my own squad of knights here in this world." Harry stared blankly at him for a moment, then could only nod. Outside, Harry asked anxiously, "What were they talking about up there?" Jinsu replied, "What can they say? They just provide as much as possible. It is good that he has not gone to any other country or a big organization yet." Harry was disappointed. The association is linked to the government but still has to humble itself to beg him. The more she spoke, the fiercer her anger grew. All because of those bastards in the association always flaunting their wealth and power. Jinsu saw her flare up and broke out in a cold sweat. Speaking of which, the Phoenix Guild. Beep 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 beep. Before he could finish, the alarm suddenly blared nonstop. Both of them were startled as an emergency message appeared on their phones. A dungeon had broken out in the Hunan Plains. Jinsu thought that if a dungeon broke out at the storage site, those scattered elements would ruin all the food supplies. Harry wondered, is not the Phoenix Guild where the Ashley Ong 1-level hunters belong? How could he not stop an orange gate? Jinsu replied, "I think those bastards have another plan. We have to go and stop it immediately." Leon was in the room casting a spell when he heard harsh curses outside Phoenix Guild. Those bastards. He heard everything clearly from the breathing and the words spoken beyond the door. He thinks it seems like they are in trouble. If a dungeon breaks out, the land will be polluted and impossible to farm. Right? As expected, there is none here. Leon then uses magic, wondering to himself, "Are you okay?" Demilla. At this moment in a field, everyone anxiously asked, "Hunter Li Young-wan, what is happening here?" Li Young-wan, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, smirked and said, "Huh. You are from the A Guild. Chief Kim and Assistant Han are here too." Jinsu gritted his teeth in hatred. This bastard deliberately let the dungeon break out just because we refused his request. He did this. The Phoenix Guild has been continuously requesting tax exemptions on profits from the gates. They have made a lot of money from the byproducts of the gates. Magic stones and monster materials, and they want tax exemptions to collect billions more. They have already made a fortune as a major guild, and they dare to do this just because their request was denied. Two big orders. Hunter Li Young-wan, we need to close the gate immediately. Starting today, we have 1 week if we leave it like this. Before she could finish, he cut her off bluntly. I know. The auction rights of the gate will be transferred. But what can I do? My members are seriously injured right now. It will be extremely difficult to clear the dungeon in this condition. We will try tomorrow, but we do not know what will happen. Harry was furious. How could you have no patriotism at all? You know exactly what will happen if the Hunan Plains fall to them. Unexpectedly, he gave a cruel smile and said to her, I do not know anything. Why are you so naive? Harry, I already told you about this in last year's work program. In this world, justice is money and power. The tense situation was suddenly broken by a voice from behind, someone quite shallow and outdated. Harry was surprised. King Leon, even in such a critical moment, was still so petty and refused to let Harry call him that. He even added, Do not casually say the name of a king like that. I only allow those with the right to call me by my title. That damn woman. Yunquan saw him coming and shouted in his face. Who are you? You look like some Westerner. Lian darkened his face and ordered him. Shut your mouth. How dare someone as lowly as you speak to me like that? Yunquan saw that Lian's aura was not only fearless but also angry, and he wondered what was wrong with this bastard. He told himself, how could one of the world's top rank hunters and the leader of the top 10 guild be considered inferior? He could not stand being insulted as inferior and immediately prepared to teach Lian a lesson. You want to die? Harry saw this and stopped him, saying, stop it. Hunter Lian Wan. He is a survivor. Unwan stopped in surprise. A survivor. He immediately changed his attitude, bowed respectfully to Lian. I was rude. I am Lian Wan from the Phoenix Guild. Perhaps you are from the Prism Guild. But before he could finish, Lian coldly looked at him. A king does not repeat himself. Then he turned to the other two and said, tell me what the problem is here. I do not know the details about the gate, so give me a clear overview. Jinsu brightened up when he heard that, asking if he would help. Harry replied, yes. This is a dungeon outbreak, and when it happens, a large amount of harmful elements are released, polluting the land, and crops cannot grow on polluted land. The Hunan Plain is currently a crucial food storage area, and the energy of the demons is damaging the soil, Lian asked briefly. The solution, Harry quickly replied, purify them and clear the dungeon as fast as possible, and we must eliminate the dungeon completely. Lian said, I understand. A polluted land and a gate outbreak is the problem. Right, send the army here. Tomorrow, the time limit for a raid on those Magat dungeons ends, and this king will step in himself. Harry looked at him happily and said, really, I did not expect Lian to say that. However, before that, a king from another country cannot participate in any military activities of another country at will. First, we need to get the consent of the king of this country. Harry helplessly said to him, please forgive me. I do not see a problem. But Lian still insisted on following the law. Everything has legal issues and rules. How can you call yourself an honorable warrior if you do not follow the laws of this country? Hurry up and send a message to your king. Un looked at Lian as if he could not believe his eyes. This bastard is even worse than me. In the end, they made contact. That evening, Hazy brought something close to Lian and spoke. Your Majesty, you told me to prepare in advance, so I did. But how do you intend to use these things? Loon explained that your precious land has been polluted, and we need to purify it. Hazy was a bit confused and asked if it was just with these straw dolls. Lian requested two things, one of which was this straw doll. Lian asked Harry if those women were already dolls. Harry nodded yes, and the rest had to be women who had given birth. Lian said to those women, very well. Everyone, show me the dolls you have made. Which is why a doll-making contest was held right here in this plain. Lian stared thoughtfully at the doll in his hand before speaking. No way. The woman looked a bit confused what he said. Lian angrily destroyed the doll immediately. This weird body called a doll. Throw it. The next dolls met the same fate. So disappointing. Throw it. Didn't you say they were made by mothers? You fool, you idiot. And Harry was also eliminated after touching countless dolls. The only one who caught Lian's eye was an 80-year-old woman, an elderly married lady. He happily took her hand and asked, excellent. How many children have you given birth to? The old lady replied. 12. Lian said, this is truly the cradle of patriots. Usually I would give a medal and pass it on, but due to the current situation, I cannot do that. Please forgive me. The old woman laughed happily. Then Lian took the doll and placed it on the wooden board, prepared in the middle of the field. He arrived as dusk fell, deepening the gloom in the air. Lian began casting magic and said, the conditions are met. He took out a golden cup adorned with gems and murmured, to the earth goddess of this land. The people of this world offer you a harvest doll. Please accept it. After the golden light faded, water slowly filled the cup. Harry was amazed by the scene. The cup was filling itself with water. The sun was rising, red rays piercing through the clouds, and a new day was eager to begin. Yet today's sunrise marked a special beginning for this world. Drops of water slowly flowed into the doll. Unwon watched in shock. Mouth agape, water was actually flowing inside the doll. His companions were equally surprised, and at that moment, the doll stood up on its own. At the same time, the doll spoke. Lian sang, my child. Lian respectfully bowed before the doll, saying, I pay my respects to the Earth Mother. The doll smiled. Demira, the goddess of life and prosperity. It has been some time now since a god descended upon this land. Lian still bowed respectfully, honoring the great Earth Mother. Demira, the god of life and prosperity. The doll said the territory is also being invaded by evil, and the land is polluted. Lian replied thoughtfully, yes, there are still wicked beings here, and without a god present, I fear these reckless brutes will disgrace the eyes of the people. The doll said to him, foolishness and greed are not always crimes. They are inherent traits of mortals. So what do you intend to do now? Lian replied, blending in with the swordsman is not difficult. The power of the conqueror is sacred, and I will ensure that duty and power coexist here. I will discipline these misguided ones and guide them onto the right path, so that a new sanctuary can be established on this earth. The doll asked him, My child, is there no blessing you wish to receive from me? We are always willing, Lian respectfully replied. Mother Demilla, the free citizens of this earth are suffering because of a dark energy. I am sure this is not what you want, but please heal and purify this land. The doll pointed at him and said, You are my son. Our champion. The land of this world does not belong to my body. I will spread my divinity here and fill the veins of this land with my flesh, so that all living things on this earth will become your allies. As he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot down to the ground. Astonishing everyone, Lian turned and shouted at them, Watch and learn, you fools who cannot learn or understand. This is a world blessed with divinity. To their surprise, the rice plants were miraculously revived. Lian told them, to grow and flourish. That is the rightful duty of a living being. This fertile land is proof of an eternal promise. Unwon cut the rice stalk in his hand and then looked up. Everyone, do not be fooled. The crops there are grown with magic and are extremely poisonous. I am sure everyone knows that. Lian silently dismissed him as a reckless fool and turned back to examine him. This is where the crops are blessed by the gods. How dare you call it poison? Unwon is still ignorant and dares to be arrogant. That stupid little doll. Lian warned him, I can only forgive this one foolish mistake. Don't tarnish the name of the goddess with your full mouth. Although very angry, he was somewhat intimidated by Lian's aura, but deep down, he still refused to accept it. Damn it. This can happen. My plan is about to fall apart just because of him. I can't let that happen. I will expose your ridiculous lies. He stepped closer to Lian and said, We still need evidence. I hope you will cooperate for the sake of those who will consume this. In his mind, he thought, I will expose you as a fraud. Unwon pointed to a man accompanying him and said, I will provide an appraiser. Without waiting for anyone's approval, the appraiser immediately got to work. Then I will begin. He immediately used magic to inspect it, but his expression gradually changed. Before him was the information board of the newly revived rice plant, blessed by the gods and of rare quality. The rice is blessed by the divine power of Demira, the goddess of life and creation. Consuming this food continuously will cure third-degree illnesses. He exclaimed in amazement, The level of this is rare. All this rice is of rare level, and it can even cure level 3 diseases, including cancer. Hari was both surprised and relieved, saying, Really? The guy confirmed, Yes, it is true. Jinsu immediately ordered, Someone, quickly get a pot from the minister's house. A pot was quickly brought and placed on an empty patch of ground. Taking a bite of the rice, Jinsu exclaimed, Impossible. This rice is made from blessed grains. Stamina recovery rate increases by 100 points per minute. Mana recovery rate increases by 50 points per minute for a total of 8 hours. This is basically equivalent to a single booster potion. He sat down on a nearby log, eating while wondering how just this plain rice could be worth as much as a 3,000,001 enhancement potion. Hari ran over holding a bowl of rice, calling out, Manager, 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 there is more news. Jinsu glared at her and said, Finish chewing first, then talk. Hari quickly swallowed the rice and continued, Earlier, I was a bit curious and I ate a beak. Jinsu turned a bit pale, eating beef huff. Hari continued, And I also got a pen. Jinsu and everyone present were once again astonished. What? Jinsu thought to himself, if the entire land was truly blessed and the support potions were just a waste, then it would not be strange for all living creatures to receive that blessing too. He then ordered everyone to catch as many as possible. We will enter through the gate fully prepared. The Hunters Guild's motivation has increased. At that moment, the doll suddenly called Lian, saying, My child. Lian immediately turned around. The Demella goddess's ring. The doll said, It seems I have completed what I needed to do here. It is time for me to return. Lian then respectfully expressed his sincere gratitude, saying he has and will never forget the sacred love she has given us. The doll continued, My child, let me leave you with one final lesson. Remember to eat well. Suddenly, the doll fell, its soul gone. Hari hesitated as she approached Lian and asked, Your Majesty, is something wrong? Lian interrupted her, The power of the gods. I am not so sure about that. Lian continued, A full life and a world will be created by the power of the gods. You earthlings should remember that clearly. Once the warriors are full, we will enter through the gate. At the same time, someone asked Ongwan, Chief, is that okay? At this rate, our plan is bound to fall apart. Ongwan was furious. That damn scoundrel, his mind screaming nonstop. Damn it. Where did he crawl out from? Just go inside the gate already. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe that is not such a bad idea after all. The other called him again. Chairman. He laughed and replied, You do not need to worry. This gate has already been partially explored. The other still worried. Yes, but the middle part is a bit difficult. But Ongwan revealed a wicked smile, saying there was only one person. And Harry. That survivor must belong to the blessing and creation profession. I guess that guy will be useless in battle. That means they are sure to fail. Inside the gate is a monster that cannot be defeated by ordinary means. The dungeon explosion is beginning, slowly signaling that the lives of all beings inside the gate are starting to count down. Inside the dark dungeon, Lian and Jinsu's group slowly advanced. He spoke coldly, saying that most of the gates would close once we complete the mission or defeat the boss. A one-on-one battle with the boss is what I prefer. Harry can't tell him that usually they bring the whole gang to fight. The group passed through a mist left by those who came before. Leon glanced and said, "They told me they had tried to conquer this dungeon before, but there are more monsters here than I expected." Harry finally spoke up, saying that was the distinctive feature of this dungeon. Leon was curious. Distinctive feature. Harry replied, "Yes. Usually, the number of monsters decreases after defeating them. Most ordinary gates work like that, but scottons, zombies, or demons in some special cases, if the boss is still alive, they will be resurrected endlessly," Leon said faintly. "Interesting. So everything will only end if we defeat the boss. I see. So this must be the case you were talking about." Harry smiled. "Yes, that is most likely it. It seems like there is a soul master pulling the strings behind these skeletons." I think Harry was about to say something when the system suddenly displayed a notification: an explosion in the dungeon has begun. Death has called the names of all living beings inside the gate, and there is only a limited time. Commander Dunlahan is advancing with his army. Defeat the Commander Knight, Dunlahan. Time remaining 3 hours 0 minutes. At the same time, everyone in the group suddenly felt as if struck by dysentery, all experiencing intense pain. Jinsu gritted his teeth. Lai Wangwan, this stubborn guy. He should have warned us about things like this earlier. Then, one by one, Thema cavalry units appeared. Commander Knight Dunlahan, 2 hours and 58 minutes remaining. Everyone in the caravan looked worried. There were so many of them. Who should we target? Should we redistribute positions? Jinsu told them to focus on passing them to the higher-ups to handle. They immediately went on the offensive, and someone asked, "Masik, how many archers and mages are there?" Masik replied, "Right now I see 30 archers and 2 mages." Jinsu ordered them, those skilled in archery, to deal with the monsters with ranged attacks first. Anyone with a shield should block them and not let them advance. Then he turned to the Thema group and said, "Good luck, you bastards." But after a few clashes with Inova, Jinsu grew worried they were stronger than he thought. I guess the orange gate is really something different. However, they are not too much for a B-rank tank like me. In the middle of the fight, Jinsu suddenly noticed something unusual behind him. Damn it. He could not believe these dry wraiths could actually use high-level magic. I need to draw their attention somehow. Thinking that, he shouted loudly, "Over here." This way, a group of dry mist creatures heard the noise and immediately launched a magic orb toward Jinsu. His teammates, seeing this, called out anxiously, full of concern. Jinsu then told them, "I'm just a little sore. Everyone should know that this equipment cost quite a bit." Before Jinsu could finish, the Thema named Dunlahan appeared right before him. They stared at each other without looking away. Before Jinsu could react, it swung a blow at him, sending him flying several meters. Jinsu sat up, coughing a few times. Seeing this, Harry immediately grew worried and called out to the department head Kim. A girl spoke to her, saying, "We need to save him." Assistant Han, should we let the reinforcements come to help? Harry thought, this is why there is a reserve team. We need to assist them immediately. On the other side, everyone is still fighting that Commander Thema. How can he swing that great sword so fast? Stop him, Harry thought. That was the king of Lai Wang Ho, the one who defeated the great demon. She turned to Leon and said, "Sir, please help us." Leon was silent for a few seconds before arrogantly replying, "A king never fights such a small battle." Harry was surprised. "What do you mean by that?" Leon said, "Know how to save face a little. I can't believe you guys are still trying to force me to fight those damn mobile fog monsters. That is also disrespectful to the goddess. I can't watch any longer." Harry grew even more worried. What is he talking about? The girl kept asking her. The assistant. What we should do now? Harry immediately thought, I can't waste any more time. This person has no intention of helping. He does not seem interested in anything other than Dunlahan, so we need to stop Dunlahan first, while Harry worries about his teammates. Leon stands aside, curious how can a living corpse move like that. Harry stepped forward, weapon in hand, and said, I will handle the boss. Everyone else, please support the head of the metal division and the allies. Changing her mind, she lunged forward at lightning speed. The poor dry corpse was used as a stepping stone as she jumped up to attack Dunlahan, their weapons clashing fiercely. What Harry did not expect was that the Thema managed to block her attack. He blocked it. She thought to herself, by any means necessary, I have to separate him from his minions. Suddenly her face was right up against the Themis. Harry was surprised. What? It threw its head away to clear its line of sight. What kind of deadly fighter fights like that? Unfortunately for Harry, she was thrown far away by the Thema just like Jinsu. But when she looked up at the Thema standing before her, she thought, thank heavens, I have successfully separated it from the other monsters. She immediately said to the Thema, sorry, my skills range is a bit wide. A big explosion happened, and the Thema screamed repeatedly. Harry felt a bit relieved, thinking she had hit them and might be able to take it down this afternoon. Just as she raised her arm to strike the Thema, Something suddenly stopped her. Harry looked closely and was surprised it blocked the strike with the flat side of its greatsword. That stance was really impressive. The Thema unleashed a powerful blow at Harry. She could not dodge in time and was hit by its strike. At that moment, Leon suddenly clapped and said, "This sword skill is truly excellent even using only one hand. I am certain you were once a noble knight. Forgive me for mistaking a great knight like you for a mere assassin." Then he shouted at that Thema, "The nameless knight, the king of Leon Hair, will grant you the right to challenge me." Harry was kneeling on the ground, not understanding what he was saying, when he walked over and said, "No more soldiers need to be injured. Let us end this battle with a one-on-one duel between the two knights." Jinsu's group, Harry, and even the Thema nearby were all surprised he challenged the boss to a one-on-one duel. No way that would happen. The Thema looked at him, then retracted its head, accepting the challenge. Thema group noticed the situation and stepped back, giving space for their leader and Leon. Leon arrogantly crossed his arms and said to the Thema, "Great knight, relax a bit. I remember your swordsmanship is dual-wielding. Right, it is not suitable to fight with a one-handed weapon like this." As he spoke, he pulled out his sword. Seeing this, Harry quickly spoke up, "Your Majesty." Leon turned to look at her. "What is wrong?" she said worriedly. "Yeah, that Dunlahan won't be defeated unless you cut off his head," Leon calmly said. "Is that so? Does it really matter?" Harry insisted. "Of course," she asked suspiciously. How else could he possibly defeat Dunlahan without beheading him? Leon told her it was not that important. What decides victory is the honor of a knight, and both quickly took their battle stances. Loon was not done with his opening move before the fight. Invoking the name of the first knight under the goddess of light and justice, Dunlahan challenges the honorable knight. The handsome guy talks too much, but the demon child does not say a word and immediately charges to attack. Yet, faced with the demon's aggression, Leon lightly swings his sword to block its weapon and points his blade at its throat in one swift move. The werewolf stepped back and then swung his sword again toward Leon. Harry, watching from the sidelines, could not help but worry if he blocks like that. Leon continues to defeat the demon dog. Its footwork is too weak. He steps forward, splitting its weapon in half in the blink of an eye. Jinsu was amazed. "What just happened? Did you see that?" Everyone else was equally surprised. "Did he just strike?" Harry exclaimed again. "Amazing." Jinsu asked her, "Did you see that?" Harry was the only one who understood what had happened in the battle. Harry analyzed that he had shifted the balance of the blade by twisting the sword at the moment of impact. Moreover, he delivered a horizontal slash right then. No one else would dare to do that. Liu now points his sword at the demon child lying on the ground and speaks up. "Second life, get back into defense." Harry realizes he can do it because he is overwhelmingly strong. It has been a while since he defeated a knight in a proper duel of honor. It seems like a trick to overcome adversity. Something all knights would think when faced with an opponent's challenge to dismount. That is a reckless thought. Just look at that knight standing tall with a gaze that has seen countless battles. But behind it all, always chasing honor and excellence, Leon still holds a proud attitude. "I will try to unleash that sword strike and see what happens." As soon as the words ended, he lightly swung his sword twice, and the substitute demon lost again. Leon calmly said, "This is the third time. He has reached the pinnacle of a knight." Leon seriously asked the demon child if he wanted to continue the king of knights. "Honorable and challenging. I do not want to use my soul power. I want to fight this man countless times. In the true way of a knight. Like the path of knights. Without using soul magic, only wielding my lone mirrored blade from those days. Like how I once fought with renowned knights before. Wandering every corner of this world with the honor of a knight. I seem to have forgotten it all." The inner spirit of the demon substitute was so heroic and fierce. But after many attempts, Leon shouted, "The 10th life," he told him. "Your sword is becoming more precise. Could it be that you have remembered your past life?" The demon child whispered silently. "Great knight, you have brought me back to the glorious days of the past." Leon asked it if it wanted to continue. The knight turned back to look at its comrades, then nodded and raised its head proudly. "When did I start this brutal massacre? How long have I been fighting and losing my pride? If only I could end this journey to that power like this, I am truly satisfied." It willingly knelt down and bowed its head before Leon. Seeing this, Leon smiled softly, placed his hand on its head, and said, "Wonderful. I am glad you have regained your honor, and I will pray for you. If you once believed in a god, I pray that God will grant your soul peace. If not, then I pray the goddess will guide you to the end of paradise. Great knight, I hope to meet you again someday at the Feast of the Gods. Let this place burst into light. Glory to Leon Dragonia Leonish." With that, everyone packed up to return. Harry spoke first. He still kept his promise. Jinsu was still in disbelief. He really ended it in a one-on-one fight. When Leon prayed for that demon child, Harry wondered about the lights. He seemed to say, "Let this place burst into light." Jinsu then answered her question, saying it must be what he called holy power, which is probably why the undead disappeared right after. Harry sighed. "Yeah, he should have used that skill earlier." Leon stepped closer and explained, "If I had done that, the great knight would have met the fate of a lost soul. Not as a knight, Harry quickly replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Leon continued to explain. A knight always lives by the word honor. Honor comes from actions and actions come from will. Dunlahan received what he deserved as a noble knight. Now, I will go claim my spoils. Where there is battle, there are spoils. Jin-Su and Harry both came closer to look at the mage's mirror sword. Jin-Su exclaimed, Look, it seems to contain a lot of mana. Harry was also surprised to see Dunlahan's greatsword and breastplate here, but a purple orb emitting a strange aura annoyed Leon. Jin-Su thought this would sell for a fortune. But before she could finish, Leon casually smashed the orb, muttering that this trash only brings bad luck. The system displayed a notification. Final results? Dunlahan's armor, Dunlahan's great sword. Energy stone. That's your. The summoning gate was completed. Harry sighed as she pushed the food cart, her eyes dark like a panda's. Hair messy, and her face showing clear signs of exhaustion. Leon has been back on Earth for 4 days, and a lot has happened in this short time. There was a small commotion. Tax issues, and Harry sighed softly. Feeling exhausted, at that moment, Leon angrily asked her, What? I am a king and still have to pay taxes to another country's king. Harry hesitated, saying it was because taxes are, but before she could finish, he cut her off. Do not mention that worthless money anymore. It is not worthy of a king like me to discuss it. Stop talking about money. I am at a loss here. The matter of accepting followers to build the temple is also an issue. An old man spoke up, asking, How will we provide the products then? Leon answered without mercy. 90% of the products should be given as tribute. I am already being too generous. The old man worried. Taxes and living expenses are already heavy, so if we have to give 90% of the products unexpectedly. Leon said, The goddess' followers do not need to worry about food or clothing. All welfare and everything else will be handled by our guild. Harry also added, Please. Remember the benefits the goddess' blessing brought to the rice fields. Was not it amazing? As she spoke, she placed a sheet of paper in front of them, stating that 80 kilograms of rice per bag was worth 150 million coins. The villagers were surprised. Was one bag really worth that much? If so, even giving up most of their produce would still leave them with a great profit. Seeing such great benefits, they all exclaimed in unison, We hesitate, but the biggest problem lies with Leon. When he moved into his room, he arrogantly said, This is not a battlefield. So why is not there any artwork hanging in the royal forest of a king like me? Not only did he want a luxurious and high-class room, but he also wanted servants to attend to him constantly, as well as artworks hanging at the head of the room. Harry hurriedly took out her phone and called, Hello, please excuse me for calling so late. In the end, Harry had to go around 5-star hotels until 2 to rent the perfect room, and when she found one she liked, she knelt down, tearfully waiting for Lena's verdict. Your Majesty, please sleep well. And finally he agreed to the room decorated with paintings and ceramics placed around. That is all for now. Harry stood outside and knocked, saying, Your Majesty, I Harry have arrived. Inside, Leon's voice called out, Come in. Though very tired, Harry still asked after Leon, Are you well? Your Excellency. Leon coldly replied, Is there a problem? Harry pushed the food closer to Leon and gently said, This is royal cuisine, 10 days of tasting. Leon asked her sharply, Have you eaten yet? Harry smiled and said, Not yet. You should at least bring some food for yourself and do not go hungry. Harry looked at him respectfully and replied, Yes, yes. When she opened the food, it was full of delicious-looking dishes. Harry looked at them and thought to herself, They look so delicious. I have to start bringing sandwiches with me from now on. Suddenly Leon told her to sit down, and Harry blushed a little as she looked at him. Your Majesty, she thought to herself. Could it be that he intends to share his meal with her? But she was overestimating him. Just as Harry was happily anticipating a delicious bite, Leon asked her, What are you doing? Harry quickly replied, Yes, Leon. You misunderstood. I was planning to have someone cut a piece of rib for myself to eat. Harry was confused, thinking you were not planning to share it with me. Leon underestimated her, saying how could a king like him be humble to a mere commoner like her? Harry was left speechless, realizing it really was not easy to get a bite from him. After breakfast, the two got in the car to go to their new residence. Harry told Liam, The Hunters Association has decided to support Your Majesty's settlement. Although it is not a royal-style official residence, it is still very luxurious, Leon said faintly. This is something to care about. For someone of my status, I can let people insult me. Harry looked down and asked him, Your Majesty, about the distribution of the spoils. I wonder, Loon interrupted her again. I have already ordered someone to handle that. But do not touch that coat. I am quite fond of it. The car quickly stopped in front of a high-rise building. Harry introduced to Leon, We have arrived. Your Majesty, this place is very close to the Hunter Association. There is also a helipad on the rooftop, so in emergencies we can use it to move quickly. What do you think of the atmosphere here? Leon looked around and stopped in front of a white tree with a unique shape. What exactly are these strange things? As soon as the two entered, a voice rang out. You must be Harry, the assistant from the Hunter Association. Right. Harry immediately became alert. Today's trip was supposed to be a secret. She immediately asked the other person who he was, and he quickly introduced himself. Haha. I just happened to be here. I am Park Jong-chan, director of Dudung Mirafuse of the Dudung Corporation. Harry's face darkened as he heard the introduction Dudung Group, and now pretending it is a coincidence and waiting here. Suddenly Jong-chan gave a strange smile and turned to Leon, saying this must be the famous survivor lately. Harry became even more certain of his thoughts. I knew it right away. Jong-chan reached out to Leon with a fake smile, pretending to be friendly. Very pleased to meet you, Leon Dragonia Leon. What he did not expect was Leon's arrogance. Still young and inexperienced, Leon looked down at him with half-lidded eyes. Just a bunch of merchants daring to ask for my handshake. The two quickly reached Leon's room. Harry explained to Leon that this is where the guild will cover all management fees and rent, so he does not need to worry. Oh. And the servants and cleaners are paid through the management fees, so I think you can make use of them. After saying that, Harry let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. The information about the survivors is a special secret, so he did not know what that guy named back in the blanket was up to. Fortunately, Leon ignored him. Harry turned around curiously to ask Leon, but what exactly was that guy doing here to meet His Majesty? Leon replied, that trader probably came here for profit. Harry was surprised. Profit? Is it because of the rice fields, receiving the blessing of the gods? At that time the situation was extremely urgent, so controlling the information could not be properly managed. Taking advantage of this, many broadcasters and internet TV stations recorded it again. Our association already unanimously advised them to delete that video. Harry looked at the phone in his hand. Annoyed. Huh. Someone else is speaking up. Are they going to get caught again? At the same time, someone else was watching that video just like her. Jong-chan watched while gritting his teeth. Damn it. That bastard Vin is in there. Then he turned to his subordinate and asked, are you sure these rice plants are effective? The subordinate replied, yes. Absolutely. Jong-chan said to him, we have not done clinical trials yet. The experiments with mice were successful, but are we sure it works on humans? The subordinate stammered. Well, Suddenly a girl walked in and spoke up. Director, I have already contacted the owner of that field to secure as many seeds as possible. Right, but there, I saw a dead dog come back to life, and even an older sister who had chronic rhinitis. The villagers who ate that rice were completely cured of both minor and serious illnesses. We do not have clinical trial data, but we believe it has already been proven. Hearing the report, Jong-chen smiled with satisfaction. So that is how it is, but then he got angry. And it is crazy that he dared to treat a world-class director like me with such disrespect. The girl continued. Director, this must succeed. The potential of that rice strain is limitless. Jong-chan nodded and said, I know. So I have to meet him again. Then he angrily stood up and slammed the table. Truly unexpected that in Korea there are still those who look down on a successful businessman just for owning a few grains of rice, acting all high and mighty. You picked the wrong opponent, survivor of that stage. Get ready for a culture shock, you sneaky bastard. Loon appeared with nothing but his bare bones, returning to Earth, and set 3 goals. The first being to spread faith in the divine, remembering the beliefs about gods and Buddha. There are many deities and faiths on Earth, but what truly matters is that divine power does not exist. A god should be worshipped and bless the world. Yet people still struggle with illness and the land grows more polluted. The image of people gathering in large numbers with new faith shows that to use divine power, a new belief must be created. Therefore, more people need to believe in the new deity. Second, train the Holy Temple Knights. These soldiers are rigorously trained and strong enough to stand guard for him, as there is no warrior organization using divine power in this world. If the guardian of the Holy Grail, the King of Lion Holt, is considered a demigod, then the Holy Knights are the saints. They are strong enough to face monsters. They are knights of the gods, wielding divine power. A single strike from them is enough to kill a demon. They bring fear to the demons, and Lion stands triumphantly over their slain bodies. Ultimately, to slaughter all the demons ravaging this land, restore divine power, and nurture the holy knights. A pair of slender legs appeared as Lion focused deeply on his thoughts. He must spread faith and maintain balance and order in Pathian to nurture the holy knights. Maybe expecting the holy knights to appear in a place like this is a bit too much. Jiang, holding a glass of wine, stared outside deep in thought, but that did not affect him. He just needed to fulfill his own duty. Someone called out, Your Majesty. Breaking his train of thought, Harry pointed to the phone and announced that someone requested an audience. And he agreed to the meeting. If they have completed the necessary procedures, there is no reason not to listen to them. The 3 stood facing him, breaking the unusual silence. Uncle Dong-chan was the first to break the silence, thanking His Majesty for allowing us this audience. Lion sat silently, his sharp eyes looking down as if staring at a colony of ants. Inside, Uncle Dong-chan thought to himself, yes, if it is for business, I can completely bow to this fool first. But on the surface, he still smiled warmly. And this time I also brought a little gift. His men brought in a large box half his height. He said respectfully, please accept this. But inwardly he sneered. Guessing you will be very surprised when you see what it is. He smirked with pride, thinking this was a rare luxury item that even a fool like you would not dream of seeing. Once you try it, You will never go back, and I will make you beg me to be your manager. Lion finally responded to him. Alright, since you have put so much effort into it, I will accept it. Though Dongchan was displeased and thought, why accept it? Deep down, he clenched his teeth and thought, what kind of attitude is this, accepting it like he is doing me a favor? But on the surface, he still held the item and pushed it toward Lion with a bright smile, asking, why do not you take a look at what it is? I am sure you will like it. At this moment, hearing his suggestion, Lion immediately gave the order, Tech. I do not want to waste time explaining the magic to him. And Harry. Open it. Hari beside him received the order and replied, yes. Your Majesty. She stepped up to the box taller than half her height and pressed the button to open it. It slowly opened, releasing a plume of white smoke that made Hari step back in surprise. Seeing the item inside, she asked in surprise, what is this? He smiled proudly and pointed to the weapons in the box as he introduced them with pride. These are the finest refined weapons, the pride of our corporation, and I want you to choose the one that suits you best. Hari looked at the items in amazement and asked, are all of these special grade items crafted by the master artisans of the corporation? He heard this and glowed with pride as he replied, yes, they are all top-tier special grade items among the elite. He pointed to the box of weapons and said, I heard that from now on you will operate as a hunter, and these will assist you greatly. Hari stood beside him, unable to hide her curiosity as he handed over the top-tier weapons of the Duden Corporation. She was amazed, counting them with her mouth agape and eyes wide, thinking these were the top-tier weapons that even money could not buy. I have only seen things like this in a YouTube video back when I was in school. But unfortunately, Leon looked down on those weapons, saying there is no way he would use such low-grade gear. Back, with a dark expression, loudly asked. Low level. Hari also asked in disbelief. Your Majesty, what do you mean by low level? He remembered the beautiful goddess with white wings and asked back, how could a good sword lack the aura of the stars or the blessing of the divine? Are you just someone who uses weapons only to hunt monsters? He was so shocked he broke out in a sweat imagining himself praying over the sword. What the hell is he talking about? Wanting me to dry the sword like drying chili in the sun, and even take it out to pray with it. Leon looked at him with annoyance and said, a person with a disloyal heart. The merchant immediately waved his hand and said, that is a misunderstanding. Then Leon showed sympathy and said, well, it is fine. Merchants always show off their goods wherever they go. Then he used the power he just drew from the air to summon a sword and said, this can only kill chickens and cows, but I will give it a try. Back Rongtran was briefly shocked that the sword was pulled from thin air. What? He pulled a sword from the air, an ancient sword. Then he put on a childish expression. Is that all he has got? To think so little of his own weapon, this damn temple. But outwardly he still showed respect, saying, well, I want to see the power of the sword in your hand. Your Majesty. Then he turned to ask Harry, the managing secretary, and Harry, who was startled when her name was suddenly mentioned. Yes, he asked kindly, do you want to try one of the weapons here? Harry, surprised and delighted, pointed at herself and asked, me. She then looked back at Leon to see if he agreed. Leon nodded gently, and only then did she confidently turn back to the box to choose a weapon. Harry picked out a sword that fit her hand perfectly and looked at it happily, thinking about the sword she had admired for 4 years, crafted by the master blacksmith, Bakin Cheon. Bun Min. She happily held the sword for a moment, thinking she could feel its power, as if it had absorbed the dense sunlight energy from the special gate for 10 days. Harry hesitated and asked again, can I really use this? Leon responded without any respect, it is just a toy, and you still need to ask for permission. Back Trong Trang heard that and his anger surged to the top of his head. That brat. She raised her sword in front of Leon's sword to ask for permission. Then, her eyes widened slightly as she focused her power on the blade, channeling strength into her stance. The apology came just as her sword struck Leon's. Then shattered. Harry was stunned, and Back Trong Trang blinked in disbelief. The sword Harry held was broken in more than half while Leon's sword remained intact. Loon casually sheathed his sword and assessed. It is even worse than I thought. Such a waste of time. He stared at me warningly and said, I will shorten the trial time. You have 3 minutes. Back Trong Trang was disappointed and stunned, stammering in disbelief. He wondered to himself, has the dawn broken? The strongest weapon of the corporation is broken. He could not believe it, firmly thinking no way, but on the outside he still gritted his teeth and replied. So, the clock kept ticking and he barely managed to say the second word. Oh. He and the actors bowed deeply in a pleading tone. I want to apply for the rice patent. Leon calmly asked. What? He hurriedly replied. Of course we will pay. He remembered the fragrant rice and said, according to our calculations, it is only worth about 180 billion. But in his mind he had already predicted and thought. Of course, its value was much higher. There was no way rice that could cure cancer would be worth only that much, but still holding a condescending attitude. Leon assumed, yet there was no way this madman knew the true value of 180 billion coins. He would go crazy hearing me explain just how valuable that amount of money really is. Leon looked at him with sharp eyes and asked. The person said they wanted to buy rice with money. He thought happily, here it is. Exactly. Of course, You must sign a contract granting the Dudung Corporation exclusive rights to the rice, and if you want, I can even raise the price. The man cursed angrily, calling the merchants fools. His sharp eyes and overwhelming presence like the Lord of the Forest roaring across the hall, demanding who dares insult the gods. Leon glared fiercely at the people below, scolding, "How dare these foolish merchants insult the gods?" Back Jiang Chan and his men were crushed by his overwhelming presence, struggling to breathe, gasping as they endured the pressure with darkened eyes. Facing the overwhelming aura he radiated, it was as if he stood before the Lord of the Forest, burning in a sea of lies. Doomed. He clenched his teeth with bloodshot eyes and stammered, "I really do not know what I did wrong." He lowered his face, waved his hand, and wondered, can someone be that foolish and ignorant? Remembering the image of the farmers and the rice, he calmly said, "That product is the result born from the land that Demira blesses. It is a blessing for the farmers who sweat and toil in the fields." Demira lying in the rice field. Leon continued, "It is not something that can be bought with 1,000 gold coins, but is granted through gratitude and a bit of reverence." He calmly asked, "How can a person benefit from the gifts of the gods without any reverence?" He bowed his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth tightly. He stood before the cityscape, looking somewhat displeased, when a voice asked him, "Is it okay for the director of Baktrong Trang to leave like that?" Harry turned to explain his question, saying that from His Majesty's perspective, even if they are merchants, they still hold considerable influence. He glanced at her and replied softly, "Not worth worrying about. What is possible is not enough to shake the merchants yet." Then turning his head, he asked, "Anyway, is what I told you to prepare ready?" She quickly answered, I have contacted the guild but..." Harry cheerfully asked around, "This time is His Majesty also conducting the inspection?" "Right, following the procedure, the inspection will make the work easier." But he suddenly darkened his face in anger and scolded, "What nonsense is this? Those worthless people are going to inspect the King Liwang Hot." Harry was briefly surprised and confused upon hearing that. Then why do you want to go there?" He crossed his arms and replied, "We need to recruit capable free soldiers. I will test them." She hesitantly asked, "Is not that supposed to follow protocol?" Leon did not hesitate. Even if it was impossible, he had to make it happen, bringing Harry to tears. Outside the tall building in a large urban area, a greeting suddenly echoed. "Oh, Gu is here this year too." A young man appeared with a smile on his face. Breathing freely, Gu greeted the middle-aged man who waved back and asked, "Gu, are you here to reassess ranks?" The two entered the spacious lobby together. The middle-aged man looked at him and praised, "Gu, you really have made an effort." Hearing that, he forced a smile and said, "Haha." The man asked a series of questions. "How about this year? Surely you will be promoted." He hesitated before answering. I just have to try harder." He kept asking, "Come on, why do not you join our team? You are carrying a grudge, while those untalented guys barely make it to C rank. I have been stuck at D rank for 10 years. He tried to sound cheerful and said, "Someone like you would be honest and work hard, and soon become a top player." "Well, the mining team is not bad either." You did not argue. Just said, "That is true. I have been trying for 10 years too." He grimaced but was determined, thinking to himself that even so, he still wanted to try a little harder. If it were not for conquering the dungeon with its high rewards and life risks, the chances of repayment were slim, and with family to care for, he could not give up no matter what. He had to reach rank C to escape being a porter. Suddenly the man looked elsewhere and stopped to ask, "Oh, are you a foreigner?" Which caught his attention too. He was also quite curious and guessed that they might be Europeans, wondering if they were foreign workers. Loon's face showed the two men as assessment. As they looked like nobles, the middle-aged man bravely greeted, "Hey young friend." He tried to imitate a European speaking English. "How are you?" He frowned darkly and scolded, "Do not try to start a conversation with me, you lowlife." The man looked like his soul had left his body, and the hunchback who witnessed this scene was simply amazed. He shyly turned to him and said, he had learned a bit of Korean back then, and even now he was still surprised, unable to close his mouth to answer. "That is right." Leon looked back and glanced behind. The hunchback driver froze tensely when he was looked at, his eyes scanning him all over. The middle-aged man saw the young man and immediately asked, You are hunchbacked. What is wrong?" He looked at his face like a pot bottom and asked, "Where exactly?" Meanwhile, the young man was confused and wondered, what is going on? Looking at Leon in front of him with a powerful aura, he thought he could not breathe, as if something was suppressing him. Something enormous. Suddenly, the staff called out the number. "Hunchback, vehicle number 57. The guide said, "Please come to interview room number 2. And he hesitated before responding to escape Leon's overwhelming presence. Yes, I am coming right away." Loon watched the scene and was about to leave. "Yeah," the guide asked, "just one person. Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm just a little worried." Leon thought to himself, I am not here to find a strong warrior, but there is no one worthy of being a knight either. Standing among the crowd, feeling and probing with disappointment, he thought, they are all the same. In the past, those who came for the test were low-level hunters with 10,000 years of experience. But now it is just a bunch of fools coming to check their awakening. The system announced, Number 77, Leon Dragonia Leon, please enter interview room number 9. He heard the call and thought with disappointment. Cramped. It was an unsatisfactory situation from the start. At the door of room number 9, he pushed it open and inside someone was already waiting. A man inquired, Are you Leon Dragonia? Number 77, he commanded from above. Commoner, address me as your majesty. The person opposite was briefly surprised and confused but complied. Your majesty. He pointed to the orb on the table and said, Please place your hand on the measuring orb here for inspection. He glanced over the orb. Nothing too special. His deep blue eyes flickered slightly, and his brows furrowed as he stared intently at the orb for a moment. The man holding the report on Leon's magical power suddenly scolded him, calling him stupid, leaving the man confused. The man frowned, crossing his arms and said, How could a commoner dare to question a knight's honor? He heard this and replied with a hint of worry, The measurement is not done by us, but by the magical device. Hearing this, he looked even more annoyed and asked, Are you saying a machine like this can measure a knight's ability? He kept saying that only honorable knights and the gods themselves could judge a knight, leaving the man in despair, wondering why he even came here. Leon arrogantly said for the first time, I came here to recruit talented soldiers, but even the judges are such ordinary people. Everyone around was sweating nervously. Thinking, recruiting so openly like this, he looked at the people in the room and asked, So far I have not seen anyone who is satisfactory. What is the next test? One of the 3 people immediately responded, It is a practical test at the commune. He finally approved after hearing that and praised. Good. True strength will show in regular training sessions and real combat. We will be touring. The man holding your resume has not had time to react yet. It is not just a visit. It is participation that matters. At a vast grassy field, someone at the Seal Gate station spoke up to ask, Is everyone feeling dizzy? Some people feel faint when passing through the gate. Normally, completed gates are closed and erased, but a few useless dungeons are deliberately left behind. This place, the Seal Gate station, is also one of them. The man earlier holding Leon's information is trying to inform. Everyone please focus this way. Gyud Xian is still deep in thought. This year's measurements are not much different from last year's. Looking around, he reassured himself to turn the evaluation around. I have to be proactive in this practical test. Sounds of amazement echoed around. Oh, this is Gata, Jinmai said cheerfully. This place is totally a hot spot. The man beside him reminded. Jinmai, first turn off your phone. Gyud Xian looked over. Frowning, there are 2 newcomers. Okinti suddenly appeared beside him, smiling and praising. Ho ho, the atmosphere is really great, he guessed upon seeing the old man. An old man over 60 years old would be a level like me or maybe C2. He thought as he looked back, and, noticing Leon's cool and imposing stride that overwhelmed everyone, he thought about the foreign worker they had just met in the waiting room. You judge by age. Data at this age is probably a rookie. If the old man is out, then everyone else must be rookies. Watching Leon's confidence, he wondered, is this okay? The group gathered in the field, talking among themselves. One of them spoke up, So, let us confirm our positions together. Gyud Xian said this year marks 10 years as a hunter. The profession is a warrior. The main position is dealer. Sin Tae-hun immediately gave his opinion. Awakened this year, he silently doubted then asked the 2 again. More rookies who do not know their limits. Have you 2 ever been to any academy before? Sin Tae-hun proudly said, My sister and I have been at the academy for 3 months. While Gyud Xian recognized the 2 as rookies. You asked Okinti quietly, What about the old man? He replied, Information about Okinti. He is Okinti with 5 years of experience. His weapon is brass knuckles. Although awakened, he was busy working and just recently took a break. And that old man is Okinti. Just a heads up, he replied. Information about Okinti. Although awakened, he was busy working and just recently took a break. Gyud Xian worriedly thought that his experience was too little for his age. Moreover, his weapon was gloves, which were hard to compare with spears and swords. He shyly asked the other guy, the last one, Are you a foreign worker? Can you speak Korean? Leon paused for a long moment and thought. He said, This spot does not fight. He was annoyed when he heard the answer. This guy's Korean has a problem. There was a reminder that for this test, you only need to hunt 50 kobolds. The brown-haired man added that occasionally some interesting things appear on the battlefield. But if it is dangerous, the supervisors will step in directly. So you guys can rest assured and focus on developing your abilities. He and the guy behind him were surprised to hear that information. Gyud Xian paused to think, wondering if this test would be okay, then turned back to Leon and asked, Does this foreign young man not use any weapons? Hayuri approached him and said, Hey handsome, let me lend you a weapon. Do you use a bow? You know how to use it, right? Loon looked at the bow in his hand and said, Asking someone like me to use it, but Ninja cheerfully replied, Yes, just use it and return it to me. He angrily gripped the bow tightly. He turned around to look at Leon and asked him, Does this foreign young man not use any weapons? Hayuri approached him and said, Hey handsome, can I lend you a weapon? Do you know how to use a bow? I know how to use it. Loon looked at the bow in his hand and said, Asking if someone like me should use it, and Ninja cheerfully replied, Yes, you can use it and then return it to me. He angrily gripped the bow in his hand. Leon threw the bow to the ground and shouted, A knight does not use such a lowly ranged weapon. Hayuri gasped loudly. My bow, she shouted angrily. Hey you. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Gyudsian had no idea what was going on here. His eyes glazed over as he stared into space. Thinking that this year's exam was basically doomed, Gyudsian guided everyone to a place with supplies. But no one knew the location. And we understood nothing. There were also voices saying, use the name, use the name. There were also voices saying, use the name. There were also voices saying, use the name. There were also words saying, use the name. There were also words saying, you should use the name. There were also words looking into the void thinking, if this continues, this year's test is basically doomed. Some said, just use the name. Some looked into the distance and thought, if this goes on, this year's test is basically doomed. Gyudsian led everyone to the place with the goods and asked if anyone knew a spot so we could go there. The guy in the green shirt asked Gyudsian if he had more experience. Okangtu replied, he had no opinion. As for your name, it is and Okanti laughed and said he had no opinion. The man in the green shirt approached him with a suggestion. Dixiong, near the end of Tho Nien, there is a pack. Right, it is probably more crowded there. He replied, Gu Dixiong realized that when the number of people is small, you should not rush into their nest, because if surrounded, retreat cannot be guaranteed. He should consider the scene and add, we will attack the creatures living inside the cave, burning leaves and grass around to blow smoke in. He found a way to deal with them, so we can easily attack the kobold inside the cave. Heyuri applauded the plan, and Tihun praised him, saying experience makes all the difference. Gudisong smiled and replied, it is nothing, he told himself. What is there to be proud of? Proudly, he recalled how he had studied and researched all the attack methods. Imagining one day he would step through the highest gate, even if it was always the XCL gate. His eyes deep in thought, he realized this time he had to level up. Wondering when he would reach the rank of emperor, Tihun clenched his teeth as if something was bothering him. The two leaned on each other and spoke, there are kobolds ahead, I will lead. Tihun, you block the front, Tihun replied. Yes. As the fierce kobolds bared their sharp teeth in attack stance, while the injured kobolds growled in pain. You have to fight to gain the upper hand, Tihun said proudly. Those fools. He added, if they keep attacking head-on like this, blocking them will be a piece of cake. Yuri shot an arrow and shouted, hey! Beside him, he turned around not noticing a kobold charging at him from behind. He yelled as he was thrown to the ground by the kobold, and he saw it and called out loudly. Tihun, he panicked facing the fierce beast. Gyudsian reminded him not to be careless. They may be weak but they move very fast. The kobold flipped down from above. The shield flew straight to its face. He charged forward and punched the last kobold right in the face. Gyudsian saw this and said, well done. There are not many left. Let us move quickly. Under the tree canopy, your group is resting. Gyudsian encourages everyone, saying you have all worked hard. Tihun regrets and says, I'm sorry. It is my fault. Trana replies, it is okay. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. He added that Nakshan had already dealt with 2 of them, and thanks to the old man, no one got hurt. Gyudsian continued, everyone did very well. Maybe, he kept quiet, telling himself that at first he was a bit dissatisfied, but this group did not seem so bad, except for one person. He said, hey, foreign brother, we are fighting together, so why are not you doing anything? Hayuri replied, that is right. The brown-haired guy laughed and said, he just stood watching from behind. Hey staff member, is that okay? Haha, everything will be fully recorded, so do not worry. Everyone looked at him as he said firmly, then, I remind everyone, let us move deeper in. The cave will appear soon. Sintahun said in surprise, oh, we have arrived. You go ahead and check. There really is a cave, he said. Let us light the fire like I mentioned earlier, stacking dry wood and leaves to prepare for burning. Everyone tried to pile up and find dry firewood into a large heap. He stepped forward to light it. Seeing this, Lian said, do you really think this is the best way? Gyudsian turned around in surprise and said, you have not done anything and yet you are talking nonsense. He said irritably, I am asking if that method is really the best. Do not make me say it twice, Gyudsian explained. I have used this method 3 times already. All 3 were successful. Relying on experience is not necessarily bad, but, he asked further, how can you rely on experience when it is still not certain? He angrily said, hey, you are young. What do you know? The fire flared up. Gyudsian called everyone together, saying, everyone gather up. Soon a few will come out of the cave, with a reply. Yes. Everyone get into attack stance, go all out. Now, 7 beasts lunged out of the cave. Running outside, their fierce opposing scent terrifyingly strong. Hayuri fired a powerful shot. It was time. Each one stabbed straight into its face and screamed in desperation. The beasts fled in fear from behind. He proudly thought to himself, indeed, my way could never be wrong. There were loud cheers encouraging everyone. Well done. Keep handling it like this, he thought to himself. Once we deal with this group, we just need to catch a few more on the plane, Gyudsian said in shock. This howl, he realized, was the Alpha. Gyudsian could not believe his eyes. The Alpha could not possibly be the boss of this gate beast, a higher-ranked boss than Grade S. He feared and wondered why it appeared now. The monster, stunned and drooling everywhere, looked terrifying. On this side, Gyudsian was exhausted after the attack, drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Sinasian panicked and called out, Desian, you take command of everyone. Tahun and I will fight the Alpha. The old man and Nisin, you stop the kobolds in the cave. The scene was quite intense at that moment. Everyone moved and followed the plan as soon as they heard the orders. Gyud Sion thought that at least one experienced person was needed on each side. Moreover, it would be suicide for a rookie to face a leader without frontline protection. Even as a rookie, all I can hope for is that Sintun can hold out a little longer. The image of him and Tihun fighting the alpha monster looks truly desperate. On one side was the giant monster. On the other, two small figures. Tun suddenly turned pale with sweat streaming down his face. While the alpha monster stared fiercely, the alpha monster suddenly charged at Tan, and he just stood there frozen in fear, staring at it. Seeing this, Gu shouted loudly, Tahun, snap out of it. You can't give in. But the leader monster was already overwhelming his spirit. He thought, at this rate, there is no way to stop that attack. At this moment, Tahun was forced to fend off the monster's attack. He fought back, but with his weak strength, he was still beaten by the monster. Seeing this, Gudixi immediately panicked. Tahun. Damn it, this is bad. He was very worried for him. Tahun was terrified, his face darkening. I wonder why the association staff did not step in to help. They said they would intervene if there was danger. The image of the association staff appeared, holding a notebook and staring into the distance. Gudixabong worriedly thought, if this continues, Tahun will. The monster was getting closer and closer to Tahun's spot. He was terrified and screaming. His face darkened as he said, damn it. Then he ran towards the leader of the monsters. Gudixi grabbed the shield from the ground. He raised his weapon. Ready to attack the monster, he shouted loudly, Tahun. Step back. The monster angrily raised its hammer with a fierce expression. It swung down at T-Dot. But a flash of light appeared. But with his agility, Gudixwang managed to block the strike. He was exhausted from the monster's powerful blow. While Tun breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped danger, he began to push the shield up with all his strength. When Gudixwang pushed the monster's hammer away, a flash of light appeared from the intense friction. The monster was quite surprised but quickly regained its spirit and raised the hammer to prepare for another attack. Gudixwang was very worried as he raised his shield to block. He thought, if it attacks, how can I escape? At this rate, I am going to die. At this moment, with determination and optimism, he thought, well, that is enough to pass. As the monster's hammer came down toward him, suddenly an arm caught it. It turns out that arm belongs to Leon. Right now he looks really cool as he says, try again. Seeing that, Gudixwang was so happy his eyes lit up. He asked, what did you say? He could not believe there was someone so strong. He thought, the guy is blocking the leader monster's attack with just a finger. Leon turned with a serious face and said, why can't you do it a second time? Come on. Get up quickly and carry it. Gudix stammered. Leon raised his hand to command him, saying, stop its attack and counterattack quickly. He was so shocked he gaped. No. What are you saying now? The monster must be trembling with fear. The hunchback angrily said, do not you see the current situation? Everyone is in danger. Leon heard this and immediately became very angry. How rude. He thinks he has an opinion, but right now he looks terrifying, his eyes even glowing. He said sternly that for a free Biv knight to be personally trained by a holy knight is a family honor passed down through generations. I can never repay such a debt as vast as the ocean. Gudixwang showed fear, while the monster stared fiercely into the sea. Leon shouted orders loudly, hold the shield. Be careful. And counterattack, while he looked pale with fear. Thinking, how frustrating, what did I do wrong? Gudixwang looked at the monster and thought, but to survive, I have to do whatever it takes. The monster was furious, looking around wildly, then it roared at Leon. Seeing this, he said, you crazy electric dog, and looked at it with a taunting expression. The monster was now in an attack-ready stance. Gudixwang was intently watching the attack. Yin Jiang prepared to block the monster's attacks. It struck at him, but with his strength, he was able to block it, and the intense friction created a burst of light. Guderian was determined then, thinking to himself, stay strong, or else I will lose the shield. Leon grew furious at him, calling him foolish. How can you block with just strength if you keep holding the shield like that? He crossed his arms and said, do not confront things stronger than you head on. He began to boost his fighting spirit, asking how anyone could confidently succeed with just a shield, reminding him the opponent was not a statue but a living, learning monster, with determination to fight and Leon's guidance. He took up the shield and fought as the monster kept attacking. He said, use both heads to think. Guderian replied, damn it. Then what should I do? Leon, with keen observation, kicked his leg and told him not to take his eyes off the enemy. He turned pale thinking, if I had not been careful just now, I would have died. He shouted, focus. Leon kept encouraging Guderian, do not bury your talent. Unleash your hidden strength. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said, you can do better than that, showing great faith in Guderian. Hearing this, he thought, do I have talent? I have been a low-level nobody for 10 years without any special skills, just accidentally awakened. He stood in a fighting stance thinking, it can be like this. He looked at the monster and said, hearing those encouraging words, there is no way I do not have talent. With determination. Guderian thought. This time, I can do it. Then the monster launched its attack. With a fighting spirit, he shouted loudly. I can do this. Guderian used his shield to block the monster's attack. Because the monster was quite strong, one of its slashes cracked his shield, but he did not panic. After withstanding its attack, he said, I got this. Guderian laughed happily and said, I succeeded. But before he could celebrate, the monster punched him straight in the face. The blow was so strong it sent him flying, while Leon just stood there with his arms crossed. Watching, Leon became serious and said, how could you not keep an eye on everything like that? He continued, Senza is still very inexperienced. The verdict this year, according to him, is that he is lying painfully on the ground, face flushed red. Truly pitiful. The scene is now inside a room. A voice echoes. You know, outside there are two spiky-haired bodyguards standing watch. From the very beginning, Leon said with a serious face, there is no way a warrior of that caliber is an ordinary person. Okanghyuk then laughed and said, ha, I even wore an illusion mask to hide my body and face, but it seems to mean nothing. President Okanghyuk of the Korean Hunters Association. He looked at Leon and said, this time you directly participated in the evaluation. Have you achieved what you wanted? He sighed and said, calm down. I have been overseeing the candidates for the knight position. Besides, even if I am not anxious, I have no intention of going abroad. Okanghyuk seemed to realize something. He lowered his face sadly and said, this is a common case, similar to the expression earlier. After all, it is a dungeon monster of grade D, but that monster is estimated to be higher than grade C. An image of Leon attacking the monster appeared. He angrily pointed and said, those filthy creatures can't even be called human. So how long do they plan to keep looking at the king's face? With just a single finger point, Leon defeated the monster. Okanghyuk laughed and said, that is exactly like treating it as a toy. Leon crossed his arms and said arrogantly, Hemph, that chaotic place is no place for a stroll. He said, sir, just remember to have His Majesty form a guild, and we will back you up. His Majesty must have guessed this correctly, he thought with a serious face. There is no easier way than fame, because with fame it is easier to gather people. In this era, there are few ways to spread fame other than by force. Okanghyuk stared intently at Leon, who had a gate upgraded to red after failing in the attack inside the dew. The brutal battlefield that appeared was a place no one could conquer for an entire year. Rocks and earth flew everywhere. The sky grew quite gloomy. Abi also appeared here, seizing the jewel of wisdom held by Akun Spiner, which was the larva of the special gate upgraded to red. Abi's eyes suddenly lit up. An Exichingai, please destroy it. The stadium gate in the first attack squad of the Kep guild opened, and the entire guild cautiously entered the gate in order. It seems the place they were teleported to this time is a desolate land, shrouded in dust. Hujin stepped forward and quietly said, hey, this place is without him finishing. Haksu already knew what he meant. I know. It is modern civilization. At least a civilization more advanced than Earth. It is truly miraculous. Heezy seems very eager to quickly explore every corner of this modern city that looks completely deserted. Aksu stared blankly at the desolate scene before him, realizing that once there are mystics or martial artists, there is no such thing as a future world. In this brief moment, the scouting team ahead completed their reconnaissance and returned. A soldier reported the gathered information. Chief, this is a server black hole. He frowned and thought, finally reluctantly replying, this is troublesome. If so, we have to change our strategy when fighting monsters. Hujian fully agreed with the temporary solution he proposed to handle this sudden unexpected development. Exactly. Because the digger's tactic is usually to fight a few strong enemies. He listened while scanning the surroundings to get a rough assessment of the situation and understand the location, then chose a suitable shelter. He pointed to the towering building nearby, selecting that one as the base. Since the higher it is, the easier it is to observe. They broke through the security door and entered the building. Pausing inside, Hensu asked, Hujian, do you see anything? He carefully examined the inside, but in the end, there was nothing at all. No NPCs, and no monsters either. He asked again, where is Jeff Spin? It seems like he is the boss here, but the answer was, no sign of him at all. Strange. He muttered, carefully looking around once more. He thought to himself, in such a big city, not a single person or monster in sight is truly bizarre. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. He finally discovered the first force in this world. It was the resistance army, luckily not the ruthless government troops. So he solemnly gathered the team members, the entire Kapi group, and said, attention. Seeing everyone had stopped their observation and gathered here before continuing. Although we have entered through the gate, information about Jeff Spin is still lacking. Anyway, we need to secure the surrounding area and select the main team carefully before moving up. Mapping. While he was enjoying the strategy discussion with the whole team, something flew by at a terrifying speed, slicing through him without a sound and granting him a peaceful death in front of the team members. Eyes darting wildly, reaching for Hojian's face closest to him, he called out in shock, Hansu. The whole team shared his feelings, all staring in horror, momentarily lost like headless snakes. But years of combat experience were not for nothing. Someone quickly realized the danger, shouted to open fire. Everyone take cover now. The modern gun was raised, continuously firing at the skyscraper they were hiding in, causing terrifying explosions. The dragon people panicked and fled as fast as they could to avoid both the bullets and the shock waves from the blasts. Another woman has died, he shouted angrily. Damn it, Hojian cursed, losing his mind. But in this critical moment, his mind was sharper than ever. Countless thoughts rushed in. Even Hansu, a great endurance enhancer, could not react fast enough. How could they take it down? Be careful, the wall behind has partially collapsed from the explosion, he asked anxiously. Damn it, if this continues, the whole group will die. He frantically looked toward 3 of the clock, but the smoke made it impossible to gauge the distance. Then he turned to him and said, Vice President, the ground can't hold any longer, he ordered urgently. I know. Everyone retreat in order, get out quickly, the building is about to collapse. While struggling to escape, she asked, Vice President, what about the chairman's body? Hojian replied briefly, something feels off, I will fix it and come back later. Obviously, they could not recklessly rush outside without knowing if it was a way out or a trap, he said. Hi G, you go ahead and check if the exit is safe. Yes, I will go ahead, she said, then sped up and rushed to the door. Almost there, everything outside seemed unchanged. She called back, Vice President, I do not see any sign of a safe exit. So she ran full speed ahead, and just as she crossed the threshold, she realized something, then felt the thin wire snap against her neck, cutting down the reckless ones. She felt something caught around her neck again and only then realized her fatal mistake, that she had foolishly rushed into a trap that cut off their only way to survive. The body of the flower team withered in an instant among the blazing red wires. Hi Ree, he called out dazed. Blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the thin red thread shining on his shirt, stained with blood, it was easy to recognize it as steel wire. When did this happen? He wondered as he saw the entire city covered in a tangle of sharp steel wires. He lost all patience and shouted orders, damn it, clear everything out at all costs, we have to get out of here. Mana flowed into their weapons. The steel wires were just ordinary things. The group quickly rushed to cut through the blocking wires, but the problem was there were too many of them, and the fire had already reached their backs. He thought bitterly to himself, who exactly is the real enemy? A person. Since when had he been paying attention? They cleared the way and left without realizing they were falling into the sights of the creatures living here. Countless cameras monitored their struggling movements. Sensors detected the strange creature moving, and advanced equipment swiftly attacked the target, using the same old method. But as mentioned, even Hansu, a class tank, could not withstand it, so he could only stand by as the leader took the hit. A deafening explosion erupted at the group's location, and the guide winced before collapsing onto the ground amid the wreckage containing his team's bodies. Though lucky to survive, his condition was hardly better. One arm severed, bloodied and covered in dirt. He could not hold back anymore now that he was the only one left alive in this strange place. Show yourself, you damn bastard. A giant machine slowly revealed itself. A robot. He wondered. Cornered, he was ready to attack any creature that appeared if it was a robot. He could still fight even when out of ammo in such a desperate situation, and that is the reason it is here. He had nothing left to lose, so he challenged it. This monster, fine. Very well, if you are so great, then kill our guild members. It does not need his orders. It is already going to, emotionlessly carrying out its mission. Countless steel seconds rang out with absolute destructive power, sweeping the entire area. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Its mission was complete, the only mission given to it, to help me protect this city. Finally, the inner gate. 58 of our hunters switched tactics and attacked a second time, then a third, raising the difficulty level of attacking Japspin, the gate boss, to red, suspending all attacks on the inner gate indefinitely. Hong Xiu, Qian, Nyam, Inga had arrived, and he complained about the damn weather being as unpleasant as seen in the video. Hong Xiu cautiously warned not to enter the inner city, as the deeper you go, the higher the chance of encountering Japspin. Commander Song led his troops and negotiated the political matters. So let us proceed according to the previous plan. We will retrieve the relic's gem back to the Demon Tower. All the achievements and the remaining 6 billion in cash will be handed over to the Golden Lion Guild. The negotiation was successful, the agreement established, and they all looked toward the teleportation door slowly closing. The Golden Lion Guild, ranked 10th in Korea, led by Guild Master Hong Gungjun. Rank, with Vice Guild Master Hong Jun Ha and 47 members, belonging to the Demon Tower. Juit Song, and Rank Mercenary with 48 members, and the Korean Hunters Association Hanharia. Now she is offering a drink to His Majesty the Demon Lord. Please make sure to try it. Not bad. What kind of tea is this? Loon asked politely as he tasted it. She replied frankly, this is called barley tea. Also, another person at the inner city stadium gate has started the 4th attack operation. At this moment, the inner city of Indu was in utter ruin, smoke and dust filling the air from all directions. A group of people gathered at the camp of the 4th Reconnaissance Team at the Indu Gate, and in another corner, Leon quietly asked, "Is something wrong?" And Harriet hesitated for a moment before speaking. I am worried that things are going too smoothly, but at the same time it seems unanswered." After pausing, she said, "I think the best situation is if everything can be resolved without His Majesty having to intervene. But if that happens, you won't have the chance to boost your own reputation." Leon nodded and said, "Yes, that is the best possible outcome." Hearing this, Harriet was briefly surprised and exclaimed, "Oh." Leon thinks that if King Leon himself does not intervene directly, then that means the situation is not too bad. He quietly asked, "What do you think the role of a king is in the country where I once served?" Harriet nodded in agreement. "That is true. If anyone could take on that role, unless they were reckless, I believe all knights would be the same." And Harriet was a bit confused. So then, as the king of the knights, that moment, Harriet suddenly realized something. Looking back now, the intervention that day was only because the attack was unstoppable. Reflecting on it, Harriet realized every attack on monsters was always like that. She quietly asked, "So the duty of King Leon Leon Bendep, is the last resort?" He spoke up, "Do you understand? If King Leon has to intervene, it will be a disgrace for the knights." Leon added, showing just how serious the situation was. He said softly, "It was by chance. Leon thinks it seems I have to intervene once again, taking the place of weak and pitiful people like you. I miss my honorable knights so much." Hearing that, Harriet was a bit startled. She stammered, "But this expedition team includes Homexiam Kayan, and SSS-Rank, and even a rank mage, so I think everything will be fine." Leon asked quietly if those called hunters possessed power far beyond ordinary people. He continued, but at that moment, Leon suddenly changed his expression. He said grimly, "They have yet to taste real war." Leon added, "The outskirts of Safe Star City. You all seem quite confident with that information even though you have only faced the enemy 3 times. Moreover," Leon joked, "you call yourselves the scouting team, guessing the monster's movement patterns and acting on limited new information. But a true warrior knows how to react depending on how the situation unfolds. There is no set rule or pattern for that." He spoke softly. "From what we have heard, this so-called Jeff Spiner." Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted. Screams echoed everywhere. What is happening?" Leon continued. "He is a powerful warlord." Elsewhere, a girl softly said, "Zappy." I'm sorry. The frail woman raised her hand and thought, "This is the end for me." She spoke softly as Jeff Spiner, entity number 10253, unleashed a powerful attack. The system displayed a warning to eliminate all unidentified objects invading the city. Immediately after, it fired bold shots, dozens of attacks raining down below, the entire city engulfed in smoke, gunfire, and screams of terror. He writes and clusters it into his FIA. The audition in the early stages analyzes the target, the intended subject. Next, the system displayed information indicating a level 3 risk. Suddenly, Jeff Spiner abruptly changed direction. Hong Diam Trion shouted, "Hey, look at it. It is running quick. Chase after it." At this moment, Jeff Spiner was rushing off somewhere. The team members chased after him, shouting to stop, but Jack Spiner, Jutseong shouted, "I will activate the interference force field. Gather together for me." He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Then Jutseong immediately activated his skill. At that moment, a bullet from Jack Spiner headed straight toward the members. However, it was blocked by the protective shield. Hokusai exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Jute, the shots you fired have been deflected." Jutseong muttered, "This is a magical tool created to counter Jack Spiner, but I have to use it this early." Now, the system displays a warning. Risk factors detected. Abnormal conditions observed. Initiating system maintenance and recovery. Squinting. After completing analysis and observation, Jack Spiner identified the coordinates of members to 15, so 37. F11, Jack Spiner quickly opened fire, and Hoshine, standing inside the shield, was suddenly hit, crying out in pain. Damn. Jutseong was startled and turned around. Seeing the fresh blood splatter, Jutseong froze in place, unable to believe it had calculated the bullet's curved trajectory to bypass the shield. Looking at Jack Spiner fiercely firing, Jutseong wondered, what kind of monster is that thing? At this moment, the attack successfully pierced through the protective shield, and everyone exclaimed, how did that happen? Hanexu quickly said, Mage Jutseong, please turn off the force field causing those attacks. Predicting the bullet trajectory is too difficult right now. Jutseong quickly responded, damn it. I am shutting it down. Attack while the force field is off. They shouted together. 3, 2. Just as one trap wire remained, someone in the battle stared in shock. That is, Hong Ji-Cheon loudly told everyone to stop. The series of trap wires had been spread everywhere like spider webs. Hong Ji-ha was stunned. It was a trap. Back then it did not just run away. How could it have set all this up? Now Jeff Spiner is calmly moving around, ready to fire a claw. The system displayed a message. Charging, Jeff Spiner continued weaving webs in every corner. Jute Seong gasped and shouted, "No! How is this possible?" Jute Seong thought to himself, "We gathered in one place to avoid the firepower, but it turned out to be a fatal mistake. Now we can't move to dodge the fire." After the spider's fangs, the system displayed a message. Complete. Fire. Jeff Spiner's organs began to move. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Hong Ji-ha turned her head in surprise. That sound, everyone saw a horse galloping fiercely toward the battle, its eyes blazing fiercely. The members wide-eyed in shock. Is that the sound of a horse? Now, Leon dismounted and spoke. "It has been a while," he said softly, "my old friend," then quickly spurred his horse forward. He moved toward the members. And at this moment, Hong Ji-ha still could not believe her eyes. Sitting on the saddle, Luna's demeanor was truly no joke. He loudly declared, "Soldiers, listen," Leon boldly said. "Courage can lead one to face an entire army alone. The king of the Leon mission. Greatly respect those like that." Seeing that, Jeff Spiner was a bit confused. Leon shouted, "I grant you glory under my respect by an honorable one-on-one duel. I grant you the right to fight me." He called out, "O warrior." Seeing that, Hong Ji-ha clenched his teeth and silently judged. Is he out of his mind? Watching Leon like someone who has not played in Rappi in ages, everyone could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Jeff Spiner was also flustered. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Electronic rifle acceleration time set, power increased by 13%, danger level 0, eliminating uncertain factors. At this moment, Leon quickly drew his weapon, rode his horse, and shouted, "Charge forward. Warriors." The white horse blazed with fierce determination in its eyes. It soared high, carrying a powerful force. Jeff Spiner immediately opened fire, shooting straight towards everyone. As if possessed, Leon shouted loudly, "Warriors, do not let those ordinary long-range weapons attack." He faced Jeff Spiner, shot directly without hesitation. The two sides were like mountain spirits and water spirits clashing in battle. Now, Leon unleashed a powerful explosion once again. Jeff Spiner was defeated. Its body shattered into useless pieces of metal. Jeff Spiner was utterly shocked, unable to believe this was real. In a fleeting moment, the advanced eye feature of the Yukon Spiner self-propelled gun ceased to function. Leon thought to himself, the phenomenon unfolding before his eyes could not even be explained by logical reasoning. He silently admired. Truly powerful. Looking back at the recent battle, Leon's image had entered Jeff Spiner's targeting system, and his equipment was analyzed. The weapon he carries is a highly charged explosive. Jeff Spiner assessed the danger level as low, so there was no need to engage, just attack with the iron rifle. Humming, the intelligence of the machine made an extremely wise choice, forming a thin barrier to block those tiny objects 3 seconds earlier. An unusual physical phenomenon was recorded in the motion pattern within the assumed range as Leon charged forward with determination. He noticed Jeff Spiner's signal and, 2 seconds earlier, fired a bullet from the particle rifle, eliminating the target spinning at the center. The bullet was deflected, then caused a devastating explosion. Leon reflected that it had not gone through any collision or resistance process, but was simply repelled without any other interaction. This is a powerful thrust skill that all knights can use. And even when facing the strongest superweapon humanity has created, it still has to obey the laws of physics. Since earlier, Jeff Spiner has been relentlessly launching fierce attacks. Despite that, Leon still charged forward with his own ideals, because no attack can defeat an opponent unconditionally in one strike. Whether this counts as a dirty move or not is unknown. The energy from Jeff Spiner and Leon collided directly, shaking the earth and sky violently. At this moment, amidst the thick smoke of the battlefield, only Leon remained sitting on his horse. The system displayed a message. Physical phenomena that cannot be explained by logical reasoning cannot be understood. Jeff Spiner's parts sparked like they were completely useless. It had been utterly defeated. The system continued to report. Jeff Spiner's torso sprayed a thick smoke screen to confuse and find an escape route. Seeing that, Leon furrowed his brow in thought. Pondering, looking down at Jeff Spiner's previous position, he wondered if running away was the best option. At the same time, Jeff Spiner received the order, "Jappy, protect this place. Do not let anyone get close." Its eyes flashed a light, and Jeff Spiner quickly proceeded to temporarily handle 5 regular bullets and 36 homemade bullets. Thanks to the system, it realized the need to manufacture 657 bullets for the 60mm machine gun. Moreover, it needed to check for damage and fine-tune the weapons during use. In the pre-announcement, Danger Level 5, old combat weapons but unpredictable power are undergoing reconstruction and opponent information analysis. Yet Jeff Spiner's laser beams cover everywhere. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Jappy, thank you for protecting this city." After a month, the system announced that recovery and analysis were complete. Now, Jeff Spiner can continue the mission. At the same time, the Innergate Sports Complex in downtown City B was shrouded in a very gloomy atmosphere. At that moment, A loud bang came from the alley across the street. Some bastards set off fireworks. Captain Ben ordered the distant warriors to carefully climb over to the building opposite. The rest of you wait here. If that bastard notices us, alert us immediately. Suddenly, fresh voice spat in the captain's face, and he turned around in surprise. What? The entire squad was wiped out by the web strands left by Jeff Spiner. Not a single one survived. The captain froze in shock, then suddenly a shadow flashed before his eyes. Startled, he cried out, and only then did Jeff Spiner's webs become visible. The team leader was ripped apart. Fresh blood spraying out. The system displayed a notification. Removal of 5 external sources of variability completed. Moving forward to identify the next target, Jeff Spiner suddenly heard a terrified scream. A young man panicked and ran away. No, I do not want to die. That means Jeff Spiner confirmed that living creatures still exist. The system believes that Jeff Spiner's resource level is all those bastards. 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 Bastards could be in danger. At this moment, the young man ran outside, continuously gasping. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Seeing Jeff Spiner advancing threateningly, he panicked and shouted, "Someone save me, I do not want to die." Then, Jeff Spiner fired powerful laser beams. The young man was powerless. Letting out a sob, Jeff Spiner locked onto his target and aggressively advanced, raising his claw. Jeff Spiner recalled the past. The woman once softly asked, "Zappy, remember this: no matter what time you cook late, you will be buried here like the others, and if so, you will forever be a part of this city." The woman gave a final instruction. "Then protect this city for me, Zappy." Returning to reality, the system displayed a notification. Priority level 2. Attack the intruder. Priority level 3. Eliminate them. It stated that it makes autonomous judgments and decisions upon detecting enemies, with special cases requiring a change in priority order. At that moment, tears welled up. "I am saved." Zappy stomped hard and dashed away. Then someone spoke up. "It is okay now, kid." The young man startled and turned around. You are so kind, Lord Ju Taesi." "Thank you." Seeing this, Ju Taesiong was a bit confused and asked what happened. The young man quickly explained that the machine did not kill him but just ran away. He wondered if it was because it saw Ju Taesiong arriving and fled out of fear. To which the person beside him quietly replied that of course it was, since fighting Ju Taesiong was too much for that machine. At this moment he said something important. "This place is full of graves, but strangely it is very clean, while the rest of the city is not. Why is that?" At the same time, Zappy circled around the city. The system displayed a notification confirming an increase in enemy forces with a 92% chance of victory. But in this special case, the final decision was to retreat. Now, Ju Taesiong thinks this is a strange place and urges everyone to leave quickly. Yes, Zappy still remembers his mission, prioritizing the final decision to protect the people, even if it means using full force. Zappy estimates there are about 49 enemy troops left, with a risk level of 5. Currently, the chance of defeating the threats is 35.7%. Continuing to monitor the battle, suddenly, a figure appeared, and Leon spoke. "Tiger, you are here." Stepping out slowly from the shadows, he asked in a low voice, "Tiger, did you have fun messing with those guys?" Leon has always been a person who embodies the spirit of chivalry. It is no exaggeration to call him the incarnation of a knight. He has experienced countless fierce battles, always pursuing just struggles, and Leon maintains a serious expression in every fight. "So, are you ready?" Currently, he is forced to face Jeff Spiner, but of course, the opponent will always try to cheat. Even so, Leon does not lose his chivalrous and gallant nature. Even if knocked down, the human embodiment of this knight will never surrender. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Leon strides forward with great strength, chosen by the gods for that very reason. Now Leon speaks up. "Fighting the machine for honor, it sounds absurd. Does not it?" Jeff Spiner's system displays a message. Checking equipment. 480 rounds of 60 mm ammunition. Then it fired a shot directly at Leon. Despite that, he still stood firm thanks to the protection of the holy law barrier. At this moment, the system announced the densest model, an unusual physical phenomena. Jeff Spiner quickly analyzed the curved trajectory and determined the target coordinates, position F12, N23, Q31. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots simultaneously toward Leon. Now, Leon smiled mysteriously and stomped his foot hard on the ground. A powerful burst of energy erupted as Jeff Spiner's 3 bullets caused a mighty explosion. It let out an excited croak. Croak. And suddenly, there was a strong commotion ahead. Jeff Spiner was stunned and quickly retreated several meters. He was utterly amazed by the scene before him. Loon grabbed his weapon and forcefully rose from the ground. His eyes flashed with fierce killing intent, and Jeff Spiner quickly grasped the situation. Then it lunged upward and fired a barrage of bombs. Even so, when facing Liam, its gaze was filled with threatening intent. Sitting on horseback, Leon smirked and said, "Hey, you want to play hide and seek with me?" Jeff Spiner quickly dashed away. This can't be happening. It charged forward, leaving behind a trail of earth-shaking explosions. The buildings were all affected by Jeff Spiner's power. The system screeched. This can't be happening. At this moment, as Leon chased after him, Jeff Spiner wondered how an ordinary being could possess such power. He aimed at a utility pole by the roadside. Jeff Spiner swung his joint to grab it. This can't be real. Now, Leon shouted. Charge forward, attack and take down the target. He aimed straight at Jeff Spiner, the white horse running at full speed, and it cried out as each step shattered the ground into tiny pieces. Now, Jeff Spiner is forced to face Leon as he charges toward him on horseback, and Leon speaks up. He whispers. Not bad. Leaving Jeff Spiner at a loss for words, it quickly activated a weapon joint, and at the same time, the white horse swiftly charged forward. Jeff Spiner unleashed a barrage of explosives to block Leon's advance. However, he directly used his weapon to knock the bullets away. Leon fiercely rode through the explosion with great force. Seeing this, Jeff Spiner gradually retreated and continued to unload his ammo. Its power had somewhat hindered Leon. Even the strongest walls were shattered. At that moment, Leon's eyes blazed with fierce determination as he shouted, "The Jew, Kujaku." The white horse stomped hard and leapt into the air. Using the large rocks for cover, Leon swiftly charged toward Jeff Spiner. In just a moment, Leon soared through the air like a true warrior. Now, Jeff Spiner's system reports 68 small bullets fired simultaneously. Moments later, it began opening the barrel, unleashing a hail of bullets straight at Leon. However, he remained unshaken, his face still radiating the same fierce spirit as before. Seeing this, Jeff Spiner was stunned, and Leon tensed up, shouting loudly, "Remember me, this is my pride." He used the weapon to gamble against the hail of bullets. Jeff Spiner was hit and fell heavily to the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust rising and obscuring the area, the critical strikes disabling its functions. Jeff Spiner remembered the master's instructions. Zappy. That anything sealed here must never be taken outside. He quickly made a bold decision. The system displayed a message, initiating the self-destruct sequence. A bright light flashed through the city. Jeff Spiner proceeded to destroy the entire weapons depot. At this moment, as the city was engulfed in flames, Loon could not help but be shocked by the situation. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. The place that just exploded was the cargo hold filled with the smell of oil. At that moment, someone shouted loudly. "Akun Spiner, a man," said. "Move aside. I will protect the city. That is my duty." Suddenly, a powerful strike landed, causing him intense pain. At this moment, the man was nothing but a corpse. Blood splattered everywhere. The Guardian happily let out a sound. "Yes," the Jeff Spiner system unit confirmed. "There is only one target." Its unit cleared the ground to stabilize the body. The fierce monster growled fiercely, and Jeff Spiner immediately launched fire support. Countless Jeff Spiners all targeted the monster with the main goal of protecting the city. It always reminded itself that its purpose was to protect the city. Once again, Akun Spiner moved toward the city and defeated the enemy, truly a hero honored as the city's guardian. The story of unmanned machines saving a city on the brink of destruction is a sweet tale for the people who are losing hope. These machines are symbols of hope, becoming mighty knights. Even in the fierce battle, Akun Spiners blazed with determination. It launched a barrage of bombs aimed straight at the monster. The Akun Spiners were reconfigured according to the words of a wary woman. Akun Spiner protected the city. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was safe at last. The city was defended until the real threat appeared here. In the past, a wary woman named Zabia spoke the final command. Protect this city. She warned never to take that thing outside. Akun Spiner is the last remaining combat machine. Given the final order, it always remembers its mission. Never let anyone approach that thing and block it. Protect it. Because it always remembered the orders, it tried its best until the very end. At this point, Jeff Spiner was half broken, and it told itself, "It is done. It is over." Loon stepped forward and spoke, falling down there, yet still wanting to protect this place to the end. He glanced over, and beside him, a gem flickered with a pinkish-purple light. Loon quietly asked, "Is this the thing you have been trying to protect?" He realized this was the intelligence gem. Leon looked toward the gem and thought it was something that should not exist. Seeing Jeff Spiner move, Loon immediately asked, "Huh, you still want to fight me?" Judging by that expression, Loon guessed that you must have been guarding this for a long time. He bowed his head and said, "How many years have you guarded it alone?" Loon had to admit one thing. Akun Spiner was truly a loyal knight, and everyone would be grateful for his loyalty and dedication. Looking at the broken machine, he called out, "Akun Spiner." Loon gathered energy within his body and softly said, "Your mission is complete. I solemnly declare that it is all over." In the end, a man tending the fire of the other pointed straight up to the high sky where the star was present. Leon paused for a moment, turned to Akun Spiner, and softly said, "Rest in peace." At this moment, Akun Spiner was no longer conscious, lying on the ground, hoping the night could make it through. A voice echoed, "Thank you, Zappy." This is the recognition Akun Spiner has always longed for. As he walked down the hallway, Oking spoke up. "So that is how it is?" he quietly asked. "Have you destroyed the jewel?" Leon showed a look of discomfort, saying it was you who defeated Zappy. So naturally the right to decide the fate of the jewel belongs to you. Leon said in a low voice, there is no need to feel regret, because that thing is nothing but poison. Hearing this, Okang-hik was somewhat surprised. Poisonous. Leon knew well that the jewel was created to tempt humans through their intelligence and boundless curiosity. In other words, he believed it was an item made by demons. Okang-hik's eyes widened in shock. Demons, Leon said seriously. At first, it will listen to the wishes it fulfills, like raising a pet, and as it feeds, it will gradually tame us. It will erode us with trivial temptations like the dream of eternal youth and immortality, slowly stripping away our humanity and turning us into demons, all within a short time. Leon quietly asked, have you found another jewel yet? We need to destroy it quickly. Okang-hik exclaimed in shock, this is terrible. I will quickly inform the government about this. Stepping towards a door, Leon said softly, all right then. His expression suddenly changed. But it was very likely that someone had already been tempted by the demon. Inside the room was a research institute, with green lights shining everywhere. Leon quietly asked, is this where the thing was stored? Okang-hik immediately replied, yes, that is right. At this moment, the researchers are busy with something, their expressions quite tense. Before everyone lies the half-damaged Jack Spine assassin. Okang-hik quietly asked, what should we do with it? Leon pondered deeply. He believed it was a noble knight, so we had to do something. But first, we had to hold a ceremony. He immediately transformed into a golden stump. Okang-hik exclaimed in surprise. Oh! Holding the staff in his hand, Leon spoke solemnly. O loyal knight. He closed his eyes and softly said, rest in peace. Now, a golden energy spread throughout the space and seeped into Jack's spine. Suddenly, a powerful energy flashed. The joints of Jack's spine began to move, accompanied by the sound of machinery whirring. Okang-hik gasped in surprise. Oh! Jack's spine is moving. Jack's spine made some noises. Then, it raised its joint high. Seeing that, Leon thought to himself, this feeling is really strange. He was a bit surprised that, despite having no power source, it could still operate thanks to the blessing. At this moment, Jack's spine's joints began to move one by one, separating into a smaller version of the robot. Jack's spine let out a sharp sound. Kit. Leon muttered quietly, so that is how it is, though he was not sure if this was the goddess's choice. Seeing Leon draw a sword, Jack's spine startled and let out a beep. Leon plunged the sword into the air, and Okang-hik's eyes widened in shock. Even the researchers could not help but shout out, whoa. What is that? Jack's spine quietly watched. At that moment, Leon's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce determination. He grasped the glowing banana-shaped sword. Then, Leon swung it in a powerful arc. A burst of golden energy suddenly flashed. From above, the image of Ariana gradually appeared. Kang-hik was stunned. How could this be? He and the researchers were so shocked they fell to their knees. Already injured, a radiant light shining there surely could not be human. Okang-hik was so astonished he could not close his mouth. Okang-hik knew clearly this could only be something sacred beyond compare in this world. At that moment, the goddess radiated a dazzling aura. Leon bowed deeply in reverence and addressed Lady Ariana. The goddess clasped her hands and spoke, Leon, my first knight, tell me what is happening. Hearing this, Leon fell silent for a moment. He spoke softly, Lord Jack Spine is a knight that the goddess Ariana may consider knightly honors for. Now, the goddess turned her gaze toward the automaton. After a moment of thought, Ariana spoke, but it did not fulfill my mission. And although it has proven its honor, that glory is not offered to me, Leon said solemnly. As the first knight of the goddess, Leon, declare, he continued, I assure you this person is a great knight. Hearing that, the goddess smiled knowingly. If my knight says so. Leon was extremely anxious waiting for the goddess's decision. Finally, Ariana smiled softly with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the goddess spoke up, but I also need a little proof. She raised her hand, gathering energy, and shouted, O knight forged from the iron and steel of this world, I have heard the story of the knight Leon Hot, who will praise light and justice. Jeff Spin let out a confused cry, while Ariana smiled with satisfaction, honor, and wisdom filling her, yet her temperament was no different from that of a child. The goddess requested, help it unlock its potential so it can become a knight of the scent. At that moment, Jeff Spin lifted a leather-clad leg, and its body suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Jeff Spin kept shouting, Kayut, Kayut, and the whole space suddenly fell into a moment of silence. The system displayed a notification, logging into the audio and language transmission unit, setting up the language module. The goddess silently watched as Jeff Spin let out a cry, confirming the enemy's attack. Seeing this, Ariana smiled and leaped forward. The goddess spread her arms and spoke. All right. Jeff Spin. Ariana happily assists those who share Vinquang. Powerful energy suddenly shines down. The new Saint Knight will be entrusted with the mission of Vinquang and justice. Now, Jeff Spin has been knighted as the Holy Knight, his body radiating a powerful aura. Meanwhile, at the Mata branch of the China-US Alliance, a voice echoed, asking for mercy. O great existence, in Ronan Selman's room at the Mata branch. Someone whispered that they failed to meet your demands. Vamamagok angrily scolded. So foolish, unable to even handle something so simple. I taught you the truth and wisdom of Samra, but you have greatly disappointed me. Ronan Selman quickly said. Sorry, please forgive me, he continued, but I had no other choice. The survivor named Lai Wang was an unexpected variable for us. Bin Bongok shouted loudly, do not dirty my ears with those usual tricks. That bastard. Then he asked softly, who the hell is he? Ronan Selman stopped and shouted, huh. Bahon Mogok ordered, hey, turn on the news. Quickly. Ronan hurried off. Yes, yes. Great master. He reached out and switched on the TV, and on the news, Leon proudly declared, I am the heavenly Lion King. Leon Dragonia Leon shouted. Seeing that demeanor, Van Balangov suddenly yelled loudly. Ah! Van Munigok said what? Ronan anxiously called. Master. Master. He wondered. The master was trembling with fear. The orb spoke. I give up. I won't do this crazy thing anymore. Ronan became even more confused and anxious. Master. He kept shaking the orb and loudly calling. Master. Master. At this moment, Ronan's eyes were filled with panic. Master. He shouted loudly. Master. And from then on, Van Bonunga never spoke again. At the same time, at the Korean Hunters Association, O Kang Haik spoke up, then smiled and said, we will register Jeff Spin as your chairman. O Kang Haik quietly said, it might be a bit difficult to get everything settled right away. Leon replied, no problem. After finishing, he and Jeff Spin quickly left. At that moment, the robot beeped once. Suddenly Leon coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and Jeff Spin shouted in alarm. Beep. Seeing this, the goddess Ariana asked, are you alright? My knight, Loon struggled and replied softly. Sending a holy knight to a place lacking divinity has caused me a lot of harm. At this moment, Jeff Spin approached Leon cautiously as if to show concern. Beep beep. Leon sighed softly and said, it is not your fault. It is because the god is not strong enough. Hearing that, goddess Ariana replied, how could this be your fault? This is due to my own shortcomings. Leon fell silent for a moment. He believed that no matter what happened, the gods could not be blamed. Please do not say that. Goddess Ariana still feels concerned. My knight. Now, Leon slowly opened his eyes from above. The goddess softly said, I have always been grateful for the loyalty you have shown me. This is my fault and that of the other gods for not intervening sooner. Hearing this, Leon was a bit surprised, and the goddess Ariana gently advised, rest now, always have faith in your gods and wait for them. Leon called out, Lady Ariana. Even so. But because his heart was set, the goddess Ariana still followed her own will. She spoke, brothers and sisters, Ariana softly said, we must help our believers. The day King Liang turned 121 was the day the world mourned the only Nidus master. He expelled all divinity from his world and kept it within his heart. The gods, shamefully, abandoned the heart of this noble knight and continued to watch Liang Hot destroy all the monsters for 180 years. They placed the entire burden of the world on the shoulders of one man, so all the gods in Pythian owe an unpayable debt to Leon. Sitting in the meeting room, one person sighed. Phew, she quietly asked, what happened to that child? Ariana replied briefly. Not good, the goddess softly said. The girl could not help but worry. So, what should we do now? The god of war and fire Betos slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, is there only one holy grail knight to bear all that pressure? Betos yelled, what has King Leon, who once radiated the aura of a saint, become? Ariana gently reminded, keep your dignity, war. He has fought for our gods for over 200 years and has finally won. Betos replied irritably, I know that already. Betos shouted, that is why I am angry, because I blame myself. At this moment, Ariana spoke, 180 years. She thought, it is time for us to speak out, brothers and sisters. The goddess told herself, I can no longer stand to see my knight suffer in pain any longer. Now someone speaks up, I have an idea. Ariana softly says, please go ahead. The steel god and blacksmith Hatto folds his arms and says, just as the god of life did with the plains, we should bless everything we can to build trust with the people. So Betos quietly asked, do you want us to take on a missionary role? And Hatto replied, yes, we will let humans see the miracles of the divine. He continued, and from what we have witnessed through the progress of life, this world is connected by something called the internet. Hatto's plan is to use the internet to do that. Betos raised the question, but why has Kingly never thought of this method before? He used to be a citizen of this world. Hatto explained that he was here before the internet became widespread. Ariana quietly asked, but what about testing and failure? The information line provided took 20 years to develop. Hearing that, Hatto smiled knowingly. He believed that was when our Holy Grail Knight stepped in. At the same time, an employee called out, hey, manager, take a look at this. The manager, puzzled, asked, huh? The employee, a bit worried, said, this is on YouTube. Is this allowed? The manager became even more confused. YouTube. You wonder, huh? What is this? On the screen is an account. Naji Plain. A YouTuber. The manager is a bit stunned. This is... Currently, the Pantheon channel has 170 subscribers, a live video titled, Praying Before and After Every Meal to Thank the Goddess Demella. There are also titles like Why Go to the Hospital, an office worker who once looked down on farmers, changed by a single phrase from an old farmer, and another video titled It Is Just Rice, but with one bite, your life can change. There is even content asking about God with surprising results. Looking at the comments below, the manager thought to himself, it is all clickbait, yet the video quality is incredibly high, and everyone suddenly fell silent. The manager quietly asked who made things like that. The first employee teased. Theon's team. Is not that his superior, Leon? The manager asked softly. Do you think he would use Asian YouTube? The employee paused and replied, no, maybe the second in command. Or could it be Assistant Han? Recalling the times when Harry asked random questions about electronics. The manager thought she knew nothing about computers. The manager said seriously, the bigger issue is that these videos are not clickbait. They are all real. A little worried, the manager wondered what he was planning to do. Turning away, he quietly said, I will step out for a bit. The staff anxiously asked, huh, where are you going? The manager firmly replied, I will go meet that guy Leon. Meanwhile, although night had fallen, the apartment where Leon was staying was still lit. Inside the room, the sound of typing echoed as Jeff Spin worked hard at something. After a while, it uploaded successfully, creating the subtitles. Jeff Spin quickly pressed the enter key to start the upload. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Harry quietly asked, Sir Zappy, have you finished using my computer? Something seems off, and Harry asked cautiously. What did you do? Jeff Spin just let out a sound. Beep, he proudly said the plan to promote the sound. Phase 1 is complete. Now, Jeff Spin's eyes suddenly lit up strangely as he spoke. Moving on to Phase 2, hacking into the internet network. Hearing that, Anne Harry still did not understand a thing. She thought to herself, maybe Lord Zappy is just playing a game. Originally, Anne Harry did not understand anything about computer activities. At the same time, the Nazu plains looked incredibly peaceful. At the Pantheon meeting held temporarily on the Nazu plains, a tabby cat was lying in the sun, completely relaxed. At that moment, the manager suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, we have to take the video down. Hearing that, Han Harry stopped and turned around with a smile, saying, Have a cup of barley tea first. The manager replied politely, Yes. Thank you, because he had been running at breakneck speed. He quickly finished his drink to have the strength to continue talking. Suddenly, the manager was startled and suddenly remembered, replying, It was Lord Spin who did it. Hearing that, the manager was stunned. Lord Spin. Han Harry nodded quietly beside him. The manager could not believe his own hands. He wondered, that killing machine knows how to make videos. Looking at Jack Spin skillfully typing on the computer, he could not stop being shocked. How could that be? At this moment, Leon quietly asked, What do you mean by taking the video down? The manager said calmly, You already know. Originally, the rice grains in the Nazu plains are completely different from those anywhere else in the world. They can cure all kinds of diseases and also help keep the body healthy, like in a fairy tale. The manager spoke calmly. Knowing about this rice field, the whole world will be hunting for it, he said broadly. The Nazu plains will be full of thieves, and they are not ordinary thieves. The manager assured that when the food supply allows for seed gel, the association will do its best to help, so please wait until then. Loon calmly drank water and softly spoke. I know you have your own rules and system. I understand your point, he added, but you are about to show your teeth. Hearing that, the manager looked a bit confused. Yes, Leon said softly. Your farm, why were you so confident back then? That night, the Nazu rice field still stretched out in peace. However, a crowd stealthily made their way here. Seeing the client's request to keep the seeds and burn the fields in the Nazu plains, one thief spoke up, saying that rice must be real. Seeing this place deserted and unguarded, one of them questioned suspiciously what kind of trick this was, thinking they would have maximum security. But there was nothing at all. They wondered if they just needed to take the seeds and set a fire to burn the place down. And now, bring the containers over here, the subordinates replied. They were the Hitman Corporation's Korean branch assassin squad. With a nod, they slipped into the rice field. The squad moved in 2 rows, each dressed in black like ninjas. Suddenly, someone gasped. Look, a figure is standing in the middle of the field. He shouted anxiously, Boss, there is someone there. The whole group quickly went on high alert. However, upon closer look, it was just a useless pervert. They were startled and thought to themselves, You must be mistaken. He wondered. Strange. Why do I see it moving? Then another shouted, It is just the wind. Idiot. At this moment, the subordinate still felt something was off. Although it is a pervert, the aura it gives off is unusual. The subordinate thought to himself, It is kind of eerie. Now, he suddenly shouted, Big brother. Look. The big brother immediately turned his head to look back. Countless scarecrows sprouted behind them, and the whole group was uneasy, wondering why there were so many scarecrows. The scarecrows twisted and turned like the undead. You fool. You are a villain and yet you are scared of some scarecrows, he said sternly. Stop babbling. We need to spread the fire as widely as possible in the shortest time. I will get the seeds from the warehouse, and they will quickly scatter across the entire field. Empty cans piled up. Someone shouted, "Is that all?" The big brother thought, "This rice grain seems unusual. Let us keep a few." Mansu. Jinti. You too. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Huh. The big brother roughly asked, "Where did those two go?" "They were always right behind me," he shouted. Huh. Where did the others go? Right now, behind them were only those terrifying scarecrows. The boss spoke anxiously. Hey, he had noticed the problem: the scarecrows were closing in on them. And in the blink of an eye, the bandits were surrounded by the scarecrows. At that moment, a man suddenly struck at the big brother. Noticing the movement, he anxiously turned his head to see a gloomy-looking man right before his eyes. Upon closer look, the man's sinister face appeared, making the big brother shudder, while a subordinate nervously called out, "Big brother." The big brother shouted loudly, "They are really moving. They are not ordinary scarecrows." Seeing the lustful men radiate fierce energy, the bandits shouted out, "They are monsters." Though they wore smiling faces, those scarecrows looked incredibly angry. The subordinate's face went pale as he approached. "Captain, what should we do now?" he thought to himself. No way. How could they all be monsters? Surrounded by the scarecrows, the thieves were utterly confused. No one dared to ask, "Boss, what are those things?" Even inside the barrier, I have never seen anything like this before. Boss Den was furious. How should I know? He thought angrily. Damn it. I was in a hurry and did not bring many men. The leader thought back. I knew there was something strange about that mission. I will show them what happens if anyone dares to harm us. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, boss, wait a moment," the leader asked irritably. "What now?" as the subordinate pointed ahead and stammered. That thing, in the distance. There was a suspicious-looking building, and he wondered if it was a warehouse. Looking closer, he saw crates and large containers inside. The boss chuckled nervously. "I have found it. If the miracle of this rice here is true, I will be rich." He ordered, "Bring out as much rice as possible. The monsters are just roaming around the fields. The warehouse is still intact." The boss shouted, "Let us go," and he began to move forward. As soon as he stepped down, the thief suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just as they turned to look back, a powerful explosion occurred, sending the henchmen flying into the beams. Seeing their comrades fall, the whole group was stunned and shouted out in shock. Now, the boss was torn to pieces, and the whole gang anxiously shouted, "Boss, why are you alone here?" The thieves wondered. Did they position themselves in front of the warehouse? The subordinate stammered. Who would do such a thing? At that moment, a mechanical sound rang out. Beep beep. The whole group startled and turned around. Jeff Bean signaled, confirming an alien intruder. The subordinate was still stunned. Why here? He realized, it was the barrier and do. Jeff Bean, at that moment. Zappy jolted, his eyes blazing fiercely as he let out a sharp cry. Eliminating them, in the end, the rice field was left only with screams and wails. The next morning, the sun shone again, signaling the start of a new day. While birds chirped, the whole group of thieves were blinded like sticky rice cakes. They sat in the corner silently lamenting. Some even broke their legs and had to be put in casts. Next to it, there is a clear sign outlining the rules of life and planting. The first crop must have the form of a goddess and must become a sacrifice. 2. No urinating anywhere, but fertilizing is allowed. 3. Set up scarecrows and dress them with hats and clothes. 4. Sing while harvesting. If the lyrics express gratitude to the goddess, all the better. 5. Even when busy, do not skip meals. Most importantly, thieves must die. The red text clearly states, most importantly, thieves must die. Thus, the demolition team successfully made the arrest. Shortly after, the entire gang of thieves was taken away, and following the capture of the Demon Association members, the value of Pantheon and Ban Fuic rice skyrocketed wildly. Jeff Spin successfully became the embodiment of the algorithm. Leon traveled to temples across the country to boost the promotion of Ban Fuic rice consumption. Even though there was a minor objection, it was still approved. Loon was the survivor who humiliated the reporter. An article titled "How Much Should We Tolerate Cultural Differences" was published, with the following content at this event. Leon Dragonia Lie said that after all, how could a mere commoner dare to challenge a king, sparking some minor controversy. In the end, the entire internet was buzzing about Pantheon. After a tiring day, Leon grabbed his beloved pillow, leaned back, and wondered if this was what the gods had planned. Leon thought to himself, it seems they have adapted to this modern world even better than I have. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Breaking news. Your Majesty, and Hari quickly reported, the results of the rice pricing are in, and now each sack is worth 230 million troops. Hearing this, Leon paused for a moment. He quietly said, it needs to be even cheaper, and Hari felt a bit confused. Oh, would not it be better if it was more expensive? Loon explained calmly that the market sets the value of goods, but if the price of something like rice is that high, how can ordinary people afford it? He believes the blessings of the gods should be shared equally with everyone. Hanhari still asked in confusion. Is that so? Leon recounted the situation, saying he had met the president earlier to tell him that we need to explain the holy blessing to the farmers. But he said that a president needs to remain neutral in public opinion. He seemed hesitant. That is somewhat true, Hanhari said softly. I suppose that is necessary. Leon replied quietly. Well, I still need to gain more trust from the people. He continued. It also has to be enough for me to use the power of the tiger's heart as well as its abilities. Hanhari was a bit worried. But your majesty, is that really okay? Leon asked again. Why the flag? Hanhari then explained the situation. That golden gate. I have successfully protected it as your majesty wished. But to be able to activate that dungeon with the people you have chosen is almost impossible. Leon smiled openly with a hidden meaning, then quietly said, let us wait and see. The next morning, someone called out, oh, is not it Gyud Seong? Gyud Seong turned around. You are here too, Team Leader Kim. Gyud Seong said softly. We meet again. Team Leader Kim asked. Are you here because of that message too? About the Hunter Association leader recruiting hunters like us. I wonder what is going on, Gyud Seong said awkwardly. I do not know either. Looking at the people ahead, Gyud Seong wondered if they were all the top-ranked hunters. At that moment, a young man exclaimed, oh, that is Hanhari, and the person next to him showed interest, saying he is a famous magic swordsman, judging by Hanhari's demeanor. They whispered. It seems she scored the highest in last year's competition. Seeing this, Gyud Seong fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. The great hall was coming, the noble King Lin Dragonia Liege. Gyud Seong was startled and thought to himself, who are those people? Looking towards Liam, he realized the survivor. Gyud Seong thought, I always knew he was no ordinary person, but he belongs to a completely different world. Now Lian has taken the podium and spoken, welcoming everyone and explaining the reason for the gathering today. Loon added that he is looking for warriors to join his guild. Banthium, he quietly said, those who pass the evaluation, those who have proven themselves by completing the training. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. Soldiers, not guild members. Lian continued, I will grant you the honor of joining my army. Gyud Seong widened his eyes in astonishment. An army? Is not that the guild? At that moment, a subordinate spoke up. Now, I will explain the entrance evaluation test. He bluntly said the test was to handle the yellow dungeon at Samsung Station. And hearing that, everyone gasped in shock. What, a yellow gate? They bluntly said. How are we supposed to handle that and survive? Everyone showed dissatisfaction. What kind of crazy test is this? The hunter's reaction was completely predictable. The level and difficulty of a gate are classified by their colors, which are black, red, orange, and below them are yellow, green, and blue. If we consider the gate that Gyud Seong dealt with in the test at Seal Station as a blue gate, then for a C2 ranked hunter, a blue gate means death. Everyone suddenly quieted down. How are we supposed to handle a yellow grade gate now? If you do not plan to continue the test, you can leave, the blonde-haired man said irritably. If that is what you say, we 1T cover for you. Wasting time, they loudly told each other to go home and sleep. Gyud Seong briefly worried whether it was okay not to stop them. Just like that, the group quickly left, and the hall suddenly felt much emptier. With only a few stragglers left, Lian remained calm. Humming, he pointed and spoke. The red-haired man looked confused. Yes, me. Lian lowered his voice and asked seriously, why did you decide to stay? The red-haired man replied awkwardly. It is because I thought there was still something unresolved. Lian nodded slightly. I understand. He asked again. What about you? The other friend quickly replied. I guess I am just staying for fun. I think so. Lian continued. And you? An honest guy said. Because my friend is staying. Lian stroked his chin thoughtfully. So then, he continued pointing. You? Lian quietly asked. Why did you stay? Seeing this, Gyud Seong could not stop worrying. He thought to himself, a guild created someone almost like an S-rank hunter. Gyud Seong told himself, I have to seize this opportunity. The soldier said, I thought you would not let us die there, so I decided to stay. Hearing this, Lian smiled with satisfaction. That is a good attitude, and you are smart and perceptive too. He stepped forward and said, I am here to gather the soldiers. Lian said sternly, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. He softly said, you have accepted the call of a knight without a hint of doubt. Trust in the sincerity and strength of a knight. Lian emphasized one thing. That is all you have to do. He smiled and said softly, that means just listen and follow orders. Lian raised his hand and shouted, we will depart immediately, so take your personal gear and finish preparing. Closing their eyes, everyone was brought to the Golden Gate at Gas Samjong. Each person was equipped with extremely sturdy uniforms. Team leader Kim silently remarked, the tea is a bit heavy, but the equipment is pretty good. He realized that not all of these items were rare grade, but this one alone must be worth 10 million coins. No joke. Hunters of C and D rank like us have never even touched equipment like this before. On the other hand, Wu Dixie was a bit suspicious. Shield, after all, I am an offensive player. Now, team leader Kim spoke up, but looking towards Leon, he noticed that Leon was not carrying any equipment at all, which surprised him a little. Now, Wudixi called out, "Miss Hanhari." Hearing this, Hanhari softly asked, "Hunter Wudixung, is something wrong?" Wudix asked curiously, "Why is not your majesty wearing any armor?" Hanhari said awkwardly, she softly said, "His skin is even tougher than armor." At that moment, Wudix realized, it is because he is very strong. Meanwhile, Leon was seriously assessing the situation. Wudixi thought to himself, nothing bad is going to happen. Right after a moment, fierce monster suddenly lunged forward. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, wondering what on earth had just happened. Leon fiercely slashed across the monster and quietly said, "I do not listen to anyone speaking." He shouted angrily, "You are no longer honorable warriors. You will be crushed like worms on the ground and face death right there." Leon's eyes blazed fiercely as he shouted, "That is my relentless justice." After a while, the monsters were dealt with swiftly, and someone quietly said, "That was lucky." The members relaxed a bit. There was a notification from the system. Mercenaries from outside. On this vast plain, a war is raging between tribes. Ally with one of the two tribes and help them achieve victory. Seeing that, someone pointed at the screen and exclaimed in surprise, a mission to support an peace." The Truong Kim group quietly asked, "Gu, is this a mission where we have to choose a side?" Gu replied firmly, "Yes. I think we have to pick one of the two tribes in the war and lead them to victory." The Truong Kim group raised the issue. The question now is, the two-star monster army, in the distance. The monsters are aggressively charging forward. Each one is clad in sturdy armor, riding on the back of a monstrous wild boar. They bear sharp teeth and flash fierce, piercing eyes. Armed with heavy weapons, they charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded by the monsters. One of them shouted loudly, "Who are you? This is the territory of our Hawk tribe. How dare you invade our land?" Seeing this, everyone was so scared they could only hear Lion shouting angrily, "Damn bastards." Hanhari suggested, "First of all, why do not we just stick to the mission plan this time?" Lion said irritably, "Do whatever you want." Hearing that, Hanhari replied awkwardly, "Thank you very much." Now, Miss Hungan looks ahead with determination. Hanhari boldly says, "We are mercenaries, and since we heard there is a reward for supporting a tribe, we came here." Hearing that, the leader spoke up, "Mercenaries, you must be the ones the chieftain often mentioned. Follow me." The monster's lion is holding back his anger, just waiting to teach you all a lesson for your shouting. As night gradually fell, everyone was taken to the monster's camp. The leader cleared his throat loudly. The chief of the Kite Warrior tribe, Katata, sneered with contempt, saying, "You are uglier and weaker than I expected. But that is fine." Katata spread his arms wide, urging support for our Kite Warrior tribe. "The greater the war, the more glorious the death," and shouted loudly, "The victor will have it all." Openly despised, Lion gritted his teeth and turned around. "What? Who are you?" Lion stepped forward and spoke, "Honor." "What honor?" He was so angry that the veins on his face bulged. "Lion is too arrogant. You beasts know nothing yet you dream foolishly." Seeing this, Katata, bold and reckless, without another word, Lion powerfully launched an attack at the swampy green monster. Fresh blood splattered from the side, leaving the members utterly shocked. Lion's rage was overwhelming. "You are not honorable warriors. Keep clinging to that dream in this land like a terrible monster." Lion stomped on the chieftain and shouted loudly, "You will all die." That is an undeniable truth. His eyes blazed with fierce killing intent. So far, 8,769,653 beasts have been skinned by the king. Lion's face was smeared with monster blood, yet he was still not angry. "You have earned the title of Oath Butcher, a legendary honor." Seeing this, the monsters flinched in shock. "What? The chief is dead already?" The entire ferocious horde surged forward and bellowed, "You damned humans, kill them all." "Gudi Sawang is not the one attacking us," Lion shouted angrily. "You damn idiots. Soldiers, raise your shields." Hearing that, the hunchback immediately obeyed, but inside he was filled with worry. Damn it. The hunchback thought to himself, "We are just night-level hunters after all." Now, why would that coward think we could beat those bastards? Still, everyone quickly raised their shields and shouted loudly, "Now, stand right there. I am not afraid of anyone anymore." The furious monster roared, "Oh awa, I will kill you." Gudix Wong could not help but startle. Damn it. Gudix Wong thought to himself, even managing to block this was unexpected. Little did he know, the sturdy shield had stopped the monster's attack. Gudix Wong widened his eyes in surprise. "I blocked it. How could this be?" Now, the system suddenly displayed a notification. The Aura of the Brave Heart is an effect that adds armor against enemy troops, making the body tougher, increasing the soldier's stamina, strengthening and lightening the armor, granting steel resistance, and boosting the body's power against phantom attacks. Gudix Wong could not help but be amazed. How could these effects exist? The system continued to display information. Butcherat. This is an effect that adds 50% extra damage when fighting Ut. The Ut round will be engulfed in fear, confusion, and despair, spreading a deep hatred for the yacht. Everyone continued to raise their shields but could not help widening their eyes in amazement. What the hell is this? How is this possible? The system kept displaying Divine Guardian, War Knight's Protection, Holy Grail Guardian, Dragon Smith, Demon Lord Slayer, Demon Smith, Shadow Assassin, Resilient Battle Knight, Swift Agility. The levels of the Legion members were still very low, so no more support effects could be added. Gudixong realized this was a series of effects for our army. At that moment, Leon shouted loudly, raised all his shields for defense, then used his sword to strike at their weak points. Everyone immediately followed. The monster let out a painful roar when stabbed, and as if encouraged, the members shouted in unison, kill all these bastards. Despite facing the vicious monsters, they no longer cared about any of them. Charging forward, the monsters all shouted loudly, the god of war will stand with us. Hearing this, Leon suddenly froze. What? He shouted angrily, how dare these cruel bastards summon the gods? You will pay for that. Leon shouted fiercely, I will cut out your tongues and smash your heads for daring to insult our god. Come here, stallion. Then a terrible explosion occurred. The confused monster blindly charged straight at them, causing the whole group to startle and shout. Now, Loon rode on the white horse, kicking fiercely at the faces of the monsters. He slashed through the battle, and at that moment, Leon crouched down to gather his energy. He grabbed his weapon. Then Leon raised his head, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He charged straight into the monster's circle, Loon's aura radiating so fiercely that everyone had to brace themselves. He hissed through gritted teeth, I will wipe out every one of you monsters. Immediately after, a devastating battle broke out for us. In the blink of an eye, they were all lying flat on the ground. At that moment, Loon raised his sword high and shouted loudly, Go forth, victors. This is a truly honorable victory. Seeing this, the members joyfully shouted, We won. Thank goodness. Now, and Harry nervously spoke. Your Majesty. Loon immediately replied, Yes. Harry, what is it? Hanari quietly asked, Why? Why did you do that? Leon said, Killing those orcs does not need a reason. And Harry was a little worried. What? But the mission is Leon snapped about the orcs. Furious. Ridiculous. I would rather jump into a pit of fire than go rescue those green-skinned bastards. And he believed they did not deserve respect. Their mere existence was an insult to the world. Leon spoke softly. Well, they might be strong, but they can't compare to the courage of the knights. Yen gritted his teeth, saying they should not be treated like humans. They are disgusting monsters. And Hari suddenly realized that he discriminated against the orcs. She spoke up, But your Majesty, there must be a pitiful creature that is not treated like a person. And Yem said quietly, Remember this, my innocent girl, if there really were kind orcs, they would all be in hell by now. Why? Because those green monsters with wild hair, pointed ears, and sharp fangs are ruthless. After the gates on Earth were opened, many surviving orcs migrated here. Earth welcomed them gladly, without species discrimination, even holding Qualcomm signs, with no racial bias. However, the peace did not last long. The orcs aggressively attacked humans again, unable to coexist peacefully with mankind. The monsters fought over the tasty prey that caught their eye, turning the orcs into a tough problem to solve once they arrived. Jeff Spin quietly said, If we drop that here, they will all die. It could not be simpler. Leon spoke up, You are all here, now. Leon and Harry are putting on scarves to disguise themselves, making an effort but not much difference. Leon crossed his arms and said coldly, Do not let me down. Jeff Spin quickly began the nuclear overload process. In the blink of an eye, the system announced 99.9% charged. A sudden flash burst from Jeff Spin's body. It spoke. Nuclear overload, freezing system transformation, nuclear fuel rod fully charged. Seeing this, and Harry gasped in amazement. After a while, Jeff Spine climbed onto a rock, then threw something strange into the river. Hanari whispered, That looks like a lump of gum. Loon quickly reminded him not to say that. Hanari quietly asked, But your Majesty, is this really okay? Leon looked confused and asked what you meant. Hanari worriedly said, Wiping out the Oros by irradiating the river. Does not that go against the Chavaric spirit you uphold? Hearing that, Leon looked over and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Leon spoke seriously. Listen up, both Harry and Spine. He believes that fighting those green-skinned guys is not war or a duel. It is more like a hunting competition. When it is a hunt, whoever wins gets the prize and the glory. Hanari heard this and silently judged that discriminatory Oros. Liam believes there are no good Oros. The only way to be at peace is to send them all to hell. Meanwhile, on one side of the field, Rabta aggressively brandishes his weapon at his own kind. He gleefully popped up laughing loudly. Ha! The Oros guy cried out in pain. Aha! Meanwhile, the Oros behind shouted loudly. Ha! Rabta smashed Garden's head. That was a fierce axe swing. Brother. Garden was beaten unconscious. Lying flat on the ground, Rabta spoke up. Who? You fought bravely. May the god of war send you to the eternal battlefield. At that moment, an Oros shouted. Rabta, let us celebrate the victory. Come on, drink up Rabta. He quickly moved to the water container, Rabda bent down to scoop water from the river. Then it drank freely. Rabda drank like he had never drunk before. Afterwards, it wiped its mouth and softly said, "Huh, the water tastes a bit strange today. It is a little spicy." After thinking for a moment, Rabda spoke up but then turned away casually, muttering to himself, "Never mind. I probably still have blood from that fight earlier." Rabda quickly returned to his house. As night fell, Rabda cried out in pain, "Wizard." He clutched his stomach and groaned, "Wizard. Wizard." Rabda, with tears streaming down his face, kept crying out for help. "I am in pain. Please help me. I can't take it anymore." He was in so much agony he could barely move his heavy body, dragging himself outside. Unexpectedly, all the other rows fell into the same situation. Everyone was helpless. Calling out, "Witch doctor." The witch doctor dropped his broken gun and shouted, "I have never seen anything like this. It is not magic. It is a curse." He thought some bastard had cursed our tribe. The witch doctor shouted, "How did you all end up like this?" Despite tears streaming down his face, he still yelled, "Bring glory back to the subordinates." The witch doctor barely managed to strike, but all the warriors. Leon charged on a white horse and threw him dozens of meters away. He shouted loudly, "Kill them all. Do not let a single one survive." Now, the system displays a notification. Poison resistance activated. Everyone shout out, "Charge brothers. Free experience. Wipe them out." Loon's group quickly takes control of the situation, and seeing this, the orc mobs are stunned as the members rush forward. Seeing them raise their weapons but feeling powerless, the orcs were too strong and the humans too timid. Loon's group shouted loudly, "Die." And then fresh blood kept splattering from their side. The members have wiped out the monsters. The system displays a notification that the White Hawk tribe has been wiped out. Next, all orc tribes become your enemies, and Harry's eyes widened in shock as he read the message. "You are the common enemy of the entire orcs tribe." The system displays that a hidden mission to eliminate all orcs on the battlefield has been activated. Now, Hanari nervously says, "Your Majesty, the mission has been changed." Leon smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. Now this is the real mission." Sitting on the white horse, he shouted, "Hey my soldiers, it is time to bring light and justice to this land." At that moment, the wizard suddenly grew loud, and Leon glared over. The wizard shouted, "You people, it is you who cursed the river." The monster roared loudly, a vile and cowardly race. Han slurred his words, yet dared to call himself a superior warrior. Hearing that, Leon growled back, "What did you say?" The wizard snapped in fury, "You brain-dead fool, bastard who only cares about glory. Besides, I could not even look at you before it would have offended my eyes. You did not even realize they were all dead. Did you? A lowly race like yours deserves that." He continued, "I am giving them a chance to free themselves from their ugliness by wiping them all out. Damn filthy beasts. Die already." The wizard shouted angrily. Insolent. Han tenses, erupts with his inner power and bellows, "Go Pruk. I will not spare you." Leon swiftly raises his weapon, his eyes snapping with murderous intent. "Hemph. You think I will give you time to cast a spell?" 2 seconds later, he immediately launched a powerful attack. The strike hit Goprok directly, causing him to cry out in pain. Still, Goprok gritted his teeth in fury. He growled regretfully, "Too late. Humanity." Then he charged aggressively at Leon. The Orosi shouted loudly, "Goprok has gone mad." At this moment, all the grudges of Orosi were concentrated in one place. Anhari cried out in shock, "Your Majesty, what is that?" Leon sneered, "Possessed. Just a bunch of beasts. No wonder the Orosi civilization is like that." At that moment, the orb of resentment grew larger. A huge hand suddenly appeared, then slammed down hard. Goprok shouted loudly, "Look!" The system screen began to display a hidden mission. On one side, Goprok absorbed the powerful cursed energy and shouted, "Face the wrath of Goprok." Right now, everyone's mission is to defeat Goprok and replace the shaman of the Orosi tribe. Orosi's giant arm stretched straight up to the sky. Then it formed a circle, just right to lock onto the target. Orosi aimed straight at Leon and shouted, "Unacceptable." He radiated a powerful aura and yelled, "Go to hell." At that moment, Orosi's arm rose high. Then it unleashed a devastating strike, and everyone gasped loudly, breaking the defense. Goprok shouted, I am the guardian god here." He asked loudly, "Who is the god protecting you?" Leon sneered with contempt, activating the heavenly talisman in order. Goprok shouted in rage, "You." Now Leon was furious. He was too big. That order, calling himself the master of these fiends, dared to claim he was a god. Leon's eyes blazed with deadly intent as he casually drew his weapon. Then he charged fiercely at his opponent like a white horse. Leon shouted angrily. This king could no longer be allowed to survive. On the other side, Goprok swung his arm and shouted, "A mere mortal like you, daring to charge fiercely into the battlefield." He swung his sword in a smooth arc, the strike quickly wrapping around Goprok's arm. In the blink of an eye, the giant arm was severed. Goprok was stunned, crying out in pain as his hand dropped to the ground. He shouted, "Why? Even though you only cut the mannequin and not my real body, why do I still feel pain?" Now, Goprok shouted loudly. The Oros below worriedly called out, Gopruk, he angrily said. Yes, yes. It is because of it. Because of the sword. It is the sword. It is the person. At this moment, Gopruk realized the opponent, the Oro's butcher, the demon Stana cutter, the knight abandoned in that demon world. He began to feel a slight chill. Gopruk quickly stepped back. I am out of here, Master Water Spirit cried out in disbelief. What? Lord Gopruk. Gopruk whispered. You will pay for what you have done. See you next time. Master Water Spirit could not believe his eyes. Gopruk. Now, Leon spoke up, fierce, claiming to be the god of these Oros. He pressed his lips as Gopruk hissed. You miserable bastard. Despite his fear, he still shouted loudly. What trick have you played? I will avenge my brothers. Before he could finish speaking, Leon swung his blade, and the Water Master immediately collapsed to the ground. Leon sneered. You vile mutant. Nice try, but creatures like you are better off dead. Now, the system announces that you have completed the hidden mission. All participants receive the Oros Craftsman badge, and everyone will be awarded the title of Knight Warrior. The info shows 30% damage. Knight Warrior gains an additional 20% defense when fighting alongside a knight with the War Knight attribute. Hunchback Iseong's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone received additional physical armor, something only warriors should have. At this moment, a member chimed in. It is a bit of a bummer since it only applies when facing the Oros, but 30% is still a lot, and it is an increase in physical defense. Of course, Leon loudly ordered, grab all the loot. He urged them to move quickly, saying the spoils of victory mean more rewards for the winners. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Oh right, we have to hurry, let us go. Grab everything. They told each other to prioritize the big guys who looked high level, then pick up the wizard's gear too. Seeing that, Leon whispered sharply. At that moment, Henhari stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, Leon quietly asked, what is it? Henhari looked towards the large hand and Leon suddenly grew thoughtful. Humming softly, he quietly asked, have the hands of those fake gods not disappeared yet? The severed arm of God Oro still lies in a corner. At that moment, Jeff Spin jumped on Henhari's head. Seeing this, Leon quietly asked, what do you want to say? Spinner. Jeff Spin announced a new message has been received. Hato appeared and said, Leon, I can sense a significant amount of power from that arm. He asked to absorb that power with the sacred seal. Then we will study it to better support you. Hearing this, Leon immediately accepted the sacred seal and quietly asked, oh, really? He slowly moved toward the hand of the god Oros. Then, Leon tilted the holy tren slightly, and a burst of energy immediately radiated out, quickly drawing the arm back inside the tren. Seeing that, Leon clicked his tongue softly. He thought to himself that he could sense an energy similar to divine power. Leon thought that it seemed those monsters truly worship this name. He thought to himself, however, those beasts who fail to recognize the true creator must not be allowed to live. That is a crime that must be eradicated. Now, Ariana called out, Leon, for my knight. Leon replied, it is you, goddess. Leon whispered, how can I hear your voice but not pay my respects? Ariana softly replied, it is okay. You are absorbing the divine power of the monster, so it is fine to skip it. She continued, the reason I came to you is because I need you to choose. With it, I think you can restore the power of the holy relic you want. Leon was a bit surprised. Really, Hito quietly said, choose the sword. King Leon, Betos nearby immediately reminded him. Be quiet, war is coming. Ariana spoke softly, that is right. But you can only choose one, so I will wait for your answer, my dear knight. Hearing this, Leon pondered a bit, reflecting that he currently possessed 4 sacred relics, the Holy Scripture, the Holy Sword, the Holy Grail, and the Fierce Heart. Leon thought the power of the Holy Sword was already quite strong and did not need restoring, so now he had made his decision. Leon said, I choose to restore the power of the heart. Your Majesty, the goddess replied. Very well. A surge of energy immediately rushed in. The holy artifact soared to the middle of the sky and absorbed countless energies. Then it was restored to full power. Leon reached out to take the treasure. As soon as he touched the holy sword, he could feel the power surging within. Leon smiled with satisfaction. This was a good gain. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out. Your Majesty, Leon quietly asked. What is all the noise about? Henhari said worriedly. I think I need to go over there for a moment. Leon frowned. We're a spinner, and could not speak. About that, suddenly, a shout rang out. Let me handle this damn robot. And Hari anxiously turned his head to look back. Now, drops of fresh blood are falling to the ground. A panicked member shouts. What is wrong with everyone? Help me please. You have been tightly controlled by Japspin. That member yells in frustration. Damn that damn robot. Suddenly, Japspin flashed a knowing look and let out a sharp cry. Then in a blink, that guy was already under Japspin's control. Everyone gathered around but no one dared to do anything. Japspin jumped on the young man. At that moment, everyone saw Leon approaching, followed closely by a very worried Han Harry. The young man shouted in frustration, This damn robot is attacking me, Leon said sternly. Stop. He warned sternly that if he did not want his tongue cut out, he should watch his words. The other guy still stomped and shouted. So, what kind of robot is that? Lian shouted loudly. Hey, where does a lowlife like you dare to call a knight that? Hearing this, the young man was extremely embarrassed. Lian asked softly. What exactly is going on, Sir Spinner? Japspin immediately accused him of stealing the spoils. The young man was startled and shouted. Aunt, he hurriedly explained. No, it is not that. This stupid thing. No, it is just a misunderstanding. Lian spoke quietly. If it is a misunderstanding, a search will reveal it. He requested. Harry. Search him. She immediately replied. Yes. Master Hand Harry approached with a fierce, sharp gaze. The guy hurriedly shouted. Hey, wait a minute. He was getting angry. Do you really believe this robot's words? Wait a moment. After a month, Han Harry found a suspicious-looking bag. She realized. Girl, this is the heart of the Orc tribe leader warrior. This is the most valuable trophy in the Orcs tribe territory. Lian sounds so serious. Whoever dares to do this must know that embezzling such valuable war spoils is a grave crime. Right, the young man stammered, saying it was just a misunderstanding. He shouted, I did not steal it. Absolutely not. Now, Lian silently drew his sword and struck a blow. The young man stared in shock at the hand severed from his body. Oh, it hurts so much. My hand. His hand was severed, lying in a pool of fresh blood. Lian said sternly, I know the laws and the understanding you all have of this king, but now you have entered the camp of Lian the First. He continued, so what you must obey is not the old laws or customs, but the military law of Lian the First. Lian shouted, this is the law of this king, the military law. Anyone who cannot follow it, raise your hand right here. Thieves will have their hands cut off. That is the strict national law of the Lian kingdom. The laws and rules here are truly hard for Earth people to accept. The members thought to themselves, it seemed a bit harsh to just chop off someone's hand like that. But then, everyone reconsidered with such strong support, and someone like me at a high rank, reaching rank C was possible. Oh no, it might even be worse. They feel that giving up now would really be a loss. The members began to reconsider. Was it really wrong to steal from the start? The prison gate had no laws before, but now with some strict rules, maybe that is a good thing. Finally, someone spoke up. Your Majesty. Lian replied. Yes. Remind him to lower his hood first. The member then took off his hat and said, calmly, my name is Gudi Isiong. Lian quietly asked, do you have something you want to say? Gudi Isiong then spoke up. The thing is, Gudi Isiong suggested, may I take the thief's arm with me? Lian narrowed his eyes in question. Could it be that you want to reconnect him? Gudi Isiong did not hesitate to answer. Yes. Lian thought. But then the punishment would lose its meaning. Your objection is basically opposing my punishment. Gudi Isiong boldly said. I understand that, but you speak on behalf of everyone. Your Majesty, we are people with different awareness than you, and this time you have told us about that law. Gudi Isiong quietly said, so I hope you can give us a chance. Lian nodded and replied, you have a point. Gudi Isiong bowed his head and said, please. Your Majesty. Forgive me. At that moment, the young man felt a glimmer of hope. Lian raised the sacred cup and solemnly said, you should be grateful that someone in your faction knows how to reason. Then he lifted the sacred cup high, and a surge of energy immediately flowed in. From the Holy Grail, a strange stream of water flowed out. Seeing this, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. This is... Now, everyone gasped in amazement. What is that? The severed hand is being reborn. Gudi Isiong thought to himself, even his rank healer could only reattach a severed hand, not regenerate it like that. That level of skill was a restorative power even stronger than an S-rank healer. Looking at Lian, he wondered, could one person really hold such power? At that moment, Lian said coldly, yes. Gudi, he spoke firmly, I forgive this time out of respect for your old laws. But you have lost your status. The young man immediately replied, I thank your Majesty, please pardon me. At that moment, Lian loudly ordered, the soldiers who joined and the camp of Cham should stay. Those who do not want to join can split the loot and leave. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, thinking to themselves, this is the chance. We have to act carefully. Seeing this, Lian grinned and said, very well, then prepare for the training immediately. I hope no one here will quit because they can't handle the training. He ordered, bring the spoils with you. We are heading back, and everyone cheered with joy. While the members were gathering the spoils, Hanari spoke up. Your Majesty. Lian turned around. What is it? Hanari quietly asked. What will the next training session be? Lian jumped lightly, smiling mysteriously. Then he replied, physical training. The next day, the sunlight shining in signaled the start of a new day. Everyone quickly gathered in the training room. A member called out, Hey, Gu. Team leader Kim asked softly, what is wrong with your face? Gu Dae-sung was momentarily startled. Team leader Kim guessed. Could it be that you joined the team attacking the new gate afterward? Gudexwang replied. Yes. Just sitting still I feel my whole body stop moving. Team leader Kim gently reminded. You are only putting yourself in danger like that. Just the right amount. Gudex smiled and replied. Ha. Yes. As soon as they entered the training room, everyone saw Henhari gliding in, shyly spreading her arms wide. Then, Henhari spoke loudly. His Majesty Leon Dragonia Leonioth and the Knight Akun Spiner have arrived. Seeing Leon approach, everyone became extremely tense, standing on the podium. Leon spoke, congratulating you all on passing the simple test just now. He knows well that when joining the squad, you all have some shortcomings, but those can be gradually improved later. Hearing this, Gu Daeseong wondered, is the Orc Dungeon Gate really that simple? Leon continued, watching you fight, I also noticed a few issues with myself. He believes the most important thing is still the body. Hearing that, the curly-haired friend looked a bit confused about the body, and Gudesi also found it puzzling since we all started as low-level or C ranks. Leon continued, so we decided to train your bodies first, he said seriously. From now on you will train according to the official training manual for the standing army of the Kingdom of Leonioth. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit worried, and Gudesi thought to himself, the training manual for the standing army. It is like muscle training from the medieval moon era. Leon added, body training basically means muscle training, and muscle training means overloading the body to expand its limits. He continued, the Holy Knight Tren who wrote the training manual for the standing army, the one who defeated the giant, Lord Greatus said, the more people fight, the stronger and tougher they become. That is truly a famous saying. At this moment, everyone became dazed. Like what? Fighting what now? Leon shouted. If that is the case, how should soldiers assigned to protect the kingdom train? Of course, it has to be completely different from ordinary farmers. He continued. Therefore, to achieve the highest training efficiency, Sir Greatus proposed this method. Leon suddenly smiled mysteriously, saying let the soldiers fight until they are bruised and battered, then help them recover as usual. Doing this not only strengthens their muscles but also improves their reflexes because they have to avoid getting hit. The members were stunned. What? What? Leon began pointing at each person. He said firmly, now. Start fighting. Leon spoke up, pointing at the members and demanding, now start fighting until your muscles tear and your knuckles bleed. Leon added, even better if you can make it a full-on brawl. No, just destroy it. Gyuda boldly spoke up. No, I truly admire you. Your Majesty. No, that is not entirely wrong. Gyudiexio expressed his objection. But Your Majesty, if that is your intention, my body cannot endure it. Leon tilted his head slightly. How could that be? Then he reached out to take the holy cup. Leon said quietly, you should be grateful to receive the protection of the holy cup. Now, the Kim clan group exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Gyudiexivon glared back. What is it? The Kim clan whispered. Your wound is healing. Gyudahe suddenly startled and quickly reached out to touch his face. Hey, what is going on? Leon then spoke up. Wherever the Holy Grail is, all the soldiers there are healed, and if you drink from that cup, even your bones will be regenerated, let alone your muscles. He continued, so I give you 5 hours. During that time, hit anyone you see. Loon explained the rules clearly. No alliances. Attack your opponents with every tactic you can think of. He narrowed his eyes and threatened. If anyone tries to disobey, this king will teach you a lesson. Extremely. Loon turned his back and quietly said, all right. Spinner. But you are the one. Down there, everyone was filled with doubt. Do we really have to train in such a brutal way? Everyone was extremely tense. They exchanged glances with each other. Are you kidding me? The senior awkwardly laughed. Haha, even team leader Kim is not much different. Hee. At this moment, Jeff Spin took on the role of the supervisor. Shouting out. Violation detected. Anne Harry frowned. Jeff Spin boldly launched an attack as punishment, causing one member to flinch in shock. Jeff Spin warned. Fight now, or else I will deal with you all. Seeing this, everyone calmed down a bit. One person shouted angrily. Damn it. He started attacking and yelled, die. Without hesitation, the members all rushed into the brawl, shouting, I am not that easy to take down. Gudie Exawang was utterly bewildered witnessing this scene. He shouted loudly, everyone has gone crazy. All of this is truly insane. Before he could react, a punch landed straight on his face, and he cried out in pain. Now, let us take a look at the schedule of the hunters who have applied to join Leon's squad. 9 of the clock in the morning, fun military training, united as one. 12 noon. Lunchtime, plain water with salt or sugar. The members grumbled as they went to refuel. Seeing a strange bottle, they grew suspicious. Is that a water bottle? Someone asked. Miss Harry, what is this? And Harry was a bit confused. This, Leon beside him said coldly. This is your lunch, water mixed with salt and sugar. Hearing that, the members were speechless who would put salt and sugar in water. The military training manual says soldiers only need enough food to survive. Everyone, do not worry, the army will take care of you. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. During tactical training, Leon loudly ordered to divide into 5 teams to block the king's advance. Hearing that, everyone was extremely confused. What was going on? Even though they did not understand a thing, they eagerly charged forward because there was no other choice. The training room suddenly turned into a battlefield. Everyone was exhausted. 9 o'clock at night. Baby, go to sleep. Now is the time to pass out. After a tiring day, no one said a word. It was not until bedtime that day finally spoke. Soong was also tormented by the sleepwalking members. This was truly a hellish training room in the literal sense, but they were able to endure a lot thanks to Hari's care. Miss Dujang said, "Everyone, let us have a little midnight snack." Oh man, everyone cheered happily. Thank you. Thank you, miss. Although it was all part of King Leon's plan, no hunter could have known that they had to chew on the damp roasted sweet potatoes. One afternoon, the training ground echoed with shouts. Ha! Good day. Soong is diligently practicing swordsmanship. Every time he attacks, he shouts loudly. After a while, good day. Soong panted heavily. Exhausted. He thought to himself, this shield is heavier than I expected, so swinging the sword is harder too. Hunchback Day. Song realized that while holding the shield up, his attacking stance was quite limited. In the end, it seemed that thrusting the sword was the only way to attack. Therefore, Hunchback Day. Soong kept practicing over and over. You were shouting so loudly. At that moment, a voice rang out. What is wrong, Day? Soong. He startled and turned around. Huh. Seeing Leon, he was surprised and exclaimed, parry down. Leon instructed sternly, stop swinging your sword wildly with your elbow. I am asking you to maintain your stance and try again. Hunch Day. Soong replied immediately. Yes. Understood. He guards on one side. Then, Hunchback Day. Soong performed the move under Leon's watchful eye. He swung his sword powerfully and shouted loudly. Then, Hunchback Day. Soong turned around to launch an attack. After finishing, he turned to look at Leon. He spoke in a low voice. Still wrong. Hunchback Day. Soong exclaimed in confusion. At this moment, Leon directly corrected the posture for Hunchback Day. Soong noticed that the person had a habit of lowering the sword when thrusting. That is where you are wrong. The shield will protect the right shoulder of the person standing next to you. Leon advised. Even if it blocks your view, never lower your sword. Good day. Soong was a bit confused. Why is that? Leon calmly explained. When that happens, a gap is created, and that gap will become a vulnerability. Day. Soong quietly asked. Your Majesty, is your strategy for us to set up a shield to hold the enemy in place while the knights advance to attack? Isn't that right? Leon replied. Exactly. Fight while charging forward. That is a fundamental tactic on the battlefield. Good day. Soong thinks that if the enemy is a monster, he probably can't use that tactic. Hearing this, Leon falls silent for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and asked, are you the one teaching me how to fight? Good day. Soong replied anxiously. No, I would never dare. Now, Leon suddenly smiled softly. Hung, he said firmly, in my world, are there tons of monsters like the ones you encountered at those dungeon gates? No, there are even worse monsters at those gates are almost cute by comparison. Leon continued. We had to face monsters over 20 meters tall, dwarven demons with unlimited regeneration, multi-headed venomous beasts, giants, and dozens of giant spiders, lizards bigger than mountains. He already knew this, so to deal with monsters like them, we must learn many different combat methods, as well as have quick reflexes and adaptability. Leon continued. And that is the ability you will gain after a long period of hard training, he asks. Do you have decades of combat experience fighting monsters and training alongside gods? With just a sword and a spear, can you win every battle with honor? Hearing that, Beauty Sean fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, Leon spoke softly. I believe you understand now why I teach soldiers only one thing. Because omnipotence is a virtue found only in a true gentleman. He believes that simply mastering that ability would already increase one's chances of survival. Beauty Sean thought for a moment before speaking, but Beauty Sean told himself, I want to climb higher. Leon quietly asked, do you want to become a knight? Beauty Sean was startled and replied, how could a commoner like me dare? Beauty Sean quietly asked, is not it only nobles who can become knights? Leon sighed and said, do not judge my kingdom by the standards of your world. He corrected himself, saying it is not only nobles who can become knights. Beauty Sean was a bit surprised and replied, yes. Leon believes a knight must be someone willing to walk a path full of hardship for a noble mission, someone who always protects the people and does good with courage, who has dedicated their entire life to the goddess and the people. Leon softly said, those who can fulfill this sacred duty are worthy of becoming knights. He spoke softly, saying that one must have both courage and skill to accomplish that. At that moment, Beauty Seon seemed to realize something. Leon continued, and also to earn my respect. Beauty Seon thought to himself, I was wrong. He lifted his head with a determined gaze. Beauty Seon gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he told himself, I want to become a knight too. At the same time, in the magic tower in the United States, a groan echoed. Damn it. Even when I took this time for it. Roan then spoke up. Oh, sir, I believed you would return, the Jade Guardian snapped. Hey, idiot, shut up and kneel down quickly. Ronan obediently replied. Yes, sir, the Jade Guardian said. I will teach you the truth and wisdom of Samura, so of course you must obey me and be wise enough to listen to what I say. Ronan wondered silently. His tone has changed, the Jade Guardian quietly said. First cast the spatial teleportation spell onto the stone. In an emergency, just throw it into the air. Hearing this, Ronan was a bit surprised and asked, why is that? I thought those stones were tools for teleportation. But the Jade Guardian snapped irritably. Are you crazy? Do you think I would crawl into hell without any insurance to get back? Ronan could not help but frown. The Jade Stone whispered softly. Listen carefully. I will never appear on that planet as long as that bastard is still breathing. Ronan still did not understand a thing. The Jade Guardian continued. But since I am here, I will soon find a way to kill him. Without the Holy Grail Knights and his legion around, I will have the chance to do it. The Jade Guardian added. First, no matter how, you must enter the same dungeon gate as him for me. Hearing that, Ronan quickly replied. Oh, I understand now. The Jade Seal laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. This time, the image of Leon riding a white horse appeared vividly in his mind. Vimbo Ningok whispered, you will die. Fight the false king. As the day of the Pantheon's standing army graduation ceremony approached, Hanari quietly asked, they just finished the training program. Is it really okay? Jackspin replied, fine. Hanari said, so that is why Jax and I have to stay home. And Jackspin also shouted, damn it. Now, the tired observer holding the camera. Oh, this is going to be tough for me. Hanari smiled and said, congratulations on your luck. Observer, inside. Leon spoke. My soldiers, you have all performed very well during the 4 weeks of the training program, he said softly. So I will keep it brief. It is time to reap the sweet rewards. Leon ordered. Move forward. Attack the dungeon. Even if you are still as weak as before, I do not care. He shouted. But that is the place where you will realize what it truly means to be a warrior of King Leon. Leon believes that it is there you will find the faith you seek. Finally. He shouts. The Pantheon army moves out. 49 low-level hunters, a member of the Hunter Association, and Leon Dragonia will enter the dungeon gate. Standing high above, Jeff Spin shouted out. Damn it. Hanari quietly said. Do not worry so much, Lord Jat. His Majesty is with them. Everything will be fine. Suddenly, Jeff Spin shouted. Spotting a problem. He said. 49 soldiers. 1 observer. A total of 51 people. Hanari replied confused. Yes. So what now? Jeff Spin announced. 52 people entered. Hanari paused. A mysterious person had followed the troops into the dungeon. Hanari wondered. Who was it? Jeff Spin quickly rushed into Hota to respond urgently, and Hanari startled called out. Lord Jat, seeing Jeff Spin rushing toward the dungeon at full speed. Hanari shouted, wait for me. Ignoring her, Jeff Spin rushed inside, and Hanari quickly yelled. Sir Jat, I am coming too. Unexpectedly, she hit her head on the dungeon barrier, and Hanari cried out in pain. Coughing, seeing her collapse on the ground, the subordinates were extremely confused. Hanari gasped, sat up, and shouted, what? She blinked in surprise. This is why, at that moment. Everyone gasped. What is happening? The gate is shifting, the difficulty is changing from yellow, the dungeon is gradually transforming. Everyone shouted in panic, red. Hanari could not stop worrying. Why did the yellow gate suddenly turn red? She stared wide-eyed at the dungeon gate, and Hari silently thought, the gate is changing. Inside, the members were facing fierce monsters, each one large and roaring. A fierce battle is taking place here. Someone shouts, Kiha! Everyone is exhausted fighting the monsters. Groaning, I am going to die. At this moment, another horde of monsters arrived, and the members shouted in alarm. These are demons. They wondered if this was the dungeon gate of Ki-Hi-Ha. Seeing this, Loon's eyes blazed with determination. He ordered, raise your shields. Recalling everything he had learned about positioning. At that moment, the members loudly urged each other, raise your shields, while some doubted inwardly. Really, yet. Without hesitation, they all obediently raised their shields at Leon's command. Everyone quickly formed a formation in Leon style. Now. Leon shouted, charge. Move forward. A young man was a bit confused. The enemies were demons. Yet the Lord told them to charge forward. Why not stand back and observe the situation first? Still, everyone bravely rushed ahead. Seeing that, the young man wondered, are not they scared at all? Because they are fully equipped with armor and weapons and have gone through rigorous training. They are already too familiar with tense situations like this. Now the young man was suddenly amazed when he saw the system information. He shouted, so that is it. The screen displayed a notification. The Aura of the Brave Heart, an effect that adds armor against enemies, hardens the body, boosts soldiers' morale, strengthens armor, and makes it lighter, moving more agilely, gaining steel resistance effects, strengthening the body against relentless attacks, boosting endurance against ranged assaults, with clearer and farther vision. The young man was bewildered. What is this? Are these support effects for his soldiers? At this moment, the fierce monsters roared fiercely. Loon's legion advanced calmly, and seeing this, the monsters charged recklessly. A member shouted, "They are coming, raise your shields." The fierce beasts roared, and the others quickly ordered, "Block them." Everyone united to raise their shields, successfully stopping the beasts' charge as they slammed their heads against the shields and cried out in pain. Despite facing fierce monsters, everyone remained somewhat calm. The beasts were beaten so badly they cried out in pain. That young man thought to himself, those monsters were still too much for a B-rank hunter, so it would be like the past 4 weeks. At that moment, Leon shouted, "Rally up," and the members quickly took control of the situation. Leon shouted to protect themselves and drive the enemies away, not giving them a chance to fight back. Following the order, the members fiercely counterattacked the monsters. They stomped on the monsters with fierce determination. Pushing forward, some pierced through the beasts, causing them to cry out in pain, and everyone shouted loudly, urging them to retreat. Under heavy attack, Leon shouted loudly, "Keep pushing forward and finish off the enemy." At that moment, the young man faced the giant demon. "Careful. Look at the giant demon snorting and glaring fiercely." The young man shouted, "Damn, that is a giant demon." Facing this monster, everyone felt a bit worried. Thinking they could not stop it, they silently thought, its strike was almost as powerful as an rank hunter. At this moment, the giant demon aggressively launched an attack. Despite their fear, the members quickly took their stance, ready to strike. Team 3, led by Geed Sum, fought back fiercely. The giant demon gasped, and the young man's eyes widened in surprise. He actually blocked it. At this moment, the giant furious demon roared loudly. Japspin quickly raised his gun, ready to confront the mid-range enemy. He fired a barrage of shots at the monster, and when Japspin appeared, everyone was shocked and cheered. "Engai Jat," Leon swiftly approached and asked, "Engai Jat, what brings you here?" He smiled with satisfaction. "Well done." Then, Leon dashed to the midline and swung a powerful sword strike. Blinking, the army had successfully healed, and now the monsters shouted out loud, "The giant demon is down. The naked chicken is exposed. We have to revive it." They buzzed among themselves. But it died right there. The enemy is too dangerous. So dangerous. Seeing the fierce look from Leon, the monsters immediately curled their tails and fled. "Let us go. Run fast." Seeing that, everyone was surprised and cheered. The demons are retreating." The members among them shouted, "We won. We won." Whoa. They whispered, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." A representative spoke up, announcing that because of the rescue, the system displayed a warning. The Kingdom of Spur is under threat from demons. Protect the kingdom from the demon lord's attack. 1 week remaining. Seeing this, the members were stunned. What the hell? The demon lord is those demons over there. We thought this was just a portal. At that moment, someone spoke loudly. "Your Majesty, there is a big problem." Leon quietly asked, "What is it?" The member said anxiously, "The exit gate is lost." Everyone immediately panicked. "What? Does that mean we can't go back anymore?" Leon firmly said, "Stay calm, do not panic." And the members responded. Then Leon stepped toward the gate from before. Deep in thought, "Now," Jeff Spine reported. Observation. Anomaly. The presence of a third party. And Leon believed this was likely the reason the situation became uncontrollable. He quietly asked, "Does anyone have a reasonable explanation?" Someone boldly raised their hand. "I have an idea." "Your Majesty," Ud Seong suggested, "maybe this is a multivariant gate. Allow me to explain briefly." He spoke softly. "In these cases, the difficulty of the dungeon gate will spike dramatically. And the unusual thing here is that we cannot escape this place until we have cleared the entire dungeon." Leon thought to himself, too perfect to call it a coincidence. He showed a thoughtful expression. In the end, Leon decided the plan would not change. "We will act as if nothing happened." Ud Seong was a bit worried, asking if it was okay and if His Majesty could handle the demon lord. Leon confidently said, "What is there to fear? I am Leon I, the one who has imprisoned over 30,000 giant demons. Who doubts my power?" Everyone responded in unison. "We dare not." "Your Majesty, please teach us a lesson we will never forget." Leon thought to himself. Of course, this is my world after all, a world filled with holy power. In truth, he was a bit uneasy, but right now, he could not guarantee a complete victory over the demon lord without significant sacrifice. Leon believed that a true knight must always maintain his spirit in any situation, so the soldiers would have willpower and faith. Now, the dungeon is filled with a very gloomy atmosphere. On the other side, the Jade Gem laughed loudly with delight. He got so annoyed. "No, are you crazy?" he said. "Sir, I do not need to get directly involved in this matter. He will have to face a disgusting creature. The demonic beasts that have served it for 100 years. The Jade Guardian believes that if the demon lord awakens, his fate is sealed. The ancient kingdom, The Pacific Kingdom, with a history spanning thousands of years, has had its era of peace ended by the demons. They had to endure a series of attacks that shattered the capital, and the palace was the last fortress remaining. Alongside the survivors here, they still clung to hope for victory amid this desperate battle. After reading all the information, an unlucky black-haired boy with a serious face pointed out that it was a big problem. But Leon, sitting opposite, did not think so and asked back, "What problem?" But the person opposite remained very serious. "Yes, that is right." Faced with such a determined attitude, he reluctantly accepted it. "I understand now. Each gate has its own theme." Noticing that Leon had understood the situation, the young man sighed in relief and pointed out the current circumstances. "This time it is different, Your Majesty, as there is a time limit involved." Seeing that he did not understand, the other quickly explained in detail that if one cannot clear a gate in time, the monsters will remain, and a dungeon rift will be created. However, it is time limited, and once the mission is completed, the gate will close even if there are still monsters inside. Receiving all this information, Leon lowered his head, furrowed his brows, and pondered. Finally understanding, so, after much thought, Leon crossed his arms, looked up at the young man before him, and asked with suspicion, "The person's name is Kim Jinsu," called out and answered in panic, "Yes, Your Majesty." Putting that aside, Leon went straight to the main point. At first, finding the intruder in our ranks was the top priority, but the situation is very urgent right now. Hold on a moment, let me ask him, and since Spinner is already here, will the evaluation after the training be affected? This question made the black-haired boy opposite fall silent, but the person next to him quickly answered, "Yes, everything is fine." Not stopping there, he smiled as he spoke. "The chairman of the association has already granted me the authorization." Hearing this, the young man beside him could not hide his excitement and raised his voice. "Oh, this time they will really promote us to priority rank." Not letting the conversation drag on, Leon raised a finger to stop it, leaving the other two puzzled. "All right, one more thing." Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, he smiled knowingly and calmly got straight to the main point about the hidden mission. "What does everyone think?" As soon as these words were spoken, the two people opposite stiffened and said, "Your Majesty, this idea is strange." Seeing the hesitation and disbelief in his eyes, Leon's gaze flashed with a dangerous light as he declared ominously, "I am planning to kill the Demon Lord." After finishing the discussion with the adventurers, Leon pondered, realizing he had already spent quite a bit of energy as expected. He sat cross-legged by the window, holding the still glowing holy chalice in his hand. Leon thought to himself, but at that level, it should still be possible to communicate with the goddess. As soon as he spoke, the chalice stirred, and a gentle golden power appeared in his resting hand. A few seconds later, a gentle voice spoke, "Leon, my knight," and he responded with full respect. "Goddess Ariana, have I troubled you?" The goddess on the other end, seeing Leon's reply, asked directly, "You have noticed it too." He did not hide it and honestly admitted, "I realized it a bit late though." Not wanting to keep the goddess waiting too long, Leon put on a serious face and calmly shared his analysis. "I sense a strange energy within this gate." Hearing this, the goddess quickly responded, "A living body like a human cannot be so easily detected." For a moment, the goddess provided countless pieces of subconscious information, which was natural, as that energy had already merged with this world. This information stunned Leon, realizing there was a creature so powerful he could sense it even in this state. Snapping out of his thoughts, he once again voiced his opinion. "It must be a demon lord or something similar, maybe even a demon king." The goddess did not deny it, only briefly said it was possible. Then she shifted to another topic. "The greater the power you perceive, the more terrifying its true strength is." After analyzing the situation, the goddess finally revealed the reason for her appearance. "My knight, the holy power of the Earth Temple has sent a message to you." Leon also bowed his head respectfully, saying he was listening carefully, while the goddess on the other side quickly spoke plainly that the gods wanted to study this world. Sensing something, when Ariana was focused on a mysterious girl, she only refocused when he interrupted, and said there was no need to tell him what to do next. Leon placed his hand on his chest and bowed again, answering with all due respect, "Of course," and not only that, he firmly affirmed that he would find a safe solution to help them. The next day, a carriage carried the group to the front of the castle, and "We have arrived." As the four got off the carriage, a steward appeared and greeted them. "Welcome, knights. My name is Peiko, the head steward here." After briefly introducing himself, he began explaining his duty. "I will lead you to the courtroom. Please follow me." As they followed the steward, the four could not help but look around curiously. Halfway through, Leon could not resist praising the lord of the place for having a great sense of taste, which made the steward visibly proud. "How you have a keen eye, sir." Then he began walking while introducing the palace. The royal palace of the Kingdom of Spur has a long history. From the time of the founding Queen Flora to the current Queen Baichit, I have served many generations of queens. At these words, the old man behind suddenly awakened to a great realization, so this place is ruled entirely by queens. and the young man beside him chimed in with his own thoughts. Yes, the people here must follow a matriarchal system. These remarks successfully made Leon cast them a rather unfriendly glance, thinking the king must be scheming. Even when the three fell silent, Leon could not hide his irritation and began to scold them, asking where commoners like them learned to judge royal lineage like that. The three looked at him attentively and apologized. Hearing those words, Leon turned back and politely apologized to the steward, saying, I am sorry about that. They are really foolish because they have not learned basic etiquette. The situation is quite tense right now, so I hurriedly brought these guys along. Please understand. The old butler understood well and smiled it off. It is okay. I can understand since I am an outsider. In the end, the four of them finally arrived at their destination. And here I am. This is the grand hall. In front of the four of you now is a large gate guarded by soldiers. Please come in. The door then opened to reveal a dazzling light. The queen is waiting for you. Facing that bright light, Leon looked like he was about to go into battle. Inside, countless guards stood ready, and two more were stationed above to protect the queen. King Leo I, please come in. The name just mentioned caught everyone's attention. Then someone stepped forward, stood before him thoughtfully. You are Leo I, the one who led the army in battle at the gate. After observing and assessing for a moment, he reached into his pocket and took out a piece of paper. I am the Prime Minister of the Duchy Kingdom of Chum. Recognizing your great achievements, we have decided to bestow upon you the title of knight. As soon as the declaration was made, he added another request. With the queen's consent, please read it aloud. Leon frowned with discomfort at those words. Then he decided to ignore him and head straight to the throne, thinking he would greet the queen first. What? Just a few steps in, another person stepped forward. It was an older knight. Stop right there. You are Leon. He even directly insulted Leon afterward. I do not care what achievements you have. How dare a foreigner like you come so close to the queen? Those three behind do not understand anything. Is this situation okay? Suddenly I got shut down, seeing the Prime Minister still talking nonstop. A question came to the three of us. Even though the Prime Minister stopped you, will you really just let it go? After a while, Leon's anger officially erupted. I just could not hold it in. Leon then stood up straight and confidently declared, Your Majesty, I myself am also a sovereign, the king of the kingdom of Leon, Leon Dragonia I. After a brief introduction, I apologize in advance. I know it will be terrible, but I will do what I have to do. Those words made the Prime Minister so angry his eyes nearly popped out. Who does he think he is? He then shouted like he had never shouted before, demanding, You sharp one. Someone hold these guys back. However, before he could say more, he was grabbed by the head. Leon at this moment had a terrifying look with veins bulging all over. Witnessing what was happening, those behind were terrified to the point of losing their composure, but Leon ignored them and twisted his neck sharply to one side. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Leon gritted his teeth and wondered why he was so angry this time. He could not hold back his rage as his hand bulged with veins gripping the Prime Minister's neck tightly. He then twisted his neck with a snap. The Prime Minister's body went limp as he stared at the ceiling, a scene that left the knights present in chaos. Your Grace, what is that man doing? In response to those words, Leon just glared with contempt, burning with rage. The people behind, witnessing such a smooth neck snap, began to doubt their own lives and felt humiliated. The knights present quickly regained their composure and pointed their swords at where he stood, daring him. Do you want to die? Despite the life or death situation, Leon did not care and spoke a cryptic sentence. Fool, how long do you intend to hide your identity? Do you think you can fool me? Reveal yourselves, you rotten demons. The Prime Minister, who seemed defeated, suddenly started foaming at the mouth, his body trembling and his eyes turning icy cold. Immediately, his eyes turned red, flashing a dangerous light. Then the Prime Minister bent forward, his back rippling as if trying to tear something apart, huffing and puffing strangely. A few minutes later, the skin was removed, revealing a giant ant standing before Leon, while the Prime Minister had become a demon. Nearby, someone else also began to transform. There was everything here, not just one or two, but seconds later an army of giant ants appeared, and soon the entire hall was surrounded by countless giant ants. The demons. Before anyone could scatter, Leon entered full combat mode like never before, demanding no fear and to face them head-on. Not stopping there, he then swung his hand to the side, urging everyone to unite and fight together. Leon continued to boost morale, unaware of a demon glaring and attacking him, saying this is the only way to achieve victory. The demon was stopped by his two fingers before it could do anything. Seemingly unable to believe it was held back, Leon then tore the demon in half with his bare hands. Fierce. He also took the opportunity to grab another ant's head nearby. Watching each one fall, the fake knight was surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and expressed his hatred for crawling things, hiding right in the underground palace where Queen and Fan and the disgusting monsters were. In contrast, on the other side where the high-ranking officials were, everything was in chaos. The fake knight gritted his teeth and charged forward, and soon countless ants fell beneath his sword. After finishing, he sheathed his sword and confidently declared, All the demons that have invaded here, destroy them, kill them all. The soldiers who received the order quickly charged forward. A few seconds later, all the ants were defeated. It was only then that he noticed the woman on the throne. However, just like before he could reach the steps, he was stopped by the fake knight. Standing there, once again blocked, Leon frowned at him with a sharp look and said, I understand your position and loyalty. What I do not understand is why you are not focusing on protecting the superior in this critical situation. That fake knight is no better. Retorting, who are you to judge my loyalty and actions? Only the queen has that right. These words made the three behind feel like they had a new perspective, and it made sense. Why are you displeased in giving that person a cold glare, standing there like a tiger? However, just like before reaching the next step, the fake knight stopped me. Standing there, what I do not understand is why you do not focus on protecting your superiors in this critical situation. What I do not understand is why you did not really step in, standing there like that. However, since the Prime Minister is dead, I am the one next in line to take responsibility when the Queen is absent. Every word made Leon pause and observe for a moment, then he chose to reveal a shocking truth. This capital is flooded with corrupted energy. Beneath the palace, countless demons were laughing wickedly, even urging Leon to quickly resolve this matter. Upon receiving this information, the knight was terrified and kept asking for confirmation. Are you sure? Only to receive Leon's firm assurance. The Night King does not speak lies. At this point, the knight had to concede. So what do you want? He replied briefly. The right to command the soldiers. Just when it seemed everything would end there, Leon added another condition: the right to eliminate the corrupted. With permission granted, Leon knelt down gently and declared, O incompetent queen, this king will fix all your mistakes. Later, in the central square of Spur City, a large fire was lit as the gathered citizens watched below. Standing above and looking down at the people, he began his speech. Everyone, I have received full authorization from the Kingdom of Spur. Pausing for a moment, he began to introduce himself. I am King Leon of the Kingdom of Leon the First, Leon Dragonia the First. With the introduction finished, Leon went straight to the main point. Some of you have been possessed and corrupted by demons, and their goal might be to sow discord within while attacking from outside. Before anyone could panic, Leon reassured them. But there is nothing to worry about. I have a way to tell who is corrupted. A young man then quickly asked, how? In response to that question, he did not hide and replied, very well. I will show you that seeing is believing. Above, the two people were tied together. Looking at those two, the people below could not believe their eyes. Here, one was corrupted, and the other was normal. Observing those reactions, Leon's eyes sharpened. After everyone panicked for a moment, he declared who was normal. Without hesitation, Leon threw the two into the fire, saying, prove your purity by throwing yourself into the flames. Since this is a test, I will help you, and the two were stunned into silence. Witnessing the whole process, the people below were a mix of shock and fear. Damn, he wants to kill us all. A few seconds later, the boy screamed in pain as his skin started to melt away. Put out the fire. The man's cruelty terrified the onlookers. Oh my god. However, unlike the boy, the girl stepped out unharmed. What? She is fine. Then what was that scream just now? A man then noticed something and said, hey look, the spirit's body over there. The boy is starting to melt. Look, when that burns away, Leon calmly explains, this is holy fire. It only burns corrupted creatures. Leon loudly demanded the crowd to be cautious, telling them to thank the fire war god Bethos for this. Then shout his name and step through the flames. One person was still hesitant, which made him angry. So what now? Only demons get burned. Right. Unable to watch any longer, Leon drew his sword and threatened, hurry up, or if you are all corrupted, I will behead every last one of you. By this time, the people had no choice but to ignore everything and run inside. Damn it. I am out of here. A few minutes later, only the demons remained standing. At that moment, the demons above Leon covered their noses, disgusted by the full stench, and warned that those who made him witness this would pay the price. Leon then declared outright, I will tear your souls to pieces. The demons below immediately took up attack positions. And that human, what do you know? Don't think humans will be safe. Before they could finish, Leon flew into a rage and declared, you demons, all of you die. Every word echoed in painful cries. At that moment, every demon that came was met with Leon grinding his teeth fiercely, sensing and parasitizing human emotions. Those savages, getting annoyed when the issue was brought up, he began to blame them. How dare you take the role of humans walking on two legs and living in communities while pretending to be soldiers? Do you think I allow that to happen? The more he spoke, the more passionate Leon became, making countless promises that left the demons stunned. All of you will die in agony. I will make you cry in despair and suffering. The demons then began to doubt humanity, thinking this madman walks on two legs because he has two legs, but he just keeps babbling nonsense. In the season, someone watches everything through a crystal ball, and the corrupt scheme seems to have failed. On the other side, Leon keeps shouting, more, louder, keep yelling. That is the only way to satisfy this king. Observing the entire scene, the master of the crystal ball, that bastard, he remains a ruthless fiend. After fixing all the demons, he hung one up and gathered the subjects down in the square once again, saying, O subjects of the kingdom, are you afraid yet? Leon opened his eyes wide and firmly declared that as long as the king and this fierce heart exist, Evil will never harm you. He paused briefly and added that, more accurately, evil creatures grow stronger from the dark emotions of humans. Leon kept talking without noticing the terrified and confused faces of the people as they saw the demon's sinister smile. The demon's attempt to raise its wings and unleash its full power caused the people to panic like never before. This is not over yet. Your fate has been sealed. The corrupting power will destroy everything. At those words, Leon slapped Seonggong straight on the head, silencing the demon. The demon was pierced after that blow, and Leon then pointed at it with great anger, saying, "Look at this wretched creature. Corrupting power is the cause of your temptations and fears." Annoyed for a moment, Leon quickly calmed down and continued his lecture, explaining that those cravings and endless desires were also the reasons why your families fell apart, leaving the people below confused and bewildered. But he still paid no attention and spoke even more harshly than before, causing you to fall flat on your face this morning, making your partner deceive you and lose money gambling. This time, not only the people but also the demon beside them began to doubt life. When the soul returned to its body, it could not help but speak out loud, "What is this?" But before it could say more, Leon grabbed its horn and declared, "You must pay with your life." The people below, after a moment of confusion and panic, gradually realized the new truth. "What? Is it because of that demon that my mother fell ill?" Knowing the reason, the people below clenched their teeth and cursed. "I told you to shut up, you damn demon." One person could not help but shout out in anger, "The enemy of my father." The demon above had one horn broken by him and the rest exploded loudly. These lunatics, successfully silencing the demon from uttering another word, Leon returned to his speech, declaring that the corrupted will spare no one and that these demons must be punished. He went further, affirming that all the problems we face in life are connected to these demons and we cannot allow them to cause chaos. Before, the demon was so fed up that it did not even bother to argue back. After going on and on, Leon pulled out a glowing wooden staff and declared, "But now everyone does not need to think anymore, because I am here to deliver justice for all." Following his words, he casually pointed at someone, saying, "Hey red-haired kid." Being called out like this, the boy still had not recovered. "God." Leon confirmed and said, "That is right, come up here." However, instead of doing something grand, the boy simply blocked the wooden stick for him. Now that the demon was restrained by the twin streams, Leon leaned on him and urged, "Use this holy flame to teach the demon a lesson." And only then did the boy become much more excited. Seeing the boy hesitate, Leon encouraged him, "Do not be afraid or anything." The boy, feeling energized, shouted loudly, "I swear, I will teach them a lesson they will never forget." Then the boy suddenly flew into a rage, ready to strike, calling the bastard out. And not only was the boy furious, but the demon was about to explode too. Then it started putting on a terrifying face, playing mind games, daring the boy to do anything, threatening to drag him down to hell. The words were cut off as Leon, standing beside him, landed a punch that sent several teeth flying. "Who gave you the right to speak like that?" The boy then stepped forward, his cheek swollen, glaring at the damn demon. With nothing left but anger, the boy gritted his teeth and struck with all his might, saying, "Pay for my family's lives." Flames then burst forth above his head as he cried out, "You will go to hell." But as usual, before it could curse any further, Leon beside him angrily interrupted, "You demon have no right to speak here." Then a loud voice rang out, bringing death. In some prison, the corrupted demon Banus was captured again. Inside, it began to reflect, having tortured and trampled countless humans as a demon for years, it never thought it would end like this. Immediately after, a familiar tripod appeared, and moments later Herb showed up. Seeing it, the demon could not hide its trembling fear, yet it still stubbornly asked, "What do you want? Why is there a robot here?" In response to that question, Herb honestly did his duty, asking for information. The moment those words were spoken, the demon despised mere, thinking he would complete. Did he really think I would surrender? But instead of getting angry, Herb calmly announced that prisoner number 14 was not cooperating, which confused the demon. A few seconds later, 3 armored knights appeared, standing before its prison. Although initially a bit scared, it quickly calmed down and boldly declared, "If you want me to confess, then help me. I will surely resurrect and take revenge on you." Later, it stopped and broke out in a cold sweat when it saw something. The knights were now carrying a wooden barrel. "What is that?" Inside was a shimmering glowing liquid made from ordinary water and 15% holy water. Then the tub was set down, making the monster flinch. Herb then appeared on the tub and laid out the terms. "Look carefully and choose wisely." Then it directly threatened, "Water. You know the answer." The demon still tried to play dumb, but before it could say anything, Herb grabbed its collar and dunked its face into the holy water. The monster then endured extreme pain. Its face flushed as if it had been slammed against a wall. At this point, it reluctantly revealed the information, saying, "Damn you, I am Banus, the corrupted demon." As soon as it started ranting about who dared to do that to it, Herb remarked, "Not cooperating." Once again, it was slammed face first into the water, and the demon then submerged in the holy water. The demon then tried to plead, "Wait," but Herb dismissed it every time. "Not cooperating, oh God save me. Not cooperating, The whole process made the three people behind a bit nervous. After being tormented for a while, the monster cried and answered, "Fine. Say whatever you want. I do not know anything." But Herb still said the same thing. Not cooperating. Only when the demon's face started to steam did Herb become satisfied. Prisoner number 14, 30,564 characters of reported information. But life is not that peaceful. Herb then began to analyze. 9,103 characters less than 50 with an average of 39,667 characters for prisoners 1 to 13. Each number made the demon curious. "Huh, what are you saying? There is a possibility of hiding information." Accused like that, the demon screamed, "Crazy damn it. How the hell am I supposed to know how many characters the others said?" Herb then continued speaking, preparing serious questions to ensure the prisoner's survival since they had not revealed enough information. The demon now feels like it is about to have an awakening, so it reluctantly asks kindly, "What do you want to ask?" After a while Herb returned to report the situation to Leon. The information was complete with about 80–90% overlap. After some analysis Herb presented the final result finding a reasonable point. Leon was satisfied and praised, "Well done, Mir. Spinner, I have the information I need." He raised his wine glass slightly and asked about another matter. "Spinner, you have finished gathering intel from the demons, right? What is the plan now?" Herb quickly reported the progress, saying they had eliminated most of them, leaving only a few to maintain operations, and the mission was a resounding success. Loon shook his glass with a satisfied smile. Good. Watching the piles of demons burning outside made him even more pleased. The justice he sought had been carried out on this planet. His joy was short-lived as his face darkened and his eyes widened. Leon then gritted his teeth and threw the wine glass to the ground. Herb observed him and noted a rapid heartbeat, chest pain, and difficulty breathing. Grinding his teeth for a moment, he stood up. "Lord Spinner." Thinking of something, Lin clenched his teeth in bitter hatred as he looked outside. "Those cruel creatures live and breathe the same air as me. I can't stand it. So what should I do?" When asked like that, Herb suggested eliminating the cause as soon as possible. The moment this idea was proposed, Leon went crazy. What a brilliant idea to eliminate and remove the cause. Without hesitation he rushed outside. As a demideacon, Leon felt no fatigue, nor did the Holy Grail robot knight. As soon as he landed, Leon took a running start. "I will explore the town tonight. The brutal night has begun." Ronan Selman held a purple orb amid a desolate scene surrounded by many monsters as a voice echoed, "Look back." Fear showed on Selman's face as his eyes darted around. And the voice spoke again. "So you are a human after all." Selman stammered in response. Looking at the purple orb in his hand, he asked, "Your Highness, are you alright?" The orb responded to Selman, "Do not stare too much at those women or you will end up corrupted too." Behind Selman, terrifying monsters were watching him, and Selman replied to the orb nervously, "Yes." Of course. Suddenly a voice came from afar, "Stop right there." Hearing this, Selman stood still clutching the orb and looked in that direction. A large, muscular monster froze and laughed fiercely at Selman, saying, "You bastard, how dare you invade my territory?" He shouted angrily, "Are you tired of living?" Selman was terrified and wondered what this dark energy was. The orb said, "You have not seen the crown on its head yet." Selman looked at the orb and listened as it continued. "The demon lord of pleasure and decay, Androgen." Androgen heard that voice and said without hesitation, "Oh, there is one more." The image of a fake-looking monster holding a skull appeared. A voice spoke up, "We have a lightning goblin here." The orb thought. The orb starts turning to speak to the monster. "Androgen, I have an enticing offer you can't refuse." Hearing that, Androgen looked surprised and puzzled. "Huh. A proposal?" Androgen sneered at the orb with disdain. "Know your place, little thing." Andre Morgan shouted at them. "Do you think a nobody like you can compare to the other lords and demon generals? Do you think you can match me?" Seeing this, the orb fell silent for a moment, not resisting Androgen. After a while, the orb calmly said to Androgen, "You are too arrogant to have it." Hearing that, Android angrily asked back, "What?" The orb began to continue. "You were not the only one to die during the Great Enlightenment 180 years ago. The Pleasure King also fell." Hearing that, Androgen clenched his fists in anger and cursed. "Eek. Damn it." The orb continued, "I know everything. The terrible things that happened during that time. The time going back 180 years ago. The monsters were terrifying. The background devastated with houses ablaze. To dominate the world, the 5 dark forces united. But the outcome was catastrophic: skulls scattered on the ground, smoke thick in the air, with only 3 king-level demons left, and the image shows small monsters scattering in panic, voices shouting in alarm, "Damn it. Give up and run," and other monsters yelling, "Hurry." Suddenly, all the monsters stop because something in front of them makes them afraid to run any further. The image of Leon hovering in the air, his clothes torn, surrounded by terrifying sparks, made the monsters panic and scatter in fear. Loon's face looked very angry, his eyes shining with a golden spark, showing deep resentment. He used a technique that caused a large area around him to explode as if all life had been drained away. More than 10 million other little demons have been destroyed. The orb in Selman's hand lamented about itself. "I am the survivor from that era." Seeing this, Androgen hurriedly asked, "Do you know everything?" The orb laughed slyly. Clever, huh? Inside the orb appeared the image of a demon, and the orb continued. What do you think? Huh. I said I would make an offer you can't refuse. Androgen's face grew angrier, and he bitterly said, Go ahead, Androgen. We'll throw him into the bottomless pit of decay. The purple orb in Selman's hand spoke up, asking if he heard that Androgen was on a mission for the Supreme Demon General. Androgen grinned wickedly, saying the times are about to change. Old man, but you are still just a human kid. The image of a tightly curled allegory sparrow appeared along with his smug voice saying, It is about to die. The flower and some sparkling beads pinned on her dress glowed faintly, standing in the dark forest at night, still holding the orb. Selman said, So, it is over. Doing this much in a place where they have girls is already good. The mysterious purple orb in his hand continued. The odds are 7-3. Androgen only has 3 parts. Hearing that, he got excited, saying if that is the case, with me, SSS-Rank mage, and another creature with supreme magic, victory is guaranteed. The orb teasingly asked, Are people really going to fight alongside him? The man froze, thinking, this damn guy is crazy. Then he asked the other, So, where are we headed? The orb replied, First, the warrior shamans in the nearby forest. He knows how to fight too. No more words needed. For example, he hesitated, and even the orb said nothing more when they saw a warlock with a twisted, scared body up ahead. Over there, this warlock held a large, extremely sharp knife, with parts of his body wrapped in dull gray cloth. One hand held a long white tube, and combined with its face, the whole appearance looked extremely grotesque. The orb spoke up. Yes, it is a warlock warrior. Looking closer, its eyes were striped and bloodied, wide open and full of pain. Seeing this, the orb quickly called Selman, who panicked as well. Whispering, Use the invisibility spell quickly. Suddenly, a glowing white rope, seemingly endless, shot forward quickly. The rope wrapped around the shaman and pulled him up, leaving Selman and the orb watching in utter terror. The sorcerer was pulled high above the ground by the glowing white rope right before their eyes. He flailed his arms toward them, begging for help, but could only make indistinct sounds instead of words. It was dragged along the ground in a panic, its hands clawing desperately at the earth as if trying to hold on. Selman, holding the orb nearby, was hidden but could not help feeling terrified watching it. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere, making the two even more terrified. Hasn't Spinner caught it yet? Leon and Jeff Spinner stepped forward. Spinner said, It is estimated that there are still a few creatures left in the area. IB continued. The creature they just caught had seen something. Loon's eyes glowed a bright green, he said. Even after cleaning up so thoroughly, a few still got through. Standing opposite him, the orb asked again for confirmation. Did you do as I told you? Have you activated the skill to increase your form yet? Selman replied. Of course, the orb retorted. I do not believe it. He is watching us right there. He just spoke while Leon was slowly approaching him to take a closer look. But I did not hear anything when we got here. His intense face was opposite. Along with every word from Selman, the silent law of the Holy Night Tren. All the demons in this forest have been wiped out. But there is still something very different from usual. Leon spoke with suspicion. How strange. He continued speaking, causing Selman and the orb opposite him to panic. I feel like there is something off. Leon leaned closer to the corpse, its face oozing with a full stench. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, making him lose his composure, It is here. Somewhere around here. It must be. Suddenly another sound made him turn around and ask, What is going on, Spinner? Spinner. Behind him, said, observing the targets through satellite in Area 4. B-17. Leon turned to the opponent and said, There is still something left for me to hunt. He spoke as he turned away, but his eyes never left Selman. Let us go. Leon walked away, growing more distant. While Selman here seemed somewhat relieved, his eyes revealed a clear tension, betraying the turmoil within. He still held the orb, crouching right there, and said, Half of it is lost. Elsewhere, where there are rooftops but the sky is still dark, a spot with water and a towel appeared nearby. Loon's muscular figure looked like he had just finished bathing. Leon's intense face spoke of demons of pleasure and corruption. He thought that these perverted demons were not seeking true sex but twisted, terrible lust. Loon's expression shifted to one of confusion and curiosity. Strangely so, thinking of the massive castle shrouded in darkness, he wondered why there were so many lustful demons in this kingdom. Recalling the scene of himself fighting alongside Spinner against the demons, he speculated that there were even high-ranking ones, likely indicating the presence of a supreme demon nearby. Loon's eyes fell to the ground as his thoughts drifted away. But why is that? A voice of a girl from behind spoke up, startling Leon. It was the scent of blood. He looked at her with tears in his eyes and thought, I never felt her presence. She gently continued, You must be very tired. Her face fully revealed with perfect beauty was Sparrow. She placed her hand gently on his shoulder and continued, Because I never go to sleep. Sparrow's face was gentle yet sharp, her long platinum hair flowing, adding to her beauty. She smiled confidently and stepped before Leon, saying, Good evening, esteemed sir. Leon's face turned icy cold upon hearing those words. Or perhaps I should call him Lord Leon. He closed his eyes in silence, but his heart was shaken by the stunning lady. As he picked up the shirt from the chair, he thought about the cause of the conflict, the pain it brought, a sign of corrupting power. Standing before Sparrow, Leon put on the shirt and pondered many things. Yes, standing before her, you can't even realize you are falling into an abyss. Looking at that beautiful face, he thought and sank deep into despair. Sparrow introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Beechit O'Lear Sparrow, queen of this small kingdom. As a courtesy, Leon calmly introduced himself in return. I am Leon the First, Leon Dragonia Leon Hart. His eyes sharpened with caution. This woman was not to be trusted. Yet she had seen through him. Sensing his thoughts, Sparrow spoke sincerely. Hey, do not be so guarded. Then she smiled softly and continued. I only came to ask about the benefactor of this kingdom. Leon stood facing her, unable to speak, only glaring with discomfort as he said, this is hardly an ideal time for a lady like you to visit me. Hearing this, Sparrow's expression darkened, and she was left speechless. She spoke each word as if it were stuck in her throat, filled with despair. Actually, I am being watched, Leon asked in confusion. Watch the queen. Who would dare? Sparrow sadly could not continue. She imagined the general and his guards and said sadly, the general and the knights under his command are watching me under the guise of surveillance. Leon began to sweat as he pictured the general's face. The general? You also think he is not the type to betray his loyalty? Still holding Leon's hand tightly, Sparrow was very urgent. I am running out of time, so I have to ask your majesty for a favor. Leon softened his voice and said, I am listening. Sparrow hesitated and said, kill the general and all his knights. With a very earnest attitude, she held Leon's hand and said, if you do that, I will give you this entire kingdom. They stood close for a long moment. Sparrow's foot lifted as if to listen. Leon leaned close to her ear and whispered, investigate the palace basement. They had never been closer than this. Placing her hand on Leon's back, she said, there, the general is hiding something. Suddenly, the sound of the general's footsteps shuffled outside the door. Hearing the noise, both turned to look, and at the same time a voice spoke. Your Majesty Leon. The general and the knights stand crowded at the door, he said. Please forgive us for disturbing you at midnight. We are opening the door now. The door slowly opened. His expression grew stern as if he could not find what he was looking for. Leon stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his shirt still unbuttoned. He said sternly, barging into the royal bedroom fully armed like that. What kind of disrespect is that? The general said harshly. I know this is improper, but the situation is urgent and we had no other choice. Hearing this, Leon frowned deeply. Then he continued, I just met the queen. The general replied. Is that so? Standing opposite the general and his soldiers, Leon continued, I also have some questions about you, who you really are. The man asked, in a situation where demons are still roaming everywhere, do you dare disturb the royal family's rest? The general replied, the demons do not come at night. Leon's eyes narrowed as he retorted, lying, imagining the general and the monsters in front of the castle. Thinking, since when did they start causing chaos at night like this? I am not stupid enough to be fooled so easily. As Leon pondered, a fool like him could never become a general. He added, as if he had been convinced by someone. The two stared at each other silently for a long moment. Then the general turned away and said, I hope you can forgive my rude behavior earlier. We should be going. Leon lost his words and said, Your Majesty. You continue, causing him to involuntarily defend himself, saying you treat her like a prisoner. He turned back angrily and snapped, that is none of strangers like you. Then the general slammed the door and left in a flash, folding his arms. Leon said, suspicious indeed. Very suspicious. And he also thought to himself that the general was clearly trying to hide something. Lost in thought, he rubbed his chin, recalling the image of himself and Sparrow standing side by side, deciding to investigate the basement as she suggested. Suddenly Spinner dashed over and knocked on the window, making a noise that made Leon turn around and exclaim, Lord Spinner. Spinner hovered and said, there is something I want to verify. Meanwhile, a large group of demons was steadily advancing toward the palace. They all shouted together, crush them. Behead them. Then play with their bodies. A long-faced demon with rolling eyes shouted, corrupt them all. One demon holding a lute pointed towards the palace ahead and said, listen up, Androgyne already said, the first to cross the wall will be rewarded with 100 slaves. Hearing this, the demons grew even more excited. Joking, corrupt them all. Corrupt. Corrupt. The demon leader was speaking nonsense when suddenly a gleaming sword shot forward at incredible speed straight toward him. The sword passed through him and plunged into the ground behind, causing a massive earthquake with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The other demon stopped and asked, what is that? The whole scene saw an enormous sword sweeping across the ground, making it glow red and leaving them stunned. The demons standing around saw the sword plunged into the ground there as if it turned into lava. The other demon corpses nearby lay motionless, but their souls were leaking out. Souls that seemed to be pulled straight toward the castle, because someone was holding something golden and exquisite that drew their souls in. The silhouette of that person flickered in the darkness, looking like a demon holding a shadow, their soul resembling a demon. You do not understand. You are like animals chasing basic desires like insects. So how could you comprehend what I am saying? Stepping forward with his hands glowing blue from inner power, Leon said, "Listen carefully, you filthy scum." His eyes gleamed bright blue as he pulled the sword from the pit he had just opened and continued. "I am King Leon I, in the name of the altar of light." Wielding the sword that seemed to hold back everything at that moment, Leon's eyes blazing with fierce energy, he said, "For those vile villains, I will take you down." The demons froze in place, sweat pouring down their faces. "Come here." The fierce tiger within Leon seemed unleashed with immense power, radiating sharp energy. "You wretched demons, your greatest terror is right here." From another side came a voice calling General Ricardo. The two guards asked as he approached, "I thought you were on a mission. What brings you here?" Ricardo replied, "An outsider is already handling it." He leaned in close to the soldier and asked, "The issue is the seal. It will work properly, right?" Spinner flew high above, watching all their movements. The soldier said, "Yes, sir. But we still have not found it." The general and two soldiers continued walking. He said, "There is not much time left. Just hold on a little longer." His broad back walked on as he said, 100 years of hard work is about to come to an end." General Tay lifted the leather curtain. Spinner watched everything from above. His silhouette walked alongside the wide path, saying that after 100 years of hard work without fear of hardship, it was finally coming to an end. As shadows lengthened in the crimson sky, towering plumes of smoke rose, the ground marked by arrows and the sting of swords. Someone's west was fiercely pulled away. None other than the demons, each one tightly bound and lined up in sorrowful silence. One demon in the long line fell, catching a soldier's attention. He approached, sat down beside the demon, and said, "Hey, be careful." Seeing something unbelievable, he blushed and said, "What?" Deep down, he wondered why the demon standing in front of him did not look like a demon at all because of her beautiful face and captivating slender figure. She said, "Hey, Hunter, please, spare me." She giggled teasingly and continued, "Then I will give you my all." Hearing that, the soldier was spellbound. Speechless, but his face flushed with embarrassment, he reached out his hands toward the beautiful demon, intending to touch her face, but her expression seemed strange and puzzling. The system announced that Leo had activated the poison resistance ability for the entire army. Demon before the soldier suddenly revealed its true ugly and repulsive form. Seeing this, the soldier got furious and slapped it hard, twisting its face before speaking harshly. It was slapped so hard it did not understand what just happened and wondered, "What the hell?" It sat there facing the soldier, annoyed and speaking, "How can a mere human like you possibly resist my will?" Hearing this, the soldier broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Is this the demon's charm? So ugly it almost made me fall." Suddenly a voice from afar caught both their attention. "Who goes there?" As the hooves of a white horse galloped up and abruptly stopped. That was none other than Leon, who clumsily dismounted his horse leading the captured demon group. So the soldier was referring to this thing that terrified the demon so deeply. Hearing that, Leon was very angry and asked, "How dare you?" He continued, "Using that pitiful body to seduce my soldiers." He clasped his hands and stammered, "Sorry, sir." Before he could finish, Leon kicked the demon in the face and said, not holding back, kicking the demon fiercely also made the other demons quite terrified. Leon said, "I can't stand your vulgar tone. Do you think you can tempt my troops, you heavenly demon?" "No way." A demon on the other side saw this and was so scared he was trembling and sweating, thinking, "He looks even more like a demon than the Demon King himself." On the busy street, the procession led by Leon continued to move forward. An attendant walking beside him turned and asked, "Sir, my lord, do not you find this strange?" Leon asked back, "What exactly are you trying to say?" The demon group passed through the unusual gazes of the people along with the attendant's judgments. This is definitely a hollow victory, but it seems the people's reaction is not very positive. Hearing this, he pondered quietly while the attendant continued to share his thoughts. Even low-level demons can easily deceive humans and corrupt the people. Alongside the advisor's words, there is an image of the mother and child cautiously embracing each other in front of the demon horde. The battle against monsters like these cannot be ended quickly or easily, so this single victory is just a small step. Those two mother and child seem to be genuinely wary of them at their core. This is the battle against their demon king. Then Leon, exuding a fierce aura, interrupted, saying, "We will let the people hang the demons, and they will kill them themselves. Then they will taste the sweetness of the death of those terrifying souls." Using myself with the words of the guard, I replied quickly, "Yes." Standing before the magnificent palace, Leon told his opponent, "In the best case, we will receive great merit for defeating the Demon King." Thinking of the Grand General, he smiled softly and continued, "And after that, no one will come to bother us anymore, not a single soul." The entire Grand Palace seemed to blend with the sky, all bathed in a deep red hue. At a window of some room, Spinner pressed close to the glass as if trying to overhear something. Part of the palace appeared along with Leon's words. "We will make it happen." The palace gradually darkened, likely as the sky turned to dusk. Elsewhere, 2 soldiers stood guard before a sturdy door. Suddenly sensing something, one soldier was drawn to the sight. It was Leon and his attendants approaching. The soldier blocked the way. Wait, facing him, the soldier held his spear defensively and said, "Stop, you are not allowed to enter this area." With one kick, Leon smashed the door open, sending dirt and rocks flying, creating an unimaginable shockwave. Glancing back, Leon seemed to signal his attendants. The attendants behind were carrying 2 unconscious soldiers to a corner. Leon said, "Let us go in." The torch was lit, blazing brightly to illuminate the whole area. Everyone stepped down together. One of them was doubtful, wondering if such a reckless attack was really a good idea. The soldier behind replied calmly, "They did not surrender, so there was no choice." The lead soldier, as if discovering something strange, exclaimed. Then the soldier turned back and said, "Everyone look at this." Seeing that, Leon remained calm while the person beside him grew curious and excited. "What is this?" Seeing a strange curtain lying alone in the middle. Everyone wondered. There is a place like this right at the bottom of the palace. Looking closer, it was a bed. Someone exclaimed, "What is that?" "Huh, a bed." Leon looked thoughtful and said, "Clearly, they are hiding something." He also pondered, "This is the secret of the kingdom that the queen mentioned." Saying that, he ran straight to the bed and said, "I have to check this out." Everyone behind tried to stop him. Wait. Your Highness." He quickly lifted the skin curtain with his hand. He saw a girl lying asleep there, and everyone who saw her blushed in astonishment. This girl has a beautiful and delicate appearance like a flower. As she sleeps, her beauty becomes even more captivating and enchanting. The closer they got, the more captivated they were by that beauty. One person, unable to contain themselves, blurted out, losing their minds. Those people could not control themselves as they advanced with ill intentions, saying, "Beautiful." They reached out toward the bed even though Leon was still standing there. Turning around, he shouted, "Resist the dark magic, do not be fooled by this evil energy." Someone who lost control had drool all over their beautiful face. The situation grew difficult as a few still tried to approach. Despite the aura supporting me, it was all useless. Suddenly, a strong force hit from behind, causing an uncontrollable person to stagger. Leon used his hand to knock him unconscious as he fell, but the slime was still in his mouth. He said. The situation just got more difficult. The bodyguards and Leon were extremely tense at this moment. He raised his hand to take down another bodyguard but suddenly noticed something unusual, and realizing it, Leon smiled with satisfaction. He looked down at the man who was stabbing his knee with a blade to stay awake and said, "Hurting yourself to fight against the illusion of the lower sea." The attendant hesitated and replied, "Lower sea." Saying that, Leon picked up an intricately crafted golden object that seemed to hold some mysterious power and said, "Breathe in deeply. Inhale through your mouth, then exhale slowly." A pale golden sphere formed around the two of them like a shield, and Leon continued, freeing the mind of the person. Suddenly the voice of the general rose. Unbelievable. The general and his 2 soldiers stepped forward, and he said, "I never thought the queen of the lower realm would deceive me." Hearing that, even while treating his aide, Leon turned to reply to the general, "Is that really so?" Faint smile tugged at his lips. "You all." Leon continued, leaving the general and his soldiers stunned. Unsure how to respond. "Were not you all bewitched by that queen?" He finally spoke up, saying, "It is because we are used to it." Hearing that, Leon's face turned icy as he swore under his breath, recalling the image of the queen. Leon continued, "The queen's charm is a magic closer to a curse than something innate. It is not something one can get used to. I have seen someone with similar power before, the Lord of the Smoke Moths." The queen was still asleep, accompanied by his voice, a siren that seduced all living beings, an excitement that led them into a deep pit of destruction, stepping closer to observe Leon with suspicion. Yet strangely, that siren despised and hated humans more than anyone else. Why could not I sense that power from the queen? General's expression changed slightly when Leon spoke, and for some reason, as he spoke he dropped a purple rose petal into his special glass. "Yet you were completely unaffected." The rose petal landed on the surface of the glass, creating ripples that spread out, purple aura swirling around Leon. He called upon the god of dreams and death. Closing his eyes sincerely, Leon called out, "O guardian deity, may I receive your grace?" The god appeared with a beauty beyond words, supported by a purple aura at his feet, and replied, "Granted." The general looked on with both surprise and fear. The god said, "Knight of Ariana, master of the fierce beast's heart." The magic box appears. The box was hanging on the staff of the god. The god appeared beside Leon, looking enormous, and smiled, saying, "I am ready to answer King Leon's call." The god appeared towering but incredibly majestic before Leon, holding a staff, surrounded by a mystical purple aura. Placing his hand on the inverted cage, Leon sincerely said, "God of dreams and death, I send my greetings to you." Goddess Fleer gently replied, "All right." The Knight of Ariana, master of the Beast King's heart, then turned back to the goddess and said, "I hope you will help me with this." Fleer observed and said, "All right, I can feel it." The one speaking was the general. Both shocked and surprised. The corrupted demons keep deceiving people. Fleur imagined the castle and said, in a recurring dream, a ritual of corruption, brilliantly ahead of the general's men. The goddess' staff glowed. Fleer said, "No matter how beautiful the dream is, in the end, you have to wake up." Speaking, she raised the staff and focused her energy. "Show me your true form." The protective aura from the staff slowly emitted fierce bolts of lightning, gradually enveloping Lion and the general's troops. The entire scene darkened even more. Almost monochromatic. Suddenly, the space shattered like glass before the eyes of one of Lion's soldiers, leaving him bewildered. Flickering blue flame blazed before their eyes, accompanied by blood-red eyes with endless black pupils, surrounded by a sinister brown aura. The blue flame encircled the armored figure of someone. The general revealed his true form, his face beginning to crack open to reveal the frost inside. Someone said, "Death Knight." The goddess saw this and said, "Now I understand why I could not recognize it sooner." The reason being, Lion interrupted quickly. "This world has the power to create everything." The Death Knight slowly stepped forward and said, "Queen, rest." "No. Disturbing you." The group of knights advanced together while one of Lion's soldiers was helping another comrade. The Death Knight leader said, "I must protect you." "Protect the seal." Someone shouted, "Sir, the Death Knights are approaching us. They are getting closer and closer to the goddess and Lion. He thinks this corrupting energy is not born from evil." Thinking for a moment, he took something like a sword out of the space hole and said, "If that is the case, the nightmare of these events must have originated from the Queen." Lion's eyes grew cold as he said, "When the Queen awakens, this dreamscape will surely change." A slash struck between them, the light dazzling. Lion smirked faintly as he parried his opponent's blade. As if realizing something, his eyes changed slightly. Another knight charged fiercely towards him. A spear thrust straight at Lion while he was still blocking the sword above. In an instant, Lion slashed his sword, creating a long yellow streak down his opponent's body. Holding the sword, he said, "This is a duel." Lion's eyes and expression were sharp as he said, "If you still have the honor of a knight, then do not act recklessly. I abandoned that a long time ago." Hearing this, Lion roared in anger, "You all think you can stop me if you join forces." As they charged to attack him, powerful golden energy radiated around his body. Lion swung his sword, creating a long streak before the knights. The scene tense and breathtaking. A massive explosion erupted as both sides collided, sending rocks and dust flying with a blinding flash of light. Lion caught one by the head to hold him back. In front of him, his eyes gleamed fiercely, radiating immense pressure. After taking down one, the other two charged in from both sides. Lion thought, "Strong." He swung his sword in multiple strikes, creating long streaks, thinking to himself, or rather, this guy's ability weakens when he becomes a substitute demon. Gathering all his strength, Lion thrust his sword straight down and said, "Yet." Saying that, he drove it into the ground. His stance expanded, and he continued, "With your twisted sense of pride and honor, you will never be able to protect anyone." He shifted from the sword, his stance expanding irresistibly. The whole group fell silent. He then shouted directly into the face of the leading knight, saying, "Queen, surrender." Lion remained in that stance with his sword, but the ground beneath him shattered, and he radiated power in all directions. Witnessing this, the Death Knight, also known as the Grand General, was speechless. When everything had stopped, leaving behind a pile of ruins, he collapsed and groaned. Terrible indeed. A small gleaming sword tip pointed right at his face. Lion held his sword pointed at the opponent. The general said, "King Lion is supreme." Lion snapped back, "Wake up from this fleeting dream." The knight hesitated, raising his sword and continuing, "In the end you still refuse to wake from your dream, so now live forever in hopeless illusions." The foolish knight was about to strike down with his sword when Lion suddenly realized something and hesitated. Deep inside, he struggled with a strange feeling. Even if his loyalty was in question, he was not a traitor. Thinking of the two of them close together the other day, he wondered why the Queen wanted him to kill them. Glancing at the bed beside him, he hesitated. It could not be. The Queen was still asleep, but Lion wondered if she might be a demon. Glancing at the general, he spoke sharply, startling him. Lion, furious, demanded, "Tell me, what have you done to the Queen?" Upon hearing this, he immediately knelt and said, "Your Majesty has made a pact." His face held an indescribable emotion as he continued. With a demon, he recalled kneeling beside the Queen, dozens of corpses lying motionless below. The Queen was now weak and extremely exhausted. A voice called out, making her look up, but her expression showed no sign of improvement. The Queen, a figure cloaked and faceless but radiating a strange purple power, stood beside the silent corpses and said, "I do not accept your courage. Make a pact with me." Sitting on the throne, the Queen said, "A pact?" The other replied, "Accept the seed of corruption and continue to fight the evil for 100 years. He grinned strangely, holding the strange purple orb, and continued, "If you do not fall into corruption, I will save you and your people." Hearing this, the Queen could say no more. The general recounted how the queen of a kingdom on the brink of ruin had no choice but to accept the pact. His hand circled the orb as if channeling energy, even if it was a cunning demon-esque trap. The 5th year, a madman laughed beside the knife and the demons, saying, "I am so happy. Why is everyone avoiding me?" The number of corrupted people with minds twisted by pleasure and torment kept increasing relentlessly. The queen sat on the throne holding her face and said, "A corrupted one. Capture him." By day, you had to witness the Kwai slaughtering your own people, and by night, you were tormented by whispered words in your ear. Her face went blank as she said, What the hell have I done?" The general continued, "The early years were bearable, but my opponent was the great evil of pleasure." The image of the masked man's sly smile appeared as he recounted. The trap he set was cunning and malicious. There was no loophole in the contract your majesty accepted. The general said, "Those who take their own lives to escape the contract will become wandering demon spirits in the 9 levels of hell. And when the 100-year contract ends, all will become corrupted slaves." He recalled standing beside the queen as she covered her face in despair and said the queen had gone mad. At that time, the general's face was full of bitterness as he recounted the thought that his kingdom was about to turn to ashes. The nature of corruption taking root within the people and consuming its bearer. In the 50th year, the queen was terrified on her bed upon seeing a naked man covered in blood, with a sword beside him. The most loyal knight could not resist his desire and broke into the queen's bedroom. The general stood speechless before that servant, and General Ricardo made a decision. The general stood before all the soldiers and declared that if no man could resist the temptation, then, with a cold expression, he said, "We would commit suicide." The armored soldiers appeared resolute, determined to protect the queen and remain loyal to the kingdom. The blood boils and his sword reddens the entire space. The general stands before countless corpses of soldiers. "Even if this land is stained or becomes a wandering demon in the 9 layers of hell, even if I have to break my pact with the demon and become a corrupted slave after 100 years, I will protect Her Majesty the Queen to the very end." Leon held his sword before the general, who knelt wounded on the ground and said, "Because we have taken our own lives and become death knights, the queen's enchantment no longer has any effect." The general looked up at Leon and said to him, "We have sealed the queen." The image of the queen lying unconscious appeared, and he continued, "The seal that has existed for 80 years is the only offering to put Her Majesty into a deep sleep." Seeing this, Leon thought, this kind of loyalty is something else. Then Leon looked down at the general and said, "So that is why the queen asked me to kill you." Suddenly Fleur called out to Leon from behind, Leon, and he replied, "I hear you, Goddess Fleur." Fleur stood calmly and asked him, "Do you feel it?" Leon turned back to Fleur with a serious expression and said, "Yes, I can feel it." The image of purple light flowing down the stairs, coming from far outside the door, and Androgyne smiling cruelly, surrounded by that dark purple glow, with terrifying demons following him. Leon, filled with anger and hatred, shouted, "Demons." Leon grabbed his shirt and yelled, "Soldiers of King Leon I, rise up. How long do you plan to lie there like fools?" The soldiers scrambled up in panic. One shouted in alarm, "What is that? Hey!" A hand grabbed his shirt and pulled him away, stopping his resistance. Leon commanded, "Get up immediately." Leon pulled him along quickly, and seeing this, the general was extremely surprised. Leon called back, "I will do what I must." Seeing Leon leave, Fleur turned back and calmly said, "So, where were we?" The armored soldiers outside saw them come out and called out, "They are out." Seeing Leon's men emerge, a soldier stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, the demons have breached the walls." A servant of Leon looked ahead, sweating and fearful, saying the demons were charging forward in great numbers, fierce and terrifying, and the soldiers exclaimed, "They are too many." Leon stared blankly in that direction, thinking aloud, dim dim dim. Suddenly, a foot clad in armor stepped forward, a close aide of Leon wearing dark armor holding a shield, walking with great confidence. A soldier seeing this shouted to the others, "Raise your shields." Seeing this, the other soldiers also advanced together, calling out to each other and raising their shields. They coordinated to form a solid shield wall and shouted in unison, following His Majesty's command. The demons ahead were numerous and fierce, roaring towards Leon's group, but the soldiers stood firm, shouting, holding their ground, and blocking the enemy's advance. Suddenly Leon stepped forward, a bright golden aura radiating around him, looking very powerful. As he moved ahead and faced the demons, his gaze was calm and fearless. AB also stepped forward, ready to fight. The soldiers raised their shields to form a strong rectangular formation, with Leon and Abby standing on either side, radiating the aura of true warriors. The soldiers raised their voices, declaring that His Majesty would take action to destroy them. Androgyne clenched his teeth and stared with intense hatred. Androgyne pointed at Leon's group and commanded the demons under his banner, "Advance. You slaves, show them what pain really is." The demons began to charge wildly, letting out terrifying cries as if screaming madness, the feeling of pain replaced by ferocity, and one demon from behind shouted, "Ha ha, kill them all." Seeing this, Albie began to activate, speaking with great confidence, "Eliminate all hostile elements, weapon defense mode." Leon also looked at them with a vengeful gaze, furious, and said, "Let us go." Leon's eyes blazed with fierce determination as he charged at them and shouted, "Advance." Thousands of demons forming a purple wave surrounding Leon's yellow squad, an unbelievable sight. They struck hard against the pink shield and broke through. The beast demon got very close to a soldier. He was truly pitiful. The soldiers continued to use their shields to contain the madness and thought. But as they held on, the soldier suddenly realized something and panicked. Unable to say a word, the horde of demons charged straight at Leon even as the soldiers braced themselves, their minds screaming, "My lord!" They were so frenzied it was impossible to resist. The thought, "It is over." Powerful golden light suddenly blasted the demons and Deborah's away. Leon unleashed his strength with fierce might. Roaring as he fought, Leon merged with that power, making him sweat nervously as he glanced around. He smiled with a dirt-smudged face, realizing the source of the lust demons' strength was their overwhelming numbers, then turned back to see his white stallion lying there, covered in wounds. Stallion, although the combat power of the lust demons is considered weak, after receiving the battle effect, they become extremely troublesome for King Leon. Leon said this is a spell that only high-level demons can use. But deep down he thought, he could no longer afford to be careless. Leon, still holding his glowing sword, stood before the line of demons forming a purple barrier as he had planned. Now there was only one way. Closing his eyes without a word, he opened them again, filled with determination, and said, "All right." Holding the blazing sword once again, his power surged stronger than ever, when a strange wind blew from an alley near the palace. Accompanied by a loud shout that caught Leon's attention, everyone stood up, and the soldiers there were equally surprised. The entire Death Knight army, led by the general, galloped swiftly, splitting into two groups running alongside the shield-bearing soldiers, their blue aura radiating indescribable power. Riding on, swords in hand, they showed no hesitation. The swords shone brightly as if eager to carry out this great mission quickly. The Death Knight stood firm, and he smiled confidently, saying, "Well done. I believe I have awakened from a nightmare." The general on horseback said, "My loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen has always been unwavering." Turning back, he said with satisfaction, "Yes, of course it must be that way." The general continued, "Even though the king came from Earth, we have endured countless hardships to protect this place." The entire squad of Death Knights standing behind the general spoke, yet he said Leon did not know how to respond. "If you can make such a difference, then so can we." The entire group of knights standing there will also do their best to help him. Leon is back, holding a sword, faces thousands of purple eyes of demons, while behind him is a fierce squad of Death Knights. He said, "Then I have to perform well, although you are not as strong as I expected, but it is okay." The fire radiating from him enveloped everything, a symbol of hope. Leon's steps carried that flame as he spoke. "O god of fire and battle." The flame seemed to merge with him, his eyes and hair blazing like fire. Even as this world betrayed him before the soldiers around, all engulfed in blazing red flames, he said, "Grant me your courage from that distance, even to the queen's loyal hunters and knights." Leon has now completely changed, as the fire prince radiates fiercely. Holding prejudice at bay, he said, "Please, answer my call." A fireball appeared among the demons, shooting straight up into the sky with a sharp beam of light. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere that caught the soldier's attention, the voice of one who had always been a loser. The voice continued to sound even without anyone there. He heard a soft laugh and said, "Then I will forever stand before the fire, pointing my sword straight ahead, unleashing all my power without restraint." He continued, "This is what I always do, until it can protect itself against all storms. I will overcome adversity and reach for the stars." Leon stood there, brandishing his blade before the ranks of soldiers, his towering silhouette framed by the blazing pyre behind, creating an indescribable scene. His eyes were sharp and unwavering, and though the demons still showed resolve to advance, hesitation flickered within them. Leon plunged the sword straight down into the swirling red sparks, raising his hand toward the sword. Leon shouted, "I am the king, Leon the First, the ultimate war machine in armor, the great fire war god." The soldiers watching held their breath with every beat. "Fire. War god. The sword strikes down. Heed my call." Leon also began to strike with his power, gripping the sword tightly as he shouted, "Right here. Right now, the flames of war will erase all evil." His fiery power shot straight into the sky, scattering all the demons far away. The demons in the guard were terrified and frozen in place. The golden hooves of a creature stepped forward. It was the golden ox with enormous, long horns, charging fiercely and overwhelming them. Two golden bulls pulled the cart forward past Ika while Leon still raised his bow, his white horse gradually fading into nothingness. Leon glanced over and said, "Thanks, little friend. I hope you find peace." Leon pulled something resembling a crossbow out of the spatial rift, held it in his hand, and said, "All right, the group is now complete and ready for battle." Leon continued, "Follow me." The buffalo straightened up, ready to move forward immediately. The general gripped the reins tightly and shouted, "Do not be intimidated," standing behind Leon's chariot and facing the demons. He continued, "Bring me their heads." The battle began without pause. The demons, no longer afraid, roared and attacked. Seeing this, Leon's expression changed. Furious. He shouted, "Those terrifying demons," pretending to be human and forming ranks behind. He holds the crossbow controlling the chariot pulled by golden beads and gives the order, "Damn it. Attack them." The two bulls charged straight at the demons ahead at a very fast speed. One bull's bloodied horn rammed into a demon blocking the way, twisting its face in pain. The system announced the activation of the Rage Clash effect. The group led by the two Ugson charged straight ahead, tossing enemies aside. And the demon said it all. Leon kept swinging the control rope, pressing the orb to continue the attack without any sign of stopping. A fierce barrage of blazing red fire erupted, sending the demons flying one after another. The demon leader stammered in disbelief. It could not be. It stood among the henchmen holding cannons and roared, "What the hell is that thing? How can it pass through like a ghost without any demons?" He ordered his henchmen to fire the magic cannon and kill them all for him. One of the henchmen holding the cannon said, "Boom," ready to shoot straight down where Leon is standing. Holding a crossbow in one hand and gripping the reins tightly with the other, he shouted in anger, using ranged weapons, "Huh, truly despicable scum." System alert. Outrage applied to all units. Uniform sarcasm. Applying divine defense to nullify arrows for your subordinate units. With the brave knight as the target, a massive explosion erupted like a dazzling light show, with purple corpses bursting into flames. Despite the chaos, Loon and the two golden beasts charged forward with relentless momentum. With blazing eyes, he roared a battle cry. "Follow me. Charge." System notification. Apply rage effect to the entire unit. Activate the protection of the war knights and increase the army's attack by 35 while reducing the demons' defense by 80. The Grand Battle spell also grants a fire attribute mirror effect to allied forces. The Greatest Demon Hunter activated effects that reduce physical resistance, holy magic resistance, and melee defense, automatically burning the souls of all demons within a 1-kilometer radius. The chaos continued as demons relentlessly charged forward despite the ongoing crossbow assault. Suddenly a voice caught Leon's attention. The demon leader leapt up to Leon while he was still holding the crossbow, grinning proudly and saying, "Got the man now." Landing, he caused an earthquake that kicked up a cloud of dust. The two golden beasts roared reflexively, charging their bloodlights at it, making it difficult to move, and it grumbled irritably. "These lowlifes." The demon leader stabbed the blind spot, thinking, "This is not enough. Where did that Leon guy run off to?" Suddenly Leon slammed both crossbows straight down, creating a streak of light, but it missed, furious after narrowly escaping death. He ordered, "Shake them all. Kill him." The sword planted in the ground was pulled up. Leon landed in a mott stance, holding a crossbow in one hand and a sword in the other, and said, "1 minute." He stepped forward with the knight's horses and said, "Just hold out for 1 more minute." The demon leader gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "It is just a human. How could a mere human do this much?" The knight army. Pity those knights of the ruined kingdom who have become so strong. The two faced each other, one surrounded by red flames, the other by mysterious purple light. The leader said, "You, King Leon I." He pointed at the opponent and suddenly exclaimed, "It is you. You are the one who killed Dodd Radin." His eyes cold, he sneered and said, Are you talking about that wandering glutton with the strange sexual desires?" Hearing that, it gaped in shock without stopping. Leon mocked further, "That is right. Your perverted, lustful faction, I have already taken them all down, limb by limb, and you want to be any different." Then he wielded his weapon and launched a full force attack, saying, "The only difference is, now I will punish you even worse than him." Hearing this, the demon's eyes flashed with rage as it roared fiercely. The huge brutal knife was thrown toward the opposite side as it thought, "Take this, androgen, I will tear your body to pieces," waving one of the knives with its hand. It said, "Die." Leon stood still as the knives flew at him at incredible speed. Then suddenly his leg shifted, swinging the crossbow, his eyes glowing. He said, "Instead of just talking big, focus more on your magical power." Leon charged forward with all his strength and continued. However, the opponent was too weak. His crossbow glowed with a bright red light that illuminated the entire area. The crossbow pierced through the enemy's formation, focusing on his power. Seeing this, it gritted its teeth, thinking to counterattack, and aimed at his dominant hand. Seeing his opponent start to panic, Leon added, "I told you, I will kill every last one of you, one by one." Saying that, he spun around and swung his sword straight down, the red glow shining brightly along the blade. The corner of the demon's mouth twisted into a sly grin. As the sword was about to swing down, a purple light glowed above its head along with its words, "Desire, the desire to satisfy your primal urges." But Leon did not stop. With unwavering resolve, his hand struck decisively, leaving a long streak of light across the demon's body. Blood spilled, and it wondered how one could refuse the pleasure of desire, approaching the opponent holding the wound. Leon replied, "Even the demon lord's ecstasy cannot seduce me." Still holding the sword, he continued, "Something as useless as you. How could you possibly deceive me?" The demon here thought in horror. Impossible. Watching Leon's face, it thought, "Something is wrong, as long as there is still fear." Think, I have to run, then shouted orders. No, bite him again. Where are you? Quickly bite this one again. Leon smiled faintly, but his anger was indescribable. Before he could do anything else, he was tossed into the air by a golden bull. The demon fell hard to the ground while the bull turned and ran off in the opposite direction, leaving Leon standing there calling out, "Hey, I am right here." He stepped on the demon's body, making it cry out. Wait, even lying there it still played with her, saying as Leon carried his sword on his back, stepping on the coward, because I thought knights were very fair. Hearing that, Leon crossed his arms and thoughtfully said, "Makes sense. Letting a third party interfere in a duel does not really befit a knight's honor." The demon leader, now desperate, sensing an opportunity, said, "Exactly. If that is the case," Leon cut him off, but he said with full contempt toward the enemy, "With scoundrels like you, there is no reason for me to show any respect." Raising his sword high, Leon leapt up and slashed down, his aura sharp as he continued speaking. Because this is not a battle between knights, but just a fight to exterminate some filthy pests. The demon panicked and shouted, "You damn human." A fierce battle erupted in the city, the air thick with smoke and despair. As the great demons of pleasure and decay were vanquished, the sky shifted from clear blue to the color of sorrow, reflecting the queen's grief from the very beginning. This kingdom was once prosperous and peaceful, and I believed that this peaceful time would last forever. Everyone thought so. Her silent eyes slowly opened, carrying unspoken thoughts, until the demons came and swept everything away. She stood high above, looking down at thousands of demon eyes watching below. The queen's skill still shone with blue light, for the wise queen was also a sorceress who understood this well. A massive magic array appeared above her, dazzling the entire sky. Mastering the magic array, the queen stood solemn and determined, striving to wipe out the evil cultists. A massive explosion of white dust erupted before her eyes, buying time to prolong the life of the kingdom. Her face was smudged, but her beauty could not be dimmed. At first, I just hoped we could win. The demon spears in the cursed land lay defeated on the cold ground, but that faint hope did not last long. The queen stood silently amid the battlefield under the blood-red sky. The spears scattered around her, realizing that no matter how many times they were killed, they would always resurrect. Her eyes held sadness as she said, "This war, we will never win." Walking through the land stained with blood, she continued, "No matter how many battles we win or how many demons we kill, they will always come back." The queen's face darkened as she thought of helplessness and foolishness. The once vibrant arena was now stained a grim red, a sign of destruction. The desperate queen knelt on both knees, her face darkened, as the mysterious masked man surrounded by a strange purple aura stood before her and said, "Queen, make a deal with me." He held a purple orb, smiling wickedly, and said, "If you can endure the corruption for 100 years, we will stop invading this world." And he clenched his teeth and finished his sentence. All of it. He continued speaking as the queen stared blankly with desperate eyes, saying it would return to what it once was. She now raised her magic-filled hands forward, unable even to ask how she could trust what he said. She stretched out her hands toward the orb in front of the queen and said, "All right. I accept." At that moment, a purple light burst forth, even though it was a devil's deceitful trap. Some people froze with tension at the situation, while the other laughed with wild joy, but this was the only way for the world to return to how it was to protect those we love. Our subjects, I have agreed. And so, the contrasting images of the castle appear, one side peaceful and harmonious, the other gloomy and demonic, the kingdom's destruction repeating in a cycle of pleasure and corruption. The image of a peaceful kingdom appears with a clear blue sky, harmonious people, a joyful queen ruling, kind citizens, loyal knights, and a proud queen. A human-like entity with a decayed body emerges, and little by little, they quickly sink into darkness. Its face became grotesque, skin so thin and a sly smile, once fully corrupted and sided with darkness. It could never return to what it was before. The image of the knight defeated after losing control of himself, the queen lying on the bed terrified upon seeing the sword plunged into him, had entered the queen's bedroom. The general sadly said, hoping for forgiveness, that he had sealed the queen underground. The past replayed as he knelt by her bed surrounded by soldiers before taking his own life and turning into a demon. The queen lay there, but the sorrow etched on her beautiful face. The general thought, "Was my fault. For a decade," she said, "it was I who caused this calamity." The fortress has since been shrouded in gloom and sorrow, the queen hoping this nightmare will soon end. Back in reality, Loon stood before some strange objects, facing the army of the great general. Items like a crown and some papers were placed there. Leon asked, "Is that the crown of ruin and the nameless mirror that the kneeling child usually carries?" Spinner made a sound that seemed very pleased, held up a big long knife and said the metal is highly pure and effective. Leon looked on, arms crossed, and said, "But it has been tainted by evil. I think it absorbs souls." "Drop it." "Damn it." Spinner used a thin thread to lift the knife and said, "I can handle it." Leon added, "If you say so, then fine." Then he turned to look at the crown surrounded by a mysterious purple glow, folding his arms in curiosity, and the goddess appeared behind him, calling his name. Lian nodded, placing his hand on Lian's chest. Sincerely responding, "Please, goddess. Go ahead," and she gently said, "Show me the crown of ruin that you obtained." Turning around to look at the crown, he hesitated and said, "I am afraid it might offend your eyes." But the goddess replied, "It is all right." After examining the crown for a long time, she seemed to realize something. Looking at the crown in Lian's hand, she said, "You do not remember this crown." It reminded Lian of some horned demon. And the goddess continued, "That is the crown of the pleasure demon king whose head you cut off." Lian replied, "Is that so?" The image of twisted, distorted bodies along with the crown appeared. The goddess continued, "Those wicked, sinister demons deceive children with dark, evil illusions. That power has been sealed within this crown of ruin." Slowly, the crown entered the spatial hole created by Lian. The goddess spoke, "But now it belongs to you, so it might be useful to you." Lian said, "Anyway, I can't destroy this just yet." He added, "If you want it, I am willing to hand it over to you." The goddess, pleased, said, "Thank you. You have worked hard this time as well." The goddess continued, "The temple is very grateful and sends thanks for the glory you have contributed." Lian quietly said, "I only do what I believe is right." Suddenly the goddess said, leaving him speechless, "Hey war god, I should say goodbye to him before I leave." The war god replied, "Say goodbye." A red whirlwind appeared. The god of war emerged with a towering figure and platinum hair, then looked away shyly and said, "It is hard to say, is not it?" The goddess interrupted, "Being honest won't kill you." Standing before the two gods, Lian the god said, "If I may, I have a request." The god of war replied happily, "What is it this time? Always asking for something." The goddess beside him said, "Just say it." He turned back hesitantly and said, "I hope," looking at the army of the great general kneeling on the ground, "that they can regain their souls." The two gods approached the army thoughtfully. The god of war said with contemptuous tears, "Are you saying that these faces have abandoned the cycle of life and death on their own?" The goddess looked over and said to ease him, "Do not keep bringing that up. None of that is something you can solve." The god of war still refused. What kind of deity would allow these wretched souls such a chance? The goddess calmly replied, "That is not entirely true. They are just acting for their master." The other crossed his arms irritably. "Just look for yourself." Turning to the goddess, he called out, Lian first." Lian replied sincerely, "Please go ahead." The thoughtful one said, "Those who defy death are creatures trapped in the cycle of reincarnation." Suddenly, weak footsteps and a faint voice were heard, saying, "Please." The queen, with a sorrowful expression, said, "Please spare them." The general saw this and spoke up, "Your Highness." She stood before the gods while I knelt below, pleading, "They have defied nature itself to protect me. I beg you." With hands clasped in sincere plea, the queen of this ruined kingdom begs the two gods for mercy. So the goddess pondered, "None of the knights loyal to the queen can bring their souls to the heavenly realm." The general supported the queen and said, "Is that so?" Then the goddess continued unexpectedly, making the two of them snap back to reality. "But," the goddess said cheerfully, "your efforts are enough to make up for the mistakes you have made. We gods are very impressed by your loyalty." Looking out at Lian, she said with satisfaction, "And above all, King Lian has asked me." The goddess added, "So the queen and the general have seen the hope. I will cleanse your tainted souls so you have a chance to be reborn." The goddess's foot slowly touched the ground as she spoke. Then, standing closer to the two, she said, "I have a proposal for you. This is the only way for their souls to find peace and enter reincarnation." The goddess told the queen to become the priestess of the primordial god and help King Lian spread his faith when the relics awaken. The queen, her painful memory shattered by these words, replied that she and the palace have now returned to their original state, peaceful with only faint smoke remnants from the war. The queen continued, "I am very grateful to you, Lian." The queen and the spinner stood firmly before the city gate. He turned his tears away as if he had something to say. The soldier stood silently, reporting the casualties to me, his voice trembling. "Most of the wounded are recovering thanks to the power of the victory chalice, but 6 have passed away forever. And all the other soldiers there were deeply saddened by their cold bodies." The soldiers wept endlessly. Lian sighed deeply. Feeling sorrowful, standing before that scene, he thought to himself, even when facing such overwhelming enemy forces, wading out from the spatial pit with the sword he had just thought of, he said, "They did very well, and I will pray for the fallen souls." When he opened his eyes, the sacred flames flickered as he spoke, "O god of war." The remaining soldiers could not help but feel sorrow at his words. These brave warriors had departed with glorious chaos, the flames engulfing the bodies, and everyone around was deeply mournful. Lian continued, "Please protect their souls. If they have made mistakes in life, forgive them and honor their brave hearts, even as they face death, so they may find peace in heaven." Looking at the fire, I solemnly pray, leave the names and family crests of those who died in this battle. The temple will never forget their sacrifice. The bodies, merged with the flames, gradually pass into eternity. Finally Lian said, "Let us go home, to a fairyland with white clouds and a blue sky." The system announced, Your soul is at a level that cannot enter the heavens. Faith level too low, cannot enter the heavenly palace. Your glory is too low, cannot enter the heavenly palace. King Lian has blessed you, and you have entered the heavenly palace. The scene ahead is quite chaotic with sudden attacks, and people are watching closely, faced with the sudden appearance of the chaotic gate. The Hunters Association gathered all available hunters to focus on breaking through the dungeon. The guy with glasses panicked, shouting, "They are out, they are back," and those around him cheered. Then, a week passed, and Lena's group boldly stepped forward amid the chaos. King Lian had finally cleared the gate and returned. They cleared the gate. The survivors. Reporting. At that moment Lian arrived at the association president's place, acknowledging that this breach was a huge loss for the association. King He, with a sorrowful face, expressed his condolences to the fallen hunters and told Lian, "We would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the hunters who lost their lives in the recent battle." He turned his face to the side, eyes closed, with a sorrowful expression, and said, "I am quite saddened as well." He then asked, "I am pretty sure you have watched Lord Spinner's video carefully." Kang He calmly said, "Yes, it is a red gate. It is a miracle that you can return with only this many casualties." Loon with a calm face crossed his arms and replied, "Is that so?" Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and looked inside intently. Lian told Okang Hyuk that he was thinking of meeting the families of the fallen soldiers, and the man looked worried and scared. He widened his eyes and asked, "Do you want to meet them in person?" He still crossed his arms and nodded slightly, saying, "They are my soldiers after all, so at least that much should be done." The man, worried and pale, stammered, "I do not think that is a good idea." Lian sighed. "I am not asking them about the battlefield. I believe hearing the whole story will bring them some relief." He continued. Chairman Okang Hyuk, with a worried face, replied, "Yes, you go ahead." Suddenly Lian grew quite angry, his eyes turning blue as he stared at Okang Hyuk and said, "Play the video just now and call for more nobles to join the army. The evil spirits will eventually invade this world." Okang Hyuk frowned and looked at him. "I need more soldiers and knights to face that moment." "I understand. I will arrange it and report back to you." The sky was clear and beautiful. Below stood a spacious and well-kept house in the Nadu Plains, the Pantheon army camp. Lian sat in a room with a view outside, his face tense. He looked into the distance, thinking the demons were acting very strangely and that he urgently needed support. Suddenly, Lian raised his hand, and a mysterious clear light radiated around him as he thought determinedly, "I have to go myself." Lian closed his eyes in deep thought, seemingly lost in his mind, then suddenly appeared in a forest surrounded by trees. A voice spoke up, 10 days. "Your Majesty," he said with a blank expression. It turned out that the voice just now belonged to Demira, the lowly servant of the holy god. Demira Thatch. "I would like to send my greetings to the representative of the temple." Demira spoke up, "Please come in, the greatest holy guardian." Upon hearing this, several demon subordinates descended. The palace appeared grand and magnificent. Lian, who was with Demira entering the palace, asked, "It has been a while. Has paradise been comfortable?" Demira Thatch replied, "It is all thanks to His Majesty's protection." He heard that and immediately asked, "Is that so?" "Great Lady Enia Protegia," Lian said with a cheerful face. "Lord Judas, Lord Entomb, you both look brighter now." Lord Judas and Entomb were quite happy to see Lian again. He raised his hand to greet. "Haha, if I had known this place was so beautiful, I would have come earlier." He forced a smile. "Don't joke like that." King Lian then appeared, saying, "Your Majesty." Lian looked quite surprised. He replied, "Your Majesty the former king." King Lian sang happily, saying, "It has been a long time." The previous King Argentina Majesties Lian. Lian immediately bowed to express his apologies for disturbing his rest. Seeing this, the king laughed, hands on his hips, saying, "Do not say that, are not we bound by the same blood?" "Your Majesty the former king, the new souls have arrived here. Do you know about their arrival?" The king said awkwardly, glancing around with an unhappy expression. That matter?" The king looked at Lian. "Weren't those the warriors who had to sacrifice themselves in the recent battle?" "Rest assured, they will be warmly welcomed. Don't worry, the battle scene is unfolding." The king, with a suspicious face and legs apart, asked, "There must be a reason you came so quickly. Tell me what it is." Lian calmly explained that he came here to greet the gods of the temple and to explain a few things. Demira stood beside him, listening intently, looking quite adorable at that moment. He suddenly raised his hand and spoke seriously. "The situation is very urgent. I must rely on the wisdom of the ancestors." The king folded his arms with a smile. "All right then, go to the forest. Let me arrange a meeting with my friend Peter Lian." In the clear blue sky, a pair of white wings suddenly appeared. It turned out to be the wings of a horse flying through the sky with Lian on its back. He then turned his head to glance down below. Lian thought, "One day, I will run here with Peter Lian." Of course, this cannot happen if the future Earth is invaded by demon guards. And below, a group of people is also chasing Liam. He rode the horse while giving directions. There, That way, Lord Peter Liam. Then the horse flew in the direction Liam pointed. The scene was truly breathtaking. After flying through the sky for a while, the horse and Liam landed in a forest. He said, "We have arrived." Suddenly a voice echoed from within the forest. Liam looked in that direction. Sensing the danger, from within the forest came a voice proclaiming the grand legal formula of the Dragonia Kingdom. Master of the relics, Liam. Quite surprised. Spoke up, a wise, he shouted toward the forest. "I apologize for trespassing on your land." From within the forest came the reply. "King Liwang Hot, all living creatures owe you." It turns out that voice came from a tree. Lian dismounted and approached the tree, which continued, "Even the gods, this forest always welcomes you with joy." Hearing this, he smiled and looked toward it, replying, "I am honored to be mentioned alongside the gods." The tree suddenly looked sad as it asked about the legacy of a dragon and a respected hunter, the rightful heir to the throne Lian. A matter so serious that it compelled him to visit the departed heaven. Lian also changed his expression. He replied, "Guna, the youngest sage among you and also my friend. I want to meet him." The tree drifted out. Guna, the youngest sage, looked up at the sky, which was quite beautiful with blue hues dotted with white clouds, accompanied by birds flying up from the forest. Lian smiled gently. "Lian, the old friend." The tree with a sad face asked, "Why have you come to see me?" Hearing this, he looked up at it and said, "Guna, I need your seeds." Lian, with a sad face, continued, "Of course that would be difficult for you, because it goes against the natural order." The tree heard this and stretched toward him. It asked anxiously, "Do you need this urgently?" Lian replied, "Yes." He placed his hand on the tree and looked up at it. "The current world where I reign is being invaded by a monstrous species. I know this very well because I have seen them on my journey." He spoke up, saying they have noticed my presence and have begun to act. Right now, they are trying to infiltrate the planet. The image of a witch appeared. Her face twisted and eerie as she held a sinister and mysterious orb. The tree, upon hearing this, immediately recalled the image of a demon and reported it to you, just like in the former kingdom. "I understand now." Lian replied, "Yes, they will destroy everything in their path." It immediately recalled and Nia Kong agreed. "All right. After all, you are the only one left alive who can deal with those evil demons." The tree produced a glowing seed, smiled, and said to Lian, "Take this. I am counting on you." It had placed all its trust in him. He gratefully accepted and said thank you. The tree replied, "It is good to see you again after all this time." "Old friend," he said, "please." Lian looked up and his eyes showed a hint of sadness. The tree with a sad face said, "Take care because the future will hold many difficulties." As Lian stood there talking to the tree, he suddenly heard a voice behind him calling his name, and he turned around to look. It turned out to be the king's group. Lian said, "Your Highness Greatest," the former monarch, and the king still smiled warmly at him. "Are you about to return?" Then the king approached Lian and handed him something, saying, "Take this," and he replied, "This is," the king said, after some discussion, "I want to give you something you need right now. It will help you a lot in the battles ahead." Lian looked at the item the king gave him with great curiosity. It turned out the king gave him the reins, saying this is the reins of a master tamer who can train even mythical beasts. "I give them to you because their owner has passed away, and I received them at his funeral." Next was Greatest, then me, holding a notebook in his hand. Lian's face looked pretty down. He handed him the notebook, which emitted a glow, and he asked in surprise, "This?" Greatest said, "I heard you are training your army using this book. You must be pretty frustrated." Lian picked up the book and asked, "How do you easily capture giants?" "This is the manual for training legendary warriors." Then Lian and Greatest chatted happily. As he opened the book and asked how to easily capture giants, he pointed to the book and laughed, saying this was the guide I often used for training back when I was alive, while the king watched helplessly. Demira was also cheerful. "Then your majesty, I will give you this hoping it will help you." Lian's face changed when he heard that she handed him a necklace, and urged him please accept it. Lian grabbed the necklace in panic. "The relic is a treasure passed down only among the saints. How could an ordinary person like me receive it?" Demira calmly replied, "You are the new owner of this relic. The gods always support you." She held both hands tightly and closed her eyes, then said, "This will be the power to protect your majesty before the resurrection sword. Please accept it." Lian saw this, then sprayed hand sanitizer, held the necklace, and hugged the book, thanking everyone. A sudden light shone down on Lian, and he was overjoyed, determined to use these precious gifts wisely. It was already evening when a footstep suddenly appeared. It turns out the footsteps belonged to Lian, who stood in front of a room and said, "King Lian is here." He continued, "May I have a moment to see you?" Inside the room, Beaches was holding a glass of wine. He was still standing outside the door, and after waiting too long, Loon's face gradually grew angry. Beaches spoke up, "Aren't you going to come in?" Lian sighed. "You still have not given me permission," she said. "You are very straightforward. Please come in." She looked quite beautiful. After Beaches gave permission, Lian entered the room, where she was waiting for him. Lian grabbed the door handle, bowed his head, and said, "Queen Beaches, please forgive me for making you take refuge in such a ruined place." She smiled slowly and replied, "That is more than enough for a queen in exile. I only hope you can forgive me for the past." As if she had endured too much, Leon smiled and replied, "No need." Then suddenly felt something, as if he could not control the energy. Looking out the window, he said to Beaches, "My divinity has suppressed the corruption in your kingdom, but it cannot cleanse everything." She raised her arm, a purple crescent moon appearing on her hand. Leon continued, "We will have to adjust that balance for a while." Beaches replied, "I understand." The two sat together talking, and Leon asked, "Is that a farewell to your knights?" Beaches raised her glass and looked into the distance, sadly saying, "That is all I can do. No more. No less." Leon also raised his glass and with a doubtful look asked, "You have been in this world for 2 days now, so have you adapted to this place yet?" She replied sadly, "I am afraid I need a little more time." Beaches opened up to Leon, saying this place is so different from Leon's souled world, and as he heard this, he raised his glass and drank, advising her she did not have to do that. Surprised by his words, she watched as he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and ordered her to be proud of everything that belonged to her kingdom, for a true ruler would expand their territory in all directions. Moon's eyes suddenly turned blue, so that their people would follow that open and happy path. When Beaches heard him say that, her face became sad as she asked, "Is not that the mindset of an invader?" Leon smiled wickedly, explaining that hurting others for one's own purposes is a hateful ambition, his face turning sinister, yet with determination. He awkwardly added that if she blesses everyone with the right teachings, they will be enlightened and live happier lives. As if he was worried about Beaches. After her eyes widened, she shyly nodded, "I understand now, so I have done it with my own strength, fighting against the demons for 100 years, and I have no regrets." Beaches asked, "It seems you are not just afraid to face the demons, right?" Leon calmly crossed his arms and replied, "That is right, I have been entrusted with a noble mission by the gods." He suddenly punched his chest and said loudly, "Therefore, Queen of the Kingdom." Leon looked straight at her and spoke from the heart, "I hope you will also follow my ideals." Hearing Leon's encouragement, Beaches smiled contentedly, placing her hand on her chest, saying, "I owe you my life. As queen, how can I repay you? But there is one thing." When Beaches said that, Leon looked at her, her eyes full of hatred. "The great demon Lord Koilak, if he ever returns, I want you to give me more power so I can finish him myself." As he spoke, a mysterious and ominous aura of bluish power radiated around Beaches, as if her hatred had seeped into her blood. Hearing this, Leon found it intriguing and chuckled, saying, "All right, with those terrifying demons, I can do anything to take them down." He cheerfully shared, "I am more than happy to teach you how to extinguish their souls with holy magic that will terrify them." How amusing, haha. Oh my. As he spoke, the battle scene appeared with Leon's sinister face holding a sword ready to strike the enemy, who was so scared their eyes were about to pop. The demons were screaming in a sea of fire. "In my kingdom, we often throw demons into cauldrons and roast them, but no matter how many we kill, they always come back to life. So I think that is not enough. They are too selfish, only caring about themselves and doing evil deeds." Leon, excited, raised his hand toward Beatrice and asked Han if she had tried scratching a demon-cess nail before. "They scream fiercely when you do." There was something truly terrifying about him right now. She heard this and shyly covered her mouth to laugh. "Ho ho, I once flayed them and forced them to crawl back and forth across a field strewn with iron spikes. Then the two of us lifted our cups and clinked them in celebration." Leon said, "Ha ha ha, you are very creative." She did not hesitate to respond, "Yes, just a bit shy." The sky has turned to evening now, and it is truly beautiful. Stars twinkle in the sky as Harry rushes by. Suddenly, she seems to see something that makes her freeze, staring wide-eyed. Harry bowed to Leon and Beatrice and said, "Your Majesty, Queen, I am glad you have recovered." He sat calmly in the chair and called, "Come here." He did not even let Harry be and immediately said, "Make me a cup of tea." She looked annoyed but could not do anything, so she awkwardly replied, "Yes," as she started brewing the tea. After brewing the tea, Harry brought it to Beatrice, who said, "This is premium barley tea made especially for the Queen." She happily accepted it and said, "Thank you. I have not felt this relaxed in a long time." Leon picked up the steaming cup of tea to enjoy, then suddenly his face changed as he said seriously, "Harry, I want to serve Queen Beatrice for a while. The luggage is not important, but you must ensure to dress properly and behave well towards the Queen." When Harry heard this, her face turned pale and she froze on the spot, while Beatrice was stunned. Beatrice said, "You do not have to be so formal." He replied, "No, I have to. A royal family member like you deserves a proper personal assistant." But poor Harry blushed deeply, holding the teapot. Too shy to say anything, Beatrice turned to Harry cheerfully and asked, "So what did you say your name was?" "Harry." She was startled and stammered upon hearing that. Yes." After some time interacting, Harry seemed to sense something. "I felt a strong fire energy from her. If she can see it, I want to take a little look. Hey, then she can see your unique skill. Leon said calmly and confidently. So let us see how you handle that sword. I know that your abilities truly deserve your current position. Leon summoned a sword with his power, standing firmly, and said, let us see your skills. Can you wield this? Harry was quite surprised and her eyes widened as she said, it is truly an honor for me. Beatrice beside her smiled proudly. Then he handed her the sword. Harry reached out with both hands, her eyes wide as she stared at the sword. Looking truly adorable, Harry grasped the sword, ready to use her power, while Beatrice and Leon sat on chairs watching from afar. Energy radiated around her as she raised the sword and swung it forward. Harry's eyes glowed, surrounded by a red aura of power. With her agility, she moved rhythmically, slashing forward. Watching Harry, Leon said the swing was too wide, and she blushed, replying, yes, I probably won't forget. Harry handed the sword to Leon, who took it and asked if it seemed like she had just used a skill, to which she shyly replied, yes, that is right. Then he picked up the sword to show Harry, you need to swing the sword with full force, but keep the arc short. He swung the sword forward, and with just one slash, the space ahead was split in two. The power is terrifying. If he has time, he should practice again. She nervously stammered in response. Yes, sir. He then turned to Beaches and asked, Beaches, what do you think? She calmly replied that her fire magic skills were somewhat decent. She approached Leon and Harry, saying that the fire element was quite a powerful force. Beaches picked up the sword and said, you just need to channel mana into the sword instead of simply swinging it. Compress the power within yourself and then use it to focus where it is needed. The sword suddenly asked, continue. Once compressed, the fire won't be easily extinguished. She used her foot to strike. At this moment, Beaches immersed herself to teach Harry the skill. She swung forward and then released the compressed flame. The moment of truth, she swung forward, revealing a burst of red energy, saying it only takes a single slash. Harry was so amazed that he gaped in surprise. After finishing the lesson, she turned to Harry and smiled, saying she only needed to compress it until the temperature was high enough to burn the enemy to ashes. Hearing the question, she thought it was too easy. That night, Harry was working hard, probably overwhelmed by the workload, and she collapsed on the table, weakly saying, there is just too much to do. She cried as she said, I have to send reports to the boss and the association president, bring potatoes and sweet potatoes to the new recruits, and on top of that, upgrade weapons and change armor. But I do not know where to find iron now. Suddenly Harry sat up, holding her head and groaning. Damn it. What should I do now? No one at the academy taught me this stuff. She really looked pitiful. Spinner then appeared behind Harry and said, you can't handle the accounting work. And when she heard that, she was startled as if her heart would burst. Spinner sat on her head and asked, what do you want? Lord Spinner, you startled me, she said. I want to divide the work so everything runs more efficiently. Harry said, oh, that is right. Spinner is a supercomputer, so he can do whatever he wants. Then Spinner, hearing Harry say that, walked over to the desk. While she burst into tears, it uses intellect and absolute reference data to apply special administrative laws. The hunter's food expenses have been accounted for. The registration for producing private equipment is complete. Crop prices have risen in the Nadu Plain. And using special support under the agricultural and fishery law, tax benefits on purchases can be applied. The business entities are separated, with Mangsin Farm and Mangsin Temple Conference being two completely distinct enterprises. Mangsin Farm receives special support under the agricultural and fisheries law, applying additional tax exemptions. At this moment, Harry's face turned pale and sweat streamed down. Tax exemptions apply to companies, social welfare, and family support projects for active soldiers, bringing smiles to their faces. Hari laughed, smoke puffing from her head, saying, enough already. That is a lot of useful info, but I do not understand a thing. Spinner replied, see you again when there is more to discuss. She pointed and asked, oh. Spinner, I need a maid outfit. How about a European-style maid uniform? Spinner replied, King Leo is the best, similar to the early and medieval European monarchs. Choosing European-style maid uniforms is reasonable. Hari seemed to hear the useful information and said, thank God, I am about to become a cosplayer. It asked, do you want me to buy the maid outfit based on the database you provided? Hari immediately replied, that would be great. Hari had no idea. The database Spinner mentioned, the sexy maid outfit, the image link that appeared, was complete information from an online shopping center. My boyfriend really likes it. We have to try the piercing. Searching for lingerie. 5-star reviews and feedback appear. The clear blue sky below shows houses and busy moving cars. Everyone is getting out of the car. Hansu Horlick steps down. Hunter Academy, class a Hansu Ho. Kim Jae-week follows behind. I say, you are more persistent than I thought. Hunter Academy, class a Kim Jae-week. He just turned back and smiled, saying everyone can see it, so it is normal. A few days ago, King Leon visited the Hunter Academy, with the blue sky and the academy appearing. On this side, Leon angrily clarifies, I did not come here as a soldier. I am here to save the next generation of hunters. I will teach you everything from how to hold a sword, spear thrusting, to horse riding, and even theology. The students in the academy were all sweating nervously. Kim Jae-wee, with his pale face, turned to ask Han Soo-horlik, did he just say theology? A student suddenly stood up and raised his hand hesitantly, asking, specialize in using a crossbow. Leon heard this and immediately flew into a rage, shouting, you loser, crossbows are not for using, go learn on your own. It was truly terrifying at that moment. The student, tears falling as he heard the criticism, sat down stammering a reply, yes sir. Every student in the class was terrified, sweat streaming down their faces. At first, Leon appeared contemptuous and rude, and the students were all displeased. Leon stood on the podium with his arms crossed and said, but if you study theology, the students below whispered among themselves, theology, the study of religion, I can teach you some basic holy spells. Han Soo-horlik looked surprised, then Leon used his power, raised his hand, and unleashed his strength. He told everyone, now watch this. A golden power appeared in his hand. Then he immersed himself in the performance, striking various poses as a golden orb formed in his palm. The students were very excited and amazed. After witnessing that display of power, they were convinced. John Soin also got off the car and said, no joke. I am really culture shocked. Han Soo-horlik nodded and replied, amazing. Anyone can use magic, she said bluntly. There is nothing miraculous about it. He and Kim Jae-hyuk immediately turned to look. She cleared her throat and said, if you do not try, you are just a waste. Hunter Academy. Grade A. John Soyeon, Kim Jae-hyuk, with a provocative look, said bluntly, in the end you still left. You are hoping he ignores you like some commoner. Watch your words. Han Soo-her asked, how is the Than Kim Association doing? You are the chairman's granddaughter. After all, she said, blushing. Then John Soyeon held out his phone to them and asked, have not you guys seen this yet? He snapped back. What is this? He asked. Pantheon TV. Everyone was stunned. John Soyeon told the two of them. They replayed some scenes of King Leon using the sacred relic and fighting at Gate. Take a look at this. Is it useful? A website appeared. Han Soo-her took the phone to look closely and said, oh, this is Harry. Seeing that Kim Jae-ho also glanced over, he turned to ask her, do you make a lot of money? Why are you still using your dad's old phone like this? She replied, most of my salary is sent to an orphanage. Then on the phone screen was a scene of Harry fighting. Kim Ji-hyo looked at the phone and asked, both Harry and you work hard. I heard they are on their way to the Ha Temple. He was intently looking at the phone screen. The image of Harry in the outfit appeared, and he said, she must be carrying a great responsibility. The sexy maid uniform from the Nam Du Foy collection, used for special events, rated 9.98 stars. Harry now seemed to be afraid of something. Her face darkened and sweat kept pouring down. Right after changing her dress, Harry suddenly saw Spinner on the floor. She covered her dress with her hand and shyly said, hey Metham. Spinner, is this really okay? Spinner replied bluntly, according to the database, the numbers do not lie. It is 99.99% accurate. She doubted the database, creating an awkward scene. Outside Harry's room, the Han Soo-ho group had arrived. While she and Spinner were still arguing, she said no. But this is a bit, he immediately replied, denying the database is not allowed. He cheerfully knocked on the door, thinking, that is her voice. I will surprise her. When Harry heard the knock, she panicked, her eyes watering uncontrollably. While Spinner was enduring her torment, he asked Harry, oh right, you said you had a guest today, so it is time to open the door, she shouted in fear. No, wait, but Spinner ignored her and opened the door. Harry yelled, embarrassed by Spinner, as she said, wait. The door opened and Han Soo-ho smiled as he stepped in. Meanwhile, Harry blushed with anger, covering her chest and dress with her hands. Feeling truly embarrassed, suppressing her awkwardness, she forced a smile and said, hello everyone. Thank you for coming all this way. Han Soo-ho was stunned. Then without hesitation he covered his eyes with his hand and stammered excitedly, Sis? That outfit. Harry blushed and denied, no, it is not because I like it. I probably just forgot. Spinner spoke up, she does not trust the database, so that is not allowed. Harry immediately said, stop pulling my skirt. Leon spoke up, this is a disaster. Harry shyly turned around and looked, what a mess. Leon was quite shocked, standing frozen and stammering, this is actually... Without finishing, he pointed at Harry and shouted angrily, disgusting. Go change immediately. She shyly hugged Spinner and replied yes. By now Harry must be at the age of tears falling. Truly pitiful. Spinner, seeing that, said it is time for the male students to eat. I will take my leave. Without hesitation he flew up into the sky. Harry was still listening to Leon's criticism. He shouted, change quickly. Hansu, seeing that scene, thought, Sis, the reunion with my sister that I have waited for so long is really terrible. Jeju. The scenery on Jeju Island is beautiful with clear blue skies and a stunning sea. A teleportation gate appears on the road, a red gate. A sudden step appeared. Sharp, finally arriving here. Hong Xian complained angrily. I gave you money to catch the early morning flight. Still a bit late, Hong Xian replied with frustration. Sister, our guild is having some problems. He turned around and said, we were defeated at the inner gate before. I will find a way to make up for it at this gate. As he spoke, he glanced back at the Golden Lion Guild. Hong Xian, Liang Quan approached the two and asked, it has been a while, has not it, Xian? The two of them looked at him with judgmental faces. Hong Xian glanced provocatively, as if to say, let us see who this is. He has been running scared since the government blackmail incident, and now he dares to show up at the Red Gate, he said angrily. Quan, it is thanks to our guild's sacrifice that you managed to escape that time. And you are not even grateful. Hong Xian glared angrily, then the two stood face to face, provoking each other, and he spoke up, saying those two. He sent a challenge, the tension is rising. He gritted his teeth and asked, so now it is a 50-50 deal. Right, he still replied with a provocative look. How can you ask for a 50-50 split when you have no strength? Your gang is the one having problems. The two faced off provocatively. Hong Xian continued. Besides us, who else can support you? Isn't that right, the traitorous hunter? Liang Quan gritted his teeth and shouted. You bastard. Do not push your luck just because you see someone is kind. Got it. Unable to take it anymore, he pointed at his face and said, 60-40, no more no less. He crossed his arms and replied, fine. But you have to pay for your own meal, he shouted angrily. I can pay for myself. Hong Xian laughed as he witnessed the scene. She sighed, feeling miserable. She is not a child anymore, so why keep fighting and getting hurt over such stupid things? Hayuri suddenly appeared behind her and said, I have no idea, startling her greatly. Oh my god! Hayuri looked at her with a sinister gaze and said, Sister, that is scary. If anything happens, warn me first and speak properly. This rank Phoenix Guild. Hayuri. But still, before the gate appeared, we had already gathered everyone. Right? Hong Xian ignored Hayuri's words, crossed her arms, and turned to Hoakak, looking towards the gate. She said, 3 S-rank hunters. 1 hunter close to S-rank. That is enough. I have met the requirements to scout a regular S-rank gate. Hayuri laughed and said, that should be more than enough. The sky suddenly darkened as Liang Wan's face grew grim and he clenched his teeth. The image of people lying dead in a blood-soaked mess appeared, and the group of Liang Wan also showed up. Gale Bei shouted, how dare you? Right in front of the group of Hong Xian was quite surprised to see him. She shouted loudly, right in front of the great Gelbrick. Who dares to help those miserable wretches? He boldly declared. Gelbrick, the Holy Grail Knight of Lio. Gelbrick's image was very imposing, holding a mighty hammer with great authority. I will grant you a divine punishment. Your mission is to save the people from massacre, and the condition to complete it is to defeat the mighty Gelbrick. Hong Dum, and Xian said fearfully, and everyone behind them turned pale. Gelbrick boldly asked, you all look very suspicious. He raised his hammer towards the group and asked, why do you dare attack the king's men? I will decide the punishment based on your answers. When Hong Xian heard this, she angrily clenched her fists and taunted, bold and shameless. Liang Wan raised his hand to stop everyone, saying, there must be some misunderstanding here. Speaking with confidence, he continued, these knights attacked us first, so we had no choice but to fight back. The blonde young man was enraged by his arrogance. Fate. Those bastards. Gelbrick stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. Natalian, I warned you to drop that hot-headed stubbornness. He looked at the blonde young man and said, that is truly an insult to the goddess' honor. He then lowered his head and replied, yes. I apologize. Then Gelbrick looked at him and expressed his sincerity. To the guests from afar, on behalf of Natalian, I sincerely apologize. He also raised his hand in return, saying I am glad that all misunderstandings have been resolved. He smiled knowingly, thinking the negotiations were going better than expected and everything would be easy. Gelbrick spoke up, but he froze and stared. He seemed to transform as he shouted that they had killed 6 of his warriors. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, with a blue light surrounding him. He thought, let us see, if we lose 6 people, the faces of the Liang Wan group would be sweating in fear. He raised his hammer to attack the Liang Wan group. Truly terrifying, demanding 60 lives in return. It was morning, the large empty house appeared, and the Han Suho group was also approaching. Kim Jae-hoek turned around in surprise, thinking this place looked so ordinary. No advanced equipment, not even a medical room. With an angry face, he looked at the group drinking water and wondered why everyone only went to the cafeteria just to drink plain water. After some time, everyone arrived and Harry cheerfully said, we are here, unlike everyone else. Kim Jae-hoek frowned in discomfort, wondering what the hell this was. Harry introduced to everyone that this was the soldiers' training ground, with a group of students in front hitting and punching each other. The voices in the fight shouted, die, die. I will punch you to death. As punches kept flying, Kim Jae-hoek was quite surprised by the scene and could not believe what he saw, rubbing his eyes. Senior, what is this? Am I dreaming? Harry got pretty excited and shouted, that is right, training like that. He asked, training like that? The group of students were hitting and biting each other. A young man got bitten painfully, his eyes rolling wildly. Harder. Even harder, truly insane intensity. Harry's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, "Behind these training sessions lies a whole world of meaning. You should try experiencing it too." "Oh. I heard this time they are using a different energy training book. You guys are lucky." Kim Jae-hyuk saw the scene and nervously stammered out his opinion. "We need to get out of here, as fast as possible." Leon suddenly appeared behind him and shouted, "Are you all here now?" He heard it and was startled, his face turning pale with fear. Harry's group heard this and turned to greet. "Hello, Your Majesty. Earlier we were going to welcome the young cadets who want to experience the Gate Conquest Challenge. Stop training and sit down." After hearing his orders, Harry immediately laid out the mat. Then she invited Leon to sit, invited His Majesty to sit, and after settling down, the students were amazed to see that they even had cushions to sit on. He sat on the cushion and ordered Harry, "Harry, you too. Go stand with them." She, sitting nearby, heard this and immediately responded, "Yes." He gave the order that later they would have to complete the first assignment with them. Then she moved toward the group of students. Leon stood with his legs apart and said, "Let us begin. I will choose a few rough gems from you and polish them until they shine brightly. Those who are chosen will continue their studies. I will personally guide and refine you." The group of students fell silent. "For the glory of your family, do your best." Hansoa looked at Harry and called out, "Sis." She heard that and immediately signaled to him. She then turned and whispered, "Suho, do not you feel any fear at all. I am really worried about you. You deserve it. That glare is terrifying. Let us see how good you all really are." Then he gave the order, "Everyone, withdraw your weapons." Harry has shed tears, and the group of students is terrified. The time limit is until the last person falls. Don't you worry about getting hurt. I've got the Holy Grail here. I will heal right away. Everyone's face turned pale. Leon suddenly appeared where Harry's group was, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. He arrogantly said, "About 40 people, at best. At least one of you might be able to touch him." Loon's face turned mysterious, and Harry shouted out loud when he saw that, "Be careful. The students are flicking their strength towards the group while speaking. Don't he get distracted." But the students were still attacked and thrown backward. The student who was flicked was hit hard, coughing up blood. "I can't see anything at all. Grab your weapons." Leon arrogantly said, "Fine. Whatever you want. I will go along with it." Kim Ji-hyo also got hit hard and spat blood. Nothing but smoke. Each student lay on the ground in pain. The power is truly terrifying. Leon stood before everyone and gave his instructions. "You still have a long way to go. Don't worry. Just give it your all." Hans J. Hucklap. "Yes. Although I was a bit panicked at first, I gave it my all." Meanwhile, Harry helplessly screamed as the strong attack shattered the defenses. At this level, he has almost reached the rank of commander. Not a single weakness revealed. Then the Han Suho group continued to attack Leon. Seeing this, he smiled wickedly. He stretched his hand forward. His hand seemed to grow larger, with tremendous strength and agility. He blocked the attacks from Han Suho's group, leaving them unable to react. His face fierce as he swung his sword forward with all his might. An explosion erupted. With his agility, Leon seized Harry's sword, his eyes burning as if he wanted to devour him alive. She screamed in shock, and a pair of feet ran over. It turned out to be Hayuri, who raised her sword to attack. Seeing that, Leon replied, "Not bad." Then he spread his legs and said, "Seems everyone has woken up now. Let me explain. The night training program is very simple. Your bodies may often be overwhelmed, but knights are different. You will first achieve the ultimate goal of becoming main kingdom knights. The others, at least, will reach an acceptable level." The image of Gale Briggs appeared. John Soyan raised his hand and said, "Your Majesty, I still do not fully understand the evaluation criteria. In our kingdom, the knights are divided into 5 ranks. The first are the main kingdom knights who have not yet received their guild emblem. Images of the warriors appear. Those knights who demonstrate unwavering spirit will receive the guild banner and become subordinates of the war knights. The image of a warrior from the Order of the Black Flame appears, an apprentice knight, and Leon is shown enduring the rain. They are those who must give up everything to fulfill the god's mission. You must prepare yourself mentally to endure decades of exile and hardship." Loon enthusiastically recounts that it was in this way he completed his mission to find the goddess of light and justice, Arya, and then became a Holy Grail Knight. Hansel Halling raised his hand to speak, asking, "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of the Holy Grail Knight?" Leon replied, "Very well. I suppose I must explain once more. To become the Holy Grail Knight, one must succeed King Leon I and claim that title." As he sat proudly on his throne, he crossed his arms and warned, "You must challenge my strength, and of course, they will be mercilessly eliminated. Just so you remember." Everyone below listened with sweat pouring down. He calmly said, "Well then, this is the only chance you have to challenge me. My power is much weaker than before." His sinister face made everyone shudder. "Now I can only timidly voice my opinion. Your Majesty, just how strong can a Holy Grail Knight be?" The power of a Holy Grail Knight. Gale Briggs' battle stance appeared. He had defeated the unwon faction, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Hong Zin glared fiercely. He raised his hammer, frightening him. Unpredictable, Hong Xian lay unconscious on the ground. Not understanding what was happening to himself, she slowly sat up, gently touching the wound and cursed. Damn it. That hurts like hell. Hong Xian had tried to recall what had happened to cause the pain. What happened? I can't remember. A voice called from inside. Are you awake? Hong Xian was surprised. She asked. Who are you? Hugh Deer quickly introduced himself. My name is Hugh Deer, a sorcerer of the Youthling tribe. She continued. Being the heroine here, Hong Xian laughed and said, Auntie, a heroine hup. Thank you for trying to protect us from those evil knights. Hong Xian opened the curtain, pulled his head back in, and asked, Sis, you really are as tough as the earth itself. And she was scared out of her wits. What is going on? She cheerfully asked him. Iron Warrior, you are here already. Hong Xian sadly covered himself. Well, I thought we had lost his trail. She said, lost the trail. You really do not remember anything at all. Hong Xian asked, so how much do you actually remember? Hugh Deer recalled and told the story. The ground shook and we escaped by losing all memory of that day. Luckily Hong Xian recounted that after creating a smokescreen, we successfully fled. He added that they only had infantry soldiers, making it hard to track us. Hong Xian hesitated and said, however, that monster was truly extraordinary. He said he followed us the whole way until the people of Atline came to help us. Hong Xian recounted the details. She rushed out to confront him and ended up getting hit in the head with a big rock, and she said, is that so? Then he started bragging to her, thank you. You really saved me, taking care of me and healing me for the past 2 days. Hong Xian said in surprise, 2 whole days? So where have our doctors been all this time? Hong Xian explained that for some reason they could not heal. Hugh Deer said sadly that the Holy Knight Gale Briggs has the power to drain the enemy's energy, preventing them from healing wounds, a power opposite to the healing abilities of their side. As she spoke, she stepped closer and touched Hong Xian's arm, causing her to gasp loudly. What is this? Hugh Deer quickly explained. It is a magical mark I created to restore power. I am healing you. She added that this is a special ability unique to the tribes living in this area, with each mark containing a different power. Hong Xian said he was thinking about preparing for a strategy meeting. While she was confused and did not understand what he had just said as the scene shifted to a group of people sitting tensely discussing matters. Uthling Kasik Beldi said gravely, for years the king has slaughtered and plundered us, even calling us heretics. He was Uthling Kasik Beldi, the chieftain. Everyone around listened intently as he added, they arrested us and killed us by savage, brutal methods. Uthling Kasik Beldi sadly added that some tried to resist, but he said the fire engulfed the surroundings and 3 tribes were wiped out. He continued that in the end, they had to seek the gods for help, and as a result, the heroes came to save them. Though Li Yangwan and Hong Xian doubted his story, he said thoughtfully, that guy is pretty strong. Hui Rai explained. There was once a group of S-rank hunters and about 150 people who came here. Hu Dai added, Gale Briggs has a very formidable defense, enough to block every attack, and he even has the ability to regenerate his burned body. She continued, as long as he is alive, his entire army will continue to gain strength. And hearing that, he said, that is terrifying. Li Yangwan realized and said the only thing that works is the lamb bracelet. Hong Xian agreed from behind, saying yes, that is pretty good. She concluded, so we should find an item or device to counter his defense ability, something that can pierce his armor or similar. She realized, it seems like my tribe's fang works like that. The system announced, the tribal fang grants 35% armor penetration, 20% strength and endurance. Li Yangwan said proudly, this is amazing, now I am ready to face that monster. Alinsiki Beldi calmly said, then I suppose we are ready. He begged, heroes, please save us. Utline Kasiki Beldi expressed his wish that if he could do anything for you, he would do everything possible. The scene shifts to the sky turning to night. Suddenly the sound of horses running approaches, followed by an exclamation. This horse. Everyone has arrived at IU-1 farm on Zizu Island after a brief test and combat training. Regarding these horses, King Lian brought the trainees to his farm on Zezu Island. Kim Ji-hike was surprised to see the horse. Whoa. Look at that horse. A greeting came from behind. Oh, you are here, sir. Lian gently turned toward the voice calling him. Lian told the horsekeeper that the herd is not bad at all and thanked him for taking such good care of them all this time. He said to the horsekeeper, you probably already know, I am here to choose a horse for battle. He expressed amazement upon hearing that request, saying, wait a minute, it is truly an honor. Our IU-1 estate has many renowned horse breeding experts, so we take great pride in our stable team, he said. Yes, a horse is only as good as its rider. I will stop by to check it out. Lian arrogantly called out to everyone. Listen up, he told everyone that for a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion. And the important thing is to find a way to connect with the horse and become one with it. Lian looked at everyone fondly and said, now, approach the horse you like, get to know it, and ride it. Everyone eagerly ran toward their favorite horses. Lian told the stable hands to please watch over them. He replied, I will do my best. A voice called out from afar. Oh heavens. Beaches walked under Harry's umbrella and approached, saying, "The steward is a man with a generous heart." Ian took her hand and bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for coming to see me even if it was a bit sudden," Beaches said softly. "Your Majesty invited me. How could I refuse?" He smiled gently and asked her, "May I have the honor of serving you?" She smiled happily and replied, "Of course." Harry, standing between them, listened to the conversation without understanding what was happening. The horses grazing over there are right in the center of the temple grounds. The brown horse is happily eating fresh grass. Both he and she watched the horse grazing and said, "It is not dark at all." Leon asked, "Do you want to take a little walk?" Beaches replied, "Of course. Which horse will Your Majesty suggest for me?" Both of them looked at the black horse and said, "What about the pure black one? Is that okay?" Leon turned around and said, "Pick one for yourself too." Harry asked in surprise, "Me too?" She pondered for a moment then said, "That white horse." Leon said, "The horse over there looks very strong and sturdy. Not dark at all," Harry cutely said. "Looking closely you can see it is quite a handful." He smiled softly. His soul. Leon paused for a moment, about to realize something. He cruelly shrugged her off, saying, "Go play somewhere else and do not bother me," while she suffered in pain and injustice. Loon reached out his hand, and he gently helped Beaches onto the horse, saying, "Young lady, please take my hand." She replied, Thank you," standing angrily from afar, thinking it has been too long. She pretended to be weak, sitting on the horse as he urged it forward. Harry stood alone with the horse he had chosen. Lonely, both he and she looked toward the call. "Your Majesty," Leon reminded. "Why so quiet?" "Someone startled the horses. Hurry up and report. It is very important." "This is an emergency call from Okang Hyuk," the serious company man said. "I received an urgent call from the association chairman," he said. "Listen to me. Do not say it came from the phone." "Good morning, Your Majesty. This is Okang Hyuk." Leon asked, "Is there something wrong?" Okang Hyuk replied, "Your Majesty, could you help me with something?" He continued, "It seems the dungeon spring is about to be unleashed." He said, "Do I really have to help? I am not your servant." Okang Hyuk replied, "Of course you do, but I think this might interest you," he said seriously. "The goddess of life and birth," Okang Hyuk continued. "The one called the night is actually the offspring of the gate." The whole team rode across a desert when suddenly Han Harry panicked. This place is truly tragic. In front of Han Harry was a desolate scene. The pupils in the middle were pecked by crows. Leon was observing everything. His face grew serious. Leon asked, "Is this the person?" At that time, Okang Hyuk replied, "Yes. This is one of the survivors who escaped through that gate. He is currently resting, so if you wait a little longer," Leon said. "No need," Beatrice spoke up. "Is it my turn now?" Leon replied, "I am counting on you." Beatrice waved her hand to cast magic. Beatrice began to cast the spell. Leon said, "No need to complicate things. Just create a new space in his dream. The only one who can pull me out of this is definitely you." The power exploded, and Beatrice staggered for a moment. She said, "That guy is a knight with a giant hammer, and Doong Doong proudly believes he is protected by the goddess of life and birth." Leon angrily asks, "Can you tell me the name of that knight?" Beatrice replied, "Gelbrick, also known as Gelbrick the Guard." She said, "It seems the corpses have been hanging for a while. Are they hunters?" Leon said, "Judging by their bodies, it does not seem like it." Leon said, "They burned down the villages and killed everyone there. Their intention is to leave no survivors on this planet." Beatrice asked, "How do you know so much?" Leon replied, "My intentions were similar when I wiped out the Orosima. They left here quite a while ago. Everyone was terrified when Leon said if we follow the trail, we might uncover their plan." As night gradually fell, with the same desolate scene that night, Beatrice spoke up, "Your Majesty." Leon replied, "Go ahead." Beatrice then said, "It seems we are rushing a bit. The soldiers and Lord Zappy are also quite confused. What is your guess about this matter?" Leon replied, "You should think it over. As I mentioned before, this matter is very dangerous if you do not have enough strength because the Holy Grail Knight is currently here." Beatrice asked, "The Holy Grail Knight? Are you referring to Sir Selbrick?" Leon recounted. "Sir Gelbrick, who was favored by Demira, was the Holy Grail Knight from 3 generations before me, and the techniques from that knight have been passed down to my generation. 800 years ago, Sir Gelbrick led the army to punish the Manzi and Thang Thean." And Hari looked puzzled. "Thang Thean," the trainee said, "he probably means sacrifice." "Sister, Sir Gelbrick cannot ascend to heaven. A Holy Grail Knight naturally becomes a saint blessed by God, but they did not accept his soul." Beatrice said, "Impossible." Leon replied, "They tracked the Holy Relic's energy trail, but could not find him or even a part of his army. I have 3 hypotheses. First, Sir Gelbrick is still alive. Second, his soul is lost between realms," Leon said. "And finally," Beatrice said, "Do not tell me he betrayed them." Leon said, "This is related to the Holy Grail Knight's superpowers. but the battle happening in the human kingdom is impossible. No matter what, if we attack this gate, we will be able to uncover the root of this incident. Harry felt disappointed once again. They were executed like those before them. Leon pondered for a moment, then angrily said, "It is unbelievable that he could commit such atrocities. It is simply unacceptable. They truly are criminals deserving of death." Harry thought to himself. Even Bia was outraged by this tragedy. As expected, though that day was a bit strange, he was still a person worthy of respect. Leon said, "Harry and the other trainees, listen up." Harry replied, "Understood." Leon said, "From now on, no matter what happens, you can only follow me. Do not overestimate your own thoughts." "Understood." The apprentices all replied, "Yes, sir. We will only follow Biha." Leon said, "Good, hurry up and move on. They might already be here." The villagers are screaming in terror. A madman laughs loudly and shouts, "Kill them all. Do not leave a single one alive." Harry asked, "That is, sir, Biha is a village, and the villagers are being massacred." Loon's face showed clear anger. The villagers had no time to speak before they were brutally killed. Loon exploded with rage. "Those damn bastards will die under our feet. Our troops are rushing to the rescue." Harry called out, "Biha." She thinks it is hard to believe he is so angry. He can bear to see his people slaughtered so brutally. Leon shouts, "Move forward." A trainee exclaims, "He is moving so fast we can keep up." Leon shouted, "Take that fury. It looks just like when we faced those Orose." "Right," Bia said. Then Harry suddenly appeared. "Wait, Orose." Leon dismounted and moved forward. He focused intensely, thinking, "Do not tell me the battle up ahead is fierce." Two swords clashed, a piercing scream. "Those bastards." Leon charged like a warhorse, shouting loudly. Leon the old warrior, the son of truth, pierced his heart. Harry panicked and silently called for help. "Biha." Leon said, "I will kill them all. Just the enemies." "Madam." A ray of light shines across the sky. Harry calls out in panic, "Biha." Now, Bekis is casting a spell. Harry says, "Your Majesty." Bekis replies, "Miss Harriya, please wait a moment. Just trust him. He would not do this without a magical command." Bekis replied, "Miss Harriya, please wait a moment. Just trust him. He would not do that without a good reason." Harry looked suspicious, thinking, "Is that so?" Leon laughed maniacally. "Die scum. Kill them all at once. A new record." Harry panicked. Is not it just because he likes it that way? Bekis smiled. Her reaction was truly special. The trainee said it could not be helped. Sinazine agreed, saying that is right. We can't do anything about it. Harry was unwilling to accept it, insisting on finding an explanation for this. The reason they remain indifferent to the scenes I endure is not because they lack a sense of justice, but because they are fake monsters and NPCs inside the gate. They are artificial, just memories of the past, except for a few survivors. Monsters and NPCs are nothing more than memories from the past. As Leon continued his brutal assault, the narrator spoke on, "So whether sacrificing them or hanging them," the trainee exclaimed, "This is too cruel. It is not even a crime against camp." Leon shouted loudly, "Crime my ass. All of you die already." Amidst the battle, smoke billowed thick, leaving a scene of devastation. The whole squad marched with honor. Leon glancing at the enemy, Toscata removed his helmet, then knelt down. Toscata said, "Greetings, Holy Knight Tren, the pure soul of humanity." Leon replied, "Stand up, we are still on the battlefield." Toscata introduced himself, "I am the elder brother of Lord Bendelek, from the Dawn Lebanon Knights. I am Toscata Bendelek." Leon then said, "If you belong to the Bendelek family, there must be a trading capital near the city. Is your younger brother the lord of that place?" Toscata replied that he was the only one recognized as having the talent of a knight, and Leon said he believed the man had not yet given up on the path of the crusade. Toscata said, "Yes, people keep saying this will be my last crusade." Leon then said, "I see," thinking to himself, "I do not remember the name Toscata Bendelek at all. If he could become a Trendan knight, I should have met him at the Celestial Court, or he must have failed and died in this crusade. I can't remember a single face here. These Knights of Honor can't make a name in our country's history." Leon spoke up. "I, Leon Dragonia, Leon the First Duke and rightful ruler of the Duchy of Dragonia, blessed by the Goddess of Light and Justice Ariana, keeper of the fierce lion's heart." Toscata was surprised. "Aren't you just a farmer?" Leon replied, "What kind of peasant knight dares to call me a peasant?" Henhari thought, "Well, it is because in their generation, King Leon was actually someone else." Toscata firmly said, "I trust you." And Hari thought silently, "Just try not to trust him." At that moment Leon said, "Knights, as I understand it, you are a mercenary squad sent to eliminate the demon clan. Is that correct?" Toscata replied, "Yes, that is right." Leon then said, "The war knight of the Katrai army, the knight of the blue chalice under the protection of the goddess of life and birth, is Sir Gelbrick, right?" Toscata looked puzzled for a moment but then replied, "That is correct." Leon said, "I have to meet him immediately." "Where is Sir Gelbrick?" Toscata said, "Right now." Leon thought to himself, They are the remaining hunters, a lone operating unit, judging by their appearance. Could it be that this place? One of the Bendelic army said. Lord Gelbrick is currently facing the Nong Nation forces of the magic beasts head-on. Toscata said he would quickly eliminate the harmful mages. Leon replied. Alright, I think. Then, the Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick has been altered by something in this battle. Ahead is a camp, fortified place. Carefully guarded, their entire team stood staring intently at it. Hong Xianqian said. Very good. Anyone looking would think St. Jiang was driving away the invaders. Both sides are ready to fight. Hong Xian Ho Ni. In life, is this really the Red Gate? The difficulty must be at the black level, Hui replied. But it is still worth a try. Thanks to our efforts, all the tribes in the area have united, so our numbers are definitely greater, Hui thought. And at that moment the system panel appeared, showing that Magel's tribal seal had been activated, increasing armor penetration by 35%, and boosting strength and resilience by 20%. The Bigrand tribe seal was activated, adding the stride skill and increasing agility by 15%. The Chanong tribe seal was activated, adding super strength and iron body skills. The Hukshuri tribe seal was activated, adding magic resistance and reducing magic damage by 30%. Hui thought these seals were meant to control the spirit beasts of Master Dong and the native tribes. So this was their true power. Good, we can fix him. Gelbrick laughed. If so, to the surviving mercenaries, I will charge you with ignorance. Why are you here? Liang Wan said. We are well prepared to finish you off. Liang Wan thought to himself. The final demand was to defeat the mighty Gelbrick. Gelbrick replied. I will give you fools and dreamers a chance. Surrender all your weapons and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, you will commit a serious crime. Liang Wan was dissatisfied. Crime? Seriously? You talk about guilt but feel no shame. Yet the so-called justice you keep mentioning spares no one. Not even the old or the young. Liang Wan struck at Gelbrick's dark heart, and Gelbrick immediately shouted in anger. You freaks, I am not ashamed to look up at the sky, nor humiliated to look down at the ground, because my actions are justice. You have crossed the limit of my patience, and I will punish you. Hu Dai shouted. Oh warriors, Liang Wan said irritably, activating the defense skill. You can pierce through them. If I can dodge it once before I regain my composure. Liang Wan saw a terrifying scene. Suddenly, a vow rang out. I swear to protect the kingdom, those who entrust their fate to the gods. That unwavering faith focused on a single person. Liang Wan panicked. What the hell? Those people shouted even louder. We the loyal knights of the revered Holy Grail Knight will use this power to destroy evil, Gelbrick said. And then, before the radiant light of the 10 directions, no, of the true gods, quickly kneel down. At the moment the miracle descends, the ground collapses. A creature chosen by the gods, the goddess of light and justice, who governs all knights and carries out the mission of enforcing justice, granting knights the power to ascend to the rank of saints. The desolate scene unfolded before their eyes, a divine punishment. Only a group of knights took part in this ritual, yet the specific form of each rite depended on the god each Holy Grail Knight worshipped. The Holy Grail Knights under the protection of the goddess of life and growth had the power to crush the earth. Hong Xianqian asked. But what the hell is that thing? Hong Xianqian said. With just one move, nearly 3,000 tribal warriors vanished. Luckily we were not caught in that. Hong Xianqian looked up at the sky. Damn it. Is that even human? I can't win. Gelbrick said. Goddess, please protect us on this sacred land, the birthplace of our roots. Make it solid ground so my brothers and sisters can stride strong and steady. And grant those who have lost their way a chance to cleanse the dirt of the world. Gelbrick looked at them with contempt and said. Get lost. You damn heretics, Liang Wan shouted in frustration. Liang Wan shouted. Core troops. Quickly surround them. Attack from all sides. Protect our people. We have the advantage in numbers. Gelbrick charged forward. Both sides clashed. Gelbrick suddenly panicked as the sound of shields and swords clashing filled the air. Gelbrick was astonished, unable to believe that a mere mercenary possessed such power. Was it the tribal seal? The hunters who had forgotten their existence, even though they could not walk the path of honor to fulfill the god's power. Overwhelmed. A thunderous explosion shook the air, asserting their name. They traveled across continents and became revered heroes. A knight said, To deal with these people, everyone, dismount and form a defensive line. That is the Homeland Knight. Decades have passed since they became swordsmen. They are brave warriors who have slain countless beasts and heretics, while also thwarting the invasion plans of foreign enemies. Beasts with boundless physical strength are not foes they fear. The royal knights shouted, Bring glory to the revered gods. Hong Xianqian said. The soldiers in the rear are ready too. We are being completely crushed in this battle of strength, Liam Qian replied. Everyone knows that, Hong Xianqian said. If we are going to retreat, we have to run right now. Hong Xianqian spoke up indignantly. Why? Why should we retreat? Hong Xianqian replied. If even our knight squad can win, how can we possibly defeat those bugs? We can do it alone. Liam Qian said if we call on the 10 strongest guilds, we might be able to conquer this gate. But what if he escapes the dungeon before that? Hong Xiamqian said. Actually, there is a better way to end this, Liam Qian replied. Go ahead and tell me, Hong Xiamqian said. Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Demira, the goddess of life and fertility. Have you never heard of them? To which Liam Qian replied, I do not know. I am not interested in religion. What does religion have to do with the gate and this matter? Hong Xiamqian said. King Liam Nat, have not you watched Pathian's video on YouTube? It seems that guy comes from the same region as the people at this gate, and on the first day, I thought he was just a loudmouth for daring to call himself some kind of holy knight. Lai Wangwan thought to himself, if that king is from the same homeland as these knights, then we should just retreat. Hao Dai spoke up. Warriors, Lai Wangwan asked. Missy Dai. At that moment Hai Dai replied, do you really want to abandon us? Lai Wangwan said, we will bring reinforcements soon. We are only retreating for now to wait for the right moment. Lai Wangwan thought talking to the Mipi was useless, so he ignored it. Then he shouted to the guild members that they would retreat and had to leave the gate as quickly as possible. Hai Dai said, in the end, it seems like I still can't defeat these monsters this time. Lai Wangwan was surprised. Missy Dai. Suddenly Hai Dai exploded, unable to believe that they could never close the gate. Those disgusting creatures, Lai Wangwan asked. What are you talking about? Hai Dai cut him off. It is over. I have no choice but to take the shortcut. I am pretty sure that Day won't like your house either. Useless like you. Who would care? After speaking, Hai Dai snapped her fingers. Thunder crackled, and even the royal knights were taken aback. The royal knights cried out, I am using dark magic. Hayu Dai struck the knights, hitting them hard. Yet the other knights were excited. The great divine beast was bestowing blessings. We will receive it soon too, Lai Wangwan asked. What the hell are you doing? Hai Dai calmly replied. Honorable warrior, resisting is useless. This is a seal I recently created, but it is only a matter of time. Lai Wangwan also began to be affected. Hai Dai gave the order, now. Everyone, she said. Oh my god. I have been to so many worlds and still can't kill a single one. The manipulated knights charged into battle, catching Gelbrick off guard as he struggled to fight back. Gelbrick said, you all. It seems they have been branded with heretic marks on their bodies. The knights are almost turning into beasts. Gelbrick shouted, peel off the skin with the marks. That is their weak spot. The ground trembles as Gelbrick is restrained by Hong Sanha and Heyuri behind him. Gelbrick leaps forward, aiming at the ground and sets it on fire. A loud explosion occurred. Liangwan, who was restrained, began to strike. Gelbrick cried out in pain. Gelbrick exclaimed. The sharp-eyed group. He thought to himself, the situation is unstable. Even if I have to burn myself, I must send the survivors to the capital. Gelbrick slammed his staff on the ground and shouted. Gelbrick yelled. You lowlifes, get up now. Liang the first. Glorious. The whole group of knights was blasted away. Gelbrick gasped once more and asked, who are you? Liang turned his face and replied, I am the heart of the fierce beast. Liang Dragunia Liang the first. Beaches rode forward. The system panel appeared. The Japanese king's reins, the reins of His Majesty the King, capable of taming any fierce monster and awakening ancient bloodlines. Liang said, give me the reins and jump straight down. Beaches sighed. Your Majesty really knows how to hold on. This is the world of Thalion. Right, thanks for obediently letting me hold the reins. 5 minutes ago, Liang was furious, calling them filthy direct tributaries. They were clearly killed. Their forces have diminished, but they always find a place to resurrect. Anne Harry worriedly said, try blaming me, but stripping the kids to death is a bit much. Liang interrupted her, saying they are not that stupid. The main cause is that seal. Anne Harry asked. A seal, Liang explained. It is a vow to dedicate the body to the divine beast. If the power of the seal is abused, from that moment on, the user's soul will gradually rot from within. Anne Harry panicked. No way, a divine beast or whatever, this is pure evil, Liang said. Remember this? Your goodwill for peace and human rights means nothing in this bitter battle. All that matters is truth and absolute fate. Beaches said, I have to carry out my own interference as well. Saying that, Beaches raised his hand, and circles of magic appeared. Beaches said, get out of my sight quickly. Gelbrick called, King Leon the First, Liang thought. The beast still rises despite the attack of the Holy Grail Knight. It proves that the laws in your Gelbrick's domain have issues. Liang said, the Holy Grail Knight of Demilla. First, we need to get out of this chaos. Gelbrick replied. Alright, but why hesitate? Liang hesitated. I think I should sever the connection of those miserable bastards. Liang began to speak. Liang first, open the gate to the heavenly realm. Gelbrick was impressed, wondering how the Holy Grail could be here. Liang said, a great miracle. Shining brightly, casting a dazzling light on those around, Gelbrick exclaimed. The knights were amazed. The wound has healed. Oh my arm is back. Liang cried out in pain. King Xena was also embarrassed. His head was spinning. Gelbrick thought to himself this was truly a miracle from the gods. How could he have not realized it before? It seemed he had completely forgotten about it. Gelbrick said it was holy power. A voice echoed. My child, the lost knight. Gelbrick asked. Goddess Demilla. Then Demilla said. Follow him. Go and keep the King Knight's secret. Without hesitation or doubt, Gelbrick said, I will follow your orders simply out of respect. Leong pondered deeply. Then he said, I am glad we can stand together in this battle. Sir Gelbrick. Gelbrick replied, I will be by your side, holy warrior's protector. Leong said. All right, the fallen monsters are gathering in one place. Gelbrick asked, are they respawning over here? Hyodai is pissed off. Damn it. One holy knight is more than enough. And now what the hell is this? Hyodia shouts, great round one. Please take all those slaves. She explodes completely. Leong snarls, I will tear the fish to pieces. Beatrice spoke up. Let me clear the way. Stallion spread its wings wide, ready to land. Leong smiled proudly as the system panel displayed the skill. Beatrice immediately unleashed her move, the Heavenly Eye. Hyodai was furious. Leong sneered. Leong said, listen up, my brothers and sisters. Glorious knights and loyal soldiers. Leong unleashed his full power. Those heretics who caused the chaos were brought to the execution ground. On the desolate field, Hyodai fled to save his own life. At this moment Hyodai was still arrogant. Those damn monsters were truly Leong. Just Gelbrick alone was enough. Remembering how Leong destroyed the enemy while saying, die and become fertilizer for this earth, Hyodai was bitter like eating chili. Where did this King Leong come from? And that witch too? A voice rang out, asking where I was going. But before I could react, I was restrained. Hyodai was shocked. What? Beatrice asked. This is called a soulstone trap. I got it while hunting inside the gate. I heard it is a new source to recharge magical power. This gate is very strange, even if it kills Hyodai and Anger. What is this woman talking about? Beatrice continued. This gate is also a cycle. Right, just like me in my own world. I do not think you are a slave, but you have done exactly the same thing. Hyodai feared. No way. Beatrice said, I have many questions for you. Hyodai suddenly wondered. Oh no, do not see me as an impief. Beatrice said, this is not my preferred method, but I will pay a little attention. Hyodai was scared. What is this? A mysterious voice echoed. Aza. Master, you have disappointed us again. Hyodai's slave said, now you do not even recognize your own master. Hyodai panicked. Gods. Beatrice asked. What now? Your slave is mine. What will you do? A voice is called out. Show us what you can do. A surge of perverse pleasure followed. He will chew you up and swallow you whole. Hyodai cried out in pain. No, the gods will descend. This gate is the kingdom of the divine beasts. Once the incarnations of the divine beasts gather, this gate will. Beatrice thought for a moment and said, then we are in trouble. The ground was already soaked in places. The trainees were treating the night. Leon said, Ronin Battalion Leon the 1st, the 11th King Leon. He often spoke about the soldiers beyond the frontier. Gelbrick asked, do you know His Majesty? Leon replied, yes, that king is currently in the Celestial Palace. Gelbrick was surprised. Oh my. Hanharry asked, have you remembered something? Gelbrick replied, I do not remember anymore. We only came here to subdue the Manji. Hanharry hesitated. Your Majesty. Leon said, they should know that too. Just say it. Hanharry paused. Then she spoke up. Lord Gelbrick and the soldiers are not allowed to leave this gate. Everyone here is just a character within the gate. To close the gate, we must defeat Lord Gelbrick. Suddenly Gelbrick laughed. Hanharry worried. Sir Gelbrick. Gelbrick's laughter gradually became unsettling. He said, Your Majesty, after all these years, it seems I have not lost a single battle. Leon calmly said, I am not surprised. If you had been defeated once, you would not have the chance to face me now. In the scorched forest, the power of darkness spoke. Leon sneered, I will tear you apart, devour you whole. Leon said, has it already started? Is there any way to stop the advance of the divine beast? Hyodai laughed and said, no, this gate is wide open. The great divine beast will use its powerful authority to destroy this place. Leon replied, fine, then I will stay and fight alone. Beaches said, Your Majesty, I do not think facing it head-on is a wise decision. Leon replied, even so, there is no other choice. He might escape and get out into the real world. Gelbrick said, no, there is a way. Leon said, you. Gelbrick looked down at the ground. Gelbrick stomped hard on the ground. Hanharry shouted, Lord Gelbrick. At that moment, Gelbrick said, the condition to close the gate is that I, Gelbrick, must be defeated. Please step aside and continue living your lives, for fighting over a gate that will soon disappear as meaningless. Your Majesty. Leon momentarily felt unable to decide. Gelbrick said, my brothers, the final battle is upon us. Here stands the king of the fierce heart. My successor. Renwi the dead will fight for a bright future for those who still live. I am ready to sacrifice my life. To everyone's surprise, Gale Brick said, "Who will follow me?" No one answered at first. Then a hand went up, catching Leon off guard. All the knights agreed, and Leon said, "Your loyalty humbles me deeply. I accept this noble duty." Gale Brick said, "Your Majesty, I have one more request. Please wait a little longer." Leon replied, "All right." Gale Brick smiled softly. "Make my wish come true." A blue light ran along Gale Brick's body. Gale Brick shouted, "Loyal servants of King Leon, recognized by the goddess Demella, by the power contained in this hammer, you shall inherit the strength of Gale Brick." After speaking, Gale Brick raised the weapon, transferring the power to the knights. The space was filled with a blue glow, and once the power was fully passed on, Gale Brick handed the weapon to Leon. Gale Brick said, "Your Majesty, please, until the one who can wield this hammer stands before you, as if there is a mutual respect between them." Gale Brick said, "It is an honor to stand by your side." Leon replied, "I will forever remember your noble sacrifice, Sir Gale Brick." Gale Brick looked at the knights one last time. Gale Brick said, to the knights still wearing their collars, "This is the final order. Ensure the king is safety until your last breath." The knights replied, "Understood." Gale Brick continued, "Everyone has lived a life full of glory. May the gods bless you all." Leon said, "Retreat." Everyone has left. Gale Brick holding his sword ready. Gale Brick shouted, "I am Gale Brick, who single-handedly defeated 1,000 enemies of this kingdom, a war knight capable of destroying 5 million enemies, protected the Geohan territory, raised 30000 Oros, fought the Oros, Larvae in Montreal and won. Demera has protected me. Ariana has cared for me. Pitos is also very pleased. I am the great knight of Montreal, the holy knight of life and growth." Gale Brick said, "Now let us go, my brothers and sisters. Today I will die for justice. We, the whole army, take a defensive stance." Gale Brick was determined. "Glory." Reminding Leon, Harry called, "Your Majesty." But Leon replied, "I already told you to go ahead." Harry said, "I think we have to observe until the end." Leon thought for a moment and said, "If you want, then we can both observe together. This is a historic event unfolding." Harry said, "Your Majesty." Leon replied, "Not yet, not yet." Leon said again, "Not yet." Gale Brick is almost at his limit. Leon was shocked. Leon asked, "What suddenly happened?" "It is seriously injured," Harry asked. "Your Majesty." Leon frowned. Lord Gale Brick had ascended, and suddenly Leon was furious. At that moment, Leon declared, "They will surely pay for this, and I will make their deaths the most brutal." Leon said, "Let us go. The Holy Knight brings justice through the holy law. So what did this great Holy Knight Protector say? Do those words carry weight?" Leon said, "I will remember this day. That is something only the Night King can do." After taking off his work clothes, Leon trained with his sword. His eyes were filled with determination. Truly impossible to catch up. I still remember that night when Leon held Gale Brick's body in his arms. Feeling helpless and in pain, he continued training to forget the sorrow. Leon let out a long sigh. "Phew. So tired." He told himself, "I did not even feel tired when slaughtering those demons. So what is it that is affecting me now?" Leon deeply missed the loved ones by his side. Leon said, "That is right. I understand now. I am afraid of losing everything I cherish. Once again, I am very scared. Scared of a future where I have to fight alone again. But this is a burden I cannot share with anyone." Suddenly, Harry called from behind. "Your Majesty, you are here." Leon replied. Harry asked, "Are you training so late?" Leon said, "Are you usually resting at this time, watching a romance movie or something?" Harry said, "Well, recently, I just felt that I should train more to increase my strength." Leon asked, "Suddenly like that?" Harry replied, "It is not sudden at all." Suddenly, Harry became flustered. Then Harry said, "I just feel like recently I have realized and learned a lot by following you." Leon asked, "Is that so? Draw your sword and show me your skills." Harry replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I am truly honored to train with you." Leon thought to himself, when will she finally stop speaking like that? Leon said, "Draw your sword." Harry replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Leon said, "Try to block this strike." After saying that, Leon suddenly disappeared. It turned out to be a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Harry blocked it just in time thanks to his reflexes. Harry silently admired. He is so strong. They have a ready stance. Lowering their center of gravity a bit will make them quicker. Even lower, and their speed will increase significantly. Harry replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Harry was confused. The poor child was mercilessly beaten by his older brother. Leon continued, "You can't defend with just your hands and sword like this. Step back with one foot to gain footing. Try not to be pushed too far back by the weight of the two swords when they clash." The two swords clashed fiercely, and Harry was momentarily overwhelmed. Just when he thought he had managed, Harry said, "I blocked it." Before he could react, Leon struck him on the head. The mark on Han Harry's forehead stretched all the way to Vietnam. Lian said, "Your movements are too simple and easy to read. How many times do I have to say it? Be quick and sharp. The advantage lies in creating openings, probably to use the skill, to take him down." Lian sighed. That is not it. Don't you think the only way to win is to use skills quickly? What is the point if you die before you can defend? You need to observe your opponent before attacking. Han Harry's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Is that so?" Lian asked, "What? Do you understand what I mean?" Han Harry replied nervously, Nothing. Your Majesty, I understand now." Lian radiated a fierce aura. "What did you say? Say it again." Han Harry was truly frightened. Suddenly Han Harry said, "I thought someone would tell me to sacrifice myself, to risk death against the enemy if forced, for, knightly honor. For glory." Lian fell silent. Then he tapped Han Harry on the head. "Fool." Han Harry replied, "Yes." Lian said, "Do not sacrifice your honor and glory for anyone. There is no reason to imitate those knights. The one who needs to be protected is your own life." Han Harry asked, "Sacrifice for someone to protect?" Lian smiled softly. At that moment Lian said, "Enough, you go rest. Next time you will train harder." Han Harry replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lian suddenly fell silent, and Han Harry was puzzled. Back in the room, Han Harry said, "I feel like His Majesty has been lacking positive energy these past few days." Zobot replied, "His Majesty's abnormal biological reactions are caused by some stress." Han Harry asked, "Can you speak more clearly? I did not understand what you said." Zobot replied, "Stressed. Need to relieve stress." Han Harry said, "Stress. You are probably right. After that dungeon incident the king has been thinking a lot. Do you know what the king likes to do?" Zobot searched for a moment and finally found the answer. Studying information. All creatures enjoy entertainment and playing games, needing activities to boost morale and rest properly. Games are perfect for relieving stress. Han Harry asked, "Does His Majesty play games?" I can't imagine what he liked to play back then. Can you think of any games His Majesty might have enjoyed? Zobot said, "Games are suitable for increasing dopamine levels in an organic substance, making humans feel happy, but I am Zobot, so that is not part of my calculations." Han Harry wondered why they did not just say they did not know instead of overthinking it. Han Harry exclaimed, "That is right. I think His Majesty would like it too." Then Han Harry explained it to Zobot. Zobot also agrees. "I do not deny that it is a plan suitable for Your Majesty at this time, but it is only a fortunate coincidence. She could never reach my genius calculation ability." Han Harry teased. Yeah. Probably. But it depends on the moment, he. Zobot angrily said. "It looks like you are mocking me. And that is not the kind of attitude an organic being should have towards others." Han Harry replied, "But I did win that day." The next morning, Ariana said, "Dear Knight, your willingness pleases the gods, but I am worried." Lian replied, "I apologize for my mistake." Ariana continued, "You have defeated demons and endured hardships in life for the past 200 years. Training tirelessly, you should enjoy some entertainment. It is time for you to take a break." Lian replied, "Entertainment? I have not heard that word in a while." Ariana said, "That is right. It seems this peaceful era has many forms of entertainment, different from before, and I am not sure if my king can enjoy any of it here. But entertainment has always existed unchanged through time. It helps people erase their fatigue." Lian asked, "Is there such a thing?" "Goddess," Ariana said, "sleeping with women is the best way to relieve fatigue throughout all ages." Lian was speechless, and Ariana continued, "In my eyes, the queen is a good partner for you. Or how about that little red-haired girl?" Lian said, "My lady, she is a young and innocent girl. How could I suggest such a thing to her?" Ariana replied, "She is a grown woman. People find joy and relief through sleeping with the women they love. After all, but needs to restore the royal family and have a heir." Ariana sat in the temple, crossing her legs and chuckling at Lian's image on the screen, saying that humans find joy and relief through marrying the woman they love. On this side, Lian remained unaware and still knelt respectfully. After all, he needed to rebuild the royal family. Hearing this, he hesitated, but just then the church door was being knocked on repeatedly. Seeing Han Harry peek her head in with a displeased look, I told her to take care of herself. But she still went straight to the main point and said, "Sir Bai, please listen to this. I have something prepared." But he showed no reaction. Lian then stood up and looked down at the person, assessing their quick combat skills. But the way they behaved reminded him of a stranded fish, and these words made Han Harry, lying below, blush. Feeling embarrassed, he calmly asked the reason for her visit. "So, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Han Harry quickly propped herself up with her hands and sat up. Then she quickly announced, "There is something I have prepared for Ba." And hearing those words, Lian crossed his arms with a terrifying expression. "Something what?" She smiled slyly, but hearing this Lian could not help but imagine the horrifying scenes of the mask, the advice, and Xebi's support. Without waiting for Han Harry to say more, Lian exploded loudly with a warning. If the person appeared before me in that disgusting outfit again, I will make the whole neighborhood know what it means to run naked. Understood, knowing he misunderstood her. Harry's face turned redder than a tomato as she hurriedly protested not like that Harry felt wrongfully accused. At this moment, at some gate, people had already gathered. Among them, someone recognized him and said, Sir Bai, I do not even want to give him that, said Harry. The person opposite quickly replied, Yes. Sir Bai, may I explain? He then pointed to the people behind him and summarized the situation, saying the entire guild had joined forces to help Chief Manager Harry with the event she had planned. These words made Leon curious, and Harry, standing beside him, smiled as she explained, I thought it would not be anything strange since Sir Yui was also involved. After answering, she smiled and confidently said, Sir Bai, in 10 days inside the gate. I am sure you will like it. Now I do not have the confidence to convince you, so I will just accept it. Alright, inside the gate is now a vast sunlit forest where countless people are already waiting. Harry then quickly ran ahead, making Leon curious. She then stood at the front of the crowd, watching the scene, leaving Leon speechless. Seeing that reaction, she quickly spoke up, Now I will explain this gate. Today Harry seriously provides information. This gate is called the hunting ground. Many kinds of animals and monsters live here. She then pointed to a scoreboard as the boy holding the microphone began to introduce it. Please take a look here. He is now forcing a smile while Harry excitedly talks about everything. Small animals are worth 1 point, average ones 3 points, and an orc is worth 10 points because they are rarer. After hearing everything, Leon thought for a moment and said, So it is a kind of beast hunting game. As soon as he said that, Harry excitedly agreed. Yes, it is hunting, just like in the lower regions. She then shyly fidgeted with her hands and added another reason, saying she thought that maybe in the lower sea where she once lived, target shooting might be a trend. Hearing that, Leon smiled gently and quickly joined in. So you prepared a hunting ground for me to enjoy. That is very kind. The compliment made Harry visibly proud. Then he looked into the forest and wondered. Hunting. It has been a long time since I last hunted. I do not know if I can still do it. Though puzzled, a demon was pierced straight through the head by an arrow. The more Leon shot, the more excited he became. Shooting demons instead of fighting is quite fun after all. In another corner, the demon clan leader angrily interrogated. Who dares to kill our kin? Hearing this, he furiously advanced, taking down each one. How dare a filthy beast like you open your mouth before me? Die all of you. Witnessing this scene, Inari could not help but feel skeptical about humanity, but he seemed to really enjoy it, and I guess that is fine. After taking down another monster, he held up its tooth to admire it. After looking around for a while, Leon proudly put it into a bag. A craftsman should always bring back a keepsake after a job before he could continue hunting, and Harry hesitated and spoke. Your Majesty, you are very skilled with the bow. Watching Leon absorbed with his bow, Harry's face tightened like a drawn string. She had thought he hated ranged weapons, but as if sensing her thoughts, he quickly shared some useful information. It seems the misunderstanding was because just being a knight does not mean he does not know how to use ranged weapons. Not stopping there, Leon began to explain further that archery is a virtue and pastime of the nobility, especially for wandering knights and knights on distant missions. They need to provide food for themselves wherever they go. After speaking, Leon looked at a monster behind and continued, So knights have no choice but to be skilled in archery. Hinari also looked on, stammering as she spoke. But he is really good at this. At this point Leon could not hide his pride as he pointed to himself saying, I am famous as the strongest champion in history, but back then I was only the second best hunter. This information made Harry curious. If he was the second best hunter, then who was the first Holy Grail knight? Faced with that question, he took his bow and arrows and walked away, refusing to answer. Hemph, I do not think we can call her a Holy Grail knight. The moon goddess and the stars watch over her, for she is more a skilled hunter than a knight, Leon said as he pulled the arrow from a monster. Looking at the arrow in his hand, Leon spoke with a nostalgic expression, saying she was once the head of the Temple of Light and the representative of the best hunters. She was once a high priestess. Speaking of this, he began searching for all kinds of flowery words to describe her arrow as if it were a shooting star. If she used all her strength, the arrow could easily fly over a mountain. This statement directly made Harry doubt his own life. Yes, that might have been possible in his previous world. Setting that aside, she asked something else. But why did he only hunt olks when I had prepared many kinds of beasts for him? Leon did not answer, only briefly apologized for that. Then he began to explain his actions, saying that to win first place in a race, one must hunt the most valuable targets. This explanation was perfect, leaving Harry with no argument, so he really did see the oaks as prey. Leon then took out a small wooden stick glowing blue and pointed it out, saying that after all, he had obtained something strange that felt like it was corrupted. At first glance, Harry had to agree. Abba was right. After examining it for a while, she commented that it was a rare corrupted talisman. Knowing what it was, Leon casually tossed it to her with a request. Sell this and give the money to those who helped gather the beasts. Still doubtful in her panic, Harry asked for confirmation. Are you sure? Your Majesty, this is worth hundreds of millions. However, Leon stood firm in his decision, saying this would be a good reward for those who had to work like dogs under the scorching sun on their day off. Harry looked at the sweaty group in front of her and cleared her throat. Before she could react, Leon made another request, saying that now with Tata, they could track the footprints of the escaped Orosi. This made Harry panic, but he still followed behind. At this question, Leon turned his gaze full of hatred. The beast still alive polluting this forest. They might be fake, but the Orosi must still be exterminated. Seeing this reaction, she was speechless, but Leon did not care and kept walking, now following Tata, who would only use bow and arrow. Yes, your majesty. Halfway there Harry suddenly spoke, but she then smiled brightly at him. I am glad because your majesty seems to be in a much better mood than before. Seeing that smile, Leon smiled brightly. How long has it been since someone treated me well without expecting anything in return? A few more steps and Leon whispered praise. I am proud of you. Sorry I did not hear clearly. Instead of praising like before, he took the opportunity to explain. Use the techniques I taught you to take down at least 3 Orosi. Afraid you would not listen, he threatened, or else I will get angry. Then her tearful voice echoed everywhere. Sorry, I have only used a bow a few times thanks to his majesty. At this moment in the Pantheon Guild training yard, Harry happily pushed a pile of swords in a certain direction, unable to hide her joy, relieved that his majesty was feeling better. Halfway there she was caught by someone else. Oh, the assistant head of department Han. Harry also recognized him, the Star Division director. Why are you here? In response to that question, he calmly held up a report and said, I was waiting by the tractor so I had to stop by the supply room. No one has used it since the Naju disaster. Hearing this, Harry took the initiative to suggest, then I will go with you. After a while, the two arrived at the Pantheon supply room, and seeing the gate ahead, the other person was suspicious. So this is where Gelvrig's hammer is kept, right? Harry hesitated before answering. Yes. Then she raised her hands in prayer, hoping he would reach the afterlife. A gesture that confused the other person. Was she mixing Buddhism and Christianity or something? Even making the sign of the cross. As the door slowly opened, he casually asked for more information. Has the hammer been here all along? Harry quickly shared what she knew. Yes. No one can use it now. Pushing the equipment cart, she spoke proudly. We still keep it here, but what was supposed to be kept here has been gone for ages. Outside, the owner of a modified luxury car is there, next to a family taking photos. A few minutes later, someone steps out of the car, adjusts their shirt, and asks the person beside them, Here, the other person thought of something with an excited smile, saying we are about to witness the first epic item in Korea. Halfway there, the two were quickly startled by ARP. Seeing the ARP, the group was suspicious. But oh, it is the P-Spin robot after all. Turns out it is really at the Pantheon event. The ARP then asked about the toughest challenge, and the other person did not deny it, saying yes, but receiving that answer, ARP quickly switched to a friendly attitude. Welcome. The other person was a bit awkward but responded. Thank you. Then he started to wonder aloud to the person next to him. But why? The other just briefly remarked, it seems friendlier than I thought. Just then ARP activated its machinery and fired an energy blast that stunned the two of them. Oh no. Even though they were hugging, they still boldly asked, what do you want? This time the two guys were completely dumbfounded. ARP then pointed to the nearby chest and explained that an entrance fee must be paid to get in. The information board above detailed the fees clearly. 5 million for hunters, 500,000 for citizens. Seeing the numbers, the two grumbled about how expensive it was. The other person then pointed to the onlookers and shouted in frustration, why do citizens pay 500 while these guys have to fork out 5 million? This question was quickly and reasonably answered by ARP, as citizens watched hunters undertake the challenge and pay the relic preservation fee. This answer left the two feeling uneasy, unable to accept adding another zero just because of that, but when comparing it to the value of the trial items, they had no choice but to accept the truth and sigh in resignation. Taking out their phone, they asked if transfers were accepted here. And ARP, waiting for this moment, was happier than ever, happily scanning the core code right there. After paying, the two walked inside feeling even more lost, only to be greeted by a scene that made them want to hide even more. Welcome. Hunters. Han Hari is now dressed as a lion, enthusiastically introducing herself. I am Han Hari from the Korean Hunters Association. The two could not help but wonder if she was last year's rookie dinosaur. That is the situation. So let us go back to a week before the hammer disappeared. Leon suddenly appeared, glaring at the crowd, saying here it is. In front of him was a man using all his strength to lift the hammer, saying he had tried his best but it would not budge even an inch. The people behind quickly explained the situation, saying it had been lying there since morning, and then Leon slowly walked over. A second later, the unbelievable happened. Leon lifted it up effortlessly, holding the hammer as if it weighed nothing, and could not resist teasing, is this really the best you can do? The hammer seemed to glow as if it understood, then slipped from his hands again, falling back to the ground. Looking at the hammer, the white-haired girl could not help but exclaim, as if it had a will of its own. Leon looked at the hammer and guessed it seemed to want something. Harry then came over and poked the hammer in disbelief. Could a hammer really have a will? Leon, standing nearby, quickly explained it to her, saying that if it was a sacred relic, sometimes that could happen. Then he placed his hand on it, closed his eyes to feel everything, and explained further, especially when it has been bonded with a saint for a long time, it can be granted its own will and become difficult to control. Following Leon's words, he squinted at the hammer with a meaningful look. Even so, when I took the hammer, I could not feel it. Then I started thinking about something else. The loyal servants of King Leon, recognized by the goddess Demera, will inherit Gelbrick's power through this hammer. Remembering those things, Leon smiled wickedly. So that is it. It turns out someone is asking me to find a new master for it. Knowing its purpose, he quickly assigned the task, and Harry reported back to the guild, eagerly accepting the mission. What exactly should I report back? Leon did not hesitate to issue a bold challenge. Whoever can lift this hammer, regardless of status or identity, may claim it. As soon as he received the message, Harry was drafting a text to double-check, asking if it was really true. She then began explaining the process, saying that first they would send an expert to appraise it. Moments later, the appraiser touched the hammer handle and suddenly shouted out in excitement. What did you shout, sir? The man pointed at the hammer, tapping it repeatedly as he said, a pick, a pick. Then he turned to Leon, trying to emphasize that it was an epic item, but he remained very calm. Exactly. Hunters will use specialized equipment to fight monsters, conveniently categorized by star ratings. Common, rare, epic, legendary, with luxurious items crafted by artisans being unique. Additionally, these types of equipment require many rare materials to craft, sometimes even items rewarded from difficult quests. They are called legendary, and after 30 years of crafting, some items are called epic, surpassing even legendary gear that can cover hundreds of mountains. The Great Heavenly Copper, the Staff of the Grand Mage, is said to be able to open the sky and the earth, the 12 heart chambers. Even now the snowy fields in Siberia continue to expand thanks to the Ice Queen's heart. After the Blackfield crisis in London, it wandered across the planet as the demon soared, shaking heaven and earth with its presence alone and turning the toughest battles into victories. An epic item has appeared here. The appraiser then excitedly looked at the hammer and said, if I can just lift it, will you really give me this hammer? And Harry, the young woman, did not deny it, saying yes, that is exactly right. He then still glanced nervously at him. Leon also confirmed once again, no one is wrong. Whoever lifts this hammer will be its new owner. The appraiser still intends to persuade him, saying the value of this hammer is incredibly immense. Sir, look here. A complete information board appeared before Leon, each glowing word read by Harry with focused eyes, while he himself was still pondering something. After a moment of reflection, Leon's answer remained the same. The king, have not changed my stance and hope that everyone will come to know it. At this point, the other person reluctantly accepted the request and said, all right, may I quickly make a call? On the phone screen, a call to the association's appraisal expert was being displayed. Very quickly, someone on the other end picked up, the association president speaking. Ah yes. Then he heard it and froze on the spot, and when he came to, he shouted like never before, hey, an epic item. Immediately after, it was announced that anyone who could summon it would become the next owner of the legendary hammer, which is why many candidates came forward. Back in the present, the excited man asked Harry where Gelbrick's hammer was, eager to see the real thing. Instead of answering right away, Harry quickly corrected the way the two spoke. Innie carefully said it should be Lord Gelbrick. Yes. Noticing their puzzled reactions, she quickly explained that when referring to people of such high status, honorifics must be used. Every word made the two of them remind themselves that it was just an item. Breaking free from that thought, one sighed deeply. But I want to try Lord Gelbrick's hammer. Harry stopped joking and enthusiastically guided them. Haha, this way. A few seconds later, the two were led there. Hunters, please come forward. Just approaching, they both exclaimed, whoa, what is this energy source? As he approached and saw the power radiating from the hammer, he was even more amazed it was coming from the hammer itself. Whoa, just a few hammers and so much energy. He could not hide his excitement, rubbing his hands eager to try it out. Let us see, it should be as easy as pie. Life is not a dream. Just as he touched it, he got shocked badly, and the other guy fell over immediately. A few seconds later, he sat up in shock. Damn it, is it really because of the hammer? After realizing something, Harry stammered an explanation, saying that if it did not like him, it would act like that sometimes. This information caused a shock. What? Why did not you say so from the start? By this time Harry had to admit, whatever we do, we still do not know what it wants. Just then Abi appeared with two others behind. That is it. No idea what else it wants. Abi ignored the other person's accusations and offered, do you want to make a donation? Which confused him. What donation? Looking at Abi, he vaguely realized something. He had already spent money, so why was he being asked to pay again? The donation was for this sword. Realizing this, the other person suddenly awakened. It was indeed her, and he brought his phone close to Ivy. Instead of feeling distressed like before, he confidently declared, take it, I am donating 10 million for the merit. Are you crazy? Thank you sincerely. When the bank announced the 10 million coins, he stood up full of determination, and once again touched the bar confidently declaring, it will be mine. No sooner had he spoken than he was shocked. Wondering why, yet still unable to lift the hammer. Abi then went up to the three people and announced that the donation money to build the Pantheon Temple had been received. Those behind, seeing the example, eagerly pulled out their money, saying, "Me too, I will pay." The scene quickly turned chaotic. "Move aside, I am in line." "Hey, stop the nonsense, if you have money you can buy it too." Unable to watch anymore, she asked, "Lord Zappy, is this really going to be okay? Are you selling divine blessings like this?" Snatch. After escaping the chaotic crowd, Abi quickly left. "If the lady wants to hinder my ability to manage assets effectively, all she has to do is follow the plan exactly. It looks just like the hesitant crowd. But if those people now just ignore it and use all their strength to lift the hammer. Even more, that is still not enough. We really are evil." Suddenly Abi felt something, her eyes shining brightly. The divine ear has arrived. Zappy the Pantheon Treasurer's plan is officially starting. A house stood in the middle of the avenue, suiting luxury in every detail. Harry stormed in, announcing big news. "Sir Zappy, Starbucks just proposed opening a store here." Contrary to her hurried demeanor, Hen appeared quite calm. After all, only the golden hammer could truly drive people mad, so Hen said, "Please report the amount of donations." In short, this has become a recent tradition. Or rather, the Pantheon Guild has become a popular destination. Hunters come here to take on the hammer challenge. And most ailments are healed when standing near the hammer, so word spreads from 1 to 9. And now this is the result, from serious illnesses to minor ailments. Everyone spreads the word and comes here to see the truth for themselves. Gradually, everyone gathers here to admire the divine hammer, and Zappy continuously secures funding to turn it into capital and elevate Pantheon's reputation, all for this grand project. A magnificent work that makes all species marvel and awe, an advanced creation far beyond current levels, and an absolute masterpiece destined to be remembered in history. She asked in shock, "Lord Zappy, what is this?" "A high-intensity forging facility," he replied in a cold robotic voice. The brand new, sophisticated system detailed down to every gap promises to deliver high-quality products. Quickly forged and formed, little Harry took a tour around the newly completed project, marveling at its scale beyond imagination and its advanced craftsmanship, saying, "Lord Zappy, this really is a forge, but that is nothing," he boasted while also criticizing this low-level planet, calling it a level 9 forge, which is also the lowest level in this device's database system. This is the ultimate limit due to Earth's poor metallurgical skills. She quietly admired each time she passed a high-level device inside. "Well, but it is still pretty impressive." He did not respond because her mind was just as weak who would willingly listen to someone insulting them. She is human, not a block of wood that talks but does not listen. Harry cursed, "You cruel thing," but she knew her lowly status and could only obediently become a free transport tool for him to wherever he needed to go. The closer they got to the item, the more she wanted to say yes. "Lord Zappy. Lord Zappy is the knight of the pure steel forge." "Right. Exactly," he admitted frankly. Harry hesitated for a moment, then mustered all his courage to ask, "So could you make me a sword?" Of course, the answer was no. The mechanical voice chimed above. She shyly fiddled with her fingers. "I knew it. Just a stranger after all." Suddenly, for some reason, he talked more today and even explained, "No, the forging facility is still incomplete. More facilities are needed to gather more materials." And she looked visibly pleased upon hearing that. "Is that so?" Then he used this as an excuse to leave, saying, "I will head to the central station to earn some extra income, so hang in there." She was a bit surprised at first but followed the proper etiquette to encourage him. He left through a small corner while she stood there dazed in place. As soon as he was out of Harry's sight, he immediately controlled the system, activated the minimum training protocol, ensuring the golden seed. Inside the small room were countless green screens displaying direct stock fluctuations. "Today, I will review this market once again." He stared intently at the screens in front of him. The reason he was so worried was because recently, the global stock market had faced a disaster. Countless people, after watching the market fluctuations, were left stunned and complaining, some blaming others, some panicking in confusion. Why is that? Why do they write so many opposing articles? It would be better if they just called to ask. But they can hide their anger and end up accusing us. Is it really that hard to get it done? After giving so much money, yet still unable to manipulate a single article, until one day, suddenly some force caused the stock price to skyrocket by manipulating the market prices, mixing in the timing of the global pandemic. What do they want? They kept asking themselves, constantly doubting that falling into a clever trap would ruin everything and lead to mounting debt. This one is clever. Unlike them who anxiously handle matters, he is smart enough to leave no trace and quietly profit like a ghost. And of course, without saying it, we know his true identity is Sappy. The financial target Sappy has been aiming for recently is food. Humanity's food situation in the 21st century has never been good, with countless lands and rivers polluted. In the early stages of the disaster, Western and East Asian powers implemented exemplary solutions. But weaker countries, like the impoverished nations in Eastern Europe and Asia, suffered heavy losses from unexpected decay. Seizing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Sappy bought back those polluted, worthless lands, with the first target being the Black Dragon rice field. At that time, the pollution level in Black Dragon, one of the 50 military nations after the Shanghai incident 20 years ago, was severe. Seizing the opportunity and leveraging its own resources, Sappy bought part of that granary and continued to purify it by spreading the faith of Demella, the goddess of life and growth. Although it could not immediately purify on a large scale at the lion level or produce food right away, it would soon become a priceless granary, along with cornfields, barley fields, and other blessed lands. Brilliant strategy that lived up to his expectations gave him a huge income, turning him into a stock market phantom in the rumors. After some computer work, a mechanical, eerie laugh echoed now. The Pantheon would be the global food overlord. He closely observed the geographical location of the red dot, the first target he aimed for, and the first difficult problem appeared. The issue was the risk of foreign invasion, gathering war intelligence worldwide, wasting power but insignificantly, and the increasing danger of a portal appearing. An ordinary leader would have no reason to overextend resources. That was his initial assessment. If things went according to plan, he would reap great rewards, and he was excited to have more land. The hot news bulletin over the past day has reported coup in the Republic of Zilin. She was about to take her meal but had to stop in surprise, reflecting on the shocking news from the bulletin. War. He was puzzled, not understanding what could shock her so much, then suddenly realized he had been keeping secrets too long without telling her. He jerked away. Or rather, the advanced robot body did. Back in the room, he moved around for a bit. Ensuring security, he said. Only tell this to Miss Hari herself. Got it. She stopped asking harshly. He eagerly explained that our private investment fund is already up and running. It is a rapidly growing asset management organization. This unit will focus on managing Harry's assets. Please register starting now. She stopped and asked back. So you want me to invest? He explained briefly. It means I will manage your assets. That is typical of a day robber. You say it so naturally as if it is the obvious thing to do. Hari sighed. So it turns out Sappy also has stocks? That is impressive. Huh. He did not want to drag the Three Kingdoms saga on any longer. Lean explained the reason clearly. And Harry, given your poor financial situation, you need a professional asset management expert. She could not believe her own ears when he bluntly assessed her personal finances. Poor, but at my age, that is already impressive, Hari retorted. He did not give her a chance to refuse, bluntly pointing out that her spending far exceeds her current income, and that is only 15% compared to an average hunter. Most of her salary and bonuses were thrown into those gates, and Harry was too embarrassed to argue. Exactly right. Now, when I hear people talk about her, I realize just how much I have been wasting. No argument there. I even donate to blind orphans in Nuko Village. He has grown so big. Keep persuading him. It is just like a real pyramid scheme. That is why she needs me to be able to donate more. When it comes to money, she is still sharp. His eyes briefly turned cunning. No need. That means he got stabbed a few times. For people today, they are bound by financial capability. Therefore, missing the lesson about money is giving up on life. You should be grateful because this unit will handle that mission for you, Hari negotiated. Then it is only 2 million troops. Withdraw the basic rent of the 20 million bunker in Seul D. Clearly, he did not come here to ask for her opinion. He came to inform. If I am going to share a secret, I deserve a fair reward for it. She really wants to resist, but she only dared to purse her lips and thought, well, it is not surprising coming from this cold-hearted guy. Then reluctantly agreed, fine. Okay. A cold mechanical sound echoed, and Hari had now become a silver member. Specifically, she was promoted from bronze rank. She was stunned for a moment. The machines repeated. Silver member. Look how stingy he is, and he is also completely clueless. He explains, bronze members are guaranteed a 100% return on income, and silver members are guaranteed a 200% income return. Do you want to increase this rate? Hearing about the profits and risks, her fighting spirit and gambling urge surged. Sounds good. So it is like a professional multi-level marketing scheme. That is what he was saying. To expand your personal network, if you recruit 5 more members, you will be promoted to gold rank and the income profit rate will be 300%. She listened as if being slapped across the face. This is nothing for someone with connections like her, Harry asked excitedly. Really? So that is Harry, a newbie starting out in their 20s. So naive they did not realize they had fallen into a pyramid scheme. The problem was, no one suspected her. She kept calling countless targets to send funds to his unit. That is right. Call me Huh. You are going to follow through. She was being precise, marking the name of a suspicious person just out of reach so she would not forget. That is the multi-level marketing model of Joppy. It is surprisingly straightforward. Back to the gray house at the beginning. A car stopped in front of the gate. A distinguished gentleman straightened his coat as he stepped out of the car, followed by several other gentlemen doing the same. They introduced themselves. We are from the court. We are here to issue a warning about asset seizure. He froze, then blurted out. What did the newcomer say? Even Joppy could not hide his worry. Leon sat facing everyone, a yellow aura radiating from him. He clenched his teeth and asked sharply, what is happening? Please explain. A small robot stepped forward. Kareg, here's the situation. 2 people showed up with those cards, spending money like crazy, the small robot explained. First, The organization could not pay the interest on the loan because the stock price had plummeted. The robot continued with the second point. A gang of thugs armed with guns came to collect the debt. Give me back my money. You bastard. Most of Pantheon's employees are in debt because of investments in Joppy's fund. His face showed worry and sweat. Robot continued to explain. This secret investment fund with many failed projects has caused the capital to drop significantly. Everyone was gritting their teeth and asking, Joppy, my 87 million assets invested daily. Harry also tearfully said, I even raised money from friends and relatives on that day. The staff were also overwhelmed, holding their heads in despair. My money, even my wife's savings, have all been lost. Everyone is left devastated and in pain. My 5 years of savings have all gone into this investment fund. Even the old couple could not help but break down in tears. I have even pledged my land. Your Majesty will do something to resolve this situation. It made him so worried and scared that he was sweating. Dennis Nguyen's face asked, Sir Joppy, what is the amount of the loss? The small robots made fake sounds. Correct. He hesitated for a moment, then gave a specific number, 870,054,340 troops. It did not stop there. It also added that the number is increasing by 49,853,655 troops every hour. A loss of about 72% of the fund caused everyone to panic, and Harry's blood ran cold as they wondered in shock. What did you say? His face was filled with worry as everyone around kept panicking. My money? Damn it. Take whatever you can hear as collateral. At least take one pillar to sell, said a man in the crowd, raising a sword to get everyone's attention. Hey, there is something valuable in the warehouse. At least take that first. The small robots panicked upon hearing that. Correct. It jumped up to stop the fight. Stop, human. Don't take it. That is personal property. But no one listens and they just jump in to fight over it. Only Harry lay on the ground crying in pain. Damn it. My money. Wait, I am going to the ferry to get it. In the corner of the room, two people sat eating and blaming each other amid indistinguishable shouting. Your Majesty, what should I do about my money now? The small robot shouted. Put that item down immediately. Human, someone is shouting again. What are you doing? Grab the pillar quickly. Lena's face darkened, his eyes unable to see clearly as he spoke. Damn it. Everything is in chaos now. What will happen to my money? He shouted angrily. Deputy Chief Han. Wake up. Why did you faint now? He was so angry his veins bulged and his eyes flashed as he shouted. Deputy Chief Han. Wake up. Those bastards. He exudes a terrifying aura like the king of the forest, his presence overwhelming. Don T panic. Stay calm for me. It scared everyone. Everyone froze in place. All actions halted. He called out. Lord Spin. The robot immediately responded. Yes, sir. Leon said seriously, with your intelligence, I believe you will be able to resolve this chaotic situation. He continued to give orders. Do what you think is right and let me see how you handle it. The robot, whose eyes were tightly shut by someone, has started to move on its own. It slipped from the hands of its keeper and gave its opinion. The god will succeed, and there will be an answer tomorrow. Your Excellency, he calmly praised. Very good. I will leave this matter for you to handle, he said, looking firmly at everyone in the hall. And more, in the name of King Leon I, I will guarantee your debts. Disperse and take care of your own affairs. One of them replied. Yes. Beha. Both that person and Harry wondered in disbelief. Can this situation be resolved in one day? Robots entering a sealed place. A blazing red light emanated from it. At a high-tech weapons manufacturing facility, there is an urgent announcement. Emergency situation detected. Bypassing security checks. Activating the exoskeleton along with the advanced armor equipped with the superior integrated Med 1 weapon system. Inside the headquarters, a powerful black armor stands ready. Immediately after the announcement came, the operation code has been activated. Everything has been fully integrated. The armor's visor glowed with a bright red light. At the far north of West Asia Long, the scenery is completely devastated beyond belief. Blue-skinned demon yawns repeatedly. The army of the Jilin Orosio Ruth Caparo Republic. Suddenly, a respectful voice spoke up and asked, Sir Leader, where are our enemies currently located? It caught the demon off guard. Two blue-skinned demons from the Republic's army stepped forward and spoke in turn. Those who once held this place were too weak. We came here to fight, but they have all fled. Humans are weak and know nothing of a warrior's honor. The leader heard this, turned his nose, and replied, Yeah, as long as we have plenty of food, then we will just camp here. After that, we will throw a big feast. We will gather everyone and attack the next neighboring country. So the subordinates happily clasped their hands and laughed in response. Hee. Sounds good. Leader, it has been a long time since I last ate human flesh. The two subordinates cheerfully shouted and jumped up at the leader's calmness. Then said, Exciting indeed. Let us plunder plenty of resources and eat them all. The leader looked up and confirmed. Good. After we finish eating, we will go there. Suddenly he noticed a red light shining on the figure and was surprised. Something bright red was flashing quickly across the sky. It was like a sword about to strike down near the Green Demon clan's tent. They were stunned and incredulous. A meteorite struck. Suddenly the ground and the crumbling red building were flooded with water. The bricks began to crack and fly into the air. At the weapons headquarters, staring at the control panel, Julius asked in disbelief, What? The rod has been hacked. A Secretary of Defense Julius, The magic wand is a hypothetical US weapon deployed from a satellite orbiting Earth. He leaned on the control panel and looked at the main screen. Asking who activated it, only 3 people have the launch codes for the wand. One of the operators quickly turned around and answered. The White House and the Special Operations Commander said they knew nothing about it. Julius could not believe it and asked, "But why? Could it really be that someone hijacked the control?" The person at the control panel confirmed that it was impossible to lock the encryption code, which changed every minute. He looked at the control dashboard and statistics in front of him and reported that there could be over 100 million possible key combinations. Even with the world's best supercomputer, it would take 13 years to calculate everything. The commander sweats and wonders, "Then who the hell is it?" He looked at the main screen and swore, "Damn it. How do we stop it? Is there any way to stop it during this operation phase?" The person at the control panel immediately replied, "Impossible. The code has been reinforced after being hijacked." Seeing the endless stream of numbers running across the screen, the operator quickly replied, "I estimate there are over 10 billion new codes we can't hack, and the wand too." Julius spat out curses. It was ridiculous. On the other side, the main operator quickly turned back to report, "The Russian Strategic Weapon Minister, Brown Bear, has also been activated. The sights of Brown Bear and the magic wand are moving." On the screen, 2 advanced weapons began preparing to activate. The operator urgently reported, "The weapon is starting a countdown and is set to activate simultaneously with Brown Bear." The chief operator said in astonishment, "The target is the Zilina Republic." Julius asked confused, "Why there?" Beside his assistant, he held the phone and called, "Minister, I am hesitant so I need to review this." He confusedly picked up the phone and asked, "What now?" A meeting between 2 superpowers at once. Julius solemnly introduced, "We, the United States of America, will break the peace with the Republic of Zilin, a country taken over by a brutal force." The Russian counterpart was no less blunt, saying the Russian Federation will not tolerate any provocations from the Republic of Zilin. Acts of genocide must be stopped. We will cooperate with the United States against the hostile forces. Julius looked at the unbelievable face and asked, "Is this really me?" The assistant replied immediately, "Yes, this is a fabricated video." The person in the video looked exactly like him. He was worried and amazed. A video using Defect. Defect is a digitally controlled synthesis tool that replaces one person's portrait with another's. The main server suddenly shut down, terrifying the operator. Immediately after, all the owner's servers went offline and were taken over. The large screen displayed the words, "I have come to end this war." Julius and his assistant looked at each other in shock and asked, "What is this?" In the Republic of Zilin, blue-skinned man sat dejectedly, resting his chin on his hand, confused and wondering what had happened. The king of the Zilin Republic, Lin Kazak, bowed his head in pain and said, "Now we have nothing but gold. All that remains is endless war." One of the blue-skinned people sitting there asked, "What should our leader do now? Are not we finished when 2 superpowers are attacking us?" Lin Kazak replied without any spirit, "Just take the remaining money and escape." One suggested going to the mysterious valley, increasing the number of children, and starting over. Another quickly agreed, saying, "All right." A savage blue demon declared that now all they had to do was hunt down human women and take them away. Suddenly, a figure flew in at incredible speed, slamming the head of a blue demon so hard he only managed to cry before falling silent on the ground. The blue demons, caught off guard, asked in shock, "What was that?" "It is the armor known as Brown Bear at the weapons headquarters," announcing that the target has been identified. Brown Bear stands on the body of the green-skinned creature he killed with one punch and says, "Not a human. It is a rose." It took an attacking stance, a red glow shining from its forehead. Finally, standing on the ruins, only Lingshan Kazakh remained alive. Brown Bear pointed at him. His whole body glowed red as he pointed at me and said, "Give me all the money you have here, so I can rest." The battlefield was left in ruins and rubble. Lingshan Kazakh sat across, puzzled, asking, "I do not know who you are." He growled fiercely but said, "You are brave." As soon as he finished speaking, Jalbert quickly rushed toward Lingshan Kazakh, challenging him with action. The two clashed fiercely with no clear winner. He shouted loudly, activating assassination mode. Jalbert fired sparks attacking the enemy, while his subordinates screamed in agony. Lingshan Kazakh endured the pain and fought from a weak position. His subordinate fought desperately alongside him, shouting, "Die." Jalbert spread his hand to grab the subordinate, who panicked upon seeing the formidable opponent. The subordinate charged him but was subdued by him, suffering great pain. Jalbert gradually gained the upper hand, and the men around him stood back in fear. He used his final move to decide the battle, activating a special modification with extremely heavy 12-gauge rounds. Jalbert stood heroically, launching a fierce attack. He looked at Lingshan Kazakh's men and said, "Remove the gun restrictions. All weapons are allowed." Jalbert continued steadily, opening fire and unleashing hundreds of bullets. He fought fiercely alone against the enemy's numbers. Lingshan Kazakh, his subordinates caught off guard, screamed in desperation. Countless shell casings fell at his feet, blood mixed with the falling bullets staining the ground. The gun system fought alongside Jalbert until the very end, with the enemies lying on the ground. He gave the order to cease fire. Jalbert realized there was still one entity left, who spoke up, "Not bad." Lingshan Kazakh from afar said fiercely, Those you just killed were all about to be promoted to general. He heard that and ordered to continue the extermination. He shouted helplessly. Do you even know what that means? Both sides continued to clash fiercely. Lin Sine Kazak fought with all his strength. He charged at Gelbrick with his axe, slashing at his arm. Gelbrick said, "Yes, this axe is made of adamantith." Dakshi said, "Even a drake could not survive this axe." The two sides continued to clash fiercely. He continued with the next technique, assumed ranks, but ran out of ammo. Sparks lit up in his hand as he attacked. Gelbrick charged at Lin Sine Kazak with a powerful attack, but he was caught off guard by the painful blow. Lin Sine Kazak leaned back and said, "Not bad." Dakshi added. However, Lin Kazak said fiercely, "Do you think a pile of metal like you can stand against me?" Blessed by the war god Helkan, his strong body struck him with force, splitting Gelbrick's head in two. System alert, time is insufficient. Plan failed. Lin Sankazak shouted in shock. What? His arms and legs went numb, and he could not understand what was happening to him. Gelbrick's body quickly retreated. He was shocked, screamed in fear. "What is this?" Gelbrick said, gathering useful information about the battle. Lin Kazak shouted helplessly, realizing this version of the library was more complete, wondering what the hell was being said. Lord Zappi appeared and said, "The sacred law of strategy." He lost his composure fighting Lord Zappi. Lin Sine Kazak wondered what was happening. Blood exploded everywhere in the air. He fought fiercely and regained his composure. Lord Zappi ordered, "Adamantite materials. Pick them up," he announced. "Eliminate all witnesses. The extermination mission is complete." The day's news reported that the coup in the Republic of Zlin had been resolved. The newly established government of the Zlin Republic has officially apologized for the chaos caused. He added that lucky crops were found thriving in the rice fields of the north. She said, "It sounds nice." Lord Zappi. Harry looked at his phone happily and said, "The war is over," she said in surprise. "Oh, your profit margin." While he calmly sipped his tea in the background and watched the news, Leon looked at the information with satisfaction. Pondering swordsmanship, shield skills, spear techniques, and horseback riding. He looked at that person's information and told himself, he has improved a little. I have to connect him with the gods soon. Leon thought further, but first he needed to prove his faith. There is no more time. He stared anxiously at it, lost in thought. The gods have allowed the process to be simplified, so I need to hurry. Leon stared for a long time at the information about John Soyon. John Soyon, name John Soyon. Age 20, affiliated with the A-Rank Hunter Academy, B-Rank Hunter, main weapon sword. Note, the daughter of the Holy Sword Guild leader. One of the top 10 guilds, a knight who upholds the rules of virtue. His eyes were filled with curious contemplation. Leon speculates to himself, curious that this wealthy child must have registered to experience the holy law firsthand. The girl, filled with sorrow, accuses, "You killed that person. He, the greatest king in history." Leon sang. Leon sadly recalled that and it made him think of someone. He realized there was something around here and he figured it out. The hammer, it just moved. Leon shouted, "Who is it?" He rushed out the front door while the two others watched him leave. Harry called out, "Your Majesty." Then the scene shifted to the tall building. He chased after the source of the noise. Leon said proudly. Surprisingly, Gudi Isiong held the treasure heavily in his hand. Looking at him with confusion, the scene shifts to near the Nazu Plains, where a brown horse nibbled at Harry's hair. Everyone turned to look in the same direction, listening to him say, "Today," Leon said seriously, "we will have a new trainee." Everyone was buzzing with talk. Huh. Someone said, "Right now," Kim Jae-ji said sadly. "All the other students from the academy have already joined various guilds. But what about us?" His friend asked. "Who is he?" Leon added, "He will be training with us soon and will be challenging the knight ranks." Everyone was surprised to hear that challenge. Gudi Isiong, riding on horseback, said humorously, "He is definitely a good boy." He guided the horse to stop in front of Leon. Gudi Isiong loudly introduced himself as being from the Pantheon Legion. Team 1. Saying, "My name is Gudi Isiong, and I hope to learn from everyone." Cut to the company. A voice calls out, "The association president." He looks into the distance as the news confirms the campaign has been completed by the East Sea Command, the S7th Fleet, and the Marine Division. Kang Hu Kariwang says, He added that the Dragon Palace, in fact, seems to have already been confirmed. That red circle is considered the place called the Dragon Palace. Also known as the Sea Gate. The news reported that it was first seen in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago, and there were still no satellites monitoring the gates about to activate, so no one paid attention to the open sea. The creatures there turned into monsters seeking to dominate, and the gate in Tokyo Bay was left unattended until the dungeon break occurred, which not only destroyed Tokyo Bay but also polluted the entire surrounding environment and transformed the marine life nearby into monsters. From this, a legendary monster emerged. Additional information: the Tokyo Bay Gate has been remembered as one of the most terrible gate disasters in history, and at that time, Cooperation between neighboring countries was established to address issues related to the sea gate. The reporter updated the situation. The typhoon heading toward the Pacific suddenly changed direction, moving straight toward Ulandu and Mer. Kang Huk heard the news and pondered for a long time. The reporter often added, he said, "Is this the biggest storm of the year? Changing course to a dangerous area right now." The reporter at the East Sea updated that with wind speeds of 64.5 meters per second, surpassing even the semi-real storm of 2023, this storm is truly threatening the people of Ulandu. Kang Huk looked up at the subordinate calling him. He ordered, "Contact the Pantheon Guild leader immediately," and the computer system instantly filled with complex programming. 30 minutes later, Lai Iwangwan came in and asked if there were any other signals from the monitored area. Kang Hyuk replied, "That is all we know for now." Guild leader Li Iwangwan, "You have not changed at all," he scolded. "How dare you question my orders for the operation?" He protested. "Why is it only us being deployed, when there are plenty of other guilds that are better?" Kang Huk calmly said, "But it is hard to find a guild as outstanding as the Phoenix Guild," Li Iwangwan replied. "Even though the consequences from the Daidu Island incident are still there, you are still so complacent." He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, that was a rare accident but now it has somewhat recovered." Li Iwangwan angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, Li Iwangwan. Why do you still have to keep getting dragged into this? It seems he still has forgiven me after that failed operation. He is getting involved himself, and he is not just sending us there alone. Right, the chairman of the association said he could never let us take such risks." Kang Hyuk quickly explained, "It is not just you guys going there." He kept defending himself, saying he is not the type to put others in danger. "Just rest assured, reinforcements will come for you," Li Iwangwan said bitterly. "Well, I think that is just who he is." He angrily left, saying, "Damn it, this solves nothing." Hayuri said, "He is still the same, has not changed at all." Li Iwangwan was frustrated because things did not work out. Li Iwangwan agreed. "Yes." He looked ahead and thought to himself, "Although my horse riding skills are still lacking, I will fight following the king's orders." He resolved silently, hoping everyone will be safe in this battle, and the gods will always watch over you. Li Iwangwan groaned. "Damn it, I am really tired," when a subordinate rushed in and said, "Chairman of the association, the king has arrived." Kang Huk said, "Yes. I understand." Li Iwangwan looked back in confusion. He thought to himself, "Huh." Okanik adjusted his outfit and said, "We need to prepare carefully." He was surprised to see Kang Hyuk preparing so thoroughly. With elegant steps, he walked in accompanied by two others. He bowed carefully, thanking His Majesty for coming. "Your Majesty," Li Iwangwan said to Kang Hyuk. "All right," he calmly said. "If he has called me here, there must be a good reason." Kang Hyuk smiled kindly and replied, "Of course," the historian invited. "Then, 10 days along this route, I will explain the situation in detail." Scene transition to the place Kang Hyuk led to. Li Iwangwan sat down seriously and said, "Really?" he said. "A gate appeared on the sea, and a storm is about to sweep through, making the raid campaign difficult." He replied, "That is exactly right." He pressed the control button, and Kang Hyuk updated the information. This time, both the United States and Japan will provide military support for the campaign. Other guilds will prepare reinforcements in case of emergencies as usual. Kang Hyuk said cautiously, "This is an opportunity to raise the prestige of King and Iv. Please leave the mark of the true king by helping us." After saying this, Kang Hyuk bowed, and Li Iwangwan realized, that was smooth talk. "Fine." Agreed. He added that the journey to the gate is complicated and Ngu will have to properly support my knights. He asked, "Does your majesty have any requests?" Lin smiled slyly. He stood up and spoke as he walked away. "I want make that request directly. Please coordinate with the Pantheon Guild Master, Lord Spindler." Kang Hyuk replied, "Yes. I understand. Your majesty." He thought to himself, "What kind of tribute is this?" Kang Hyuk pondered deeply. Of course, with ordinary items it would be difficult to meet his demands. Lian ordered, "Bring me the military roster." Harry replied, "Oh, yes. Of course, sir." Both of them solemnly stepped out of the company with an air of elegance. Lian said to her, "I will list the people who will participate in this campaign. Take notes." Harry replied, "Yes." He began listing. First, the Knight Commander Spindler. The trainees will be Hansuho, Kim Jae-hai, Woo-dae-sum. She took notes as she listened. The soldiers will be Kim Gapsu, Hongdium Cheon, Park Cheon-gon, and Masul Du. She realized. Harry urgently said, "Sir." Lian looked at her surprised and asked, "What is wrong?" She said in surprise, "Among those chosen, is not there a single woman?" He looked confused, while she thought to herself, "No way, has he forgotten?" Harry showed obvious irritation, thinking that even if he discriminates against women, there are both weak women and strong women. It is really frustrating. Forming a task force should not discriminate based on gender. Women can fight too. Warships and planes fill the sky. With the warship number 761 approaching the anchored ship at sea, the first fleet of South Korea, the helicopter prepared to land, the wind stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Koi Jae-hai and his two subordinates stood at attention to welcome them. Leon and Harry's group stepped down from the helicopter. Leon led a large, imposing entourage forward. Approaching Choi Jae-hai, he arrogantly asked, "Are you the commander of this base?" Jae-sung respectfully placed his hands together and replied, "Yes, I am Vice Admiral Koi Jae-hai, commander of the First Fleet." The two representative groups stood face to face. Jae-sung respectfully delivered a welcoming speech. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. In fact, my grandfather was cured of a terrible illness thanks to the grain from the goddess Demella. I am truly grateful to you." He took off his sunglasses and replied confidently, "If you feel grateful for receiving the blessing from the goddess, he is also my brother." Jae smiled happily and said respectfully, "It is my honor. Your Majesty, please this way." He went ahead to lead the escort and Leon's flight. Before explaining the operation, "Allow me to introduce the forces that will be fighting alongside you." Arriving at the spacious base, Leon kept a serious expression as he entered, while a young Wan, always cautious, stayed alert, and stepped forward and asked, "Are they part of the US military forces?" Jae-sung did not hide and answered directly, "Yes." They said they flew straight to the aircraft carrier by transport plane. He stood solemnly and said, "The US military? That is pretty strange." Suddenly Li Young-wan noticed something and interrupted, That person, standing in the middle of the hall full of people. He called out Venan Selman, the American warlock. Really? The person being called was still engrossed in conversation. Upon hearing his name, he turned around in confusion and asked why he was here. He heard it and his face darkened with thought. Even though I am in Korea, it seems my reputation here is still quite good. But on the surface, he still smiled warmly, holding his magic orb as he turned back and asked, "Pleased to meet everyone. The Korean dungeon workers. I am the master of the magic tower, Venan Selman. I have been invited to assist with the raid on this sea gate." He was about to say the words, "This gate, girl," when suddenly his face turned pale and sweat poured down like a stream. Looking past the crowd, he stared directly at Leon. He was terrified, mouth wide open as if struck by lightning in clear skies. "So, that is why he is here." He clutched the trembling orb, facing Leon, muttering, "Oh heavens, a great being. He is standing right in front of us. That man is the king. He is here." He looked up at the orb calmly, lifted his glasses, and reassured himself, "Stay calm. If that genocidal maniac starts to suspect you, he will behead you on the spot." Staring at the orb in his hand, he steeled himself and thought we still had not been detected. "Just trust in the ring I made for you." He muttered, "Oh, you truly are a great demon with extraordinary intelligence." Holding the ring on his right hand and the orb, he fell into deep thought. "Yes, as long as the ring still conceals this demonic power, I want to be caught by him." Suddenly, the ring on his hand emitted a purple light. Startling him, the ring shattered from the water, releasing energy outside. He opened his mouth in fear, sweating profusely. The great entity's ring has been broken by water. "Oh no, calm down. Just stay calm." Looking around, Loon's body emitted dazzling yellow energy. He kept thinking, it was water reacting to that guy's holy power. "Stay away from here. Don't stand near that guy. Hurry up." Amidst the crowded people, he and Leon stood face to face, and he silently spoke in fear. "If this continues, he will start to suspect us." He screamed in fear inside. "Hey, is this crazy guy not going to back off quickly?" Now that he has come to his senses, he hurriedly greets with respect, "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Even from afar, your reputation has spread throughout my country. Your Majesty, I hope to see you from time to time." He said to himself in fear, "No, do not tremble when you say that. Someone is gripping me tightly over there." Suddenly Leon smiled mysteriously, making the person beside him glance over with curiosity. He walked past him confidently, issuing a warning. Being the tower master means we will still see a lot more of him during this gate breach. He clutched the orb, looking dazed as he watched Leon pass by before finally daring to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With that ring, he definitely won to detect us. He held the orb in his hands, his face turning pale as he ordered, "Let us go. He should be fine. But if you see him, get out immediately. Understand? Stay close to him." A voice came from the orb. "Yes, I understand." But he worried and feared as Brother Yen Jiang held the orb in his hand, thinking, "We have no choice but to go through the gate with him, though it will be quite troublesome inside. Damn it. Why do I have to run into this damn king here?" In the vast city, Harry was taking each step very slowly. She walked while clutching the documents tightly in her hands. Helplessly sighing, the king said women are not allowed on the ship. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Seeing the busy crowd ahead constantly moving goods, her eyes landed on someone and she called out curiously, "Hunter Goong." She stepped forward to the guy wiping sweat and called out, "Hunter Goong." He immediately reacted and turned to reply, "Oh, Assistant Headhand." He took a can of drink out from the mobile vending machine. Harry asked curiously, "Why do you have to carry luggage? Our guild should have handled this." He explained calmly while opening a can of drink. "No, that is something I have to do," she said seriously. Not looking at him, "You have already become a hunter for the Pathian Guild. Even the king would not ask you to do these kinds of tasks." He held the sweaty can and replied, "It is just that I feel unworthy of this treatment when I just barely lifted a hammer." She heard that and shouted even louder, "No, That is way too special. Even I did not manage to lift that hammer at all. She kept going without stopping. Among thousands of people, only the hunter Goody Dung can do it. He has been chosen by the goddess. Hearing her say that, a young man still confused asked again, "What do you mean?" He did not fully believe it. "No way. Harry definitely won't give up." "That is right." Then right after that, she confidently mimicked Leon's tone. If it were the king, he would have said it like this back then. How could a lowly fool like him dare to question the king's decision? But then his face suddenly darkened completely. She still did not understand anything and eagerly reenacted Leon's image. "Who does he think he is to judge the goddess' will? Just listen to me. It is nothing to worry about." The king said the same thing as me. Right after that, he and Leon spoke in unison. He was the chief of the welding department. But Harry did not realize and kept complaining. "To serve His Majesty, I did not sleep at all. I trained diligently without a single moment of rest. And yet back then she did not even want me to go with her." Leon heard everything she said and did just now, and his face twitched with anger. "And you were sweating profusely, finally unable to bear it any longer. You mustered all your courage and spoke fearfully." "Oh my." The chief of the cold storage department. The scene was quite striking with Liam blowing up right behind Harry. At that moment Harry finally realized the problem and asked fearfully, "You were standing behind me that day, were not you?" The senior stood silently, only nodding slightly to show she was right. Leon grabbed her hair and pulled it up, making her scream in fear. He was furious as he leaned close to her ear and scolded. "How shameless. How dare you say something like that? I never said anything like that to everyone. So why are you putting words in my mouth?" She cried and apologized in fear after hearing him scold her. I'm sorry. Please spare me." He closed his eyes, trying to suppress his anger. It was only after a while that Leon regained his composure. Harry cried as the hair on her head was burned and smoking. Regaining his calm, Leon asked, "How could someone receive his grace like that?" Harry apologized but then asked in surprise, "Excuse me? What grace?" He sighed helplessly and reminded her, caught in the midst of chaos and waves. He stubbornly repeated, "Boysen said he would turn people into his priestesses." Harry looked confused and stunned. Seeing her clueless expression, Leon sighed in frustration and said, Never mind. Since you do not understand, I will have you join the raid on the Crimson Sea." She heard that and happily replied, "Oh, thank you, my lord." Harry looked suspicious but sank into a jumble of thoughts. It was interesting, but something felt off. Why did he look at me like that day? Suddenly, the vision of Harry being blinded and Lahat screaming echoed in my mind. There is definitely something strange going on. "Did you say you are going to make me a priestess?" Harry was blinded and carried away on a wooden stake, causing her to keep calling out to Lahat. "Did you say you would turn me into a priestess? What is this all about? I am not agreeing to this. Your Majesty, spare me." Leon, seeing this, stood there stunned with his mouth agape. And Harry, below, she kept screaming for help. "Someone help, please save me." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Bring the woman onto the boat. It will bring bad luck to us." Leon explained cheerfully, "But on the other hand, there is a way to avoid that," and heard him say that and immediately asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me it is." Leon looked up and said, "A statue," making Harry's scream echo even louder. Harry was blinded and kept crying nonstop. "No, that is completely wrong. I said I would do anything to go with you. But this is not what I meant." Suho. Below, all three of them kept repeating in unison, "You are my sister, Suho. Help me." Gyud-sung was the first to confess. "Sorry sister. I was just following His Majesty's orders." Harry shouted back at him, "Traitor." She shouted even louder upon hearing that. "Hunter kid." 6 people around her jumped and shouted in unison, "Someone needs to stop this soon." Then Harry turned to the woman beside him and gave an order. She did not listen. "Help me." But the girl ignored Harry right after. Immediately after, the sharp stake was driven into the ground, causing her to scream in terror. Then she was placed at the bow of the ship, and terrified her so much she broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the vast ocean before her, Harry's sweat poured out like a stream. The captain gave the signal. Everyone above and below stood at attention and saluted. Only Harry was blinded and kept screaming, "No, I am not going anymore." Right after that, the ship was started up, and began to move. Harry's tears and snot were streaming down as he shouted, "Help me." The boat out in the East Sea faces the Genius. The waves sway as if trying to sink the ship beneath the surface. Warning. There is a report ahead. We are heading there at a speed of 64.5 meters per second. Harry screamed in fear. "Someone help." Her scream echoed across the water. "Please save me. I do not want to die." Leon reminded her, "It is okay to be upset." Harry pleaded desperately, "Your Majesty, please spare me," he said irritably. "Be quiet. Don't you see all the fish have already run away?" she said angrily. "Fish? You still have the mood to fish while blinding others like this?" Leon scolded her. "Because of you, all the fish got scared and ran away," Harry said with the nest moving at such a slow pace. "How can you catch a fish like that?" He swung the fishing rod down into the water with all his might. Leon's eyes focused intently. He pulled with all his strength on the fish that had just bitten the hook. He grabbed the tail of the struggling fish tightly. Leon asked, "Commander Choi, have you prepared what I asked for?" Commander Choi. You respond, "Yes, it is ready, sir." The fish has been placed right on the table. He knelt down carefully. Leon spoke cautiously, "You are the master of the ocean. May you accept this gift from those who dare to challenge your domain." A dazzling light shone from that fish, Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight up from the ship into the high sky. Koichi-sef saw the streak of light and immediately asked, "What is that?" His colleague said, "Has anyone ever seen that before, Choichi?" He said in panic, "What do you mean alive? This is the first time I have seen such a huge wave." The light covered the entire wide sky. Each wave rose high as if to engulf the ship. Suddenly, a voice came from within the water. Leon. My lighthouse, the guardian of my shrine, the protector of Len Quan." Leon recognized Boyzin. A large fish appeared in the air. There was a voice of discovery. "O god of the ocean and the waves keeper, the people of Choijie." He stared in amazement and listened to the fish speak. "This is truly a magnificent ocean. A wonderful day to meet you. I can feel it. I can sense all the majesty of the sea, as the gods once said." The fish with 7 waves above the 2 ships continued. "Your ships do not have bombs. The foolish people ultimately do not understand the grace of the ocean." He looked out at the sea and spoke sincerely. "Times have changed. It is not like before. So there are many new things you have not been able to understand yet. Please protect and take care of this place as diligently as you did before." The fish god laughs loudly. "Ha ha ha. No, there is no reason for me to care for those who are not my vanguard. Grace is only given to those who fear and sincerely respect the ocean." He reluctantly accepted. "Alright, anyway, I want to ask," Leon asked curiously, "why did you choose this girl as your priestess?" Harry said with a mocking laugh. "A shark." The fish god laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." He is starting to explain. "It can be said that it is very difficult to redeem others. But it is absolutely worth it. When they change, I will also gain many benefits." Harry listened angrily as the fish god spoke. "This girl has a pure soul that can be redeemed." The fish god added, "Of course, awareness and a bit of reverence for the gods are not as strong as hers. After all, in this world you are still someone no one can understand." Leon asked the fish god, "I feel lucky to have chosen her, but are you sure about this choice?" It replied, "This is a blessing. How dare you doubt my choice?" He said empathetically, "For those who have little faith in the divine, then I think it will be hard to change their minds someday." Harry said sarcastically, "Blessings? What are they talking about?" The fish god says, "Trust the pouch." "Ha ha ha. I believe the true king of this world will handle everything well." He called out her name loudly. "And Harry," the fish god said, "my new priest." Harry looked up at the godfish in surprise and whispered, "Me, reach out and accept it, and spread my grace everywhere." She joyfully replied, Yes. "So the day will come when they release me," it said. "Let it rain." The fish god angrily said, "As long as my priest continues to offer sacrifices and have faith in me, no wave will ever breach this ship." And she could only sigh helplessly as a ray of light shone down near the ship. She said sadly, "It is over, so I still have to stay here." The emergency crew shouted, "The storm is coming. The waves are over 10 meters high. Tell Yiseong to take command. Get up to the deck quickly. If we do not move, the waves will sweep us away." Harry watched in fear as the waves took over the ship. She cried and begged, "Save me." Leon looked at her and said, "Senza, you still do not have enough faith in the divine." She complained, "Your Highness, what did you say?" He added, "However, Senza poison has a fascination with her. It seems you will be forgiven no matter what you do." Harry said angrily, "I do not need forgiveness. Just let me go." Leon calmly looked out at the ocean and said, "Be quiet. Let the ocean embrace her." He stood at the bow of the ship and declared, "Then the vastness of nature will embrace her." Harry shouted, begging, "Your Highness, I want to live." She calmly realized, Leon reminds Harry, "Don't you think there is something strange here?" He calmly explained, "Even though the storm was so strong, why has not a single wave touched her?" She replied calmly, "Strange." Harry thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, the ship has not rocked for a while." The ship moved forward. Harry thought to himself, "All the waves near the ship have disappeared." He told her, "Boysedon is using priests as intermediaries to transmit holy power, controlling the waves around the ship." She replied, "Is that true?" Loon explained further, "If there is no progress, he can only use priests as intermediaries." Harry realized and said, "I see." She thought to herself, "That is not a reason for you to tie me up like this." Harry said in surprise as he looked at the rope, "Oh." The rope. She sat down heavily on the deck. And Leon, seeing this, still did not understand what she was doing. Harry panicked. "Vaccine. Save me." A lightning strike hit one side of the ship, causing it to tilt to one side. She clung to the ship, crying and screaming loudly, "Wait, I'm sorry. I won't demand a dazzling smile anymore. I promise." Harry added, "I really hate it here. Let me down there." Finally, with Leon's support, Harry was caught again. After a while, the US Navy destroyer fleet arrived. Reinhold Selman said, "A moment ago I thought the ship was going to sink, but now it seems stable." The orb said, "Tim, that guy used the power of the ocean and the waves. The ship was perfectly protected and did not sink even in the storm." Reinhold Selman realized, I see." He thought to himself, "That bastard really has incredible divine power." There is information. This is OS Destroyer. This is bad news. Additional information. The Japanese destroyer Murasame from the Royal Destroyer Fleet has departed from Sasebo Island. They got caught in the storm and we are in the process of rescuing them. He said, "Our fleet now has to send people over there to rescue them. That means fewer troops for us." The heart orb in Reinhold Selman's hand guides us. "Focus on the gate. This is very important." "Understand?" He replied, "Yes." "I understand." The voice echoed from the shadow of the ship. This is Wang Ji Ito. Command voice from the ship. We will proceed with the plan as before. We will send the assault team into the gate. The small boats will be lowered first to scout the gate. Many ships are facing the red circle. Den gave the order. We will enter the gate immediately. Everyone be careful. Begin the storm of the sea operation. Lena's group on the ship is also facing the red circle ahead. Kim Jin-soo quickly reports. The Phoenix Society is ready to depart. Hearing this, Harry sadly sheds tears. A blurry red patch appeared ahead. Suddenly, a voice called out, everyone be careful. There is a tornado. Harry stopped and asked sharply. What? A tornado appeared, sweeping many people away as she stood stunned. Watching, the cries of people echoed in despair. She screamed in panic, help me. Your Majesty. The image clearly shows Harry drifting ashore at noon. She lay down early on the floor, her lips slightly parted. This guy is talking nonsense. I told you it was Kim Jin. The seawater flowing into her throat startled her awake. So salty. She quickly jumped out of the water and spat. Spitting, the seawater came out, recalling the terrifying whirlwind. She thought that whirlwind had swept her up into the sky, spitting out seawater nonstop. She wondered, where am I? Standing up, Harry could clearly see everyone lying scattered along the beach. She hurried to each person, calling out loudly, everyone wake up. Only then did the sailors start to groggily crawl and moan. My head. Hanzuho was shaken awake by Harry and rubbed his head as he answered. Is that you, Sis? My head. She asked him worriedly. Are you okay? He immediately asked. Yes. But the net was all cut up. Were we all blown away by that storm? Cock only now realized. Thinking with a sense of loss. All of us. Hanzuo saw her puzzled and felt confused too. Oh. Sister. Watching everyone stand up one by one, she finally realized with a confused thought. His Majesty is not here, and all day, Sappy and the other hunters have disappeared. At that moment, a voice suddenly popped into her head, startling her sharply. The voice was comforting. Calm down, girl. They will be fine. Immediately, she turned around, searching for the source of the voice. The voice then gave her directions. Look down below. She anxiously looked down slowly. After finding the source of the voice was a turtle, Harry was speechless and asked in disbelief. A turtle. The turtle happily waved its flippers. That is right, daughter. Harry and Hanzuho lowered themselves as he continued speaking. I have sent my incarnation to save you all. My kidneys found it hard to understand and asked again. Transformation God. Right after that, he said a mocking line. So tiny, super impressive, huh? It made him so angry he started yelling, hey you. That is very disrespectful. When you see a deity, you must show reverence. Right after that, a series of terrifying images appeared in Harry, causing her to stop in fear. She bent down and asked, speaking of which, you just said that all of them will be safe. So do you know what happened? He stood upright and answered frankly. Yes. Introducing the power to withstand wave rebounds and control sea creatures with a tornado, he said proudly. The power of the waves carried them to safety. Getting separated from the group was inevitable. After hearing this, Harry did not hesitate to express his amazement. Oh, it sounds real, luckily. Then he blurted out about its small and convenient form and made a request. But moving around with this body is really difficult. Man, let me have a few people up there. Harry heard this and immediately blocked it but still answered respectfully. Yes. Placing him on her shoulders in a comfortable position, she worriedly wondered, what should I do now? Suddenly, she sensed something wrong and became serious. Something was moving quickly and lightly without stopping. She immediately took a fighting stance and gave commands. Everyone, stand up. Seeing the giant crabs relentlessly charging, Harry shouted a warning. Monsters are coming. Right after that, they moved faster and their numbers grew. Hanzuho raised his shield and took a fighting stance. Harry was no less ready, drawing his sword and thinking, why did the monsters suddenly swarm like this? She still wielded the fiery sword with determination. I have to give it my all. Immediately, the blazing red flames around her were extinguished and replaced by a shimmering blue light, startling her into a fierce glare. At that moment, Poma on her shoulder spoke up reproachfully. You are supposed to be a priestess protected by the waves, yet you dare to breathe fire. She heard that and asked in surprise. What? Worried and upset, she shook Poma off her shoulder and asked, can I no longer use fire magic? No. The priest is a damn brat. I do not want to do it anymore. He was shaken dizzy but still stubbornly replied. There is no way back now. Even those cheering on his side can't help but worry. Her face twisted with intense desire as she looked at the limp turtle in her hands. Harry's anger shook the entire sea. It is true. The large crabs keep advancing relentlessly toward everyone. Right after that, the large crab died from being scorched and smoking. Seeing the large number of crabs cooked, Chisnon Selman stood among the cooked crab meat and said, basically, this is enough to use. The orb in his hand spoke with a mysterious voice. Starting off a bit difficult, but thankfully we have escaped the Monster King. It ordered him to leave behind those backpack laborers of the Spirit Army and start building the base. He obediently responded, yes. Almighty Lord, he turned toward a steaming crab, pointed his purple magic at it, and commanded it to rise. Soon after, the crab began to recover and stood up. Only after it stood up did he look at it, then used his mysterious magic to control it and lead me to the stone statue. Holding the orb, he looked at the figure before him and asked, is this the stone statue? In front of him was a large stone statue, and the orb in his hand responded, Exactly. I need to find more statues like this. He heard that and gathered his strength in his palm to respond. Then suddenly a voice stopped him from acting. Wait. Liang Wan's group slowly approached him and gently warned, but Tower Master, do you even know what that is before touching it? He heard the voice and turned back to greet them. Liang Wan, everyone is safe, but deep down he feels a bit regretful, thinking they must have arrived earlier than he expected. And the orb in his hand also questioned how they managed to avoid encountering any monsters. He spoke up and asked if I thought the 2 Korean hunters had also received the mission. Right, probably was not the task to destroy this statue. Was it? Liang Wan immediately replied confidently. Of course, I read the instructions right away. Explore the entire island and destroy the giant Raksa statue on the demon. Suddenly he hesitated, but deep down he felt sad, recalling the gate on Jeju Island earlier. Remembering the image of the giant Iron Man, he reassessed and thought, the goal of the Red Gate is to defeat Gelbrick, but Gelbrick is an undefeated war god. In his mind flashed a brief image of him being serious. In other words, that mission still held another secret we did not know about, and we still did not have enough information about this gate. Holding the orb, he asked about the information, and Liang Wan countered, what if this is a trap? No one can know what will happen. Right, he glanced at him as he laid out the condition. The first priority being that we should share information about the trouble, which made him a bit uneasy. Holding the orb, he whispered, we should retreat. The purple orb also warned, because you can't handle them alone. Do not make the mistake of acting rashly. Then he laughed heartily. Ho ho, that is right. Korean hunters really have great foresight. Leaving Liang Wan and Hyui Rin puzzled. Without hesitation, he suggested, so, how about we talk by the beach for a more casual chat? Maverick's people will be there too. Despite that, Liang Wan and Hyui Rin remained extremely cautious of this person, exchanging wary glances. Meanwhile, Hari and her team had finished dealing with the giant creature's view, finally done with that mess. After finishing, she went over to ask Suho, Suho, no one is hurt, right? He immediately replied, yes, we are all fine. Sister. Then she turned to the group of hunters, the Northern Decks hunters. Is anyone injured there? The leader of the hunters answered, oh, they are all fine too. Assistant Han. Suddenly Gudi Sung came over to start a conversation, saying it was Assistant Han, which made her startled and confused as she turned to ask, Hunter Gudi Sung. Then he suddenly said 2 words, this, which made her stop in her tracks. He looked worried and scared as he glanced at his blackened notebook and announced that His Majesty's aura had disappeared on us. Hearing this, Hari also stopped and asked, what? Hari immediately broke out in a cold sweat and replied, that is a big deal. I have seen His Majesty's aura many times. But this time Gudi Sung interrupted her and continued, that is exactly the problem. Remember the golden circle around line he showed? Before that, I had asked His Majesty participate in an experiment to see how far His Majesty's aura could reach. Recalling the research I discovered, I raised my finger and said, about 30 kilometers. Because the hatred for the demons made the aura reach its peak back then. Then suddenly he hesitated and spoke more slowly, but none of us, looking at the sky with no signal in sight, he slowly lowered his gaze, receiving the radiant aura from that day. Right now, Hari was startled, realizing that no matter how many times she looked, this island was still barely 30 kilometers wide. Looking at the vastness of the ocean, Gudi Sung concluded that there is a high possibility that His Majesty is no longer on any of the other islands. Hari immediately objected, saying it can't be. Right after, she turned to Poma on her shoulder and asked, but Poma did not hesitate to cut her off, saying even the connection with me has been lost. Hari fearfully turned towards the vast ocean of Mingmongquat. Realizing it was serious, she still could not search for the missing people. The sea remained calm, without a single ripple in response. She asked anxiously and desperately, where are you? Your Majesty. Deep down at the bottom of the ocean lies a vast and spacious underwater palace. A voice kept echoing in Lian's ear, saying, well, it is time to end this foolish dream. Leaving him speechless, a huge rough red monster rambled on, having eaten every kind of fish for 500 years. Even the most beautiful country no longer tasted good. It opened its mouth wide toward him and said, now, I wonder, what would this holy grail night taste like? Some chaotic electronic sounds echoed. BIOS starting up. Error. The processor collided with an unidentified substance. Retrying error. Retrying. The system error is attempting to restart with limited resources. Abby, now awake, could easily realize he was lying on a stone slab surrounded by countless strange flowers. He quietly asked in his unique machine language, and the groups of crabs stepped sideways at his call. They repeated his words like children learning to speak, showing that they understood his language and could communicate back. Listening to their repeated stories, he asked about the crucial suspicious point in the story. Then a series of strange sounds echoed, and they were very certain about this matter. He paused for a moment, then extended a mechanical leg, and they all promptly obeyed before dispersing together. He then pointed the mechanical leg in the opposite direction, causing them to panic and struggle to locate him. But they all followed his command in unison, quickly reorganizing their formation. There seems to have been some miscommunication. He was so worried he was sweating profusely and wanted to ask again. Outside, the soldiers sent to search have returned, reporting that they'd not find Kim Do-han or Jae-deok, nor did they see Chief Kim. John Soyeon guessed that it seemed like both the trainees and soldiers had all gotten lost together. Han Zuho tried to reassure everyone by saying it was the best-case scenario and also the least likely to happen. They will definitely be safe. Right? Harry replied, though not very confidently. She suddenly remembered there was another squad here, and she had been so focused on her own concerns that she forgot the proper etiquette. Harry politely looked at them and said, "Oh, and thank you earlier. They all hold ranks and positions. Not just fair-weather friends." He eagerly added, "That is right, a comrade from the guild and Ni. Thanks to him we were able to quickly wipe out the monsters." He greeted them with a formal military salute. "Haha, hello to the Korean hunter warriors. I am Mistral from the Maverick Guild." She was a bit taken aback before their status. The guest greeted, yes. "Hello, sir." After a moment of shock, the name Mistral he mentioned once again surprised her. Wait, Mistral. I think I have heard of you before. Alen Taylor, S-Rank hunter ranked 6 in the Maverick Guild. And finally Harry could put a friendly face to the cold one from the report. He was embarrassed when his identity was exposed and briefly explained in his own way. Should not we use real names instead of gossiping about aliases?" Unexpectedly, he was so relaxed, willing to give his real name to new team members they just met, and she quickly nodded in understanding and apologized. "Oh right. If there is a name, we should use the real one." "I am very sorry," he said awkwardly, scratching his head and waving his hands repeatedly. There is no need to be so formal. Listening to their conversation, getting back to the main point, Harry hurriedly said, "Anyway, I did not know you were involved in this mission too." He turned his face away. "No information exchanged yet." Well, maybe we were a bit hasty. By the way, the guild leader is not here yet. Right? We are just simply looking for those swept away by the waves, are not we?" In response to his question, she smiled and said, "Do not worry about that. We already have the god of calm seas protecting us, and if His Majesty wanted to find us, he would have done so long ago." Han Suho added, "That is right. No matter what, with Pegasus on His Majesty's side, there is nothing to fear." Faced with such fantastical information like the sea god or Pegasus, he was stunned and asked, "What did you say?" Before he could hear her answer, the attack alert appeared, signaling the start of the first wave, and everyone was dumbfounded staring at the huge notification. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the announcement as the initial briefing ended. Harry Tan sighed. "What now? More monsters to stop again. We will talk later. We have to deal with them first," he said, rolling up his sleeves, looking genuinely pleased to be in his element. After a brief moment for them to receive the mission, the first image appeared with a notification. "The first wave of monsters is approaching. Time remaining 2:59:34. From the cannon, mutated monsters with sharp spikes crawled ashore and advanced toward them as if they saw a delicious meal." One of them sighed. "We have already run into a rank boss right at the start. This is going to be tough. From here, many types of monsters that need to be fought will appear in the distance. And with this group, they will soon launch a continuous attack on them. They have both the numbers of the monster troops in front and the quality of high-level monsters controlling from behind. It does not need to attack like its comrades but just stays still on the water surface, extending its long tentacles toward them." Everything unfolded smoothly according to plan. Right before this massive wave of monster attacks, the group fought desperately to defend against the storm like assault, but the rapid and unexpected strike caught them off guard, and their core command was soon under attack. He hurriedly ordered the soldiers who were dazed to form a shield and protect them. Despite the shields and armor, they suffered some injuries from the relentless monster attacks, and the shields showed signs of cracking. He only now realized that without His Majesty's aura, he was noticeably weaker, so he barely managed to withstand the first strike, but the second one was fatal and led to his defeat. Everyone panicked, breathing heavily as they charged forward. The first line of defense had fallen, and now the priority was to secure the entire army's strength. Harry anxiously asked, "Is everyone else okay?" He forced himself to reply, "We are fine. So the mission to hold them back depends entirely on you all." She could not help but bite her tongue at the current situation, thinking that if she could use fire magic, things would be much easier. Still, she did not hesitate, charging alone to strike down the monster with sharp, precise slashes that no creature could withstand. She cleared the way for her troops while earnestly praying, "God Poseidon, even though I am flesh and blood, do not you possess the power of raging waves or the skill to breathe underwater." A Temet sound echoed, as if the god had heard her, but faced with such absurd demands, even a god would have to resist. "It seems like you have been reading too many comics," she snapped back angrily. "You are the one who looks like you just stepped out of a comic." Then she was attacked by a low-level monster, but luckily Mistral took it down, and she stared wide-eyed at the monster behind her. He reminded her not to get distracted. The Korean hunter, "Oh thank you," Hari shyly replied. Only then did she notice her husband. An unbelievable thing happened. She asked doubtfully, "Have you already defeated them?" The man replied modestly, "Since they were all low level, it took a bit of effort." The two sisters looked at the scene and, even among the piles of monster corpses, could only sigh in admiration. They were truly strong. Well, you could call them the strongest hunters in America. No joke. He turned his head to watch time rewind and said, "Let us finish off these monsters quickly. We do not have much time left." One wave of monsters fell, blood staining the ground red. On the water's surface, the bodies of the monsters floated calmly. A notification appeared that the third wave of attacks had ended. Beside him, they also fought off the monsters and easily claimed victory, allowing him to stand on the pedestal of glory. The detailed situation was like this. The monsters in AB's territory had been trapped for 36 hours straight. AB protected himself from the wave of monsters on the island so much that he ended up adopting their behaviors. After several battles, he concluded that the update cycle for new attack waves on the beach lasts 12 hours. These close-knit monsters have an abnormal rate of reproduction and growth. As living creatures, every individual undergoes a process of nutrient absorption to develop and form their skeleton. However, these crab-like monsters were different. From afar came a call, "Big Brother AB, Big Brother AB," and he turned around in surprise, emitting a mechanical sound. Recognizing the person in front of him, he asked, "Kim Jae-wee, what is going on?" He replied, "The system control panel has been updated, boss. The backup generator has not been completely destroyed yet." Confirmed. Mechanical sounds echoed. Regarding this, it must have been a long time ago when they rescued someone unconscious on the beach on the first day Kim Jae-wee arrived. Opening the control panel, he anxiously said, "I do not know, but the survivors said they did not see the system frame, so the situation seems complicated." He confirmed his guess. "Yeah, that is right. It is very difficult to get more information right now, so exchanging information through the system is essential." He tried to digest the information on the control panel. The mission objective was to destroy the statue. From the internal data, he guessed that the enemy monsters were at war with some third party. It is possible they sent waves of monsters to destroy the sub-statue. Really? That is quite strange. He could not help but sigh as he kept leading him forward on the ground towards somewhere. He tried to draw a conclusion. But one thing was certain: the statue was the target of these monsters' attack. "Right, sounds reasonable." The electronic voice echoed above him. He asked anxiously, "By the way, it seems the Kiki Ruck accelerators have taken too much damage already. Can we still protect ourselves?" Making him stunned for a moment, Kikika. He turned around to look at the crabs following behind. The Kiki Cuck were following too, so he said confidently, "No way. The difficulty of the attack wave increases rapidly after each round. A high kill rate will fail miserably by the fifth wave." "Even with the boss here?" he asked worriedly. "Their aggression keeps increasing." He did not hesitate to show that he is not invincible. "It is impossible, even if we have orders to fight them." "That formation?" he asked suspiciously, then overthought it unnecessarily. So who will teach those monsters a lesson?" Excited, he slapped his hand and said, "Oh right, Big Brother Yabby. I just discovered something really cool." Then he led him to a strangely fresh land. Seeing that he still did not understand, he went deeper while explaining that there was a cave behind the waterfall. Inside was already incredibly beautiful, but that was not all. What he discovered was even more terrifying, and when he arrived, he excitedly said, "Look, Big Brother." As he hesitated while looking at the scene before him, he explained that those Kiki creatures might have built a civilization more advanced than we thought, just by looking at the streetlight system, which was terrifying. Back in the deep sea, he took off his goggles, feeling overwhelmed, a complex web of deductions forming in his mind as he connected recent events. It was not just an ordinary sea monster, but the remnants of a civilization, a world that had been destroyed. At the moment the ship capsized, Poseidon's power was instantly severed. Because this place is the domain of something completely different, it must have weakened our strength. It is possible that it is a creature on the same level as a deity, or a demon of equal rank. Based on that, he cast a spell, calling out, "Demon Keeper, reveal your true form quickly. This evil lineage has obviously finished its preparations. After all, this is a life or death game." A strange laugh echoed beside him. He, that irritating voice like a fierce worm torturing people. Lionat, the divine dog of the gods, the specialist of the sacred line, the one who has slain the most demons in the universe, the Knight of Knights, the King of Kings, the protector of a great empire, now appears right before me. Even the army and I myself must tremble. He slowly appeared behind him. He quickly pinpointed his position, and he knew his own place too. He was not angry at his defiant attitude. On the contrary, he showed reverence. "How could I not know Lionahat? Even among us, you are a renowned hero. Many warriors have come here, but none have defeated evil. Are you any different?" He looked the demon straight in the eye, unmoved by those words. "Even vile demons see you as a threat. Is not that right?" Hearing that mocking voice, he laughed loudly. He suddenly leapt onto the claw and spoke strange words. "Lionat, thank you very much. Thanks to you defeating Malos, I have this chance." Malos. He wondered. He spread his large wings, answering before sending him off to the afterlife. "That is right. It is time to end 500 years of weary waiting." Preparing for the fourth wave of attacks, Harry playfully splashes water. From afar it might seem that way, but if you look closely at her expression, she is actually telepathically searching for something, puffing her cheeks as water sprays everywhere, making the god sigh in exasperation. while the clear voice of the Supreme Being echoes through the watery surroundings. If you want to play with water, take off your clothes to be more comfortable. That would be more pleasing to the eye. She huffed smoke in response to the god's teasing words. The cold tears at her feet could not wash away the annoyance on her face. Tusk, stop saying strange things. She is trying to awaken. Hearing Harry's explanation, the god acted as if it was a revelation. Realizing, Oso Bay is not just playing with water after all. No matter how much Bay stirs up this sea, she still can't awaken the power of the waves. The god's teasing words, some of which were true, surprised her greatly because in her mind, what she was doing was exhausting but made perfect sense. Lost in thought as she gazed into the distance, she explained her recent actions. I have learned from the goddess Ariana, the goddess of justice, that by doing good deeds, one's character will flourish. The spirit echoed, contrary to the clear tone like a mountain stream. The words were extremely rude, and the god took over as the spokesperson. That is the typical method. However, it was so bland that it was unbearable. She then reasoned that the goddess Damara cultivates the fields and cherishes crops and land, while Bedos resonates with the flame of glory and unwavering will. Is not that right? Bedos is connected to the waves and the sea. So I thought something had to happen out there to awaken him, but that does not seem to be the case, and the god spoke up in protest against her reasoning, saying even if it were true, it would not involve messing around in the water here. She anxiously poked the little fly's head that the god had transformed into. Well then, tell me, you said we have to save King Leon. Now the god has regained his seriousness and is thoughtful. That is right, it seems that guy is stuck under the sea, not on land. She looked at the little fly and reasoned, if that is the case, should not we hurry up? I need to awaken as soon as possible to go find King Leon. And now that you mention it, I have finally been convinced by her, so, she asked directly, then tell me how to awaken. Anyway, I do not understand what this god is saying at all. She thought to herself. The god exhaled deeply, seeming thoughtful. Then, in the voice of the supreme sea god, he said, Anne Harry, my extraordinary maiden, performing the rites of the sea and waves, as well as nurturing faith, is an easy task for you. The sea is an endless source of life, and simply expressing gratitude to it can build faith. But Harriet, my young priestess, how dare you confuse your path with that of a believer? How can you be so arrogant as to think a soldier and a knight are equal? So all those initial flattering words were just a prelude to harsh criticism behind them. Hari let out a soft sigh, as if she understood, reluctantly admitting defeat. All right, I will try harder. Hari stared at them with a determined look and said, no matter what, we should not destroy these statues. I can see the future, and crossed his arms seriously and said, that is tough. Since you can see the future, you can't just recklessly destroy them. Exactly. She hesitated before answering, then looked back anxiously, daring only to think, does no one else see it? The statue is emitting a dark energy that terrifies me. This is truly dangerous. If it shatters into pieces. While she was deeply troubled, he recklessly attacked the statue. She cried out in pain, her mind racing. Who could have done this? The villain attacked the statue. After finishing, he made an excuse, saying our mission here is to seal the multiverse gate, and according to the instructions, we need to destroy that statue. She immediately sensed the immense power radiating from the statue. It can't be the great evil has been unsealed by humans. Now everyone can feel that strange power. What is going on? Something's wrong. Minutemen looked back in shock, stunned and terrified. What is that over there? Everyone turned their heads in the direction he pointed. A vicious beast rises from the ruins. A grim voice echoes across the four realms. Kneel quickly. I am the chaos that will shatter all your rules. I am the despair that will extinguish your heartbeats. And this scream will crush all your hopes. I am Rax. He introduced himself and then appeared in a burst of blood red. The Chaos Demon. The great demon Raxa has awakened. A mere existence powerful enough to crush all living beings. They were all terrified, their eyes bleeding from seeing what should not be seen, spreading madness as they clutched their heads like a famous surreal painting. Overwhelmed by chaos, despair, and the terrifying presence of the supreme demon Raxa, they kept expanding their influence. Almost all of them completely collapsed except for her, who remained unaffected. That slimy voice echoed again, seeming to carry a full stench somewhere. Hari stared in horror, unable to look away from this demonic heresy. He knows the code of honor well, turning to Hari and saying, the delicacies must wait. The first offering must be those who dared to trap me here. They think they can live out their last few seconds. But millions of tentacles break through the king's cocoon skin. The sky flashes with streaks of light. A whirlwind forms above, striking down directly where they stand. A blazing red warning appears again, signaling that the area is corrupted and defiled. All living beings fell into an abnormal state of confusion, so much so that instead of striving to live, they began to worship death. Deny themselves, deny the world. Hurry up, we must die quickly. What is the point of living anymore? And so a civil war broke out and grew worse. She looked on in panic and hurriedly urged everyone to calm down. We need to resist this abnormal state. But then she was attacked from behind. He was the one who saved her life and told her not to get distracted. But now he is taking advantage of her distraction to steal her life. Pain was right upon her, and she reacted quickly, defending herself while pleading. Mistral, please wake up, he angrily fought back. No. And Harry, that is the right way. We have to die. I will help you. It is clear he has been heavily infected. Home, I said it was the devil's blessing that scattered something, causing those affected to lose control. So he charged at Harry again, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Huh. Alan, it is not impossible to fight back, although difficult. She could barely hold out for a long time and maybe a miracle would happen, but she was held back by her feelings, afraid her comrades fighting by her side would get hurt. They had been like this for weeks. No. Alan, please come back to your senses, one person advises. Another becomes a demon's henchman. Dead. Suddenly he is struck with a powerful blow. She stares for a moment. Coughs. He is knocked away. It turns out to be Minyu. Thank you, she said gratefully. Unaware that she was falling into the trap of another demon, he turned around and gave her a wicked smile. Before realizing it, it was too late. Harry was attacked head-on by him. She thought in shock, I can dodge this, so she was thrown into the open sea by the attack, plunging into the arms of the ocean, sinking deeper and deeper, struggling for breath as her consciousness faded. Is this how I am going to leave? Harry thought numbly, recalling the entire journey she had been through. How little Titty had to become an orphan. They said, look at your parents. They are heroes who sacrificed their lives to save the world. Is not that amazing? I do not know what kind of person you will become when you grow up, Harry, but promise me this, hold on to that pride and become someone extraordinary, admired by all. Recalling those words, she angrily cursed under her breath. Damn it. In her despair, Home must have thought for a moment that whether she became a righteous hunter or a priestess of the sea god, what difference would it make? I can't even reach Lord Gelbrick's heels. In fact, like Lord Gelbrick, before my life ends, I must also light the final flame. Suddenly, a savior appeared, the sea deity manifesting before her eyes. The god gently guided. And Harry, do not try to control the sea. It is but a small stream compared to the vast ocean. Fill your captives with faith, sincerity, trust, understanding, and acceptance. Grasp how great what you hold is. But there is one big problem. I do not understand what you are saying, she complained. Meanwhile, the deity continued, listen to the sea. If you have never felt its infinity, then do so now. The ceaseless movement of ocean currents, the whispers of coral forms, the vast symphony of the sea. You are a mortal being, a mere human child. If you truly want to possess unparalleled power, do not try to grasp it with your own hands. Infinite power cannot be grasped. Right now, she is already within it. As if enlightened, blending with the gentle divine words in the vast ocean, she slowly opened her eyes, adapting to her new power. I think I understand now what I can do. Harry Nie, and she gazed into the depths of the ocean floor. Yes. The abyss. Gia silently stood in such a place. Then without hesitation she parted the water to make a path. It was the sacred law of parting the sea from legend. A white temple appeared, and at the very end of the path leading there, Leon was waiting. With a pure and sacred power, a strong urge surged forth. Come here, stallion. And Harry, after fainting under the sea, slowly woke up and softly called out, a gentle tone that still reached her. Well done. You woke her up instantly. She immediately startled, her whole body stiffening like hardened glue. Your Majesty, you must be more serious at once. Don't he jump up like that? Sit still. Then she hesitantly and carefully asked, if I get sprayed again, will I die? He helplessly tried to downplay it. If it were tomorrow, I would not have to watch the priestess of the basin die right in the middle of the sea. Suddenly she startled as if remembering something. She immediately fearfully reported, Your Majesty, the great demon has awakened. Everyone has gone mad. They were killing each other. He furrowed his brow, looked at her seriously, and said, I know. The two of them rode the Pegasus and flew toward the nearby island. His thoughtful expression softened as he looked down below. Hemph seemed zoomed in to reveal the chaotic scene on the ground. A great battle was unfolding. Indeed, ordinary people find it very hard to stay calm in the face of great sin, causing all those on the righteous side to be alert and fearful. He softly recited the spell. He raised the golden cup in his hand and shouted loudly, I have returned. A system announcement sounded. The aura of the brave heart. The frenzied villagers were gradually surrounded by golden light, removing all abnormal condition. They all stopped glaring. What did I do? Finally, the soldiers let their guard down and moved closer to me. Your Majesty, you are still safe and unharmed. He looked and calmly praised. Tiger, you all resisted bravely while I was not here, the worried soldier said cautiously. Your Majesty, a few soldiers and trainees are still missing. I heard they are still safe thanks to Lord Poma. But still, he continued talking seriously with the soldier, not noticing that Harry was still sitting in his lap. Don't worry. The four kings could sense how they were doing. Hearing him say that, the soldier felt a bit uneasy but still trusted him. I understand. Not wanting to waste time, he spoke directly. Now, I will go home. You all should leave this gate. Sitting on his horse, holding the reins firmly, he said, if you trust and receive the blessing from the priestess, everyone will be able to walk on water. Just run toward the gate. The soldiers were very surprised to hear that. What did you say? Blonde guy, still a bit shaky, asked. So what is your plan? He calmly said to pull the reins of the horse. Save all the survivors if possible. That way, the 4 kings and the priestess will have time to retreat to another part of the island. A giant octopus monster hovered, staring intently at the island, fearful of the massive tentacled creature. No one dared to advance. You pathetic creatures. It seems you have poured all your resources into this plan. The monster immediately roared joyfully with pride. I have been waiting for this moment at the bottom of the deep sea for so long. Quickly kneel down. Suddenly, burst of energy shot straight into the hybrid monster's face. It almost made it fall. After the electric attack, its face was still tingling. The monster has returned. A monster has returned. A monster has returned. Immediately, a voice came through from the yellow Ebe. Critical strike number 3, expanded scale firepower. The command was received from the yellow Ebe. All spinners immediately fired electric beams. The shots hit directly towards the monster hovering in front of them. Numerous explosions erupted immediately. The monster calmly analyzed the Ebe. Indeed, it had been significantly improved compared to the first version. When the attack wave ended, it flicked a tentacle as if to say something, but it was useless anyway. It struck the water surface with its tentacle, creating a powerful wave. Immediately, the large wave headed straight towards the island. Unstoppable. Both the man and the robot stood stunned, staring at the huge wave and the massive monster. The brown-orange-haired boy immediately shouted in fear. Big Brother Zappy could not dodge. One glared at the monster, unharmed by the huge wave right in front of him, gritting his teeth in fear and anger. Someone at this moment ran away. The huge wave crashing in was instantly shattered before the monster. The holy law controls the violent tide. The water now seems to be manipulated, twisting and turning in the middle. Then it headed straight for that tentacle monster. What? At this moment, Harry and Leon had also ridden the white-winged horse to use Harry's power to control it. It had also realized that the holy law was manipulating the water flow. It looked straight at the place where the two of them were flying above. The person was the protector of the holy front. It also recognized him, but he just coldly looked down at her as she focused on controlling the water. Leon smirked. Finally, that tentacle monster was trapped inside a water bubble, unable to move. It could only scream his name from within. Leon sneered, but he still just stood there with his arms crossed. Sir Spinner, we must close this gate and leave immediately. Shortly after, Spinner spoke up. Nonsense. We can leave slowly. But he disagreed with Spinner and just turned back to look at the monster with his eyebrows slightly furrowed. No, we have to destroy the remaining statues and close the gate. Looking back at the monster, he silently thought, if I do not get the holy sword back, I won't be able to defeat a demon of this level. The world tree has yet to bloom. It is best to preserve as many forces as possible. Ignoring the monster's screams, Leon hurriedly moved on. I will kill you. Spinner immediately continued speaking. He suggested that the native creatures here also need to escape, causing Leon to turn back and listen. Yeah. Zobo Spinner's stiff voice continued speaking. A tribe that seals demons. They are not PC users. He also spoke bluntly and straightforwardly. Surprising Harry. Do we have time? It won't be long before it breaks free. Spinner said, feasible. Then the boy next to him said proudly, I will use the last wisdom of the Kiki Rook tribe. Meanwhile, Zobo at my feet stiffly groans. The boy stepped on the water for the first time. Jun said excitedly, I never thought I could walk on water. But Harry hurriedly urged them on. Move quickly. We have to escape before the demon is unleashed. Meanwhile, Loon is already riding the white horse flying into the sky. His eyes looked straight down. The tentacled monster inside the water bubble was still growling. Loon Dragonia is the best Leon. Truly the white horse. Do you know that is the white horse? Do you know that is the white horse? Tentacle monster inside the water bubble is still growling. Leon Dragonia Leon the best. Just as expected, you are the servant of all demons. It tried to break the water bubble controlled by Harry with its strength. But that was still not enough. Instantly, one of its tentacles slammed into the bubble. A large hole was pierced in it. Immediately after, the monster broke out of the water bubble and let out a deafening roar. No one will ever escape my grasp from within the golden space gate. He pulled out a heavy sword. Stallion. The white wings of the horse immediately spread wide. Facing the wind, a centaur wielding a sword charged straight at the giant tentacle monster. Purple electric sparks flashed from the monster's eyes. Die. It screamed as it fired powerful electric beams from its 4 eyes. As the magic beam approached, he quickly jumped off the white horse's back. While it swiftly ducked to avoid the dangerous energy beam, he quickly landed on the monster's tentacle. His eyes locking onto the target as he steadied his breath and gripped the heavy sword tightly. Then he quickly ran and jumped over each tentacle, getting closer to the monster. The monster immediately noticed him controlling 2 tentacles from behind. How disappointing. Striking straight down at the tentacle he was standing on, a dazzling purple light flashed. He quickly slashed several times, cutting through the 2 giant tentacles from the inside. After he escaped from where the 2 tentacles landed, they broke into pieces. From above, he let himself fall freely, but his eyes remained fixed on one direction. His hand gripped the heavy sword tightly, the tip aimed at the monster, tilting its head back to the sky with violet sparks flashing around its eyes. Once again, fired a powerful beam of energy straight into the sky, causing the sea waves to ripple. After the powerful energy beam was fired, a thin trail of electrically charged magical smoke remained. As the smoke gradually dispersed, it revealed that he was still safe and unharmed. He sat on the white horse, holding the reins in one hand and the heavy sword in the other, hovering in the sky. The monster was shocked, now flying in the air like a dragonfly. They looked at each other with hateful eyes, and his gaze flashed with a furious golden light. The sword in his hand suddenly blazed with a bright magical flame. The punishment of the ocean. Officers and a few soldiers stood below, looking towards the dazzling light, their faces full of astonishment. A red light energy gathered into a giant glowing yellow orb. What is that? The orange flames of light gathered more and more on his heavy sword, creating the effect of a beautiful flaming blade, while his smile gradually turned inhuman. With an excited expression, he raised the sword high. This was the flame that had burned the chaotic demon above. He calmly said, "The terrifying yet sweet challenge still lingers in the memory of this lord." But the monster was not afraid and replied, "I just need to kill you before you can strike." Suddenly, its face turned horrified, filled with terror as it looked up at the sky. Suddenly its tentacles were grabbed tightly by something as it looked up at the light of the heavy sword. From beneath the sea, a giant crab rose above the water. "Impossible. You have always been creatures that hide in the shadows." Then a few more floated up, using their claws to grab the tentacles and hold it down. "Letting me go, those lowly creatures." The heavy sword finally finished absorbing the energy, and he raised it high, the wrath of the fiery abyss. His eyes also gleamed with a bright pink light, proud and resolute. Quickly, the giant octopus was pressed down into the water. Motionless, each heavy sword was gradually lowered. He gritted his strength and clenched the sword with a face full of rage. He pulled his hand back to gain momentum. Divine punishment blade, fiery abyss wrath. He jumped out of the white beast's body, charging downward with the heavy sword. The monster roared in anger, fierce and wild. The beast roared in pain as the spear pierced through it from above, tearing it in half. Everyone on the island stared wide-eyed, pupils shrinking, mouths agape. What is that? They could only stare in amazement and say, "Can a human really create something like that?" From above, the rider slowly descended to the ground and sat down, resting his sword on his shoulder. "That is a holy night." He coldly looked at them and said bluntly, "Time is limited. Hurry and leave through this gate." Seeing that, they could only obey the orders. Wind. Normal sea. Then he turned to ask Spinner, "Spinner, how is the evacuation going?" The voice from Spinner's device responded, "Progress is at 80%, ensuring supply and maintaining key data." He asked again, "Are there any difficulties?" It calmly replied, "No. They will handle it." His face darkened as he looked coldly. So we were already prepared for this situation. Meanwhile, the octopus monster was still screaming in pain out at sea. Spinner continued, "They have endured for 500 years for this moment." The monstrous roar still echoed. "Come on, analyze the language system. Long live Gracie." Listening to Spinner's analysis, he calmly said, "Gracie is its name, truly a proud and noble name." He turned away with the horse and Spinner. The gate was closing. "Let us go." Damn it. The horse was already dead, yet the monster's voice still echoed. The weakest one, the one running away. He looked coldly and irritably, asking what was being said. Even engulfed in flames, the giant octopus struggled to speak. "Isn't resilience your virtue? Knights, don't flee so cowardly, fight to the end." His crooked smile and Spinner the Zobo's eyes turned dangerously sinister. Tetch. His eyes showed pity along with a sneer as he spoke lightly. "I do not need to follow the knightly virtues to deal with a scoundrel like you. Those green-skinned beasts and cruel creatures simply do not deserve it." The giant octopus shouted angrily, its eyes blazing with fury. Glaring fiercely, without caring, he rode off straight away with his warhorse and Spinner. "But you, I will definitely kill you." The system notification appeared. The gate had closed, a gray earth without any green, a world once plunged into chaos, a giant octopus with razor-sharp teeth ravaging everywhere. The first supreme demon general ever discovered by humanity, having already suffered heavy losses from the giant demons before. This was truly shocking news, yet it was more than just a small sign. Everyone on the submarine was watching the news in disbelief, and many people still chose to place their faith in the power of humanity. What is this? The footage of Leon fighting the giant octopus demon became the hottest news of the day, with the Pantheon Guild's activities inside the gate broadcasted on YouTube for the whole world to see. The tense situation at the Pantheon shrine near the gate's exit sparked a flood of comments below, confused cats wondering, "What is that?" The magical girl sang a haunting song an hour ago. No. Even Harry, who had split the sea, went mad, and so did the other trainees. The two hands of peace clasped each other, and on the sea pier, he and me, and happily shook hands after the battle with the giant octopus demon. "Thank you, President, and, with you around, things have gotten a bit easier," he said politely. "Oh, it is nothing serious, Your Excellency." He smiled awkwardly and said, "Although I was a bit surprised to hear that 10,000 people survived." He calmly looked up and responded based on what he knew. "Yes, they are a heroic tribe with a long history of fighting against demons, residing in the special region of Graciacia." President hesitated but said, "Your Highness," pointing to the large stone statue carved not far away. "What is that?" He thought helplessly to himself, marking territory for another species. After thinking for a moment, he finally answered him, This is a monument honoring the great hero who sacrificed himself fighting against the great demon. He tried to explain, that is not the only statue I am talking about, but he still insisted. There is also the statue of Lord Ekite Spinner, who from now on will represent the Kikirok tribe. After hearing him speak, he could only hold back and think to himself, fanatic idolizer, president and follows Protestantism. There is still an unfinished statue nearby, so out of curiosity he asked, Your Highness, what about that statue over there? He smiled lightly and said, Haha, you really believe that? He smiled gently and said, that statue is for president and for him. He gave us a place to live and thrive. We should also repay him properly. President, and even though he is not the true believer, hearing half of it, he imagined crabs worshipping him. But the people of Kikirok would come here to worship at the foot of his statue, thanking President and who sacrificed his life for a better future, making him scream inside. No, his face turned pale with fear as he stammered. No. Your Majesty, please, I beg you to remove my statue. But he just patted his shoulder and laughed. Haha, why should the leader of a country be ashamed of this? Then he immediately turned around and looked back to say before leaving, well, I look forward to continuing to cooperate with you in the future. President, and leaving him feeling confused. Yes. Your Majesty. Only after his figure was out of sight did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat. Thinking to himself, 10 years of my life wasted. He adjusted his vest and said warily, so, what is the matter? Just then the bodyguard arrived and spoke up with concern. He handed over a confidential file, which, although unrelated to security issues, was an urgent report from the National Intelligence Agency. Then he carefully passed it to Mayor, then, saying it was somewhat related to North Korea, and took it and smiled with relief, saying, Hee, finally some peace. As he read the report, he asked the bodyguard, but is North Korea still causing trouble even after giving up nuclear weapons? The bodyguard raised his eyebrows and adjusted his sunglasses. Replying, he reported carefully that last night all communication sources with North Korea were suddenly cut off. Hearing this, his face darkened and his expression turned to shock. He continued speaking, shocking him badly and looking terrible, saying that all observation satellites over North Korean territory had also been shut down. In another place, heavy rain and gloomy air prevented surveillance satellites from capturing any images in North Korea. All the tall buildings are still standing, the ground shattered and broken. North Korea. A white-haired man stands under the rainy sky with two men dressed in black. 30 years. His face was filled with sorrow as he looked down. The multiverse gate had been opened, and until now, we still had to endure South Korea's pressure to survive. But then he immediately kicked the corpse below without any hesitation. The corpse slid down to the demonic wasteland below, revealing a leaning figure, with a group of faceless men in black behind him. He laughed loudly in mockery, his feelings shifting to pity and madness. Haha, but as long as I serve the demons, I will achieve superpower in the future. He glanced over as a man in black approached with a walkie-talkie in hand and called out to him. Captain, the mages are ready, the voice from the walkie-talkie echoed. Chairman Kim. Reynold Selman. The preparations are complete. Meanwhile, he gave a sly, wide smile and threw the walkie-talkie straight down into the killing field. Something was wrong. Then he immediately ordered the group, Chuhoi Nala. Each arm of the black-robed mages extended, forming a large circle to begin the Chuhoi ritual. The mages' mouths also started murmuring some ancient language. Then from the pile of corpses rose a stream of dark red death energy like blood. The ritual continued, forming an ancient circle floating in the air. It absorbed all the red death energy from the corpses like necessary fuel. From the ancient rune circle, a familiar tentacle appeared, followed by chunks of flesh and liquid falling down. They all watched in stunned amazement as the thing fell after the ritual and magic circle. Oh! But then his expression slowly changed, his pupils shrinking while his mouth remained open. In the end, it shifted from amazement and joy to horror at the sight before it. Hemph, what is this? He looked completely disappointed at the giant octopus that had turned into a burnt grilled octopus, its body covered in wounds. He tried to calmly ask the mage who was still gaping beside him, is the target really recovering? The giant octopus knight struggled to speak. Grunting, the swelling is worse than I thought. These wounds are more serious, he exclaimed in shock. What? He bent down to look at him. First of all, restoring the body is the most important thing, because those great demons are far from being fully restored. Then he calmly said, looking straight at the man with white hair standing there, it seems like there are many sealed lips here. Only then did he realize the terrible problem and stammer before shouting out loud. Then I ran quickly. A red lightning bolt immediately flashed down along with its voice. You all kneel down. In another place, a dark corridor with only a few faint flickering lights. A girl was tied to a wooden chair with an electric magic rope. Her face was blissful, tears and snot running down as she smiled foolishly and spoke. Ha! No! I have revealed everything. Standing before that girl was a mysterious and alluring woman. Nothing left to hide. Master. Ha! She gently smiled and looked at the girl before her with a captivating gaze. It is truly fascinating. The demon orchid can go through any gate it desires. Then she gently lifted the girl by placing a finger under her chin. making her even more delighted. Then, she gently moved closer, placing a hand on the girl's head, her gaze growing even more seductive, making the girl, already dazzled, even more excited and blush. On the contrary, are not we also able to go through any gate we want? At the beach in the special Graciacia area of Kyushu, the sky has now become truly clear and peaceful. On the roof, 3 or 4 crabs were crawling around sunbathing, and a familiar voice rang out. Lord Gaby. Harry gently stroked the little cat in his arms and softly asked Zobo Spinner beside him, glancing toward the small crab in the distance. No matter how well they can breathe underwater, is building on a sandy beach like this really effective? It just replied with a grunt, caught, not long after, and answered her question with a sarcastic tone. No problem. As long as there is a nest and a feeding ground, the Kurok tribe can survive on their own. She looked at the spinner with an expression of disbelief at its answer and asked again. Really? Then the calico cat in her arms stared into the distance, lost in thought. Watching the crabs happily gathering on the sand along with the scene before her, she finally continued. But there really is a lot to do. Just ensuring a food supply is already a huge challenge. Zobo Spinner replied sarcastically. We are currently collaborating with the coastal cities nearby. It also added that besides, they have registered for the Axon Manxin John service. Therefore, we can adapt well to modern civilization, she asked in confusion. The Axon Manxin John service. An image of a middle-aged man sitting at a table with a polite smile appeared in Spinner's memory, offering a variety of services, including administrative and legal support for members. Only then did she realize and exclaim softly, "Oh, can I sign up too?" But Zobo immediately said bluntly, "I already registered you. You have been earning profits since last month." She could only look at him with a confused expression and asked back, "Really?" Her mind was full of uncertainty as she picked up Zobo, startling him into a sharp cry. Caught. She squeezed Zobo hard and asked, "Oh, how much are you paying me?" Spinner did not hesitate and answered frankly. 19 coins. Hearing that, her face darkened, and in anger, she cruelly yanked Zobo. From behind, he appeared with his warhorse, asking, "What are you doing?" He spoke, startling her into freezing in place. Immediately, she knelt respectfully before him, saying, "Your Majesty." While the Zobo quickly jumped down and bowed respectfully to him as well. "Your Majesty," he said helplessly from the horse. "All right. Something urgent came up so I will head back to the guild for a bit." Then he looked at her and calmly nodded, signaling her to get on. She looked up at him in surprise as he sat on the horse. She was stunned by the image of the prince on his noble white horse, causing her to fall into deep thought for a moment. Could she really get on the horse? Is that okay? Obviously it is, because your Majesty said so. But back then it was only proper to help the queen off the horse, even though it was urgent at the gate that time. But he was also taken aback when he looked at her and saw no reaction, making him pause and think for a moment. He then reached out directly to her, who was kneeling on the ground, staring at him in a daze. At that moment, he had completely dismounted and politely reached out to her, saying, "Come on." Seeing him like that, she was immediately startled and trembling with fear. "Hey!" She quickly dodged away, completely terrified by the scene unfolding before her eyes, wondering why the day had turned out like this. An earthquake lie, huh? Seeing her react like that, he turned away coldly, then clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Damn it. He took out a brown folder from his vest pocket, holding it out. "Take this or get lost." She returned to a serious and curious expression as she asked him, "What is that?" He still seemed a bit annoyed as he replied, "That is your territory." He turned around, steepled his fingers behind his back, tilted his head, and said, "The income from this land belongs entirely to you. Do whatever you like." She held the confidential file in her hands and nervously asked him again, "Really?" He gently turned around to look at her with a subtle, refined smile and said, "You are a knight of the kingdom. According to the law, I must grant you at least one piece of land, even though the connection is not yet clear. Those who are knights chosen by the gods, so that is only natural." He continued, speaking in a way she could understand, saying, "You will be under the protection of the kingdom's knights and the messengers of the gods. Be aware of your position and spread their message everywhere," she said excitedly. "Nonsense." She was about to continue, but he immediately silenced her, correcting her words. His eyes immediately changed to a serious look as he spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. "I do not require you to observe the formalities of nobility, but there is no need to belittle yourself like that." She shyly avoided his gaze out of habit and clicked her tongue. Tusk. Then she finally dared to continue, thanking him. "Your Majesty." But he was already annoyed, clicking his tongue. Tusk. The master had taken quite a long time, so he lost patience and immediately grabbed her collar. His face flushed, saying, "If you understand, climb up quickly." Spinner had now climbed to the top of the white horse to enjoy the cool breeze from the sky. They were calmly riding through the street on the white horse when she cautiously called out to him, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty," and he calmly replied, "Go ahead." She looked at him excitedly and said, "So, now I am a noble," and after hearing her, he helplessly thought for a moment before gently explaining to her, "That is right, at least in the Temple of Creation. Your position ranks just below the Queen and Spinner." After hearing that, she exclaimed, "Oh." Then she turned to call Spinner. "Well then. Right away." It blinked in confusion and looked at her. Jerk. She sat on his lap and proudly looked at him, saying with a proud tone, "From now on, do not be rude to me. No, now I am a noble too." Spinner looked at her smug face with nothing but boredom and fell silent for a moment, not moving at all. Then it shouted loudly before charging from the front like a white horse and slammed into her forehead. "You foolish creature." She did not resist because she was caught off guard and only managed to gasp, "Hey, what are you doing?" Spinner ignored her and kept scolding her, though his face showed annoyance now, calling her a stupid monkey unworthy of respect. As for Han Harry, he could only helplessly plead for help. "Your Majesty, we are all nobles." The scene shifts to a room full of research equipment where he stands with a beautiful, stunning platinum-haired woman, the Temple of Creation. Looking at the crown radiating with magic as the purple light lay on the table, he gently asked, "What are the research results?" She calmly crossed her arms and replied with a hint of indifference, "A complete success. Just as your Majesty said, the demons are indeed using the gate." He raised his hand, recalling the last time the gates appeared. So he thought to himself that he had already suspected the Juju Gate incident. The image of all the system boards bleeding and being controlled by the blue magic of the demon with the helmet flashed before his eyes at a glance. This seemed like the punishment of justice, but in reality, it was a dark conspiracy to enslave souls for demons and overthrow the honorable Holy Grail Knights. He glanced down at the system notice boards as if they were a light of righteousness. But the system and its missions were not based on improvement. And no one could have suspected that the false light from the system was actually brought to humans by demons from behind, with evil creeping into the minds of the awakened to control them. Enkome, his eyes filled with overwhelming sympathy, hesitated before saying, "The current world has been manipulated by magical energy rather than the blessings of the earth." He gently lifted the crown emitting magical energy from the table with one hand and continued, "Although considered strange, they still carry out their mission to the end. For economic reasons or others." She stood beside him, glancing his way as he continued speaking, saying the fools cannot escape this cycle. He softly called her name, "Beathy," and she gently placed her palm inward in a sign of loyalty, softly replying to the call. "What do you wish, Lord Thuabiha?" He turned to look at her with a gentle and caring gaze, warning her that the evil forces are on alert and say she might use the gate for her own benefit. Beatha shyly brushed her platinum hair aside and carefully said, "Actually, this is just a story about one. The dimension is not an illusion. It has been destroyed. To open the gate leading to survivors or demons, an object is needed to determine the coordinates." His eyes glanced at her with a flicker of hesitation as he still held the crown in his hand, speaking absent-mindedly to her. "So should we try entering the gate coordinates with this?" She smiled softly in response, saying that since it belongs to the demons, it might lead us to a place connected to them. Then she turned her hand over and continued to make a suggestion to him. "Biha, shall we try another object?" He looked intently at the crown in his hand and asked her again, "Another object?" His eyes glanced at her with a meaningful look, her smile still gentle but full of mystery and boldness. For example, she dared to suggest precious items belonging to the divine that Leon is currently keeping in his own space gate, like the sacred relics of Biha. He asked her again. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, giving her the answer without noticing her quietly closing her eyes with her hand placed in front. "Probably worth a try." His eyes grew more determined as he looked toward Beathy to confirm the plan. "What should we do?" As expected, she slowly opened her eyes, holding a purple magical energy cube as an example, saying, "We will need materials to restore the gate." Then she released a sufficient amount of radiant magic and crushed the energy cube in her hand with a confident expression. "Specifically, we will need a large amount of earthly magic." He raised his hand to his chin, thinking as he opened the storage gate and slowly swallowed the crown. "The question is, where is there enough mana?" She smiled brightly and said, "It is simple. Now anywhere on Earth has a place to gather it all." After hearing that, he smiled with determination and said the future action plan was set. He turned and left, ordering her, "Bithy, to inform everyone that we need to initiate the assembly order." His hand clenched into a fist, his whole body radiating a fighting spirit as he looked back with a determined expression and said, "From now on, we will attack all the gates in Korea without exception." One day after he gave the order to Bethy to announce it, everyone was stunned, gathering in one place. A young man with a shocked face holding a phone recording the scene. All across South Korea right now, the members of the shrine have begun to appear. He captured images of the troops lining up and marching down the street. The Pantheon Shrine has mobilized. Not long after, just counting the knights and squire knights alone, their numbers had already reached over 1,000. Photos of the troops marching behind Harry towards the next gate spread across social media. The live footage right in front of my house was blocked for days, so I did not know anything. But the Pantheon Temple has already revealed itself. Not only Harry's troops but even the soldiers led by Leon have been shared, and the Pantheon Temple is here too. He carefully selected the soldiers before leading this iron army here, choosing only those at the soldier level from the survivors of the Kurok tribe, and even then, they numbered up to 2,000. This is a powerful fighting force that can be called the Titan Legion. People from the Pantheon Shrine are gradually appearing at gates across Korea and spreading on social media. The Kurok tribe, the Queen, and Pantheon have all appeared in Wando. Your plan is gradually reaching completion. He confidently stood right before the gate filled with hidden dangers inside. The Pantheon Shrine, with nearly 3,000 soldiers, Spinner and the Zobot troops had also appeared at the gate. Bethy has also led troops to the Gate of Need, beginning to divide forces across 20 fronts to eliminate all gates in the country. Harry's army has also arrived at the gate. Their speed was astonishing. She confidently gripped the sword and said, "All right, aim, fire." A devastating explosion wiped out the monsters under Han Harry's command. While an average guild attacks about once every 2 months, Loon was charging in alone with 2 swords and an excited smile, and the Pantheon Guild destroyed over 20 gates in just 4 days. The goblin still alive in the group saw the others being killed by him and immediately started whining, coughing, saying, "What kind of monster is this? Human, you are supposed to help us." He still stood there, radiating a powerful aura. "That human killed our ancestors," he sneered and said mockingly to the goblins in front of him. "Ancestor eyes, are not they just beasts pretending to follow humans? Ridiculous." The expression on his face now was like a bloodthirsty demon staring at the monsters stepping out of the gate with a heavy sword slung over his shoulder. Who will be the next to be freed from this life? All the goblins around were sweating nervously, not daring to move. All the gates in South Korea have started to be controlled by a single guild. Kim Jin-soo said in confusion. 100 million. He counted each item. 13 unique grade equipment pieces. Many rare items appeared before him. He exclaimed, 89 rare pieces of equipment. In addition, there are about 500 magic stones. Yabi spoke up, 3.83 tons. Level classification complete. Estimated at about 38.3 billion coins. The expected selling price for the items will be around 12.7 billion coins. And Harry was surprised. Whoa. Leon smiled and said, "At this level, there should still be some left after opening the gate." He turned to the side and said, "That is enough," she replied cheerfully. "That is enough, sir." Leon turned around and said, "So that matter ends here," he told everyone. "Listen up." Loon explained that this strategy would focus only on a few key situations. Everyone was surprised by his words. And furthermore, any information related to this operation must not be disclosed outside. Clear. Leon turned to the two and said, "And Harry, Kim Jin-soo, you both will have to cut off contact with the association. Can you do that?" Their eyes met. Han Hari replied, Hup, she asked doubtfully. "Your Excellency, this won't harm the country. Right?" Leon affirmed. "Of course." Hanhari smiled happily and replied, "Then I trust you." "Your Highness." He agreed. "Very well." He turned to look at the magic and said, "Then," Leon said, "let us begin. Stand in the formation." Slowly drawing the sword, the formation began to shift. Leon looked at the sword and said, "I will input the coordinates of the holy sword." The room began to shift, a purple light enveloping her. The knights were all surprised by what they saw, as were Hanhari and Kim Jin-soo. Kim Jin-soo suddenly said, "A gate. This is an artificial gate," the knight said. "Until now, I thought it was just a junction," and the other person was also surprised. "Whoa." Beaches spoke up, "Sir, the preparations are complete." Leon praised. "Well done, Beaches." He turned around and said, "Now, let us go." "Someone is calling Leon." "Sir," the knight turned and asked. "Sir Beaches, where is this place?" He thought for a moment, then replied, "This is a battlefield." With many thoughts in mind, the gate must be having problems. This time, the army has been scattered. A loud voice shouted. The huge monster charged forward, yelling, "Wow, die." He patted his shoulder and said, "Come on. Get up." A knight appeared and pushed the monster, which was pale and bleeding but endured the pain. The knight rushed toward the fallen monster. A voice called out, snapping him back to reality, shouting, "Weapons drawn." The person spoke. Poof. Then he turned back and said, "Knights, standing there like statues, want help. This is the battlefield." He then focused on Leon and said, "Your Highness, how on earth did you get here?" Leon was still lost in thought. He spoke up, "Is that a rose?" Bantarik. Bantarik replied, "Yes, my lord, the Legion's guard." Bantarik, commander of the Beeble squad. Leon responded, "Stand up, sooner or later this place will still be a battlefield." Then he asked, "But where exactly are we?" Bantarik replied, "Yes, this place." He clearly said, "We are right in the middle of Liam Valley, and our mission is to transport the relics to Ziria Day." Leon thought to himself, "Yes, that is true. Twilight Ziria, the night of the Holy Grail of dreams and death. This is his final mission." And Leon recalled the past before following Bantarik, which was also when he passed away. "If I had known this would happen before, I would have gathered more information from the Celestial Palace." Leon closed his eyes and thought, "No, but what is done. First, we need to assess the current situation." Bantarik spoke up, "There is Ziria over there." "My lord," a voice echoed. Kill them. Charge, the knight shouted. Fall back. As Ziria was setting up the illusion barrier, the sword began to glow with a pink light surrounding it. A protective circle appeared before their eyes, leaving the goblins on the battlefield confused. They roared in pain, and immediately all the goblins fell to the ground. He stepped back 20 paces and regrouped. Seeing this, Leon said, these Oros really are unusual. Ziria was surprised. Huh. He replied, my lord, how did you come to be here? Zuri and the knights bowed, greeting the messenger of the gods. Welcome in the first night of Ariana. Leon replied in his mind. Come on. Stand up, Zuria. He thought. The moment the Holy Grail Knights awaken after drinking the sacred water, their bodies are restored to peak condition. Leon is a special case for becoming a Holy Grail Knight at a fairly young age. But his thoughts continued. The Holy Grail Knight before him now was somewhat different. No matter how much time passes, his current state remains at the peak of strength. Leon looked at the person before him, Zuria, a knight who had dedicated his life to justice. Zuria murmured, the longtime companion, the ancient Holy Grail Knight. Then he spoke, stand up and go. Always like that, Leon asked calmly. Report to me, how is the current situation? Zuria replied, yes, my lord. He reported that we have secured the artifact as planned and it is being transported to the Empire's border. He added that the Oros and their allied beast worshippers launched an unusual attack. Zuria reported that we have deployed infantry and several knights to hold off the enemy while splitting the escort into southern routes to continue transporting the artifact. Leon praised, that makes sense. Then he asked, if so, where exactly is the escort carrying the artifact? Zuria startled, then closed his eyes and nodded once. He replied, the second escort is heading southwest. Zuria looked at the sword and continued, that is the army led by my past, on the desolate, silent battlefield. A bear lay dead, covered in wounds. A loud voice rang out. Ha, this friend of ours is awake now. He stopped being cruel. Good, Zuria just said. How could you lose your cool and rush headfirst into the bear like that? He immediately freaked out. A bear, Henhari asked. Hunter Goody-sung, are you okay? He replied. Henhari, could it be? Then she replied, that is right. It seems the army has been scattered again. Goody-sung responded. I see. Zuria cheerfully said to him, by the way, how did you wandering knights manage to get here? I did not know that besides me, there were other crazy people playing these hidden tricks too. He stopped and asked, a wandering knight. Then a notice appeared. Please assist the Holy Grail Knight Ziria in transporting the sacred relics to the border of the Lyo Kingdom. Goody-sung looked and asked again about escorting the sacred relics. He cheerfully replied, that is right. We are retrieving and escorting the sacred relics from remote places. Then he replied, so that is how it is? And Hari saw this and wondered, this guy is a bit old-fashioned, is not he? Well, Zuria Justice replied, for a wandering knight coming all the way to such a desolate place in search of glory, it is understandable. Goody said to him, thank you for understanding me, Sir Ziria Vuchong, the Holy Grail Knight. Ziria Vuchong smiled and agreed. He said that is the title I will conquer in the future. Right now, I am just a wandering knight who has given up the path of seeking glory. He blinked and asked, his old life. Ziria was ordinary, and he had not received any divine mission for a long time. At the age of 10, he wandered all over the world as a wandering knight for 10 years. His feelings gradually unfolded. Then, he fulfilled the duties of a kingdom knight for another 10 years and spent the next 50 years traveling the world in search of a sacred mission. Gradually he realized that he truly was an outstanding knight. However, he was not a giant who could single-handedly turn the tide of the world. Fulfilling the divine mission and making a mark in the history of the kingdom is reserved only for giants with extraordinary strength. Zuria had already engraved this deeply in her heart, yet he never gave up that reckless journey. From being revered to being mocked, and from mockery, it turned into a hidden determination. One day, the goddess of dreams and death appeared in his dream and said, my son, how can you continue to wander in this endless suffering? She continued, the temple understands your heart and effort, so now go back and dedicate yourself to the kingdom. He replied, my lady, if you wish to criticize my shortcomings, then please do not deny this journey of seeking my mission. Challenge is my only privilege. That thought kept circling in his mind. Zuria simply had to face challenges. He knew this from the battlefields. Zuria was accustomed to passing through deadly places, turning over a muddy pit that no other noble knight dared to approach. And although poets praised his bravery, he kept moving forward, never abandoning his quest for honor. From that moment on, he became the Holy Grail Knight. And at the age of 100, he was the most awakened Holy Grail Knight in history. Loon and the others stand before the ranks of soldiers. The commander's voice rings out. The front line raises their shields. All charge into the monsters. Dongthan says, prepare the kites. The monsters are growing. Kill them all. The monsters attack the knights. We hold the line. The knights defend. Saying hold them back, the commander orders, where's the kite? Attack. The whole army charged forward shouting advance. The commander's voice ordered defend, and the monster's health bar quickly dropped. Keep pushing forward. Counterattack. The knight immediately slashes the monster. The commander's voice orders. Charge. The blonde knight said. This is truly amazing. The black-haired knight thought. This is a matter of power. At the same time, looking back, the collective strength in battle is completely different. Even at the same level, they are still several ranks above the hunters on Earth, he said. Your Majesty. Leon nodded. Zirei quickly reported. That is a stone temple. Leon cheerfully told the two. Hensuha, Kimji-hai, observe carefully here. He stood before the entire army and declared that from now on, their goal must be to achieve a leadership position. Leon then raised his hand to command, and all the knights charged forward. Everyone shouted together. Charge! The blonde knight was surprised. Oh! In such a narrow canyon, the black-haired knight also said. Is not this too dangerous? Everyone worriedly said. At this rate we will run into allied troops. He nearly shouted. The horse stopped, splashing water on the path. Both the riders and their horses ran along the cliffside. The entire army like that. Everyone was stunned they were running on the cliff. The monster said. Crew, these guys are completely crazy. Zuriavotham jumped up, unleashing the sacred fire, sparks flying down to drive them back. The black-haired knight exclaimed. Amazing. While the blonde knight replied, can we really keep controlling them like this forever? Leon said, do not believe it. They have not used their full strength yet. Then he asked, but won't your majesty intervene? After all, the mission is just to escort the sacred relic. Leon recalled, support the Holy Grail Knight Zuriavatham in transporting the sacred relic to the kingdom's border. Leon agreed, taking on the additional mission to protect Ziria's main army to the end. He pondered. A mission, huh? In his mind he thought, if Stalin were here, he could easily chase after the main army. But Leon replied that he already had an answer in his heart. He would stay here to help Zuriavatham. This time, he would watch until the final chapter of this honorable Holy Grail Knight. Then he asked, Hensuha, Kim Jae-hyuk, have you understood the few things I asked for? The knight replied, yes. We searched the bodies of the Orosi as you instructed, but we did not find any magic stones. Leon thought, is that so? He continued thinking, this mission is not one-sided at all. Although the missions in the previous gates all hid a sinister intent, at this gate, I could not sense that evil. He realized the key point. The gate itself is neutral, but the missions can be manipulated. Leon thought for a moment and then told the knights. All right, I have gathered quite a bit of information from just one try. Hensoho, Kim Jae-hyuk, check if there are any other enemies behind us. As he was speaking, a weapon flew down, and Leon caught it with his hand. Everyone stared in surprise and asked, hey, a spear. The knight asked Leon, are you okay? Sir, a monster said. What a pity. Leon gritted his teeth. He shouted, breaking the spear and said, how dare a green-skinned beast attack me from afar like that? Leon broke the spear to the astonishment of the two knights. He sneered, why? Leon growled, how dare your green-skinned beasts fly like flies in the sky and attack me? He ordered, Knight Chen Than. Jae-hyuk, bring me the head of that monster immediately. He replied, it is an honor. Your Majesty. Jae-hyuk quickly grabbed his weapon and said, I will present you its head right now. The monster was arrogant and reckless, continuing to speak without noticing someone appearing behind it. What could it do with its legs tied? As it spoke, it was struck by Jae-hyuk and fell straight to the ground, screaming with its body covered in wounds. It asked foolishly, how? He replied, what have I done? Jae-hyuk struck with each word, saying creatures like you should kneel and be crushed under the ground. How dare you invade the realm ruled by His Majesty? That monster. Jae-hyuk grunted, those holy knights are all crazy. But today, your life ends here. It is reckless. I have an entire army. You will regret coming here alone. He said, are you gathering monsters every day? How strange. It laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. The monster was pleased. I do not care how strong you are in the human world. You should not come alone, our brothers are plenty too. Jae-hyuk casually looked at the army and said, quite a lot. He confirmed, indeed. You have gathered many. Trash. The monster was surprised. What? It started to tremble. Something's not right. I have a bad feeling about this, he said. O goddess of dreams and death. Jae-hyuk summoned his power, the eternal queen of dreams. The monster sensed danger and said, stay away. We must keep away from this damn human. The power radiated around him as he spoke, hoping the person would be pleased with the gift on this night's mission. The goddess's mighty power radiated around him, the grim reaper punishing the godless. The monsters trembled before that power, an endless nightmare. They were so terrified they did not dare move. Each slash was delivered gently among the monsters, and a hand quickly patted his head. Zuriavatham spoke up. Be careful. Most of the night monsters here are all kneeling. He replied. Sorry. He cheerfully responded. Ho ho. It is okay if you do not know. You are still too young after all. Han Harry said. Luckily there is a forest nearby. But we still can be at ease. Ziria quickly replied. I see a cave nearby. We must move there carefully. He quickly picked up the heavy load. She hurriedly said. Lord Ziria, we can handle it. Stella said. How can such an important figure be so casual after so many days? He replied. Miss Stella, right now I am just an ordinary knight, so just relax. She gritted her teeth and said, but he answered, hey, it is okay. The knight thought to himself, just an ordinary knight, but not a knight of the cup. Right? Ziria said. Well then, let us move quickly and avoid getting caught. He added, I believe we can all do it. The sky was gloomy and foggy. Deep inside a dark cave, a magical light surrounded the cave entrance. He turned to everyone and said, this should be enough, Hanhari praised. Amazing. Lord Ziria, so the law of purity can do that too. Ziriavatham replied, haha, it is just an old man's trick. I do not even know what I have done to deserve such praise from you. Then he told everyone, anyway, the entrance has been sealed. Let us set up camp. This might be a long night. The horses were tied tightly to the reins. Everyone sat around the fire. Stella spoke up. Lord Ziria. She continued, may I ask for your help with the investigation? He replied, Miss Stella, please do not force me to exceed my authority. Ziriavatham said, do not you know that during wartime, the kingdom's knights have the right to command other allied knights? I have confirmed that, despite everything, you are the Holy Grail knight chosen by the goddess of dreams and death, and I believe you are the best choice to bear this glorious responsibility. Ziriavatham further explained that even if I am praised for past achievements, it will only trouble me in the future. The one standing before you is merely a challenger, not someone who has completed the mission. Stella refused to back down and said, but, the black-haired knight said, sorry to interrupt. Ziriavatham recalled, maybe you are not yet familiar with wandering knights. He chuckled and shared his story, saying the goddess had bestowed upon me an undeserved blessing. Ziriavatham began to tell the story. Twilight Ziria, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, who became a Holy Grail Knight after countless trials. Fleur granted him special power to honor his great journey. He said, I am destined to win in the endless dream realm. I will recreate a fragment of memory from my long journey and summon my avatar from that era to the present. Ziriavatham said confidently, now I am 85 years old, the time to receive a mission from the gods. The black-haired knight asked, can the holy law really do that? Hanhari wondered, so how is your power not dispersed? Ziria confidently said, Ho, this body is just a recreation from the past. I carry the power from that time, but I also want to let it fade away. She said happily, wow, so the day of being invincible has come, right? He replied cheerfully, how strong can an old man pretending to weak really be? Then he continued, I am nothing compared to a Holy Grail Knight. Do not expect too much. When suddenly a monster's voice shouted, send. Everyone turned pale and looked back. Stella asked, Sir Ziria, what was that sound? Ziria quickly signaled to everyone and said, quiet. They already know where I am hiding. The monster was getting closer, making noises wherever it went, and he realized, it is the one. The monster's mouth appeared from above. Ziria shouted, everyone, dodge quickly. Rocks began to break and fall, and everyone anxiously called out, Sir Ziria. Stella ran over and asked, Ku, are you okay? Ziria was holding her sword to block the monster's mouth, and she said, Sir Ziria. He warned, these are the monster's minions. They are extremely poisonous. Be careful. Ziriavatham told her to fall back. Quickly. Hanhari said, Hunter Gudi Siwang. Wake up. But he cried out in pain. She suddenly said, Hunter Gudi Siwang, you are in pain from the monster's minions. Hunter Gudi Siwang, his flesh wound causes him to cry out in pain, but Hanhari bandages him. Gudi Isiwang speaks up. Sorry. Deputy Chief Han replies, it is nothing serious. She continued, but with this kind of poison, do not move too much. While her mind kept thinking, I have to stop it, Hanhari stood up and said, please wait a moment. Hunter Gudi Siwang. He wondered, that is Deputy Chief Han. She charged in to fight the monster. Seeing this, Ziria said, hey, it is dangerous. You should not. The scene before him took him by surprise. Hanhari, with eyes full of sorrow, moved forward. She told herself, Hanhari, awaken the flame. She recalled what Lian once said. You two must have been chosen by the god of war and the lazy flame. You cannot apply these ordinary rules to divine power. Hanhari replied, but I am still not sure. Lian told me that this fire god is like a wave. Its flow is very much like an ocean current, and it moves according to the will of the person like a wave. She always remembered Lian's words, remember them well, and Harry used her move, the holy law. The monster cried out in pain, a sign of the power representing the law. She continued to strike the monster, and Ziria was surprised by her strength. He said, this is coral poison, and Hanhari replied, but we are not near the sea. Ziriavatham continued, it is a chimera belonging to the Empire's dark mage. Luckily I know how to make the antidote. Stella pondered and said, But it is only enough for one person, Hanhari said. I'm sorry. I accidentally burned it down with my fire. Ziria reassured her. We can never know what will happen in the heat of battle. Don't blame yourself. While he was treating the wound, he said, You said your name is Gudia Izong. He replied, Sir Ziria, then handed him the medicine and said, You should take it. You truly deserve it. He took the bottle and asked, Is it okay if only I take it? Ziria casually replied, Of course. A young knight like you will be able to do much more in the future than an old man like me. He paused, thanked Lord Ziria, who cheerfully responded, Very well. Ziria turned back to the two others and said, This time I have hidden the entrance more carefully than before, no matter how sharp their hearing is. He said tiredly, word by word, They still cannot track our trail. The poison acted quickly, making him unable to stand, and everyone anxiously asked, Lord Ziria. He helped him up and asked, Is there any other way to treat you? He grimaced in pain. Do not worry. Even if I die, my past self will still help everyone. He gritted his teeth and said, But right now, you are the only one here. Ziria's face turned pale, but he still smiled. He said, My clone was blessed by the goddess of death, who even gave my clone a gift that day. Ziria Vothong said cheerfully, My death will be calmer than anyone else's, so you do not need to be sad. He continued, Someone is targeting the sacred relic, and to get it into King Lionat's hands, you all must watch another me become a sacrifice, ready to be discarded at any moment. Stella replied, Sir Ziria. Ziria Vothong is tired and leaning against the rock. He said painfully, Goddess of death. You do not have to come all the way here to visit me. His eyes gradually saw only purple. Ziria Vothong spoke, Glory shines upon Lionat. The light in the cave gradually dimmed, then faded away like his death. Lio said, Well done. Ziria bowed deeply and respectfully said, I dedicate this glory to the goddess of death and you, King Lio. He replied, You plan to lure their leader into the open. Ziria obediently complied, Yes, but it was ineffective. He said, They are just blue beasts, yet they are surprisingly patient. Lian analyzed that if they have provoked this much and still have not acted, then their leader must have quite a strong influence, as the monsters of blood is everywhere. Ziria Vothong looked at the monsters and said, Then among these monsters here, there must be a great commander. Lian confirms, That is probably the case. He calmly thinks, They seem very organized. Could there really be an orc champion among them? They are extremely rare. They were chosen by the orc god to lead all the orcs and ignite a great war. You realize that at that time you did not see any great leader. Then say, But judging now, it is probably still too early. Lian said, Ziria, I have something to tell you. Lian and the old man stepped aside. Can we go somewhere private to talk? Ziria uncertainly said, You mean I am dead and now I am in heaven? He clenched his fists and said, For 200 years, you have fought those demons alone for 2 centuries. Ziria said, How could you endure alone for so long? Please do not forgive a disloyal knight like me. Lian replied, There is no need to apologize. Do not worry. Ziria realized the problem. If I died at the hands of the orc, then a great commander would surely appear. Lian agreed. Yes, he said. The champion chosen by the orc god is on this battlefield. Although I have never seen him after this battle. Ziria asked, Your Majesty, what do you intend to do with this gate? Lian was silent. I want to conduct an experiment. The items obtained from it are secondary. He continued, But since we are already here, I have one more purpose. Ziria listened intently. What is it? Lian said firmly, This time I want to stay by my comrade's side until the very last moment. Night has fallen and gradually turned to darkness. The night scene is so peaceful. Everything is clear. The monster camp is burning as they flee. The orcs are asleep. Their life is very simple. The life of the orcs unfolds. They eat breakfast, fight. Eat lunch, fight. Eat dinner, then go to sleep. Lian, confident in his power, sees that they are both strong and live simple lives. That is the orc tribe. He analyzed and simultaneously attacked their dwelling, so they were very vulnerable to ambush at night, and by nightfall, they were all fast asleep. They are all grown up. The food storage is burned down. So what are they guarding? I do not know either. They started talking among themselves. It must have been those damn beasts that caused this. Foolish humans, Lian said happily. The sound of those monsters dying in the fire is actually quite satisfying. Ziria replied, I agree with you. Your Majesty, he continued, I will tell you everything I know. In his mind, he thought, now that the Lord has arrived, his death and history has been changed. Ziria casually drew her weapon and thought, if this gate could truly replicate the Lian kingdom, a figure appeared in his mind, then that person would come here. Ziria thought, even if it was the greatest rival of King Lian, the strongest Holy Grail Knight, the radiant image of the goddess Ariana appeared beautifully with wings symbolizing a deity respected and revered by the people who fulfilled the task she set, and by drinking the holy water, they would become representatives of the god. Clad in high-level shining armor and receiving blessings from the god and the holy water, the Holy Knights, their most emblematic power is their nature as representatives of the gods. The Holy Knights carry within them a tremendous source of power, gods whose divinity is sustained through the faith of their followers, channeling the strength of faith from the living saints themselves. We can compare the image of ordinary magic knights with a holy grail knight like Leon, who is protected by the goddess Ariana. In other words, unlike knights who use magic to fight and are limited in power, Holy Grail Knights transform all the faith offered to the gods into divine power. Those considered Holy Grail Knights are the faithful followers of the goddess Ariana and possess infinite power. In a way, they can be seen as the storage of the believer's faith. It means they do not know what it means to be tired of fighting, which made some of them feel uneasy and start yelling out of arrogance. Those poor things. His scream was so loud it echoed outside the tent. How could they keep attacking nonstop for 3 whole days? Outside, the passing orcs also turned their heads toward the shouting. As the alliance of beasts and orcs ran by, a brown-haired individual with several burn marks on his body knelt on the ground in despair, blocking the report. "We have been attacked by over 300. The long-haired man sitting on the chair shouted in shock. "What?" Then he got angry again and shouted defiantly, refusing to accept it. "No, we have 10,000 soldiers. 10,000 soldiers." While he was still sitting inside the tent, Leon and Juria had already blown up an orc camp at another gate. How could they attack a camp with tens of thousands of troops guarding it day and night? There were only 2 of them. Both you and he had eyes burning with a murderous desire as you charged straight ahead. Why did not you catch them? At this, the bald-headed man hesitated before answering. "They are Holy Grail Knights." Hearing that, he realized the problem. Damn, this is bad. He hugged his frustration hopelessly, muttering to himself, "This can't go on like this. I have to do something." But before he could come up with a plan, a brown figure dashed past the curtain and flew straight inside. It flew straight inside and slammed hard onto the ground, splattering blood everywhere, making him angry at himself for rushing like that. What the hell was that? Looking at the thing just thrown inside recklessly, both Jure were horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. It was a small orange-brown bear, cut in half and lying flat on the ground with Qian Ung on top. Qian Ung, the strongest among the oak warriors blessed by the divine beast, was cut in half. The 2 Juria then cautiously turned around to face the tall shadow approaching from behind. Who is it? A large powerful foot stepped straight into the blood pool, where the bear's body had fallen and splattered. A large oak with red eyes and big fangs showing from its mouth carried a huge axe on its shoulder as it spoke. "Weaklings." The long-haired man lifted his head to look at the massive monster before him, both fearful and angry, only able to grit his teeth. He was no match for the oak's intimidating face, which made him uncomfortable as it stared at him with piercing eyes. "What the hell is going on?" The champion of Hellcan said nothing and reached out to grab the long-haired liar's neck tightly, choking him. Before he could recover from the shock, the long-haired liar was grabbed without hesitation and lifted high, his face turning pale from struggling to breathe. After a moment of silence, the oak slowly opened its mouth and said to him, "I have already given you a deadline." Its gaze shifted to a cold, commanding stare, with a fierce aura rising from behind like the gates of hell opening to welcome him, ready to crush them by tomorrow. His face grew even paler, filled with fear and helpless thoughts. What kind of power is this? Even when I was young, I could fight back against the Holy Knights, but now facing him, I can do nothing. At this moment, he can only helplessly try to catch his breath, sinking into thoughts about the power of this giant oak. Perhaps he is even stronger than those knights. After roughly throwing him to the ground, he coldly continued, "Tomorrow we will attack with everything we have. Prepare your army." He sat there trembling but still tried to speak up. "Yeah, but they have 2 Holy Grail Knights in their army." The large oak creature carrying the tree on its shoulder was about to leave, but then turned back and said, "Great Knight Skunik and I will help you in this battle, so quickly gather the troops. We will crush them tomorrow." He looked stunned, then seemed to snap back to reality and replied, "Understood." He pondered deeply in his mind. There are 2 champions of the oak tribe blessed by the divine beast, who only appear in historical records in this era. While he was thinking about the hope of defeating the 2 Holy Grail Knights from the shrine, a powerful shock shook the land. "Perhaps that is enough for us to win," he immediately realized and shouted excitedly, "What are those bastards doing?" Quickly standing up, he lifted the cloth and stepped outside. "Hurry. Follow me. Catch them." In front of the reckless man was a shattered ground created by a long triangular cylindrical sword alongside the 2 oaks standing nearby. On the sword remained traces of Yun's magic and a letter tied and hanging from the tip of the sword. A letter. The long-haired Zozier, still a bit fearful, carefully opened the letter and read every word clearly while the blue oak stood nearby with arms crossed watching. This letter came from King Lio and took quite some time to arrive here. Both of them fell silent and froze immediately after reading the letter. Just seconds later, the long-haired scar-faced man flew into a rage, tearing the letter to shreds and shouting angrily, "You bastards, they proposed a one-on-one duel because they think our situation is unfavorable. Inside the handwritten letter you sent them with the sword. Summarizing the letter, he fights hand-to-hand 0-0. The oak's face darkened as he seriously told the scar-faced guy to accept it, and hearing this, looked at Oak's back in disbelief. "If you want to fight them, if you join in, we will have a chance to win." A young soldier crying was being comforted by her. gently asking, "Are you okay?" Fortunately, no one was seriously injured in this battle. A young woman approached with a grateful expression, extending her hand sincerely and respectfully, saying, "Sir, we are in great danger. Thank you for answering the call." She looked back with a gentle, polite gaze and said, "It is nothing." Then the young girl continued, "By the way, have you noticed any signs of illness?" This made her unconsciously surprised as she replied. The black-haired girl blushed and shyly scratched her face, stammering, "It is not that I am worried about him." "Well, maybe a little." Seeing her expression, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly, teasing, "Oh, someone's worried about their companion. How cute, you clumsy bunch." Her eyes still looked at them with gentle affection. Pausing for a long moment, she softly leaned forward and said to them, "Their mission is to assist Lord Yuria and protect the main army." "Right, yes. But actually the Lord's subordinate did not come here and joined another battlefield," which made them even more confident and reassured as she continued. "He might be with another group on a mission, so you do not need to worry about him." Then she cast a spell to her fingertip with a gentle smile, including this time, "I cast tracking magic on everyone as a precaution, so rest assured and fight well." It made them all pause in surprise. "Oh, that is great." She gently turned her head to look at the black-haired girl with a reassuring smile, saying, "We will reunite with them soon, so let us do our best." At this moment, she and the group had traveled quite a distance with the carriage heading back to Duong Thuong. As they moved, she silently thought to herself that the royal guards and the Jia Hiyu seemed to be accompanying His Majesty to attack the Oros clan. On the surface she seemed indifferent, but in her mind she was like a GPS pinpointing the location of each member of their team. So the question is, what about the other three? Based on the energy I sensed, it seems Disung and Harry are in a different group. Right now, I only see 3 red markers blinking, while according to their plan, there should be 5 teams including hers. But as for Spinner, she is beyond my detection range, and everyone can see that she is fighting on the front lines. While walking, she quietly closes her eyes to feel lost in thought. No one knows where she went that day. The scene gradually zooms out to reveal the entire cliff area surrounding it, then shifts to a view from outer space looking down at Earth covered in thick white clouds. An advanced device is holding Spinner firmly in outer space. The robotic sounds of Spinner echo as it reaches the orbital stop, followed by a view from outer space looking down at Earth covered in thick white clouds. An advanced device is holding Spinner firmly in space. Activating the robotic sounds of Spinner echo. Orbit halt. Gravity effects calculated. Ready. The light from the advanced device projected by Spinner allowed it to clearly observe events below from space, monitoring the reproduction and growth rate of the orc tribe within the gate. The mechanical sounds continued as the satellite launch into the gate space was successful, but the information obtained was still limited, requiring calculations of possible unusual physical phenomena. The view of Earth from space shows only 2 colors, white and gray, with the major boundaries clearly defined. It appears as a small-scale planet, but only the canyons and part of the Empire's border can be observed. A sharp jolt from Spinner as if it had detected something unusual. Krot, observing high-power entities. Adjusting parameters. Analyzing the battlefield. Person equipped with heavy armor, possessing great strength, was identified, likely a knight from the United Kingdom. The armored figures silently bowed their head, motionless. Right after that, he immediately looked up straight into the distance. Caught. Spinner looked down from above with a confused expression. Having been discovered. Impossible. Even the guard slowly removed his helmet. Looking up straight at the sky where Spinner hovered in space, his expression gradually shifted to that of a wild beast. Long unseen, in a quiet canyon at dusk, on an open space, one side stood neatly lined and numerous, facing giant beasts on the other side. The Blue Oros tribe monsters growled loudly, wielding all kinds of weapons. The orange-haired boy was so worried he broke out in a cold sweat. Is this really a good chance to test our army? It seems everything will spiral out of control if we make a mistake. Leon remained calm, folding his arms as he reminded them that this was an important matter. Behind him was Ziria, covered in wounds. Leon grew more serious, saying that if we understand their strength, it will be easier to predict how this battle will unfold. If we capture their base here, the soldiers transporting the sacred relics will have a much easier time moving. While the 2 young men were still hesitant and fearful, he continued speaking as if it were obvious. Transporting the sacred relics used to be extremely difficult, but now our legion is here. The black-haired boy crouched down worriedly. Isn't this a big deal? Your Majesty. The other boy also asked anxiously for his opinion. Should we also go help them transport the sacred relic through this land? The beautiful image of the goddess of dreams and death along with Spinner was mentioned in Leon's words. Queen Beatrice and Sir Spinner have already come to help them, so our reinforcements have been sent. The orange-haired boy hesitated but answered obediently. Yes. Suddenly, someone approached and cautiously called out to Leon. Your Majesty. He glanced over briefly. Yes. It is Ziria. He is narrowing his eyes. Leon asks him if he is ready. He responded with a chillingly calm expression. He stepped forward. The other 3 fell silent to watch him. A green-skinned orc charged forward, thrusting its weapon down hard and shouted loudly. Kill them. Kill them all. They were all in an uproar. Their grotesque faces once again proclaimed their dominance. The pig godkin is watching us. Kill those knights. The orange-haired guy looks a bit worried. Sweat dripped down in beads. Hey, Leon looked on with a wary, judging gaze. Annoying. These lowlifes. All 4 people on Leon's side were silently watching him. He immediately threw out a taunt. Who would dare to challenge me for their honor? Leon smirked, revealing a sinister smile. They all looked with eyes full of wary judgment. Damn. These freeloaders. They all look with judgmental eyes full of disdain. Damn. These freeloaders. They all looked with sharp eyes. They all looked with contempt. He looked at him. He immediately threw out a taunt. Who would dare to challenge me over honor? Leon smirked, revealing a sinister smile. Hemph. So you are using the honor of your miserable tribe as well. Hung. Are you really dragging the honor of your miserable tribe through the mud? Then he angrily grabbed a stick and shouted in his face. Only cowards can't defeat others. Historian Jiraiya. Take down that freak for me. Jiraiya heard His Majesty call his name and looked up sharply. He calmly drew his sword from the golden magic pit and casually said, I will remember your name after this battle. He stepped forward, sword in hand, accepting the challenge to face the monster head-on. He accepted the challenge and faced the monster head-on, his eyes sharp and piercing. His anger flared like a fire that could consume a man. His voice was deep and low. Today is the day you die. At a glance, he seemed smaller than the monster. He swung the sword tip toward his face. The demon held its ground just as fiercely. Hung. Old people tend to talk nonsense. He quickly responded as well. Let me return those words to you. Jiraiya is starting to remember you. The fury seemed about to explode. He gritted his teeth with sharp eyes. You are really funny. Even the old man is not afraid at all. He grew more excited to watch. So, someone prove it then. Jiraiya immediately agreed. I accept the challenge. The old man slammed his cane hard on the ground, signaling the start of the battle. It was on. He entered the battle with a terrifying seriousness. Someone will die today. His gaze remained unwavering. His foot pressed down hard, kicking up even the shattered rocks. He quickly grabbed the spear and rushed toward where Jiraiya was standing. I am coming. He was strangely delighted. Then he burst out laughing. Ha! Die. Immediately, he forced a powerful strike from above. Like a fierce chop, blood splattered onto Jiraiya's insect-like face. Inside him now was like a wild beast with bloodshot eyes, crazed and raging with bloodlust. His ears tightened as he gripped the hilt of the axe firmly. Intense. He stood there shouting. They yelled at their morose pack. I won. Ha! The 2 young men looked on in surprise. The orange-haired one even exclaimed aloud. Oh my god! He seems to not believe his own eyes. Fear gradually took over his mind. It could not be. Banbaza was still holding his weapon loosely in his hand, standing there motionless, and you can only watch. He could never fail like that. He obsessively emphasized each word. Fight. Win. Mine. Will. Not. Power. Yes. But the battle is not over yet. Jiraiya is still standing there. He is radiating a purple singing power. Indeed, a monster is still just a monster. He sneered with contempt at Banbaza, watching all his moves. So predictable. The young man with black hair seemed to realize something. The Knight of the Cup of Dreams and Death. Hearing this, the orange-haired boy was surprised. The chessboard. In that one-on-one battle, neither of them was the loser, and the 2 of you realized. It seems that day he used the law of purity. The law of purity. The original illusion. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned pale. It was a sign of deep sorrow. Baza still stands tall there without any movement. Meanwhile, Jiraiya has rushed forward to launch an attack. Law of the sword. Execution aura. He gritted his teeth and took the risk, trying to reassure himself inside. This speed. This distance. I will definitely stab them. The target is that swampy green monster. He thought quickly and launched a decisive strike. If I pierce them, the sacrificial force will weaken him until he dies. But the monster's huge hand caught the man's slender sword blade. In its grotesqueness, its bloodshot eyes looked down at him. That is the law blade of your knights. He began to be surprised. Nianrang pushed aside his worries. The law sword was useless too. Baza let out a low growl. He roared, then used his physical strength to hurl him far away. Felt the pain from the wound tearing him apart, and the blood spilling everywhere. The young man with black hair screamed. Lord Ziri and the orange-haired boy were startled. Oh! On the battlefield, he still stood like a green-skinned statue, while Ziria struggled. Thrown backward, he enjoyed teasing him. He, such a noisy person, the Knight of the Blue Cup. He struggled to get up, one hand supporting himself as if trying to soothe the wound. Speaking of Helkin's power, he became arrogant, staring at the strength in his palm, and proud. Yes, Ivo. Helkin's right-hand man. I have been granted the power to crush and destroy everything. He is more frenzied than before. All your skills mean nothing before me. Then he unleashed a blow that sent old Ziria flying. He glared fiercely, grinding his teeth hard. This bastard is too strong. In the end, he managed to stop the attack, then quickly wiped himself off and rushed back at him. He only provoked him more. His tone seemed quite amused. Ha ha. Come here, old man. A clash broke out as they came face to face. He seemed to be at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth in pain and tried his best. Blood splattered all over the ground. He arrogantly looked down on me. Ha! What is wrong? Is this the Holy Grail Knight? You are already tired after just one strike. Zira was grabbed by the collar. He did not even have time to react. Then he fiercely defeated him and forced him to the ground. Is this how someone already exhausted fights? He said nothing. He said he would slam you to the ground. Is this how someone who has deceived everyone with their strength all this time really is? He lay close to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Then he tried one more strike to drag him down to where he was. Die. The two people behind were worried. The orange-haired boy was terrified. Call his name. Nigeria. Thick smoke spread out. He still held the finishing move like that. It is over. He grimaced and gave up. What a pity. He had become a pitiful, shameful sight. His face was twisted with pain and struggle. Even when fighting for honor on the battlefield, you still could not defeat him. This battle has left you sprawled on the ground and bleeding. That is enough. Your skill firmly grips the sword's hilt. He continues the fight. Looking at him makes me sick. This terrifying beast of close combat is only just getting started. Watching him defend himself in the sand, already covered in wounds, he moved swiftly and decisively. The leather-bound mouth closed. Nothing else was lost. Then he got angry and fiercely stabbed his tongue into his shoulder. In the end, you are just a weak human who envies the knights. Let us see what you can do to me. He took the hit and blood splattered everywhere. In his armor, Leon stood proudly alongside two others. Before the Oros expedition, Leon, the war knight, stood at attention, asked the question. A knight with golden hair and silver-white beard. He respectfully bowed and introduced himself. I am the second son of Baron Vothuong. His name is Jiraiya. He once served in the Leona Twilight Knights. Leon's eyes only glanced over without a smile. Trinko spoke frankly. I have heard about you. They say you served in the Royal Knights squad 50 years ago. Hearing that, Jiraiya remained bowed, letting go with just 3 words full of self-blame. Truly shameful. While his face showed sadness and wrinkles deepened, Leon respectfully addressed him. Lord Jiraiya. Leon spoke seriously about the danger, accompanied by the necessary concern. This expedition against the Oros clan is to eliminate the Oros general who is wreaking havoc. It might be dangerous for you to participate. Hearing this, at first, Jiraiya felt a bit shaken. Then he bravely declared himself the Holy Grail Knight of Glory and Justice. With a determined gaze, Ductin placed his hand on his chest. He had the courage to take risks. Please let me join the battle, even if it is in the lowest position. Whether mingling with common cavalry or standing with infantry soldiers, I do not care. Leon seemed surprised by his mindset. Yeah, he truly wonders why people want to fight so much. There are many other ways to achieve glory. He paused, not answering the question, and then Jiraiya sent a smile of old age that was still radiant. Honor and glory are not everything. Divine command. The moment in the past when that was said, and on the battlefield, as his body struggled and was covered in blood, he emphasized his ideals, willing to die to uphold his beliefs and goals. The old man, wounded and covered in blood, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. The old man, his skin was like a giant shadow. That blue-skinned demon gleefully pointed at me. Thrilled, I have won. Even with the blade still lodged in his shoulder, Georgia remained unshaken and called out to him. The name is about to be revealed, causing his demon face to flinch. Gia clenched the handle of the crutch tightly. His face darkened. His eyes darkened with an unreadable expression as he slowly pulled the crutch away from his shoulder. He spoke calmly, proving once again that the rumors about your family were untrustworthy. In his memory, the image of the moment Leon reached out and acknowledged him still remains. Your loyalty to me will always be praised. Shine brightly and bring glory to the family in this campaign. He struggled to stand up on his own 2 feet, holding the crutch he had just pulled from his shoulder, one hand firmly gripping the knight's dark sword. His gloom seemed to reach its peak. The corpse aura also increased because of that. He whispered softly, O goddess who governs the fate of all things. While the fool is careless and distracted, he plunged a deep stab through his abdomen. He was still praying, please bless your knight who has survived countless deaths. He felt the pain. He shouted loudly, cough cough. He began to turn pale. Sweat broke out in beads. He held the old man's sword. Too late to think now. What should I do? He should have been too weak to move by now. Gia was like someone risen from the dead. He carried him on his shoulder, completely soaked in blood. He saw the bloodstain of the blue family member fall motionless. Dong raised his sword. In the middle of battlefield 11, Georgia is the victor. The commotion began on both sides. The black-haired scholar was taken aback. I won. The orange-haired boy also stammered out the words. He has won. The group from the Green Tribe clan. One man stood with his arms crossed, calmly looking down on the battle. Bambuga lost. Weaklings. Unbelievable. He was bragging just a moment ago. There is a fake Green Clan guy with a cane judging us. Pathetic. Letting your guard down is a death sentence. What a fool. He carries the aura of green. He seriously introduced his name. I am Matt, the great general of the Oros tribe. Judging by your condition, you are about to die. But I still asked. Looking at your appearance that could collapse at any moment, he spoke first. What now? Do you want to light the final flame? I have lost too much blood. I struggled to open my eyes, my breath shallow and wary. When immunity to death wears off, I will truly embrace death. In his fading gaze, the image of old Manga right before him was also becoming unclear. He thought. Then, for my king, he struggled to speak aloud. Even if it is just a little strength, I will pull through. Be a companion when his body grows weak and fragile. Hand reached out to lift his arm. It was Leon. He stands tall and proud, a man who fought bravely. Lord Jiraiya, you left his body to be supported by those 2 young men from the sect. Spoke a word like a command. Now, rest. I will witness and bless your end. Leaving Jiraiya no choice but to look up and call you with respect. Your Majesty. On the battlefield, the wind blows and dust swirls. Leon stood cool and alone, facing the group of green-skinned monsters. Old Magus' eyes were intently watching the next move of the two. Those slimy green monsters. I will give them the only chance to win. He used his ability to pull out a shiny item, followed by another equally impressive piece of equipment. He nodded confidently. His golden eyes blazed brightly. The fury erupted like a nightmare as he wielded his weapons with both hands, unleashing a powerful burst of anger. A meticulously designed and luxurious glass appeared right above him. Leon stood strong and majestic like a king, drawing swords on both sides. The spirit beast is a fierce lion. Come here quickly, all of you. Cut to a scene hovering between airships in the night sky. A sound is heard. Damn. Getting closer, you can clearly see the details of this flying ship. The clearest sound is Spinner's voice. Multiple movements detected at the Empire's border. The Empire and the Kingdom of Leon are currently in an unstable alliance. On the screen is a zoomed-in area. The destinations are marked with red lights and everything is clear. The Sacred Relic convoy is moving slowly. 2 escort groups have been destroyed, but the members of the Pantheon Society are still safe. While checking the pile of data still displayed on the screen, Spinner continued to speak. Click. The number of Oak Alliance and heretics is increasing. From the small loudspeaker that was glowing red, Crot, the whole airship that big makes so much noise. A huge explosion erupted from the back. Shattered debris flew out from the smoke and flames. Bang. The sky was both gray and yellow. Leon stood ready, waiting, not a word spoken. He silently waits for the attack. Jerry was worried and surprised to see him going into battle. Ha! The atmosphere suddenly heated up as if the space itself was on fire. Just around Leon, the energy was thick and intense. He has not made any move yet. Only now does he seriously turn to look back. Jerry is silent and struggling with his wound. He hears Leon's voice. Sir Jerry, there is a cup here. If needed, I can accompany you to the ends of this world. He was very surprised to hear that. However, he remained dignified in his final moments, still worried about bothering Leon. Please do not trap me in this memory. Do not waste your precious time. Your Majesty has already shown me what a proud king you are. What more could I possibly wish for? I barely managed to say that much. His condition has worsened. Uncle. The young master over there is worried. Lord Jerry, Leon bowed deeply. He respectfully placed his hand over his chest. With deep respect to you, I will perform the ascension ritual. Accepted. He panicked as soon as he heard that. Your Majesty, that is not possible. Please conserve your holy power. Leon remained calm. He expressed his thoughts clearly. The Oro's army and heretics will retreat. If we do not chase the survivors, I probably won't have to fight anymore. Jerry still hesitated to hope, but seeing Leon's dignified and respectful demeanor, he felt it within himself. God is just a memory being recalled. A lingering shadow. Nothing more, but he was different. With calm composure, he was ready. I will begin. My eyes are filled with sorrow and a painful expression. He began the ritual. Jerry A., the Holy Grail Knight of Impermanence, the second son of Jodic Impermanence, the first knight of the Leona Twilight Knights, a servant of dreams and death, lighting the lamp and smiling. Leon continues. Let us pray to the goddess whom people worship. Jerry clasped his hands, looking up with a pitiful expression. As the goddess continued to smile and wait, he began to pray, O goddess who guides from the lowest place, O goddess who governs the fate of all things. He looked up deeply and spoke with a bittersweet sadness. Here, your servant has ended a long journey. He knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, surrounded by a purple aura, quietly praying within the ritual. All my life I have avoided illusions and deceit. When gathering gold and silver, I protected the people and gave them plenty. Beloved goddess, if you wish to bless the merits I have done in the mortal world, please expand the territory of my king and erase all the troubles of the day. He sincerely closed his eyes, and you placed your hand on his shoulder, gently calling upon the goddess, O deity of dreams and death. You continued your ritual with focus. For here, your first knight is about to begin his final journey. Your honor will be remembered by the living, and his glory will be remembered. Leon slowly opened his eyes, pouring all his respect for the old knight into his words, hoping that this knight would be honored in your feast, and that his name would be remembered forever. Two stood close together, the battlefield still radiating a powerful aura that enveloped the entire space. Leon continued speaking with solemnity and honor. Leon the 15th, on behalf of the gods, vow that we will be together in the feast of the gods. Chest to chest, the two bowed their heads in mutual respect. A golden aurora shot down from above. His final words, farewell, my old friend. Perhaps now, Surya has truly closed his eyes forever. Resting peacefully, bathed in golden light, look there. In the canyon where he sleeps, the radiant glow shines down as his last voice echoes. Peace belongs to Leon Nat. One spoke of the sky and the towering cliffs, while a blue-skinned leader sat calmly. The old blue-skinned man stood beside him, reverently addressing him as chief, but he toyed with the flame on his finger and calmly said, failure means nothing. They are merely weaklings. The blue-skinned elder, with one blind eye, felt guilty and apologized, saying the younglings were weak and it was best to retreat, as continuing to fight now would be unwise. The blue-skinned leader rubbed his chin, pondering about Leon. His gaze and smile revealed a hint of amusement. He was the one sitting on the throne alongside three prominent blue-skinned men. He was thinking about something interesting. If fate allows, perhaps I will get to face him. In the forest, He found a blue-skinned guy and was thinking about something interesting. If fate allows, perhaps I will get to face him. The vast forest fading into night, Zuria appeared as if nothing had happened. Here, brothers. Judging by the tracks, this path sees very few monsters. Accompanying him were Gudia Izong, and Harry, and Stella. The second Harry timidly called out, Sir Zaria. He then asked her what was wrong. Knight and Harry. She immediately asked him about what she was curious about. Do you remember anything that happened before? To be precise, it feels like inheriting memories from the original self. But unfortunately, I have no memories of those girls and boys. Zaria smiled and introduced himself again, saying that now he is an 87-year-old apprentice knight, and back then, His Majesty was both a Holy Grail knight and a war knight. Harry clapped slowly, then held Zaria's hand with curious eyes and asked, So Sir Zaria knows about His Majesty's youth. Stella was just as curious. We want to hear too. Sir Zaria. He smiled as he recalled those memories. The memories from that time were truly intense. He described Lee and His Majesty back then as the youngest Holy Grail knight in history, and his reputation as a squire was also very honorable. He even revealed a shocking fact. Did you know His Majesty set out to train as a knight at just 16? Which made Harry go wow. Perhaps tired of standing, Zaria sat down by the tree to tell the story, explaining that usually one must serve the kingdom as a royal knight, but His Majesty is the rightful heir of the Grand Duke Dragonia family, and even skipping some steps, he still showed qualities worthy of the Grand Duke lineage. He recounted Leon's feat of single-handedly defeating the Oros clan's territory, infiltrating our cult's ritual, and wiping them out completely. The adventures with comrades became a song of honor and glory, and His Majesty's song is truly His Majesty's song. Then at 20, he was chosen by the goddess of light and justice for a sacred mission, and at 27 became the youngest war knight and holy Tren knight. Zaria sighed. Truly a stubborn person, surely unable to change the song of His Majesty. Thus, within His Majesty, he has become a song of His Majesty. Therefore, within your Majesty, he has become a song of your Majesty. Your Majesty, accept the mission and eliminate them all. The adventures with your comrades became songs of honor and glory sung by bards. At the age of 20, he was chosen by the goddess of light and justice to receive a sacred mission, and by 27, he became the youngest war knight and holy Tren knight. Zaria sighed. Truly an extraordinary person. Surely no one else will have such great talent and charisma. Suddenly, he called out to Harry, Knight and Harry, and she was flustered upon hearing her name. Zaria's eyes were like a father advising his daughter, telling her to stay close to His Majesty and observe and learn from him carefully. At that age, such maturity is truly an incredible talent, and Harry accepted the compliment and resolved to do her best. Meanwhile, Gudaseong quietly stared at his hands, his face full of sadness. As night falls around the fire, everyone drifts into sleep except for Gudaseong, who is practicing swordsmanship in the dark, pushing himself harder each day as his sword slices through the wind. A voice called out, causing Gudaseong's movements to stop. His golden sword technique paused. He scratched his head and looked at Jiraiya. Forgive me, sir. Are you awake because of me? He smiled kindly, saying that at this age, sleep just slips away. Then he suggested to him to take turns keeping watch, but it turned out he was practicing swordsmanship. This old man might be able to observe his sword technique. Dake was very pleased, saying it was your honor. The two then took fighting stances, facing each other, ready to duel. Zaria politely spoke first, saying, I will go easy. You try to block it. Dake replied, yes sir. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp sword strike came close to his neck. Fortunately, you reacted in time to block the sword strike. Zaria attacked while instructing. Both hands should be above the navel. A sword is not only a weapon to strike but also the fastest means of defense. Always keep the sword in a position where you can react. This sword strike is a bit hard to keep up with, but it is not like you. Dake, can T handle it? You blocked it while thinking clearly. It is just mechanical swordsmanship. Fast and precise. You can only defend, but you can T counterattack. Zaria pulled her sword back a little. After this afternoon, someone's sword will fly out of their hand. The one who loses their sword is definitely you. Dake, you yourself can see the situation. You bowed your head, admitting you lost. Zaria waved his hand. Winning or losing in training matches does not really matter. He sat down nearby, patting him as he commended on DAECS style. Your foundation is solid, and your reflexes are not bad either. You have trained very hard and consistently. He patted the spot beside him as if to say, come sit here with me. You replied that you still have a long way to go. Dake hesitated and asked, Sir Zaria, how do I compare to Knight and Harry? The unexpected question caught him off guard. When he realized, his gaze turned sad as he spoke. The military strength is immense. Although he guessed it, Dake was clearly disappointed. Zaria told him that through this old man's eyes, Knight and Hari was exceptionally talented and favored by the gods. She will definitely achieve success faster and surpass others. Dake sat beside him, leaning in to listen closely. Actually, I already knew. He clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. No matter how hard you try, some things just won't work out. Zaria's eyes looked at Dake as if seeing his younger self. He sighed and said to him, you really are just like me. Dake could not believe his own ears. He said, my boy, you keep talking. After all, in the end, Knight Zaria never became the Holy Grail Knight. Zaria was surprised to hear that. Do you mean I want to achieve my dream in the future? To me, That is a very strange and unexpected statement. He looked up to the sky and confided in me, saying he had heard those words many times before. His family, comrades, even King Leon and the goddess of his dreams told him to give up. Hearing that, Dake was very curious. So why did not you give up? In the dark night, Zurius' words echoed through the mountains because challenges do not require others' approval. He still cares deeply, and even if people say it is impossible, there is no reason not to try. Right, then Ziria challenged him, saying, "Hey young knight, do you know the meaning of courage?" Dake was a bit confused. Did you mean courage? Ziria said that courage could mean bravery, or love, or even hope. In the heart of the night lies the wielder of courage, a bold bravery, an unyielding hope, pure love. The Holy Grail Knight is the pinnacle of that courage. He then asked about your understanding of courage. Knight Dake, do you think the Holy Grail Knight was born with courage? Dake hesitated. Uncertain. Of course not, Zuria said gently. No one is born with courage. It cannot be owned, given, or simply attained. Then he placed his hand on Isa's shoulder, startling him, and looking firmly into his eyes. Zuria said courage is something you bring out right here. Dake seemed to have just realized a new truth. Oh, so that is how it is. Zuria stood up and stretched. Young knight, when you pray to become brave, he asked Dake if he thought the gods would grant him courage, or if they would give him the chance to show courage. As the night passed and the sky brightened, they had reached a city gate. Seeing the soldiers with weapons entering the city gate, Stella happily said that Knight Ziria had arrived at the Empire's outpost. He replied, "He is here," and explained to them that passing through here would lead straight to the kingdom's border. And Harry was surprised, while Dake remained lost in his own thoughts. Does the kingdom of Laiwang Hot share a border with the Empire? He clearly remembered his mission. But why was not it over yet? While Dake was lost in thought, they had reached the Empire and the escort mission was considered complete. But on the wall a soldier stopped them and asked, "Who are you?" Stella stepped forward and replied, "We are the escort team for the sacred relic of the Laiwang Hot Kingdom. There should be records of our passage earlier." No one answered. The blue gate fell silent for a moment. The sound of chains began to emerge. The blue gate was slowly lifted, and a voice greeted them. "Welcome, Knights of Laiwang Hot." Hearing this, Jaya was full of surprise. Impossible. He looked at the three people before him, one the shortest, one old, and one the valiant leader of the Divine Light sect. The division commander of the Royal Guard Boon 7 Heart and the president of the Astronomical Society statue are here too. Ja does not understand why some of the 13 vassals of the Empire are present. The one called the leader of the Divine Light sect smiled and said, Knight Tren Holy Twilight Ja." That smile was definitely not a friendly one. He said sharply, "You must be his clone, right?" At that moment Harry sensed the intense aura above and switched to alert mode. Knight Ja has enemies nearby. Kanjine glared at them in annoyance. Could it be that you? Before he could finish, burst of power sent him flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth as Day and the others watched in shock, while the voices of that group echoed, "Welcome to the Empire's land." The sect leader was the one who just launched the move, looking like a fierce demon, and said goodbye. With just a small flash of light but fierce power, Ja collapsed immediately, blood continuously flowing, causing him to lose consciousness temporarily. Stella, Harry, and Goudet immediately turned back in shock to look at Ja. As soon as they could react, Harry immediately ran over to check on him, while Sergei stood right beside him. Panicking, the old cult leader smiled wickedly, stroking his long beard, his voice full of triumph as he said, "If it were not for the Holy Knight's power, we would not have anything to worry about. But do you still want to struggle a bit?" Stella immediately turned to look at him, her face fierce as she gritted her teeth, wishing she could cut down this old man. She immediately drew her sword, igniting a fiery aura, ready to fight as she glared at the cultists and unleashed a blazing firestorm. Instantly, a massive fireball surged forward, carrying immense power that seemed to tear through space itself. Facing this scene, the old cult leader showed no fear. He sneered contemptuously and raised his hand to draw a circle, casting an elemental dissolution magic spell. His advanced magic formation immediately suppressed Stella's fiery flame. This shocked her deeply. He could even dispel divine magic. The elder sect leader Yang Diji arrogantly told Stella that they had been studying divine magic for a very long time. "Holy Knights or the virtuous king might pose a challenge to me, but the divine magic you use cannot reach the level of altering the laws." The head of the Stature Astronomical Society and the captain of the Royal Guard, Bun 7 Harp, silently expressed their agreement with the strength of this ally. Hearing this, Stella was furious, still holding her sword ready to fight, muttering that researching the magic of the gods was truly blasphemous. The old professor refused to back down, shouting loudly that this was why people like them were so foolish. The old man, as if stepped on a tail, spoke fiercely, clinging to outdated things like gods without progressing. "You people the reason humanity develops so slowly." Seeing the situation, the two of them, Dae Sung and Stella, quickly took up a defensive stance. Dae Sung also realized the intentions of these people. From the beginning, the Empire had colluded with the Oros, targeting the sacred artifact. Stella was shocked but immediately retorted that these bastards dared to target the sacred artifact bestowed upon the kingdom by the gods. The old sect leader cracked his knuckles to regain his composure, laughing heartily ha, knowing both himself and his opponent well, confident of victory. With a crooked smile and dark eyes, he raised his finger, pointing as he spoke. That sacred relic will greatly aid in deciphering our gods, which is the progress the Empire pursues. Bring those people here. Sung was drawn to the light in the sky. Brilliant beam of immense power shone down. The elder statue pointed his finger in the air, and small yellow lights immediately gathered on his hand. The cult leader Vin Vao looked at the group. Sung boasted, look at this. This is the power of humans. The former lightning mage of Lamanta from the bright spot in the sky. Lightning bolts carrying extremely strong electric currents flashed across the sky and shot like arrows straight into the group. Sung, under the direct pressure of the electric current, within the lightning, the group. Sung seemed to have no way out. The silhouette marked the arrival of Queen Beatrice. She gently raised her hand to cast the great dark magic, and with the queen's power, Sung seemed to gain a solid shield, protecting him from the extreme lightning strikes. The cult leader and the guild master were taken aback. He could not believe anyone could be strong enough to counter the elder's invention with a single move. The guild master is holding them all back. Who is this guy? And that statue guy with a filthy face? How could he possibly neutralize even the ancient magic? The group. Sung turned his head up as if escaping a fate. Suong and Harry seemed to know who this person was. Only Stella showed a fierce expression, looking up but not knowing who this person was. The girl said it was too dangerous, so she hurried here, and as expected, a terrifying scene engulfed the dark screen. On the ground stood the royal army's formidable troops, while in the purple sky soared a giant eagle with a girl standing atop it. Above her head was a magic circle that suppressed the enemy's attacks, and that very circle cast a dominating purple hue over the scene. It is Queen Beatrice herself, arrogantly looking down at the cult members. Her voluminous hair flows in the wind. The aura of divine power she wields still surrounds her. How do you like my magic, gentlemen? The giant eagle carrying Queen Beatrice flew alongside the troops, her divine aura flickering like flames carried by the wind. The scene was magnificent, and the captain turned to ask the cult leader who she was. The cult leader seemed unaware of her, vaguely responding that the magic was from a sorcerer, but the aura surrounding her was divine power. Realizing the importance of the matter, the cult leader grew urgent. Huffing as he and the defense quickly raised their hands to form a blue magic circle. Two allies stood behind to protect, nullifying mental interference and boosting inner strength and spirit. While casting spells, the old cult leader was both lucky and somewhat fearful, thinking it rude to unleash magical charm everywhere like corrupted people. The purple glow of the circle above her head revealed even more clearly her large heart-shaped face, beautiful and somewhat exotic, with one hand crossed in front and the other pressed to her face. Queen Beatrice looked truly enchanting as she mocked the old clueless wizard. Are you a mage with no sense of pride? Sorry, but that charm seems to be innate in me. The old cult leader's face tensed up even more, suspecting deceit such dark power, yet only flaunted on the surface. The pressure Beatrice brought to the cult members was overwhelming, and the cult leader thought it was truly a charm that stirred memories and desires. The elder bluntly said that power evoked dreams and death. Could it really be at the cult leader level? On the side, her uncle stood awkwardly nearby, having not yet explained to Stella, who looked utterly furious, her face flushed with anger and confusion. She wondered aloud, is not Fleer's current leader supposed to be male? The cult leader still would not stop, raising his hand as lightning-like beams quickly enveloped the old man's hand. The old man said that appearing before us yourself was a mistake, and now that you are here, there is no turning back. The more he spoke, the greater the power gathered in the orb, creating a massive pressure that burned the protective flame of the fireball. Beatrice was unfazed by such petty tricks. She raised her hand with a mocking smile, as if to say, what are you going to do with something so small and cute? The old cult leader laughed triumphantly and said he was not finished yet. From a fireball, he had created something like a giant nail tip with immense power, as if it would erase everything it passed through. The cult leader raised his hand, ready for battle, accelerating the transformation of his magic form. His gaze burning, he controlled the giant nail, rushing straight at Beatrice at the speed of light, shouting die like a curse. As the giant nail nearly reached the queen, Beatrice simply crossed her arms and struck it like a toy. The queen raised a hexagonal magical shield that immediately blocked the old master's attack. But then she suddenly noticed something unusual. Queen Beatrice immediately glanced back as the lightning drew near. Seeing Lamanta's former magic bolts, the bolts poured down on her fiercely like a blazing waterfall, shattering the sky above, leaving only her shadow and the giant hammer. The old cult leader and the guild chief smiled brightly, celebrating their victory from their close coordination. The old cult leader smugly said, how do you see it? Surely you can't stop two spells at once. A loud explosion echoed in the sky, a blazing red light shining straight down to the ground. Amidst the smoke were also deadly lightning bolts, and Hari stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes. The queen, panic and fear intertwined in her gaze. Yet despite the sneak attack from the guild leader, Queen Beatrice remained unscathed. Even as lightning crackled around her with one hand, the queen directed the magic to create another shield. while with the other she lifted a cloth to cover her nose and mouth. First, she had to clean up this messy and uncivilized crowd. The great magic circle circulating mana. Why are these two cowards standing there with their mouths wide open? The old cult leader was stunned, and the guild leader's eyes were wide with disbelief. His face full of confusion. What kind of absurd magic is this? Beatrice raised her hand to form a new magic circle, her power immense this time. Divine energy spreading to cover the entire night, the great magic path manifesting. Like a cosmic black hole, sparks within the queen's circle burst out continuously, causing explosions like bombs wherever they struck. The scene was like a battlefield, with desperate cries of awe echoing like pleas for help from the day. Group. Song could not help but be terrified by this immense power. Harry was so scared he even shed tears. Oh my god. At that moment, the green gem on the old priest's head lit up, and he used his strength to maintain the shield. The gem also absorbed energy. The amount of magic was truly immense. The guild leader lightly adjusted the old man's glasses, able to absorb and use even the remnants of magical power, embodying the pure concept of a barrier above. Beatrice kept casting magic continuously. She seemed to discover something interesting, that the concept of defense was no less than His Majesty's divine magic. Then she raised her hand to her face, showing a thoughtful expression. Magic in this world is called second-rate sorcery, but in the end, it is no different from the magic in my world. The queen looked down at the two mages, the rookies, the cult leader and the guild master, her face full of disdain as she spoke. For some reason, everyone uses it in such a crude way. She even emphasized the word crude, as if hinting at those two. As expected by the queen, the priest and the guild leader were so angry they could not say another word, and the guild leader immediately retorted in humiliation. What did you say? The magic circle had transformed into the shape of a real black hole, with red lightning gathering inside before Beatrice's arms. The queen, like a goddess of the world, was creating an earthquake, and before her eyes appeared a giant fireball. Beatrice stood on the back of the giant eagle at that distance, raising the fireball above her head as it grew larger, drawing in more massive lightning bolts, focusing only on the spell while ignoring the potential of magic. I find you the truly puzzling ones. Witnessing his researched magic being copied, the guild leader was shocked and said, "Are you trying to cast the same spell as us?" A large fireball gradually formed, as if burning the surrounding flames. Beatrice raised her hand, unleashing a grand spell. The glow of the orb flickered like LED lights on a stage. Beatrice raised both hands to create gravity, ready to crush that LED light. The divine punishment of light. The battle was still ongoing when suddenly Jiraiya seemed to be awakened by a source of magic. He suddenly woke up with a start. As he sat up, his teammates around him were also very surprised. Stella immediately sat down to examine, while Drek asked Jerry if he was feeling alright. He asked painfully if this was the Empire's outpost. He grew more serious. Me waking up here means the Empire must have betrayed us. Right. Up in the air, Beatrice used telepathy to speak with Jiraiya. Right. Jiraiya. Both Drek, Stella, and Harry heard it, and Harry was shaken as Beatrice's voice echoed in her mind. What do you mean by a voice in your head? And Hari and everyone in the escort, request our troops support immediately. Beatrice transmitted her voice while fighting. The queen's body seemed to be draining from the repeated energy buildup. We can't let the enemy know this. Hanari felt something strange and replied, "Are not we winning?" Despite the queen's influence, the cult leader still fought fiercely. The faces of those two old men looked as if they were carrying heavy weights on their shoulders. Beatrice said, "It is only a matter of time. I can sense a strange power from those who call themselves the Chosen Dukes, especially the old cult leader with the jade ring on his head is a cause for concern. If the fight drags on, I fear I won't be able to handle it alone." Elsewhere, an object fell like a fireball. Where it landed, it caused a massive explosion. That is Spin, Loon's holy robot cup. It is severely damaged due to the effects of the previous battle. The broken machine parts were scattered everywhere. Realizing it was malfunctioning, Spin automatically activated its self-repair software, emergency error correction system, and emergency protocol. While Spinner was self-repairing, the echo of the explosion attracted someone else. A heavily armored foot approached. Suddenly, he lifted one end of Spinner's machine. Surprising Spinner, it was King Caners. He was leading a troop as if heading to the battlefield. King Caners lifted Spinner up and asked who he was and why he could sense divine power from him. A group of about 10 people are trying to run as fast as they can through the narrow canyon. Dust clouds rise with every hoofbeat. Ziria held the reins tightly with one hand and clutched the dappled horse with the other, turning her head back and shouting anxiously, "We have to hurry, the Empire's troops will catch up any moment now." Behind us, Gyudia Seong is chasing while responding, "Do not worry about us, please go ahead." Meanwhile, Anne Harry, terrified, urged her horse forward with all her might, trying to calm herself by saying, "Come on, horse, just a little more." The Imperial troops behind have caught up closely, he shouted loudly. "Capture them." Hearing the sound, Gyudia Seong anxiously turned back, sweat streaming down his cheek. Behind Han Harry, more than 20 fierce riders were urging their horses to catch up. Han Harry's face was filled with extreme panic. She stammered that they were Imperial troops. Division Commander Bull 7 Harp gripped the reins tightly in his hand. He shouted fiercely at you all, asking where the hell you think you are going. Bull 7 Harp chased closely behind. He flew into a rage and stopped immediately. Han Harry noticed Bull 7 Harp a flaw right behind him and quickly turned around. She angrily gritted her teeth, drew her sword, and prepared to strike back. From Han Hari's sword, a large flame shot swiftly toward Bull 7 Harp as Han Hari commanded the attack. Bull 7 Harp sneered, reaching behind to slash through Han Hari's flames. Watching his attack shatter, she widened her eyes in shock. At this moment, Bull 7 Harp stood behind Han Hari. He looked at her coldly and cruelly said, "Die, disciples of the gods." Han Hari tensed, gripping her sword tightly, gritting her teeth as she turned to face Bull 7 Harp. Han Hari used her sword to block Bull 7 Harp's attack. The two swords clashed, sparking red flames. Bull 7 Harp's attack was so powerful that Han Hari was thrown off his horse and slammed hard onto the ground. Gyudisab called out to Hari in worry. After taking down Hari, Bull 7 Harp grew even more ferocious. He cursed as he chased after them, calling them the kingdom's vermin. Gyudisab was terrified. Sweating profusely, Bull 7 Harp leaped up one by one, readying for the next strike. Around him was a dark purple glow, and he said he would kill all of you right here. Gyudisab was terrified. He gritted his teeth and urged his horse forward with all his might. The evil god descended. Two demon horns sprouted from Bull 7 Harp's head. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Shards flew from the side, successfully capturing the ruthless destroyer. Bull 7 Harp's eyes changed. He gave a wicked grin. Bull 7 Harp ran forward quickly while laughing ha-ha. Mocking Day, Sung turned around and saw him right behind, gritting his teeth in fear, but Bull 7 Huffle ignored him, which surprised him greatly. He charged straight ahead and shouted loudly, telling his minions to get out of the way. The situation was beyond De's expectations. Sung could only shout for Knight Stella to be careful. Hearing this, Stella turned around worried and saw him rushing towards her at altar speed. Stella remained calm and ordered the soldiers behind her to protect the sacred relic and stop that demon. All the soldiers obeyed in unison, turning around and preparing to fight. All the soldiers raised their weapons and charged swiftly toward Bull 7 Huffle, shouting fiercely for Lai Wang Hot and the Lion King. Bull 7 Huffle paid no mind. Laughing loudly as he prepared to strike, he launched a powerful attack, controlling the entire battlefield. The force and range of the strike cracked the ground all around. He was busy boosting when suddenly a voice echoed down from the sky. "Thanking my loyal warriors." Bull 7 Huffle looked up in surprise. From above, Stella and her sword unleashed a powerful slash, cutting Bull 7 Huffle cleanly in half. Seeing no movement, Stella grew worried. She gritted her teeth thinking that power could cut through a high-level demon in one strike. With this, suddenly Bull 7 Huffle's large hand grabbed Stella's head, and she screamed in terror. Stella's attack not only failed to injure Bull 7 Huffle but also enraged him further. He bared his teeth coldly and said, "You insolent brat, I will kill you." Before he could attack, a sarcastic voice rang out, not cut by the sword, just as tough. He glared irritably toward the voice. Stella was pulled back by Jiraiya, gasping as she collapsed to the ground. Seeing Stella rescued, Bull 7 Huff grew furious as a dark purple light once again enveloped his entire body. Bull sneered and said, "Jiraiya Twilight. You fool, not even a Holy Grail Knight. And you think you can stop me?" Bull smugly said that if they want to kill me, they have to bring the Holy Grail Knight here. Stella stood up, worried about Bull's observation, while Jiraiya calmly closed her eyes and replied, "The Hung Empire has become too arrogant." Jiraiya squinted and glared sternly, asking, "Since when did you have the right to discuss the Holy Grail Knights?" Bull 7 Huffle clenched his teeth in anger, staring intently at Jiraiya. This guy is a threat. Suddenly Bull 7 Huffle's eyes widened as if realizing something, sweat pouring down like rain. He panicked and said, "Wait, where did you put the sacred relic?" Jiraiya and Stella looked at Bull 7 Huffle boldly, and Jiraiya replied frankly, "Well, when people get older, they tend to forget this and that, do not they?" At that moment Bull looked behind Jiraiya and saw Drseong urging his horse to gallop forward, hesitating as he realized it could not be true. While Bull was distracted, Drseong grabbed the holy relic and the unconscious Han Hari behind the horse and sped away. Bull 7 Huffle realized he had been outsmarted and angrily cursed, "Damn them for tricking me." Jiraiya looked at Stella, and the two nodded in understanding. Stella plunged her sword into the ground and looked sternly at her soldiers, saying, "Knights and glorious soldiers of Lai Wang Hot, listen up. Stella Vermilion, commander of the escort, order you to stand up and raise your swords." The knights and soldiers stood up and stepped forward toward Bull 7 Huffle as Stella declared boldly, "Today we will die here." Understood. They all shouted the order in unison. Bull 7 Huff, hearing those words, turned purple with anger, clenching his fist and yelling, "You foolish herd." Bull 7 Huff changed his gaze once again, despising them as nothing more than dogs of the gods. Using all his strength, he stomped hard on the ground, releasing more dark purple rays, causing the earth around his feet to crack. The soldiers near him were all blasted away, Bull's attack piercing through the knights' bodies. The old man angrily said, "You are nothing but beasts who have abandoned the ability to think for yourselves." Bull 7 Huffle gritted his teeth and swung his sword fiercely, making the insult worse than ever. At the same time, Jiraiya and Stella charged straight at Bull 7 Huffle. Jiraiya frowned seriously, gripping his sword tightly. As Bull's blade clashed with his, Stella screamed in fear, calling out to Knight Jiraiya. Jiraiya held Bull 7 Huffle's sword with one hand and used his own sword to block the strike, trying to lessen the impact. But the powerful blow made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He painfully replied, "Do not worry about me, Jiraiya could not defend himself and was struck by the attack with great pain. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's momentary lapse, Bull 7 Huffle quickly grabbed Jiraiya by the neck and slammed him hard to the ground, mocking him for not understanding true strength. After throwing Jiraiya down, Bull swiftly swung his sword towards Stella, gritting his teeth as he spoke to his weak opponent. Stella struggled to grip her sword with both hands to block Bull's attack. He swung his arm, and Stella was thrown flying backward. Jiraiya quickly ran over to attack Bull 7 Huff from the side, but he had already turned to block the strike. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in confusion, thinking, is his recovery speed getting faster? After that attack, Jiraiya looked much younger. He said grimly that it seemed the demon power had increased significantly. Jiraiya and Stella stepped back to observe Bull 7 Huffle. Stella looked at him nervously and asked, can the Kingdom Knight Jiraiya still fight? Jiraiya seriously raised his sword and said, as long as I lie here, my spirit will never be defeated. Letting out 2 sharp breaths, the battle between Bull 7 Huffle and the younger version of Jiraiya continues, while Stella lies on the ground in pain, clutching him tightly. Defeating Stella made Bull 7 Huffle more confident. He sneered cruelly, it seems this is the last time you can fight. That foolishness will cost you your lives. Jiraiya clenched his fists in anger. Surrounded by a white mist, he still looked down on me, calling me a knave kid. Jiraiya was even younger then. Looking like a teenager, Jiraiya raised his hand, sneering coldly and calmly, saying even your very existence is not enough to defeat me. Bull 7 Huffle laughed dismissively and asked, how strange that the goddess would choose a mere knight like you, but it changes nothing, kid. Jiraiya slowly stepped forward, neither fast nor slow, saying the Holy Grail Knights are those who sacrifice everything to fulfill the divine mission. As he passed by the soldiers lying on the ground, Jiraiya said their ancient lineage is the brightest flower blooming amidst countless beliefs. Honor for them was once my dream and goal. Suddenly Jiraiya stopped and stared at him, raising his sword in front of him. He closed his eyes and focused deeply, saying, O goddess of all things. As the smoke surrounding Jiraiya thickened and turned purple, everyone said it was impossible. Jiraiya closed his eyes and focused, addressing the god who governs the underworld and the sins of sinners, the red-eyed guide of lost souls. Jiraiya thought to himself, they say it is the goddess' will for me to give up. He panicked, sweat pouring down like rain as he witnessed Jiraiya's transformation, anxiously saying it was impossible. But Jiraiya, that night, always challenged the hardest trials, constantly striving to learn and rise to victory. At this moment, Jiraiya walks alone through the forest, a clear proof that nothing could make the knight falter. His face shows determination and refusal to give up, ultimately turning the impossible into possible and overcoming death. At the spot where Jiraiya stood, a purple beam of light shone brightly up to the sky, and Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes as a gentle voice told him that he would be blessed. Go and face the impossible, my little knight. Jiraiya struck the ground fiercely with his sword, transcending time and space, confidently dispelling Stella's astonishment. I am not immortal, but I fight against the immortals around me. The fool sings the song of twilight. Overcoming death, Jiraiya said firmly, and fate is victory. Quickly escape this canyon and call for reinforcements. Bun 7 Harp stomped the ground in anger, shattering the earth into many piled-up fragments. Soldiers fell all around like broken ivory, and he stormed quickly toward the purple light. Cursing loudly, damn it, he scratched his head, gritting his teeth and clicking his tongue in anger, saying, damn that crazy fool. Remembering the fierce battle with Jiraiya, he was unhappy thinking about losing to a mere adventurer knight, and if it were not for the demon transformation, he would have lost. He plunged his sword into the ground and stood there in silence as his soldiers caught up. The leader of the ambush force said the treasure was still intact. The captain, looking serious, said coldly to him, it takes at least half a day to reach the Lio border, but we can still catch up if we start right now. Bull 7 Harp glared fiercely, gritting his teeth as he ordered the pursuit, saying we must recover the sacred relic from the ruins. Stella slammed her sword on the ground to stand up, defiantly telling them to stop, seeing her stubbornly rise despite the pain. Bull 7 Harp smirked and said, still alive. Stella Vermilion. Stella, covered in wounds, struggled to stand, wiping the blood from her face with her hand, fearlessly staring straight at him. Bull 7 Harp, annoyed by Stella's fearless defiance, turned away and coldly ordered to kill them all. Leaving no survivors, his soldiers approached Stella, who gripped her sword with both hands, breathing heavily and ready to fight despite her injuries. Stella clenched her teeth and raised her sword, saying fiercely, the honor belongs to Leo alone. Suddenly the ground behind Stella trembled, and both she and the soldiers gasped in shock, turning to see a beam of light shooting into the sky at an incredible speed. The light then changed direction towards Stella, causing Bull 7 Harp soldiers to panic and shout, a meteor. While their captain's mouth opened wider and sweat poured down relentlessly, he looked up at the sky in fear and gasped. The beam of light shot straight down to where Stella was, creating a powerful shockwave, sending dirt and dust flying through the air. A gust of wind from the tremor blew through Stella's hair, sending it flying back and revealing her surprised expression. Bull 7 Harp, who was walking toward his horse, also stopped abruptly and looked on. Bull 7 Harp, a soldier, stepped back in fear, stammering, a butcher, a knight who beheads. One Canis slowly approached, and the soldiers whispered in terror. He is the warlock hunter, the Knight of Destruction. Ground beneath his feet turned into molten lava with smoke rising thickly. When Canis stood before Stella, full of majesty, the divine messenger of punishment. When Canis wore black armor, flames blazing from his sword and shield, he slowly opened his cold eyes and introduced himself. I am one Canis. The moment one Canis shouted his name, declaring himself as one Canis, flames shot up around him into the sky. Then, one Canis pointed his sword at the Imperial soldiers and coldly ordered them to defend themselves. Bull Seven Harp froze in confusion and asked what, but one Canis showed no mercy and emphasized, before I burn your souls to ashes, so that death may forgive you. Hearing one Canis's absurd declarations, Bull Seven Harp sneered with a contemptuous laugh, then suddenly clenched his teeth in anger, his fierce face gripping the sword tightly as he said, You are still as reckless as ever. Do you not realize that your own arrogance has led to the crisis today? Today, before the power of the Empire. You will. Before Bull Seven Harp could finish speaking, one Canis lunged forward, paying no mind and saying, Is that all? He barely had time to react and only managed to raise his sword to block. Seeing Bull Seven Harp panic like that, one Canis calmly said, Do you know why you can call yourselves an empire? As one Canis spoke, he struggled to defend against the attack, wondering, what kind of power is this? Then one Canis gathered his strength and shouted loudly, That is because we allow your existence, making him unable to withstand the attack, coughing and collapsing in pain, crying out without a chance to recover. One Canis quickly raised his sword to prepare for the second strike, angrily saying that your reckless calls for independence leave him no choice but to desperately defend himself, blocking the attacks with his sword, and angrily declaring that your expansion of territory is unnecessary. One Canis' words were filled with rage. All of it, all of it, all of it. One Canis' attacks grew stronger and stronger. He launched another strike, angrily saying it was all because we allowed it. That strike was too much for Bull Seven Harp's sword, breaking it in two. Bull Seven Harp was hit hard and fell backward, screaming in pain, his eyes wide with shock as he was thrown back. No, it is impossible. The power, the speed, the endless magical energy has already surpassed human limits. The attack ended. The ground beneath one Canis still smoldered with smoke, and the blazing red flames scattered quite far away. Bull Seven Harp clutched his stomach and struggled to stand, looking at one Canis in disbelief. No, it can't be. Suddenly, another eye opened on his forehead, and purple rays once again enveloped him. He refused to kneel, tilting his head back to the sky, shouting fiercely, Give me the power of Lua. I will pay the price worthy of a covenant signer. The soldiers around him panicked, stammering, Demon transformation. This is. One Canis flared up, the flames around him growing larger. He spoke coldly. Such disrespect. Bull Seven Harp's armor fell to the ground as he transformed into a beast with bulging muscles, his face turning into a grotesque creature with long twisted horns. Bull Seven Harp laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This power, this feeling of omnipotence. You all only know how to pray to get what you want, but you will never understand. Suddenly the eye on Bull Seven Harp's forehead flared up, and he did not understand why it was reacting that way. At that moment, a giant sword of fire appeared where one Canis stood, pointing straight up to the sky. With no wasted movement, one Canis gathered all his strength and swung the sword fiercely toward him. Oh my sacred flame! Before Bull Seven Harp could react, he was blasted away by the light from the sword, only managing to cry out loudly. At the Empire's guard post, another fierce battle was underway. Both sides unleashed magic, creating violet beams everywhere, while Beatrice stood behind the magical shield with a displeased expression, clearly growing bored. On the other side, the cult leader unleashed divine light magic, and the statue laughed heartily, confident that defeating her was only a matter of time. The proud cult leader Yang Yang laughed joyfully and confidently said, This magical energy is endlessly inspiring. I am very satisfied. The next attack will be the end. Before he could finish speaking, Lian calmly stepped forward and said, The arrogant ones behind this tragic event are still the Empire. Seeing Lian appear, the old cult leader and statue were surprised and stammered, You are. While Beatrice gently turned her head and said calmly, O.T. Beatrice said happily, You arrived just in time, my lord. Lian leisurely rode the white horse, smiling gently at Queen Beatrice and said, I just saw off an old friend. Lian stepped beside Queen Beatrice, then turned to her with interest and asked if he could join. Beatrice calmly placed her hand on his and gently replied that she did not care about monopolizing honor and glory. Lian pretended to be unhappy upon hearing Beatrice's answer. He closed his eyes, his voice slightly annoyed as he said, It seems I need a long conversation with you about this. The old cult leader and stature did not know what to do and just stood there watching Lian and Beatrice talk. Queen Beatrice joked cheerfully, Oh, I am no knight. The old sect leader could no longer bear it, angrily began casting magic, holding a purple orb in his hand. It emitted many lightning bolts, and he shouted loudly, But it still changed nothing. I will kill all of you here. Before he could react, a beam of light shot out, causing the old man to widen his eyes in surprise and look up. In the sky, a pillar of red fire tore through the heavens, heading straight toward him. The old sect leader panicked and said, What is this? Did someone summon a meteor? Witnessing such a scene, Beatrice obediently folded her hands neatly beside Liam, then turned to ask, Your Majesty, is that Lian? Closing his eyes, Lian smiled confidently and said, it seems we do not need to take action after all. From the sky, Von Canis swung his sword powerfully, slowly descending as Lian spoke, showing no mercy to the demons. Seeing Von Canis jumping down, the old cult leader and Statoi were terrified and gritted their teeth in defiance. While Statoi, confused, said, the Holy Grail Knight Von Canis, why is he here? As Von Canis landed, the battlefield flames scorched the ground, causing it to crack and break apart, and his powerful light made the old cult leader and Statoi vanish before they could react. After the old sect leader and Statoi disappeared, everything returned to normal. Von Canis knelt and bowed before King Lian and Queen Beatrice. Von Canis smiled behind his mask, half sitting, half kneeling, resting his hands on his knees, and said, the representative of the divine sect, the master of the Lion King's heart, and the guardian of the Holy Grail, Lian I, has arrived. Lian bowed politely to Von Canis and gently said, long time no see. Sir Von Canis. Von Canis bowed firmly and replied loudly, yes. Your Majesty, I hope you are well. At that moment Queen Beatrice suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty. Lian glanced back at the call, and Beatrice calmly said to Lian, we must gather everyone before the gate closes. Lian thought for a moment, then agreed. I see. He suddenly placed his hand on Von Canis' shoulder, then knelt down facing him and said, Knight Von Canis, I have many things to tell you, but the situation is urgent, so I must leave now. Hearing that, Von Canis replied awkwardly, who would dare block your Majesty's path? Just do as you wish. Lian suddenly became serious, furrowing his brows as he asked, Sir Von Canis, is there something you can lend me as a symbol of yourself? Hearing Lian, Von Canis quickly reached out to summon a small sword and said, if your Majesty needs it, here it is. Lian happily took the small black sword wrapped in tiny sparks and smiled. Thank you. Lian quickly sheathed the small sword and turned away, glancing back as he walked, saying goodbye to Sir Von Canis. Von Canis stood up, placed his hand over his chest, and respectfully smiled, replying, please take care. Lian turned back to look at Von Canis and smiled faintly, saying we will meet again someday. Behind Von Canis the shattered tower was smoking as if it had been split in two. Von Canis withdrew his smile and his face returned to a cold expression. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. In the god's paradise there was no Von Canis. Yet he was still alive. Unharry and the others stood waiting in front of the space gate. Hanari held a spherical orb in his hands, which was Lord Yabi. Spinner looked ahead and said the Lord has arrived. Anhari smiled brightly as everyone around turned their heads after hearing this. Loon and Beatrice smiled at the crowd as they sat on the horse, spreading its wings to land. Your Majesty has arrived. Everyone is already gathered. Lian smiled as he helped Beatrice down and replied that everyone was fully assembled. Knight Spinner, how are you feeling? Lian said to the person in Harry's arms. Spinner, startled, replied, yes, I am fine. Hunchback Daeseong held the container with both hands and said, Your Majesty, you have arrived. This is the sacred relic. Hunchback Daeseong presented the relic before him with both hands. Lian took the sacred relic from Daeseong and said, well, you finally secured the relic. Everyone worked hard for this. Then he opened the container holding the relic. The moment it was opened, its dazzling light surprised everyone around. Oh wow. Lian really sensed something. He smiled at the relic before him. Truly amazing. Who would have thought the missing relic was this? It turned out that inside the case was a sword sheath, surrounded by a radiant light like a blazing red flame. And finally it had returned, at the place called the Hall of 10,000 Gods. It looked very modern with tall buildings everywhere. The chairman was the same. Something suddenly happened this morning. A voice came from someone stepping out of the car. The owner of the voice was Park Soo-jin, the head of the appraisal department of the Korean Hunters Association. Park Soo-jin, with a puzzled look, closed the car door and said, what does it mean to go straight to the Hall of 10,000 Gods? This place no longer seems like an ordinary tourist spot. Park Soo-jin looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Over there, two people were chatting, saying, brother, this place is amazing, and the rewards are even better. As he walked, Park Soo-jin thought to himself, I heard you just have to mention it to receive an epic grade item, but how could anyone just mention that? She bowed and greeted Sir Knight Ekate Spinner. Spinner turned his head with a crick sound. Verifying identity, head of the Hunter Association's appraisal department, Park Soo-jin. She smiled in surprise and said, oh, you recognize me, the Hunter Association's database can check everything. Spinner explained. And she thought to herself, but that is a secret. I will inform His Majesty. Please come inside the station. Spinner looked at her and said, then Soo-jin asked, can I take a look at the hammer for a moment? Ekate Spinner asked about the trial, and she replied yes, consider it a mix of work and play. But how much is the trial fee? Spinner quoted 5 million coins, and Soo-jin immediately thought it was too expensive. Seeing her hesitation, Spinner added that there is a discount based on asset level. She smiled in surprise and said, oh, you recognize me? The Hunter Association's database can check everything. As soon as Soo-jin heard the price, She thought it was too expensive. Seeing her hesitation, Spinner added that there was a discount based on her assets. You belong to Group 2, so it is only 500,000 won. Sujin covered her face with one hand and smiled. Whoa, that is a big discount. Right after speaking, she suddenly froze, stunned, and wondered how they could know her asset level. Back Sujin was so puzzled she turned pale. Akate Spinner immediately said she had taken the photo, and she was surprised. Asking what, Spinner repeated herself, saying she already took the photo. So are you going to do it or not? After hearing that, Sujin felt a bit uneasy and said, alright, just for today. When Sujin arrived, she entered through the gate and heard a voice calling her, oh, Manager Sujin. She smiled brightly and turned to look. Oh, Representative him long time no see. And Harry, dressed in a lion costume, happily came to greet Sujin, making her burst out laughing. What is that about? Sujin adjusted her glasses but kept that smile, saying, cute, fate really changes suddenly. You have been promoted recently, right? Hanari said excitedly. After all, I am a hunter. The two of them continued walking together. Hanari asked if Sujin came today to appraise items. Sujin absent-mindedly patted Hanari's head. Yeah, wherever I go now. Hanari laughed and said, let me lead the way for you. As she spoke, she held her staff card up to the scanner, and besides her and Sujin, two others nearby smiled happily together. On the way, Hanari happily greeted everyone they passed by. Sujin looked at the person in the cute lion costume and thought, it seems Hari is still well loved here. Thank goodness. The two of them walked into a room, and Hanari looked inside, saying, Sujin suddenly widened her eyes in awe. The scene of Leon drinking tea with the Queen Bichis under the sparkling sunlight was truly beautiful. Truly royal, Sujin thought to herself. When Leon saw Sujin arrive, he set down his teacup and asked the person standing at the door, is that the one sent by the association? Sujin respectfully bowed and replied, yes, I am your humble servant Sujin. Greetings. Leon looked at the person bowing, then turned to Hanari and said, Harry, have you taught him? Hanari stood beside him with a confused look, saying no that is not it. Then bring those items out here. Hari, bring them out. Leon continued. After a moment, Hanari also pushed out a cart of items. Sujin cautiously sniffed the objects in front of him. Oh my god, what is this? Sujin was still surprised, adjusting her glasses as she looked at all the items. All of them seemed very valuable. Oh, is not this the invincible jewel of the Orosai tribe? And this bracelet too. Pure concept. This is also an extremely rare item, Sujin said, looking at the sword surrounded by many bright red sparks, the ceremonial blade of Vulcanus epic rank. This is the blade that the war and fire hero Vulcanus received when he sacrificed himself to Pathos. The divine flame clings to it, but its function is inactive due to long-term wear from war, making it priceless. Here is the last item. Chief, please examine the book carefully. Han Hario, small long box. Approached, Sujin looked at the sheath and said, let me take a look. She slowly opened the sheath in her hands, and that dazzling light appeared once again. She stared intently at the object inside. Is this an epic grade item? A shining sword sheath placed inside that case. An epic grade sword sheath. Sujin held it out to Leon and said, this is the sword sheath of Richard Leoniat, the fallen god. Oh really? Leon said as he summoned the sword before him. Your Majesty. Sujin wondered why the sword in Leon's hand looked so similar and seemed to perfectly match the scabbard in that case. Oh. The scabbard. The scabbard from the case in Sujin's hand suddenly floated up, leaving Sujin stunned. You think the scabbard moves on its own? The scabbard flew to the sword in Leon's hand, and it fit the sword perfectly. Attaching seamlessly, the sword was still surrounded by a dazzling light. Leon held the sword with a smile, gradually overcoming obstacles to reach the stars, bravely doing good, and even if he fell, he would restore justice. Those are the words engraved on the sword. Sujin immediately asked, Your Majesty, what do those words mean? Those are the teachings of the first Lionheart King, Leon said as he looked at the sword. Queen Beatrice listened and then asked him, the first Lionheart King, the words he left for the future Lionheart Kings. Then, Leon, holding the sword, smiled and said to the three girls, now step back outside. Leon spoke, and everyone around looked at him with puzzled curiosity. Outside, a commotion began. Oh, look over there on the other side of the rooftop. Is not that the chairman of the Council of All Gods? Everyone looked at the man holding the sword, surrounded by that dazzling light, unable to hide their curiosity. Leon spoke as he slowly drew his sword. I am Leon Dragonhurst, Leon the 15th Lion King of the Heart, the rightful heir of the first Lion King of the Heart, the representative of the gods on earth, and I will use this sacred relic to regain my power. A dazzling light filled the sky before everyone's eyes. Finally, I have regained the power of the Golden Age. Leon looked at the sword and smiled. It is time. Prepare the grand ceremony. Thanks to this sword I can act immediately. Leon held the sword and spoke to the person standing before him as he walked. The Queen Beaches raised one hand in front and said, this is what you mentioned before, right? Leon replied, first I will establish a knight order, preparing to undergo the completed Holy Grail knight training. His face still held that smile and joy, and he hesitated before continuing. saying that through the grand ritual he would undergo the star initiation. After a while, night gradually fell, and a mysterious woman walked down the dark alley, softly asking on the phone, "Miss, do you really want to stay there?" John Soin replied, "Yeah. For now let us just leave it at that." The subordinate was a bit worried, saying we have many sword techniques and secret skills, but John Soin quietly said, "I know, but you also understand, that is still not enough." She looked with determination and said that to kill that person, we need holy magic. The subordinate anxiously called out, "Miss," John Soin asked, "do we currently know where he is?" "I report that the last place he appeared was in South Korea." At the same time, a sword was forcefully struck into the ground. The subordinate added, "He has always been with the demon sword." At the same time, on Lion's side, a shout rang out, "Stop!" Kim Jae-hook shouted, "Suho! Break through! Break through!" Today is training morning at the shrine, with the warhorse raid in defense. Everyone raised their shields and shouted loudly, "Hey!" The strong members rose up. "Hey, hey! Break through the line!" Suho shouted in frustration. "Damn it!" The horse froze. Kim Jae-hook shouted loudly, "Break through the shield, Suho!" And Suho was busy attacking. Their defenses were too strong. On the other hand, the members were also struggling, but we did our best. But at this moment, Hensuho was grabbed by everyone, panicked on the horse and shouted out loud, "Too much." Immediately after, Hensuho fell flat on his face, crying out in pain, stunned as he looked at the situation before him, everyone glaring fiercely at him. Hensuho stammered, calling out, "Everyone, have you rebarked the order? Kill him." They gleefully urged each other on, "Gang up on him. Stomp him." While the outer circle members raised their shields to block, all of them laughing gleefully. "Ha!" Hensuho cried out in pain, saying, "Uncle, it is broken. Broken now." But the others did not care at all. After all, it was thanks to the Holy Grail that they managed to get through. "Ha! We can definitely defeat them. Basic skills are far superior." Seeing this, Kim Jae-hook's group was still shocked, closing his eyes. Hensuho was beaten to a distorted shape. Kim Jae-hook shouted out, "Oh, Suho!" And now Leon announced, "Stop, Shield Team wins." Next group, thanks to the power granted by the Holy Grail, Hensuho quickly recovered. Letting out a breath, "Phew!" Everyone gathered anxiously around. Kim Jae-hook quietly asked, "Are you okay? Just now you looked like you were clinically dead." And Harry softly said, "Suho, let me take revenge for you." After a while, the training ground had turned into a battlefield. Leon loudly announced, "The Stronghold formation wins. The survival team wins." And finally, the morning training session came to an end. After gathering everyone, Leon spoke up. First, he said in a low voice, "If the breakthrough fails, bring the rear formation forward as the vanguard and then retreat. Infantry is slower than others, so use that mobility and prepare to attack again." Leon asked quietly. "Understood." Everyone replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir." Leon continued, "And the cavalry." At this moment, Kim Jae-hook noticed a female member looking unwell. Miss Kyu Hong's eyes full of hatred toward Leon, thus ending a tiring morning. Back in the room, everyone complained, "Oh no, we are completely exhausted." Kim Jae-hook exclaimed, "So hungry." Hensuho was even more pitiful. "Those cavalry guys are really tough," they said. A familiar voice rang out, "Eat something, guys," and Harry softly said, "But it is just potatoes and sweet potatoes." Yet everyone happily exclaimed, "Whoa." Then asked, "Senior, do we have any kimchi?" And Harry awkwardly replied, "It was all taken." The members groaned in frustration. Oh man, the usual bland sweet potatoes suddenly tasted much better. After grabbing a plate of potatoes, everyone happily exclaimed, "This is so delicious." They wondered, "How long do we have to keep drinking salty sugar water?" One member said helplessly, "Might as well just show it now and get it over with. Maybe then we would get to eat better than this." And Harry encouraged them, saying the promotion ceremony is coming soon, and then we will finally get to eat properly. Kim Jae-hook quietly asked, "But I heard they connect with the gods. What exactly is that?" And Harry then exclaimed, "Oh, you are recounting the situation. Lately whenever we have time we have to study the gods and the laws. Right, to become knights of the kingdom. It seems we have to know how to use holy magic." And Harry continued, "In my case, I was personally chosen by Lord Poseidon. But you guys, did not you choose a god you trust?" Kim Jae-hook nodded in agreement. Does that mean we were chosen by Ariana, the god of righteous light, and Fitat, the god of warfire? The king also said knights usually serve those two gods. At this moment, John Soin whispered, "But the Ixafi knight is a follower of Saint Grell, belonging to the god of iron and the blacksmith god of Fastus." Right, one member quietly asked, "What abilities does Knight Safi have?" Someone nearby said, "Obviously, it is the ability to make money." Right, Jeff spin off and invites everyone. "Do you want to join the fund? Let us see." The members thought quietly, "If that is not the blacksmith's ability, then what is?" A girl spoke up. Last time, was not she conducting an experiment with super earth rays and lasers, or some similar kind of machinery? Everyone agreed that he was indeed a bit special. At the same time, Jeff Spin stood in front of the screen and let out a few squeaks, saying, "My ability is to make money and manage money." Got it. Seeing Jeff Spin, everyone immediately exclaimed that it was Knight Safi. Kim Jae-hyuk quietly asked, "Boss Safi, did you install a tracking device here?" Jeff Spin sighed warily. "No, the sonar function of this device cannot be compared to other entities." "I know everything you say and where you say it," a member loudly demanded. "Please respect our privacy." Jeff Spin replied softly, "I will consider this matter." Meanwhile, Jeff Spin kept calling, "Please put through Kim Jae-hyuk. Please put through Kim Jae-hyuk." Jeff Spin announced that a guardian had come to visit and urged everyone to quickly change clothes and head to the building entrance. Hearing this, Kim Jae-hyuk flinched slightly and clenched his teeth. Still, Kim Jae-hyuk suddenly pretended to be shy. "Oh, really?" Only Harry noticed the dark expression on Kim Jae-hyuk's face as he stepped outside. She kept her eyes fixed on his retreating figure, and Harry suddenly stood up. Feeling a bit worried, he quietly said, "I will be back shortly." At that moment, a member spoke up, "Suho. Everyone will probably be curious and talk a lot," and Soho said awkwardly, "But I can't talk about this, so if anything happens, just go ahead." Hearing that, and Harry felt a bit confused. Now, Kim Jae-hyuk has arrived at the main hall of the guild temple building. You spoke up irritably. "Why are you here again, Mom?" The mother snapped. "What do you mean why are you here? Does your mother need a reason to visit her son?" Kim Jae-hyuk said softly. "Just get to the point, although I can guess what is going on." The mother scowled and said, "Hey, what kind of tone is that to speak to your mother?" Kim Jae-hyuk said coldly, "I'm busy, so speak quickly and leave." The mother sighed deeply, "Not knowing who you take after in this family," she said, "I have found you a big guild to join, so why do you have to stay here?" Kim Jae-hyuk said quietly, "I will handle that myself. You do not need to worry about it." The mother shouted angrily, "How can you say you do not care? I am your mother." Kim Jae-hyuk said coldly, "No matter what you say, I want to do as you wish." The mother angrily thought, "Where exactly is the problem? That is one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. As long as you join that guild, you will have a bright and promising future." Standing in the middle of this argument, the employee could not help but feel confused, thinking about the guild glaring and threatening. "Betraying me," the mother said softly. "After all I have done for you, you still want to join a guild of heretics like this?" Hearing his mother belittle the guild, Kim Jae-hyuk clenched his teeth in anger. His mother urged him, "Come on Jae-hyuk, listen to me and let us go." After a while, the members were gathered together. Leon spoke up, asking, "What do you think is the difference between heretical religions and the gods worshipped in the temple? Answer me." Hearing this, the whole group immediately looked confused. Well, Goody Seem wondered to himself if he could answer that question. Comparing false religions to the faith in the temple's god is not that an insult to the divine. At that moment, Bai Chik spoke up, asking if that was the difference between what is real and unreal. Leon replied, Leon quietly asked, "Do you have any evidence of the unreal? Could it exist somewhere that people know about?" Bai Chik was a bit confused. "Do you mean evidence for that?" Han Suho boldly stated, "I think gods do not create miracles as we wish. That is what I was told." Leon raised the question, "If they do not create miracles, then how can they be called gods?" Han Suho immediately became flustered. Yes. Kim Jae-hui quietly asked, "Is it the difference between what can be seen and what cannot be seen?" "Your Majesty, in the past, the goddess of beauty granted you magic in the battle against the Oros." Kim Jae-hui continued, "There are many gods in the temple, but among them, many do not reveal their true forms to everyone." Leon quietly asked, "So does that mean those gods do not exist?" "Do you think so?" Kim Jae-hui does not exist. "Well, your Majesty has already seen them," Leon calmly said. "Not seeing something does not mean it does not exist." Leon began to challenge everyone, asking what proof they had that what they said was true. Kim Jae-hui startled and thought to himself, Not seeing something does not mean it can still exist." Now, a hand is raised, and Leon softly says, "Go ahead and tell us what you know. Prove the miracles to all the believers as evidence of the god's existence." Leon softly asked. John Soyeon, who serves the two goddesses, the goddess of justice and light, and the goddess of fire and war, have you received any response from them? John Soyeon shyly replied that because her faith was still lacking, she had not yet received a response from them. Leon softly asked. Lacking faith, John Soyeon answered. Yes, that is something I still need to reflect on. Leon continued, "You are not wrong, but I believe you have many misconceptions about these things." We raise our hands into the air, then clench our fists tightly. A powerful surge of energy was immediately felt. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Right after that, raindrops began to fall one by one. On the streets, everyone hurried to find shelter from the rain. John Soyeon widened her eyes in surprise as rain and thunder appeared under a clear blue sky. She was a bit confused, wondering why only this place had no raindrops. Needing a downpour like a waterfall, but only waiting over the training ground where everyone was sitting. Leon spoke up, "Is this the army of the gods? Ordinary people would think so, that the gods will grant you what you wish for when you pray." He continued, meaning Jim prayed for rain but still did not fully believe in what he thought. If Jim had not prayed for the rain, he would not have gotten wet. That is the difference. John Soin asked, so why is it only here that there is no rain? Sir, Leon replied, because the gods have protected Jim, and the gods do not want their followers to get wet. John Soin was startled and realized that if so, you are negotiating with the gods, Leon said quietly. Gods are not beings who grant wishes or what you desire. They only act when they feel it is necessary. He continued, believing in any god is your freedom, regardless of whether that god belongs to a temple or not, whether those gods are real or not. The teachings and faith in justice and righteousness are always worthy of respect. Leon did not forget to remind them. However, be cautious of false prophets who speak of the price of faith. Do not accept humble and lowly praise. In the end, he said sternly. Understood. These words seemed to have a great impact on Kim Jae-hyuk. After returning to the training room, the goddess Ariana spoke. It is an honor to meet my young knight candidates. Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, whoa, is that the goddess? I can actually hear a human voice. It is truly magical. Beto sternly reminded the rookies not to suffer losses like that. Only then can you become warriors in this religious war to protect the faith. Everyone excitedly cheered. Lord Betos, the god of war, Betos replied quietly. Roar. My lord. At this moment, the members eagerly asked Betos to show his power. Betos quietly said, watch this. Standing behind observing, Leon spoke. Let us see. He crossed his arms and thought. Including Jim, there are already 3 holy knights, but the battle is still too tough. I have to awaken 1 or 2 new holy knights to hope for enough manpower. Leon thought to himself, the most capable person is Hanhari, and at that moment, Hanso happily exclaimed, sister, Lady Ariana just spoke to me, to which Hanhari replied, whoa. Congratulations Suho, Hanso shyly laughed, and Leon noticed and assessed. They share the same ideal direction. He turned his head, thinking the problem was the other 2. Leon had set his sights on John Soyan and Kim Jae-hyuk, who were standing before the 2 gods. Leon thought, the most dangerous god and the strongest god of the temple. One is the god of thunder, and the other has yet to reveal themselves. Leon wondered if those gods would care about this matter. He felt a growing sense of anxiety inside, wondering whether the outcome would be good or bad. After a few days, the sun god appeared near the Naju temple area. Now, the people were surprised and exclaimed, what is this? Those people over there, they seemed a bit suspicious. Huh. Those people. At that moment, a man confidently declared, while the villagers whispered among themselves, wondering if he was from the Han Palace. After a while, the man stopped at the corner of the wide courtyard. Then he raised his hand and turned on the portable speaker. The man held the microphone in one hand while adjusting his outfit with the other. Then he loudly proclaimed, you can only ascend to heaven if you believe in the dragon god. That faith will never waver, and hell will punish those who do not believe. Hearing this, everyone shouted, Dragon God's mercy, please descend and bless us. The compassion of the Dragon God is like spring rain. The compassion of the Dragon God will protect your followers, they loudly proclaimed. We can ascend to heaven if we believe in the Dragon God. Hell awaits the unbelievers. On the other hand, some people shouted in frustration. Oh God, it is too noisy. The people of Hambit Palace loudly protested, trampling on the altar. Are you still sane or not? Heretics, you must leave. Leave now, they shouted loudly. The Dragon God is reigning. Beware. You heretical demons, leave at once. The man shouted. Heretics, you will be punished. Hearing the noise, Jeff Spin appeared and calmly asked, Kid, what are you doing here? Jeff Spin warned that the noise level had reached a warning threshold and asked everyone to be quiet. Then they continued to make loud noises, saying we love you. Please awaken and believe in the Dragon God, because we must all ascend to heaven together, as the Dragon God wishes. Ignored. Jeff Spin grew a bit annoyed and sternly warned to stop making noise and not to disturb the sacred place. He continued, this is the final warning, any more noise will be punished. At that moment, the man suddenly thought this machine was cursed. He shouted, but the great dragon god will punish you. Today you will die. Out of frustration, Jeff Spin immediately activated his skills, mastering tactics and the art of subjugation. In the blink of an eye, the group inside Hambit Hall was blinded and immobilized. Jeff Spin sat on their backs and let out a cry. Kicking. The man kept kicking back. Grunting. Jeff Spin solemnly declared. The disruptive creature here will be expelled. The man shouted bluntly, you At this moment, a device had been attached to both of his pots. After that, they were forced to wear signs that read, we will never make noise again. Seeing this, Jeff Spin shouted with satisfaction. Damn it. He irritably warned them not to come any closer, to punish those troublemakers. Jeff Spin immediately pulled out his whip and cracked it back and forth. They all shouted loudly, oh it hurts. Ouch. Still, the man was too strong. Damn demon. Jeff Spin kept struggling and shouted threats. Do you want to die? What did you say? The people in the hall quickly shouted. Too strange. Run fast. Run. Even as they fled, they loudly claimed they were avoiding a madman, not afraid of anyone. What kind of scary thing is that? Jeff Spin had gone mad by then. Warning. Cover up. After a while, the street returned to its usual calm. The angry crowd angrily moved the sign to the corner and shouted. "Oh no, run," a man loudly asked. Wang Ti. "Did you offend them? Are you hurt anywhere?" Wang quickly replied. "No, it is nothing. This is nothing serious. I've..." At that moment, a man appeared and spoke up. Hearing this, Wang Ti turned around, and the man said, Assistant Choi. Assistant Choi asked sternly, "If you did well, then why can't you do it?" Wang replied, "Of course I can." He took out the device and proudly said, "I recorded everything with a hidden camera in the collar. Now let us watch it on the phone." Assistant Choi quietly asked, "Is it this one?" Wang replied, "Yes." "Just open it." Inside is the clip of Jeff Spin assaulting someone, and everyone shouted out loud, "The robot is attacking people. Help." Detective Choi smiled with satisfaction. "This is all we need. Disrespecting the law of the Republic of Korea. Huh. You people." After a while, at the Hambit office, Detective Choi was furiously typing on the keyboard, smirking as he chuckled. The attack by the temple followers on civilians must have flooded the news. Finally, Detective Choi clicked the mouse. Suddenly, he was shocked to see a series of new posts appear on the screen, exposing how the media company XXX played a key role in fabricating information to divide the people, with a reporter backed by Hambit, and the preacher causing chaos at the temple being expelled. At that moment, the computer screen suddenly went dark, and he was stunned. "Ha!" Assistant Choi shouted out loud. "What is this?" At the same time, Jeff Spin disabled all his equipment. Meanwhile, the Hambit server went offline, and Kim Jae-week was pacing down the street. On the phone was a happy family photo of Kim Jae-week. He sighed deeply and exclaimed, "Oh God, they told me to come, so I came." But standing in front of a building, Kim Jae-week wondered if he could even do this. He thought to himself, if it were not for that, in the training room, Kim Jae-week would have faced a powerful god. The man called out his name, Kim Jae-week, and thinking about it, he could not help but feel terrible, worried about what might happen. Without hesitation, Kim Jae-week stepped inside. He went down to the basement, which seemed quite dark. Then Kim Jae-week came to a room and rang the bell. Inside, a voice called out, "Jae-week is here," the mother said happily. "And come on," Kim Jae-week said coldly. "I am just here to eat." Suddenly, a voice called out. Startling him, Kim Jae-week, the god demanded, "Punish them." Divine punishment. He continued, "That was a test for those in this challenge. Now," the mother cheerfully said, "I cooked your favorite kimchi soup." She gently said, "Oh." Before eating, "Do you want to try some sponge cake?" Kim Jae-week clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it. He peeked his head toward the kitchen, where a warm meal had been prepared. Kim Jae-week sat down at the table and quietly asked, "What about you, Mom?" She replied that she had already eaten. Kim Jae-week sighed and rubbed his stomach, knowing the lie was meaningless, and started eating first. The mother softly said, "Come eat the rolled eggs with me." Kim Jae-week replied, "I will eat." While he chewed his rice, the mother softly asked, "How does the dish taste?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Kim Jae-week." The mother gently asked, "Are you only eating rice?" The god kept urging, "Punish those people." Seeing that, and Kim Jae-week fell silent for a moment, then bowed his head and replied, "It is delicious, Mom." The mother gently said, "Have another bowl." Then Kim Jae-week warily leaned back on the bench and let out a sigh. The angry god shouted, "Those cunning and sly heretics are a wicked bunch that must be punished." He continued, "Punish that heretic without mercy." Kim Jae-week quietly said, "That is my mother. But the god believes some things are more important than blind blood." He shouted angrily that those heretics cannot be forgiven and must be punished. Kim Jae-week heard this and nervously said, "Oh God, I can tea." Kim Jae-week thought to himself, "Why should the thunder god and the sky choose me? I can't do this." He wondered how he could possibly destroy this heretical cult when that person is his mother. Kim Jae-week thought, who in this world could possibly face this challenge? And finally, he let out a cold breath. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Is this your homeland?" Kim Jae-week jumped in shock. "Oh!" he shouted. "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty," Lin replied softly. Kim Jae-week knelt and bowed, softly asking, "Why have you come here?" Lin replied quietly, "I already knew the situation." Kim Jae-week was a bit surprised and asked, "Yes." "How come?" Lin quietly said, "There is no way you would not know that guy caused chaos in the Great Hall." Thinking back to the scolding the other day, Kim Jae-week shyly spoke up. I'm sorry." Lin calmly replied, "Phew. Get up. You are not at fault at all." Lin softly said, "Thunder God, how can you make this child bear the burden of divine law?" The god shouted angrily, "I am a god of high status, who dares to debate divine law with me?" Lin said softly, "If you want to punish those cultists, leave it to me." The thunder god firmly replied, "No, I will deal with those children of the family myself." The god spoke, "I want you to give it the willpower and determination to pull that kid out because it can do the job." Hearing this, Lin pondered for a moment. He quietly asked, "Kim Jae-week, why did not you tell Jim that day?" Kim Jae-week replied awkwardly, "God, I did not think it would turn out like this." Hearing that, Lian paused for a moment. He spoke up. Recently a group has been committing deceitful acts at the temple. Hearing this, Kim Jae-hyuk was shocked. Could it be? Lian continued. Lord Spinner has made it clear a paper was hastily torn and of poor quality. He added that those guys have declared war on the gods. He quietly said, this is not just a war. It will be a battle where we will crush them. Hearing that, Kim Jae-hyuk grew a little worried and quickly exclaimed, Your Majesty, what about the goddess's mother? Lian replied, she is alive, not a mad killer without reason. Hearing that, Kim Jae-hyuk immediately stopped fussing, and Lian continued, he will just set the standards that must be followed. He quietly said, show me their hideout. Baek Yang-sin, the owner of the Ham-Beat-Sin Palace in 1990, went through a crisis at the age of 12 when monsters attacked everyone. Fresh yellow blood splattered everywhere, and everyone panicked, screaming and running away. At that time, there was no academy yet, only a center in the midst of the turbulent era where people experienced and learned everything through direct challenges. He rose as a promising rank hunter. His encounter with the god was due to the turbulent gate that appeared in Samchuk in the winter of 2014. That was when the difficulty suddenly spiked, causing him to lose his teammates and fall into a dangerous situation. Seeing the system screen, Baek Yang-sin exclaimed in surprise. This is, the words displayed above read, do you want to be saved? Baek Yang-sin paused for a moment as he answered. The owner of the voice had pulled him back. Since then, the 7th-ranked S-class hunter appeared in the Republic of Korea. He proudly said that this warrior heard the gospel the moment he stepped through the gate. The Warrior Institute then recounted the story, saying it was an ordinary gate at first, but the moment I stepped through, my system encountered a problem. The Warrior Institute continued. If you want to test yourself, aim to defeat monsters and mine magic crystals in the Decay Dungeon. Thanks to the navigation system, I found the treasure, and since then my life has changed 180 degrees. The line says, it is all thanks to a system. Hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Whoa. Thank God, the Warrior Institute shouted. Everyone had to believe it. There was no other way. It looks like a pyramid scheme. Originally, this sometimes happens with the Hunters of Hambit Guild. This strange phenomenon has happened more than once and is meaningfully connected to Hambit Guild. Even the Hunters Association has officially acknowledged it. Expanding Hambit's influence was not difficult at all. The people burst into tears and cheered. It is miraculous. Then Long, he always listens to the voices they sow. Hey. Then Long, now, Baek Yang would like to speak. Not only that, a warrior obtained a miraculous herb to cure his elderly mother during a successful expedition. That incompetent hunter has made miraculous progress. He proudly claimed that the two of them had proven their faith through their donations. The two dragon god cast a blessing with that faith. Baek Yang loudly said, prove your faith. That is not difficult at all because we are already a family. Below, everyone suddenly noticed something about Baek Yang-sin, whom, looking toward Lian, Jeff Spin, and Beechit below, he thought to himself, those people. Baek Yang-sin was startled. The temple. Seeing Lian's angry face, he wondered why those in the temple were here. Now, Beechit urgently calls out, Your Majesty. Lian suppressed his anger and replied, yes. Brother Yen cut in angrily. Left teaching. Lian thought silently. They infiltrate the poverty and the emotional vulnerabilities of the people. These parasites preach false doctrines to stir up trouble. He said cheerfully, a distinguished guest has arrived. The brother visiting for the first time will be baptized. Come here. Lian let out a long sigh. He stepped up to the podium and spoke confidently. Calling the king like that takes some nerve. That guy's really bold. Lian boldly faced North Yang and took out an item. Whoa. Seeing the coins fall down, everyone below stared in surprise. Blink your eyes. A stack of 50,000 bills appeared right before their eyes. Lian openly emptied all the money in his pocket. Then he casually tossed the bag to the ground. Baek Yang continued to watch intently. He shouted loudly, what are you doing? Lian glared and said, didn't you say we could experience miracles if we donated? I want to test your god's miracle. Though I smile on the outside, I am truly frustrated. He sneered. Truly disrespectful. You intend to test the god's miracle using a sacrifice. Do you? Lian said flatly. You say that loyalty and dedication can bring you to the heavenly faction. Have you made that choice yet? Hearing that, Baek Yang clenched his teeth in anger. He shouted that you must absolutely obey and submit to the missionary. Is that really a god? Who gave them that right? Lian kicked the bag at his feet and spoke. In truth, it was a petty and cowardly faith. Baek Yang could not help but be startled. This day, he thought angrily to himself, he is just like me. How dare you talk nonsense like that? Baek Yang pointed at Lian. Then he loudly declared, everyone, this person has no faith. The seeds of evil and lewdness have defiled our sacred temple. We must drive this evil out of the dragon god's domain. The people of Baek Yang call out, rise up now. The ringleaders of Baek Yang. Yeah, they shouted angrily. Get lost. You cultist. Expel the demon from the sacred palace. That is right. Get out of here quickly. Seeing that, Kim Jae-hyuk below felt a bit worried. Everyone started to rage. That filthy bastard. His wrath will drown them in a sea of fire. Kim Jae-hyuk pulled his hood down and wondered, Your Majesty, Will you be alright? North Yang, you shameless coward. That stupid fool. Lian immediately gave him a glare that could tear his face apart. At that moment, a villager shouted loudly, T-Kit, Viken to stop worrying. Oh my god! The crowd gasped in shock. Lian Dragonia, the lion-hearted king, as a ruler, he can endure all insults and humiliation. But there are 3 things he cannot accept. Now, everyone is a bit stunned. Huh, what is this? Why is it so quiet? Things that Lian cannot accept. First is disrespecting his parents. This is an insult to the family. The second is blasphemy against the gods. Those who commit sins must not be disrespectful. He angrily snapped, his gaze sharp and fierce. These lowly scoundrels. And in the end, Lian screamed out in despair. How dare you, you lowly scoundrels, you heretics! Seeing this, the young man immediately backed off a bit. What is this? What is going on? Lian screamed in madness. Jim, this Lionheart King, how dare you compare me to a demon? This is nothing unusual. Lian flared up with anger and shouted. He could not forgive it. You will be punished, he told himself. There can be no forgiveness. Lian clenched the cross tightly in his hand. He shouted, let me judge your mistakes and your wicked hearts. Seeing this, Peking shouted in shock. What are you planning to do? Lian gathered a powerful energy into his palm. He shouted, the sacred stars will cleanse you. Given the situation, everyone was left in shock. Sitting on the satellite, they shouted in shock. What the hell is this? Lian's divine punishment is destroying the entire earth, he shouted angrily. This time it is your turn, Lian said solemnly. The sacred relic of the maiden Enya will return to the stars, and the wicked will be punished by the gods. Now, Peking stares in bewilderment. Huh, the warrior gasps in surprise. What is that demon? Beechik stepped forward and asked, is Lord Zappy ready? Zapspin immediately replied. Kid. Beechik raised his hand to activate his skill and shouted, let them witness my power with their own eyes. A strong energy burst suddenly surged down, and everyone gasped. Ah, what is that? The believers were speechless. This was unbelievable. The legs of the building, Peking shouted loudly. What are you doing? Lian replied. I have summoned the stars, but I wonder if it is because of the UG-97 star cluster. Peking shouted loudly, saying such nonsense. At that moment, a spotlight suddenly appeared, and after assessing the situation, Peking gasped in shock. Huh, a star truly covered the sky, and everyone shouted in astonishment. What is happening? The estimated mass of the meteorite is 680 billion tons of refined American powder. Lian quietly asked, how about that? Beechik replied, the god is ready, and Lian quickly proceeded to activate the divine punishment. The meteorite created immense pressure straight down below, its stellar energy shining down and illuminating the Hambit Palace. At this moment, Jeff Spin raised his cannon and began loading the divine ammunition. Immediately after, the meteor fell rapidly at the speed of an altar. The pressure was immense, and Peking still could not close his mouth. Oh my god! At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Truly unbelievable how this could be happening. Peking widened his eyes and wondered, is this a divine descent? As the meteor's surface touched the rooftop, Peking screamed, no! Terrified, lying on the ground like a writhing worm. God. Peking was so scared he nearly burst into tears. Seeing the meteorite right in front of him, Peking suddenly shouted in shock, stop, how can this be? Now, the meteorite was truly right above their heads. Lian spoke up, stopping here is enough. The position is truly impressive. Jeff Spin reports the situation. The target is still active and consistent with previous data. At this moment, Peking looked stunned like an idiot. Lian said sternly, you damn fool only do wrong things. Do you know your crime yet? Peking Sin asked in confusion. What did you say? Lian snapped irritably. You really are stupid. How long do you think you can keep hiding? At that moment, he called out loudly, Kim Jae, who startled and replied, yes. Lian quietly said, come stand beside me. Peking has recognized the student Kim Jae Hyuk. Lian sternly said, I will show you right away. Those evil demons disguised as missionaries. Kim Jae immediately replied, yes. Now, he could not help but be shocked by the scene before him. A demon is gripping Peking tightly. Kim Jae is stunned with shock. What is that thing? Peking sighs. It is really impossible to talk to you like normal people. Lian spoke softly. It is a demon star, a creature that always seeks to possess the soul and mind of humans. It parasitizes its host, waiting for the person to fall before acting. Now a woman spoke. Is that you, Jae Hyuk? Kim Jae Hyuk quickly turned to his mother, but suddenly he froze. The demon star was clinging tightly to Kim Jae Hyuk's mother, and she cried out in worry. What are these things? Tell me. Kim Jae Hyuk silently called. Mother. Calmly, he said. Your Majesty. Lian placed his hand on Kim Jae Hyuk's shoulder and softly said, that is the demon the god wants to punish. You must take action against it. Kim Jae Hyuk still found it unbelievable, but that was the mother of the god. Your Majesty. The mother called out, come back to me, yet Lian softly said, trust me. Lian calmly said, let the divine power reign in your heart, only then can you act with integrity. Hearing this, Kim Jae Hyuk fell silent for a moment. A subtle smile appeared on his lips, for that was a hidden message within every person. Kim Jae Hyuk mustered all his courage and raised his hand to demonstrate his skill. That is human nature. They always long for peace, but it is not that simple. Anxiety and fear constantly trouble them. Kim Jae Hyuk silently thought, The magical power he created would pierce through those temptations and destroy them, the power of holy force. He closed his eyes tightly and hoped, "Please forgive the souls that have been tainted." The happy family photo suddenly darkened in Kim Jae-hyuk's mind. At this moment, the demon had been struck with a powerful blow, and both Kim Jae-hyuk's mother and the demon cried out in pain. He tried to focus all his strength and softly called, "Mom." As large water stains suddenly appeared on the ground, Mom cried out in pain. Jae-hyuk. But still, he concentrated with all his might. "Mom." Now, a familiar voice called out. Jae-hyuk. Startled by the sound, he opened his eyes. His mother sat on the ground and called, "My child." And seeing this, Kim Jae-hyuk immediately embraced her tightly. The two shared an embrace of understanding. The mother burst into tears and softly said, "I'm sorry. My child." While Kim Jae-hyuk joyfully replied, "It is okay now." The mother silently blamed herself for losing her mind and doing bad things. Kim Jae-hyuk was so moved he stopped his tears. "Mom, now." Leon spoke. "Everything is fine." He thought to himself, "That child has been chosen by the god to be given his power." Leon spun around and said coldly, "As for the person, the master along with Habit Park Young-sin." Seeing this, he was startled. Loon's eyes flashed fiercely as he said lowly, "Next will be the person." Park Young-sin cried out in confusion. Close your eyes." Everyone is lying flat on the ground. Only Leon stands in the middle of the room. Park Young-sin was so terrified he went numb. His head twisted from the blows. The demon spirit screeched in anger, "Kit," and hurriedly fled. "Kit. Kit." Leon kicked the demon straight in the body, startling it as it tried to run away. Leon said coldly, "Dark demons are like humans, always greedy to control others." Lying at his feet, it kept squeaking, "Kit, Kit." Leon thought to himself that the dark, corrupted species always rely on the worst in humans to survive and will never be completely eradicated. He believed that because humans always have desires for themselves. Fortunately, this soul could still be saved. Leon pointed his sword at the demon and shouted, "Now, die." Startled, it tried to dodge. Leon said with fury, "Your cunning lies will condemn you to hell." Finally, the Hambit Palace has collapsed, and reporters have gathered here to cover the news. In just 20 years, they recruited 18 million followers, making it a huge organization involving many politicians as well as followers from the upper class and business community. The collapse of the Hambit Palace caused a huge problem. Even though emergency staff rushed in, a believer shouted out loud, "Oh no, the meteor is falling and about to hit. Run, back Yai." Angson was carried to the press conference and said that we intend to merge Hambit Palace with the Van Then Dian. At that time, all our assets will also be merged and managed by the head of Van Then Dian. Leon Dragonia, the Lion of the Heart King. Bikai Angson smiled and said, "Moreover, our main powerful military forces will also be transferred under His Majesty's command." A reporter spoke up. "President Bak, Angson, we have a question for you." Enyem asked broadly, "This matter is too significant. I wonder if what you said is true." The female reporter continued to ask, "So what is your relationship with His Majesty the Lion King of Hearts?" "Now, Bak Yai." Angson gently raised his hand. Then he declared, "He is a hero, the one who saved my soul. And this is the ideal I pursue to help the people and eradicate all evil." "Northia," Angson boldly declared, "you are the one who will save this dark world." Hearing that, Leon frowned deeply, while Jeff Spin cheerfully exclaimed, "Kit." Leon annoyedly said, "It is really too noisy, like a meteor falling to Earth, which seems to scare everyone quite a bit." Jeff Spin reported, "Kit, no matter what we say, the people have never seen anything like this." "Your Majesty." Now, Leon quietly asked, "Lord Spinner, when can we begin the work?" Jeff Spin replied that the temple needs many upgrades and is currently calculating them. Leon said softly that for now, we need to upgrade the soldiers' armor and add more weapons to improve their combat strength. Jeff Spin asked if Your Majesty needed anything else. Meanwhile, everyone was stunned to see the Hambis Palace collapse. Leon said softly, "I do not need it, but my trusted subordinates do." Jeff Spin quickly arranged, "Many things are piling up at once, so we need to handle the urgent issues first." "Your Majesty," Leon replied. "I understand." At that moment, someone stepped forward and greeted. "Your Majesty, you are here." Okang he asked about the situation. "How have the days been lately?" Leon replied softly, "Have you arrived already?" The leader accompanying Okang Hiu was still wide-eyed with amazement. "Oh, what is that? How is it possible?" Prompted by Okang Hiu, the leader shyly spoke up, My apologies. I am Kim Sinchiam, Minister of the Association for Scientific and Technological Communication Research. Pleased to meet you." Kim Sinchian quietly asked, "What constellation is that?" Leon softly replied, "It is just a star." You continue, "The stars are under the control of the gods." Kim Sinchian exclaimed, "Does that mean His Majesty has accepted the star's return?" Now, Okanyu quietly asks, "What are your plans for the near future?" Leon replies, "I will." Okang softly said, "We will do our best to craft the finest equipment from what we obtain, and I will follow your instructions." Kim Sinchian exclaimed in surprise, "Chairman, did you say that?" Okanyu continued, "I have also heard about the Metallurgy Guild from Ems, Harry, and those precious materials will surely be put to the best use possible. Lian nodded in agreement. That is right. Okonghu added that to extract the best materials, a specific process is needed, not something simple, and we will listen to everything your majesty says. Okonghu continued that the government will also review and support, and we will do our best for you, Lian said softly. All right, I hope what you said will go as planned. Okonghu believed that the materials mined from that star cluster would surely be examined through Spinner's understanding to fully grasp the structure and unique properties of each rare metal. Curious. Could you then allow us to observe the process of crafting the weapons and armor? Lian replied, that is not difficult. I can also give you some of the raw materials, as well as the weapons and armor we create, to the Ministry of Defense for their research. Kim Shinchian happily thanked him. Lian continued solemnly, however, many of the divine weapons created will be kept secret. They have not reached the level of achievement yet, but even so, such things are very rare to see in this era. Understanding this, Okonghu replied, yes. He asked if Harry, who was sent to work at His Majesty's divine sanctuary, could be allowed to view those divine weapons. Lian spoke softly. Of course. Hearing that, Kankanheek smiled with satisfaction. He quietly asked, if she used to work at the association, can she also access the detailed design documents? She is one of our top employees, Lian said softly. If that is the case, I grant her the freedom to conduct her research. In the end, Lian warmly shook hands. Let us do it that way, Okonghu said politely. Thank you. Your Majesty, he suddenly remembered. Oh, one more thing. Your Majesty, Lian asked quietly. Yes. What is it? Holding the tablet, Lian lowered his voice. About this, Okonghu said softly. You can watch the video. After watching a clip, Lian asked, is this video taken at the gate? Okonghu replied, that was a battle in China. And it was a brutal fight. In the clip, a man keeps slaughtering relentlessly. People scream and cry out for help. They shout loudly. Okonghu explains, a demon swordsman. Zhang Jiho is the heir of the demon sword wielder, who after wiping out an area there is now heading towards Japan. At the same time, Young-won let out a wary sigh. Hyui softly asked, are you okay? Young-won replied that he was fine. Hyui smiled and reported that there had been significant changes in the guild, and our upcoming plans to lift the curse would see many positive developments. Young-won said quietly, I do not really care much about the guild's connections. Lai Young-won is originally the leader of the Phoenix Guild. He spoke up, asking if this change was all driven by Lian Dragonia, the Lion King. Now, things are gradually progressing due to the upcoming merger between Hanbit Palace and the Divine Palace. While Young-won clutched his stomach in pain. Oh my stomach. Seeing that, Hyui gave a knowing smile, patted Young-won on the back, and gently scolded him. Why do not you care about what is happening? I think the merger will affect everyone. Young-won honestly said, I only care about our guild and do not have much time to think about other things. But that is indeed a big matter affecting many people. Hyui agreed. That is right. At that moment, the guild leader approached and said, Young-won and Yui, why have not you two gone inside yet? Young-won bowed slightly and greeted her. He asked softly, is Yui still well? Yui replied to the Hunter Medical Guild leader. Yes, I've lied. Yui then said, but come to think of it, why do you seem to dislike our Hunter nutritional supplement? Young-won paused and asked again. Is that so? Hyui replied. Well, we just think it is a bit expensive and not suitable for our guild. Young-won still looked curious. What is it exactly? Hyui said briefly. Just a supplement pill. Hearing that, Young-won did not know how to respond. Seeing the three of them enter together, someone spoke up. Are you here? He softly said. Take a seat. Hong Simcheon politely bowed and greeted. Opposite are North Gang, head of the Miju Association, Kang Jinseon, head of the Trangxiang Association. On this side are Hang Shinhan and Hong Shimcheon, heads of the Lion Association. Yui, head of the Hunter Medical Association. Someone spoke up. It seems everyone has arrived. Chan Jint, the Swordsmanship Guild Master, chuckled softly. Oh dear, he said quietly. Hyui looks good in that outfit. Hyui shyly replied. This is my first time wearing it, so it is a bit loose. Young-won handed her his jacket and softly said. Alright, just wear this if you need to, Hyui softly said. Thank you. Seeing this, Chan Jinsu could not help but burst out laughing. Huh? He teased. When will you two get married? Young-won hesitantly said. Oh, we have not thought about that yet. At that moment, Chan Jinsu suddenly grew serious, saying it is not good. The reason why the past few years have been lacking. Chanaga said. It is because people like you refuse to get married. At your age, I already have several children. Everyone responded. That is right. Honestly. We sighed, seeing the captain so intense. Hang Jianhe and Hong Jiamkan were at a loss for words. Oh my god. Joking like that is probably enough, Chan Shu said softly. Alright. Let us get to the point, he said sternly. I will also say it, I want to kill that bastard Chan Jiho, Hong Jiamkan said worriedly. This is not good. Think it over carefully. Chan Jinsu shouted in frustration. Why do I have to rely on you for this? Meanwhile, Hong Jiamkan thought to himself, this is getting more and more troublesome. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Lian stepped into everyone's surprise. He appeared thoughtful, then coldly moved forward. Chan Jin-soo thought to himself, so more people have arrived. He believed that both Chan Jin-soo and Lian were stubborn and would not listen to anyone. A king and an old man, both equally stubborn. At this moment, they faced each other with eyes full of hatred. Lian pointed and shouted, "Move aside," and the conflict began. The legendary #1 swordsman of Korea, Chan Jin, the living legend and head of the Sword Guild. His ancestors are linked to many legends, and everything he does is for the benefit of the nation. So he has become someone no one in the country dares to oppose. He is so powerful that no one can touch him. Moreover, he is an elder, so his power is even greater. But right now, Lian almost shouted, "Move aside," and Chan Jin-soo was a bit startled. Huh. Seeing that, Lian angrily huffed like a bull. Then, "Is your hearing going bad?" Chan Jin-soo sneered even more. Huh. Lian slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Huh, that young upstart." Now, Oh Kang-hek tilts his head to remind him, he is already 300 years old. Feeling offended, Chan Jin-soo snaps back, "What?" Kang spoke softly, "But you can see, the Holy Grail Knights are all immortal, so he must be around 300 years old." Currently, Lian is about 300 years old. The lion-hearted king, Chan Jin-soo awkwardly spoke up, "Is what he said true?" Lian shouted irritably. Huh. Chan Jin-soo reluctantly softened. "Your Highness." He stood up from his chair and softly said, "Please be seated." "Your Majesty." Lian spoke gently. "Thank you, young man." Seeing this, the members silently thought, he has already defeated the strongest elder here. Lian looked annoyed and said, "I do not see it anywhere. Someone stayed up late running around. I will go make it right away." Now, Yunseo smiled faintly and said softly, "Whoa, you are just as handsome as they say." "Your Highness."
Yeah.
"I'm Yunseo." Someone poured water while scolding. "How rude. How dare you speak to His Majesty before he speaks to you?" Yunseo quickly fired back, "His Majesty is not angry, so why should I be?" Lian spoke quietly. "Enough," the subordinate replied. "Yes, Your Highness." Witnessing this scene, Bak Trong-soo wondered, "What the hell is this?" Now, Lian spoke up, "Chairman of the association, my time is more precious than gold." Kang-heek immediately responded, "Yes, we asked permission to get straight to the point." They did not turn on the switch or speak, but 13 years ago, a black gate appeared in London. Because the difficulty of the black gate is absurdly high, no one has been able to close it until now. The European Federation fears that if they fail to close the black gate, they will face the same fate as what happened previously in Shanghai. They assembled an assault team consisting of S-rank hunters and tried to close the gate. That team included 24 S-rank hunters, as well as 1,834 and B-rank hunters from various guilds across Europe. Gong, the great mage of the British Clock Tower, took command of that team. The assault lasted 2 months, and it was successful. That was the first time we closed a black gate. Loon guessed that the consequences came afterward. Okang-heek Ben Dap. Yes. He spoke of a treasure, an epic artifact, the King Sat sword, the most powerful weapon to exist in 30 years since the great disaster has appeared. At that time, everyone was driven by endless greed. After a fierce battle to determine who would own it, the British government emerged victorious. The sword was sold for 1.4 trillion coins, even more expensive than the most modern battleship. After that, they rented it to the greatest swordsman of the era, James Spencer, the leader of the Gentlemen's Alliance, and that terrifying power immediately entered the swordsman. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. It was the beginning of a great disaster. The ruthless swordsman slaughtered everywhere, killing over 870,000 civilians and more than 600 hunters. Lian quietly asked, "So what happened to that demon sword now? Did James really die?" Okang-yuk replied, "We succeeded in killing the vessel of the demon sword, James." He added, "But the blue demon sword escaped. After James died, it flew up into the sky and no one has seen it since." Hearing this, Lian let out a cold chuckle. Okang-yuk added, "After that, we kept repeating the process of hunting down and killing the demon sword hosts. Australia, Mexico, Laos, Spain." Continued, "South Korea was the last place we found the vessel 4 years ago. John Ji-ho, who was supposed to become the next leader of the Blue Sword Society, that sword of purity fell into his hands. Okang-yuk believes, I am sure you noticed it too. John Jo is actually the son of John Jinsu, the current leader of the Thankim Guild, and also the father of John Soyeon, whom you accepted into your guild." Okang-yuk handed over a file and quietly said, "This is the list of guilds that will participate in the Demon Sword Attack Battle: the Pantheon Guild, a Rising Guild, the Blue Sword Guild, the Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild." At that moment, someone raised their hand and said, "I will join too." Jong-soo asked in surprise, "Are you joining too?" King Jinsu immediately replied, "Yes." Instead, Okang-yuk softly said, "Let us decide that way." Hong Jong-kan sighed deeply and nodded. He said worriedly, "I still have a bad feeling about this. We won't gain anything by doing this." Lian said sternly, "What do you mean? We will gain honor if we do this. Glory," he added, "is for those who can complete their duties as noble knights." Oh. From that, They create a wall that the people can rely on. At this moment, Uncle Aang was so moved that his whole body trembled. Shedding tears, she cried out, "Truly our savior, I cannot hold back my feelings." Uncle Aang choked up, his words warming the heart. So generous. Seeing that terrifying guy, Aang quietly cried, "I do not want to go along with him." Yuri could only comfort and soothe by his side. At this moment, Kang Hyuk spoke up. "Your Majesty, Bak Aang is still persistently urging from behind. Have you seen how serious he was that day?" Kang thought to himself, "So I was right," he spoke up. "Then the proposal for Japan to provide 10 trillion military support to the alliance," Lin quietly said. "I will accept it." Kang Hyuk then replied, yes. I understand." After finishing, Lin turned and left, saying, "I suppose they have a king there too. Contact the king there first." Kang Hyuk stammered, "Yes. Well, we will ask the government." Watching Leonis back, Aang Quan softly said, "Take care." "Your Majesty." Now, Lin quietly asked, "Where to next?" "North Yi." Aang asked Lawton to follow and whispered, "We will go see the hunters I have prepared. I am sure you will like them. Just wait and see." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey!" Lin glared and turned around. "Hey!" Chan Jinsu quickly lowered his voice. "Your Majesty." Lin quietly asked, "What is the matter?" Chan Jinsu sighed deeply. "Phew," he spoke up. "I have something I want to ask for your help with." "Your Majesty, I am sure I have the right to do so," Lin said sternly. "What is it?" "I will decide after hearing what you have to say," Chan Jinsu suggested. "I just ask for your help with one thing. I am sure you know my granddaughter is in your guild." He continued, "Chan Si, please do not let the girl take part in this demon sword assault battle." Suon's eyes were tightly shut, sweat pouring down her skin. She frowned slightly as if dreaming, hearing a voice calling her name. A woman lay on the ground, covered in wounds and blood, tears streaming down her face as she tried to scream and run, with a shirtless man chasing after her. A faint energy surrounded his muscular body, a sword in his hand as he slowly approached the woman. The child had reached the depths of fear, despair flooding her eyes, tears streaming down her blood-streaked face. The girl's throat tightened as she could only utter weak cries, while the man's hand still held her, both protecting and trying to keep her calm. The sword gradually withdrew from the woman's body, warm drops of blood slowly falling, and the butcher with long hair stood there, looking at the body lying at his feet, faintly smiling with a terrifying anger. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He glanced at the girl, flashing a deadly smile. "Got it. Found you." Soyeon woke up from the nightmare, her eyes still filled with fear, sweat pouring down. She sat up, raised a hand to her forehead, and sighed softly from the terrifying dream that had just passed. Yet, sweat still dotted her face. Soyeon frowned, telling herself, "Here we go again." A can fell with a clatter as she reached for something from the vending machine, bathed in pale yellow light. Soyeon sat on the chair beside the vending machine, lost in thought. She told herself, "This is an opportunity to..." It turned out there was a giant figure wearing a cloak with pale white hands. He seemed like a thin mist standing before her, while a cat passing by witnessed the scene. "He is Ventusus," he said. "An opportunity, but it is really a deception." Soyeon replied, "That is exactly the kind of negotiation it is." He replied, "Yes. I understand." He asked her, "Surely my fake revenge has taught you. Don't try to negotiate with the gods." She looked up hesitantly and said, but he slowly explained, "Yes, I am the only one who responded to your rude request for negotiation. I am the only one willing to give you power even though you lack faith. Don't underestimate that luck." Soyeon's eyes revealed a hint of sadness, and she did not know what to say anymore. Soyeon grabbed her collar. She asked seriously, "Ventesis, if I give you something you want, can I become a holy knight?" He raised his hand to his face, half laughing, half crying, making strange hooting sounds. He seemed incredulous and asked sarcastically, "A holy grail knight?" Unconsciously, he lifted her up with his index finger and said, "Listen, you seem a little worried, a cold sweat running down your face." The image of the bloodied king of Leo in the rain appeared. Ventesis twisted. "Your achievements are nothing compared to the king of Leo. Do you really think someone like you can replace my guardian?" She widened her eyes in shock at the truth unfolding before her. She thought to herself, "Does that mean His Majesty also borrowed power from Ventusus?" "The shadow slowly fades with the wind," he said. "Right now you are nothing." Ventesis continued, "However, I will help you seek revenge, though the price you must pay will not change." Soyeon listened intently. Ventesis vanished into the air like smoke drifting away in the bright moonlight, leaving only his voice behind. "The moment you have avenged, your soul will forever belong to me." One morning at the guild headquarters, a man stood on the podium speaking, with a lion emblem behind him and many people lined up neatly in front. He said everyone would become part of the army, part of the guild, and those whose names were called should come forward and collect their belongings. Ji asked Harry quietly, "Miss Harry, will Soyeon become part of this mission?" I heard that old man strongly opposed it. Harry turned around and replied quietly, "I already asked, but His Majesty said he could not interfere in this matter." Harry continued, "It seemed like he had no authority. Harry recalled the image of His Majesty shaking his head in front of him while he was disguised as a lion. Ji-hee was a bit confused. Sweating nervously, he asked in doubt, "Huh? Really?" the man on the podium said. Next, the screen showed pictures of the 4 people. Leon announced, "Han Harry, Han Soho, Kim Ji, and John Soya, please come forward." Harry cheered. It is our turn." The quick footsteps echoed as they moved forward. The 4 disguised individuals stood in a row, and Leon glanced at all of them in turn. He said that everyone's achievements so far have met my expectations. Leon praised. "Especially you, Han Harry." Seeing this, Harry happily replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Harry beamed with joy, smiling brightly like a flower, and Leon continued, "The gods greatly admire those who remain pure. You have proven both your talent and purity, and you deserve to be praised like this." Leon signaled to his assistant, who pushed a cart forward. On the cart was a shining suit of armor, sparkling under the lights. Leon said, "I will give you a sword, a spear, and a set of armor. They will help you reveal your true power within. Lord Spin created it, so please take good care of it." Harry stared intently at the shining armor, let out a sigh, and said, "So this is the ironclad armor." A strange voice spoke up. Not bad at all." The voice caught Harry's attention. She looked over and smiled. Beatos and Poma." Beatos and Poma appeared behind her unexpectedly, surprising her greatly. Beatos smiled and raised his hand to cast a spell. Beatos said, "Fight. Become a flame that burns your enemies like the goddess of war." Poma's voice rang out, "Entrust your body to the endless deep sea and fill your heart with faith." The blue and red light from Beatos and Poma struck the armor, making it shinier and more radiant than ever. The students behind knelt down, tears streaming. Some clasped their hands, others raised their hands to the sky, calling out to the gods, which made Soho a bit embarrassed. Hari could not believe her eyes. She was flustered. This is the information board that appeared. The steel spirit sword blessed by the spirit god. Legendary rank. Description: the steel blood sword blessed by Beatos, the god of war and fire. The steel spirit armor blessed by the waves. Legendary rank. Description: the blood steel sword blessed by Poma, god of peace and the waves. The Leon Market official said, "They are all legendary rank." The trainees were extremely excited. Whispers echoed, "Legendary. They are all worth billions." Then a strange call came from behind Ji-hyuk. Ji-hyuk. This startled him and he gasped out, "Hyuk." Lu then patted Ji-hyuk's head and reminded him, "You will become a judge, punishing all the evildoers around King Liam." Ariana stood before the 4 top achievers, hands clasped in prayer. "May justice protect you. You will remain strong even when facing corruption and evil. Let the light of immortality be by your side even in the darkest places." Soyeon looked at Ariana with many thoughts in her heart. Leon called, "John." Soyeon, and Soyeon replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Leon said, "Your grandfather asked me to remove you from this mission." Soyeon heard this and thought of her grandfather. Feeling stunned and speechless, Leon asked her, What do you want?" Soyeon hesitated for a moment, sweat beading on her cheek. She stammered, lowering her head, said, "I want to join this mission." "No, I have to do it," Leon replied calmly. "I understand. Then do as you wish." Just as Leon finished speaking, Aventicus appeared behind the armor. He stood with his hands clasped and head bowed, his voice ringing out. "The Avenger." He reached out, casting a spell on the armor. He said, "I confirm your vow of vengeance. Let the gift I grant you unleash the darkest destruction." The headless armor is enveloped in a strange purple magic. The armor is gradually transforming. Not only that, the entire sword is gradually turning pitch black. Ventasis said, "I will be the only one who can grant your wish." Suddenly Leon grabbed the hilt of the sword, pushing back the dark magic. The sword began to glow. This left Ventasis utterly stunned. He was left speechless. Ventasis was so surprised that he immediately asked, "What are you doing?" "You defender." Soyeon was stunned to see Leon gripping the sword, causing it to glow. Leon felt something and smiled softly. Ariana appeared behind him, lighting up the entire space around him. "She is praying." Leon said, "I am just worried about the future of my disciple." The sword was now enveloped in a mysterious energy. John Soyeon stepped forward, stunned by the scene before him. "Your Majesty." Sination exclaimed, looking at the man before him with a mysterious smile, holding the sword. That man was Leon. Behind him, Ariana was hovering with her eyes closed and hands clasped behind her back. She reached out, and a dazzling light appeared. "Dear little one, this light will be your way out," Ariana said as she pushed the light toward the armor in front of her. "Go towards the light." Suddenly something felt wrong. Leon's hand still gripped the sword tightly. "What are you doing? Now you dare to stand up." Ariana just looked up. "I was praying to my knight." The ghost continued to speak. "The Avenger, you have been too gentle with humans. It is disgusting." He looked at him and said. Loon's face remained unchanged as he replied, "I am the king of humanity." He smiled subtly, full of hidden meaning. like someone who had lost his daughter. Hearing that made Leon flinch and slightly bow his head. Leon Dragonia Leonhardt, the successor of Leonhardt and Dragonia, with his fiery red eyes close to Leon, said, "Do not forget that your founder found his name in the darkness." Hearing that, Leon closed his eyes and calmly replied, "I will never forget, the founding protector." Suddenly he turned his head away. John Soyeon. He looked and then continued, "Never let your dependence on the light make you lose sight of your goal. Guarding can only be done in the silent darkness. Never forget that, my little guardian." John Soyeon remained silent, clutching his shirt tightly. Elsewhere, a man in a white shirt with brown hair held a glass of water, gazing out at the night scene. He already had a list of names for those who would take part in the raid. He smiled softly and said, "Bring it here." This man was none other than Kamiya Yasun, the chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association. He stepped forward, sat down, and swiped through the iPad in his hand, while Hanhari stood behind watching, holding the iPad, and he smiled. The Prime Minister must be very worried. He even wants to use survivors from abroad. Hanhari touched his shoulder from behind, speaking with hidden meaning. After all, the government has been losing control lately. He laughed with satisfaction. "Yes, I am the one who caused that uproar. This country will be mine. Anyway, is this association really that great?" Kamiya Yasun continued watching and then said. Hanhari behind him also looked on. "They are truly terrifying, but of course, how could they compare to us? This is still the issue. I heard there is a battle of the great god pantheon here. Their marketing strategy is very effective. Strangely, very few people speak out against them." Kamiya Yasun raised a hand to his chin and thought, "Is that so? That can't happen unless they have taken full control of the internet. Well then, let us do this." He touched the holy throne and stood up. "We will go to that pantheon meeting at the front line in the first phase of the mission." His face full of meaning as if he already had a plan. "South Korea will definitely oppose that," Hanhari said while walking, not even asking Kamiya Yasun, who had one hand in his pocket as he walked. He continued, telling them that we would send 3 squad teams. Hanhari hesitated behind, feeling sorry for those teams. He laughed savagely. "Yes, they have been driving me crazy lately. So this will be the perfect chance to get our hands on them. My own kingdom will be more complete after this attack ends." And after hearing that, Hanhari clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, sir. We will have to throw a welcome party when they arrive. It will definitely be fun if we provoke them once." Just outside the airplane window, the plane gradually landed, and as it touched down, a guy dressed in a black suit was already waiting there. One of them clenched his tie, thinking, "Damn. This reminds me of when the Thai royal family came to visit here. Hopefully nothing goes wrong." The man stared blankly and thought. On this side, a man with silver hair listened to the phone with a slightly annoyed but serious expression, saying, "We are not trying to start a political war." The man was not calm at all and continued to reply. "That day was far from normal and would be exhausting for both of us. If anything bad happens and we receive articles with headlines like Japan-Korea relations worsening, then treat that day like a king," the man with silver hair said loudly over the phone. Seriously, that was the memory of the story before going to the airport that the man recalled, wiping sweat with a cloth but still looking very worried. The door opened, revealing a figure gradually. Leon stepped out proudly, holding the hand of the woman beside him as they walked down. The scene at this moment left everyone stunned. Yesterday, he truly was a noble. What is this atmosphere? This is not just about status or power. It is the mindset of that man from West Den. It is also the gap of status, something that cannot be felt from those who only have nominal power. He continued to hesitate. The pinnacle of position. Leon and the others continued to walk down. "Nice to meet you today," King Leon sang in his highness, the secretive Alexei Sparrow. He stood at attention and spoke. Leon reached out and asked, "Are you the king of this country?" Leon suddenly froze, his face puzzled. "Ha ha ha. I said you might not know much about our country because you are a survivor." A large figure appeared. "He is just a government representative. Why has not he stepped aside yet?" Kamiya Yasudu casually slipped his hand into his pocket, smiled lightly, and walked forward with several others. The man from West Den standing there turned around and said through gritted teeth, "Kamiya, I am Kamiya, chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association." He stepped up to the groom and extended his hand to greet him, saying it was an honor to meet him. Leon looked on but seemed reluctant to shake hands. "Hemph, how could a mere farmer dare to lay a hand on such a precious body? That face looks a bit disdainful. Get this person out of here." Hearing that made Kamiya suddenly think, "What the heck?" Kamiya, with an angry face, wondered how he dared treat me like that. It was truly rude at that moment. The person standing next to Kamiya spoke up. "Who do you think you are to speak to the president like that?" The one speaking is none other than S. from the Japan Hunters Association. "Takeda, do I need a farmer's permission?" Leon calmly looked on, speaking in a way that drove him mad with anger. Upon hearing this, Takeda could no longer hold back and unleashed a blazing red power. "Someone please stop him quickly. Sir, please put an end to this." The voice of warning continued to ring out. Hanhari was startled, and Oken Hyuk wiped the sweat from his face. "This is bad." At this moment Leon spoke up. "You still have not promised to train your dog. And this is the owner's fault." With a cold, A motionless face. He reached out his hand, and a gleaming sword appeared. And Hari and the old steward Okang Hyuk were so scared they broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to do. Leon looks really angry now. The two of them asked each other what they should do. I do not know. Takeda tried his best to hold his ground and not be overshadowed. He was almost shouting curses like a savage. Just then, someone came running over in a panic. He hurriedly reported an emergency. Everyone froze upon hearing the news. The demon sword has appeared. Kim Jin-soo turned around in horror and shouted, "Where is it?" The guy stood there confused, holding the phone, not understanding anything, and finally managed to say one sentence. He is riding the sword across the ocean. At this moment, on the vast blue sea, a dark-faced man was sitting on the sword, his eyes glowing eerily. Instantly, a large gate seemed to open in front of him for him to pass through. Another gate appeared in the sky. He passed through it, and the gate slowly vanished. Elsewhere on the sea surface, a sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was him. He had crossed through space. Alongside him were terrifying giant monsters. His whole body glowed as he muttered the name John Seon. Seeing those monsters appear on the sea, someone said, "It seems you can see the sword caused the prison break at the Dragon Palace Gate and then disappeared underwater." Breaking the dark prison at the Dragon Palace Gate and then disappearing underwater. Kim Jin-soo stared at the screen, looking a bit confused. A prison water gate. Could it really be such a coincidence? The subordinate holding the report said that according to the surveillance team's report, the water gate of the dungeon opened right after the demon sword entered the gate. Hearing this, he angrily stood up and shouted, questioning how a gate could have appeared there in the first place. Takeda, standing behind, glanced at the red-haired Lee Young-won and asked if he was willing to close the gate or not. The other guy, embarrassed and sweating, struggled to answer. Of course not. Leon spoke up, "That is not impossible." Lee Young was shocked and turned to ask, "What did you just say, sir?" Leon looked at everyone and repeated once more, "I said creating a portal is possible." Everyone present stared at him in disbelief, unable to say a word, standing still as he declared the emergency. "I will definitely share the necessary information." He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, asking Queen Beaches to explain it to everyone. The queen immediately smiled and walked up laughing, "Yes, of course." Then Queen Beaches looked at the golden orb and said, "Lord Spin, please help me." It beeped in agreement. Immediately, the orb began accessing the screen system here. Even the technicians sitting in front of the screen could not do anything. Everyone gasped in shock. Haha. What is wrong with the screen? Is it yelling? Now a black hole image appeared on the screen. Beaches, standing nearby, began to speak. "About 4 weeks ago, our team captured the eastern seaport along with the hunters heading to the state." The queen looked at them very seriously and said, "We have grown suspicious of the system gate and the missions assigned by the system." They gritted their teeth with some worry, and we came to a conclusion. She pointed to the image of the space gate on the screen simulated by Spin and said, "The conclusion is that the gate might be artificial." The queen had just withdrawn her words when the crowd could not help but shout loudly, "What?" Those guys stared wide-eyed and blurted out in disbelief, "That completely breaks the main premise of the gate assault teams." Leon stood calmly beside them and said, "That does not change what we have to do." With his hands casually in his pockets, he walked smoothly through the crowd in the room, exuding the authority of a leader giving orders. "This is a warning. We need to prepare to face the demons and find the location of the demon sword." The secretary girl, Len Tran, rushed up to question why he was giving orders. She still thought her Kim Jin-soo was the best, but as soon as she finished speaking, that guy quickly raised his hand to stop her. "However, the demon sword travels fast, and the monsters are about to land, probably just to distract us." He watched the figure leave and gave his opinion. "So let us organize a special unit that can be mobilized with just one word." "Understood. Leave it to me." Then he walked straight ahead. Only Queen Beatrice turned back and smiled at him. The old gray-haired man looked at him and said, "Now everyone in this room has one goal. Working together, we will begin the ambush on the demon sword." A detailed plan was displayed on the screen, showing that according to the demon sword's route, there are 3 main forces. Wakayama, the Japanese Hunters Association; Kochi, the Korean Hunters Association; and Miyazaki, the Lian Shrine Association. Looking at the battle map, everyone began to analyze. "We have blocked the monsters landing at Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama," the old man standing in front of the screen said. "All right." Looking at the display showing that Korea cleared the area 30 minutes ago, a man muttered, "Is that so?" 30 minutes ago, Korea's fat, a giant fell from the sky. The old man Kim Jin-soo immediately realized and exclaimed wide-eyed, "Incredible. The queen has appeared. I see. It must be the queen." He held the phone and called Takeda. From the screen, it was clear that one of the 4 points was offline. He seemed anxious on the phone, saying, "We have not heard from Team 4 yet. Go check on them immediately." A voice immediately shouted through the phone, "Yes, sir. I will go right now." Seeing the red offline text on the left, he panicked, wondering if it was a technical failure. "When I stepped outside, everything was piled up in a chaotic mess." Seeing this, they could not help but be horrified, gritting their teeth in anger and frustration. "Damn it. Some of their teammates have been stabbed to death. Do not tell me it is the sword demon." Takeda panicked, thinking it could not be. How could it have gotten in? The more he thought about it, the more confusing it was. It was not caught by the device, and we did not detect any trace of it. They scattered around searching for survivors while Takeda quietly wondered if Nishimori was dead. Another shouted loudly, "Takeda, everyone is injured." Looking at the bodies, "They must be our hunters." Takeda took out the communication device and reported to headquarters. "This is Takeda. Team 4 has been wiped out. It seems the demon swords have landed here." At this moment, a teammate, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost, shouted urgently, "Takeda, come here quickly." Takeda rushed over and looked down. What was in front of them was the corpse of a huge whale, its belly pierced by a deep, gaping hole. Looking at this hole, you can guess someone must have come out from the monster's belly. "Takeda, be careful not to leave any traces. Why would he do something like this?" Takeda's hand trembled as he held the communication device. "Why is this happening right now?" A voice came through the speaker. "Takeda." The announcement came through. Team 2 has also been wiped out. This shocking news made him exclaim, "What?" At the Korean Hunters Association, the leader clutching the radio announced in panic that the demon sword had appeared. Everyone in the monitoring room panicked and quickly asked where it was happening. The leader announced that Wakayama had already lost 3 SSS-Rank hunters. The old man with silver hair could not help but exclaim, "It is already like this and nothing has even started." The leader then reported that Hunter Takada is gathering other teams outside the Shrine Association. Red-haired Ainwan asked in surprise why it was not the Temple Guild. The teasing guy replied awkwardly, "Well, they tried but a monster shot down their plane." At this moment, Lun's people were standing watching the explosion ahead, and it seemed all 3 of them were safe. The system also activated the hated enemy trait. Red-haired Ainwan, unable to do anything else, could only curse damn it, now that the battle was lost. He decided, if that is the case, he sat down, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the others, asking if they could just stay here. He was truly afraid of dying and did not dare to go to the battlefield. The old man with silver hair clenched his veins in anger and frustration and wiped his face. "What the hell are you talking about?" Up in the sky, a helicopter is hovering over the sea, its engine roaring loudly. "Hey, why is this plane flying so slow? Hurry up." The pilot tiredly explains, "This is already the fastest speed. The maximum speed now on the ground at Wakayama is nothing but the color of monsters and bloody shattered fragments." Takeda looked ahead and saw the old man, the red-haired N1, Unchi, and the others in the control room finally arriving. Takeda thanked everyone for coming, but those who just arrived were all confused and scared, staring at the devastated scene. It was truly terrible. The old man asked if we are just buying time to fight the sword demon. Takeda said, "He is stronger than we thought, and will definitely take us all down if we split up. 2 teams have already been wiped out." Then Ain Chian turned to say that anyway, we currently have 5 teams here, including 4 teams from your side. In total, there are 9 SSS-Rank craftsmen, but Ain 1 said irritably, "Why am I being left out?" Yan Qian continued, "I think that is quite enough." Ain 1 then confidently boasted that we also have about 100 million rank smiths gathered nearby, so I think even the demon sword won't be able to do much. But as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly felt strangely uncomfortable, his eyes wide with shock as if something was pressing down on him. From afar, a sharp sword tip stabbed into the ground and was being dragged forward, shooting out dazzling sparks. Everyone immediately grabbed their weapons, preparing with heightened alertness. The demon swordsman had arrived. He walked forward, radiating a fierce aura, his eerie voice echoing as a brutal massacre unfolded without mercy. The demon sword grinned widely, his eyes blazing as he declared, "I am Akasa the corpse, the destroyer of life." Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, nerves stretched like a bowstring in defense, while Hayuri cursed silently. Damn it. Seeing him approach with fierce determination, everyone was terrified. None had ever faced such a powerful being and been defeated. What was this? Just then, something fell from the sky, causing the demon sword Akasa to halt, the ground around him cracking and sinking, surprising even him. Akasa holding the sword on that path. "It seems those others have done this." Takeda flailed his arms and shouted, "Now is the time to attack." They immediately charged forward, one of them shouting excitedly that the weapon was worth hundreds of millions of yen and to catch him. Takeda shouted with excitement, saying not everyone could withstand so many attacks at once. Ainwan, the red-haired guy, pulled the other and shouted a warning. "Oh God. Wait!" In front of him, Akasa had already broken free, his eyes bloodshot, laughing madly as he charged forward. Lianwen froze in shock, realizing their weapons were nothing against this demon. He swung his sword with a shout, telling them to get out of the way immediately. Right away, a nearby man was sliced in half, the cut sharp and clean. Everywhere he passed, the blades shattered like spider webs at a touch. Lianwen stood dumbfounded, unable to speak, only able to fearfully wonder what was happening. Seeing Dong lying dead on the ground, Unwon was horrified. He had taken down all the rank hunters with a single strike, and even Takeda was sitting stunned on the ground, not knowing what to do. Now he realized that if he had not told us to get out of the way, we would have been dead, but it was too late to run. The demon swordsman had already appeared in front of Takeda, his eyes blazing red. He raised his sword, ready to strike Takeda down. Just then, a flame flew in to stop him, startling him enough to look over. Akasa quickly swung his sword lightly, and the flame immediately changed direction and flew away. Lion One shouted again, "Now is the time to attack." Hong Ximxian quickly grabbed his hammer and charged, but the demon swordsman remained calm, showing no change in expression, and with a single gentle strike of his sword, he defeated the hammer wielder. He looks like he is fighting children, completely ignoring Takeda's group. Even Ximxian, who is fighting him, is wide-eyed in shock, wondering how he can block with just one hand. Akasa's eyes lit up with fire. He rushed forward muttering a weak curse before swinging his sword down to kill him. At that moment, thousands of swords fell from the sky, and the old man's voice rang out. Infinite blades. The old man flew ahead with thousands of swords behind him. That was his thousand-petal falling blades technique. He and two others managed to save Ximxian's life just in time. The old man furrowed his brow and asked if that was the guy we fought. The man beside him nodded gruffly, while Ximxian held his back. Groaning, "Oh my back," his face showed serious concern as he said, "He is very strong." Looking at Akasa holding the sword, his whole body radiating a fierce aura, he said, "I have fought a Manutian before, but he was not this strong." The old man looked at those being treated nearby and asked if Takeda was okay. He groaned in pain and replied yes, while the nurse who treated him said she could not heal it. Something that had never happened before. The old man immediately called down Wan. The red-haired one behind promptly responded yes. He was examining the device on the display system and activated massacre mode. Unwan stared in horror. This is massacre mode. Applied to all living creatures. Physical resistance reduced by 90%. Overall defense down by 90%. Health rapidly declining with wounds that cannot heal. Seeing the bright red screens in front of him, he knew this was not the only problem. There were many other absurdities. The demon swordsman Akasa must be on par with the great demon Rakshat, or even stronger. The old man darkened his face and drew his sword. "Do not get distracted. We just need to kill him," Liang Wan asked in surprise. "Sir." The people holding weapons stood in a line facing the demon swordsman Akasa. The old man frowned at him, seeming to acknowledge the good work done. The demon grinned broadly and laughed. "Ha, I know you, one of my own blood." The old man's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and replied, "I do not have a son like you." The demon swordsman, unconcerned, smirked and asked, "Ha, where is your granddaughter then?" The old man gripped the sword tightly and coldly replied that it was none of your business. His whole body burst into blue light. "Today you will die by my hand." At this moment, the last helicopter finally arrived, and a man in white on board placed his hand on the controls. Satisfied, saying it was lucky to have a private helicopter. "Whoa. I did not think we would have to decide who would join the battle right now." Then he confidently lit up and asked him, "Are you ready?" Chan Soyan. He looked at the armored girl who seemed even more serious than him, next to the sword, and asked her, "Chan Soyan." Chan Soyan frowned in annoyance and replied that she volunteered, then smiled and asked him, "I am always ready, of course. You want to join this battle, do not you?" To the point of even getting on the helicopter. On the other side, they shouted excitedly, "Of course, but I expect nothing from His Majesty." Then he blushed with excitement and joyfully said aloud, "We are only begging for forgiveness. That day will come when mercy is granted to us. Is not this salvation?" Seeing his expression, Soyan was speechless and thought, he really wants to contribute. Suddenly the plane shook violently, making everyone inside panic. One of them glared outside, wondering if the intense fight was happening below. Down below, they fought together but could not defeat Akaza. With his unmatched sword skills and invincible blade, the demon swordsman grew more fierce, charging in relentlessly to kill. The old white-haired man wielding a sword fought just as fiercely, his strength surprisingly resilient despite his age. Determined to kill him, their swords clashed powerfully. With no clear winner at first, the old man was startled and blurted out, while the demon swordsman laughed triumphantly, his eyes blazing red as he shouted, wielding the Lord's sword to massacre Akaza. Immediately, a giant red sword appeared in the sky. From the plane, everything was clearly visible. Everyone quickly looked out the window. "Oh my god!" While John Soyan shouted loudly, "Sir!" The giant red sword plunged straight into the ground. A loud voice rang in Yuri's ear asking if she was okay. Yuri slowly opened her eyes at the sound of a voice. Next to her was the red-haired one anxiously supporting her and repeatedly calling her Yuri. She rubbed her head and said, "Cough. Please stop. You are giving me a headache." Yuri's eyes widened in horror as she looked ahead and thought, "Wait. What just happened?" On the ground were the shattered fragments of the old man's sword. Seeing the demon swordsman gripping the old man's neck, Hiyuri panicked and asked if the old man had already lost. Around them, others lay injured and barely conscious. The demon swordsman laughed wildly like he was crazy. "Ha ha, not bad at all." He gripped the old man's neck tightly and said, but the old man was already old. The old man still struggled to curse him. Coughing, he said he would kill him. The demon sword Akasa smirked and said it was strange. His strength was less than expected. He should have died in that attack. Seeing the shadow charging with a sword, he said something had intervened. It was the girl Xuyan, her sharp eyes like a sword. Shouting, "Let my grandfather go." The system announced that the demon sword Ventasis was obstructing the demon sword Akasa. and the Ariana sword she was using had dispelled the darkness, which might be why the old man survived. Suyeon swiftly severed the demon sword's arm. The demon sword was slightly shocked to see his hand fall, while the old man was terrified, shouting no to John Suyeon. But John Suyeon seemed to have lost all reason, her whole body glowing brightly, her only focus now revenge. The system announces that the Avenger has succeeded in revenge, gaining strength with the soul as collateral. John Suyeon continues to slash down with powerful sword strikes, consuming 12% of the soul energy. John Suyeon gripped the sword tightly, glaring at Akaisa, clenching her teeth and thinking to herself that with this power, she could defeat him. The demon swordsman saw her fierce spirit but showed no change in expression, instead baring his teeth in a sinister smile and mocking her as an amateur. Then he immediately rushed to attack, but luckily the girl quickly raised her sword to block it. He pressed his body close to John Suyeon to threaten her. The holy power was definitely very strong. Countless of my comrades died after facing this power. Suddenly another surge of power from him rushed forward, making John Suyeon narrow her eyes and sweat, forced to tilt her head to one side as he struck her to the ground. However, you are neither a knight nor Orosi. The red-eyed demon sword sneered as he looked at her and said, you are nothing at all. Just then, a few people with swords charged from behind him. They were the guys in white shirts, not very strong but very united and fierce. Each wielded a large sword as they rushed forward to protect John Suyeon, all for the sake of mere life. The system displayed a notification activating the shared faith against certain prayers. Those people kept advancing without any fear, making the demon sword furious as it clenched its teeth, veins bulging with rage. He slammed the sword into the ground right in front of them, the blade glowing red, causing them to freeze and hesitate to advance. Even John Suyeon stared at the sword in shock, frozen in place. In just a moment, he had defeated all those people. The entire group was flung away in pain, landing far off. After finishing the fight, he even laughed happily and mocked them. Haha. Even a dog walking down the street would tuck its tail when it sees a tiger. You worthless bunch. Akaisa, carrying the sword on his shoulder, looked at the fallen bodies scattered on the ground and laughed proudly. I am immortal. Just then, Unwon let out a laugh, his devilish ladder on the ground so unsettling that even the demon swordsman turned to glare at him. The demon sword Akaisa angrily asked if it was really that funny, as Unwon was clearly fearless and still laughing to mock him, which was more than just a bit excessive. Unwon's attitude even made Yuri widen her eyes in confusion, while the demon sword stared blankly, stunned after hearing the other dare to openly insult his so-called immortality. At that moment, a light appeared behind the demon, causing him to turn around. Yunwon's voice still echoed in his ears, and right in front of the man stood Lion, which explained why he had been so reckless. Up in the sky, Lion rode his horse with shining wings dazzlingly bright, as if everyone had died. His face looked furious, eyes narrowed and lips pressed tightly as he stared at the demon sword. How could he not be angry? The demon had already killed many of his people. There has long existed a world where kingdoms are protected by gods, and those kingdoms have knights blessed by the gods. A finger points to the large building on the map. These knights are a nuisance to the immortal demons. The knights used holy laws to break the rules of nature, eliminating 4 of the 7 lords who had been revived with 6 grand dukes and 87 great demons, leading 10 million troops. They invaded the world of the gods and succeeded. They destroyed most of the world, leaving only 2 forces remaining. Led by Lion I, the knights' army prepared for the final battle, while the remaining Oros troops reveled in the Great War as if it were a festival, ravaging the east. Akaisa was transported to another world during the war and could not see how it ended. Eventually, he would realize how lucky he was. Seeing Lion now, he spoke in a sinister voice, calling him alien hot, mocking him and saying, "Can you still call yourself the hope of this world?" He lazily drew his sword from the air with a hum, but the moment the blade was in his hand, his eyes burned with more fury than ever before. His eyes gleamed threateningly. "Who dares to call my name?" Then he appeared before the demon sword. Akaisa, as fast as a bullet, raised the sword on his shoulder with a darkened face, and said to Akaisa, "You are right here." Without a word, Lion punched him straight in the face. The blow so strong and fast that he could not react in time. His face caved in with pain, screaming "Aw!" and he was immediately thrown dozens of meters away, tumbling on the ground before crashing headfirst into a pile of bricks. The old man watched in shock, eyes wide with fear, sitting there staring at the guy who fell headfirst, thinking he could not believe that he had defeated that demon with just one punch. Looking at the demon swordsman lying in the rubble with his head tilted to one side, the old man wondered in surprise just how strong he could be. But it was not over yet. The demon swordsman's eerie laughter echoed again. He had already gotten back up. Tae reached out to Leon, his palm glowing as he smiled slyly and said, "It is useless. You are still just a mere mortal." At that moment, the system kept flashing blood-red alerts, declaring a massacre with effects that applied to all living creatures. Reduces physical resistance by 90%. All defensive moves reduced by 90%. Health will drop rapidly. Wounds cannot heal naturally. On top of that, it also inflicts a corrupted soul effect, affecting all living creatures and reducing mental resistance by 80%. Falling into a state of panic. Attack power reduced by 50%. Stamina decreases by 5% each turn. There is also a heart eater targeting the enemy, Reducing the target's stamina by 70% of all effects. She will deal damage, applying pain debuffs each turn, reducing the target's attack speed by 40%. Next is the shadow limit, affecting all living creatures. Slowing movement, restricting vision, and causing panic each turn. In addition, there is still the blood pact effect, and the wings of destruction have terrifying effects. A series of effects have appeared around this place, and the old man grits his teeth in horror, worriedly thinking that even with this debuff, he still cannot win. Leon stood there, fearless, his eyes fixed straight ahead, his whole body glowing with a powerful golden light. His legs seemed to transform into holy armor. Resisting all curses, he slung his sword over his shoulder without hesitation and walked toward the demon swordsman, each step making history. Now the old man gaped in disbelief at the notifications. The terrifying cruel species was weakening the demon Duke Akasa, causing fear and lowering resistance. His mouth hung open as if his heart had stopped beating. He was something far beyond ordinary humans. A demon, untouchable by any living creature, a terrifying legend. The status effects kept flashing on the notification board. A one-man army, Demon Slayer, Warrior Effect, and Demon King Destroyer. He walked through all the demons effortlessly, going straight ahead. The old man frowned and widened his eyes in disbelief. Leon had neutralized them all with even stronger muscles. Before long, Leon stood face to face with the demon sword without anything blocking him. The demon sword looked very excited, his eyes red and wild as he shouted threateningly, "I am the destroyer of all life." Leon was not to be outdone. He immediately widened his eyes and shouted even louder than him, "No, I am the real destroyer of threats." The demon sword rushed forward, aiming to strike Leon down with a blow. Meanwhile, elsewhere people were still living their normal lives, but today the traffic jam was quite severe, with long lines of people waiting. Those in cars were angrily questioning the police, asking when they would be able to leave. The police officer, flustered, quickly reassured him, "We are trying to figure it out. Please wait a little longer." The other driver also held his head in frustration, with his wife and child still in the car. He cursed. Why did not the news say anything? His wife sitting in the back frowned and called out to him, and he, sweating nervously, turned to look at his wife and child and said, "We are going to be stuck here forever. It is better to walk." Just then, before they could get out of the car, another vehicle came speeding from behind and crashed into the back of that guy's car. The people in the car immediately panicked and asked each other what was happening. "Are you okay?" The wife calmly replied, "Yes, me and the child are fine." Then she turned to ask her son, "Are you okay, Haruto?" The boy Haruto stared out the window silently, nervously calling his mother, asking if she saw it. He had seen two bright lights in the sky, blood red and yellow, and he was amazed, saying there were people fighting in the sky. That is right, in the sky right now Akasa and Leon are fighting fiercely, with one holding a sword with both hands raised above his head ready to strike down on Leon. Leon sneers, daring to call out his full name, but quickly with just a flick of his sword, he sends him flying straight up before crashing down and exploding the place. The people below panicked and fled in all directions, everyone terrified and running fast. At this moment, the father in the car also poked his head out and said in surprise, "Are those two fighting up there?" Watching the giant sword and the person fall, he asked in confusion if that was really a human. As Akasa fell, he quickly shifted to the offensive and lunged down, muttering "die," then dodged to the side so the giant sword would crash straight into the ground. Den chased that family away. The sword seemed to fall on their car, and the mother could only hold her son's head tightly. Trembling uncontrollably, Akasa's giant sword was about to hit the ground. And Leon, holding his golden sword above, raised it and said, "Leon Dragon Leon, unsheath my sword." He jumped to the ground, holding the activated supreme sword, tilting his head back to the sky as hundreds watched the giant red sword about to hit the ground. Knowing he would not succumb to despair, it is said that once a Holy Grail Knight completes their mission and the Divine approves, they will receive 3 sacred items: armor, a magical spear, and a shining sword. The sword radiates a mystical power. So what is the sword of the Chalice Guardian? The Chalice Guardians are those who inherit the heart of the lion and become demigods protecting the chalice. The king of Leonhurt does not represent the power of the gods. Instead, he carries out the will of the gods. Hato forged the sword of King Leonhurt, and Petos polished it with his flame. Then Ariana infused her light into the sword. The sword you wield now is that very sword. In addition, many other gods have also blessed this sword. This sword is the pinnacle of light. Leon held the glowing sword high above, his face filled with intense anger. Leonhurt, am the one who carries out the will of the gods and protects the sacred chalice. He showed no fear as he calmly blocked the giant sword of that demon swordsman. Akasa watched this and broke out in a cold sweat of fear. He gasped in disbelief, and what is more, "You are just a human." He stared wide-eyed as he clearly saw how many gods were simultaneously granting power to the sword. Akasa screamed in horror. "Exactly how many gods' powers have you absorbed? Even this demon clearly realizes something. I have to kill him before he gets stronger." So the demon sword quickly reached out, wanting to strike him down, to kill him. "The glorious days of your victories are over." Loon's face showed no change, only growing angrier. He scowled, raised his sword high, and shouted, "My glory is immortal." Without hesitation, he swung his blade down. The demon sword was instantly cut in half before his eyes. Akasa stared in shock, unable to react in time, gritting his teeth with red eyes and cursing the monster. "Now we finally know who the real terror is. Your strike is so powerful that even from outside the universe, the light from your awakening can be seen." The space grew quieter. The entire ground had been cleared. With no demons left alive, the entire place has been purified. Leon frowned in discomfort and let out a slight sigh. I did not expect that Akasa was still alive, walking towards me while holding his sword. Seeing him stagger between life and death, constantly making eerie noises as he moved, he immediately sneered widely in mockery. "The weakling is really hard to get rid of." The demon swordsman, nearly beaten to death with a face full of wounds, still acts cruel. His eyes blazed brightly, baring his teeth as he shouted, "Ha ha ha, you are weak now. You have grown weak. You are much weaker than before." Suddenly he widened his eyes. I understand now." He looked at the small wound on his face with a satisfied gleam. Leon gently wiped the wound with his thumb. His eyes gleamed with sarcasm. "So, you are strong enough to be the Lord's right hand. But this does not affect his strength too much." Leon asked him softly. "However, what difference would that make?" The demon sword Akasa was a bit surprised. He smiled smugly and sarcastically, gripping the sword on his shoulder as he told him an obvious truth. "Even if I grow weaker, you still want to be stronger than me." The demon sword wielder was furious upon hearing that. "That is the truth." Immediately, hundreds of shadows rushed straight toward Leon. Seeing the shadow about to touch him, he let out a soft snort of disdain. Then he dodged to the side. No matter how many attacks came, not a single hair on his leg could be touched. Even through the barrage of his attacks, his sword flew straight at him. Stopping just inches from his face, he would have been dead for sure. Just watching it is tense. From the other side, Leon had already drawn his sword and slashed past him in one move. The sharp sword combined with strong force instantly shaved off all the hair on his face like a razor. But this demon swordsman was quick and still managed to dodge and start counterattacking, still lucky enough to store useless stuff. He raised his sword high and swung it down behind Leon. "Are you planning to waste your precious holy power?" he coldly replied, flipping the sword handle. "Enough talk." The two swords clashed, sparking a brilliant flash of light. A demon sword and a holy sword matched in strength. The two kept fighting without a clear winner. Finally, Akasa showed a weakness. He was kicked hard by him, slamming his head into the ground so hard it cracked. He groaned. His head was crushed flat, but he still was not dead. Leon's face hardened as he stared at him intently. This Akasa really lived up to his reputation as a tough survivor. Despite being hit like that, he still managed to get up. A surge of power radiated from him. Bloody hell. A guy like him dares to get up and call me a monster. He does not even realize what he truly is, though he still appears strong on the outside. The demon sword Akasa is truly exhausted now. He clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his skin, gripping the sword as worry filled his mind. I can't defeat him alone. He knows he is much weaker than Leon. At this moment, he also realized the space had changed. He glanced around and spoke. "I was still wondering why there were no monsters around as I watched the giant beasts appear in this place." Calling me a monster. His eyes flared with anger as he cursed him in disbelief. "You think you can stop me and these stupid monsters?" The demon sword Akasa replied smugly. "Ha ha ha. I am sure they can't do it. This demon sword has summoned an entire army of monsters, big and small, standing in a line like a monster fortress. He said they would buy us some time. If you can't fight, then use dirty tricks." He slashed his hand across like a sword. Just one strike. He acts like he is really strong as he yells, "I just need a little more time and I will completely turn into a demon." So he was trying to prolong his life, waiting for a chance to change his fate. The whole demon with the blazing red sword slashed forward, commanding the monsters, "Take care of him." The sentence left. The monsters immediately obeyed the order and rushed to attack Leon. He is very strong, but dealing with these demons alone will still take quite some time. Meanwhile, that guy has already run away. His eyes blazed with anger as he clenched his teeth at the damn bastards. Just then, a shot aimed straight at the head of a flying monster, accompanied by the announcement, "Priority target locked, destruction device activated." Then hundreds of shells were fired, the relic particle cannon, taking down countless monsters in an instant. He was startled and looked toward the source of the voice. A cloud of electric charge that I could use was right there. Akasa did not have time to react as a series of electronic fire streaked down from the sky toward Han. The attacker was Queen Beaches herself. She waved her hand forward and said, "I need to conserve mana just in case, so for now I will only provide support." While controlling the robot to attack, she excitedly asked, "Is that okay, Harry?" And Harry immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Hari and a few teammates have already led the Leo First Army here. This time it is our turn to help His Majesty." And everyone seriously stared at the monsters in front of them. Even Queen Beaches had taken action. Seeing this, the demon swordsman Akasa was so furious he revealed his true nature, cursing those damn bowing fools, and said the last time he saw the King of Leo was 4 months ago. But just look at the strong warriors before us now. The demon swordsman found it hard to believe could he have really formed an army in just 4 months. Leo raised his sword and shouted at the monsters, the Kingdom's soldiers. They quickly prepared, everyone waiting seriously for his command to defeat the enemy. The fierce battle on both sides finally ended, leaving only death and thick smoke behind. Leo frowned as he looked down, feeling the weight of it all. Queen Beaches stood beside him, placing her hand on his shoulder. saying that what happened at Long Hai was already done and gone, and he calmly replied that he knew. Looking at the scene before him, he felt a bit disappointed. All the deadly monsters were here, except for that damn demon swordsman he had escaped earlier. I raised my sword and ordered my men forward. The rookies, full of fighting spirit, easily pushed back the monsters controlled by the demon ant, but still could not stop him from escaping. The only thing left of him was the arm I cut off during our fight. The Queen Beaches seemed to understand him well, her expression showing no surprise as she asked, "Your Majesty, surely you have already made a plan, have not you?" A smug smile immediately spread across his lips. Of course, he raised the other guy's arm and said with bright eyes, "Look, with this, I can open the gate." Right, she covered her mouth and laughed, replying yes. With this, he won't escape me even if he runs to the sky. The sinister, smug expressions on their faces truly suited each other. They exchanged knowing glances at the arm. Knowing he would be caught no matter where he went, their eerie laughter echoed throughout the area. That night, in a luxurious room, Anhari and Hojian were dressed elegantly and politely. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa." The guy even enthusiastically said to Sister Harry, "I have never been to a place this fancy before." The table was lavishly set, and a waiter came over to offer drinks. You could tell just by looking that everyone in this room was wealthy. A waiter came over to them carrying drinks. "Would you two like something to drink?" Anhari immediately got a glass and a cup for me. "Thank you." The kid Hojian standing next to them was really annoyed. "Hey, why are you being so selfish? In a few months, you will be old enough," but she still refuses to agree, still holding the drink and have not teased the guy yet. Ho ho. Not just yet though. Just then, Kim Jae-yu walked over with the prediction cup, waving to both of them. "What are you doing?" Both sisters recognized it. They just saw the glass of juice in the blonde younger brother's hand. Anhari immediately used magic to retrieve all the drinks in his glass with a smug look. "You have not had any yet," making him panic and beg. "No way." The two guys who were forbidden to drink moved aside and whispered to each other, looking at Anhari's smug smile like a proud landlord. "Why does she look so happy? Isn't she supposed to be with Lord Kang Hyuk right now? She has never been to a place as beautiful as this before," the blonde-haired man said. Looking away, "Our showdown was pretty impressive too," Hojian immediately added. She received many interview requests. The king did not agree, so she was very happy. Anhari also remembered that moment. Hundreds of people were waiting to be interviewed. Her expression was a bit scary. I was completely panicked at that moment. Hundreds of people swarmed towards me. The blonde Kim Jae-hae from Australia frowned and asked, "Sweating, what did you end up doing?" She did not want to talk about it anymore and changed the subject. "Never mind. Have you two met His Majesty and Miss John Soyeon yet?" Have they all replied. It is already dark outside the castle. In the distance, the city lights shimmered as Miss John Soyeon, dressed in a seductive black gown, stood alone on the balcony. She sighed deeply. Thinking about that kneeling swordsman, she clenched her fists and whispered to herself, "Oh God, this is not over yet." Just as she withdrew her words, Ventus appeared. He looked at her and spoke. "That is right, but you can't handle this on your own." He did not answer but continued speaking. "However, you can still accomplish certain things. My subordinate dealt with the lazy big coward using the power I granted." Soyeon looked down, bored. "But I have already given you my soul. I have nothing left to trade with you." Unexpectedly, he broke into a twisted smile, his eyes bloodshot. "I do not need anything else. To kill those cursed kneelers, I will give you the power to kill them." She immediately became more serious. "This deal looks like a good one." Just as Ruok Coates said that, a voice rang out from behind. "Enough. Leon has arrived." He crossed his arms and looked at them, advising Soyeon to turn back. "Nothing in this world comes for free." She looked a bit surprised to see him. "Biha." Soyeon looked displeased and turned to question him. "Are you telling me to give up on revenge? If you say revenge is meaningless, then I do not." He walked closer to her and spoke seriously. "People think I am a god. I fully deserve the title of the god of hatred." Ventus stood there, clenching his fists and admitting it. "Ha ha ha." He was serious. He smiled with bright white teeth, his eyes reddening as he spoke. "You should listen to him. Think back to the scene of hundreds of people dying. This man has sworn to avenge his people and his comrades, even for himself, the one who carries the most hatred." Thinking of the scene where he screamed his vow of revenge that day, Ventus said, "He is an entity who has fought independently for 2 centuries, remembered for constantly soaking his sword in blood." He insisted, just to take revenge. He used hatred as a driving force to accomplish what seemed impossible. Then he placed his hand on Leon's shoulder beside him and asked John Soyeon, "So you think he would advise you to give up?" "I will tell you now, I am not telling you to let go of your hatred. On the contrary, I hope you succeed in your revenge even more." John Soyeon still seemed confused, clutching his hands nervously and asking, "So why?" They then stood outside on the balcony talking. Leon leaned against the stone railing, looking out at the desert as he spoke. "The result of revenge is very sweet. To succeed, you must change. But if you lose yourself, that will be your greatest failure." He told her that in the end, hatred will consume your mind. But John Soyeon was very stubborn and argued loudly that I did not care. As soon as she finished speaking, he grabbed her shoulder tightly. His face grew harsher as he frowned in warning. Don't underestimate the consequences of it. Even if she breaks the vow, she must still be punished and repent. In the end, she calmed down and listened to his explanation. Just blindly chasing power and revenge will only leave a deep, eternal loneliness in the end. Leon patiently explained to Soyeon, if she feels powerless, she should find a way to improve herself instead of losing it, so that after successfully taking revenge, what remains on her lips is a smile. John Soyeon was stunned and could only utter in disbelief. He raised his eyebrows and asked John Soyeon, is the person you want to take revenge on the father who killed your mother and your friends? She herself did not even know what she was doing it for. Now, hearing him ask, she was stunned right on the spot. Or did she herself choose to pursue the sword? Soyeon has been consumed by revenge day and night, but now faced with this question, she cannot answer clearly. In the end, she broke down completely. She could not hold back and cried into her hands in front of him, each tear falling on her cheek because of me. Remember that day you were the one who awakened the sword. I was tempted by it, and then my father. She cried until her face was red, blaming herself, saying if it were not for me, my parents and others would not have suffered. Leon turned to her and softly said, how foolish. He sighed and said, why do you see the victim as the culprit to take revenge on? You do not even know who you want to avenge. Thinking this, Soyeon finally understood he meant the one I should take revenge on was that demon. Without hesitation, he replied, yes, complete your contract with the god of shadows and hatred and fulfill your goal. He smiled lightly. That is the true path of revenge. Soyeon felt as if she had just awakened from a long dream. She could now clearly see the true path of revenge. No longer lost and blinded as before. 10 days later, the strike team had gathered, but some opposed it. Among them was Kamiya, who objected to opening a black gate in Japan. After the Breath Hunter Association chairman revealed the matter, the number of participants grew rapidly. Takeda gritted his teeth in anger, thinking he even dared to sacrifice the kingdom's own people for profit. That matter affects the future of this country. The sound of people shouting echoed as they entered. Then one by one passed through the space gate. With Takeda among them, he walked while seriously thinking that he would make the kneeling swordsman pay for the lives he had taken, and see what the Black Breath gang was really capable of. Since he had not yet seen their true power after the earth-shattering fight, Sang peeked up. The people passing by whispered with curiosity, wondering just how strong the King of Lyo and the Black Breath gang really were. But what appeared before them was unbelievable, leaving Takeda wide-eyed and speechless. In front of them was a brutal battle scene, a desolate and gloomy place, with the crowd frozen in place, unsure of what to do. They all thought it was horrifying to see the Breathless gang's army fighting civilians. Here they were forced to fight in chaos. Everything was in disorder, and they even laughed while capturing people. A child stood alone crying, begging for help, only to be immediately shouted at to be quiet. The group called Takeda watched in shock, wondering what those bastards were doing, almost forgetting that Leon was also involved. The little boy from earlier, perched on a shoulder, opened his mouth wide in a loud laugh, looking like a young enforcer, shouting to capture as many as possible. These fanatics must be enslaved and live in misery every day. The others also wondered just how cruel that king really was. Actually, this strange scene happened because a few hours earlier, when the group arrived here, they had already scouted the place. Oh, this is great. One of them looked around and said, the atmosphere is completely different. One of them looked around in confusion and asked, is this the territory of the Sword Kneeler? Suddenly, the system notified, you have entered the territory of the Grand Duke, confirming all stats are reduced by 80%. The guy was shocked after seeing it. The one next to him also looked surprised and shouted, 80% debuff, are you crazy? What kind of kneeling debuff is this? Leon turned back to calm everyone down, telling them to stay calm. The system immediately changed, surprising the guy. Seeing the screen glowing gold, he gaped in shock. This was a different system notification. All legions receive skill boosts. Enhanced troops. Strengthened defenses. Fortified fortresses. Increased courage, and improved protection. I gain critical strike. Fierce burst, increased magic resistance, range damage resistance. Extended vision, slaughter against infantry, and poison resistance. The Blessing of the War Knights boosts command ability by 150%. When fighting alongside a war engineer, you receive 20% physical resistance and an effect that spreads fear among demons, reducing their defense. The soldier watched the Church Legion march on without any unusual reaction, amazed and thinking himself, not just one or two people but boosting the effect for thousands behind. I had some idea of the king's power but not to this extent. Just then Anhari beside him turned and said, Brother has a mission, and he replied, Go ahead. She reads the information aloud for him. You are the exploration team of King Lyo, currently on a deadly expedition to Akasa. Help King Lyo defeat Akasa. They said so. He smiled softly. Defeating him is obvious. Then he shouted to them, I will do everything I can here. Akui's territory, and since this is the first time humans have come here, try to gather as many clues about the demons as possible. All your soldiers shouted loudly in unison, clearly showing their readiness to obey. The tall Tsium with braided hair looked a bit confused, unsure if he could do anything. Just as he spoke, a voice rang out, asking why he was surprised. He looked down and suddenly realized, it was Spinner. June. Kian stared at the robot on the ground, eyes wide, shouting loudly, then immediately tested it, and it responded confidently. Kian still could not believe it inside. Oh my god! Hanari also turned around in surprise and exclaimed, he is brilliant. Leon also turned back with interest and asked, oh, is it done already? He looked at Spinner and its frame. The outer skeleton was very complete, and he could feel the strong energy. Smiling more than before, it also responded to him, saying that the weapon system had been integrated with high initial stats and the autonomous combat cycle had been activated. It reported that the reconnaissance was complete, and seeing it work so quickly, he was a bit surprised and asked if it was already done. It immediately said to Leo, the activated drone has detected many squads that could be enemy forces. Leo's face showed a flicker of interest as he asked again, squads you say? Then he decided to lead the group, so let us head to the nearest spot. It immediately stepped forward and shouted, I will lead the way. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at a place that looked just like a village. A loud shout rang out, who are you people? Lean and Harry went ahead. She looked up confused and asked if there was only one person. She was still saying it seemed few when the man standing on the watchtower turned pale, clenched his teeth, looking very alarmed. Leon, the size of a horse, stepped forward and loudly asked him, who are you? He sniffed a bit without answering, then asked back. I asked first. He dared to talk back and made me furious. His face immediately twisted as he glared fiercely. After one comer dares to defy me, I will remind him of the royal family's orders and consider him foolish. Forgiving him this time. Seeing your anger, he nervously said, wait, I will call the village chief. Leon exhaled smoke in frustration and replied with just one word, fine. After waiting for a while, the large village gate opened, and the man from earlier let out an old gatekeeper. As soon as he saw them, he asked if they were not from here and introduced himself as the village chief. Oh. He already knew who you were and could not help but be terrified of King Leon. And you were surprised, asking if he knew the king. An old man suddenly broke out in a sweat, his face twisted in pain. He tried to act fine but could not, his mouth opening without a sound. Then suddenly he ran off behind the door, disappearing without a trace. Leon did nothing but gently say a word, and the spinner immediately lowered its blade. It quickly prepared the cannon and fired a large shot straight into the village, sending the old man flying out in shock. But not just him, the others inside were hit by the blasts all over. The village was destroyed in an instant, and his cold, terrifying voice rang out, are you trying to run away? These guys have been disrespectful to you from start to finish. The old man lying on the ground looked up at him fearfully and gasped. Loon's face darkened as he rode closer and asked who he was. The aura radiating from him made the old man so scared he almost cried. Begging desperately, please spare my life. He returned to a normal expression and said, I am not here to take your life, I just want to defeat the demons. A deep voice sounded beside him. The king, a figure appeared before him, whispering that it was him. Surprised, he asked if it was someone familiar, and the man looked at the old man before him, revealing everything as he spoke. He was once a commander of the royal army, a man who followed the demon lord and lived with the great demon murderers. Loon was speechless after hearing this, worshipping the demon lord. The old man's crimes are unforgivable. His eyes lit up, his face twisted into a terrifying snarl as he shouted, seize them all for me. Within Leon, the fire of war blazed fiercely. Back in the present, all those villagers had been captured by his men, tightly bound and guarded by soldiers, with demons chained underground around them. He weakly looked at the old man and asked if he was granted immortality for being a cunning survivor of the Akasa massacre. The old man shut his eyes tightly and shouted defiantly, admitting that it was just a lie to cover for them. All the captured people tensed up, sweating and gritting their teeth as they listened to the old man screaming in defense. We had to obey the demands of those damn demons, and even now the future remains uncertain as he pleads. Lion King, please save us. Have mercy on these villagers. The soldiers standing around sadly thought to themselves, how pitiful. In the end they were just puppets controlled by demons, with no choice but to commit evil. But Leon did not think so. He narrowed his eyes in disbelief and mocked. What nonsense are you talking about? He knew was lying to save his own skin, so he drew the holy sword and thrust it down in front of the old man to threaten him. Stop talking, you useless scoundrel. How many innocent people have your hands killed? At this point, the old man fell silent, unable to continue, as the oppressive aura covered the wicked civilians. He roared at them. Let me ask again, how many innocent people have you killed? Whoever can answer, step forward. The old man still shouted and argued. I had no other choice. Your Majesty, if I were by your side, I would not have done this. The more I listen to him, the angrier I get, pointing the sword right at his face, telling him not to blame the king like me. This judgment is just the result of your own choices. If you have committed a crime, then accept the consequences. He hesitated, but the others saw his sudden change in attitude and each of them joyfully whispered to one another. He continued, even someone like you was once a subject of the angels. They listened in stunned joy, unable to believe it. Could you really forgive me? I said I would keep your souls safe. Leon stood tall before them and said, until I judge and punish your crimes, you will serve as slaves for 50 years. The old man froze at this, his mind spinning. Slaves. He raised his hand toward them and shouted, "You must serve the deity to purify those dirty souls a little bit." The other commoners immediately cheered with joy. "Thanking you, my lord." For them, just staying alive is a blessing, but the one causing chaos now is the old village elder. He lay on the ground wailing pitifully, stubbornly refusing and rolling around, shouting absurdly, "Slave, slave." Those guys looked at their own people in confusion and exclaimed, "What is going on?" Everyone else is happy except for that old man. He just kept shouting, "No, no, I do not want to be Leon's slave. I refuse." Young Xian panicked and nervously said, "Do we need to be careful with him?" While the kid Kim Di-hyuk was stunned, thinking, "I will spare him, but why am I so scared?" The old man was still shouting to let him die when a young man from the village quickly wiped and tightly covered the old man's mouth. Cursing him, the others also rushed forward to hold him tightly. Caught him already. For them, death has always been a sensitive matter. Being spared is already a great mercy. The old man was still stubborn, truly a difficult age to manage. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped in front of the crowd, and a voice spoke up, telling them to stop. She was a goddess wearing black sunglasses, with platinum hair that both alluring and cool, her whole body radiating light as she stood behind Leon. He was kind-hearted, but you all must carry out orders without hesitation. After asking if they understood, he heard the terrified men hastily reply, "I will obey you, my lord," while the old man still thrashed free from the crowd, shouting, "No, I refuse to be Leon's slave." That old man has lost his edge. He can bear being a demoness slave but not a king's. The goddess said nothing, just raised a finger sharply, and immediately a streak of golden light appeared on the old man's neck, then exploded and shot straight into the sky. That old man is still shouting defiantly, refusing to submit. Leon then ordered, "Go, capture them and make them atone for their crimes." In the end, everyone in the village became free laborers, totaling 5,034 people. The group marched in rows, and he rode a white horse at the front, looking pleased as he said, "We have made quite a haul." The queen riding beside him covered her mouth and laughed with delight, saying, "I need to see if there are any women nearby." Suddenly, Spinner shouted, "Your Majesty, he reports that there are many enemy troops ahead." He asked with some surprise if it was true and said they would probably arrive soon. Looking at the various monsters ahead, he reported that they were likely minions of the great demon assassin Akaza. The soldiers behind got excited and drew their swords. Finally, the real battle is about to begin. I have been itching to fight for a long time. This is great. Those behind were also excited, drawing their swords immediately, eager to see how the effect would play out in battle. "We will avenge our comrades." Suddenly Leon threw a dazzling rope at the leader's hand, yanking him forward so hard he was startled. Then he turned around and glared fiercely at Leon. Leon's eyes suddenly lit up, followed by a twisted, eerie smile, and the man was drenched in sweat, eyes wide and mouth agape. His voice was like a slap in the face as he said, "Servants, get moving quickly," leaving him stunned. Wondering, "Is it really us?" The henchman nervously tried to ask us, "Are we the leaders?" Leon immediately said yes, glaring at them, saying that even if your limbs are cut off and your insides spilled out, you must seize the enemy in front of you. That is your true value on the battlefield. They all immediately objected, but still claimed to be righteous knights. It is ridiculous. Is becoming a serf just to die meaninglessly like this? But suddenly their feet moved forward, the whole group like robots controlled, moving straight with extreme cruelty. Whoa, what is this? Why is my body moving on its own like this? They all stopped suddenly. It turned out the one controlling them was the goddess from earlier. He also said you accepted the punishment, and before completing it, the concept of freedom does not exist for you. Now they realize they have been trapped, terrified beyond words. At that moment, the demon army swarmed like a black mass of ants moving forward, then suddenly stopped. Surprised, asking each other what was going on. Why were the territory's inhabitants here? Are these people crazy? Hurry back to your village. Leon smiled lightly, then pointed and shouted. Even though they did not change, they shouted loudly. Charging forward, those people felt like they were walking into a boiling cauldron, crying and screaming in pain. "I do not want to die, especially that old man." The leader grabbed the axe and shouted at these lunatics, "Kill them all for me." On one side are humans, on the other beasts, and when they clash, of course the monsters will spare no one. They raise their weapons to slash the guns, killing off the pests. One strike from him would shatter the ground itself. The demon beetle was tightly grabbed, its mouth agape and eyes wide with fear. It turned out those people could not fight back but knew to unite, grabbing the beast and clawing their way onto it, leaving it momentarily immobile, furious beyond measure what was going on. What was this? So the humans and the monster kept fighting, with the humans even biting and pulling hard on the monster's ear. Yeah. Die already. The beast screamed in pain and cursed fiercely. "Let go immediately. It is coming to encircle the area. You damn bastards better not cling to me." Both sides were fighting, and Cha suddenly stopped and looked back. From afar, a legion was rushing in fast. The monsters were so scared just seeing them that they immediately turned and fled. At this moment, Leon and his army were rushing forward with a roar that echoed through the sky. Behind, Behind. Watch out behind. Ah. This group, the large Concha was still shouting to be careful when he was struck straight in the face by a sword. There was no time to be careful anymore. Leon laughed heartily as he cut the reins and shouted. Because Leon was the best. After all that fighting, the old village chief was still alive, lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. The surroundings were devastated. With many already dead, he joyfully said he was alive. Even though he was the one who deserved to die the most, at this moment Spinner came over to report to him that His Majesty had eliminated 3,423 enemies and seized 300 cannons. Leon listened and snorted lightly, asking, "Is that so?" Then Leon looked at Queen Beatrice. "What will you do?" "Your Majesty, there is no doubt that her achievements deserve to be at the top." She raised her hand to her mouth, laughing proudly. "Oh my, are you paying attention to me?" Her eyes darted calculatingly at him. Then at the hundreds of monster cages before her, she asked if he could assign her about 30 demons sorted by rank. The higher the rank, the better. Loon raised his eyebrows in surprise. "It seems the butcher needs to close shop." "Why is that?" She placed her hand on her chest and bowed, saying, "Oh my lord." Her eyes lit up, her spiritual energy radiating fiercely as she said, "The more chances to open the demon gate, the better." "Right." His eyes brightened too. "Oh." Leon, who had only thought of death as a support mage, finally understood when Beatrice spoke. While the two were talking, someone approached and said, "Your Majesty." It was Takeda. He looked at him and asked, "What is the matter?" He replied hesitantly, "That matter is..." Takeda looked him straight in the eye, and with a serious tone asked, "Could you grant our assault team a few demons?" He did not hesitate and answered firmly, "No permission." Seeing him refuse so quickly, Takeda was annoyed and asked why. "Since our hunters have also shed a lot of blood," Leon calmly replied, "we acknowledge your achievements, but the reason is something else." He asked if they were confident they would not be tempted by the demon's schemes. Takeda felt a bit uneasy and broke out in a cold sweat, while Leon glanced over at Queen Beatrice. Both sighed in frustration before finally agreeing to Takeda's request. 3 is fine, but make sure to handle it thoroughly. Takeda paused, wondering what it meant to handle things thoroughly. Just then, a demon inside the cage growled as it looked out, and Leon immediately glanced down at it. He looks even scarier than the demon, sizing up each one carefully, making the demon sweat in fear. Finally, he grabs one by the head and drags it out, and that one screams at the top of its lungs. Takeda watched as he pulled the demon out without opening the cage, dragging it like an enemy that left him dizzy and sweating with fear. Leon glared at the demon. "Just one," the demon screamed, trying to break free, even daring to glare back and stick out its tongue. "The buzzing around me. I will destroy humanity and unleash a massacre without waiting for anyone." Seeing it so reckless, he said sharply, "Shut up." Then punched it straight in the head without mercy. After the punch, the demon collapsed on the spot, and Takeda was shocked, thinking this was all the crowd had. He picked up the demon to check, and it was much calmer now. These terrible creatures only need an opportunity to use their poisonous mouths to dominate humans. If we do that, no demon will dare to cause trouble or tear things apart. After saying that, he glanced at Takeda, noting their weakness is aimlessly wandering around, but they are still useful for observation. Takeda was too stunned to say a word, still very confused, unable to believe his eyes as he wondered if this was really a clean finish. He let the demon drop to the ground for Takeda, turned his back and walked away, saying to deal with them once they return. "Just keep doing it like this." Watching him leave, Takeda could only respond with a hesitant yes, while the demon seemed completely out of it, now sitting alone looking adorably clueless. With the demon matter settled, Takeda followed him again, asking if he planned to capture the Sun Fortress, to which Leon simply replied yes. He kept walking beside me, asking nonstop, "Will you send the peasants to the front lines again this time? Although we won, our side also suffered quite a few losses." Leon replied faintly, "Yes. Many people were injured." He even counted about 10. No, more than 20 people who have died. Takeda looked at him in surprise and asked again, "What do you mean? Is it different from the report?" Takeda frowned deeply in doubt. Could it be? No, it can't be, and hurriedly called out to His Majesty, saying that over 900 people had died in the battle, which made Leon feel a bit stunned and confused. He raised his hand in disbelief and repeated, 900. Suddenly his expression changed as he called out, and Takeda standing nearby quickly responded to His Majesty. Loon's eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and irony. He just included the serfs in that number, so in his eyes they are not even considered human. Takeda froze on the spot, horrified, thinking the future of humanity is truly bleak. It was already dark at the Duke Akasa's headquarters. The assassin named Akasa sat on a chair while a demon knelt on the ground. Addressing the Duke, the demon swordsman gripped his sword tightly, his aura flaring as he asked the demon on the floor how the support request was progressing. Hen's subordinate knelt down, trembling with fear and confusion, replying that the summons went unanswered, and Hen added, "Does the Grand Duke have no manners?" Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Akasa's face darkened with anger as he coldly declared, "The false summons of the great demon lies in the hands of the Lord." Remembering that powerful man, Hen clenched his teeth in anger, thinking it was all the fault of Clan Chief Oro's Mocha. If only we had not lost the Lord in the great battle. The demon swordsman gripped his weapon tightly, Head bowed, healing his wounds. Lio deserved to be crushed. Han's eyes flashed with a glint. He had thought of some dirty trick, banging his staff and shouting orders to remove it, and then heard the prince ask in horror, "Duke, why?" I clenched my teeth and did not answer, looking very anxious as I leaned back into the cold chair. It was not about anything else. I wondered if it was about the Lord. Consciousness returned in a body full of wounds. "Remove this." The demon blinded inside Han was screaming and crying, yet Hannah's face remained strangely calm. This was not good, and quickly thought he needed to find a perfect lord. The Lord possessed genius talent, and I thought that person was John Soyeon, a natural prodigy, but in the end, it was just a matter of lineage. That night, when John Soyeon stood talking with King Liam, he looked straight into her eyes and softly called her John Soyeon. His eyes were very serious as he asked, "Do you want to save your father? Do you have a true desire for revenge?" She confidently answered yes, even if it means risking her life. John Soyeon immediately got a knock on the head from him after making a promise. She rubbed her head in pain and looked at him confused. Lin reminded her to take better care of herself. It turned out he hit her to wake her up, so hatred would not cloud her judgment. John Soyeon blushed shyly and touched her head, softly replying yes. Then he placed something in her hand and said, "Take this." She took it and asked curiously what it was, the object in her hand emitting a magical, enchanting light. "Is it an earring?" Just then Queen Beatrice approached and said it was made from star steel crystal, containing the power of dreams, and she had crafted it as a gift for the trainees. According to the queen, it can create a shield to protect the mind, as many demons specialize in invading thoughts. John Soyeon stared at the earring in awe and gratefully said, "Thank you, Sir, Your Majesty." Leon frowned and said to John Soyeon, "If you fail, you will become a host for the shadow demons." He spoke bluntly, saying that if that happens, he will have no choice but to take you down. Now clad in his battle armor and standing before the ancient demon sword's dwelling, John Soyeon confidently declared to himself that no matter what happens, he would hold no regrets. Looking at the great man before her, she seriously admitted, "I will try to trust you this once." "My lord, everyone is already at the gate of the demon sword castle." Leon's eyes lit up, and with his hand stretched out sideways creating a rift in space, he said, "I will break through the gate." Before striking, he instructed the army behind him to advance immediately, planted his foot firmly, and charged forward with his sword raised high. With a single powerful thrust, the sword shot straight toward the gate inside. Akasa and the little demon stood looking outside. The little demon seemed very scared and panicked, shouting to the great duke asking what they should do now. Akasa laughed devilishly, looking down at the people outside the gate, saying, "So they have arrived." It turns out the one he was targeting was John Soyeon. "I can sense his bloodline. He is the demon who can turn the tide." Then he looked at the little demon beside him and said, "5 minutes. Buy me some time. I will take over that body." Outside, John Soyeon was holding up her sword and fighting alone, able to stop the attacking monsters and kill them without mercy. Suddenly a voice rang in her ear. So foolish. Since when had the demon swordsman Akasa been aiming at Soyeon from above and then dived down? She quickly dodged to the side before his strike landed, the force shattering the tiled floor. Seeing him, Soyeon raised her demonic sword, while he laughed loudly and deceitfully. The wave of hatred surged through John Soyeon as she struck a powerful blow, demanding her body back from him. Hearing this, his eyes glowed red as he sneered wickedly and replied, "Fine. If that is what you want." He quickly struck straight at Soyeon, his hand just inches from hitting John Soyeon's face. But just as fast, he grabbed her head and slammed it down to the ground. The blow was really strong. With one hand he pinned both of her hands above her head. John Soyeon screamed in pain, shouting, "Let me go." But he still held her tightly. Laughing wickedly, he raised his sword high with one hand, saying that by taking over your body, he would become even more perfect. Suddenly, John Soyeon seemed to see something and froze before her eyes. He suddenly changed, and she immediately realized it was her father. The man in front of her had gained some control over this body and only had time to warn her in panic. "John Soyeon, run away," she screamed out to her father with certainty. But in the blink of an eye, that face smiled wickedly and said, "It is too late." His hand quickly grabbed hers. Burst of purple light shot straight into the sky. "Surrender that body to me." Light enveloped both bodies. And suddenly a tear fell from the man's face as he called out to John Soyeon, while her face now bore red-rimmed eyes and a sinister smile. She had been possessed by the sword spirit and kept laughing eerily. He controlled John Soyeon's body to stand up, chuckling, tilting his head back to laugh triumphantly. Indeed, it was wonderful if he continued to grow like this. He could aim for the title of Sword Master. His face turned cold. Even though he had lost the essence he had accumulated, he had gained a new body. His eyes reddened as he smiled slyly, telling himself to leave here first and gather back the lost essence. But before he could move, a voice sounded behind him, saying that would never happen. Akaso immediately recognized the voice and coldly turned to look at Leon. The kneeling bastard fell down in pain and died right before him. He slung the sword over his shoulder and said, "Let us slowly end this, you disgusting parasite." All the glass panes shattered. Something lightning fast streaked past Leon, and the kneeling swordsman inside John Soyeon charged at him, fighting fiercely. He laughed as he fought, thinking this body was truly a masterpiece. 2 streams of light swords flashed in the air, and he felt pure and full of extraordinary potential. When the 2 swords slid against each other, he hesitated, but now he realized that all this time he had not even bothered to use his sword. The flashes of light kept flickering but could not touch him. Lian frowned with contempt and said this is the swordsmanship of the demonic predecessors. Yet he did not even realize it, smiling proudly and replying, yes, all the sword techniques of the vassals are in my mind. Saying that, Akasa knelt with his sword and began to perform rapid sword techniques, gritting his teeth and frowning as he watched the incoming strikes before lightly raising his sword to block them. Lian also swung his sword but Akasa jumped back to avoid it. The 2 stood facing each other once again. He knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth in surprise and said, amazing. An ordinary person whose technique can rival a demon knight. Lian laughed out loud, his eyes lighting up 1, 2, and he pointed directly at the kneeling swordsman with a smile. Unexpectedly, Lian then placed his hand on his forehead, tilted his head back, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, while the other guy, dumbfounded and furious, cursed him. What is so funny? He opened one eye to look at him mockingly, indeed a parasite. Thinking of those swordsmen, Lian said, I have seen so many skilled swordsmen but none you could learn properly from. Just one sentence was enough to wound Akasa the kneeling swordsman's pride to the core, and now who could hold back their anger? The kneeling swordsman gritted his teeth and cursed. Do not get cocky. As his hand immediately clenched Chan Soyan's sword tightly, he swung his sword and charged, shouting that a human only lives for 300 years. Wielding a sword to fight against a beast, seeing the kneeling swordsman like that, his face did not change at all, just a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Because you really are a parasite. Lian effortlessly raised one hand to stop his strike. You even stole the weakness of the sword technique. After breaking his move, his hand reached for his face, forcing the kneeling swordsman to dodge hastily as he coughed, and Lian slammed this madman's head straight into the wall. Kneeling sword screamed in pain, and very quickly he was lying at Lian's feet. His eyes were bloodshot as he laughed defiantly. A ruthless monster, relying on being inside Chan Soyan's body to challenge Lian, asking, are you trying to kill me? After all, I am your technician. Lian's eyes gleamed with a fierce golden light as he firmly declared that justice never wavers, then plunged the sword in his hand straight into Soyan's body without hesitation. Struck in a vital spot, the Akasa assassin was stunned. Now, his true form has been pierced. The great demon Akasa screamed fiercely. Where is this place? At that moment, someone stepped forward and let out a strange laugh. Ho ho, Chan Soyan's attacker sneered. Were not you taught by your mother not to talk nonsense like that? Out there, people call that spitting. And there is even a spit cup right next to you. Chan Soyan regretted her words. But those things do not apply to you cowards. My avenger has already kept his promise. The murderous Akasa shouted angrily. You gods and leanest lackeys. I will not spare you. He shouted that they would pay for their crimes. Now, Chan Soyan quietly passed by, and she gave a sharp command. Chan Soyan asked sternly. Is that enough? Baichit replied softly. Yes. How could I refuse what Lian asked for? The god spoke. The soul of the great Duke Kwai now remains only in fragments. Chan Soyan softly asked, so, can I leave now? I do not want to stay here another second. And Baichit replied, all right, leave the rest to me. Even if there is regret that things did not go as planned, it is okay. The unseen god spoke. Your subordinate priest in this life is truly a strange man, daring to use your dream spell for such a purpose. Hearing this, the assassin Akasa was furious, shouting, do you dare to underestimate me? Chan Soyan. Capture them all for me, the assassin Akasa shouted loudly. I will grant you the power to destroy and kill everything. Do not you crave that power? Hearing this, Chan Soyan was momentarily silent, then slowly approached the assassin. Akasa gleefully exclaimed, yes, yes, he urged impatiently. Hurry up and accept me. But unexpectedly, Chan Soyan bluntly punched him hard. Seeing Akasa's face swell up, the strategist shouted excitedly. Hey, the god quietly said. Put your strength into your legs and hips. Prepare to counterattack. The killer Akasa growled angrily. What? You are just a useless woman. He is too big. Do you think those punches can scare me? Feeling humiliated, Chan Soyan immediately kicked the assassin's face. She glared fiercely, shouting, get lost, you worthless parasite. At the same time, the heart monitor beeped as Chan Soyan slumped beside the sword-wielding Chan Jiho. Then a gentle hand stroked her head. And startled, she called out, Dad, to which Chan Jiho softly replied, Soyan, see, I am still okay. You are not allowed to cry out loud over this. She hugged Chan Jiho tightly. Chan Soyan sobbed, Dad, Dad, Dad. Chan Jiho, tears streaming down his face, softly said, Soyan, my precious child, it is all right now. Everything is over. Chan Soyan nodded. Everything is over. Looking at the family photo by the bedside, she softly asked, Dad, what should I do now? Chan Jiho thought they had to find a way to atone. Even though controlled, those memories still remained within us. He said, first, we will return to the temple of all gods and find a way to help him. Hearing that, Chan Soyan looked up and exclaimed, The guild mistress said. That is not allowed. Seeing that, Chan Jiho was a bit puzzled. Soyeon. Chan Soyeon shyly covered her face with her hand. Then she stammered, saying she had been chosen by the gods and was allowed to use the power with the sole price of the great demon lord. Chan Soyeon continued, saying that father must return to the guild and take on the position of successor, the god of 10,000 spirits. Let me handle it, Chan Jiho asked in surprise. Really? He was a bit doubtful. Soyeon. But is that really all there is? Chan Soyeon hesitated. Is that all? Chan Jiho thought to himself. My daughter has grown up. The silly child has now become a maiden chosen by the gods. Outside, Loon was holding a cup of hot coffee. He sat on the row of chairs near Chan Jiho's hospital room. Now, someone stepped forward and called out, Your Majesty of the Undersea. Leon turned around and smiled. He gently asked, Visiting your son? Chan Jinsu replied happily. That is right. I have been here all these days. It has already been 4 years. He then asked, What about you? Why have you come here? Leon said coldly. We have to deal with the aftermath. Hearing that, Chan Jinsu was a bit puzzled. Deal with the aftermath. Leon then explained that within his body, the demon sword's blade had engraved the martial skills and souls of past demon warriors. If one is not a priest like him, they cannot hope to purify those souls. Chan Jinsu quietly asked, so it also includes the souls of the other demon swordsmen. Lun knew well that no one in this world was strong enough to guide lost souls like him. Hearing that, Chan Jinsu immediately changed his expression, respectfully bowing to his subordinate and thanking him. Chan Jinsu softly said, My son and granddaughter have both been indebted to you, and my entire family is grateful for your kindness. If you need any help, please just say so. Leon took a sip of coffee and quietly said, Do as you wish. As long as it can guard against the evil factions rising up, I am ready to do anything. Now, Chan Su suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, How about this? He patted his chest and declared, From now on, I will consider you my boss. Liam was a bit surprised. What? Chan Jinsu loudly declared. In our world, it is called a peach garden oath. Brothers bound by a great cause. From now on, I will be Guan Yu, and you will be Liu Bi. Yoon looked annoyed and said, What? You want to become sworn brothers with me? Your status is still too low. Chan Jinsu proudly replied, Huh, I may look like this, but I am actually the 37th generation descendant of the Chan family, which means I am also part of the nobility. Lian smiled with satisfaction and said softly, Then quickly convert and accept faith in the pantheon. Anyone who holds that faith is a sworn brother, my dear sister. Chan Jinsu laughed and said, Haha, while I am at it, I will convert all the guild members too. Add a few more branches and the numbers will be quite impressive. Hearing that, Lian stood up and said softly, Alright, but the whole sworn brotherhood thing. Let me think it over first. Chan Jinsu judged, You really are as tough as stone. Seeing Lian turn his back and leave, Chan Jinsu frowned slightly. Gone already, Loon tilted his head and said softly, Did not we just meet after 4 years? Just enjoy this reunion. Then he stepped out of the hospital. At that moment, Lian placed his hand on the back and softly asked, What is up? Do you have something to say? He reached out to activate his skill and gently said, Come here. Powerful surge of energy suddenly approached, and Lian muttered to himself, Alright, it is time to use this. He took out a book that mentioned how to capture the giant using royal authority. Loon quickly moved toward the edge of the quiet forest to confront the giant, who appeared and immediately sniffed the air, growling. Seeing this, Harry widened his eyes in amazement and said, Whoa, it looks to be about 9 meters tall. A few days after defeating Akaisa, the great killer, Harry and the trainees, now officially royal knights, were given their first mission. Lian sternly instructed, From now on, you will use the peasants to capture the giant. Kim Jae-hui boldly raised his hand and asked, Huh. Do you mean we use the peasants as bait and then deal with him afterward? Lian quickly corrected, No, just use the peasants to catch it. Kim Jae-hui paused and asked, So you are only giving them the javelin? Loon explained quietly that according to the records, the giant can only be defeated with a spear. He let out a long, wary sigh. Loon warily held his head, looking at them with eyes full of doubt. I already told you, do not trust the customs of this world, he said softly. Before you try, I will demonstrate first. Kim Jane nodded and replied, Yes, that is the situation. Now, everyone has been led to the forest to watch Leon demonstrate, while the giant still shows no sign of backing down. Hajuho spoke anxiously. Can they really catch it? The peasant's physical strength is at best equal to a top-tier knight hunter, an apprentice said wide-eyed in surprise. Oh heavens, now the brave serf speaks up. Your Majesty, how can we possibly catch the giant? Leon glanced at the book. Let us see, according to Lord Greatus's theory, using peasants to take down the giant. Assuming the giant's true strength is 3,000 and a peasant's attack with a dagger is 1, then only 1,000 successful hits are needed to cause serious wounds that can be ignored. 2,000 successful hits will kill it from blood loss, and 3,000 hits will definitely kill it. Leon smirked and said, It really is a straightforward and easy to understand argument. He replied, If each person stabs at least 6 times, they can take down the giant. Hearing that, Bill froze in place. What the hell? Leon nodded and said, That is right. Of course, Do you think 500 people can't beat 3,000? If we can't do it, then we are as good as dead. Bill panicked, thinking to himself, this madman will definitely kill us all that way. Henrun asked, so we have to do this for the next 50 years. Right then, Bill suddenly dashed off. Hensuho startled and shouted, huh. Bill shouted loudly, do not mess with me. There is no way I am playing by your rules. Kim Ji-hyo shouted. Then the buff effect increased the attack of all serfs by 20%. At that moment, Bill shouted, I will be the king. But before he could finish, the giant struck him. The giant raised his weapon and stared coldly at the blood still clinging. Then suddenly Han collapsed to the ground. Leon muttered, oh, something seems off, and Harry cried out worriedly, this is bad. Leon whispered, how disappointing, only one hit and no stab. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Attack power increased to 20%, and Kim Ji-hye's eyes widened in surprise. You immediately reported, Your Majesty, the attack power has increased from 20% to 200,001%. Leon asked again, what? As if he could not believe his eyes. Is it true? Leon happily added, an increase of 20% means he has absorbed the strength of 200,000 lives. Truly a sacred scripture with cursed power. He held the book tightly, constantly marveling that Lord Grat has truly left behind a terrifying relic. Seeing this, Hensuho felt a surge of doubt. That book is called the Holy Scripture of A. And now Leon spoke up, saying, yes, that should be enough explanation about the Holy Scripture. Seeing this, the serfs could not help but worry. Leon's eyes widened fiercely. Now go die. If you do not want to die, the only way is to defeat that giant. After a while, the giant was defeated, his body covered with the corpses of the serfs. The book stated that using serfs to take down the giant grants beneficial buffs to the serfs. Attack power will increase by 20.014% when facing the giant. This effect will be applied permanently. Leon whispered, this is truly amazing. He kept murmuring, not knowing how hard Lord Grataz must have worked to create such a holy book. It is truly outstanding. My lord, Han Harry quietly asked, why is that? Leon looked puzzled. Why what? Han Harry said quietly, he gave the serfs a chance. Right, to atone for their sins for 50 years. Loon immediately replied, that is right, she softly said. At least they should not be pushed into such a meaningless death. Terrible. Still alive. Hearing that, Leon hesitated for a moment. Ah well, he said softly. Harry, your point makes sense. The gods also highly value that devotion. Pleased, Harry happily exclaimed. Your Majesty, Leon coldly cut in, but he narrowed his eyes and said, Loon's serf is definitely not human. Harry was startled. Is he being racist? Seeing her expression, Leon said, well, you do not seem to understand. He pointed at a slave and ordered, you come here. The man flinched and muttered, that one, who'd pity him? No choice, then obediently stepped forward. Leon asked, confess your crimes when you were still human. The serf stuttered, unable to form words. Huh, girl. That is, he kept hesitating. Well, seeing the other party stalling for time, Loon angrily used his firepower and extended his hand. Say it. The serf was startled. I will say it. I will say it. He honestly confessed. I killed someone. I committed murder. I killed the husband and raped the wife and daughter. It did not stop there. Then I will cut off the corpse and eat it. I will even use that corpse to sacrifice to the gods. Hearing that, An Suho and Kim Jae-hui were sick to their stomachs. Leon demanded, which crime gave you the most pleasure? And what did it feel like pinned down by suppressive fire? The peasant cried out in pain and broke into a savage smile. I picked out children to offer to those bloodthirsty Kwai, hurled them into pits and let them slaughter one another. They scrambled for life, screamed, then killed each other. The peasant added that the sight was truly delightful, and hearing that Leon could not help but kick his shameless face. You are too much. You bastard. Leon growled angrily. Why wait 50 years? I will send you off right now. Suho. Catch him. The serf cried out miserably. Please have mercy. Hanhari now understood the situation. Oh my god. Leon whispered. Even though they could do good, they chose to do evil. Don't underestimate that. They are the real evil Kwai. People unworthy of existence. Leon continued. But the only reason I chose them for this chance is because, he said quietly, they are not villains yet. Now. Leon shouted. I am setting the example. It is your turn to act. Each of you will receive 500 peasants. He made it clear, who can capture the giant with the least losses? No. Whoever captures the giant with the greatest damage will be awarded the position of knight captain. Han Harry thought to herself. Your Majesty, your true intentions are becoming clear. While Han Suho and Kim Jae-hui were catching the body of that peasant from earlier, Leon was too loud. So what are you waiting for? In the end, Hari had 88 peasants left. Earlier, she kept giving orders. Left, block the left again, and one peasant grumbled. According to my direction, is that really left? Kim Jae-hui silently judged. The expression lacked boldness, leaving him with 32 peasants. Earlier, Kim Jae-hui was so angry he ran up quickly, saying this is all there is, dodge like this. Damn it. What kind of comment is that? Too many useless orders confuse the peasants. Causing chaos, Suho. Only 2 peasants left. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly. Sobbing. Alive. Sniff sniff. Leon thought the issue was incompatibility. The blessing was not suitable for controlling the peasants, so Xian still had 154 peasants. She called out, "Hey! You there." The peasants turned around in surprise. "Yes," Jeonso Xian said quietly. "The one who went ahead just died." "Right. Will you avenge them?" The god behind laughed happily. He. The target for revenge has been chosen, consuming souls to strengthen power. The god joyfully bestowed. Excellent. Little Avenger. After the test ended, everyone closed their eyes and returned to the academy, based on the results of the Night Corps test. Leon spoke. "Well done," he quietly said. "Jeonso Xian, you will be the night squad leader." And she immediately replied, "Yes." Leon lightly praised. Using the control of serfs as intermediaries for the revenge contract was indeed a very effective decision. Jeonso Xian shyly asked, "Did I do well?" Leon said, "Yes. Even I have to admire your decision." Jeonso Xian responded modestly, "Yes." Leon continued, Yes. Leon crossed his arms and said softly. Previously, Lord Gratis initiated the serf trial to effectively reduce the surplus serfs. It is just that some people are incompatible due to conflict. He reminded that the blessing of light is not really suitable for controlling serfs. Hansuho replied worriedly, "Yes." Leon placed his hand on his shoulder and added, "However, I find you have a talent for pushing the serfs down to hell." Leon grinned with a strange smile. Hansuho could not help but worry. "Yes." About that, Leon said, "I will assign you 500 more serfs. Keep up the effort." Hearing that, Hansuho was shocked to the core, and Leon's smile lingered endlessly. After a while, Leon headed towards the Hall of All Gods, Niju, with a determined look on his face and Demella on his shoulder. Leon noticed that the sapling he received from Gunna had not grown at all. He had once said that nurturing the world tree's sapling in this land was not easy. Leon quietly asked, "Is it because the soil is unsuitable?" Demella replied, "No, this place has already been blessed by me. If there is any difference, it is the holy power." Leon began to ponder. If that is the case, then he raised his hand to demonstrate his skill. A strong surge of energy suddenly arrived. The holy essence enveloped the seedling, but it did not grow much larger. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. It did not seem to be a lack of holy power. Then Demella suddenly realized. Could it be about the holy essence? He spoke softly. "You have stronger holy power than anyone else, but it is not pure. You possess the strength of many different gods." Demella suggested that if it were a holy night, then all they can do now is rely on luck. Hearing this, Leon fell silent for a moment, quickly turned his back and left, telling himself he must return to the celestial realm and meet his comrades. Hoping to learn something new, Demella spoke up to stop him. "Do not do that," Demella said softly. "Living in the world of the dead cannot end well." Leon quietly said, "I can endure it." Demella suggested, "How about spending a night with Castilla?" Hearing that, Leon suddenly paused. Demella continued, "How about having a drink with Jiria, or joining Julmam in a horse race, or facing Jock Lee in a life or death battle? Can you really throw away those precious memories?" Hearing this, Leon clenched his teeth and pondered. Demella spoke softly. "At first it is just a brief moment, but the second time will surely be longer. And by the third time you will think you want to stay there longer." He advised, "If it is not absolutely necessary, you should be careful." Leon obediently replied, "I will remember the words of my great mother." Demella affectionately stroked him. "All right, be good now." Leon continued strolling through the garden. A voice suddenly called out, "Your Majesty, are you also taking a walk?" Leon startled and turned around. It was Beechit. Seeing Beechit carrying a watering can, Leon quietly asked, "Are you going to the sapling too?" Beechit softly replied, "I have been going there often lately." Beechit then asked, "What power does that thing have that you want to nurture it?" Leon replied, "Guna is the forest's avatar and my longtime friend, and that is the origin of this tree. The forest's avatars prepare the seedlings of the sacred tree, which will become the heart of the forest. That is the only way for all the trees." Beechit quietly asked, "Could it be that your Majesty wants to cultivate the species of that friend on this land?" Leon nodded and said, "Of course, but the sacred tree is also the foundation of the temple, the place where the world tree unleashes its divine power. And without the sacred tree, the world tree cannot awaken." Beechit asked in surprise, "So is there another way for the world tree to awaken?" Leon immediately replied, "Yes. In the moment the world tree awakens, the divine power radiates, causing countless demons to perish." Beechit quietly asked, "Is the awakening form based on virtue?" Leon spoke softly that is both a trait and a limitation of the divine race. He continued, "Like the lion's heart given to Jim by the world tree itself generates holy power thanks to its purifying strength. Demons cannot approach the area around the world tree." After hearing Leon's explanation, Beechit replied, "I understand now. Having that power makes everything easier because demons like to hide among intelligent creatures." Beechit then said, Your Majesty, I have a plan, Leon quietly asked. What method? And mentioned countless mysterious purple crystals. Leon thought this should be enough. Beechit immediately replied, yes. Your Majesty, Leon quietly asked, should we place the plant person in the center of the magic circle? Beechit nodded softly. Now. Leon quickly moved to the center area and placed Gunna's staff there. Returning outside, Leon quietly said, then I will leave it to you. Pithy. Beechit immediately replied, yes. Your Majesty. Just as she reached out to adjust the skill, powerful energy surged in. Energy from the purple crystals was suddenly drawn in, surprising His Majesty, who exclaimed, what color is that over there? They spoke in shock. The gate is colorless. This is the first time we have seen a tower gate like this. Even Leon was momentarily stunned. What is this overwhelming aura? Beechit quietly called. Your Majesty, Leon said sternly, we must be cautious with this gate. The two turned to look at the trainees. Leon spoke. This time, from scouts to elite soldiers, including Jim, everyone will participate, and the soldiers below the Kingdom's technician rank must always be ready. A trainee asked anxiously, into that gate. Do I have to go in there? Now Leon spoke in a low voice. All right, let us go. Everyone must be careful. Following Leon's lead, everyone entered one after another. The colorless gate radiated an incredibly powerful energy. At this moment, outside the gate, only the Legion remained. Suddenly, the flow of energy fluctuated abruptly. Seeing this, everyone gasped as the gate began to show strange phenomena. A knight asked anxiously, what is happening? Is the gate moving? Suddenly, a surge of energy shot straight outward. That power startled everyone, including me, and we all shouted loudly, Zasina de Bolas, prevention tleast misunderstanding goofy discussion sounds long time no see. Seeing this scene feels familiar, Kim Jae-hyuk exclaimed. Again, John Soyeon also wondered, where exactly is His Majesty this time? Baitrit stroked his chin thoughtfully. She whispered. This is a serious problem. It seems His Majesty cannot enter the gate. And Harry looked puzzled. Why can't His Majesty enter? Baitrit said softly. I am not sure either. Let us leave the gate and check again. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. Surprisingly, is there someone else who can control the gate? The mysterious figure spoke. I will not let them interfere with the mission. At that moment, a knight shouted. Your Majesty, the gate is closing. Baitrit quickly ordered. Fall back fast. The space is collapsing. Sitting on the saddle, she unleashed a series of small magic seals. Baitrit cried out in worry. What kind of absurd magic is this? I can't hold it. Her power was being completely sucked into the gate. Baitrit suddenly caught up a mouthful of blood, and Harry called out worriedly. Your Majesty, are you alright? Baitrit replied. Mana is having a backlash now, and Harry spoke up. Lord Spiny, have you discovered anything? Japspin is analyzing the situation. It reported that the gate has vanished, with no response from outside. Hearing this, Kim Jae-hyuk froze in place. It is all over. After a while, everyone had to face the monsters. Powerful lightning bolt struck down, but the impact was less than expected. Kim Jae-hyuk shouted in shock. There is only one of them, and Harry said anxiously. Sir Zappy, there are too many of them. Japspin reported, a huge enemy force is approaching. The estimated number is about 5,304, and because of the overwhelming force, everyone quickly retreated. Japspin quietly asked, Queen, are you okay? The low-ranking strategist replied, I just used up all my mana. More importantly, it seems the gate has opened and connected us to a terrible place. Now, Hensuho suddenly shouts, Harry, John Soyeon reports, there are enemy forces ahead as well. In the blink of an eye, the trainees were surrounded by enemy forces. Everyone was extremely tense. Hensuho whispered, if only His Majesty were here. The crazy horde of monsters surged forward. Japspin quickly opened fire, targeting the main battlefield. Shooting, a beam pierced through the monsters, but another group rushed in fiercely. Japspin hurriedly ran to the back. Hensuho whispered, they are too many. At that moment, the monsters charged in and roared loudly. Now, a knight suddenly appears and unleashes the fury of the Thunder King's wrath. Thanks to the Thunder Strike of Wrath, the bolts have taken down quite a few monsters. Julam Yulan's army pressed forward. He aimed his weapon and pushed his strength toward the monsters. Julam Yulan shouted, break through the enemy's center, and his subordinates responded, yes. My lord. They quickly formed ranks, the Legion spearhead advancing. After a while, Julam Yulan stopped in front of the trainees. He spoke, and I felt a powerful holy energy approaching. Yet, none of these faces are familiar because that hero loudly boasts his name. I am the holy warrior knight of Antima wielding the power of the thunder god. My name is Julam Yulan. Julam Yulan ordered, leave this place now. The thunder will soon fade. The trainees were quickly escorted back to the camp. Julham spoke up, then quietly asked, who are you? Julham looked toward Japspin. He could not hide his curiosity, especially about you. The The Knight of Iron and Forging. I can sense a holy power similar to Lord Antok, the protector of the mines. Japspin just let out a sound. Dit. Beechit spoke softly. We are travelers from the kingdom's border. Julaham looked surprised. From the border, Beechit recounted the situation. We rushed here out of concern for the kingdom, but the demons blocked our way. She softly asked, Sir Julaham, could you tell us about the situation here? Hearing this, the knight looked thoughtful and said, Julaham spoke softly. I think we can trust you. He began recounting the situation. After the battle on the Gandanshi plains, where Sir Vuncanus and the great Duke of the Empire disappeared, the kingdom was overrun by an unstoppable force. Julaham added that King Leo had gathered elves, treefolk, dwarves, and even remnants of the Empire to form a united front. Beechit softly replied, I see. So that is how it is. Beechit realized this was His Majesty's world, overrun by demons. And it seemed the knights had gathered the survivors from across the kingdom. Now, Harry spoke up. Your Highness. No. Lady Beechit, she replied softly. Yes. It seems the situation is more difficult than we thought. Beechit ordered, Harry, avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window. They have no words. Avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window. Taking on a new mission means completing something unknown. Harry said, Yes, some details are partially hidden. Beechit thought this would not be easy, and at that moment, Jullingham spoke up. Sighing, I have not been attentive enough to my troops after the last march. He stood up and quietly said, At dawn we will set off, so rest as much as possible until then. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed, and as soon as the sky brightened, everyone quickly got on their way. They galloped on horseback with fierce momentum, everyone wiping off sweat as fast as possible. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shone down, causing Harry to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. After taking in the scene, she exclaimed in surprise, Whoa! Before her lay an incredibly vibrant green space. Harry silently marveled, unable to believe it. Above the fortress, someone was watching intently. The entire White Tears Palace lies nestled beneath the deep blue sky of the temple. Jullingham spoke up. We have arrived, he continued, the last refuge of humanity. Welcome to the temple. Harry murmured softly. So this is the temple. In this place, there is a lord we do not know. He has killed countless lives and nearly destroyed the kingdom. Let us return. In the 63rd year under the reign of Lian Lianai, a dark force emerged. The great demon Lord Malice was resurrected in the imperial capital. In the 66th year, the chaotic Lord Malice was defeated. 1.3 million demon legionnaires of the chaotic Lord Malice and 980,000 evil followers under the demon legion led by the 13th Noon vassal of the empire were annihilated. The Knights of the Holy Order of Peace and the Guardians of Manon ascended, as did the Knights of the Holy Order of Life and Prosperity Killian. About 3,000 Knights of the 14 Kingdoms, Holy Temples died alongside 10,000 Wandering Knights and 270,000 Kingdom soldiers, an enormous number. 227 million people from the Empire and the Kingdoms perished in the winter of the 66th year under the Great Leon. The Demon Legion launched a second large-scale invasion, bringing despair to the Empire. As a result, the tribal forests were completely burned down, and the Dwarf Mountains were wiped out, a devastating blow. The Eastern Sky Kingdom was overthrown. 9 out of 10 territories of the Leon Kingdom were destroyed. In the 85th year under the Leon era, the kingdom stands on the brink of extinction. The blood-soaked knight charged forward fiercely. Returning to the Supreme Temple, someone pointed the way, and the knights, hearing this, began unloading the goods here. Yes, Gallingham asked curiously. Are you from the border region? You have already done so much, the eldest sister said politely. No, I am just glad we got everyone out. Harry is moving toward Beechit's position. Your Majesty, what do you think we should do next? She paused for a moment before speaking. I heard Lord Gallingham has finished the post-war reconstruction campaign and is returning, so we must act according to our original plan. By the way, I will meet the sages of the fairy forest to learn more about Lord Gilleron's situation. Jack poked his head out to receive the order. I will carry out reconnaissance and gather information around here. Seeing Beechit turn and walk away, Harry stood still for a moment, wondering what to do and whether he should help with the tasks here like a guardian spirit. In the end, he was kicked out shortly after. She could not help but hesitate and wonder inwardly. Your Holiness, why do you want to do such hard work? Is it not allowed? Does your Holiness hold such a high position here? Then she suddenly remembered and looked up at the sky, recalling that they said the god Diana was up there. Ahead of her stretched an endless road. Harry felt helpless. How could she possibly make it all the way to the end? Riding a horse up there would probably be seen as disrespectful. Just then, a carriage stopped, blocking the way. Eniac drew back the curtain and looked out. Oh! The Saintess. She curiously asked why he was walking instead of using a carriage. Unexpectedly, Harry had no idea who this girl was. Harry was amazed to witness this level of holy power, almost on par with His Majesty. Eniac spoke up softly. Oh, sorry for suddenly calling you back like this. If it is not too much trouble, she offered. Would you like to ride with me? Harry saw no reason not to and nodded without hesitation. Thank you, then my family can come along too. The carriage rolled on once again. The two sat facing each other. Chatting, Eniac was polite, as those visiting the Supreme Temple for the first time often misunderstood things like that. There is a carriage for official use. You may use it. Harry felt a bit shy and thanked her. She introduced herself more clearly. I am Eniac Pratisha, the attendant of the goddess Ariana. Harry stumbled slightly as he spoke. Very honored to meet you. I am Han Harry, but Eniac tilted her head, seeming not to fully understand what she meant. Harry quickly added, I am the priestess of two gods, Lord Petos and Lord Poma. Eniac was surprised, serving both gods at the same time. Truly a special person. She gently took Harry's hand with concern. Surely you must be exhausted. Harry was touched that someone finally understood his struggles. You understand me. In a flash, we had arrived. Talking with the maiden. We did not even notice when we got here. This is the Supreme Deity's hall. Harry scratched his head gratefully, thanking her for bringing him here, and Eniac politely replied, It is nothing. Of course I had to bring you. She signaled. So shall we go in together? You have business in the temple. Right, in the hall. The guard stood in straight, disciplined lines. When they saw Eniac arrive, they all shouted in unison. Great Saintess, you have arrived. Harry was startled to hear them say. Great Saintess. Immediately Harry bowed deeply to her, feeling deeply grateful. Great Priestess. Eniac looked a bit embarrassed and said, Please do not do that. Holy Maiden. She pulled Harry's hand, wanting her to stand up, saying before the gods, we are all equal. You know, it made Harry recall the way His Majesty spoke when asking for help. Equality, where is the person who said that going? She wondered why he said that, remembering that he was someone who cared deeply about rebuilding the wreckage after the war. Eniac was a bit surprised. Have you met His Majesty before? So you are the priestess of the second largest temple. She clasped her hands and smiled brightly, saying she just remembered feeling a very strong spiritual power from you. The footsteps ran quickly, just in time. Eniac has a request. May I ask you for a favor? The two of them went together to a place where subordinates were already waiting. Great Priestess, you have arrived. Harry thought to himself, truly a person of high status. Eniac asked, where is Officer Isabel now? Officer Isabel is in her private room, absorbing the moon's energy. Then I will prepare the great purification ceremony first. Please inform the officer to come down. Hearing these words, the subordinate felt overjoyed. The great purification ceremony means His Majesty is returning in glory. Eniac gave the order with a deeply concerned tone, saying His Majesty must be mentally exhausted from shedding the demon's blood. We should hurry. Harry stood silently behind, watching His Majesty Leon. As he stepped forward, he thought to himself, perhaps this is an image of His Majesty from the past that the gate has recreated, showing what he was like that day. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind as Leon's Majesty stepped forward. The gate slowly opened, and a dark figure with a terrifying, ominous aura gradually entered. Each step was incredibly heavy. Harry's eyes widened. This was a completely unfamiliar image of the king to him, not the dignified yet gentle Leon he knew, but a figure filled with fear and terror. A heavy aura of dark energy spread everywhere. Because he was the messenger of death, Harry stood frozen in place. Just then, a hand tapped her shoulder, snapping Harry back to reality. Isabel spoke up, saying, we will catch them. The newcomer spoke in a deep, rough tone. Isabel. A girl standing next to Isabel looked a bit worried. The moon's holy official. The day has finally come. Isabel smiled softly, explaining that in life she was the king's master, and in death she became Lord Dinah's first hunter. So this was no surprise to her. Then she turned to him and said, Comrade, do not be so serious. Hurry here. The sanctification ceremony is about to begin. Eniac led him to a room. Comrade. The grand sanctification ritual was ready. In the silence, he reached out and removed the armor from his head. All set. Next, the entire armor was slowly removed and fell to the ground. Harry was speechless. The entire bare body was soaked in blood. Eniac looked confused. My lord, he explained that this was the consequence of having torn apart a great evil demon while it was alive. Its pain and screams became a curse that clings to my body, but it dares not harm me. Isabel stood watching from afar, looking very pained. Sir, Eniac turned around confused. Holy official, why do you say that? He did not bother to care. Just let it go. The saint's disrespect is not something new. I have greatly offended the cruel goddess by doing this tedious work, so let us hurry up with the ceremony. Without delay, walk over to the glowing altar. At that moment, someone came to interrupt. Pity. You can't go in there. The grand transformation ceremony is in progress. The door was thrown open. A person slowly stepped in, and he spoke up. What happened here? The person who arrived was none other than Karina. Karina Dragonia, the Grand Formula Dragonia from the Northern Army and the legitimate Grand Formula of the Dragonia territory. Additionally, Karina performed a ceremony to congratulate His Majesty Leon Dragonia, the daughter of the Leoniate family, on her victory. He showed no particular expression. Is that so? Great Formula Dragonia. A question so vague she could not answer. Is something wrong? Karina's expression gradually grew serious as she issued the order. Our Northern Army hereby declares withdrawal from the alliance. Of course. He disagreed. saying we will not allow it. The Northern Army is a major pillar of the alliance, and if you withdraw, our forces will surely weaken. Karina's eyes darkened as he continued speaking, adding strength without changing the meaning. Aniak seemed uneasy and spoke up. Your Highness. Karina, who had been silent until now, finally said. Your Majesty, she believes Kindle has fallen, and the entire continent has become a wasteland. Our army, even counting the peasant soldiers, does not exceed 300,000, while the enemy forces have surpassed 10 million and are still reinforcing. He said this hoping you might reconsider. Your Majesty, as you are the representative of the Earth God and the commander of all the knights, are we really sure we have a chance to win this war? Loon's face showed no emotion as he quietly asked. So what should we do? Karina spoke firmly, but her body trembled uncontrollably. The Grand Duchy's territory was the first to be devastated after the Empire. The northern soldiers had lost their homes and families. And now, the only thing left for the Northern Army was us. March to the very end. If that is the case, Karina became more determined than ever. Even if we can tear apart and kill all the demons, we must avenge our families. I will destroy the demons who dare to nest in the Grand Duke's territory and dishonor the fallen. He listened silently for a moment before saying, Karina, do you blame me? Do you think that wiping out the demon main forces instead of protecting Draconia's territory was a mistake? She immediately denied it. No. Your Majesty. Karina lowered her eyes. Your Majesty did what had to be done, because the entire kingdom is more important than the Grand Duchy's territory. So you had to make that choice. Even you found it difficult. But what can we do now? Karina sighed. This was a completely personal revenge. To prove it, she raised her hand to the leather collar. This was the evidence. This weighed heavily on Leon. He could not contain his overwhelming anger. Karina, but her resolve was unshakable. I and the entire Northern Army have sworn a pact with the Guardian God. My status has changed. From now on, I am the Holy War Knight serving Ventusus, the God of darkness and guardianship. I am the Grand Duke Draconia, commander of 30,000 Guardian warriors. Clenching his fists tightly at Junjun, my mission is no longer about survival. When he heard this, he could not take it anymore and immediately chased him away, saying he did not want to see him again and to get out of his sight at once. Karina did not want to explain any further, so she turned her back and left. While Isabel fell into deep thought, she turned to ask if the day was okay, but he felt helpless. It was too late. She had already signed the pact with the Guardian God, and now there was only one path left. Isabel let go and began sucking the blood off his back, so there was no other way. He was troubled, thinking he had made the wrong decision, but Isabel disagreed. No, His Majesty had never made a wrong decision before, so who else but him would say such a thing? She gently reassured him. What if the priestess of the pure God, his younger sister, was kidnapped and forced into marriage? Could that be seen as an agreement between both sides to ensure peace? But more than that, should the Northern Army's retreat be considered an order from His Majesty? This is also quite important to reassure the troops. He hesitated. Probably so. He vividly remembered Harry standing here all this time, but the cold commanding voice startled Harry. Who was that? Somewhere else. Jack stood on the rooftop silently watching the conversation between the two below, wondering how much material was left. The stock was running out and new supplies were needed. He moved cautiously and quietly, knowing this was not the right moment, and the young woman said nothing else. No, there is not. I understand. Then take out a camera, record the video, analyze the actions, and start downloading the backup. Silently followed Antochi into the room. Suddenly, Antochi grabbed the hammer and struck hard at the object that was melting from the heat. At that moment Antochi also noticed someone following him. He threw the hammer sharply at where Jack was standing. There was a slight scrape. Luckily he dodged quickly, or he would have been done for. Who is this person? Antochi raised his hand again with no intention of letting go. Jack fled in panic, shouting, "Why are you doing this?" Unable to run away in time, it was caught by Anto's precise grip with just one hand. Antoch hissed sharply. The stranger frantically explained, "I mean no harm." It drooled continuously. "I am something that understands humans." Anto grabbed its head and lifted it high. Then it immediately flew out. How strange. I thought otherwise. You recognized it and let go. This is a small tribute. Antoch was about to reach out when Jack instinctively stepped back. Turns out he is a kind and lovely person. Seeing it panic and fly onto the roof, Antoch burst out laughing. He spoke up. "Come on, I serve the holy god, so why should we be enemies?" Jack was still wary. "A stranger, you seem a bit confused. Do not you recognize me?" He pats his chest and introduces himself. "I am Ant, the holy warrior knight of the god of fields and metals. Do you know Antoch, the protector of the mines?" Cut to the temporary living area on the outskirts of the city. Harry opens the door and peeks inside. "Sorry, am I late?" Suho was happy to see her and said, "Sis?" Suho curiously asked, "Sis, what are all those things?" She smiled at the girl, saying these were gifts because I worked hard at the temple. Suho stood facing her and asked if she had just come back from the temple. She nodded. "Yes, I even met His Majesty there." Hearing this, He quickly turned around. Curious His Majesty, Harry recounted, or more precisely, the ruler of this side of the gate, not the ruler we know. Soyeon interrupted, confirming that this gate belongs to the world of the Leon dynasty. Harry pulled up a chair and sat down, not forgetting to ask if anyone had received any news. About that. Heek also mentioned that Kindle has been occupied for a long time. Other places have been taken over by demons, and this is the only city left. Harry knew about this. He had heard from Ventasis about the final battle, which is probably the main storyline of this gate. Hyuk spoke as he activated the space screen. It is really difficult. If we could see the mission, no one would have struggled this much. Suho suddenly remembered something, his expression tense. He asked if anyone among us was connected to the gods of the divine temple, since the holy magic could be performed, but the reaction from Ariana's day was quite weak. Harry and Soyeon were startled. Momentarily stunned. Hyuk also remembered. Yeah, the holy spell can be performed. So how did this happen? Soyeon suddenly raised her hand. Wait. She cautiously looked around, feeling something was off. The area nearby was too quiet. It was lively just a moment ago. Suho and Heek also instinctively glanced around. What was that? Just then, some legs poked out from under the tent, leaving Hyuk stunned. Right after that, a giant tree man uprooted their tent. At this moment, the four of them were surrounded by armed soldiers, and a man drew his sword. The blade flashed, his attitude fierce. I am the judicial officer of the kingdom of Lio and a holy warrior serving the sun god in judgment. My name is Loxi, sharp and commanding. He declared, sinners, receive the punishment of the radiant light. The slow-moving wooden horse creaked as it rolled. Suho and Heek grew increasingly anxious. What should we do? We are all going to die, and they will kill us without a second thought. As soon as he withdrew his words, the man outside snapped at him. Can't you keep quiet? He flinched. Yes, sir. I will keep quiet. Suho wondered. Where are we going, sis? Harry guessed. To the judgment place. The four of them huddled together. They rarely gave anyone the chance to become serfs first. We are not even demon followers. Soyeon had a different view. Is not dying better than becoming a serf? Hyuk agreed. That is true. At that moment, there was noise outside. Hari thought to herself. Going uphill. She looked up. We were heading to the main temple, and unlike her calmness, Hyuk grew more and more panicked. We are all going to die. No explanation will help. Soyeon reassured him. Stay calm. Right after that, the door suddenly opened. Hyuk got goosebumps, his whole body trembling. Even when dragged outside, he still could not accept his fate and kept shouting no. The soldiers led them to a large temple hall. Only upon arrival were they allowed to remove their head coverings. Hari's eyes widened in shock as he saw the scene ahead. The people standing in front were Yulan and Isabin, and the one leading them was Leon. Standing beside him were Luxley and Eniac. His blue eyes were filled with seriousness. He took the initiative to break the silence. First, he ordered, throw them into the holy water. Luxley. Do it. He raised his sword and gave the order. Those sinners? Throw yourselves into the holy water. Hyuk in his mind imagined terrible scenarios. Don't tell me it is that famous water torture. Your sincerity made him lose patience. Do you want to say it again? Who wants their neck cut off by my sword? He immediately regained his composure. No way, I will jump right now. So you immediately jumped in, and the others followed right after. Loon was quietly observing when Ezel spoke up. Lowering himself, he calmly informed him of the situation. Since they did not dissolve in the holy water, they did not seem to be demons. Anihak agreed. Their bodies had received divine power, so they could not be demons. Lion also agreed with this view. The great king lady was right. That is why I did not doubt them and brought them here. Yet Luxley still harbored doubts. Who could know the terrible schemes those vile demons might have planned? Your Majesty, as a living demigod possessing the intellect of the sacred mountainous soul, surely must be aware of this. Suho was sweating bullets, basically saying that His Majesty could never make a mistake. Sis, I am so scared. When I asked about the rank, I heard there were 2 more people. He immediately answered yes, a woman belonging to the god of dreams and death, and a creature of another race belonging to the god of steel and craft. Both Anihak and Isabel were shocked to hear him say this, as they both possessed divine powers equivalent to living saints. Leon remained deep in thought. Then he switched to another plan, telling everyone to step back as he had a few questions to ask. Though anxious, His Majesty was firm in his resolve, saying, I understand your loyalty. But now, trust my judgment. He could only keep silent. Then he looked at Anihak and Isabel, giving them a signal. Understanding, they turned their backs and left, leaving them to face him directly. Loon immediately launched a preemptive strike. Suho pulled the person up without needing instructions, and said, Your name is Harry, right? She knelt down regardless of the terrain. Yes, that is right. Your Majesty, I am Harry. But a second later he stood like a statue amid the sisters' argument, saying, I told you not to do that. It works. You know, meeting His Majesty for the first time. It works. Leon was not strict and proceeded to question them, asking them to state their family names. They each introduced themselves briefly. I am John Soya. I am Hanso. I am Kim Jae. He closed his eyes and pondered. John Soyan. Han Soho. And Kim Ji, he continued to ask. All right. Where are you from? They hesitated. We come from. Leon sensed something was wrong and burst out in anger. Why do your eyes keep looking away? Can't you answer? Seeing his murderous gaze, they panicked and stammered. South Korea, who also added, that place is very, very far from here. Yes. Extremely far. He then fell into thought once again. He spoke calmly. I understand. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, glowing brightly. Then a powerful energy burst forth from all directions, divine and majestic. From within the light, a pair of feet stepped out, steady and sure. Ariana stepped out and quickly confirmed they were people we had never seen before. The shark standing beside her was puzzled, wondering how they could have received our blessings. Phaethos carefully speculated. Could this not be the work of evil creatures? The thunder god could not contain his brutal nature. I remember all those I have blessed, and if they are impostors, I will bring divine punishment and cut down their souls. Harry was stunned, directly facing the gods, having heard that His Majesty had coughed up blood even though His Majesty had already scheduled a doctor's appointment. She was truly enlightened, so this is the power of His Majesty in his prime. Leon straightforwardly revealed the purpose. The reason I ordered your capture is simply because of this. He was very resolute. I could definitely feel the divine power within you, yet no god knows of your existence. Harry also realized this might take a while, so he calmly continued. Go ahead. Who are you and how did you get here? Harry sincerely expressed his feeling. The moment I first met His Majesty is still very clear in my mind. What happened took place elsewhere. In the forest, the tall tree spoke with Beechit. I understand now. If Leon entrusted my sapling to you, then your intentions must be the same as Leon's. It calmly explained that the woman was from a distant future, and that sapling was brought from the realm of the dead. Beechit considered a possibility, and if that were true, the tree immediately responded that it could only grow in the realm of the dead. This shook her deeply. It was a serious matter. The surrounding trees whispered among themselves. But we will leave behind a fruit. Will you do it if what that woman said is true? Then we are beings recreated from the past, and if one can endure it, then it is the right thing to do. Beechit looked up and asked, do you have any other plans? The ancient trees immediately growled. There is a plan that was originally meant for the King of Leon. The nearby trees also whispered. He will accept it. If it were him, he would take it. The truth is, the gods and their high priests see sacrifice as necessary. Meanwhile, at a forge, everyone is amazed by Jax's skill. Sparks flying everywhere, the sound of machinery echoed as the forging began. Placing the piece in tray number 3, with a polishing completion rate of 62%, multitasking up to number 14, and Tochi and the others were amazed. It was so fast, he remained focused on his work. Polishing. Crafting. Before long, he produced a set of armor, Model 157. The reverse armor standard Leon hat was completed. Opposite them was a row of neatly lined up armors. Everyone was left speechless. Truly astonishing. I never expected a race like that could accomplish this, and Toch praised without reservation. Impressed. Ruki. And Tochi's eyes were filled with passion, just like that person named Leon. Sorry. It was like watching His Majesty Leon's journey. Do you know His Majesty? He immediately gave an answer. A close partner of this unit. And Toch was a bit confused. A partner in cooperation. It added, a demon-slaying comrade. I want to join too. Then it took the initiative to introduce itself, saying it had been a long-time companion of His Majesty Leon. We trained together. Jeff was a bit skeptical, and later with His Majesty. And Toch confirmed. Of course, it was a memorable time long ago. I was 30 then. And that was when I met Leon. It was in a border village on the verge of collapse, suddenly attacked by the Oris, and they sent out a call for help. The place was so remote that only Jill Duck and I were nearby, both on our paths of training, and that was when I met Gunla, who was on a journey seeking peace of mind. It was a fierce battle, with more Oris than expected, and they even had elite warriors. At that moment, a figure darted through the darkness. I met Leon. Youth is full of turmoil. Dying. Those damn monsters are doomed. With just one sword strike, Leon succeeded in wiping out the battlefield, and Toch was overjoyed at the time. He was truly extraordinary. It was hard to believe a knight only half my age, yet his courage was unbelievable. Witnessing him cleave a great Oris warrior in half in an instant was truly a spectacular sight. His fierce gaze remained etched deeply in Antoch's mind, like moss-covered ruins. Antochi summed it up briefly, saying that no matter what, he saw that talent in you. Then he made an offer. Do you want to be my disciple? He slightly raised his head and looked straight into Antochi's face. The space suddenly fell into a hazy silence. In front of Antochi's slightly fierce face, Jax kept swaying back and forth, the eye in the center of its face curved into a crescent moon shape. What about you? Gaby is always harsh with mechanical beings. Antoch looked incredulous. Do not you know who I am? He answered frankly. Of course, a ruthless knight, and Tochi handed him over. Yet you still behave like this. However, these words were useless to Jax. No matter how talented he was just a mechanical creature and could never compare to the efficient production capabilities of my perfect system. This cunning tongue managed to outwit Antoch, but unexpectedly only made him more intrigued. Truly a bold one. Jax knows nothing of humility. Of course, after the joke, Antoch got down to business, lifting the hammer, determined to show that teaching him was not something to be taken lightly. The sound and sparks caught the attention of passersby, but the one working paid no mind. The intense heat made Antoch sweat. Even while working seriously, he still talked to it, and I really admired his perfect work. As a blacksmith, my production speed probably could not compare. The hammer stroke came down strong and decisive, but every move was caught by Jack's sharp eye, spotting a flaw as the internal moisture increased. Antoch was sweating profusely, a slight smile forming as he realized this was more than just weapon crafting. The heavy hammer stroke began to rise again. Then Antoch quickly brought down a strike like thunder roaring in the wind, the sparks flying fiercely. Even he was amazed. At this moment, the passion surged high in Antochi's mind. This is art. My friend, the art of iron and steel, itched from the soul, something that cannot be achieved by perfect technique alone. Antoch held up a piece of armor, watching it with fascination, clearly reaching such a realm. While the metal was still hot, Antoch quickly placed it into the container. When it was taken out again, it shone brilliantly. The armor fell into silence. Unable to speak, Zappy was convinced. It admired that with this man's skill, the missing 0.01% could surely forge the armor for Leon. Despite that, it still watched cautiously. Then it honestly confessed to Antoch that since the data of this unit was still incomplete, it needed to register the technology of this aggressive creature into the knowledge database. Antochi thought differently and said briefly that you are saying you will become my disciple to learn from me. Zappy Cleon firmly refused, saying it was only to observe the technological development of the predatory creature. But Antochi knew the answer well and patted its head, saying you have to keep up. Disciple. Zimba. At that moment, Trat heard a call from behind. Lord Antoch. The arrival of the other party was a complete surprise. Lord Juliam announced before even entering that His Majesty is urgently summoning him. Soon after, the conference room was quickly filled with everyone. Leon hesitated before moving, staring out the window. On Hiika's face was deep worry, and Isabel could not help but sigh. Then she broke the silence, saying I have to repay it, the last holy grail. Juliam objected. Supreme Priestess Isabel, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Isabel probed a little. Hey, Knight, if your Majesty ordered you to go alone into the Demon Legion, would you do it? He was very straightforward. If that is the mission I must carry out. Isabel unconsciously smiled. Me too. Then she turned and asked. Your Majesty. Speak. She went straight to the main point. The sacrifice I must make, which will surely lead to a future outcome. Right. His expression darkened. Yes. Unlike everyone's gloom, she remained calm. So I should end this blasphemy once and for all. Because she was mentally prepared. I must repay it, the last holy grail. I am always ready to sacrifice myself. Under the starry night sky, everyone gazed up in awe. A voice spoke up. You have been granted permission. Leon called out. Isabel. She stepped forward slowly. I never thought I would commit such a blasphemous act. He bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. She stepped closer to him. No, there is no need to apologize. He stammered. She looked at him and smiled sweetly. Maybe you are a scoundrel who took my sister's innocence, but you are not a king who makes wrong judgments. She whispered to herself, now that we have lost all our territory to the demons and cannot perform the ritual, the only way to gather the metal for the final holy grail is left. She raised her bow high. It seems I am not the main character in this story. The moon goddess and the fire god were not deities suited for battle. Yet as she drew her bow tight and took aim, she bestowed upon her followers, those who live beyond humanity's protection, a unique power. And now, witness my strength, the skill of an archer who never misses. She gritted her teeth and said, Oh moon. I'm sorry. Each arrow flies straight up without missing. Each arrow soars high into the sky. The high priestess of the moon shoots arrows at the moon. Truly blasphemous. The greatest act of blasphemy allowed by the goddess. She remained lost in thought, only to find it ironically became a stunning galaxy adorning the night sky. Each arrow created a beautiful streak of light that made everyone look up, each one piercing through the moon. A huge crater appeared, with shattered rocks falling down. Leon looked up. It worked. The moon was truly pierced. He turned his head fully. The high priestess Aniak responded. Yes. Your Majesty. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands in prayer. She raised both hands high. A magic barrier appeared and launched a fire arrow straight into the sky. Gillingham smiled. It worked. The moon fragments are heading this way. He turned his head and suddenly Isabel collapsed. He immediately rushed over to catch her. Isabel, what the hell? It hurts so much. Her face was covered in fresh blood, which made me extremely worried. But Dinah shared the countershock with me. She is truly kind. He gritted his teeth. She really did well. Her burden. I will bear it, Gillingham suddenly shouted. Your Majesty. Gillingham screamed in horror as the trajectory of the debris changed. A large rock was falling straight down. A massive force was pulling the debris away. And I could not control it. Bai Chitsuoso thought to herself. This power is exactly like the force that closed the gate back then. The alert sounded louder. The trajectory of the fragment had completely gone off course. Leon clenched his teeth in frustration, veins bulging all over his body. He radiated a fierce aura. Ordering a special unit to collect the fragments, we cannot afford to waste the opportunity that the great Saintess Isabella risked everything to create. At the moon fragment's crash site, the impact created a deep crater, and Tuck rubbed his chin. So this is it. Definitely worth the whole day's effort. The moon fragment transport team has arrived, Bai Chit exclaimed in surprise. And Guy Spinner. Jack is starting to move. Deploy the reconnaissance drones. And Tuck stared blankly at the robots and exclaimed what kind of magic this was. My Geiger counter can do many things. The robot angrily jumped with a clatter. Dun Yiga called it correctly. He was just a technology provider. This unit lacked the intelligence to carry out a master-disciple relationship, and Tuck laughed heartily, teasing. I am jealous of your intelligence. Carve it quickly. Do not touch me. Suddenly, and Tuck's face hardened, and Tuck glanced at Bai Chit. Young lady, I suppose you have guessed it too, and you do not deny it. Yes, Lord and Tuck. She made a guess that the weak and silent demons would never pass up an opportunity like this. You continue her thought that they might attack as soon as we start mining the fragments. After saying that, you and the robot jump into the pit, but we can't delay any longer. Come help us. And Guy Spinner and Tuck called out. Everyone gather. We will start extracting the metal now. The knights answered in unison. Yes, Lord and Tuck. Then a deep pit appeared, filled with yellow stones. Everyone diligently dug around. Suddenly it shouted, detecting enemy movement. Right behind, a horde of bizarre-looking monsters charged fiercely, closing in at high speed. Bai Chit raised his guard. Sure enough, they were here. There was no way they would miss this unguarded moment. Lord and Tuck, the enemies are getting closer, and Tuck turned around and shouted. They are still far away. We have to stop them. A desperate cry rang out. Nige Spinner executed suppression. A giant beam of light shot up from the depths of the pit. Bai Chit's eyes blazed red. I will hold the line as long as possible. Then she raised her hand to the sky. A formation appeared, chanting an ancient spell, activating the void, tripling the highest level of defense. She shouted orders, analyzing the principles and reconstructing the magic. A burst of explosions erupted, emitting a bright red light. The wrath of La Mancha, and Tuck exclaimed in amazement. Incredible. Even the Marquises cannot use such powerful magic. Bai Chit replied calmly. The level of mages in this world is not bad. They have developed a destructive magic to counter the holy magic, but it is still not enough. She waved her hand again, her face serious. Hurry and analyze the metal. These are only the enemy's vanguard for now. The main force will arrive soon, and Tuck shouted. All right, everyone hurry up. He slammed his hammer hard against the rock, the clash of metal sparking with light. Even the trash worked relentlessly, and finally a yellow stone appeared. He shouted loudly, it is done. Suddenly, he froze when he saw movement above. A fireball was hurtling down toward them at incredible speed. It was, and Tuck only had time to shout loudly. Everyone. Watch out. His light obscured their faces. Even Bai Chit was stunned. As the fireball hurtled down, a massive explosion erupted. A man with a masked face revealed two glowing eyes. Pointing forward, Jack's eyes glowed red as he searched the internal database and found the destructive entity, a figure hovering in the air, the demon king of intelligence and curiosity. Caracal, the destroyer of this world. Caracal hovered above, looking down at the bodies crushed on the ground. She urgently ordered Jeff Spine, Zappy, and Han to report the damage. It immediately checked the grim situation after the battle. 30 knights deployed heavy holy magic to block the path. The free cavalry was wiped out, and the number of injured could not be determined. In the air, he spat words of contempt. Lowly creatures. Then Caracal reluctantly called out her subordinates, telling them not to resist prisoners like you dare to challenge the immortal. He flicked his beard, sneering with contempt. Die and be free of your debts. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, the prisoner's mage. Even the great demon was dragged into this star-crossed affair, and Tot led the army to ask Bai Chit, Miss Bai Chit, is there any way? She clenched her teeth in frustration, deep in thought. Then Bai Chit turned to ask Jeff Spin if teleportation could connect distant spaces. He immediately refused, saying it was impossible. No one could escape even with teleportation. Jeff Spiner concluded with a final word. The chance was zero. Bai Chit frowned deeply in frustration, knowing that if she used teleportation, the demon lord would just block her again. He carefully pondered. I see. Then Tot quickly regained his spirit and said, in other words, as long as that bastard is gone. Right. He took firm steps forward. My proud comrades, thank you all for your long dedication to the gods and the kingdom, and was determined to confront Caracal and his followers. She and Jeff Spiner watched his actions with confusion. He declared loudly and clearly that you have all vowed to sacrifice your lives to protect the kingdom. And today, right now, it is time to keep that promise. Hearing this, they began to stir into action. No one here misunderstood the meaning of these words. Even the soldiers had drawn their weapons, ready to die on a simple command. No matter how irrational it was, everyone was prepared to fight, obeying the gods. Yet they still accepted that unreasonable choice, and Tot confidently said to him, Spiner, the smart one, probably is not wrong. He firmly held the hammer filled with spiritual energy. But then Tot resolutely slung the hammer over his shoulder. Because in this world, there are things more important than sharpness. He decisively walked on despite the voice urging him to stop. My blacksmith, if you resist, the ordinary mortals won't be able to endure it. But Tot gently replied, the god who guided me from the lowest place. No matter who comes, I will do the same. That person saw him keep walking and reluctantly followed. Yes, that is why our gods love you. Now Tot's whole body burns with the flame of blessing, because of the radiant faith and the blazing fire of life. So beautiful, he toasted to the blacksmith. The blacksmith, Tot, the guardian of the forge, the greatest blacksmith in the kingdom, Tot's whole body radiated immense power. The hammer that once aimed for the future now stopped, with a blacksmith destined for death. The future no longer exists. The dazzling light from the forge scared the monsters. Yet the sound of the furnace breaking and the echo of the fire tempering steel will never cease. For each hammer strike is aimed at a brilliant future. At this moment, he successfully summoned the incarnate god, the holy god Jing Lam, the blacksmith of iron. And here, the oath of iron was engraved. Caracal also realized this holy power had been used before, and smiled proudly with brilliance. He decisively swung the hammer toward him, stepping back first and swung his hammer, causing a series of explosions that directly took down all the monsters on the ground. Calmly analyzing the situation, he commanded the iron god and the blacksmith spirit to transform all the creatures into materials other than iron. All the iron in this area is under his control. Alchemy, shape and form transformed. Seeing this, and immediately sneered. As expected. Quick decision. You mutants. Then you unleashed a move that shattered thousands of Hados hammers. A monster quickly created a protective barrier, a great magic shield of Amaza, but the hammer shattered the shield, striking the monster with devastating force. Terrible explosion erupted along with panicked screams, oh my god. What is this? It pierced the absolute defense and caused damage. Caracal was saved by the shield just in time. Surprisingly so, he was somewhat impressed. A mere mortal who has not lived 1,000 years yet possesses such immense power, and seriously considered the strike. And yet it was blocked without a scratch. Both sides continuously unleash powerful forces. So let us begin. Then, Caracal immediately unleashed strange formations. I will teach you all some manners. This is just the prelude to the most brutal battle of the century. Over here, Beachit is drawing the formation, spinning it house the progress. It is already 86% complete. Jeff Spinner is working with her to finish the large formation, and since they have seen it once before, drawing it is not a problem. Beachit calmly watched the fierce battle from afar, but the moment the formation was activated, he realized there was a new method. He informed her of an important update. The success rate was 2,714%. Even better than before. A mage should be rational, but Beachit intently observed the duel, urging to pray for a miracle to happen. Let us pray for a miracle. Caracal was quite impressed by his attack power, each strike like a great spell. So powerful, yet he destroyed it with just one hammer blow. He silently assessed Antochi's strength. There was no doubt he was the strongest in his dimension, the most powerful creature on Earth. Even the demon guardians are terrified. If a Holy Grail Knight at the lowest rank is this strong, then what kind of monster must the one at the top be? But Caracal refuses to back down. I admit, your peak strength might be enough to defeat a lord. A series of formations appeared, wildly launching attacks at him. But he was nowhere to be seen. The energy streams targeted Antochi and flowed toward him. Fight back. A massive iron formation appeared, blocking all of Hito's attacks, spells, and forged strikes. The bear cloak fluttered in the wind. Caracal sighed, saying he was starting to get bored. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from above, asking if the mutants knew why they were so despicable. He looked up suspiciously, wondering what was above. The consciousness carried the mighty hammer and came forward. Antoch clenched the hammer tightly, ready to strike decisively. Because you have no faith. Caracal refused to accept defeat and activated a counterattack formation, calling them fools. Saying no one could touch him, he launched a move to destroy Japspin. Analysis complete. Now die. It shouted. That move caused Japspiner to malfunction, triggering a self-destruct sequence with a violent forced energy surge. He panicked and called it Swin. Suddenly it flew up high, its whole body radiating strange lights. Then died. Then a cataclysmic explosion tore through the sky, blowing everything around away. Elsewhere, the monster sat atop a high mountain, surveying the chaotic scene. The monsters with horns are transporting weapons. They all look disgusting. Without exception, a commander sighed after looking through the binoculars. This was truly the apocalypse. Two people stood on a high vantage point scouting from afar, the last survivor of the empire. Wander, commander of the Silver Knights. He clearly remembers that the ones he led to the Empire's downfall, those cruel and terrifying creatures, crossed time and space to invade this world. The young man next to the tall mirror binoculars continued to watch. Those horned ones, they are demons of chaos. They are the ones who destroyed my homeland 20 years ago. He sighed with despair. Indeed, this is the end. A terrible monster appeared before. 23 years ago, the Emperor once defeated a demon king. This led to the Empire being engulfed in casualties. Naturally, the capital was destroyed, and the entire empire immediately fell into the hands of demons. He nostalgically recalled Lion wiping out all the enemies. Finally, Lion King Lion Hot appeared, defeating the demon lord and his forces. But that was only the beginning. If I were the Lion King, we might have won, given the desperate situation. That is only my wish. A sudden surge of energy is coming. This movement, the two immediately focused on the source of the approaching light, which did not seem like a mana storm. Perhaps a battle had already broken out somewhere. Scene change. Caracal could hardly believe it. It was absurd. He looked at the destroyed ground and the lingering sparks. A nuclear explosion. Who would think this cheap trick could harm me? At that moment, a subordinate suddenly realized, Lord, they have opened a teleportation gate. Caracal saw a few people escaping through the gate and understood that the nuclear explosion was just a diversion. He quietly calculated in his mind, the short-range teleportation gate only allows a few people to pass through. Which means... Thinking this, Caracal condensed a sphere of energy. They planned to leave behind the remaining soldiers and knights. Those reckless bastards. Do you think you can escape my grasp? But before he could attack, he was counterattacked by the warriors. Caracal, trapped inside the protective shield, was furious beyond measure. Those bastards. Then the soldiers stood firm, blocking them. Everyone charged forward with a determination to fight to the death, refusing to let the enemy escape, defending with their lives. He was angered by this action. Those fools. They did not even realize they had been abandoned. Caracal unleashed a devastating magical strike and vanished. Then he unleashed a massive amount of magic. After that, Caracal immediately withdrew his hand. Wherever the magic passed, everything was swept away. The attacker was late, when the subordinate respectfully bowed. I apologized. My lord, he replied calmly. It is all right, because Caracal found Beechit and Jeff Spin. We have captured the target. The scene shows a large amount of blood gushing out. She anxiously watched the figure fall and softly called out, Lord Anthox. At that moment, a large hole appeared on Anthox's body, as if this armor was not perfect after all. Beechit panicked and called Jeff Spinner for help, saying, Sir Anthox, go get treated quickly. He calmly replied, Take me to the forge, and he agreed immediately. Where Antochi passed, everyone was filled with fear, but the three of them did not hesitate and kept moving forward. Some felt heartbroken seeing his condition. The Mind Guardian, the first knight of iron and steel statues. Everyone stepped forward together following Antoch. He smiled happily, looking at the weapons. Antoch proposed, From now on I will forge steel with my own power. Next, he sat down at the weapon forging station. Jeff Spinner then spoke up to warn him that this would soon end his life. He understands that well. I know. It was decided the moment an ordinary convict like me gained divine power. Anta told Jeff Spinner, the Iron Knight forged from steel. The master has little time left, for there is only one last chance to teach his disciple. Antochi is very confident in his abilities. I will show you this is the first and also the last lesson I will teach you. Antoch, step up now. A piece of burning iron began to take shape after being hammered down. You struck and taught at the same time, and I set out on a challenging journey to receive a mission along the way. I met the future Lion King and joined him on that honorable journey, and though my heart had lost its freedom, I was taught by the greatest master and learned much. Later, I challenged him, and the sword was forged, but in the end, I could not surpass him. But even so, the knights wielding the sword I forged defeated the enemies of the kingdom, and the knights with my spear protected the empire in safety. Then a terrible explosion destroyed everything. Even though my worn-out hands could no longer hold the hammer, and my blood-depleted eyes could no longer see clearly what was in front of me. As time passed, he grew more wary of this world. Slow but steady, Antoch struggled to raise the hammer high, carrying the will of the gods and 1,000 years of history with every strike. Then he struck the hammer decisively, sharing glory with King Lion and receiving an honor unworthy of the gods' favor. Antoch continued to raise the hammer, urging to forge faith into iron and imagine the future he would shape with his hammer. The sword you forge will cut down the Empire's enemies. The armor you cast will protect your comrades. Fire blazes to temper both tools for survival, but placed in the right hands, they become a shield that guards the world. Antoch struggled to give his final words of advice. Remember this. I pray that the sword and shield you create will protect this world. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. His eyes grew dreamy. Lord Leon. Antoch felt more relieved than ever when Leon arrived. He leaned against him and sighed. Falling into the arms of another man, Judas would be shocked to see this. Who would ever doubt a sincere man like him? After all, Leon whispered beside Antoch, My son, Do not you have anything to say to Aaron? He tried to say, I have been loved, respected, and taught. I no longer wish for anything. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in anger. You are like my brother, Leon. Please help me. Do not refuse. Okay, he quickly agreed. Of course. Then, Leon helped him walk toward the others. The sad crowd wiped tears from their faces. And until the very end, Antak proudly declared to protect the kingdom. To protect the emperor, he lowered his head, his expression growing even more serious. I will meet you soon in heaven. Your hair is streaked with white, Leon. You fell down exhausted, but Leon caught you. Please live and protect this kingdom. Do not rush to meet me yet. He frowned deeply in sorrow. Truly, Antak just passed away and everyone knelt to say goodbye. At least they should have been able to speak their final words freely. The 85th prince of the Leon dynasty, the holy knight of the sword and iron statue. Antak has passed away. At a certain military camp, there were tents of various sizes neatly lined up in rows. Loon brought Antak's sorrow back to the camp. Suddenly a voice called from outside. My lord, it was Judas, who along with Gan Baron lifted the tent flap and entered. Seeing the two of them, the guest said, It has been a long time since we last met. Come in quickly, he carefully said. I respectfully greet you. My lord, Judas also bowed respectfully. My lord, it has been a long time since we last met. Loon even joked that there was no need to call him lord, just call him uncle, but Gambaron shyly refused, saying, How could I? My lord, you will spoil the child, lord. But he quickly spoke up, saying, What else? I have taken care of him since he was swaddled. Is not that why I am his godfather? Are not I his godfather? Then Leon grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him along. Come here. That was when I was still very young. He laughed heartily. I apologize. My lord. At that moment, he suddenly remembered. Where was Aaron? Judas carefully reported. Back then he was on a reconnaissance mission, and we had already reported the ascension of Sister Antak, but at that time he said he could not leave his duty. Hearing that, Loon could not help but feel helpless. Back then he was as stubborn as his father. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. It seemed they had arrived. Guna lifted the tent flap to peek inside. The entrance was a bit small. He happily welcomed him in, inviting him in, and with my understanding, the old man eagerly replied, Guna, have you really endured your heavy burden at last? He was a bit displeased with the name, saying I do not have what humans call a body, my old friend. Judas laughed happily and said, That is just a way of speaking. A person called a sage should not be so slow to understand. Ganra casually sat down in a corner of the tent. That was not something I wanted to hear from a knight who once charged straight into the windmill when the wine cart came. He angrily blew out smoke. Why bring up something from 70 years ago now? And besides, I was not the only one who crashed into it, and so the two of them chatted cheerfully. Besides, I had won, truly considering it a victory. Then Leon fell into a trance. Memories flooding back, he recalled everyone gathered around the feast. The bonds we forged on our journey still holding strong to this day. This enduring friendship surely a balm to the spirit. So there was no need for sorrow, and Talk was our longtime friend. He brought out a fine bottle of wine. I always thought Judas would be the first to go. Ganra agreed. I thought so too. Judas joined it. Is he teasing me because I am a knight of the holy cup? And so a glass of wine was poured. Leon raised his glass, saying that he left that day in glory and honor. How could it not be considered a blessing? He took a glass of wine, picked a ripe fruit, and said that as friends from that day, we should bid him farewell with love and friendship. Judas cheerfully raised his glass, to our friend. And Talk. Everyone enjoyed the fine wine together, and after a sip, he sighed. At this moment Leon announced something. Now we must continue to inherit the legacy left from that day. Then he turned to ask him, Ganra, how is the item coming along? He calmly replied, Perfect. The god of craftsmen has blessed it. Then Leon asked about another matter. What about the will of the forest? Ganra seriously replied that the artisans have reached an agreement, and now we will refine the essence and place it inside. Upon receiving the answer, he walked straight toward the tent door, knowing the preparations were complete and always grateful for the artisan's dedication. Leon confidently lifted the flap and opened the tent. He took steady steps toward the soldiers. Enia, Pertesia, and Wanner have gathered completely. Leon went to him to ask about the situation, saying, Wanter, the demon army is advancing behind. He recalled that chaotic state. Yes. The army from the kingdom is on the march, the surviving demons from the cursed plains of Jandanji, the followers of the divine beast, and we have confirmed the appearance of the empire's apostates. Do you want to know the estimated numbers? Wanner answered seriously. 10 million. He and Leon are on the move, leading their entire army straight here. He grasped the situation. I understand. The final battle is approaching. At that moment Leon sternly ordered, Prepare to fight. They will be here soon. Inside the city, the soldiers are taking turns on guard duty. A group of soldiers is constantly transporting crates. In the camp, a few soldiers volunteered themselves. Your Majesty, we also want to help. He firmly refused. No, you will stay in the main camp. Leon also believed that you should not put yourselves in danger, which made everyone uneasy. John Soyon tried hard to persuade him. Your Majesty, I have enough strength. Even the future king has acknowledged it. Leon closed his eyes and carefully considered. But his answer remained no, because Leon's judgment was correct. If your group fights, unlike Leon who only shows the past, Harry's group are real people, and if you die inside the gate, it will be a real death. However, he can see a desperate future Leon of this world, who must look to the future with no other choice. Then he proposed a plan for everyone, saying you have another mission to complete. Hearing this, and Harry was confused, a mission that we gods must carry out. Outside, soldiers and nuns kept passing by. She and Hyuk were amazed by the scene in the room. What were they waiting for? Isabel is resting and invites both of you in. Come in quickly. He is utterly surprised. You are the high priest of the moon. Right, she then affirmed. Yes. I am the first hunter of Dinah, the goddess of the moon and purity. Isabel happily pointed to herself, the second most powerful person in the kingdom, the sister-in-law of His Majesty. I am Isabel. A nun reminded him to rest and not to lie to the children. Seeing both of them frightened, she laughed with delight. She allowed the nun to help her down. After all, there was no one else. Not even the prince had any other choice. Isabel slowly walked toward everyone and said, Now, little birds, you must be wondering why you are here. She recalled the gods. The deities. There were many gods, but among them, some were called true gods. Then Isabel unleashed a magic circle. The symbols appeared, and except for some special cases, the 7 strongest gods were recognized. The portal scene released another box. Then she forcefully kicked open the divine sword of light and justice. Inside is a mysterious shield, worshipped by all the knights and the supreme god of the kingdom. He said excitedly, 1. A shield. The other weapons also revealed great power: sea and waves, war and red fire, sky and thunder. There is also a mace with great power. Since ancient times, water and thunder have been regarded as nature's most fearsome fury. Isabel revealed that there are many other gods, but for now, only these are relevant to you. And Hari touched the relics. She calmly looked at the treasure chest full of earth. Yes, they were relics left behind by the knights of the Holy Grail and the high priests of the past. But Hyuk always wondered why she was willing to show us. Isabel smiled softly. She generously gave everyone these relics because you will inherit them. Isabel seriously warned, do not misunderstand. You are not yet worthy to use these relics, and they will not recognize you. John Soin doubted. So why? She calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, I will entrust the future to you, confident that if they do not act, you will survive. Isabel entrusted everything to everyone, saying you will use them better than someone like me, who is about to die, whether these relics accept you or not. Harry blinked in confusion. How could she be so calm like that? Then she looked at John Soyeon and the other person who carried a strong aura of darkness. She introduced herself. I am John Soyeon. Isabel remembered that god confidently saying, later you can help me with something that only a god's champion can do. John Soyeon firmly accepted the mission, and if that is good, it pleased her greatly. Good. Very polite. I like that. Isabel agreed with her attitude, so she immediately cast the spell to begin the succession, and then everyone started to prepare. Outside, the soldiers were just as busy, getting ready for the battle. Before the battle, families embraced and said their goodbyes. The people prayed for the warriors who would shed blood. Leon stood on the city wall watching from afar as the battered knights and soldiers began to return. The monster soldiers have also gathered. The final battle is about to begin. The post-battle mission awaits. The people of Ganra's tribe moved toward the royal palace. Ania bowed respectfully and welcomed. O wise ones of the forest, welcome to you all. Then she stepped aside to reveal the arena behind her. The ritual was ready. The old man could not help but murmur when he saw the object on the altar. The old man admired the cup with delight, for the holy cup's craftsman had forged it perfectly. Ganra beside him explained, a friend who understands steel better than anyone. He has fulfilled his mission, and now it is our turn. Hearing that, the old man understood everything. I get it. Young one, now we will fulfill our duty. Then he looked at everyone. Those who remain must also carry out their roles. Bai Tri nodded in agreement with this idea. Then she assigned tasks to each person, saying Spinner and I will hold the front line as much as possible. As for Miss Hari and the others, and Harry confidently accepted, we will continue to inherit the sacred rites under the guidance of the high priest from Ezaman. Jeff Spinner spoke up. Once everything is settled, gather at the designated point. This team will protect the Holy Grail containing the essence. Then regroup with the others. At that moment, Bai Tri called Han Harry. Miss Harry, who responded listlessly, yes, Madam Bite. She gently patted Han Harry's head and said, always remember our role, and she could only reply, yes. Then Bai Tri did not forget to greet Enia Protesia, High Priestess Enia, and said, we take our leave, as she clasped her hands in prayer. May the blessings of the gods always be with you all. The old man looked back at those who had gone far, then turned to ask Enia Protesia. High Priestess. The old man voiced his worries, knowing that when it was all over, she calmly replied, I understand. To perfect the essence, the pure body must strive. Enia Protesia clasped her hands again. Loon is leading the front lines, so he cannot do it, and thus that responsibility falls to you. The High Priestess of Light and Justice, this is your mission. She prayed with solemnity, hoping that her sacrifice could pave the way for the future. The High Priestess Enia Prodosia had spent her life in the temple, reading scriptures and teaching doctrine. She used her power to save the fallen soldiers, and even as the great war against the demons erupted, that never changed, only her prayers shifted from the living to the dead. But Enia Prodosia could not hold back her tears as she comforted countless fading souls, always tormented by her inability to do what the knights could. So the small maiden who once illuminated justice now only wished to give her all. Grateful that she still had something to offer the king and thankful that she still had a role in this final battle. Remembering Lena's figure with a peaceful heart, she prayed for the king, wishing that light and justice would always protect him. At the battlefield on the front line, the soldier sighed deeply, looking down from the fortress wall at an endless army of destruction. From afar, the monstrous army thundered forward, a ruthless legion stretching to the horizon, their twisted gods erecting gruesome shrines atop the remains of the fallen, desecrating every trace of civilization. He was horrified by the sight. The kingdom of Leon in decay, even the land of the Lionheart hair was lost. Stay calm. Stay alert. Ivan. Now, only the final fortress remains. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to reassure them. Do not worry. With the power of the holy law, long-range weapons cannot harm us. He was surprised. Really, is that true? The soldier must have sensed something and looked up to see. Everyone was terrified when they saw something falling down. What is that? The crowd hurriedly dodged the falling objects. What is going on? He stared wide-eyed in horror, realizing it was a prototype. The prototype began to twist its body. Then the prototype exploded, spreading poisonous bones everywhere. Hold your breath. It is poisonous bones. Cover your mouth. Someone shouted angrily. It is spreading. Damn it. Those bastards. The lead soldier ordered to form ranks. The life priest to purify the poisonous bones in the northeast first. Ha-Hung stayed in a corner, purifying the area. That is right. With firm steps, Loon advanced with strong momentum toward the flames. The moment he spoke, a series of prototypes were burned to ashes. Wherever he passed, the flames grew stronger. Aaron called out as he saw him appear. Lord Leon, and he calmly replied. Lord Aaron. Leon comforted him. Be proud of this. Your father fell in glory, and now he has reunited with the gods at the great feast in the world. Aaron agreed. Yes. He gave his final instructions and immediately left, looking at the army ready to fight. It was heartbreaking, the last days of the kingdom, recounted by future generations, an inevitable end drawing near once again. Loon solemnly declared with great spirit, O those who bear honor, listen to me. O goddess, even if there are those who tremble in fear, please grant this mortal the heart of a lion. O master of the Holy Grail, the one who lights the sacred sword of glory. Right now, here, your little flock is trembling in fear. Someone speaks up. Do you see them? Those beside them also see the enemy approaching. I see them. The mothers comforting their crying children, swallowing their own tears. The struggling men cling to the last flicker of resistance. Knights bleeding with the hope of planting a seed of hope. Even on this barren land, witness the crowd rushing forward. Can you hear it? The screams of cowards trying to trample on all that I hold dear. I hear them. Loon is on the wall watching the enemy soldiers. But what about you, master of the holy sword, the holy spear, and the holy grail? Can you hear the cries of the souls stolen by the dust of destruction? The soldiers are filled with determination to fight. Your first night. No one cannot stop the evil spreading to the horizon. I hear you, yet he remains troubled. O goddess. My goddess. What do you want this foolish knight to do? Suddenly a goddess slowly descended, gently touching Leon's shoulder. The goddess softly embraced him. My knight, noble warrior clad in silver armor, your goddess will stand by your side until the very end. Loon smiled softly as he was comforted. Then he drew his sword from the demon seal. Do what you desire. Immediately, Leon plunged his sword into the fortress wall. Rage. Enrong jiak koin bo truok ant magongako aaron. Heapsi aran. Kontrako antok. Kaisathan chen sat long dan. Vi heapsi videta sat kuthu sung gong lokwa hak lam. Hafen nu. Judas vigambran kungok lenine. Chin kasi Judas. Anhung kua bin nian palur. Va contrange. Gambaron, Hafen Nu, the heroic spirit spoke to the other tribes, the noble archers of the elf clan, the guardians of the oak forest, the armor breakers of the iron mountains, those who once faced the fire dragon, rise in fury. Lena's sword struck down hard once again. Now his words thundered through the clear sky, calling on all who bear the honor of this era. Why do you not rage? Why do you accept disgrace from the wicked? Leon roared with fury, his eyes blazing as he faced the deluded five. Rise up as your duty demands. Rise up as your duty demands. Then he clenched his teeth, punched his chest hard. Then Leon turned to someone else. You loon. Answer me. Who am I? He confidently replied. You are the living demigod, the will of the gods, and the guardian of victory. Then he looked at the next person. Roxley, who loudly replied. You are the Lion King of Leon, the one who beheaded the Chaos Lord Malice. Hearing that, Loon was further empowered. I am the first knight of the goddess. I am the Lion King of Leon, and I am the sword and shield of you all, standing at the last stronghold of humanity. He firmly declared to the soldiers, winter is coming, my brothers, but do not fear, our swords and shields will become the fire that burns this winter. Loon continuously empowered the entire army. Today we will fight here. This place will become the grave of the vile creatures, and upon their ashes, we will build a monument to honor our dignity and glory. He loudly asked everyone, brothers, are you ready to fight alongside me? And the response was the roar of the entire army. Everyone kept cheering for Leon, the greatest warlord Leon, the greatest warlord Leon. He gripped his sword tightly, the sound ringing out with the wind. At this moment Leon resolutely faced the battle with everyone, commanding them to fight to the very end. O great heroes of the world, the final battle of humanity has begun. The ferocious monsters attack the wall. Watch closely, you lowly creatures. This is the great curse of magic, the source of malice. More ruthless than kinship, Heracles used magic to condense spheres of spiritual energy, vowing to destroy them all and wipe out the wind. Each sphere plummeted like molten rock, the crowd frozen in shock as Leon tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He nearly collapsed, giving the order, Roxley. He immediately drew his sword and raised it. Yes, Your Excellency. Both of them surged with fierce energy. Divine punishment. Fiery arena. Divine punishment. Solar path. Flames rising from the ground condensed into a massive sphere of energy. Leon reminded them to only attack the fragments that could threaten the temple, ignoring the inhabited areas. Roxley shouted, yes, under the command. Without hesitation, he rolled his eyes white and thrust his sword forward. Leon's here, see judge. Roxley delivering judgment with malice. From that sword, 4 beams of light shot out, piercing through each large meteorite. They collided with a loud explosion, and beneath the ground, cries of despair rose up. The monsters are a bit frantic but still want to stop attacking. Keep pushing forward. Once we get past the fortress, everything will be over. The soldiers on the fortress draw their bows and fire. Do not let them advance. The lady just unleashed a rain of arrows. At the fortress city, the southern gate of the Pantheon Temple, the man watched the scene before him with delight. The boy's chest tightened severely. Just a fragment of the meteorite was enough to turn this land into a wasteland unfit for living. Even with the power of the Saintess, recovery would take countless years. A loud roar startled him. That sound. The man looked toward the explosion not far away. Was it the gate on that side? The soldiers panicked and shouted, they are escaping. Stop them. The bull-headed monster let out a roar. He swung the sword behind his back and taunted. Is this all you have got, you blind tinheads? A voice cut in, making him freeze. Shut up, you damn bastard. Behind it, a knight wielding a sword jumped down. The bull-headed monster quickly turned to block the strike. He enunciated each word clearly, saying there was a warrior this strong outside of the Holy Grail Knights. He swung his sword fiercely, and the knight stepped back. He smiled smugly. The great demon of god slaying and the leader of the Blade Guild. He looked at him with hatred, saying, I will kill you, you terrifying monster, especially now that His Majesty and Lord Joxley are unable to move. Carrying his words as he rose from the ground, the sword in his hand sparked. We must hold on ourselves, by any means, at the Grand Palace of Determination. Jiek carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. He spoke up, Senior, I am done too. Anhari turned around and looked. Jiek, are you done too? She asked, confused. It seems you were not accepted by the sacred artifact. Jiek sadly took out his sword staff. It rejected me outright, saying I am not worthy. They stood side by side, their eyes fixed ahead. Hanhari now revealed the bracelet she wore. But if this power was accepted, would not it help the top warriors? Jiek suddenly interrupted, confusing her. Stop right there. Senior pointed towards the fiery sky, saying there is no room for us to squeeze in there. The only ones who can survive are His Majesty and Lord Safai. Harry felt even sadder upon hearing this, realizing she had misspoken, and Jiek hurriedly defended. Well, besides, His Majesty won in history. Right, they said he defeated the 3 demon kings, so would not he easily win this battle too? Harry's eyes still flickered with disappointment. That was true, but in the original history, Leon really won at the last minute. He cut down all the demons without leaving anything behind and finally met Harry's group, who had come to explore the Black Gate. Of course, he should win this battle too. But realizing something, Harry suddenly tensed up. Wait a moment, the Empress said to Jiek, it has changed. And he stopped glaring at her. Hanhari pointed to her palm and explained, I said it changed. The original plan for the last Holy Grail was cancelled, and only then did Jiek realize it. That is right, Hanhari thought to herself. It is because we came to this gate and called for reinforcements for His Majesty. The forces of the 3 Holy Grail Knights are gone. Both suddenly felt anxious. Can we still win? Jiek was drawn to something. He looked at the group of shirtless men ahead. Senior. Over there. Yes, I see them too. Anhari immediately shouted. Hey, stop. They turned to look at the 2 Jiek. What is going on? Anhari pointed at a family servant, the guy wearing the sleeveless shirt. Take it off right now. He remained silent, Then suddenly a burst of dark energy appeared. The body of the shirtless man began to twist, and the two Hanhari immediately became alert. Ga laughed savagely. You are sharp. Hanhari immediately condensed spiritual power in his palm. Holy energy bursting forth, the energy was immediately released. Flying straight toward the shirtless man, Ga stood his ground without dodging, ready to fight. That powerful energy could not break through Ga's protective layer. Jiek held his spear without unleashing a lightning strike and died. He only hit the shirtless group, and a bolt of heavenly thunder immediately struck down. Jiek anxiously called out, Senior, the shirtless men were unharmed after that thunder strike. Are not we in an extremely dangerous situation? Greetings to the Knights of Lio first. The bear hat was removed. Ki smiled slyly all the way to his fingertips. I am the great formula of collapse. Hen laughed triumphantly and then forcefully shot a dirty thread into Hanhari's body. Farewell to you all. Jiek rushed forward and pushed her away. Senior Jihyuk. No. That beam of magic almost cut Jiek's neck. Yu Lingham suddenly appeared, warned him to get up, and then used his sword to shatter the dark energy. Amazing. Jiek stopped, still confused about what was happening. After gathering his thoughts, he exclaimed in surprise, Lord Yu Lingham. In front of Hanhari, another person appeared. Are you okay? The girl, she is overjoyed. Isaben, the high priest. Isaben placed his hand forward and said, Your Majesty's caution has been rewarded. He immediately mocked. I thought all available forces were already holding the walls, so there was still someone left behind after all. Isaben said with a slight smile. She and Yu Lingham radiated an indescribable tension. Sorry, but these terrifying monsters are not welcome here. Isaben carefully assessed the enemy's 3 archdemons and a high-ranking demon. She gripped the staff tightly, feeling a bit uneasy. This was going to be difficult, as if sensing something unusual. Yu Lingham looked at her, the supreme maiden Isaben, and said, Be ready to sacrifice your life. Isaben smiled faintly. All right. Both of them immediately entered a transformed state. The divine realm of the heavenly lord. Hanhari and Jiek were completely panicked. Lord Yu Lingham, supreme maiden Isaben, what do you mean by sacrificing your life? Isaben's hair changed from black to blue. They have now reached a different level. Demon hunters. Demon judges. Isaben turned around and warned. The demon might have already slipped in. Go help Suho and John Soya. Yu Lingham also urged. The saint is in danger. Hurry up. Hanhari bowed with some reluctance. Yes. After the other 2 left, only Koi, Yu Lingham, and Isaben remained. Hen smiled and said, It seems one side is at a disadvantage who can fight me. Isaben covered her mouth and laughed. She said with a sneer, I can crush you with just 1 finger. Do not worry. Yu Lingham shouted. Insolent. Koi grew more confident, saying those who come to the god's domain are always this reckless. Hen concentrated his magic power in his hands, causing the earth and rocks beneath to shift. Now it is time to pay for that arrogance. And Suho gritted his teeth and used his shield to block the attack. He was surrounded by a horde of monsters, struggling desperately to fight back. And Suho gripped 2 swords and stabbed fiercely into the monster's body. He gritted his teeth. Too many of them. What happened to the others? He kept slashing at the monsters. Hensuho, there are too many enemies. I am about to lose it too. Hensuho was stunned for a few seconds. He panicked. Soyeon. Right in front of her, a giant monster lunged forward. It launched a sudden attack on Soya. Damn it. And Harry gritted her teeth, gathering firepower in her hands. Then she leapt into the air, unleashing a fiery attack that incinerated the monster, a sword technique called Flowing Hand Slash. Hensuho was completely shocked. Sis, and Harry rushed over worriedly. Soyeon, Suho, are you both okay? Soyeon breathed a sigh of relief. You saved us. Jihook anxiously turned his head back. Senior Harry, they are coming from behind too. And Harry's eyes widened. It was another monster wielding a cane, striding forward fiercely. A great demon. A bunch of arrogant fools. It spat each word through its teeth. Get out of the way. You are blocking my way. And Harry hurriedly activated his condensed firepower before moving backward. We have to stop them, at least until His Majesty and the noble lady arrive. Hensuho stood there dumbfounded with a grim expression. From outside the door, some things that looked like trees rushed in. They swarmed the crowd, squealing, then dragged them away forcefully, making strange noises, and Harry screamed and desperately clung to the ground. They only began to calm down after being taken to another place. Enya Protesia clasped her hands in prayer. Holy Maiden, thank you all for protecting the ritual chamber. She pointed toward the nearby glass cup. The essence extraction is complete. The 2 adepts quickly used sticks to restrain the door. He reminded. Saintess, we have no time left. They could break the door at any moment. Enya Protesia replied softly. I understand, Seer. After praying, she stood up and walked over to Harry's group. Enya Protesia explained that this holy chalice contains the essence refined from the entire wisdom and knowledge of the deep simulators. Looking at the light radiating from the chalice, Harry was stunned. The power emanating from it was incredible, more sacred than any relic I have ever seen. Outside, the monster was furiously pounding on the door. Those damn guards, the current sage urged hastily. Hurry up, we do not have much time left. And Harry could not believe the reality. It could not be. She hurried over to Enya Protesia, the saintess, and asked, when this holy chalice is completed, What will happen to you? She did not answer but only gave a gentle smile. Anicaps gently touched the rim of the cup, saying this holy grail, the white-eyed grail project, was originally a discarded plan. But after everyone arrived, His Majesty changed his mind. She dipped a drop of blood at her fingertip. This cup is proof that His Majesty never gave up on the future. The realist then explained further. He never intended to give up from the start. Leon is that kind of person. And Harry clenched her teeth in anger, then suddenly said, I'm sorry. Senior, and Harry suddenly burst into tears. Feeling so frustrated, innocent people are getting hurt and dying, and I can't do anything. Hansua wanted to step forward to comfort her. Sister, Anicaps stepped forward and took Harry's hand. Harry. Thank you. Saint, she spoke without a hint of resentment. The king has entrusted the future to everyone. If my small strength can contribute to that future, it will be my greatest happiness. Anicaps looked straight into Harry's eyes and honestly said, I am a little jealous. She looked at her sadly. The saintess. Then Anicaps reached out toward the cup. Then she began to chant a prayer. O goddess of light and justice, your humble servant begs you. Golden light enveloped Anicaps' entire body, please grant your absolute justice. That light, a fierce beam of light shot out right here. Behind Anicaps appeared the figure of an angel, a holy silhouette, embodying this power. The light outside grew increasingly intense. These essences should have been given to Leon's king. The monsters outside were also stopped by that beam of light. The original plan was to concentrate all power into a single demigod, but Leon changed the plan, meaning Anicaps handed the chalice to Harry except a seed for the future. Carrying hope, she said happily. Please. Let the flower of hope bloom, and Harry nurtures it, becoming a woman. Oh! A voice interrupted. It is done. The woman led Jeff Spinner through the space gate. It is time to return, Harry. Jeff Spinner reminded. The Temple of the Gods. Most of the supporting structures have been destroyed. Collapse is imminent. And Harry pressed her lips and wiped away tears. Yes, it must be time to go, Harry. Anicaps stood quietly to the side. Watching her, Harry said solemnly, I will never forget your sacrifice and what you have left behind. Harry smiled. Thank you, Harry. I pray blessings will follow you on the journey ahead. Then they stepped through the space gate and left. After the gate closed, Anicaps collapsed in exhaustion. The sage caught her. Holy maiden. Thank you. Lord Ganra. He shielded the falling debris with his hand. Lord Ganra. Speak, Aniak asked tiredly. Your Majesty. You will fight to the end. Right. Maybe. Ganra's body transformed into a giant tree piercing through the castle. Can you win if it is you? Anicaps clasped her hands calmly and closed her eyes. Then said. Very well. The entire castle began to collapse. Lord Ganra. Speak. Yulingham and Isaben, covered in blood, sat on the rubble leaning against each other. Isaben smiled and said, just resting a bit, as you wished. The battle has reached its final stage. After the desperate raid between the Lord of the Order and the Guardian of the Holy Grail, as the battlefield grew tense, Acma's forces stormed in from outside the tower. Leon and Roxley stood before the city gate. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Lowering itself, Warner sternly questioned, Do you intend to continue this hopeless battle? The subordinate beside him anxiously tried to intervene. Sir Warner Leon replied calmly, It is fine. You explain, behind the setting sun, there are still those who fight, those who have not given up, whose burning fire has yet to be extinguished. Warner suddenly stood up. But what does that really mean? Leon spoke calmly without changing his expression. Lord Wanter, fight by our side. He turned his head and smiled at him. For our honor, for the Empire and the kind subjects you have always wanted to protect. Leon looked back at the soldiers behind him, and for all the souls still remaining on this land, he declared loudly, until their last flame is extinguished, the world will end as the prophecy foretold. Leon suddenly fell silent, knowing this was a predetermined fate, this battle merely replaying an event from the past. Leon's cloak fluttered in the wind, but it was not meaningless. For the strangers from Earth and the warriors who bravely fought for this land, he shouted loudly and opened the gate. Leon then entered the city, knowing the destruction was inevitable, but a seed of hope had been planted. He reminded everyone that the world would always remember them, and their final charge would be victorious. From the void, Leon drew a large mace, and with a fierce glare, he led his soldiers forward, knowing this life was not in vain. He frowned, mounted his horse decisively, and charged on for victory and honor. Leon's face hardened, and without hesitation, the horse charged forward. Leon rode straight into the formation, launching the assault. The monsters panicked and hesitated, standing and staring at each other. Leon's men then rushed in and stopped them. A sharp sword stabbed fiercely into the monster. Both sides immediately charged at each other to fight. Leon led with determination, urging them not to stop and to keep charging. From afar, a lone figure silently watched the battle unfold. Caracal murmured in awe, charging like this is just throwing their lives away. They have been cornered. The swords soared through the air amidst magical rings. The battle with the divine blades was over. It cried out with pride and triumph. Now the heir of evil will begin. The sound of a horn from behind caught its attention. What was that on the other side of the hillside? Another group of soldiers appeared, the cavalry of the Northern Dragonia army. Karina twitched her nose. The king has not given up yet. After all, he is the prince's father. Right, she nodded then thought again. That is right. In the forest she met a strange woman who asked Karina if she would regret this. Both the prince and the king. This battle will be brutal. Her eyes flashed with determination. Believing those words, what will become of this war? Karina pointed forward and gave the order. Eliminate them all. She jumped onto her horse with eyes void of emotion, driven by revenge and desperation. The army then charged into the city gate, turning the river into a battlefield. Caracal cursed. These filthy bastards. He told them to remember this. You mortal scum. Not even a speck in the universe. Why do you cling to such insignificant value? Both Karina and Leon fought like madmen. But in the end, you will all be buried alive. You cannot fight against us. What is the point of this battle if you keep holding on and sacrificing yourselves in vain? Caracal stared thoughtfully at the scene below. I am tired of this. He stopped channeling his magic to end it all in one go. The first one. The girl, die. At that moment a blinding light appeared behind him. Who are you? Looking at Liam with angel wings stood facing Caracal. His figure, what is this? He lunged at it with bared teeth. Caracal's eyes widened in shock. 9 angel wings. How much divine power had he absorbed into his body? Leon screamed wildly. Death was inevitable for the demon. He fiercely swung his sword at it. A beam of light appeared in the sky. The monsters on the ground stopped and anxiously looked ahead. Leon knelt on the ground, plunging his sword into the earth. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring like rain. And now looking back, he realized this had truly been a long and exhausting life. Leon pulled the sword forcefully from the ground. He proudly stepped forward before the monsters. The warrior goddess who had guided this night with love, glory, and honor. Is there still hope if this place is nothing but ruins? There is, Leon. Do not you remember? You are proof of that. The ones who fell for glory and honor, their loyalty now lives within you. Leon smiled softly. A knight carrying the hopes of everyone, standing here forever. The meaning of life still filling this place. He raised his sword forward. So act as you wish. The warrior goddess will stand by you until the very last moment. A monster pointed at Leon and cursed. In the end, it was nothing more than a pitiful struggle. The disgraceful honor of that person will be crushed like their own people. Tearing off the monster's head, it immediately shattered. Leon laughed savagely, juggling the stones in his hand, a true display of the pitiful disgrace and self-loathing that will come at a price. He brandished his sword arrogantly, taunting the monsters. Come on, I am right here. Leon's words grew wilder, impossible to describe his madness. You will never defeat me. You will remember this humiliation forever. After 200 years of war with these demon tribes, now I will bear this responsibility and lead the battle to glory. The monsters had to pay the price for that attitude. The madman. No matter the difficulties, a knight never gives up. Leon laughed loudly, gripping his sword as he leapt off the ground toward the monsters. I will kill every one of you. Their heads fell one after another. One was finished off. I will overcome every obstacle and hardship, because this is a righteous battle that I must lead them to victory. Meanwhile, in Harry's group, Harry and her companions have returned to Earth, and Harry cried out like a child. No words were needed. Some had expressed all the emotions they had held inside for so long. Seeing the cup in her hand, Liam was momentarily stunned, while others clung to memories of sacrifice and cherished them. He smiled, turned, and walked away. The king who fought for past and present glories, simply smiling softly as he reflected on all he had been through. On the big screen appeared a man. What if he became my disciple? Meanwhile, Zobot quietly made a sound and cheerfully walked away. On the big screen were various footage, including the recording of 13-05777. After Harry and her group returned, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. Fortunately, Harry recovered quickly, and the other trainees seemed to have matured a bit as well. It was not a big change, but clearly something was gradually shifting within them. As for the moon relic brought back from the gate, it is an incredible artifact, is not it? Leon spoke up. I never expected things to escalate this far when I only wanted to ask about nurturing the seed. Along with all these unexpected benefits, I could not have foreseen it either. I never imagined it would lead to the final Holy Grail project. This is a plan proposed by Ganra and the sages of the forest, praised by Trechingoy. Truly the wisdom of the sages. Leon continued. It is like a kind of salvation ship project, placing hope in the future of the world by trusting the beings with the highest chance of survival when the world suffers irreparable damage and falls into ruin. Choosing what must be preserved above all is essential. The first thing is tied to the survival of the world. If the temple is destroyed, the power of the gods sustaining paradise will also vanish, and that means Leon's other world will also disappear. That is why the gods chose to take refuge inside our Leon, where divine power is self-generated, so it can at least survive. By Trich confirmed the gamble was successful. Leon took the Holy Grail, and fortunately, it worked. He placed it down on the table, then he immediately cast it upon it. As the founding king was granted the Holy Grail, along with the solar crown and the power of the world lamp, and it is said that all those lights were united and perfected. That is why the Holy Grail became a symbol of the kingdom's founding. Most importantly, the holy water of the Holy Grail is essential in the knighting ceremony of the Holy Grail. Feeling satisfied, he stopped immediately. The light spread throughout the room. Beatrix gasped in astonishment. Stammering, lowering her hands. What is this? Loon explained that the final Holy Grail was originally a sacred relic created to refine the incomplete parts of the Grail, according to the needs of the era. It served as the key to forging the final Holy Grail. Hearing this, Beatrix was momentarily stunned. She pressed. Your Highness, you just said it was part of the ship's plan, right? He confirmed. Yes. The purpose of forging the final Holy Grail is to preserve the species and knowledge. Beatrix exclaimed. That is a power that allows the rebuilding of a new kingdom. Truly admirable. Leon continued, but that is only possible when the seed of Ganra has matured. Then he fell silent in thought. Leon sighed. Beatrix, I know this is sudden, but I have one more request for you. She was willing, sudden and urgent. Your Highness, you have every right to command me as you wish. He denied it. A ruler does not command another ruler. Do not make me out to be rude. Beatrix laughed. Oh heavens, your Highness's stubbornness is truly something I cannot stop, is not it? Loon got straight to the point. First of all, there are two people we need to find. I am sure they are still alive. One is Lord Vulcanus and the other is Karina. Karina Dragonia, I could not even see my daughter in the god's heaven, and now I can't pretend to be a father anymore. Please, I beg you. Beatrix accepted. I will find a way. It will be difficult, but wait for me. Leon felt grateful. Honestly, without Lord Spinner and you, bitch, I do not know what I would have done. Thank you, she replied quickly. No need to thank me. It is all because you are fortunate to meet a good person. Leon was pleased. If that is your wish, I will do anything. Do not refuse my gratitude. Oh heavens. Beatrix's cheeks flushed red. Then she gave a gentle smile. If you say so, I will tell you later. Scene change. Elsewhere, in a room, a man sits holding his face in frustration. He points angrily at the paper. Are these bastards really out of their minds? The gate has already opened. Yet they just sit there watching. Inform the South Korean government about our cooperation terms. I remember when Kang Hyuk said, now all we need is to wipe out the shrine of the gods for us, and I agreed. Chairman Kang Hyuk's decision was definitely right. No need to worry about the Big Nine associations when national security is at stake. The emergence of the Temple of the Gods Association is truly a welcome event for government agencies, compared to the 10 major factions, who manipulate power and wealth to control the government. The temple operates under the strict principle of a single individual, and as long as they maintain a good relationship with Leon, they do not need to worry about the politics of the other 10 factions. Blessed agricultural products have even become a national export sought after by countries around the world. In many ways, this is truly a golden goose generating profit. The problem is, the rapid development, both military strength and religious influence, is growing at an alarming rate. Side effects are beginning to appear, even in today's regular press conference. Dear Thong Hae, there is public opinion suggesting that government officials should become followers of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. What do you think about this? As civil servants, we must maintain strict religious neutrality. Yet the comments below are insulting him, making him angry. Damn it. These people are really outrageous. They are doing this on purpose knowing he is a believer. Suddenly a voice called out. Thung Hae. You scoundrel. What now? He announced. Yes, the United Nations just urgently contacted us, from the UN. So sudden. What is it about? Yes, it is best to take a quick look today. Oh my. He flipped through the pages. Probably about aid for refugees or something about being a developed country or whatever, but behind his expression, he had turned pale. The United Nations Oversight Agency was sent to investigate the Temple of All Gods for human rights violations. He immediately ordered to call the temple. The mining, the noise echoing everywhere. The workers were gasping with exhaustion. Help me. I just want to rest a little. The previous supply location, the ancient iron mining area of All the Gods Temple. Suddenly Harry called. Lord Spinner, what is going on? I'm busy. She reported that the government has contacted us. The Human Rights Committee says we did something wrong. Something about an inspection. Spinner. What are they talking about? We did not break any laws. I will answer myself. Oh right. But what about those animals? It explained that they were caught secretly drinking salty water, planning to let them join the slave challenge soon. 15 days without accidents. Watch out for falling rocks. Anyway, we did not do anything wrong, so do not worry. In the cave, everyone is digging stone. Hooray here, a slave under Pantheon's command, has endured relentless hard labor since becoming a slave. Spinner appeared to announce, Group 214. Mel time. Phew, it is finally here. Seeing the water bottles on the table made them question life. What is this? It is just a cloudy liquid. Could this be some kind of oatmeal? Spinner believes it contains the necessary nutrients, mixed with the right balance of salt and sugar. Barrere gasps in surprise, wondering if they expect him to drink this, and then go mina during the glorious days of old, when he offered the young man's meat to the guards. Barrere could eat as much tough old meat as he wanted, but now that was no longer possible, since falling into slavery under Lio's rule, his human rights have been ruthlessly stripped away. Each person must dig at least 20 kilograms. Start. They quietly went back to work. Begin. Move out. The whistle blew again, and everyone cried. The heavy flag in their hands was knocked away, falling behind Barrere. Damn it. He bent down to pick up the item. Wondering why he ended up in this situation, Spinner struck him hard on the back from behind. Asking why he stopped working, Barrere quickly returned to digging, saying, "I will work right here." He was still bitter, daring to say he would not have been caught back then. Suddenly he hit something while digging. A long stream of water appeared. What is that? Barrere still did not understand what was happening. Then, Tranhang seemed to have lost control. In the next moment, a series of heavy boulders fell one after another, the sound of breaking chains echoing through the air. Above, people are running in panic, shouting for help. The ground is collapsing here. The Pantheon Rare Metal Mining team has another accident-free day. Jayuk was seriously advising that this was bound to happen sooner or later, and Harry resisted. And the Human Rights Committee suddenly appeared. That saline solution will definitely be phased out. Did you see the expressions on the Dirt 2 engineering trainees' faces? He looks like he has lost his soul. Hanso continued, treated like an intern. Salary cut, yet still voluntarily contributing to Clause 19. Jayuk spoke up, but that saline solution is just something to endure during training, and Clause 19 is not really a problem when you consider the benefits we receive. Right? Soyeon confirmed, yeah, that is right. Just the equipment we get is worth billions already. Jayuk realized the problem. The slaves, yes, they are demon worshippers. So why treat them like humans? You think the same, right? And Harry. Probably. But the UN's Human Rights Committee won't see it our way. I mean, given how those slaves are treated, they might as well die and prove their worth by dying. Jayuk smiled brightly. It sounds dangerous. We might be facing a big deception. Cut to Incheon International Airport. The doors open, and a group of people enter one after another. Leading the group was a blonde woman. An survivor human rights officer had arrived. The two shook hands and introduced themselves. I am Gank, president of the Korean Hunters Association, and I am Officer Louis Tzu, Unsurvivor Human Rights Officer. It is an honor to meet the legend of Korea, but all that is in the past now, so it is true. The Korean government and the association have closed ties with Pantheon. Thank you for coming all this way. Is this some kind of pressure to make me see Pantheon differently? Louis was confident he would not be tempted. No way. He had defended the rights of survivors against countless powerful and authoritarian nations. This level of pressure was nothing to him. And Harry, dressed in a bear suit, spoke up. Hello, Officer Louis. She wondered, who is that? Gang Huck introduced. This is Han Harry, your guide for today. I see. Hari spoke up. Let us head to the Crusatio Autonomous Region in Mokpo first, where 18,744 people currently reside. Louis agreed. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I am counting on your help today. And Harry, let us go. Louis is determined. They come from a world with values different from Earth, and he will protect the basic rights they deserve. Traveling from Incheon Airport to Mokpo, in a beautiful place, the Crusatio Autonomous Region in Mokpo, they have arrived. Louis observed and remarked that they had integrated very well with the locals, with no sense of alienation at all. Could it be some kind of traditional culture? Louis asked. I heard the Crusatian people live near the sea. Have they had any conflicts with the local residents? Hari said, that is completely fine. She explained that the number of fishermen in Mokpo has declined, and the city now mainly relies on consumption with shipbuilding complexes and heavy industry. Although there are still some small fishing boats, but in reality they are cooperating with the Crusatian people. Louis wondered if there was still a possibility of insufficient jobs. Hoping for her understanding, as this issue relates to the broader survival rights of the survivors. Hari said that is also completely fine. Many of them participate in government-led marine pollution cleanup projects. They collect debris from the sea, and their aquaculture techniques are also excellent. Louis was satisfied, so he felt reassured. Next, there was a loud explosion from beneath the sea, sending water splashing everywhere. She was confused. Han, what was that explosion just now? And Harry calmly replied, it was probably the training of the Crusatian Special Forces. Team, more than 3,000 Crusatian warriors are undergoing naval training by the king's order, so they are repeating their drills. Louis sighed in relief. I see. That will definitely be very useful in border attacks. Right. After a while, they moved to the next location, on the vehicle. Louis exclaimed, they are performing exceptionally well. Yes, it is no exaggeration to call this a textbook case. They understand the strengths and weaknesses of their race well, so there is no conflict with the local people. Even within the city, the Crusatians are highly regarded. Truly a reasonable and logical way of operating. Louis felt uneasy, But something was off, someone with such a positive influence. Yet the rumors said he treated prisoners cruelly. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Their vehicle was traveling from Mokpo to Nodule. After a while, Hanhari announced, "We have arrived. This is the main city of Pantheon. This is the women's city of Nodule." Lewis got off the car and asked, "So this is the famous place?" She was immediately stunned by the scene before her. One person shouted loudly, "Welcome," and everyone else joined in, welcoming her to Nodule. The crowd smiled with sincerity, saying, "We all live well. There is no abuse or hard labor." That is right. All these tasks are done voluntarily and happily. Lewis had seen that twisted smile before. Tears welled up in her eyes. This could not be true. Usually only war-torn regions where human rights have collapsed show this. In her memory, United Nations officer Lewis Porter was a person of integrity who always strived to promote human rights with a sincere heart. He took off his glasses and sighed in relief, knowing her efforts helped bring the world closer to a better place, and restoring smiles to those who had suffered was her greatest reward. Suddenly, her intuition sharpened. Something was wrong. Lewis felt that something was off, a strange feeling, that forced speech, and that forced smile. Lewis gripped his shoulder tightly and said, "Sorry. Survivor, are you being unfairly pressured? I am asking because I genuinely want to help, so please be honest." He turned pale, crying without tears, "I am still happy. I am not being forced at all. I came here willingly today. I am very glad." His attitude only made Lewis more suspicious. What is this? They do not usually resist this fiercely. And of course, Lewis had no idea. An uncomfortable truth occurred the moment they made a contract with Tata. Judged by the sun's body, they had already lost their will to be free. A robot slowly approached. She paused briefly. "Jeff Spinner, it is mail time. Please proceed." Seeing him a bit awkward, she also somewhat understood and said, I see. Can we have a meal together with the half-humans?" "No problem. I will escort you." Upon hearing that, she immediately moved with them. "So sorry to trouble you." His eyes followed the group as they prepared to board the vehicle. His head was full of sweat and grime, but he smiled as the car sped down the main road. When they arrived, a lavish feast was already laid out before them. The village chief, Harry's eyes lit up, looking at the delicious food and almost salivating. "This is Lewis," pushing his glasses up. "Today we are waiting to prepare soybean paste soup and sambap." She looked at the dishes still steaming. "Sambap. It is like bibimbap." A little disappointed because there is no meat, she was briefly surprised. "Do they really eat raw garlic? Girl. Come on." She felt enlightened. All her fatigue seemed to vanish. No. Rather, she even felt healthier than before boarding the plane. She kept picking up food with her chopsticks. Han, do not tell me that." Harry replied immediately. "That is right. These are blessed crops grown in Nadu." She kept marveling that just eating them could cure all kinds of illnesses. "These really are miraculous crops. Do you really feed your staff such precious food?" While eating, she noticed the two young men across the table not picking up their chopsticks. So she looked up and wondered, "Are you not eating? It is incredibly healthy and surprisingly delicious." These two guys are hesitant. "I am not really into fermented foods. The taste just does not suit me." She chewed and nodded. "So what?" A few staff declined, saying it did not suit their taste, and the meal ended quietly. The coffee was ready. After finishing the meal, Lewis went outside to get some fresh air. It was truly a wonderful experience. "Thank you for the meal," Harry said as he brought out the freshly made cup of coffee. "You are welcome." Harry suggested, "If no one minds, let us take a walk and chat a bit. The king is waiting," and Lewis agreed immediately. Of course, but because he was so satisfied with the meal, Lewis did not realize. The truth is, those blessed crops are actually poison to the villains in the room. The people around him complained. "Oh dear. Dear steward, do not you know lying down right after eating turns you into a cow? You have fainted again." Then as the desolate street and the dim streetlights shone down, Dinas knelt before him, the great lord. Then Dinas stood and reported, "As you commanded, we have sent the human rights inspection team to Pantheon." He was pleased. "Well done. The weak idealism of humanity is truly pathetic and easily crushed." Dinas smirked triumphantly. It was indeed so. Who would have thought the AVUF's expansion plan would go so smoothly? The secret informant for this inspection team was none other than Dinas from the United Nations team. Every move on the chessboard has been carefully calculated. The demons have unleashed their pawns all over the world, not only in civilian areas but also infiltrating key positions in governments and among the puppets of the World Alliance. Their goal, of course, is to destroy the Earth, and their first target is to expand the power of the AVUF. The whole city is engulfed in chaos, and if the AVUF species takes over more than half of the world's population, this world will surely no longer function normally. War after breakfast, war after lunch, then bedtime. Dinas clasped his hands and smiled to please. "But, sir," he signaled, "go ahead and speak." Then he also spoke frankly. "I do not doubt your divine plan, but even if our inspection team exposes the truth about Pantheon, I doubt the South Korean government will carry out any sanctions." The orb in his hand glowed brightly. The relationship between Pantheon and the government was already too close. Pantheon itself was established with full support from Oh Kang-hyu of the Korean Hunters Association. The face appearing in the orb smiled wickedly. But that did not matter, as long as we can shake public opinion and buy some time. That is enough. Dinas hesitated slightly. I am not sure that will be that effective. A hand shot out from the orb and flicked Dinas' nose, as if to say, do you think I am doing all this just for myself? At that moment, Dinas was surprised and immediately said, what do you mean by that? Great one. Look at the screen. A space screen appeared, and he was startled. Speaking rapidly. This, eyes wide open, even the gods knew what this was. Images kept appearing, rows of people digging frantically. A rare metal mining site. Right. Keep watching. What is this? After digging for a while, suddenly a stream of water burst from a huge rock. Everything collapsed, the surrounding space shook violently, and everyone scattered in all directions. Some people could not run in time and were crushed by falling rocks, blocking their bodies. Hey, is this okay? My leg. My leg. Amid the chaos, a strange crab appeared, holding a rope and slowly approaching. Then it swung the whip hard across each person's back, making them all scream in pain. The pitiful cries echoed. Please forgive me. I was wrong. Dennis clenched his fists in anger. That bastard deserves 1,000 punishments. But it is not over yet. There is more. This has been exposed to holy power. This, the voice in the orb grew heavier. He has been corrupted by holy energy. The force opposing us. Even when he falls, they keep beating him to force him to work. A voice echoed from the screen. Ordering, hey, get up. Dennis sobbed. You cruel monster. He cried. This scene is the most heartbreaking. Dennis was stunned. Is there more? Leon's loud shouted code on the screen, raising the slave crossbow. Yes. This made Dennis' face turn pale. Slave crossbow. What the hell is that? Now he was so shocked he was speechless. The image continued to appear. A man tightly bound to a wooden board. How could this be something a human could do? A desperate cry full of resentment. Do not forget me. Others also shouted. They would not agree. He spoke slowly. Do you see? This is the future ruled by King Leon I. The orb was so furious it stomped its feet, saying you will only be used and discarded like consumables by that madman. The more Dennis heard these words, the more hatred grew in him. Those filthy traitors. I will never forgive them. They deserve divine punishment. Those savages? Suddenly Dennis hesitated, still troubled but worried. If we overthink this, will he notice? He reassured, do not worry about that. The ring on his finger glowed. The treasures I gave you will protect you throughout the inspection. Dennis was relieved. I understand now. What a relief. A fierce determination rose within me. I will definitely do it. I will bring divine punishment to that vile elite. Yes. Wonderful. The scene shifts to him being tied to a tall wooden beam. Yet still, down below, everyone was shouting at the turtles. Kill them. We have to kill those bastards. Which left him utterly confused. How did it come to this? The people down there were united. They are all demons. I am telling you. We have to kill them. Burn them first. Louis stood frozen, her face full of despair, as two soldiers holding torches coldly approached. The order was given. The execution would begin immediately. In 21st century Korea, a stake for burning had been erected. Choi Young-dung walked along the dirt path, a native farmer from Naja, priest of life and abundance. Under the protection of the gods, he hummed as he walked, saying the wind feels cool today. And he became a believer the moment Leon first set foot in this land. No one knows how many years he spent just staring at the land. Barren and withered from magical pollution. They lost the land where they were born and raised, and dozens more sank into debt trying to buy expensive purifying agents. Their only hope was a powerful purifier who could cleanse this polluted land. The farmer's wish has come true. It appeared their salvation. It purified the land that even the mages of the tower had given up on, and brought the goddess of life and abundance to this land. A steaming table of food. The joy of eating blessed crops for the first time was truly indescribable, as all the chronic illnesses the elderly suffered suddenly vanished. That is why life became more abundant. They grew younger, stronger, and gained a vitality they never had even in their youth, making it only natural for the elderly to be drawn to Pantheon. Bok waved when he saw him coming over. Hey, Koi. Hearing that, he came closer. Back. What are you doing? I am just fixing the upgraded plow that Lord Zappy made. Bok spoke with great excitement as he touched the vehicle, saying Lord Zappy called it something like Holorizon or hologram, and it guides everything from start to finish. Koi sighed. Oh my, there is so much deception these days. Bok added. Anyway, Koi. Under the sunlight, two shiny sickles were forged. You do not have a small garden. Nowadays, everyone has one. I even made sickles and scythes for use. Interested, Koi hesitated a bit. Taking care of a small garden is a new trend among the elderly in the East Maju Plain. According to the doctrine, full harvest must comply with Clause 19, but small gardens under 12 pi are tax-exempt. In the room, Loon sat at his desk and spoke calmly. Personal garden is just a hobby after all. Who would tax a form of entertainment? A private garden is not considered an extension of farmland. It is simply a personal pastime. Koi wore a serious, contemplative expression, realizing that Pantheon's doctrine was not as strict as many thought. It was a doctrine full of loopholes, easily exploited by those with ill intentions. But the wicked would ultimately be punished by heaven. After resting, he decided to take one too. Give me one. I want to make tomato sauce for the newborn baby. Bach laughed out loud. Everyone thinks the same way. Right, at this age, we are all like that. A pair of feet quietly approached from behind. Dennis slowly walked over, greeting them. Hearing the voice, the two turned around and asked, "Who are you?" He immediately introduced himself. "I am Dennis, an inspector from the United Nations." Koi was a bit surprised. United Nations? Huh. You are from the inspection team that just arrived, right? Koi smiled. Those guys, Bach proudly said. They have been keeping me busy lately. Dennis gave a stiff smile. I just have a few questions. Then his face instantly turned dangerous as he said the people working here. The other two fell silent, listening as he continued. Many of them looked like foreigners. Are they all foreign workers? Koi looked away, a flicker of thought passing through his mind. Then he slowly replied, No, Bea gave it to them just to help us old folks work more comfortably. Dennis was surprised. Gave it to them, he smiled wickedly. Exactly. Then he kept pretending to be naive and asked, How are they paid? Can I ask a bit about their working conditions? At this point, he lost his patience and his attitude changed. What did you say? He angrily grabbed the sickle, hearing this brat's insolent tone. Why does he keep meddling in the affairs between us and the overseers? Then without a word, he swung the sickle across his neck. His face was stern as he said, Is he accusing us of exploiting the shiki? Does he look down on us just because we are from the countryside? Seeing the sickle handle coming straight at him, Dennis panicked and tried to backpedal. No, I did not mean that. You crazy old man, what the hell is this? Why is he wielding a weapon with holy energy? Stop him, that is enough. You will disgrace his majesty if you can control your anger. After calming them down, he looked at Dennis and said, We will talk later. United Nations. I will take the kids on a tour around the village. Dennis was sweating all over. Ah yes. All right. Then he hurriedly ran away, and after he left, his expression changed. Back. Yes, said in a low voice, telling the children to prepare their tools. This matter must be resolved by force. And now, everyone's shouts resounded in unison. Kill them. I say burn them alive. The fierce peasants of the Nasu Plains had already blinded the entire uninspection team. Louis shouted in protest, Everyone please calm down, we are not demons, but no one believed him. Don't lie to us. Louis still does not understand anything. What is happening? Why are we being called demons? Sai slowly approaches and asks, What is going on? The others hear and turn around. Cirque. The night has arrived. These young guys all stay up late, hanging around here, asking if the lower ranks are exploiting others. These bastards are trying to twist everything into a biased and malicious report. We are so wronged we can't hold back anymore. I told you only demons would do things like this. Luce was furious when he heard that. What? She shouted. Jark Spinner, will you just stand there and watch this injustice? It coldly announced. Then let the trial begin, leaving those hung on wooden stakes in shock. This is unbelievable. Truly insane. Thus, in 21st century Korea, a trial of the water historian began amid the horror of the inspectors. Jark shed tears. Witness Back Trang shouted. Stepping forward. Witness 1. Old man Back angrily stared straight at Dennis. That blue-eyed bastard. He suddenly came and said this, that His Majesty might be exploiting innocent people. He kept denying it. No, I did not say it like that. But he did not care at all. Do you know who His Majesty is? His eyes were firm. He is the one who saved our village when we were about to collapse, and you accuse him of violating human rights. Everyone. Does it make sense to hear it like that? The whole crowd shouted back. Yes. Dennis's face changed. Back had no reason at all. Back is accusation. Anyway, they are the bad guys. Jae-roke accepts the accusations from Back. Accepts them. The next witness. Koi Deoru. Steps forward. Back steps down as mute. Koi steps up, and the two high-five as they pass each other. Koi spoke slowly. I am Joru, servant of Demira, the goddess of life and prosperity. Witness number 2. Old man. He squinted with a scowl full of anger, then pointed directly at Dennis. His voice was firm and resolute. They are demons. My intuition tells me so. The people hanging on the wooden beam shouted in unison. What? That is nonsense. What the hell? Are you crazy? Their attitude only made the surrounding villagers even more furious. What? Did you just insult Koi? We have to kill him. I am serious. But the noisy protests were drowned out when Jae-roke spoke. Silence. Koi added, There is another reason I suspect them. What reason? He pointed. Their eyes. Their sleepy eyes are exactly the kind of eyes demons have. Dennis shouted angrily, yelling so loud it seemed like he might spit. What? Are you crazy? Old man, my eyes are just naturally like this. But still, this is nonsense. Choi remained firm in his belief. After all, my intuition tells me they are definitely demons. Koi's assertion they seem like demons and now. Another testimony. Another person boldly accused. My cow stopped eating ever since those demons showed up. Another grabbed the bowl and held the dog, saying, look at my pea poppy barking at the nail. I am telling everyone, they are bad guys. Koi is absolutely certain that. Of course, animals can sense evil, they clearly recognize them as demons. Daniel Bang felt speechless. Wait, what does a cow not eating and a dog fixing things have to do with this? Shut up. Demons. This is crazy. Enough already. Jark asked again. Defendant. Do you have any objections? Louis was unwilling to accept it. This is truly unfair. We are definitely not demons. Jark confirmed. Understood. This is clearly illogical and unfair. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Yet it declared, burn them alive. If they burn, they are demons. If not, they are human. The torch slowly approached. Jark, order them to bring the fire. Louis screamed in madness. Wait, something is not right here. Jark snapped back, objecting. Of course, what kind of strange law is that? She disagrees just because someone is suspected of being possessed by a demon. They want to burn them alive. That is ridiculous. Jark, he argued back. There is such a law, the authority of Tata, the god of the sun and judgment. The Holy Grail Knights trained to examine heresy, established the law of exorcising demons by fire. Luce was horrified. The law of exorcising demons. Her voice was hesitant. And is this really considered the right method? Jark, the declaration states that anyone accused by 3 or more people of being a demon follower will be burned without reason. Louis could not believe it. What kind of logic is this? This is a brutal act against believers. He calmly responded that this unit is following proper procedures to examine a suspected demon follower. And all evidence is documented. Dennis shouted. Just because everyone who was burned died, do you think that makes it right? Another person spoke up. What if they were truly believers? He immediately defended himself, saying I am a believer of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. But no one believed him. Scared like that, now trapped with nowhere to turn, so he just made it up. No, I am telling the truth. Giarkar spoke coldly. Silent. That matter is beyond this unit's jurisdiction to judge. And of course no one agrees. Lord Spinner, she is pretending to escape death. Clearly lying, even was at a loss for words. After a moment of thought, it decided, fine, light the fire. Let the whole bunch hanging on the wooden poles explode. What the hell is changing here? What else do you want? Louis screamed as if he wanted to tear his throat out, but the result was no different. They still burned people first as usual. Giarkar refused to accept it. If their faith is weak, they will wither. If they are sincere, they will not wither. This has been proven by data. Louis muttered, you crazy believers, he impatiently urged. Too busy. Light it quickly. Stop. By order of the Holy Knight Tren. The flames burst out, catching the wooden pole with a crackling sound. No. Dennis was now desperate to the point of madness. You crazy fools. Put out the fire immediately. Put out the fire immediately. The screams gradually faded under the blazing fire. Help me. Save me. Unlike those tied to the tree, everyone else was excited. We have defeated a demon. Spinner S. Southern Rain. 1,000 cheers for Leon. Glory belongs to Pantheon. Giarkar gave the order. Next, Luce fearfully watched the torch slowly approach. The United Nations want to overlook this. They will come to deal with you, you shameless lunatics. Completely inhuman. Louis seethed. Leon, leader of this band of fanatics, was just as insane, and the world had to wake up to his vile, racist true colors as soon as possible. The flames crept toward her as he snarled. Aren't you all no different from demons? Answer me, you should all die. But strangely, she was not burned by the heat. It was warm. It turned out Giarkar was right. Those who are sincere will not be burned by the fire. Giarkar Spinner announced that Louis was declared innocent and called the next defendant. At that moment, just as Louis was about to turn to someone else, another person was set on fire so intense, like a demon, truly like a demon. Louis was now in a state of extreme confusion. What the hell was happening? Louis stood frozen, terrified as he watched the United Nations staff burn in the flames. Among them, some truly did not die despite being engulfed by the flames. Those who were not burned felt grateful and said, "Thank you, Goddess Ariana. Thank you very much." Shortly after, Luce was released and immediately ran to Grok Spinner to ask about what she still could not understand. Lord Grok Spinner, what is happening here? Some people are burned, but others are not, it replied plainly. 400 accused have died. But predictions? Louis looked back, as if predicting. A virtual screen appeared before the Union. It displayed again that the crops empowered by purity are deadly enemies to the creatures of decay. They cannot withstand the fire of Bedos, the god of war and fire. Louis could only understand now, so that means we... Grok continued. The charges have been cleared. Louis was still stunned. I can't believe it. Grok froze for a few seconds, then flew away. So it is over. Louis was stunned when it suddenly flew away. Wait, is it all over already? And that is the end. In his office, Leon sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought, his expression somewhat serious. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. I understand. I heard you went through quite a trial last night. Louis stammered. It was nothing, sir, he continued slowly. Then, I hope you had a thorough tour of the repair. Louis dared not look at him, hesitating before replying. Yes. I clearly saw that only those who follow the demons are burned. She went through a rough time, and after the chaos of last night settled, Luce was taken on a tour of Beatrice's trial. There, the previous day's trial was reenacted, and the wails of the souls she imagined were exactly like what she had heard before. Even Luce was not so much a dreamer as to support the rights of demons. She had something to say. But your majesty, I must report on the situation involving the demons when I return, Leon said thoughtfully. I can already predict how they will react. Leon's voice was steady. Some fools will preach about rights and insist that even demons deserve salvation. Louis hesitated for a moment before speaking. In our world, that is a core value, he said coldly. No, his eyes darkened. Be wary of anyone who says such things. In every world, humans instinctively hate evil, and those who tolerate evil are often evil themselves. He set the golden cup down on the table. Take it. Louis lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, I am an official of Ul. I can't accept a bribe. Leon shook his head firmly. What? How dare a mere official refuse the king's gift? Take it. It will be useful for a while, so keep it with you. It sounds so convincing that I agree to accept it. Thank you. Your Majesty. He placed his hand on the table, his voice serious. Louis Porter, I hear you are a wise person, so you will know how to use it wisely. He looked at Gierica and said, Sir Spinner, I have a request. The guest is ready to leave. Could you escort her to the gate? No problem. Today, during a visit to the Pantheon, 4 members of the Unhuman Rights Inspection Team died. One person slammed their hand on the table in anger. These monsters. This incident is enough to shake not only the South Korean government, but also the UN headquarters. Harrison was so angry he could not control his tone. She was saying they actually burned people alive, even our colleagues. Really? Then she presented based on her understanding. It is strange some of us might even sympathize with the monsters. Those sitting around were outraged. What is she saying? Officer Lewis, do not spread baseless rumors. The meeting room was filled with tension as everyone declared a state of emergency and began condemning Pantheon's crimes. It was unbelievable. We must treat Pantheon like slaves. In the end, Lewis was summoned to the top leadership, and under intense criticism, she had to provide a detailed report of what had happened. Lewis remained completely calm in the face of the attacks around her. Exactly. We need to send an official letter to Pantheon and issue an official statement immediately. Hearing this, even she could not help but grit her teeth in anger. With a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, he stood up empty-handed. Officer Harrison, what is going on? He did not understand why she was asking. Officer Lewis, his expression flickered. Light. Light. She stomped her foot hard on the table, raising her arm high. Let the light appear. A sudden flash of light erupted, throwing the entire hall into chaos. A flashbang grenade. Officer Lewis. What are you doing? His face turned pale. Everyone was terrified. A monster. Officer Harrison is a monster, Hen shouted fiercely. You are crazy. You took something from Liu Nat, did not you? Lewis froze in place. Hen really is a monster. Harrison loosened his collar, his face twisted. And if it had come to this, Hen went mad and charged out, killing them all. A sudden sound rang out, and after facing the monster, Lewis fell backward but was immediately caught by a hand. A bright spot appeared in the palm. This scene left her utterly stunned, and Tuck clenched her fists and began to escort. Harrison had now turned into a monster, radiating murderous intent all around. How could this be? No way. Why are you here? And Tuck sighed. This world really is the apocalypse. Then immediately, the enhanced combat mode plan finished downloading from the cloud system. A faint silhouette appeared, surprising her and Tuck, the mind's protector. Harrison was panicking to the extreme. Wait, do not tell me he plans to fight alone. Do you know how many allies I have? And Tuck was not intimidated by these words and did not care. Then he got into fighting stance, targeting the demon, starting to scan. Elsewhere, Jae-hoo was drinking a cold glass of water. Shiho sat in the chair next to him, scrolling through her phone. Oh, it is Jaffe. Jae-hoo set the glass down on the table, where Soho raised his phone. Discovering many demons at once, the global community was shaken. What kind of chaos did the demon cafe cause? Soho murmured as he watched the news. I heard there are over 300 types of demons. In total, there are 337 demons and demon servants. Jae-hoo wondered. When did he cross over to the other side? Soho felt uneasy. Danger was near. What if the demons have already infiltrated everywhere? Jae-ho leaned back and lay down. Forget it. Right now I just want to rest a little. There is a reason why Soho and Jae-hoo are so lazy like this. Uncle Xiao's holiday is coming up, and Leon has declared a full temple break, called the Demela Festival. Jae-ho felt completely relaxed. After enduring the hardships at the gate, Soho and Jae-hoo could finally enjoy a well-deserved break. Tonight, I will have pizza. Tomorrow I will try the burger combo. And for lunch, pizza again. Suho chewed his food noisily, still doubtful but not bored. From another side, the fierce chants of 1, 2, 1, 2 startled the two talking. making them turn their heads to look behind. From afar, a group of people were slowly running towards us. Panting heavily, sweat soaking their bodies, the man in this group also saw Suho and Jae-ho sitting not far away. They were taking a break. Jae-ho enthusiastically waved. Uncle Kim waved back. Hello, uncle. Hai is also coming this way. He is practicing running. The officer smiled and scratched his head. I am training with Sir Kudisi, but I am not officially a knight yet. Sir Disi is being polite. I am still just a trainee, so please do not treat me like a real knight. Treat me like a real knight. Juhook and Soho looked wide-eyed, and it is true. But Harry, Soyeon, Juhook, and So all hold special status in the temple because John Soyeon was once the Knight Squad commander. Harry ranks 4th in the temple and is also an S-Rank hunter, so they are nobles. Right, Juhook and So too, after receiving the relics, have made remarkable progress, and now, they are truly S-Rank hunters. Meanwhile, Kudizing is still just a wandering knight, shyly reaching out his hand, but they did not start from the same line. Then he said, "Alright, we are off." "Okay." Juhook cheered, "Keep it up." Kudiziong, and so the group moved on. "Alright. Keep running." 1, 2, 1, 2. Suho and Juhook watched in silence, trying their best but still falling short, and they had to accept that they were only high C rank for now. Juhook turned his head and asked, "So, when do you think you will be able to lift Lord Gelbrick's father?" Soho recalled everything he had learned. Even the inherited relics had not recognized us as their masters, let alone Lord Gelbrick's father. The ultimate goal is to become a Grail Knight. Right, Juhook was confused too. I have no idea how strong you have to be to lift it. There are at least 4 Grail Knights in the temple who truly understand the meaning of that title, and so the two of them returned to Nam Q's place. Time to get up. They are the divine knights who fell in the final great battle. Like the sorceress queen who once stood at the top of the world, these two noble machines have completed a 1,000-year mission, and only they deserve to receive its glory. Juhook kept chatting. Honestly, is there anyone from Earth worthy enough to receive that title? Suho was not sure either, probably Chin Harry. I have never seen her cry like that before. While talking, Juhook suddenly remembered something and shared his thoughts, saying, "Hey, Your Majesty, what are you doing? You must be busy with His Highness lately." Suho answered while scrolling on his phone. Nuna said he is checking Jaek, whose face turned pale and mouth twisted. Juhook sat up abruptly, saying, "No way. You look terrifying." "Oh my god, it is true." Juhook averted his gaze. "I do not know anything. I do not even understand what was said." Then a building appeared. "What is under that temple?" "We do not know anything." "The Pig God's temple. The underground floor. The dungeon beneath the earth." Suddenly a loud noise echoed, making her alert another female demon died today. A slow step approaching made her panic to the extreme. Seeing Leon appear, she was so scared she kept bowing her head repeatedly. "Your Majesty." He had just stepped in when the stench hit his nose. At the same time, someone was coming. "Oh no, the servant is here." He walked toward Bai Chit. The place still reeked of that same full stench as always. "Bai Chit, this is not a place for a noble like you." Bai Chit laughed and said, "Oh dear, I have ventilation to the mezzanine." "Did not you know?" Leon asked again. "To get to the mezzanine you have to go through here." "What else?" Bai Chit laughed, saying, "I can't just make these monsters comfortable for my own sake." Truly a noble spirit. Yet neither of them cared about her kneeling on the ground. It was ridiculous. She stayed awake, grinding her teeth, her whole body trembling, rejecting this crazy faith. "We are the ones enduring this, but they act like we are the victims." She was unwilling. The Mage's Tower is connected to the first floor by an elevator, so why insist on going through here? Now he finally noticed her kneeling in the corner. Then he kicked her, the hateful one. She clutched her injured leg in pain. Why did he do that? Liam maliciously reminded her not to entertain such foolish thoughts. She said this successfully turned her to stone on the spot. She angrily thought to herself, he is really crazy, scolding someone for their thoughts. Then he continued talking with Beechit. "Well then, Beechit, what did you call me here for?" She smiled with delight, confident that His Majesty would be very pleased. The surprise was clear on his face. "Sir Vulcanus, we have found a way to locate Sir Vulcanus, the Grail Knight." After a while, he and Beechit sat down to enjoy tea. To explain the issue, she slowed down and said, "This is just a hypothesis of mine." She believes that the Lord thinks Vulcanus is in the domain of the Ice Duke. For a moment, his pupils constricted. "So why have not we been able to open the gate with the ritual dagger until now?" She replied that she believed the demons had established their own protective system. She explained further that when we enter the territory of the Corpse Duke, if we use his arm as the key to unlock, then it makes sense that the ritual dagger cannot open it. Brother GM hesitated and added, "If Lord Vulcanus disappeared through a gate we do not know, then the ritual dagger might have opened that gate. But if he entered the demon's territory, the dagger would be useless." Yet he still had one question. Why is Lord Vulcanus in a demon's domain? Beechit was completely calm about this, "Your Majesty. Even the king must have seen demons opening gates and fleeing throughout the 200 years of war. Right. This news is so shocking he can't believe it. It is impossible. Bichik continued, saying he believes the Ice Duke, who fought Vulcanus, felt threatened and retreated to his territory. His expression briefly froze, so in the battle, the Ice Duke fled and Vulcanus gave chase. She nodded in agreement. That is right. On the other hand, she believed that for some reason, Lord Vulcanus is currently unable to move. But to uncover the whole truth, we need to find the Icy Duke's territory. Understanding the problem, he gave a fierce smile. And we can enter the territory of the cowards through the arms of the assassin Duke. His eyes shone brightly with anticipation. Will you join us? The kid also gave a sly smile. Of course. Just imagining those bastards getting roughed up makes my heart race. And then, in a space filled with silence, a sinister and cunning smile appeared. The Duke's territory had been destroyed by Leon and his team, and the assassin Duke Akasa had vanished. Since the Leon season captured him, destruction has been inevitable, but someone among the kneelers has to clean up that mess. An angry kneeler shouted loudly, "Who thinks I am crazy enough to go in there?" At the great council of Hellas minions, it was so terrifying that it echoed in their heads. I heard the sound of steel breaking the eardrums of hundreds of minions. Those eyes, those blue eyes, King Leo himself descending from the sky. This made them break out in a cold sweat, and they said even the rebel witch princess had arrived, which made them even more panicked. What? The witch princess? This news made it impossible for him to stay calm. My lord, he is losing it again. Hey, did not we say the witch princess was imprisoned? This guy just pissed his pants. Seeing them all freak out made Gop, the lord's fierce minion, feel the urgency too. It is really bad. Gop raised his eyebrows at his subordinates, telling someone to clean up the Achaujok territory. Stay calm. There are no witches here. Let me go. Let me go. At this speed, just as expected, he was called out. Hey, Rookie. He gave the order. This time it is your turn. And though he did not want to, he had no choice but to accept. Gritting his teeth, he silently endured. All right, I am going now. The man was very pleased. Fine. Let us do it. Hand it over to the rookie. Those guys joined in, which makes sense. They have survived once already. Right? Yeah. Gop can handle it. He agreed on the surface but secretly cursed deep down. Then he arrived and shouted to hurry up. Move faster. In the Duke Akaza's territory, the area where holy energy is eradicated, he shouted orders again, saying this area must be restored today. Those who were exiled could not bear it. The pollution level is at 85%. I can't take it anymore. They are monsters. They have put too much holy energy into the land. In fact, for demons, holy energy is the ultimate opposing force, and the traces of holy magic created by Len and his knights have truly polluted the demon world's territory. One guy farming suddenly noticed, "Oh my god, grass is growing here." This news terrified Gop beyond belief. It was truly horrifying. That damn King Leon intended to turn hell into heaven. He hurriedly approached, gathering all the land polluted by holy power in one place, leaving the others somewhat confused. My lord, what do you intend to do with that terrible pile of soil? Gop said briefly. Everything will be put to use. After a while, they had piled the soil into a heap. It was truly terrifying. Hey, do not come too close, Gop warned them. It is dangerous. Stay back. Hearing this, the others hesitated. Concerned for him, his master stepped closer to the pile of dirt and raised the staff, which surprised the other man quite a bit. What is that staff? Gop proudly said. This staff has been gathering holy power for 250 years. Hearing that, the other guy became even more confused. Why are you doing this? I told you, I have a use for it. In his heart he sneered. Fools, you do not understand how powerful holy energy really is. That is why you are only third-rate demons. After a while, the staff had absorbed all the essence and was fully charged. After finishing his task, he shouted and kept moving forward. Hurry up. The others rushed with their flutes to continue cleaning up. Yes. Dear seer, leaning on his staff, he took cautious steps down the dark path. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. A deep unease had he absorbed too much holy power. Then suddenly remembered. Now thinking back, I forgot to check the situation on Earth. After finishing here, I have to ask Dinan to pinpoint Laios' location. He tried to fall asleep, ignoring the unease as the sad night fell, but suddenly woke up sitting upright. He was filled with anxious tension. What is this? In the dark hallway, not a single soul in sight. At this moment he put on a thin hooded cloak and did not forget to bring a lantern. Gop walked while looking around. Something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong. Where were the slaves? Doubtful. He thought that even if he was resting, they still had to work. Suddenly, a shadow with glowing eyes clung to the wall and slowly dropped down. As fast as lightning, the shadow slipped behind him. Though he did not see it with his own eyes, Gop could sense that something was definitely behind him. That chilling feeling. An assassin. And indeed, Gop's suspicion was completely accurate. Despite the outward appearance of unity, the demon world was actually a chaotic place full of conflict. A brutal world where talent, lineage, and power determined everything. Gop, a low-level demon with Gopline bloodline, was always looked down upon and bullied. He is not the first assassin sent to kill me, and certainly won't be the last. Coming back to the present as Gop ignited the light, he laughed confidently. You are not the first to want to kill me, and of course won't be the last. Without waiting any longer, he immediately lunged forward. The staff in his hand gleamed with holy power. Swallow my enemy whole. In just a moment, Loon's entire body was enveloped by the dazzling light of holy power. The holy power flare fired off, a beam that could melt anything it touched. Gop always believed that whatever it touched would, but unexpectedly, he was not hurt at all, which left him frozen on the spot. Gop was shocked. Damn it. Loondamlian, what the hell is this guy doing here? His whole body was trembling, so scared he could barely stand. I am definitely dead. 100% dead. Dead. Lian just stood there calmly, using holy power, then made a judgment, not to attack. Hearing that, Gop was stunned, his eyes wide open. In his mind, he secretly calculated that I fired the holy cannon thinking he was an assassin sent to kill me. But now he misunderstood me for something else because I used holy power, and if that is the case, he realized he had a lifeline and widened his eyes. Very timely, he bowed down on his knees, saying, "You are our savior." Seeing his surprising reaction made him a bit doubtful. How could I possibly be your savior? Silently pleased. Good, at least he did not stab me right away. The cunning devil began to plot. Lying convincingly, saying it was a legend passed down in our tribe that a knight of the goddess would come to save us from suffering. After finishing, he nervously looked at his face, but contrary to his expectations, he remained silent with no expression. Then he spoke again. Go on. Keep talking. Gop was happy. It was a success, and so he was led on. That happened a long time ago. We were a small tribe, worshipping our god and living loyally, but one day, the orcs came and took us, dragging us away to work for them. We endured everything. No one saw the light. But then the orcs sold us to the demons for just a piece of meat. The story was told so smoothly. While enslaved by the demons, we received a prophecy that one day, he firmly declared, a savior would come to free us, yet the false prophecy made him uneasy and break out in a cold sweat. Surprisingly, he showed no doubt and instead was moved to tears. It was truly a tragic story. This unexpected trust left me a bit confused. Does he really believe it? Lian crouched down to face him. So what is the name of your god? He looked up and without hesitation said, the god Maktak Jack. Lian was surprised to hear that name. The god Maktak Jack. That is indeed a strange name. Gop Nan said softly. It is from our tribe's language. A bit unusual. Lian rubbed his chin thoughtfully again. Then Lian looked away, surprised that someone still believed in gods in this filthy land. Loon had been deceived. Deep down, he realized that his unexpected openness had caused him to misjudge the situation. That is right. I am still alive. Lian, full of righteousness, placed his hand on his shoulder and said, then let us go. He said, this place is very dangerous. Come with me. It is okay. Do not hesitate. Then without letting him refuse, he grabbed his collar and dragged him away. How could I leave someone alone in such a dangerous place? I still want to learn more about your tribe. Gop cried without tears. Damn it. I am trapped. Please spare my life. But he was cheerful, seeming relieved. Just cry. Do not be shy. But Gop just wanted to go home. After a while, the two were walking briskly down a deserted road. Gop, he gently turned his head to look over. The person truly reminded me of someone I once knew. He was a bit puzzled. Sorry. What do you mean by that? Loon explained that long ago. There was a goblin that I once split in half. After hearing that, he turned pale with fear and did not dare to utter a word, while Lian kept talking, completely unaware of his current attitude. That rude beast had jagged teeth like knives and was incredibly fierce. That demon's name was Go Boop. Something like that. Gop is scared of worms. Sorry. I do not remember the demon's names very well. Leon turned his head and smiled awkwardly and innocently, saying sorry for teasing you with that letter. It just looked too much like you. I could not help it. Gop got goosebumps, not far off, boss. Now, let us pause and take a look at Gop's survival record. 230 years ago, Gop awakened as an intellectual demon and met Lian for the first time. Feeling his life was in danger, Gop immediately fled and survived. Later, when Lian's invasion took place, Gop wanted nothing to do with him and begged to be sent as far away as possible to escape. He and his comrades fled desperately. Those damn bugs, I will tear that blind fool apart, even at the cost of my life. Upon hearing that the Lord of Intellect had died, he rushed into the demon gate and survived. At this point, he was no longer a demon of intellect or wisdom, but a demon of survival. In his heart, he still kept scheming, and more importantly, it was a miracle that I had not been exposed. The anti-magic artifact I made for Venant. Soon after, the two of them arrived at the cave entrance. Gop came out, saying, we are here. Thanks. Bai Chit stepped out from the cave. The person had arrived, with a slightly cheerful voice. You have come, my lord. But who is that person? Just like her, he did not know who she was. But who was that person? Lian introduced her as the sorceress queen, and Bai Chit was also a bit surprised. They said he was a cleric of Maktika Jerkelder. Gop bowed sincerely. I am Gopra. Honored to serve you. Saint, I will serve you with all my heart. After a moment, she stepped closer, eyeing him carefully. So you are Gopra. Half a second later, she smiled happily. Oh my, you really have holy power. I am counting on you. Gopra, he replied awkwardly. All right. Saint, and so it began, Gop's tearful act to avoid suspicion. He worked tirelessly, from preparing the bed to setting the meal, and even the afternoon tea. He eagerly did everything just to avoid suspicion. Just as he hoped, Loon was extremely pleased. The more he looked at him, the more amazed he was. A creature from a distant dimension with such a refined manner. Beatrice smiled brightly. Could this be the principle of returning to the universal origin? Either way, I feel very reassured. Gop, enslaved by fate. Who would have thought that learning the royal etiquette from Lian to become King Gop Lion would be useful now? Truly a stroke of luck for Gop, outwardly pretending but inwardly screaming. The intellectual and cunning demon. Keeper of infinite knowledge. I will survive at any cost. And so, 3 days later, he sat basking in the sun outside the cave, somehow still holding on. At least he was still alive, though occasionally startled by Lian's sharp questions. Has your god ever appeared? No, but the god wants us to grow through trials. He adapts everything like a true intellectual demon. Suddenly he jumped up. That is, Gop showed clear joy. My personal guards, those loyal little ones. They are looking for me, the Goblin Guard Squad, Gop's own unit. Even though he wanted to call them, Gop still did not want to rush. Wait, even if they came, they could not defeat Lian. Just then, Lian's loud voice echoed from the ranks. Please not now, Gop. Come here. Moments later, Gop looked into the cave. Thanks. Before him, a portal had opened. He had been searching for something for days, and now he had opened the gate. Gop walked over and asked quietly, Are you planning to go somewhere? Lian nodded. Yes, I am looking for something important, and I have finally found a clue. He looks regretful. And yes, to be honest, I wanted to take you with me, but Gop was so happy to hear that. No need, I've lied. What? Do you think I am crazy enough to follow you? He placed his hand on his shoulder. I will return to this place someday. He even declared that he would tear apart every low-level species. Not a single one would survive. Gop was so scared he almost wet his pants. Do not come. Seriously, do not come. Lian seemed to fear he would not survive here, so he decided to grant him a blessing and parted ways like that. I did not ask out of worry for leaving him alone. So then, I will give you a blessing. And that will be enough. After saying that, he snatched the staff from him, a beam of light enveloping it. Gop desperate. My staff, the magic within the staff slowly faded, probably suppressed by the surrounding cursed energy since this place was full of demonic power. I will cleanse it completely, Gop cried without tears. Farewell. Beloved staff, Lian smiled comfortably. That is done. Even in this filthy place, it will still be useful. He handed the staff back to me, saying take it, this radioactive glowing thing. Are you trying to kill me? Thinking it over, he nervously refused. Your Excellency, this staff draws too much attention here. Please. Your Excellency, take it with you. Lian sighed deeply, realizing he had made a grave mistake, so he decided to take the staff with him. Gop breathed a sigh of relief. Escaping death, but before Gop could even celebrate, to his surprise, Lian placed his hand on his head and said, Instead, I will bless you. A pitiful scream echoed through the cave along with a brilliant light shining out. Lian laughed generously. No need to be that happy, my friend. But at this moment he was in nothing but pain, his brain feeling like it was being torn apart, struggling to swallow the white foam rising from his throat. Lian laughed, thinking he was happy. Are you really that joyful? If you can hold back, I might actually die. Finally the Goblin Squad found him. Boss is here. You guys found the boss. Just looking inside already made them panic. Boss, lying helplessly on the ground. What the hell happened to today? Tears streamed down. Damn it. In a bitter voice, I survived another day, a season of revenge. A white blanket of snow covered everything, the cold wind biting through. Amid the bone-chilling cold, Beatrice thought it was amazing, like a frozen wasteland. Lian was a bit surprised she was not affected. Beatrice calmly replied, I can use magic to raise my body temperature. Immediately after, her expression stiffened slightly. Unfortunately, she realized her magic seemed limited to controlling mana, with high consumption but low effectiveness. Lian is affected the same way, and so am I. The divine magic is unstable. Beatrice realizes this is a big problem. Divine magic is being suppressed too. He seems fine. No problem. Magic can still be used, just with very low efficiency. Beatrice sighed in relief. Maybe we should retreat for now. If we concentrate all our mana, we can open a portal. Lian quickly refused the offer. No, even if we turn back at 1T change anything. The force freezing this space is as strong as magic and can be overcome with just a few spells. Vic, do not use any more magic. Save it in case we need to open a portal. She looked a bit disappointed but still obeyed him. I understand. At that moment, the dagger in her hand suddenly glowed. Lian realized we were getting close to Lord Vulcanus. The dagger would guide us. She raised the dagger. Relieved it seemed we were heading in the right direction. It made her hope that the goal was not far away. So let us go and make an early start. Ahead were towering ice blocks. Lian stepped forward, carving a narrow path for her to follow. However, the air was so cold that she still could not bear it. Loon worriedly turned his head back and asked if she was okay. Her voice was soft. There is still a long way to go. Sorry, sir. I do not think so. I have already sealed your magic. Do not blame yourself. Suddenly, they both noticed something ahead. Unfortunately, a blizzard is about to hit, an ice storm, so it is best to avoid it for now. He placed his hand on her shoulder, apologizing for the rudeness. Immediately after, he lifted her up. Your Highness. Leon explained. It was an emergency, asking her to bear with it. Her face flushed deeply from embarrassment. Ivan, are you alright? Your Highness. He smiled softly. Her body light as a feather. Why worry about me? She laughed too. Oh dear, is that how you talk to a lady? So the two of them continued walking and talking. Oh my, did I just say something silly? No, I really am light. And even though I said some embarrassing things so calmly, it is just the truth. The blush on my face has not faded yet. But hey, this is the first time a man has carried me like this. She smiled and remarked. Surprisingly good, but not bad, he joined in, saying, is that so? What an honor. He expected her to reply, but she remained silent, so she had fallen asleep without me noticing. I better hurry now. My legs started to speed up. If I had known, I should have brought little Harry along too. At the same time, the situation with Harry was also not looking good. What is this? A series of news flashes appeared on the screen. Seeing many gates appear across the map surprised her. President. The Blood Camp quickly issued urgent orders to the top 10 guilds, and immediately connected with Vice Guild leader Hen Harry to bring her into the Pantheon. The unease was clearly visible on the Blood Tension's face. There was no more time. Soon after, 2 of the assembled people had arrived. Boss, those red marks are all gates. Probably. Hearing that, he got worried. What the hell? We are done for. Someone stepped forward, saying everyone is here now. The 2 guys looked over in surprise, extremely flustered when seeing the newcomer arrive. Jack spinning. The king is not coming. Harry was speechless too. Oh my god! From the crowded side, a voice rang out with a hint of sarcasm. Oh dear. Now even machines are considered living beings. This guy is Kim Jinchian, the president of the Sack Guild. He was surprised. Senior Kim Jinchian, while the guy standing next to him did not care much. Just had a stomachache. Jack did not understand what he meant. It just spoke mechanically. Harry. Sit here. She pulled out the chair, asking permission. As soon as she sat down, she noticed something was a bit off. Then she panicked and asked, in the Asian meeting. Curious creature. Any opinions? No, sit up straight. Back straight, eyes looking forward. These 2 keep arguing back and forth over some strange rule. But I am an S-rank priestess serving 2 gods. This guy is a holy knight. Above the law, what about his majesty? Is he here? No. The 2 kept arguing despite Jinchian's face turning as dark as a pot bottom. Just focus on your work. His face flushed red as he slammed his hand on the table. These guys dared to ignore me. The 2 boys glanced away nervously. Is that okay? My stomach hurts. Do not provoke me. Kang Hai shrugged helplessly. Well, they will find out eventually. He laughed smugly. So I can do whatever I want. Right after that, he went over to Jack and Harry. With a fierce expression, he said, I do not care if you are a killing machine from the Trongdu or a 3rd-class holy knight. Do not mess around with humans. You walking pile of scrap, human or not. Harry objected. But I am human too. Jinchian did not want to argue, told the hired thugs to shut up. Harry slumped, letting his hands fall. Hired help. Then he turned his head to glare at Kang Hyatt, the old president, questioning if a machine could also be present here, to which he replied, Jack Spinner is fully qualified, guaranteed to take down Leo the First. He complained. Really, as if someone important bothered to show up. What is so special about the gate appearing? His face grew more and more twisted. Then he shouted wildly. What are you looking at? You talking tin can? Jeff's voice rose, composing language suitable for primitive low intelligence, and Jinchian asked confused. What? After a few seconds it announced. Compilation complete. A suitable sentence has been created. Immediately it cursed him out. You arrogant bastard. Showing off too much. Do you want to die? Harry grabbed it and pulled hard. Hey, sir, that language is rude. Very rude. It retorted. I am just using language appropriate to the low primitive intelligence level of the creature. At that moment, a wave of commanding energy instantly filled the room, making Harry turn around in alarm. Jinchian seemed to go mad, clenching his fist tightly. You guys, you damn bastards. Being too smart can also be a problem. He was furious. Damn arrogant, his face full of fierce energy. Damn it. Hurry up. Mortal. Stop him. Although a bit confused, she still raised her hand to block in this urgent situation. Everyone was surprised, unable to believe it. Seeing her block the attack with just one hand left the whole room completely silent. Did Harry Han really stop Kim Jinchian's strike? She must have reached S-Rank. Blocking this attack only made Jinchian even more furious. What the hell is this? Even she was surprised by her own power. Oh, the whirlwind explained. Hunter Kim Jinchian. I did not mean to do that. Annoyed. Auntie. Are you on that bastard's side? No. JB, please do not swear. He calmed down, put his hands in his pockets, and asked, Hey guard, do you want to fight me? Harry was confused and did not know how to respond. Me? What? The two guys who had been watching quietly all this time could only think to themselves. How pitiful. Cheer up, do not be afraid. The one who can defeat him, she cried without tears. JB, you are making everything worse. Jin Qian's face turned black as coal again, a cold aura spreading all over him. Do not you know your limits? Harry turned pale. Wait a minute. Just then, someone shouted loudly, Everyone be quiet. He scolded them loudly. Where do you think this is? How dare you raise your voice in front of an elder? This person was none other than John Jisoo, the head of the Sword Saint Association. No, I just put medicine on Jin Qian's face and scolded him harshly. Hey you, Kim Jin Qian. Is there something wrong with your head? You bastard. He looked away, then turned to Harry and Jack. Seeing this, Kang Hyatt immediately explained that according to Harry, Jeff Spinner is 1032 years old. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat a few times. Harry thought to herself that in terms of age, he lost the battle after all. A 300-year-old and a 1,000-year-old cannot coexist in the modern era. Kang Hyatt tapped his hand on the table, holding the document, and said, Anyway, Engik Jeff Spinner has the right to be here. We will not accept any more complaints. Both Jin Qian and Jin Qian also sat down at the table. Although the latter's expression was somewhat displeased, everyone listened intently as Kang Hyatt spoke. Lowering his voice, Kang Hyatt said, I do not think I need to say much about the Global Gate event. All countries have called for support from all hunters within their borders. He announced that the association would command the mission, and we would skip all items and gate auctions for an efficient raid. This made others hesitant. As we would not be able to mine the magic stones, either how could we raid all the gates and gain nothing? Another person also raised their hand. I disagree. Sir, Jin Cheon also disagreed. We need to earn money to pay our guild members. That is right, our guild members hire them at a high cost, so we must be allowed to make money from this. Another person spoke up. I also object. He argued that we are a civilian guild and have no reason to obey the government. You must grant command authority to each guild separately. This person was Jin Sung, the captain of the Infinity Sword Guild. Jin Su abruptly stood up and spoke. Hey you, are you only thinking about money? This is a national emergency. Trang Sung's tone was sarcastic. It is not about money. Do not you forget that. He brought up the old issue of the government wasting time at the start of the apocalypse. Just then, someone else raised their hand, but he kept babbling his opinion, saying Meh, Hung needs to step up during a national crisis, and we will follow the government's orders. I believe that is what he wants too. The young man agreed, saying he was right. This is a global crisis, and cooperation is the best option in such a situation. Trang Sung sighed warily, knowing history would repeat itself. Then he spoke coldly and broadly. Chairman of the association, you have no right to force us to work. You know that. King Hyatt smiled softly. Of course. He continued. The assistant also pushed in a cart. I think I will propose something for those who cooperate. On Trang Sung's face was a look of astonishment as the secretaries quickly presented the item. Star armor. Sin Cheon scoffed. It looks like just a unique grade. Does he think we will obey the government just because of that? I have plenty of that kind of stuff in the warehouse. Kang Hyatt calmly explained. This is refined armor made at the Japspin Forge. How many sets did Japspin produce this month? It immediately answered. 1,300 sets including weapons. Production decreased due to many serfs dying. Sin Cheon was startled. What? He shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Unique grade means it is unique. How could it be mass-produced like that? Harry countered, but it is true. The chairman knows about it too. The association and Pantheon have already made a deal. Kang Hyatt raised a finger. The guilds involved in the raid, as well as the close combat armor, were custom made according to requirements. He mentioned a figure. The Japanese Hunters Association and the American of Eric Society offered 10 trillion units for it. I am just passing that along. He also realized that something unique being mass-produced is unusual, as normally one takes months to forge in a large furnace. At that moment Jack Lian made a move, and under their cold stares he spoke up. If you do not want to join, then do not. No one is forcing you, he said lightly. The market is still busy without the boss. The era of humanity is about to end. A flashback appears. Your Majesty, I will protect this place. The enemy is coming. By Chit. Desperate. Is dragged away by the enemy. They sing of endless pleasure. What they desire is endless decay. They do not die even when I kill them. They imprison the living and stain purity with ink. At the end of this path, a demon smiles wickedly, raising an orb, saying, Queen, let us build a barrier together. I have relived 100 years of history with the essence of decay within me. By Chit has no strength left. I accept. My beloved kingdom has fallen. A very difficult time. My loyal knight withered away because of their queen. The harsh truth repeated like an unending nightmare. But fortunately, just when I gave up, that person appeared. He introduced himself. I am Leoth the Lionheart King. Leon Dragonica Leoniath, ending the flashback as she opened her eyes wide. Seeing this, he said. You are awake. Your Majesty. At this moment, he was sitting by the fire fixing the stove. He spoke to her. I have dug a pit for us. We need to rest, Bai Chit hesitantly said. Your Majesty. Today I should not have used up my mana. He felt it was no problem. It is okay, just consider it a necessary expense. I should have used it sooner if I had known you were suffering like this. Bai Chit gently took the cup of water and thanked him. Your Majesty. Then he said nothing more and quietly took a small sip. As if suddenly remembering something, Bai Chit shyly asked. Your Majesty, have we been disrespectful in any way? He smiled softly. Surely she had recalled the past. Then he thoughtfully leaned on his cane. The memories of the past are beautiful, a dream we wish to return to. Her face was still flushed. Your Majesty, are you alright? Yet he did not answer. After a moment, he finally looked up and replied. I've lied. Bai Chit sighed. Are all knights like this? Lion smiled and said. That is how we were raised. Bai Chit seemed to puff her cheeks as if thinking about something. Then she glanced at him with a meaningful look. She gently called. Your Highness, there is still room here, and now she smiled, shedding her outer warm coat. Come closer. Right here. After a while, the two of them shared the same blanket. She smiled quietly with rosy cheeks. Lion looked over and asked, Are you uncomfortable? Bai Chit smiled awkwardly. No, it is warm and comfortable. Then, to his surprise, she gently rested her head on his shoulder. Mang you. Bitch, please. Just allow me to be like this at least. She closed her eyes. The god would ask for nothing more and would dare hope for nothing beyond this. In the flickering firelight, Bai Chit seemed to have fallen asleep. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Line. My knight, hold your tongue. At this moment, the gods were arguing and gossiping. This is a sincere wish from your goddess. When will you open your heart to accept a new love? He frankly refused, saying it was not yet time. The stout god said, Or are you saying you will stay with me, a truly righteous and pure god who will become the queen of the East? Oh see, silence her wish. Everyone can see. Now is the time for dreams and death to speak. Another god argued that clearly. The next queen should be a woman like her. Is not that obvious? Phaethos laughed mockingly, saying it sounded grand when she spoke, but the one handing out the rewards had not even considered it. She stayed awake, grinding her teeth. What? War? Are you mocking me? Others also interrupt. The sacrificial pawn should be with those who share the same vision. He believes that is true motivation. And what level could be more fitting? Everyone's chatter gives him a headache. But is not he just a knave kid after all? He is only 1 year older than her priestess. War. Humans have always valued honesty and age after all. Ariana sighed and quickly stopped them. Enough. This is pointless. She declared, He is my knight and the son of this goddess. So I will be the one to choose his wife. Leon sighed helplessly. Your Grace, I already have 2 mothers. Ariana began to calculate. One is your biological mother who gave birth to you on Earth. The other is the Dragonia priestess. Then I will be the 3rd mother. You can count on that. I truly feel honored. Ariana was very pleased. Leon. My son, she gently asked. Is it because of Karina? He hesitated when mentioning that name. Not yet. It is not time yet. After they both left the cave, Beatrice handed him the dagger as the reaction intensified. Loon guessed that there did not seem to be any other creatures around, but he thought there should at least be a few ice demons. Beatrice looked at the knife in her hand and asked if he meant those lazy and stupid demons. He confirmed, yes, lazy and stupid. Some of them carry cold energy, but of course, they can't compare to the holy flame. He turned his head to look in another direction, but seeing the scene here, it made sense why Sir Vulcanus and his knights had disappeared. This was a kind of frost that had almost become a natural law. Could this be the hibernation state that Sir Spinner mentioned? Suddenly he heard a call. Leon. Oh. Phaethos. Phaethos asked Han. Have you felt it yet? You had to get this close to find it. Leon replied. I can feel it too. Phaethos pointed the way to the barrier ahead. Following Phaethos's advice, he and she walked forward together. After observing for a while, they agreed it was indeed very large. That is right, the wind around howls fiercely. That place could be called a shard of rock without exaggeration. He drew a sword from the space and stepped back a little. His eyes blazed brightly as a powerful energy surged forth. He focused all his strength into the sword. Sacred flame, a blazing flame burst forth, engulfing the entire wall, ready to burn everything to ashes. The layers of ice gradually began to melt. The wise one urgently called out. Your Majesty. He immediately confirmed. Yes. Knights slowly emerged from the ice layer, finally found them. Feeling relieved, the Knights of Vanton's blazing sword. They are the forces under the Purification Squad, led by Sir Vulcanus, the War Knights and the Flame. Elsewhere, the great demon of sloth and deceit, the Grand Frost Formula, ruler of the Kaksha territory. At the observation station of Ice Continent No. 1, a urgent call rang out. Lord Belotus. Belotus. Someone came running frantically, saying there is a big problem. Belotus the lazy demon asked, what is going on? Then stepping out of the warm foot chamber, he said. I am Belot, the great demon of laziness and sluggishness. He blurted out the news, hands trembling as he held the paper. Having detected an energy source inside the ice continent, it is a level 0 destructive element. Holy power. Despite her subordinate's urgency, she calmly scratched her cheek, then she leaned back and lay down. Strange. The intelligence and responsibility said this seal would last for 1,000 years. This demon has already flared up, and there is still no magical response from Lord Kaksa, so, Ha holds his head. Knowing this is no time to wait any longer. If that monster is freed, that bloody tragedy will happen again. Falling from the sky with the ancient fire, Belotas looked up, speaking anxiously. Only two, she ordered. You lead the special forces ahead. I will gather all available troops to follow right behind. Geo. Thung Hei, returning to Lion and Beachit's place. After some time observing, she asked, so these are the Tren Holy Knights? He answered confidently, the burning holy sword knights of Vannon. Without a doubt, he smiled. Finally we have found them. Then he declared, from now on the rescue operation begins. Following his words, he swung his sword. Using the power of fire to continuously strike the ice block, he grew stronger with each blow, his eyes glowing with flames. Lion shouted, "O my sacred lands, return now." Immediately, a knight fell from the broken ice. The king you once served has returned. He landed on the ground, his eyes blazing with fire. Seeing this, Lion was momentarily stunned. At that moment he roared, his face darkening with fury. Then he charged forward, and Lion quickly stepped in front of Bichit to block him. A second later he leapt up swinging his sword. Die, you damn monster. I will tear you to pieces. Rhea charged straight at him with her sword. Die, you monsters, Bichit shouted in panic. Your Majesty. Hearing her say those words made him hesitate mid-swing. What? Your Majesty. Lion did not hesitate to easily block the sword with one hand, wearing a friendly smile, glad that the day was still peaceful. At this moment, Rhea was speechless. Your Majesty. He was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply. Your Majesty. Lion introduced himself once again. Yes, I am Lion Dragonica Lion I, the King of Lion I. He also solemnly spoke along with him. I am Rhea Server, the third sword of the Fire Sword Knights. Lion lowered his voice and stood up, saying we are still in enemy territory. Rhea replied, thank you, Your Majesty, and Bichik also sighed with relief, feeling much lighter. I have something to say. Rhea, even though this situation is sudden, I have questions to ask. Rhea only now pays attention to her, curious about the immense power of dreams and death. May I ask who this princess is? And while we are at it, let me introduce myself. I am Bichik Aligeri Sparrow, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, and also the High Priestess of Dreams and Death. Upon hearing this, Rhea was very surprised and asked, you said the Sparrow Kingdom. Lion interrupted at that moment, saying this is a long story, but for now, can you answer the Queen's question? He agreed, yes, Your Majesty. Bichik looked at him seriously and said, then, although it sounds strange, I have a few questions. In the vast space, only her voice echoed. When you first set foot on this land, was it already covered in ice like this? Rhea thought for a moment and replied, no, it was desolate, but not an icy land like it is now. Bichik gripped the staff as if she had realized something. I see. Lion turned to her and asked, Bitch, did you discover something? She looked up at the icy mountain before them. It seemed this continent had been sealed by a demon's magic, and Lord Vuncanus and the mages were likely trapped inside it. Just as expected, he also realized that the ice formula, cornered, must have frozen the entire palace's space-time. Bichik agreed, that is right, but there is one problem. Bichik added, if we continue breaking the ice to rescue the knights, we might have to face the ice formula. No sooner had she finished speaking than a strong tremor shook the ground beneath them. What was that tremor? Bichik's face showed clear tension. Your Majesty, Lion said calmly, it seems they have noticed us too. In the spatial gate, a group of monsters with stone-like appearances emerged together. Demons. They bared their sharp teeth. Bichik was on guard, filled with caution. This is trouble. She hesitated, thinking that to open the gate, she had to conserve her magic, while His Majesty needed to break the ice wall to save the mages. She glanced at Rhea, knowing he was the only one who could help us now. Lion seemed to understand this too, so he called out, Rhea. Then she said to her, hold on a little longer. Rhea followed the order and rushed off immediately. Understood, I will patrol. Bichik seemed to have more to say. Your Majesty, please trust and follow him closely. In a flash, he had already approached the demons to see what the knight could do. He held the blue sword, Knight Thangrel, personally chosen by the highest martial council. Knight Thangrel, among all the knights in the kingdom, he is one of the most veteran warriors. He drew his blue sword, its blade shining brightly, while Rhea threatened. Wielding the three swords of the Fire Sword Order, he advanced with valor, radiating a deadly aura. Drawing his sword, they were the very symbol of the kingdom's power. Ri had charged, taking them down one by one with terrifying intensity. Lion glanced at the massive ice mountain before him with some hesitation. Maybe it is better to melt it all at once. This method is not ideal either, but if I do that, it will cause a wave of chaos I won't be able to control. I can seal it with magic, but I will be out of energy afterward. Suddenly, Ria's loud shout echoed, making me turn around. This battle will lead us to the final feast, and I will kill you all. He let out a breath, feeling relieved. No, worrying was useless anyway. From the space gate, he drew a sword. Those he could trust still stood before him. A dazzling radiant light spread all around. The dark sword activated. The sword's power was so overwhelming he had to struggle just to stay standing. Huff. The sword. He swung his sword to create a massive earthquake, piercing through the winter before him and tearing it apart. A beam of light shot straight through the ice, splitting it in two. He frowned, unable to melt it all. He then activated another power, the wave-breaking magic. Betrich was stunned by the scene before him. To maintain the spell on that scale required a great amount of divine power. Every stream of water from the ice block was absorbed by him. He smiled smugly. They have arrived. The sudden sound of horse hooves echoed. Squadrons of knights charged out one after another, all radiating a terrifying fighting spirit. He smiled with satisfaction as the fire sword cavalry dispersed, then gave the order to eliminate the enemy. The lead rider shouted the slogan loudly: brutal, cruel, savage. Those who followed behind also shouted loudly, no mercy. Let them die without a trace. The war god's knights, forged in fire, continued the battle they missed 200 years ago. Beatrice stood in awe witnessing such a grand scene. She marveled. This is what they call a decisive battle. The demons were defeated by the knights in an instant. Hey, block the attack. Over here. Help, help. Their blood splattered all over the knights, killing them all without mercy, secretly observing silently. It was just a one-sided massacre. Nothing more. Nothing less. Suddenly a voice cut through, startling her. Finally awake at last, the demons were saved just in time. Rejoicing loudly, the voice belonged to the warlord Belotus. Belotus slowly stepped out of the portal. They all froze. Belotus, cold and calm, her face showed clear worry. We are doomed. She has truly awakened. The group of knights shifted their target to her. But where was that monster? A knight with lightning speed flew up above Belotus. She panicked, raising both hands to cast a spell. Still babbling. Dead, dead, dead. Immediately, a massive block of ice appeared, hovering in the sky, making Betrich widen his eyes in shock. This situation made her worried as she reminded Leon, Your Majesty. But he seemed unconcerned and tried to reassure her not to worry. He just turned his head to look behind without any reaction, as if our companion had just awakened after a long sleep. Frozen knights seemed to have a great power within them that suddenly erupted. The ice block suddenly burst into a blazing flame shooting up into the sky. This beam of light shattered the ice above Belotus. Her face was pale with horror. No, it is awake. From inside the ice block, a hand reached out. The last frozen knight finally woke up, heavy as ever. A tremendous surge of power shattered the final seal, terrifying the demons and monsters alike. They screamed in terror. The monster has awakened. He spoke every word clearly. I am Volkina. After all this time waiting, the day has finally come. I am Volkina, the god of war. Over 200 years ago, in the kingdom of Leo on the Gandanshi plains, the demon legion led by the Ice Duke clashed with the burning knight Vulcanus and the allied forces. At that time, the demon legion outnumbered us 10-1, and everyone thought the victory belonged to the demons. But what the hell was that? What the demon legion truly faced was the embodiment of violence. Spare me, for the strongest holy knight was granted 2 holy swords, Vulcanus of war and deception. The Ice Duke had to acknowledge his strength, that he was truly second only to King Leo. I admit. Someone stronger. I help the troops. Survival is more important than spoils. In the end, the Frost Duke made a very rational decision, a strategic retreat. Only, he was taken aback in shock. The holy knight he encountered was utterly irrational. He charged fiercely. Where do you think you are going? It did not stop there. Vulcanus and his knights chased them all the way into the demon realm through the demon gate. The Ice Duke pointed and shouted, You bastards! Do you even know where you are chasing me? This is my territory, the demon realm. But Vulcanus plunged his sword deep into the ground, did not he? Then he panicked. Both here and there, this place and that place, all are lands of the gods. He could not believe it. You are a madman who thinks you can defeat me in the demon realm. Then he immediately ordered the lock to kill all those miserable creatures. The battle continued even in the demon realm, but was it truly a joint war effort, or was Vulcanus simply overwhelming? The high-ranking demons were slaughtered, even the great demons were pierced, and in the end, Vulcanus' sword nearly reached the Ice Duke. No! It almost struck him. He was extremely frustrated. A human, a rotten human. I have to fight with all my soul to resist a mere human. The ice magic ritual is the ultimate spell that freezes both space and time. Its energy is so strong that even a demon king cannot easily break it. As time passes, he will lose his connection with the gods, and I will recover my strength. The day the seal shattered, tens of thousands of demon legions would crush your useless armored troops. And thus, everything was completely frozen. 200 years passed. And now, at this very moment, the seal of the Ice Duke Casa has been broken. Why is it so hot? Strange. If it were not for that monster Grail Guardian, he would not have any weaknesses. Leon crossed his arms and smiled, announcing that he had awakened. Casa was surprised. What? Looking down, he could not help but grit his teeth at the armored savages, then shouted a warning. This is my territory. Our land. Soon, the comrades will sense the disturbance and gather here. When that happens, you will all be finished. Leon probed. Von Kaners, which side will you choose? He replied bluntly. I will settle my grudge with him myself. Leon cheerfully agreed. So I have to hunt down the stray soldiers again. All right, I will take this supporting role this time. Let us finish it once and for all, Von Kaners affirmed. Of course. Then, one of Von Kaners' legs twitched, his entire being radiated death, bringing only death and evil to me. The brutal battle from 200 years ago began again at that moment, and at that very moment, hunters on Earth were facing the 10th day of the massive gate outbreak, with dungeons collapsing. Moving. Evacuate quickly. 10 days since the gates appeared means some gates have already started to break. The soldiers groaned. Damn it. Why is there a gate at the bottom of Trung-Du Lake? It is not even a Dragon Palace gate. No one expected a gate under the lake. At least our country can rely on the Pantheon Temple, but the news from abroad is truly chaotic. In fact, over the past 10 days, thanks to the nearly perfect orders of Jack Spinner and the optimized strike teams, most hunters in the country, including the top 10 guilds, have been clearing the gates. But due to the sheer number, some gates have inevitably broken. From beneath the water, a monster emerged. Everyone gasped. What is that? A monster appeared. It opened its mouth wide, ready to eat the two soldiers. So run away first. But before that, Hanhari rushed forward. She used magic to control the water and trap it. The soldiers sighed in relief. I am still alive. They cheered with joy. The Pantheon Temple has arrived. We are saved. Hanhari shouted. Jehayek. He was fierce. All right. Get ready for the big battle. The divine wrath of heaven unleashed a pillar of light straight down on the monster. The announcement continued. The gate was closing. Everyone retreated, all happily giving thanks. Thank you. Hunters. Hanari led the troops. Then Gihik sent a perverted message. Because he was the best climber, after a while, everyone was still fighting the monsters. Dying. Gihik spoke up, saying they could not finish them off. He immediately called out. Hanhari, we are out of ammo. Give us some fire. Wait a bit. I am running low too. Immediately, Hanari focused and ignited the flames. Over the past 10 days, the temple senators have closed more than 12 gates in a row. Such an intense journey could only happen thanks to the 4 senators wielding sacred relics. Especially Harry, who received the water wave bracelet and the heart of fire, providing power beyond even ranks. She still is not satisfied and thinks it would be better if she accepted herself too. You panic. The cluster is here. Oh God, it is so big, Harry. We are doomed. Really doomed. The cluster immediately opened its mouth and roared loudly. Hari looked at it and silently decided to stop it at all costs. Then she panicked, holding the sword in her hand, praying to Lord Phaethos, please save us. There is a giant king snake over there. The voice of the god Phaethos immediately rose. All right. My priestess, you who crave power, I want it. Wait, do you even know how much divine power I have thrown into collecting? Huh. No, Jehai urgently urged. Harry, what is going on? Shoot quickly. But the flame on her sword had gone out. The fire is out. The flame has gone out. This is not just Harry's problem. Others are surprised too. What is this? The flames of all the Phaethos warriors in the stadium have been extinguished. The fire is out. Something's wrong. I can't summon the fire. What is this? Harry's face turned pale with confusion. What is happening? Cut to another scene. Von Kanos is rushing towards the Ice Duke. The chariots extend their hands to display their powers. The lowly humans. A massive block of ice immediately blocked Von Kanos' path. He instantly screamed in pain. And over here it was the same. That stubborn guy. Everyone around immediately reminded him to control himself, saying, I told you to regulate your power. It has been a long time since I have seen this. That god sneered. This is the holy night of the sacred chalice you chose. Do you know how hard I worked to gather this divine storm beast? The jerk grumbled in frustration. Why does not this guy know how to control himself? Over here, Von Kanos roared. Die. Demon. Then with a single strike, he cleaved the ice block of the Frost Duke in two. He muttered curses under his breath, calling him an idiot for wasting so much power. There is a limit to the amount of power a mortal body can contain, so why does not that mortal know how to regulate it? As if he thinks he is a god, Von Kanos' eyes blazed with fury. Then he soared high, the great god tower, the meter of prosperity, the flames growing stronger. The Frost Duke could only stand below and look up. Yes, it was that crazy skill. He can freeze through the gate without a warhorse. Truly insane. So many armies have died because of that skill. The sand stomped the ground hard. Thinking I would fall again because of that move, he used the great divine art. Absolutely freezing, for someone whose divine-level magic could be cast a second time. Truly unimaginable, freezing both space and time. The distance between the two was frozen by the saw, so Volcanoes was also frozen midair. He came to a stop. The Frost Duke kept cursing. Foolish man, the victory is mine. The saw laughed with satisfaction. Good, before the Lion King turns his gaze back here. I must gather my army, as if something is falling from the sky. A blazing red sword is flying towards us. That sword, the saw were stunned, unable to believe it. He threw a sword ahead of time, and the sword instantly shattered the barrier. Volcanoes gripped his sword tightly, the blade blazing with the fire of the god of war. He laughed savagely, thinking he would fall again to that fiery trick, but the saw had led him to avow people. Scum. Wretched humans, move aside, you filthy scum. A single sword cut the saw in half. The aftershock stretched for tens of thousands of meters. The fierce battle that lasted 200 years has finally ended. On the other side, the sword also pierced through the chest of the Red Black Deer Gate boss. It instantly vanished. The nationwide large-scale Get crisis has ended with Leon's return. Everyone is overjoyed. The Black Deer Gate is dead. We are saved. Long live the king. Long live the king. Leon and Beechit, Beyond's class, along with Volcanoes and his 50 knights, wiped out the monsters wherever they appeared, all with ease, especially Volcanoes, the noble knight riding the spear of war and fire. They all stood agape at the shock that had just occurred. A meteor, as a survivor from Leon's world, he mercilessly slaughtered the monsters pouring out from the dungeon breaks, etching his name deeply into the minds of the people. Cut to the scene of the dungeon breach. Leon, my war steed, what is going on? O god of fire and war, Leon, my top war knight, control your subordinates. This is confusing Volcanoes. Aren't I your top war knight? Volcanoes. Phaethos scolded. I have never had anyone like you. You always waste too much. You unleash all your power like a broken dam. The Manzi god mocked. It is just that, Phaethos. You are not what you used to be. You should not blame others. He could not argue back. Why you? Then he said to Leon. Honestly, we should have taken him out as soon as we heard someone say they would civilize that Manzi. Leon advised, do not be too harsh. Phaethos. Even the Manzi gods envy his potential. Phaethos immediately fell silent. Then Leon turned and called out, Lord Volcanoes. Who replied, Yes. Your Excellency. Leon announced, it is time to return. We should award medals to Lord Spinner and his subordinates. You mean the mechanical knights you praised to the heavens, the ones called the successors of Antoch? Leon confirmed, Yes, that is right. You will be pleased with them. In the fall, the Global Gate crisis finally came to an end. Cut to another scene. Pitchett is taking a sip of tea. She spoke up. Everything was chaotic. But fortunately, densely populated countries seem to have defended themselves well. The issue lies within the inner sanctums. Right, Lord Zvi has deployed armed forces to stabilize the situation, but it probably won't be enough. Even Volcano struggles to deploy. Too many living gems still survive within the continent, so bloodshed is inevitable. Suddenly, she glimpses something that makes her heart skip a beat. Parliament hides a scandal of sexual abuse. It seems that decay and corruption among the elite are the same everywhere. Nothing surprising in a situation like this, but this method feels very ritualistic. Pitchett hurriedly glanced at something. This symbol. It was Koi's seal. Suddenly an announcement caught her attention. The power in the act of naming. Speaking the true name of a demon is an act of summoning it. A demon that can answer the call. The other appeared immediately with a sinister smile. Already here, Pitchett was on guard. The moment the name was spoken, Koi. Pitchett gathered her spiritual power in her hand. Gritting her teeth in frustration, how dare he show that filthy face before the queen. Fate and hatred that once brought down a beautiful kingdom have now returned to you once again. He greeted confidently. It has been a long time. Your Majesty. The two watched each other intently. Koi suddenly laughed out loud, making her uncomfortable. What was so funny? He said that everything is reasonable now. I can clearly see your foolishness. Pitchett gritted his teeth in frustration. Struggling desperately, hoping it would change something truly adorable, then suddenly revealing a twisted face. Pitchett grew even more annoyed. That creepy guy, Koi kept teasing. Do not get so worked up. Today I will take my leave early. The more she got annoyed, the more daring he became to act on his own. He laughed with delight, reminding that fate does not change. Remember this, the queen of the nation has fallen. Then he disappeared. Pitchett's gaze grew resolute once more. According to Lord Spinner's speculation, the Pantheon Guild had sent people to various countries, with the reasonable excuse of protecting Pantheon followers in those lands, and the countries lacking hunters quickly opened their airspace. So GFE deployed troops to protect the warehouses across the regions, to push them back, and at all costs stop them. The monster's claw struck the soldier's shield. Someone quickly stepped on the shield to gain momentum. He jumped up to approach the monster. With determination, the sword in hand defeated the opponent. The Geoho knights cheered. Well done, Sir Knight. He pulled his sword out of the beast and said, I am still not a knight yet, so a week has passed, and the troops sent to different areas have successfully completed the 6th campaign, ending in the grain-growing region of the Republic of Kigan. Scene shifts to the Republic of Kajan 2 days before returning. Inside the tavern, 2 glasses clink together. Captain Kim smiled. At least the food here suits my taste, and this wine is easy to drink. Wu Dexiang let out a sigh of relief. This is my first time back since the 1031 disaster, but this place is still developing. As expected, we dealt with that door without seeing any hunters from the Kaijian army. It is always the civilians who suffer, the captain reminded him. Wu already said it. Overthinking is a bad habit before heading back to the city to enjoy the rest of the holiday. Yes, Captain Kim, he spoke while pouring wine. And by the way, the others. The shock made the 2 of them freeze. Outside, screams echoed as both of them sensed the surge of magical energy. Wu quickly sprang up, urging, grab your weapons fast. Everyone is running in all directions. There are monsters. The dungeon is erupting. A snake monster is chasing the group, running after them. A girl is about to be caught by the beast. Save me. Just as she looked back, figure dashed past. It was Wu, who stopped the snake and saved the girl. Wu put all his strength into the strike, the wheel still pounding hard against its snout. Then, powerful blow sliced the snake in half. Wu gasped for breath, thinking, damn it. Is there really a dungeon exploding right in the middle of the city? Captain Kim also rushed over in a panic. Wu, I have already called the others. Captain Kim. Everyone nearby. I told them to stop fooling around right now. We need to focus on stopping the monsters in front of us. The 2 of them immediately sprang up. So let us go. Then the sounds of footsteps and knocks echoed on. After a while, the space fell silent. About 3 hours later, the monster corpses were scattered on the ground. The group sat together. There should have been surveillance equipment, so why did not it detect anything? It is truly a mess. Suddenly, someone explained. There was no other way. More than half of our surveillance lenses were damaged, and we could not even rely on the satellites. Usually we react based on reports from the people. To be honest, holding them off with so few casualties is already a miracle. Captain Kim sighed. It really is a disaster. Exactly. Even so, the areas inside the city are still relatively safe. But outside in the suburbs, monsters appear on the roads or in the defense zones. Who, not believing it, asked again. Really, he showed clear signs of confusion. So what about the remote areas? The man could only laugh bitterly, saying we can't do anything. We just have to survive. Hearing that, Wu fell into deep thought. Captain Kim reassured him. Wu, we have done everything we can. We have to get home safely. Right. Wu frowned and muttered. Yes. That is right, but his eyes clearly showed reluctance, wondering if it would really be okay. After thinking, Wu Dexiang immediately used the long-range communication device attached to his wrist. Spinner immediately listened. Chip, what is going on? Wandering Knight Wu Dexiang. Sir Spinner. He made a decision that left everyone stunned. I want to stay here. What? Spinner pondered before replying. Please wait a moment. Captain Kim shouted loudly. What are you talking about? We all know how brutal this place is. So why? Wu replied softly. Just that. But before he could say more, Loon appeared and asked, do you want to stay? The group all spoke up at once, lowering their voices. Lian calmly probed. Say it. How will your presence help there? You are almost at the lowest rank of B class. What can you really do? Are you planning to join the hunting squad? Wu hesitated and replied. Well, I heard that monsters have appeared outside the city, on the roads, and in the mountains. If I go and hunt them, maybe I can help, even if just a little. Wu Dexiang had no confidence in what he said. He knew that someone stuck at the bottom of rank B staying here would not really help at all. Loon asked seriously. Do you want to prove yourself? Do you want my recognition? Or that of the gods? Hearing that, Wu Dexiang thought to himself, I understand now. Maybe I was just seeking achievement and recognition. But that is not it. What I truly want is, in that moment, Wu Dexiang suddenly remembered someone, and he said firmly, Bi He, who has failed time and again but still keeps moving forward without hesitation. I do not need Bi He's judgment on my journey. Hearing this, those around were left wide-eyed in surprise. Lian smiled and said, I see. So that is how it is? He smiled with delight. You are just looking for a place to prove your courage. Very well. If you have chosen the path of wandering, then go ahead. Even the gods cannot forbid this path. Courage, faith, and the blessings of the gods will guide you. Wandering Knight Wu Dexiang. I have high hopes for you, Captain Kim exclaimed with admiration. Amazing. Even B has blessed him. After saying that, Wu covered his face and apologized. Sorry everyone, I will stay, but the others said. What are you talking about? We will stay too. Surprised him. They all volunteered to stay. And if they went back, they would only owe another 19 trillion troops without saving a single coin. If we hunted monsters here, there will be a separate reward. Right? Come on. Do you really think Sophie would throw us into the meat grinder? That day will definitely help us. Wu Dexiang was moved by their words. The male warrior and the wandering knight will stay. What they will achieve is unpredictable. Seeing you cry, everyone chants to comfort you. Hey, are you crying? I told you, I am not a knight yet. Did Woodix ever cry? When dawn breaks, a voice full of determination rings out. All right, let us get ready and head to the next gate. So the journey of a knight's trial has begun. Leon suddenly called out the name from Zuria's past life. Ziria Vadim. He admitted that he already knew the truth, yet he still intended to walk that path again. I know you were reborn, then returned to the kingdom and took up your sword once more. He just turned and smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty. Before reaching the capital, I no longer need your judgment. Leon smiled as he recalled it and said, I understand now. So that how it is. Leon also recognized that smile. Your Majesty, you seem very satisfied. He then looked up the birds flying in the sky and thought of an old friend. Leon recalled with nostalgia, surprised that he was very much like that person. The flaws, the foolishness, and the stubbornness. He suddenly asked her, Harry. You know, those who can change the world are often fools. Hari smiled in disbelief. Is that really true? He still trusts Leon deeply. But if your Majesty says so, then it must be true. I am a bit surprised by this behavior now. You are really clumsy. Huh. Have you finally learned how to act like a loyal subject? And Hari laughed joyfully. Am I a loyal citizen? Leon just smiled mysteriously. He still ignored her screaming on the ship. It is still not enough. And Hari raised her voice to scold. Not once but twice already. He is too patient. Leon did not pay attention to her words. Still not enough. Just then Beechik came out. Oh my. She casually played with it, saying this is the sacrificial item in the Poma trial that I heard about, and that the ritual can supposedly ward off bad luck. He also turned to start a conversation. OT. Bitch, do you also doubt this? Just consider her sacrifice might change this miserable fate. And Harry cried pitifully. Queenia. Leon felt uncomfortable again. Beechik could not do anything else. Oh dear. Poor thing. She suddenly had a startling idea. Beechik immediately suggested, Biha, for this request, can't we use a statue of a woman as a substitute? She looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Biha. Leon still had not decided yet. An ordinary statue would not be effective. She also spoke up for Harry a few words. But after all, this was a rare holiday. Poor Hari has been hanging there long enough. How about I use my magic to create a statue to replace her? Moments later, she was untied and felt overjoyed. Amazing. Freedom at last. And Harry immediately ran off. And I changed into my swimsuit right here. He could only click his tongue in frustration. She is grown up. So why is she still like this? Beechik continued to speak on her behalf, probably expecting thanks Biha. Thank you for supporting us. Leon did not pay much attention to it. It is okay. This is only natural. Relax and enjoy this rare vacation. He immediately allowed everyone to relax. At this pace we will reach Hoon soon. The only reason we got on this ship was because of Beechik's suspicion. Leon was initially a bit surprised by the information Beechik provided. She said the demon of pleasure and desire had arrived there. She firmly stood by this information. That is right. When I called the name, it was cut off quickly. But it is definitely on Earth. You need to consider this carefully. I understand. Since this comes from someone who has been chasing demons for a long time, I will believe it. Leon has decided to march to Hammon. I will lead the troops straight to Hammon. But the problem is I do not have the authority to bring the army into Hammon. So I came up with this clever plan to travel to Hammon under the guise of a vacation. Ji-hyuk was very happy to see him approach. Your Majesty, hero of the nation, please accept this. Your Majesty. Leon gladly took the cup. Thank you. I will enjoy it. He even complimented her, making her blush, saying that outfit suits her very well. Leon then raised his glass with everyone, saying this is a rare occasion. So everyone, please relax and enjoy. Everyone was very excited. Thanking him. Yes. Your Highness. Then he also looked for a place to rest. Not bad. Leon lay down intending to relax a bit, but since this is a rare opportunity, there is no way to stop here. Hanzo hurried to stop Harry, but it was too late. Wait. Sister. She jumped down hard, splashing water everywhere. Even the man lying there got water splashed in his face. Harry stood up feeling refreshed, brushing her hair back. The air outside was a bit chilly, but the water was warm. Huh. He wanted to warn her but did not know how to say it. Sis? It was only then and Harry noticed Hansoho's pointed finger. How is she only now felt the terrifying aura Leon was giving off, and Harry quickly apologized. I am very sorry. He only gave a slight warning, saying it is fine for me to look like this. But you are still a lady, so watch your behavior a bit. Hearing this, she could not help but be surprised. Lady, and Harry smiled and asked, Really? So I am not just any girl? Right. Leon laughed heartily and teased, You silly fool. How could you ever be a commoner? Although he was very angry, he forced a smile and said, So you must learn the basic manners of a lady. When we travel together, I will teach you noble etiquette, and if you do not learn properly, I will break your kneecaps so you can act so rude anymore. She only shyly replied, Yes, sir. Hansoa quickly came over to ask, Sister, are you okay? Hanari only now noticed Grudge Spinner, who relaxed and responded, What is the matter? Harry. She then wondered about the swimsuit, asking if it was bought by Mevir, Grug Spinner, and how he knew her preferences and size. Grug Spinner frankly admitted. I shouted at it. He continued, it was easy, even without shouting. Your favorite pattern could still be easily guessed from the data I observed. All three were shocked to hear that. What did he just say? Grug Spinner began to explain in more detail. Harry often likes to wear short clothes like shorts and crop tops that expose her stomach and armpits. And the observation data showed it was because of 2 moles. But Harry immediately cut him off. Wait, it did not even care about your words. Primate unconcerned with exposing its body. Harry immediately showed disdain and scolded. It is just because it is cool and comfortable. Grug Spinner did not stop and moved on to the next person. Kim Jae-hyuk has the fashion hump of a Novia rich, carrying jeans with a Hawaiian shirt. No matter the situation, perhaps as a result of experiences from a poor childhood and post-traumatic stress from painful memories. Jae-hyuk quickly retorted, hey, this is fashion. Okay. He quickly moved on to the next person, Hansuho, whose clothes were mostly bought at the Dongdaemun flea market according to the data. Despite being wealthy, he still holds on to the frugal habits from his time in the orphanage. But Hansuho immediately denies it, saying I am just saving money. Grug Spinner also mentions Jeon Soyeon, who has been silent until now, and Jeon Soyeon herself. It started analyzing her traits, showing characteristics of a male frigate bird, which no one knew about. What is a male frigate bird? Grug Spinner quickly explained. They are known for ridiculously reversing roles to attract mates, which is why she almost bought the wrong swimsuit due to misinformation. Jeon Soyeon was so provoked by those words that she started chasing it. Hansuo suddenly felt worried. Soyeon. She immediately grabbed a sword and gave chase. Holding it back, that sick robot. Grug Spinner tried to analyze while running away, correcting the phrasing about sick. The right sentence should be, Jeon Soyeon angrily shouted. Holding the sword, you dodged and yelled at the same time. Someone stop her. Soyeon. Gadig. Put the knife down. Only then did Harry remember Bai Chit and wonder, where is the queen? After a moment, she went inside to search. This is the super VIP room. Even the hallway is fancy. In an instant Harry reached her room on the 3rd floor, the hero's hall. Is she here? She stood outside and called out loudly. Your Majesty, are you there? Suddenly strange sounds came from inside, and Harry hurriedly pushed the door open but it suddenly slammed shut. Your Majesty, are you alright? I am coming in. She became even more panicked. The door is locked. Has something happened inside? And Harry tried to push in again. Your Majesty, I am coming in. Bai Chit is still not ready. Wait, but before he could say a word, she broke down the door. The scene beforehand Harry left him wide-eyed in shock. She in the sexy swimsuit shyly could not come out. Harry, I can go outside like this? Bai Chit still wanted to explain but Harry could not take his eyes off her. Harry, are you listening? Speechless, Harry could only mutter a few stunned sounds. The scene shifts to a grill cooking delicious food. Jeffy is explaining the proper way to grill, emphasizing that the doneness of the meat is very important. It should be cooked evenly from the inside out. Hansuho still does not fully understand what level of doneness is enough. Jeffy suddenly stopped and slapped the table. Do not burn the meat. Hansuho hurriedly defended. This is a Mylith reaction. Of course, it is not. The Mylith reaction is a high heat reaction between protein and sugar. This is just for show. Jae-hook suddenly noticed the bottle of wine next to Leon. He walked over and invited him. Your Majesty, would you like something to drink? Jae-hook quickly went over to the liquor shelf. Oh, even some things that looked expensive. Grar. What is that? Suddenly Jeon Soyeon approached, making him a bit panicked. She reminded Jae-hook, hey, Kim Jae-hook, you are not old enough yet. But he stubbornly refused. Do not keep reminding me. We are about to graduate anyway. Jeon Soyeon suddenly pointed at the bottle in Jae-hook's hand. Jae-hook, what is that in your hand? He immediately startled and shouted, a bottle of wine. Immediately, another hand grabbed the bottle. Jae-hook turned around to see Harry radiating intensity. Junior Harry. This is a misunderstanding. She then reminded him, you are still underage to drink. You know, and Harry suddenly scolded Hansuho as well, saying, are you planning to drink too? Hansuho quickly explained, I am just grilling meat. She smiled and said, good, Suho. You are still too young to drink alcohol. Only adults like me can have this. He protested a little, saying you are only 1 year older than me. Jae-hook suddenly became curious about Harry's earlier disappearance and asked, where did you go? And she explained that since the queen was not here, she went to the sauna. And only then did everyone notice Beatrice standing in the corner. And Harry called out, hey, queen, why have not you come back yet? Only now did she clearly see the scene here. A truly unfortunate sight. In front of Beatrice, everyone was happily enjoying themselves by the pool. Men and women lounging and mingling together in the public bath. Even the queen, Leon suddenly turned to invite her. Beatrice, what are you doing here? The water is warm and comfortable. Come on in. Beatrice was still very shy and embarrassed, and suddenly let out an awkward sigh. Everyone's eyes were now all focused in one direction. They all turned their attention to Beatrice. who was wrapping a towel around herself, pouting as if sulking. Wondering what was wrong, after a moment, Beatrice stepped down beside Leon, sighed, and spoke first. The queen seemed unconcerned, and he remained as calm as ever. Of course, the culture of the kingdom of Leon and the kingdom of Sparrow differs slightly. While Sparrow values restraint and elegance, Loon is more free-spirited and romantic in a chivalrous style. Take Leon as an example. He was a romantic who once cornered the high priestess of the temple to win her love. That was the royal culture back then. The royal banquet halls even had private rooms for compatible couples. And Beatrice blushed in embarrassment upon hearing this. Loon just looked at her shyly and smiled softly. Beatrice continued to act sulky. So mischievous. And he laughed, teasingly asking if the story was too much for her. She suddenly changed the subject but was silenced by a finger on her lips. After all, during this trip to the Hidden Kingdom, Leon did not want to discuss this here. Political matters could wait. He also wants Beatrice to enjoy this relaxing time. So now we should eat and have fun. It is not every day we get to enjoy such beautiful scenery. Loon then hinted at the outfit she was wearing, saying even the waves offshore, dressed in fashionable attire, have their own unique beauty. Do not they? Beatrice suddenly doubted, startling him. Your Highness, though unfamiliar with electronics, you seem very devoted to Earth culture. Loon quickly changed the subject and dropped at the annoying smartphone. I can never forget it. This is a secret. Leon was from Earth in a past life, and Leon belongs to the generation that used messaging devices. At the same time, and Harry also looked at him. Sir, Leon quickly took out a rare bottle of wine to offer everyone. Here, this is King Leon's royal wine. Everyone have a glass. Juke immediately excitedly stepped forward. OT. Royal wine. I gratefully accept. He began pouring the wine into the glass, while the person beside him also explained that His Excellency had served this wine several times before. This is a sweet wine, made only once a year from grapes nurtured by the Knights of the Cup of Life and Prosperity in a sacred ceremony. It is offered as royal wine to honor the knight's achievements. And Soho and he stared wide-eyed at the shimmering glass of wine. And Hari quickly snatched the glass from Leon's hand. She drank it immediately. The kids were still too young. Jiik could not help but feel regret, but this was royal wine, and Hari stood up defiantly, daring anyone to touch her wine. He did not know what else to say, truly unable to appreciate it. She finished the glass and sighed in satisfaction, and Hari raised her glass with a smile, saying no means no. Got it. Ji could tell at a glance that someone was already drunk, and Hari started to fidget, making him uncomfortable. She approached Leon and invited him to drink together, saying, Comrade, please have a drink with me. Loon watched Hari's act and could only sigh. Yes, that is truly my priestess. Press your hips close together and let yourself drift with the waves of the mesmerizing ocean. Hence Soho quickly came over to take her away. Apologizing, my lord, I will let the ladies rest on the chair nearby, and he also kindly reminded them. All right, it is cooler outside. Put her feet up, and Hari kept talking to herself. Hey kid, do not block the way. Hey, huh. Say something. Be quiet. That person is her knight. Right, she kept struggling to break free. Suho. Foma wants to talk to someone. Let go of her. Let go. Even after being punched in the face, he still tried to stop them. Wait, sis, it is dangerous. Hanari suddenly fell into the pool, and everything suddenly fell into silence. Loon was embarrassed and had to handle it himself. What a foolish display. Step aside. But suddenly a blue light shone before him. A sacred technique. Bubbling and churning. She unexpectedly used a special skill to make the water surge from all sides. A shockwave. John Soyan hurriedly grabbed his body. It was just drunkenness again, and even Beachit shouted in panic. My towel. The towel accidentally flew over to Jayhawk. Her entire burning body struck his eyes repeatedly. Beachit was extremely embarrassed and did not know what to do. Suddenly Leon brought another towel to cover her. Beachit had also calmed down. Feeling relieved, she stared at him intently, but Liam pretended not to notice. What is going on? He gently reassured Beachit, telling her to take it slow. John Soyan quickly shielded her. Hey! Look away. Jayhawk also turned his face away. All right. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed. At this moment, the gods are also watching Beachit. Very good. I find it quite satisfying. Oh beloved priestess Harry, now is not the time to sleep, so let her take everything for now. Agreed. The two goddesses continue to converse. Do not I have a daughter who can come along? Even you, goddess of prosperity. Leon did not know what else to say, and Beachit was even more embarrassed. I heard everything, gods. In 2 days, we will arrive at the Hidden Port Kingdom, currently at Benji Harbor in Hammond. Two people have just shaken hands. The president of Hammond personally welcomed them, greeting their arrival. Now, Leon also introduced himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leoniat, king of Leoniat. He suddenly made a small request. Could someone please step back a little? And the man frowned in confusion, testing for a mistake. Leon still replied bluntly, we have someone who gets seasick quite badly. And only then did the president of Hammond notice the bright red streak in the sky, a shooting star. Suddenly, someone landed hard from the sky. He was still stunned and had not recognized who it was. This person is the one who just landed as Vulcanus, the Knight Saint of War and Deceit. Suddenly he glanced over at the man sweating nervously. Vulcanus smiled and reached out to shake his hand. Is he the king of this place? President Hammond quickly denied it. No, I am the president, elected through a democratic system, not a king. He immediately showed a warm attitude. After all, welcome to Hammond. Vulcanus Day. Vulcanus burst out laughing heartily. Thank you. The president looked at Leon's group with some concern. Is this everyone? Dung replied to him. The knights are waiting for orders in Korea. I only brought my personal guards. The president of Hammond relaxed upon hearing this. So this person is not here to invade. He boldly asked straight out. So your majesty, what brings you here? Leon suddenly smiled mysteriously. That replied calmly. Traveling. Meanwhile, Harry was now dressed neatly. She felt uncomfortable, unable to get used to it, while Vulcanus resting on social media. Pause. This was the first meeting between Harry and Vulcanus. He laughed mockingly the first time they met. Vethas, who let such a weak girl become a saint? She awkwardly asked. Hello. Vulcanus. Vethas also had to speak up. In his eyes, everyone is weak. Vulcanus continued to laugh loudly. Truly. And Harry suddenly felt scared. He was really frightened. He suddenly pointed seriously, saying that the female knight and Harry needed to work on her height, her chest, and her hips. Now her face darkened. Was she really embarrassed after just 5 minutes of meeting? Harry could only gape as Vulcanus patted his chest. Tall, broad-chested, and big-bootied. He still openly repeated that these are the 3 core elements in the knightly world. She did not take Vulcanus' words seriously, thinking he probably did not mean it that way. Anyway, Harry saw Vulcanus as a rough knight, full of masculinity, violence, cruelty, and ruthlessness. Always charging forward. He was intently scrolling through social media. Lord Leha wants to follow me. Even Harry was wide-eyed in surprise. He is better at using a phone than his majesty. Vulcanus explained it was unrelated. This account is for spreading the church's teachings. And he was also following the queen on this platform. Suddenly, Phaethos appeared and whispered in her ear, Harry. My saint. She wanted to send him a message. Well done. Tell that fool to stop wasting his divine power. But Harry felt it was a bit abrupt and stopped herself. Suddenly, Vulcanus smiled eerily, making her scared, and Harry quickly avoided that gaze. I can't. Phaethos still wants to hold on a little, Harry. He smiled mockingly again. It is all because you are no longer as strong as before. Just a little display of divine power and you are completely drained. She was provoked but could do nothing. She had a question to ask. Did you really do that? Vulcanus suddenly fell silent. You already know what it is. I do not think his majesty will tell you, and Harry also admitted frankly. I have seen it. She then showed concern for Vulcanus, saying, you are noisy. I did not expect anyone besides his majesty could do it. He only smiled arrogantly. I am the strongest man alive. Vulcanus then explained that the divine power entirely depends on the talent among the past kings of Lion, with only 3 having achieved it. Such a miracle is almost impossible for the human body to endure. He also praised Lion's strength. But for me and his majesty, it is fine. I am the strongest man alive, and his majesty is even more of a monster than I am. Vulcanus suddenly pointed at Harry and he suddenly confirmed a surprising truth. You have that talent too. She became even more astonished. And Vulcanus began to explain in more detail. You should have known already. You carry the divine power of 2 gods and are still fine, which means you were born as a vessel for divine power. He also reminded her that she said she received the fire heart from Isabel, which also proves her talent. At that moment, Harry recalled the fire heart. Vulcanus then gave another example. That heart generates divine power, like the lion heart, a sacred relic symbolizing the blazing sword knight and has long been revered. She was even more amazed because of that. I did not know it was so valuable. He seemed to have realized his responsibility. It seems my duty is to train you to become a Holy Grail Knight. Vulcanus hesitated again on the new name. But we can't have 2 Holy Grail Knights, so I should be the Moon Grail Knight. Phaethos immediately objected, saying it did not exist before. He suddenly slammed the table with renewed vigor. Yes, king. It must be king. I have always wanted to be king. She of course did not allow it, saying, you, how dare you? Vulcanus loudly declared, I will be the Holy Grail King, and your majesty will be the Emperor Liwang Hot. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Lady Knight Harry, how big is this country? And Harry quickly looked up the information on her phone. She began showing Vulcanus the map, pointing out the map. This is Hammond, and this is South Korea. After hearing this, he smiled menacingly, then suddenly shouted, small. Too small. He is now rising with excitement. Too small to live up to the name Great Liwang Hot. The world is vast. Vulcanus set a goal that left Harry stunned. We will start with Hammond, conquer this nation, then move westward. He revealed his ambition, saying that when the Great Liwang Hot Empire is established, he will rightfully call himself king and make Hammond his summer residence. She became even more alarmed, realizing that the day was beginning to show its true face, and Harry immediately turned to Phaethos for help. Phaethos, please do something. She did not know what to do because, war. Phaethos was also interested. I like war. Let us do it now. That is right. Phaethos is the god of war. She had to find a solution immediately and change the subject before that day of war truly came. And Harry quickly thought of a new topic. Lord Vulcanus. Why do you think His Majesty left us here? Vulcanus calmly replied, I am certain His Majesty has his own plan. He suddenly remembered another side of Leon. Right. No one has seen that side of him yet. Right. She had no idea at all. On the other hand, Vulcanus also explained further, His Majesty is nobler and fairer than any knight. He is the symbol of victory. However, he is also extremely cunning and ruthless. Cut to Leon's class. Sending greetings to our 130,000 fighters. He had everyone's support. The arrogance of the heretics had reached its peak. And now it was time for us to finish the mission against those chosen by the gods. Leon then produced a bag of bombs, so to speak. He will do anything to win the war. This is a holy war. Right now, in the Secretary's office, President Hammond is walking briskly down the hallway with a grim expression. He quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. As President Hammond entered, he shouted loudly, the formula of corruption. But the man calmly turned his head and said, Oh, the Supreme Commander, so that was Koi. You should have at least knocked. He was far too agitated. This was exactly the moment to do that. President Hammond is extremely uneasy. The king of Liohat has truly arrived, along with his monstrous knights. If that madman loses control, we are all doomed. Yet he shows no sign of concern. Oh, why would you say that? Koi still maintains that calm attitude. Just because he comes from a world with different values does not mean you should discriminate against him. He became even more agitated upon hearing this. What? Do you understand the situation we are in? And you still want to joke? The space around President Hammond suddenly began to change. He fell into another space and looked around. What is this? The formula of corruption. Enough. Stop joking. In a flash, President Hammond was grabbed tightly by the neck in Koi's angry grip. You useless parasite. And immediately summoned a disgusting monster. Someone who made a contract with me but forgot their mortal place. With such a pitiful status. Who do you think you are fooling? Koi continued to warn him. Do not think that nameplate raises your value. You are nothing but a piece of flesh that breathes and excretes. President Hammond fearfully begged. Yes. I understand. Please spare me. Please. Spare me. And also reluctantly agreed to spare him. Fine. I will let it be. President Hammond immediately wanted to know the next plan. Sir Koi, what do you intend to do? Koi still needs more information. What is King Leon currently doing? He quickly provided the news. He is just enjoying the tour. And the other knights with him are the same. President Hammond continued to report that except for Lord Park Yong-sin of the Hambit Palace and Jeff Spinner, they could not be found anywhere, and smiled faintly upon hearing this. So that is how it is. Koi has also realized Leon's intentions. King Leong the First. And Hen must have known we were here all along. Or maybe he is waiting for us to make the first move. He is worried again. What? So this is a disaster. Can we really defeat him? Hen smiled despite knowing it was impossible. Of course not. He was like a god of victory in human form. Only a demon lord level entity could oppose him. Koi seemed to have a plan, but you see, Hen never intended to target you. Even someone like me can pull at least one person into the abyss. King Leong has made a fatal mistake. At the same time, someone just shouted on the bus. It is too crowded outside. Ji-hook watched outside in amazement. I have never seen so many people like this. Leon calmly reassured. Do not panic. He also advised everyone. This is just a basic party. If you are a knight of King Leong the First, you should know how to enjoy it calmly. Still, and Harry kept chatting. Oh, there is a follower of the Temple of All Gods. He guessed, like a devotee of Lady Demira. Right, Leon could not help but look out too. Hey, that is right. Truly impressive. Dewey kept watching closely. Let us see. Bai Chick is also observing the scene outside. And by the way, Your Majesty, it seems that besides us, there are many other important guests. He acknowledged the scale of this event. This festival appears to be a major national occasion here. Loon had a bad feeling. It was no surprise they invited high-ranking figures from around the world. But she understood his point. This might be their way of limiting our actions. Loon used himself as an example, saying that as for him, he would not hesitate over an ordinary hostage. He wanted to hear a report from Bai Chick. So Bai Chick, how is your preparation going? But she gained nothing. Actually, I found nothing important. A few days ago, Bai Chick heard rumors that President Hammond liked women and nightlife, so she disguised herself and infiltrated an entertainment club, and now President Hammond is happily indulging. Tonight's quality is really top-notch. He cheerfully asked the man in green, Hey General Su-ran, when will your promised idol trainee finally appear? Su-ran smiled and assured him. No rush, I have already had her wait outside. Then he called someone at the door. Come on, whoever plays best will get a big reward. Then Bai Chick successfully approached President Hammond, and it did not take long for his sweet dream to turn into a nightmare, but she still did not get any valuable information. Unfortunately, there was no information about Koi in his mind. Loon also recalled some details. The formula of corruption. Koi, I have heard that name a few times. He also heard about Koi, the one who corrupted the empire along with the demon of intellect, the only surviving formula demon who participated in the war. Bai Chick agreed with Leon. Yes. After leaving His Majesty's world, he came to the world of the gods. She recalled the terrifying memory that, together with the great demon Androgen, he took less than 50 years to destroy the world of the gods. Immediately after, she spoke up to everyone. Bai Chick then turned serious, saying he had found humanity's weakness and corrupted them. Countless nobles, kings, and aristocrats had fallen into corruption under his hand. She immediately glared and warned everyone to be careful. Bai Chick then explained K's ability. He shows people exactly what they desire most and gives it to them with a touch they cannot refuse. Cut to a scene with a luxurious chandelier and a table full of delicious food. This is the grand ballroom of a 5-star hotel in the Hidden Kingdom. Henjuhu was dressed formally but looked a bit uncomfortable, clearly bothered by the stiff collar. John Soyeon just gently reminded him that he should start getting used to it. Suddenly, a shadow passed by them. They all recognized who it was. Your Majesty, the day has arrived. Leon then gently reminded Harry and Juhu, who were eating ravenously, that even though we are here to hunt, this is still a formal national event. As Leon's most trusted knight, just do what is right. You understand my meaning? Yes. Your Majesty. I understand. At the same time, the acting president also arrived. Your Majesty, are you already here? Leon also turned to look at him, the covert president. He immediately noticed the president's exhausted state. He did not look well. His face was pale, but he still forced a smile. Yes, I have not been sleeping well lately. Leon showed sympathy, saying it was a common pain for all heads of state. I understand. The covert president scratched his head and accepted. Thank you. Your Majesty. The reason the covert president was in a small coma was that he had to repent every night in the haze. Although they did not know the plan or details about K, thanks to the information he had, Leon was able to position the soldiers at every key point. He suddenly changed the subject. By the way, the weather is really nice today, is not it? The concealed president was a bit surprised but quickly replied. Huh. Yes, that is right. Such good weather during the spring festival must be a good omen. Suddenly he had something else to say. Your Majesty, Leon. And Leon asked back, what is it? Just as the president mentioned Vulcanus, an explosion happened behind them. But thinking back, I was not afraid of Vulcanus at all. He immediately had to turn around. What? An explosion. Then 2 figures ran inside. Along with them, 4 shirtless men ran inside. Some guests began to panic. What the hell is this? Who are you? Someone stopped them. Suddenly one of them slowly walked into the middle of the hall. Sipping tea. What a shame to cause trouble. Such a shame to cause chaos on such a beautiful day. He stood on a table and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. The guests who lost their composure immediately shouted. Who are you? Bastards. Do you know where you are? The leader paid no attention to them and put on this spectacular show before the savior. Truly an honor beyond words. He threw off his shirt, leaving the hidden president stunned in amazement. Everyone recognized the thing attached to the leader. It was a bomb. This crazy guy. A bomb. They were the Hammond terrorists. The bomb-carrying terrorists began to appear. The leader suddenly raised his hands in a prayer pose. He loudly swore, stiff and formal, saying the gods demanded it. Right now in the capital of Hammond, a shopping mall has a bomber showing up. The people there do not understand what is going on. What is this? Why is this happening? He took out the detonator, ready to explode. The terrorist. Some were stunned. Others ran away. Why would someone do this? What are you doing? Run away now. Even the terrorist is speaking up now. Why? Because it was fated. Immediately after, the terrorist did not hesitate to press the detonator. This was what the gods wanted. In the blink of an eye, a terrible explosion occurred in the middle of the shopping mall. The people nearby fled in panic. Mom, Lily, hold your breath. The 2 of us can hardly run any farther. Mom, I love you. Lily, I love you. They closed their eyes tightly and accepted their fate. But nothing happened, which surprised them. The people there also did not understand what was going on. I inhaled the toxic gas, but why do not I feel any pain? Why is that? Now the mother finally notices someone calling for help. Help! She immediately took her daughter to check. Are you okay? The mother was still quite worried. You know, suddenly the man revealed his true form. Damn it. The illusion was broken. She could not help but scream in fear. A demon. He clicked his tongue menacingly. He has been discovered. The demon immediately lunged forward to kill the mother and daughter. But before he could do anything, he was punched in the face. Surprisingly, it was the terrorist from earlier who stepped in. He politely asked the mother and child to leave quickly, and she was also taken aback. Thanking him. Was not this the same terrorist from before? At the same time, someone else spoke up, saying it inhaled the holy aura and still survived, so it must be a high-level demon. They were ready to destroy the demon. But there is no need to fear, for in the name of the gods, evil will be eradicated, and we will punish the wicked. The demon took the hits without a scratch. You bastards. It fought back using its power, Activating the corruption curse. How could mere mortals like you defeat me? The demon barely had time to taunt before getting punched. Just go lie down and writhe in endless pleasure. Shut up, you evil fiend. They activated their powers and ganged up on the demon, with attributes and faith resisting the curse. Eat. Eat quickly. Eat because you were born a demon. It can only endure and scream. Crazy ones. They even plan to drag the mother in. This is what the gods want. Come here. After all, it was planning to harm her and her daughter. So she covered her daughter's eyes and refused. There was no way she could take part in such a brutal act. She suddenly recalled what had just happened. Soon after, the mother joined in punishing the demon. In just a moment, believers from everywhere rushed to strike the demon. Truly a terrifying scene. Back in the ballroom, the believers had captured several guests as hostages. Hurry. Head toward the lounge. Suddenly, a fellow believer felt awkward. He intended to handcuff Leon. But when I said I would do it, he immediately shut his mouth and refused. How dare you? He still hoped Leon would cooperate. Begging your majesty, the president is silently hoping Leon will save everyone. Oh my, your majesty is not resisting at all. In fact, they are all hoping Leon will take action. He is someone who never tolerates disrespect and possesses power far beyond even S-Rank Braith, but he still decided to take the blame and hold the hostages. How cowardly. Even Baichip pretended with Leon. Following orders. Everyone. Yet Leon could not do anything because of the hostages. He could only be frustrated inside. Damn it. Even the shrine let go, ignoring the president's desperate wishes. The guests at the party were taken hostage without any resistance. Shortly after, Leon was also released. Everyone did well. Your Majesty, it turns out the leader was Park Young-sang. I know this was your Majesty's order, but I truly feel remorse for what I have done. Leon was also ready to forgive him. It is okay. The king must take responsibility for his orders. He did very well. Anhari was so shocked she was speechless. That terrorist was Park Young-sang. Hansuho was not very surprised. Why did not they tell us from the start? Shortly after, Park Young-sang explained the situation. The others probably had not heard the details. After arriving in the hidden area, he teamed up with Jeff Spinner to hit the local One Brilliant branch and launch this terror attack. They handed out explosive vests to all 138,000 One Brilliant employees. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Suicide vests. They gave civilians vests and told them to carry out the attacks. Park Young-sun laughed to reassure them. Do not be afraid. They are actually Than Kai explosives that only affect demons. And Han Hari realized the goal was to eliminate the demons in Hammon. Leon continued. Actually, this is a way to force them to reveal themselves. He quickly explained that a high-level demon can still survive inhaling the purified air. Bitch Chit then revealed a bit. So, let us see what the others are doing. She quickly adjusted the display of the hostages' images. One of them was the hidden president, and he was already handcuffed. He immediately decided to announce the next plan. So let us get started. Leon now clearly looks terrifying. It might get a bit violent, but it is time to go hunting. Meanwhile at the secretary's office, Ki was holding the phone and watching the news. Realizing this time we have been tricked, he saw the news reporting demons appearing and unexpectedly taking hostages. Ki was watching and reflecting. The biggest problem was the demons being exposed because of the terrorist attack. He immediately called someone behind him. The assistant, the senior staff, whoever else. The assistant had heard clearly. Yes. And then, he began reporting the forces. The vice president, the commander-in-chief, and the military police are still active. Most of the Marines have been corrupted but can be deployed for support if needed. Ku is still strategizing. We have lost the initiative because of this terrorist attack. But this is still our home turf. He still holds onto the belief in victory. This nation will be the swamp that drags Lio down to the bottom. No matter what happens, we will follow through. Suddenly the assistant has urgent news to report, and Kay is a bit surprised. What is it? He anxiously watched the screen. The assassin had arrived, yet he remained calm, determined not to miss the chance to kill the demon. He saw Nurs was alone and smiled fiercely, but right now he was by himself. He has prepared a trap plan. If they send innocent soldiers or police to block the way, even that guy and his gang won't be able to kill them all. Right now, a soldier is trying to stop them. Stop, stop, he simply replied. Are you the one trying to stop me? The soldier shouted. Of course, this is a military zone. Please stop, Vicky. Nurs suddenly fell into deep thought. While the soldier, kept blocking the way. He put on a tough guy face, refusing to obey someone weaker, and the soldier was left stunned. What the hell? Hemen Ka, the military commander, ran down the hallway. The radio crackled with noise. An armed group was fighting the Kwai. Who were they? What were they? The terrorist culprit. He cursed silently. Damn it. We are going to die like this. Hemen Kuk frantically pressed the elevator button. Everything was in chaos. The entire city of Kinhai was thrown into turmoil by the gas attack and the appearance of the evil kneelers. The grand lobby where guests were received was controlled by terrorists. Damn that trend that night. Where did he come from? Could it be that they have already discovered his identity? From the other end came the voice. Sir, what should we do? Should we take down the evil Kwai? He kept pressing the button. Those terrorists. Deal with them first. The other side was doubtful. What do you mean? More importantly, where are you now? Hamenkuk replied in panic. I told you to stop them. But first I have to save the VIP. Suddenly a hand stopped the lever, terrifying Gesua. Seeing the person force the lever open, Hamenkuk became even more terrified, seeing the fierce expression of the holy warrior Tren and that same crazy smile. Got it, the terrified man shouted loudly. Raising his weapon, he grabbed Hamenkuk's face with one hand, pressing his head down, his eyes flashing with a strange red glow. No one could escape death. On the other side of the city, it was still a peaceful scene. Meanwhile, Leon seriously pointed at the drawing on the board, showing that Evil Kwai had mixed in with the guests. Anhari raised his hand and asked what to do. He answered calmly, simply check if it is a demon, then eliminate it. Then Leon began to analyze, since they were bound and harmless, just deal with them decisively without hesitation. Isn't that easier than picking up money dropped on the street? And Suho stammered. Yes, that is right, but, he calmly uncapped the marker. Everyone find your own way. Now I will assign the group missions. Then Leon divided everyone into teams. And Suho and Ga Hyuk would go together. And Harry, this time you can act alone. She could not believe it. Then he assigned another group a separate mission and ordered the Knight Commander John Soyeon to protect the Queen, who immediately acknowledged the order. Understood clearly. Then Leon assigned a knight, telling the others to wait for orders in the hallway. He respectfully obeyed, saying, Yes, sir. After finishing, he sighed deeply, releasing all his fatigue. Leon smiled slyly and drew his sword. Then, let us begin. The Minister of Magic was captured. Fearfully screaming, No, please do not. Hyun decisively unleashed a powerful beam. Right. Go ahead. The head of law fired a beam to grab him. Only after finishing did he realize, hey, was not the person you just killed the Minister of Law? Han Suho said awkwardly. It turned out the minister was also corrupted, and Hyuk and Suho had teamed up to eliminate the demons disguised among the hostages. Watching the man burn fiercely on the ground, with Hyun's power and the absolute shield, they pushed the hostages aside. In the end, the demons were trapped inside the shield by regular lightning. It took some time, but this was the safe way. You do not need to worry. Guests, the inspection won't harm anyone unless you are a demon. Please wait here calmly until we finish cleaning up. Some people said nervously. Yes. Hyuk went ahead urging him, Suho, to the next room, and he agreed immediately. The two of them walked down the hallway searching for the next location. And Suho was a bit worried. There are more high-ranking demons disguised than I thought. Could this cause a diplomatic issue? He quickly reminded, we already told Safi to set up body cams, so do not worry. I have recorded their transformation live, so it is fine. At that moment, he noticed Hanhari not far away. That was my sister. Hon approached to ask about the situation, saying, Senior, the hallway is already clear. Please stay calm. It won't take long. Hanhari happily pointed to a room. Wait a moment. She was going to show this room too. She cheerfully opened the door and asked for permission. Then Hanhari threw a flame inside. Hunter Hanhari has come to save us. I am saved. Fire. Hold your command. Seeing this, he and Han Suho were shocked. It is burning. Damn it. Is she planning to burn down the whole room? She blinked playfully, saying, how about that? Quick enough. You are completely powerless. Exactly right. So cool. From afar, someone approached to praise, saying it is actually a simple but effective method. Everyone noticed Leon's smug smile despite being covered in dirt and bruises, yet he sneered, saying he still preferred using a sword to behead. Everyone was taken aback by this. At that moment, Hanhari finally showed her confusion, saying, but should we really keep killing demons like this? Leon questioned, what do you mean? Is there something more important? She hesitated to reveal the oddity, not that we are in such chaos here, but the Demon Duke remained strangely quiet. He thought again of the cunning look of the Demon King. What if this is a trap? Leon resisted the urge to overthink. You are right. With his overwhelming power, those from the world of pleasure and corruption love meaningless schemes, just like those from the world of intellect and pursuit. If they are plotting something, they will definitely target this place. This made Hanhari fearful, and he speculated, what if we run into a corrupted duke while wandering around here? I considered a few of their methods. Those creatures always think of fleeing first in critical moments. Perhaps they sent a substitute or an illusion to provoke us. In front of the three of you, I still have undying confidence, but nothing changes the fact that Bastard is still a Demon Duke. If you encounter them, remember to call for backup immediately. The scene shifts as Beachit's group suddenly encounters the Demon King. He taunts them with a sly smile. The day has finally come. The Queen glares at the Demon King, her eyes filled with hatred. Then Beachit immediately gave the order, Soyeon, get ready. She drew two swords. Then John Soyeon dashed forward at full speed, spinning swiftly on the battlefield. The Demon King quickly recognized the move. It was the holy power of the avenging goddess. Truly a troublesome force. John Soyeon swiftly swung her sword down, and suddenly a formation appeared above him. Beachit angrily unleashed a magic barrier. Die. One after another, formations rained down, engulfing the place in smoke and dust. She reacted quickly, retreating toward Beachit, but the Demon King did not unleash any harmful attacks, casting magic at the Earth Mage level without any catalyst, and doing it so fast, he just summoned a disgusting monster. This magic truly matches his intelligence and ambition. He is still as formidable as ever. The Queen of Mages, the Demon King kept dismissing her, saying if he switched sides and became the Lord of Chaos, he could become a great mage, even surpass Caracal, but Beachit flatly refused, having no interest in the heights of a filthy demon. That stubborn attitude only made her angrier, and more importantly, holding that full mouth of his, I have wanted to crush him for a long time. The Demon King was not provoked by that. He must have underestimated me, thinking a fallen queen and a few half-trained knights could stand against me. Baitre laughed scornfully in anger. Just then, Loon rode in on a winged horse through the glass door, saying only the two of us would fight her. The entire floor was bathed in dazzling light because of Leon. He pulled the reins tight and decisively struck down with his sword. Leon decisively thrust his sword into the Demon King, making him spit blood. Then he turned to ask both of them if they were okay, and she replied calmly, "Thanks to you, we are fine." Suddenly a harsh cough caught Leon's attention. The Demon King struggled to get up, and Leon snapped angrily. "Shut up. You bastard. How dare you open that filthy mouth and call me out?" He kept taunting. "So you figured out I left the game at the banquet hall. Truly a war king." Leon's eyes filled with disgust. "It has always been in my data. You think just because a fry wiggles its head you do not have to kill it anymore." But the Demon King gave a sly smile. "So you foresaw everything." He raised his eyebrows, not understanding what the man intended to do. If that was the case, then the Demon King reached out toward Baichit. "Surely you already know what this is." A sound rang out. Leon stopped it. He then shouted while the madman gave the order to detonate. An unusual wave of dark energy appeared above her. A crystallized corruption. Outside the building, a massive energy sphere materialized. The slow-headed monster looked down, starting to attack. The giant beast kept coming. The bait was all dead. It was the guard's fault for being careless. Hen must have learned the news from that traitorous general, probably seeing it as an acceptable loss. Hen gripped the staff tightly. "We were scattered after the battle. The bug-headed one cast magic. The plan that lasted 100 years failed. But here we must achieve results." The mummy joined in. "Right. The ritual and pursuit. I do not want to lose to those miserable ones." Hen laughed excitedly but said we must try to hold Leon here. All three forests of demon magic surrounded the building, activating the divine realm, the temple of pleasure and corruption. The mad clone grew even more frenzied. "Appear, my legion." Then a pillar of blood energy shot straight into the sky, sealing the gate to the demon world. Just like that, a portal appeared. Thousands of monsters poured out. Now, it is time to act. The arrogant Hem believes that those who have lost everything after the Great War cannot stop such a powerful force. Leon remembers. Meanwhile, he suddenly appears in the Hongvu Desert. Leon looked around suspiciously, wondering where this place was. He placed his hand on the ground and began calling out for Ariana. Leon raised his voice, calling out names. Boma. He kept asking, "Where are Vethos? For Baish." No one answered, and Leon sank into despair, standing in this vast desert with no place to turn. The connection was lost. On this side, someone angrily slammed their hand on the table, asking what it meant had the commander been captured. At the Armored Division headquarters of the Hidden Nation, an officer reported that it was not just that. Low-level disguised gulls had also revealed themselves across the country. The Major General rubbed his temples in frustration. "Oh God, it is complete chaos. If only communications were still stable." Suddenly, an officer shouted, "Major General, a Quigate has appeared in the capital." He was horrified. "What? Do they really dare to do this? What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, Jeff Spine's symbol appeared on the screen. A cold voice echoed, "I am the Holy Grail Knight of Death and the Forge from Pantheon." Jeff Spine. The general was surprised. "What? Has our command center security been breached?" Then it added, "I believe you are already aware of the current situation. Unfortunately, the hidden leader has been controlled by the knees and is completely useless." Which shocked him even more. "What?" Jeff Spine seriously warned. "So choose for yourself." Then it probed, leaving the general speechless. "Are you an enemy or an ally?" The large screen suddenly went dark. "I trust your wise judgment." "Sir Commander," an anxious staff member called out to you. "General." He roughly pulled off his coat and left, saying we will advance into the hidden capital and join forces with Pantheon. The staff was confused. "General, that could be considered treason." He angrily glared and threatened, ignoring the legality issue of that hated enemy. "Because the truth is, the choir the common enemy of all humanity," the Major General explained as he walked. "At least when it comes to fighting the knees, we can trust Pantheon. With their power, we can stop the knees in the country." Suddenly, a noise caught both their attention. He stared in shock out the window. "What is that?" Then a fighter jet rushed straight toward the command center. A fighter jet. The king held his hat tightly. They had taken control of the nation's airspace. Could a private guild really do such a thing? In the hidden temporary marine camp, someone spoke up. Worried, he eagerly stepped into the blood-soaked room. Lionat was isolated in the hotel. He would not be able to interfere anymore. He carefully stepped over a few bodies. Too easy. The High Demon stepped forward, saying our Marines will enter the capital, as long as we stop Pantheon without Lio. Right. The man replied cheerfully. Yes. But are you sure? Then he announced that the whereabouts of Von Caners, who took command, were still unknown. He glanced at the knife in his hand. But compared to Leo, the others were insignificant. Were not the elders of pleasure and corruption already in the capital? The high-ranking demon came up with a clever idea to join forces with them. Just then, a burst of gunfire rained down on him. High-speed pellet rounds. Rhea immediately sensed something was wrong. It seemed he was not dead. Jeff Spinner sat by the control chair assessing the situation, confirming that a high-level demon could still survive an attack. It turned and gave the order. Captain. Surface the ship. The captain quickly informed the crabs. Captain Vadon Fregerman Pato Ninfa's ordered to cancel the diving mode. Crab kept operating the controls, canceling the diving mode. From inside the submarine came a sound as the Leviathan-class aircraft carrier surfaced. Cut to a flame still burning brightly. The temporary camp in the open sky is now just a pile of ashes. The high-level demon and the guy who got burned to a crisp just now. What was that? But a high-level mage. Hembo stared ahead in confusion. The high-ranking demon noticed the ship speeding towards them and wondered what the hell it was. It was a crab equipped with assault gear. This is the 3rd Landing Support Battalion. Then it launched a missile, firing at the enemy target on the landing zone. The missile landed directly, exploding in an area. The high-ranking demon panicked as the wall behind him collapsed. Counterattack. I said counterattack now. Where is the air defense unit? A small team was also retreating from the assault. The air defense unit reported. We are under attack by unidentified landing forces. What? Retreat quickly. A series of tanks rushed across the ground. The enemy was landing, abandoning the post. Retreating, the captain controlled remotely. Focused firepower, gun barrels fired simultaneously. The relentless hail of bullets kept pouring down on the enemy. Then all the forces landed deeper. The landing zone was secured. Jeff Spinner took the lead and issued orders. Troops moving to the rally point, targeting the hidden area in the national capital's central district. Hotel 20. His eyes glowed red with intensity as he activated the prototype combat weapon, initiating fusion with Jeff Spinner's ultimate weapon number 3. Immediately after, all forces connected with a beam of light. Each tank gradually changed shape, synchronizing all components and systems. Each part began to connect. The system compatibility rate showed no abnormalities. Then it assembled into a massive hand and a metal foot firmly planted on the ground. The giant robot appeared before everyone, activating the ultimate ground weapon Marquis. Jeff Spinner angrily launched the program. Damn it. Now no one can escape. The hidden target is the capital, in the Hongwu Desert. Only dry wind blows, and Lian stands alone. He thrusts his sword into the golden ground. The guardian of the Holy Grail, a demigod who wields divine power beyond the saints. An entity with tireless strength and unwavering will. Lun warily used his coat to shield himself from the heat, but he had to collapse from exhaustion after the long journey. It had been a long time since he felt this way, and now Lian was gradually losing strength. He was resting at the foot of the mountain, where no living creature existed in the desert. Lian is exhausted, his face marked with sorrow and pimples. If he could hunt something, he could eat to quench his hunger, thirst, and fatigue. But in this desert, there is nothing to satisfy his needs. Soon after, he continues on his journey. Lian struggles to cross this wasteland, silently moving forward. For waiting is not the virtue of a knight. At this moment, the Demon King appears in his form impressive. He kept provoking Lian. Walking for 40 days without food or drink, is that what people call the virtue of a knight? He frowned in irritation at the Demon Lord, then swung his sword to strike him. He even sneered happily. This is the true virtue of a knight. But the Demon Lord still lingered before Lian. Utterly useless. You cannot harm me here, for this is a place beyond your life and even the sight of the gods. He pointed his sword straight at him in a threat and said, then I will keep cutting until it slices through. Lian tightened his grip and spoke with authority. This is the life of a knight. The legend of a knight, the way a knight moves toward victory. The Demon King sneered. Truly tiresome. Suddenly he took out a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. So take this then. The Demon King kept coughing. His throat must be burning from the poison. Right. You do not ask for it. The gods 1T grant your wish, but I can. He smirked slyly, saying all you have to do is one thing. The Demon King arrogantly pointed downward. Kneel on one knee. Lun barely listened to the fool's nonsense. It was not submission or abandoning his faith. Just kneeling on one knee, he irritably brushed past the Demon King, dragging his feet, leaving the talkative man behind, who was surprised. What was that? The Demon King felt very confused. I do not understand. Just kneel down and you will escape the hunger. So why refute? Lian clearly showed his hatred for crawling things, demons, and the mundane. Do you think humans live only on bread and water? He doubted and tried to listen to all his words. My body is not only made of flesh and blood but also of faith and belief. The Demon King snapped his fingers in disgust. How foolish. The scene shifts to the main hall of the castle. Karina speaks with despair. Trembling. Why? Why did not you save Mother? She cried endlessly. Questioning Lian. Is grief and faith more important than your only wife? The one who could have saved her. Right, he smugly prodded at his pain. Have not you heard the agonized screams of your only daughter? You could have undone the knot in your heart. The Demon King evokes the image of that girl, Leon. Bring her back. Just go to the heavens of the gods and bring her home. Is not that right? You surely have the right to do so. He taunts him as he angrily clutches his own shirt. Loon's eyes burn with fury. How could a demon ask him to defy the natural order, betray the nobility of life and the sanctity of death? I am a knight of the gods, the guardian of order. The Demon King was irritated by this action. Feeling very uncomfortable, he snapped his fingers once more, and the demon continued to challenge King Leon. Both of them moved to a place with a huge mountain of gold. He passed by jars full of gold and treasures but did not pick up a single coin. The demon also offered Leon food and dancers in the magnificent banquet hall, even let Leon enjoy the people's admiration and refused the submission of every creature that could proudly sing every day. Seeing him unmoved, the Demon King angrily gritted his teeth. Why won't you fall and be corrupted? Seeing him remain calm, the Demon King sneered. Here, you are not King Leon I. You are just an ordinary man. He silently listened to the Demon King's roar. Well, I can satisfy every primal desire of life. I am the Almighty, he sneered. Omnipotent. Is that what you call yourself? Leon cast him a look of disdain. All you have is meaningless words and the vain hope that I will fall. You ask why I do not collapse. It is simple. He pressed the sword against the floor and declared boldly, because I am the one and only Leon. Hearing this, the Demon King was a bit surprised. What? He cannot accept it. No, do not speak meaningless words. What meaning do my ideals have? Now the Demon King has fallen into chaos. Indulge in pleasure, drown in desire. In the end you will succumb to temptation like all mortals. He snapped his fingers and the scene changed again. Leon looked around in surprise. Then the Demon King proudly played his trump card. This time it would be different. What catches your eye is a large bet. Understand why I named her a mistress. A girl rises from among the drunken beauties. Every move and glance she made exuded seduction. The lord of pleasure and corruption. Beach at Allegory Sparrow. She dreamily called out, Your Majesty. As the scene shifted to a peaceful kingdom filled with lively noise, in the lavish palace, a voice rang out, Princess. The maid calmly called again, Princess. Seeing her unmoving, Saiyan shouted, A princess, Beachit, please wake up. She let out a soft cry of discomfort. Then Beachit reluctantly rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she groggily opened her eyes to look around, the scene before her made her skin crawl. Beachit drowsily called her, Saiyan. She stopped and replied, Yes. What is it? Princess. She widened her eyes in confusion. Why? Saiyan silently guessed. Oh dear. The person just spent some time thinking, Beachit said in surprise. A nightmare. But she could only accept it, thinking she had just experienced a nightmare. Surprised, was it really a nightmare? Then Saiyan helped Beachit walk. Maybe she was just tired from studying lately. What kind of dream was that? She recounted everything coldly. A dream of a collapsing world. Then she let Beachit sit before the mirror. Oh come on. Princess. How could that happen? It really was a strange dream. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt it made sense. It really was just a dream. Beachit faced Leon as he firmly struck his sword down. With a strong spirit, Leon gripped the sword tightly and smiled gently at Beachit. Leon reached out sincerely, urging her to wake up from the dream. Beachit listened confused, but he said, You are not a slave to the dream but its master. During the formal meal in a warm atmosphere, Beachit's mother gently spoke. Beachit, did you sleep well? I heard you had a nightmare, she replied softly. Yes. Mother. Beachit's younger brother across the table looked worried. Sister. Did you have a nightmare? Beachit's younger sister also looked pale. Are you okay? Beachit reassured them. Yes. Ivan, do not worry. Beachit's father spoke softly. Beachit, you do not knock on our door out of fear anymore. Right, she shyly apologized. Sorry. Father. She held a glass of wine. Mother said, Do not tease Beachit too much. He chuckled lightly. All right then. Beachit, the crown princess of the Sparrow Kingdom, powerful in magic and the heir to the throne. Her face always radiated gentleness, and despite the kingdom's struggles over power and territory, the royal family remained peaceful. Meals continued as usual because the loving family was always by her side. Just by looking at the painting, you can see the happiness in their eyes. Her life has been stable and peaceful since birth. Beachit has a gentle nature and temperament, and her future looks bright. At least it seems that way, but that beautiful picture remains only in memory. Did His Majesty really do such a thing? She almost fainted, recalling that day when a maid was taken into the palace. The subordinate bowed deeply. Yes. And they said forbidden drugs were even brought him back then. Tears welled up and spread across Beachit's mother's face as they said the king was lost in women and opium, a rumor that had recently spread throughout the palace. Beachit could not hide her disappointment. The king had always been known for his harmony with the queen and praised as a wise ruler. Unbelievably, to betray the queen and fall into foolish drugs, it is something impossible to understand. Her eyes grew wary. But it is okay. Beachit's mother's tone turned cold. Bury this matter deep. Ensure no one speaks of it. The queen simply turned a blind eye. The sun rose again over the kingdom of Sparrow. Yet the court's atmosphere was the opposite of the morning light. Inside the team, there is a crisis. Unfortunately, the darkness engulfing the court grows thicker. The people have risen in rebellion. A knight urgently reports, "No, Your Majesty. It was the king himself who burned down the royal capital and slaughtered the people. The capital of the Romagna kingdom, near Sparrow, has been engulfed in flames, and the king himself caused it." He showed terror. That place was no longer the world of humans. It was like hell. The knight spoke in fear. Mothers roasting their own children, sons assaulting old mothers, countless depraved acts exposed. These things took human form but surely did not belong to this world. He was certain. Demons. They are demons. Only demons could explain such things. Bai Si was stunned. Demons. Then she quickly regained her composure. Demons were not unheard of in this world. There were dark mages who made contracts with them, but they only had influence as contractors. Bai Si wondered. And now, those who once hid in the demon realm are controlling an entire kingdom. She spoke up. Yes. Mother. Bai Si's mother's eyes lit up. It was time to make a decision. As the evil that had been slowly gnawing at this world revealed its true form, and a few days later, what was it that terrified Bai Si? Father. The day the princess set off for Romagna with the knights was also the day her father slaughtered those in the palace. Oh. Bai Si. He said to her with a twisted face. You have become so beautiful since the last time I saw you. The once silent king had seized the palace along with his loyal courtiers. Bai Si looked at her two siblings lying sprawled with their bodies covered in blood, in a sin she never dared to imagine. She screamed. What the hell is going on? Bai Si's father grinned with satisfaction. My child. Why are you so frightened? Bai Si stepped back. Stopped. Do not come any closer. Feeling not only disgust but also fear, he stepped forward with a sickly smile. Bai Si. Do you know, in the eyes of a man about to dishonor you, she faced a vile desire so unbelievable. Bai Si's father whispered. Do you know how many men have carved your name? She widened her eyes. What? He reached out and lifted her up, as if nearly every man in this palace had imagined humiliating her. Bai Si teared up as her mother returned. Bai Si's father sneered. Those women, his face twisted, probably dead by now. That bastard probably never knew what was hiding there. Bai Si clenched her fists. Meaning he had known about the tragedy of the Romagna kingdom beforehand. Bai Si's father's eyes began to change, and now nothing could be done to stop it. He turned around and shouted. Captain, is not there anyone here who wants to disgrace my daughter? At least torment her a little before handing her over to that bastard. Bai Si's father stretched out his arms calling. No. Forget it. Everyone. Come here. Is not this a day to celebrate? He was ecstatic. A princess. Even ordinary people would have to ask permission just to look at her. Before her father could finish speaking, Bai Si forcefully made him log out that day. Her beautiful face stained with blood. Bai Si ran wildly. The day her entire beloved family vanished. The jumpers had to restrain her power with electric shocks. Bai Si was forced to fight through tears as the palace bloomed with deep red flowers. One by one, they fell by her small hands. The deep red flowers blossoming from the lives of those she once loved. The scene was shrouded in death. Bai Si stood alone, dazed under the dim moonlight. Only 13 years old at the time, she cried out loud. An endless battle had begun. The gloomy night fell once again over the troubled Sparrow, and a few years later, during the battle against the demons, a demon was placed in a large cage. The knight beside the lake, today, faced a slightly higher-ranking demon. She panicked. Queen, Bai Si approached. Today I have prepared a special gift for you. She teased. You all can't really die. Can you? Let us see how they endure the heat. Everyone has gone mad. The crowd shouted. Kill them. Kill them. Your Highness, please protect us. Hurry up. Hurry. Only those who can fight or have lost everything remain standing. Bai Si's face turned cold. Then, enjoy it. The princess, once the proudest flower of the kingdom, became the royal sorceress of the Sparrow Kingdom. She ruthlessly burned the demon in a sea of fire and became a nightmare for the demons. Bai Si's hands turned sharp as stone. Fighting. Fighting again. Sometimes her eyes were empty, facing defeat after hundreds of battles, only to fail again. She fought with her worn-out body until the Sparrow Kingdom was the only kingdom left in time. Then, after some time, the great demon king appeared and the fool spoke. It has been a full year. Your Majesty, his eyes flashed with interest. Let us see how long you can hold out this time. Faced with that, Bai Si remained silent. After a moment, she raised her voice. If it were you, Your Majesty, you would have already overcome it. Right? Suddenly Bai Si snapped awake. Your Majesty, it seems she just realized something. I understand now. With the presence of loved ones beside me, I cannot resist this sweet temptation. Bai Si little sister said casually. Sister, you have been through so much, have not you? Everyone is sending their heartfelt wishes to you. You have done too much. Now it is time to rest. That is right. Sister, please stay with us. Bai Si clenched her teeth. Then she returned to her gloomy state. I thought I had escaped. The thoughts I had fled from. But in the end, the darkness still waits inside to swallow me whole. Bai Si revealed the deep weakness in her soul. saying she would not make it through. After all, she was not invincible. Suddenly, a bright lantern appeared out of nowhere, saying, "Is that really what you think, my lady?" That surprised her. The strange voice echoed again. "Who are you?" Bai Si instinctively replied. "I am," said slowly, Bai Si. "Who are you?" She seemed to be controlled. "The Queen Sorceress of the Sparrow Kingdom." The voice grew closer. "Then what?" Bai Si whispered softly. "The Maiden of Dreams and Death." Leon appeared. Who was standing before her? Bai Si realized. The King of Leon. Leon. She smiled gently. "Yes." That voice followed Bai Si, declaring her the sorceress queen who made demons tremble. "My maiden and Leon's ally." Bai Si stood up as if to move toward Leon, a companion in eradicating demons and restoring order to this world. "Bai Si. You walk on despite the resistance of your family. Then a streak of light pierces through your mind. Wake up from this dream. Only your hands hold on to his image." More and more streaks of light appeared. Bai Si's eyes welled up with tears. "Fall down. Fall down." The increasing streaks of light seemed to signal something. Loon raised his hand to give her a glimmer of hope. He smiled faintly. "Bai Si. Did not I already tell you?" She widened her eyes in surprise, the dark fragments of memory slowly shattering. "Leon saved her soul. She is the one who gives dreams, not the one trapped by them," Bai Si softly said. "Your Highness." But she hesitated to turn around. The figure appeared, pleading, "Please do not let yourself be imprisoned by the past. You have always been the ruler worthy of our loyalty." Bai Si became confused. She smiled with satisfaction. "From now on, I will prove it." The illusion suddenly shattered, making BC worried what is happening. Leon also roughly understood the situation. The illusion seemed to be breaking apart. The virtual space then completely shattered. He finally speaks up now, saying this is too absurd. He covers his face. Unable to accept the truth, how could she escape the nature of corruption? This was never supposed to be her fate. She reacted immediately upon hearing that fate. Bai Si suddenly unleashed her power. "In the past, I might have accepted a predetermined destiny and slowly fallen into that abyss. She is now incredibly strong. But I know this fate is not something scum like you have the right to decide." Bai Si immediately unleashed her move toward Ka. The Great Sound Law. Judgment. He gritted his teeth in refusal. "Damn it. You miserable criminals," Ki warned sternly. "Do not think this is over." She did not hesitate to crush his body, and K's whole body was immediately split in two. He also had to praise BC. Impressive. But she cared about K. What about his son? Leon slowly approached him. It seemed he had not been here from the start. Yet he must have taken some damage from the recent strike. Bai Si blamed herself again, apologizing, saying she did not expect any trace of his nature to remain. "Dear Li, Bai Si, do not blame yourself. Leon also taught you something. Hatred should never be aimed at yourself or others, but only at evil." Bai Si smiled in praise. That was truly a very royal perspective. He smiled confidently. "In this domain, I am the authority, so trust me." Just then, someone called out loudly, "My men." Leon obviously knew who it was. It seemed they had arrived. Harry anxiously pushed the door open and said, "My men, are you alright?" But in front of her was John Soyeon lying on the floor. She was still lost in the illusion. "My lord, it is not as you think. I did not deceive anyone. Do not believe those hungry words of yours." All three stared wide-eyed, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, Loon arrived and gently lifted John Soyeon up. Brother Leon handed her over to Harry. Harry, take care of the commander carefully." She immediately obeyed the order. "Yes, my lord." Leon still had to deal with the demons outside. It was time for us to start moving. On the streets, the demons and the army prepared to clash. They aggressively attacked, wiping them all out. The fellow believers immediately used their shields to defend. Raising their shields high, both sides charged at each other fiercely. Volcanoes also joined in killing the demons. "Die, you cowardly fiends." Suddenly, one of the believers noticed above. They immediately spotted a giant demon approaching. Detecting the demon tribe ahead, "Sir, what should we do with that?" He immediately gave orders, raising his spirit. "Do not lose your will." Volcanoes is also ready to fight. The Fire Knight burns, cutting through the formation. The giant demon raised its club to strike down but was attacked by a robot before it could act. The robot pinned the demon to the ground and pushed it away. Heavy infantry anti-personnel rounds ready. It launched a barrage of missiles, wiping out a whole group of demons. Firing, the enemy entity was destroyed. Enemy presence level decreased by 2.3%. The stealth long-range unit fires effectively right away. Surprisingly, Demon managed to climb onto the robot. Not bad. The guy sitting up there watching looks pretty cute. Jeff Spinner was surprised by this appearance. As it did not show up on the radar, the demon did not hesitate and struck immediately, as if I would be caught by such outdated detection tools. Suddenly, the robot activated the emergency gap response, sending the demon flying away. Despite that, he remained unharmed and was forced to retreat. The two-horned demon is scheming something. The red demon also realized the counterattack. Just now they dared to mix stardust with all the holy water and all the weapons. He has decided to join the fight. I will enter the battle soon. I am confident in victory. But minimizing casualties is never a bad idea. The threat level of the enemy is rising, likely from a high-ranking source. Jeff Spinner is still not rushing into action, but it quickly noticed Von Canis charging toward the enemy. Von Canis, what are you doing? He does not care at all. Von Canis just arrived. Von Canis was about to unleash a deadly strike. God descended, but Phaethos shouted, "No! You bastard!" He was annoyed and shouted back, "Phaethos, are you really that stingy? I have not even fully recovered my divine power from last time, and now I have to borrow divine power from elsewhere to help this time." Justice appeared generous again. If war was truly necessary, I would lend urgently, of course, with interest. Phaethos was shocked and could not believe it. What? She pretends to be pitiful again, as if the first honorable knight wants to offer her glory. It would be a shame if I did not help. The leech gritted his teeth but could do nothing. Phaethos could only scream, "Justice, you deceitful traitor." Von Canis now possesses divine power. The demons are still very arrogant. A knight of the war god. When this anger is nearly equal to King Leon's. Nothing changes. We will hold them off as long as possible. He crushed the ground beneath his feet and demanded, "Holding us back." Von Canis was charging with 2 swords. The demon tribe jeered, daring to act so calmly in front of me. A minute of full power at the limit. He immediately charged at the demons. Godlike. War god, now you will pay for your arrogance. Of course. Naturally. Is not the knight the one who bears the full burden? Phaethos kept screaming. Damn it. Our Harry should not be learning things like that. Boma feared that the wild knight might negatively influence his priestess, and responsibility should be carried out responsibly. Von Canis did not hesitate to attack the high-level demons. The demon with the sword still targeted the robot. He hesitated for a moment. It had been a long time since my sword had been chipped like that. Even the demon with the blade was amazed someone had truly packed a lot of essence into something so small. He no longer hesitated and charged to attack, but the demon with the sword began to show arrogance, revealing it was not a solid core after all. Jeff Spinner quickly fired, but he dodged every shot. He first aimed at the robot's knee. Right here. It was a bit worried, having painted it like the essence to hide the weak spot, but he still saw through everything. Jeff Spinner continued the close quarters battle while providing real-time analysis. In less than a second, he processed hundreds of thousands of frames, and the advanced eye immediately deduced cause and effect. The enemy unit has an exceptional sense of smell and is believed to have reacted to the scent after the paint absorbed the essence and crystal. It has devised a counterattack plan, detonating the gas blade to block its sense of smell. The sword-wielding demon immediately used the blade to create wind and disperse the gas. Dismissing such petty tricks, seizing the opportunity, Jeff Spinner aimed his artillery at Ga. The sword-wielding demon's roar was too loud. Truly arrogant, Gay immediately directed the attack straight to the ground. It turned out the demon with the blade had prior experience. Unlike those who thought this was the first time I faced such a weapon, Ga quickly unleashed his ultimate technique, declaring his territory the Temple of Damnation. Immediately after, a warning sounded: device malfunction, control system failure. The demon with the sword smirked, knowing that machines may be effective, but in the end, they are still just machines. I immediately controlled the robot to target the warriors. Taking control was nothing difficult. Just then, it activated the emergency purge mechanism, and the robot immediately shut down. The demon wielding the sword laughed and tapped the robot. Realizing it was shut down by the unit before it could fire, Gub began to study more closely and understood although it was made with stiletto, he wondered how it could move such a heavy mass, only to find out it used anti-gravity devices to balance the weight. Inside Jeff Spinner, there was no movement either. The demon with the sword was about to attack again, saying, "This is your limit. Do you really think something so ordinary can stand against us?" It suddenly rebooted. Then Jeff Spinner activated the eject control seat and launched out. It quickly swept past the demons on the way. They had also noticed Jeff Spinner. Something emerged. Kill it. The warriors were extremely worried. Lord Spinner. Meanwhile, he was gathering energy. The tactical sword. Jeff Spinner used a technique to eliminate nearby demons. The heavenly net earth point. The radiant blades swept through the demons and spread out all around. The demon with the sword was also stunned and unable to stop it. Damn it. He looked at all the demons that had been wiped out and grimaced. What did that person just do? Jeff Spinner did not stop but continued to target the demon with the sword. Linking tactical strikes, he created a small planet right above him, ready to strike, and the demon with the sword could only stand frozen. Looking up, wondering what this was, he could not believe it and shouted out, "Fake planet. Have you resurrected the remnants of a dead star?" Jeff Spinner commanded coldly. "Demon, die." Immediately after, the asteroid fell. The demon with the sword still tried to resist, but there was no way. He used his power to seize it, declaring the territory, the Temple of Damnation. "I am the great demon. This is my domain. This is the territory I have claimed." The demon with the sword was ready to risk his life. "I will charge straight into that and your comrades." Jeff Spinner is struggling to maintain control, failing to contain the domain which is steadily shrinking. He still boosts that in the end, it is just a machine, and in this decaying domain, pile of scrap with no magic resistance is nothing, but it still managed to break free and trigger an emergency escape. Jeff's spinner quickly abandoned the shell and jumped out. It fired a laser beam at the sword-wielding demon, marking the target with the laser, and he scoffed, thinking a tiny machine gun like that could not do anything. Yet the robot had locked onto the demon, and he could not believe it. No way. All external weapons have been equipped and wired synchronization is complete. The demon with the sword could only curse. The wretched man. He screamed in frustration, not knowing when he had become like this. Immediately, an explosion wiped out the existence of the demon wielding the sword. The other demons, seeing this, retreated in fear. Crazy. No one said there were still 2 Holy Grail Knights. I heard they were all killed off long ago. They are utterly shocked by the current situation. Even the great demons have been wiped out. Nuss suddenly turned his head with contempt. You lowly scum. He narrowed his eyes, his voice radiating a killing intent that filled the sky. Not a single one of you is allowed to leave this island alive. I will slaughter you all right here. The demons bolted in terror, shouting that they had to flee back to the demon gate. The warriors were caught off guard and could not react in time. They immediately gave chase. The demons were fleeing. I have had enough. Kill them all. They screamed and ran for their lives. Hurry up. Run fast. What are you still standing there for? Run. Suddenly a beam of light struck the demons. Immediately after, a series of other beams of light struck down. It turned out Leon had arrived, and those low-level demons deserved to be wiped out. He smiled coldly, daring to form a formation right in front of me. Loon immediately called Beechit, and she silently understood the order. Yes. Bringing the troops. Beechit began to unleash her power's great magic. Demon eyes, holy spells, and the illusion domain. She was ready to slaughter, so let us begin the dance of death. That is all for my video. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell to get more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Goodbye.